Chapter 1. The son-in-law of the Lin family. The apprentice recruitment ceremony has concluded. Those who have not entered the mountain gate depart immediately. A middle-aged man clad in a long blue robe proclaimed with an expression of indifference, standing before the outer plaza of the Qingyuan sect. Before him, several hundred youths bore expressions of bitterness, their eyes filled with reluctant longing as they gazed upon the dozen or so peers standing triumphantly behind him. From this moment forth, the divide between them would be as vast as the heavens, one ascending to celestial heights, while the other plummeted into the mundane world. Disciples of Qingyuan's sect advanced to usher this group away from the mountain gate. The crowd, despondent and grief-stricken, was acutely aware that without entering the immortal gate, even those with spiritual roots would likely lead lives no different from commoners. Among the throng, there was one individual who, despite his pallid complexion, maintained his composure to youth, seemingly 17 or 18 years of age, donned simple attire. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable clarity as he silently exited the mountain gate without looking back. His name was Zhou Luo. Like the majority present, he too was among the fortunate few endowed with spiritual roots. What set him apart, however, was that he was a traveler from another realm. Just days prior, he had inexplicably arrived in this world of cultivation, and rather bewilderingly, had been chosen to participate in the sect's apprentice recruitment ceremony. Regrettably, he had not dazzled like the protagonists in the novels of his past life. Instead, he had been eliminated due to possessing the lowest tier of spiritual root, classified as 9th grade. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Luo had already reached the base of the mountain. To his astonishment, the departing disciples had not dispersed but had instead congregated in a particular area. This area bore a banner proclaiming generous rewards for talents, which attracted a considerable number of recently eliminated youths. Unable to join the Immortal sect, selecting a reputable cultivation faction was still a commendable option. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, law, and territory are paramount if others could provide these essentials. Who would wish to remain a drifting cultivator? Thus, Zhou Luo approached the gathering. As he neared, he observed a middle-aged man, appearing to be in charge, vociferously promoting the offerings. Esteemed individuals, do not hesitate. Join the Lin family, and you shall enjoy the blessings of spiritual veins and access to cultivation manuals. The Lin family, affiliated with the Qingyuan sect, with a long-established lineage governing Maple Leaf City. With the backing of the sect and control over a region, the Lin family's power was beyond question. At that moment, under the man's enthusiastic pitch, many disciples were swayed, hastily inscribing their names upon the registration scroll. What puzzled Zhou Luo was that they were only accepting male applicants. Nonetheless, he inscribed his name that if an opportunity for immortality and cultivation arose, who would be foolish enough to let it slip away? Before long, the registration concluded, with over 40 young men opting to join. Seeing this, the steward beamed as he retrieved a palm-sized boat from his robe, which he then tossed to the ground. In a flash of spiritual light, the boat expanded dramatically, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A flying vessel. This was a treasure of immense value, and it was astonishing that the Lin family could be so generous. Indeed, the Lin family is as illustrious as rumored. Witnessing such sincerity from the Lin clan, those who were initially filled with doubt laid aside their apprehensions. The group boarded the flying vessel, which, under the guidance of the steward, soared directly towards the Lin family estate. Nestled in the heart of Maple Leaf City, the Lin residence appeared as a breathtaking tapestry of ancient architecture, interconnected and shimmering with ethereal brilliance. Reminiscent of the twinkling stars in the night sky, a sight both awe-inspiring and humbling. Upon landing, the assembly found themselves in a spacious courtyard, where they were met by expectant figures. At the forefront stood a woman clad in a flowing green gown, who regarded the newcomers with a light-hearted smile and sparkling eyes, remarking, "This batch of grooms is rather fine." Her words ignited a wave of confusion among the young men. Grooms? What does that mean? Weren't we invited to the Lin family for training? In the crowd, Zhou Luo's expression shifted dramatically. Alas, it seems we have been deceived. Silence. At that moment, the jovial steward's demeanor grew stern, commanding the group to quiet down. The woman in green strolled forward, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be the grooms of the Lin family." Her statement plunged the assembly into bewilderment, their faces reflecting shock as they exchanged glances, pallor creeping in. None had anticipated that their purpose in coming to the Lin family was to become grooms. They had believed they were destined to train and eventually become disciples of the Lin clan. The disparity between these expectations was staggering. To phrase it more delicately, they were referred to as grooms. To put it bluntly, they were to be mere stallions that, in the realm of cultivation, there exists an unspoken understanding. Certain long-lived families, in their quest for continuity, recruit individuals with spiritual roots to bear heirs. Such individuals are deemed more likely to produce offspring with spiritual potential. Were it merely a union, it might be bearable. Yet, the harsh reality is that to maximize the probability of producing superior descendants, these families often subject individuals to relentless procreation, sometimes involving multiple partners. This practice undoubtedly drains the individuals of their cultivation potential, effectively extinguishing their path to immortality. Thus, no one would willingly accept the role of a groom. Upon hearing this, someone immediately reddened with indignation and shouted, "You are deceiving us." In response to the accusation, the woman maintained her cheerful demeanor, replying, "Is that so? Did you not agree to join our Lin family?" Her words rendered the crowd speechless. True, her statement held validity, but had they known from the outset that they would be grooms who would have consented? Dissatisfaction simmered in the air as another voice rose in protest. "I never expected the Lin family to be so despicable. I wish to leave." With that, he turned astride towards the exit. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky. In an instant, he was struck down, collapsing into a pool of blood. The steward cast a cold gaze upon the assembly, declaring, "To insult the Lin family is to invite death." The crowd recoiled in horror. Rest assured, as long as you can bear forth 40 offspring with spiritual roots within 10 years, you may leave. The woman assessed the group. A sharp intake of breath ensued. 40 in 10 years, and they must possess spiritual roots. Such a demand utterly disregarded their humanity. In an instant, the crowd felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Zhou Luo, among the throng, exhibited a subtle change in expression that he had never anticipated that a noble time traveler like himself would find himself in such a predicament. It was conceivable that he could meet his end at any moment. The crux of the matter was that he currently resembled a lamb led to slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. Zhou Luo was filled with a profound sense of helplessness. Was he destined to be the first-time traveler to perish due to the act of procreation? After a series of intricate selections, Zhou Luo, owing to his striking appearance and certain commendable qualities, was chosen among the elite group that in this election. There were only 8 individuals. That evening, after a refreshing bath and changing clothes, Zhou Luo was escorted by 2 maidens to a chamber. It was evidently a lady's boudoir, suffused with a delicate fragrance. With a complex expression, he sat in a chair, overwhelmed by resignation. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option once the lights dimmed. He could only hope that his counterpart harbored no peculiar proclivities. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Qing Han, for the sake of the family's legacy, this is your duty." Before the sentence could conclude, the door swung open, and a graceful figure entered the room. Zhou Luo instinctively raised his gaze that a flawless and enchanting visage greeted his eyes. Clad in a flowing white gown, she possessed a statuesque figure and porcelain skin. Her exquisite features were complemented by a pair of bright eyes that were now fixed upon Zhou Luo. In that moment, Zhou Luo's heart soared. She was indeed a transcendent beauty. His thoughts of being a mere lamb for slaughter were instantly swept away. Chapter 2. As Lin Qinghan glanced at the other person, Zhou Luo happened to look over as well. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Qinghan's serene expression, momentarily halting her in place. Dressed in resplendent attire, Zhou Luo, already possessing an admirable foundation, appeared even more striking and elegant after careful grooming, far surpassing the ordinary. Consequently, even Lin Qinghan, who initially harbored some reluctance towards the situation, felt a ripple of emotion stir within her. After a brief hesitation, she regained her composure and inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhou Luo," he replied, abruptly rising to his feet, standing tall and serious. Despite having lived 2 lives, encountering such a scenario especially with a stunning beauty, left him feeling somewhat awkward. Lin Qinghan frowned slightly. She had not anticipated that the individual chosen by her family for her was merely a man of ninth-grade spiritual roots. "Please, take a seat," she said indifferently, walking over to sit opposite Zhou Luo. Their gazes locked in silence, broken only by the flickering candlelight. At that moment, Lin Qinghan suddenly asked, "Is this your first time?" Coughing, Zhou Luo nearly choked on her bluntness. "I do not wish for my first experience to be with someone who is not a novice." Lin Qinghan's voice echoed once more, perhaps her only faint resistance against her family's arrangements. "I am," Zhou Luo admitted truthfully. "Very well, then you may proceed to bed," Lin Qinghan stated succinctly, leaving no room for further discussion. Zhou Luo found himself momentarily stunned, pondering whether they ought to communicate and foster some rapport before advancing further. However, upon meeting her unyielding gaze, he realized that as her consort, he had little choice. He rose and walked directly to the bedside, swiftly shedding his garments before slipping beneath the covers. Lin Qinghan cast a brief glance, sighed softly, and moved her index finger. With a flicker, the candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, the faint sound of rustling clothing could be heard. Suddenly, Zhou Luo caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, followed by a warmth enveloping him as another figure nestled under the covers. Upon contact with her soft body, he distinctly felt her shiver, revealing her own unease beneath the facade of calm she had portrayed. Time passed swiftly. When Zhou Luo awoke once more, daylight had broken. After the vigorous encounters of the previous night, he felt a dull ache in his back and waist. Turning his head, he beheld Lin Qinghan, her skin resembling jade, curled up like a kitten in his embrace. At the instant he looked over, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. The clarity of her beautiful gaze sparkled without the arrogance of the previous night, replaced instead by a hint of feminine tenderness. "Ahem, you're awake," Zhou Luo said awkwardly, still holding her in his right arm. Lin Qinghan murmured softly, nestling closer to him and closing her eyes again, as if slipping back into slumber. Zhou Luo cautiously adjusted his head, his gaze fixed on the canopy above. As he was about to close his eyes and drift into slumber once more, a sudden chime resonated within his mind. Almost instantaneously, for large characters, blessings of many offspring, materialized before his eyes. Zhou Luo's body trembled, startled by this unexpected apparition. Fortunately, Lin Qinghan, who lay beside him, merely stirred slightly without waking. He resolutely shut his eyes again, focusing intently on those four characters. At that moment, he abruptly realized that this might very well be his golden finger. With this thought, elation surged within him, and he eagerly turned his gaze to the accompanying description. As the name suggested, his golden finger was indeed related to procreation. Firstly, if his partner conceived, he would receive a chance to draw a lottery. Furthermore, with the birth of each child, he would be granted a reward of longevity. The longevity reward varied according to the child's innate qualities, starting at a minimum of 10 years. Should he bear a child with spiritual roots, it would also influence his own spiritual foundation. This revelation stirred a wave of excitement within Zhou Luo, who possessed only a ninth-grade spiritual root. The greatest obstacle preventing his entry into the realm of immortals was indeed this spiritual root. The spiritual root profoundly impacts a cultivator's ultimate achievements on the path to immortality. If he could enhance his own spiritual root, might he not one day become a genius? Whether or not he achieved genius status was inconsequential. As long as he could enter the realm of immortals and learn superior cultivation techniques and spells, he would be satisfied. However, he had initially thought that the emergence of his golden finger would liberate him from his identity as a mere son-in-law. Yet, it seemed he must still accept his fate. But as long as he bore enough children, his lifespan would continue to extend. What constitutes true longevity? This was it. If he lived long enough, perhaps one day the Lin family would belong to him. At that point, the Lin family of longevity could very well become the Zhou family of longevity. With this thought, Zhou Luo felt invigorated, as if all prior fatigue had been swept away. He opened his eyes and gazed at the beauty beside him, his heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, he rolled over, propping himself up with one hand, his gaze ablaze as he looked at her. Since bearing children could extend his life, it was imperative that he put forth the effort. Without hesitation, he leaned in closer. Suddenly, a cacophony of knocking jolted Zhou Luo from his slumber. Once he regained his senses, he realized Lin Qinghan had already departed. What was the matter? Zhou Luo inquired. Zhou Luo, the young lady requests your presence at Qingzhou Hall. A cool voice echoed from outside the room. The next moment, the door was thrust open with force, revealing a cold-faced maid standing before him. It appeared she was one of Lin Qinghan's attendants. Yet her demeanor towards her lord seemed rather unkind, considering his position as merely a son-in-law meant for breeding. It was understandable that he was of a lower status than even a maid. Zhou Luo felt no anger. He merely lifted the covers, preparing to rise. What are you doing? Suddenly, the maid shrieked, quickly covering her eyes. It was only then that Zhou Luo realized he had forgotten to dress after their earlier escapades. He hastily covered himself with the quilt, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Please step outside. I will join you once I am dressed." The maid lowered her hands, shot him a fierce glare, and turned to exit the room. Once outside, she couldn't help but recall the earlier scene, her cheeks flushing slightly. It is said that a high-quality son-in-law possesses considerable resources, and it seemed to ring true. Soon, Zhou Luo emerged, fully dressed. "Follow me, and do not wander or gawk along the way," the maid proclaimed, adjusting her earlier unease and speaking with newfound pride. The Lin family estate sprawled extensively, and Zhou Luo was unaware of his surroundings. As they walked, he even recognized some familiar faces, those who had been deceived into coming to the Lin residence the previous day. Qingmu Hall was the name of a particular courtyard. When Zhou Luo arrived before this vast estate, he paused for a moment, taken aback. Goodness, this courtyard is rather expansive, nearly comparable to a park from my previous life. The young lady awaits you inside, the maid stated, her demeanor humble and respectful, though her tone carried a hint of aloofness. It seemed she had no intention of entering. Without further thought, Zhou Luo strode directly into the courtyard. Chapter 3. Full of energy in the courtyard, a path paved with blue stones leads to exquisite pavilions, interspersed with lush bamboo groves and artificial hills, creating an air of elegance. Among them, the most prominent structure stands at the center, towering and magnificent, flanked by two stone lions guarding its entrance, with intricate carvings adorning its surroundings, exuding an extraordinary presence. Zhou Luo could distinctly sense that this edifice was enveloped by some form of enchantment. Thus, even with its grand doors wide open, nothing could be seen within, unless one ventured inside. Upon entering, he beheld Lin Qinghan seated elegantly in a flowing white gown at the left front, still as radiant and captivating as ever. Additionally, directly opposite her sat a middle-aged couple, both adorned in resplendent attire, exuding opulence and grandeur. "Are you Zhou Luo?" A voice imbued with authority thundered in Zhou Luo's ears as he stepped into the hall. He jolted slightly, pondering whether this individual could be Qinghan's father. Consequently, he hurriedly bowed. "I pay my respects to my father-in-law." "Humph, a mere ninth-grade spiritual root can become Qinghan's husband? Is the main family so dismissive of us?" The man bellowed in anger. The Lin family, being a lineage of longevity, had numerous collateral branches besides the main family. However, this particular branch had not produced any formidable figures, leading to a significant decline in their standing, to the extent that even their only daughter was to be sacrificed for familial purposes, reduced to a mere vessel for reproduction. As if that were not enough, when Linda discovered Zhou Luo possessed the most inferior ninth-grade spiritual root, he was immediately filled with fury. He understood all too well that this was the main family's attempt to suppress their line. Such a lowly spiritual root. Even if he were to unite with his daughter and bear children, what potential for cultivation could they possibly have? Zhou Luo's heart quivered at this revelation. He had thought himself merely fortunate, unaware of the intricate politics at play behind the scenes. He couldn't help but sigh at the cutthroat nature of large families. Enough. Linda suddenly sighed, casting a loving glance toward his cherished daughter, only to turn his gaze sharply towards Zhou Luo. "From now on, you must always remember the Lin family's rules. Diligently cultivate your offspring. Should there be any negligence, the family laws will be enacted," Linda stated coldly. He emphasized the term family laws with a tone that bore a hint of menace. Originally, he had intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with his son-in-law, but upon witnessing the man's ninth-grade spiritual root, all interest dissipated. With that, he swept away, leaving the hall in silence. Once Linda departed, the poised and dignified woman clad in elegant attire spoke. "Please, take a seat." After Zhou Luo settled down, she continued softly, "Since you two have become husband and wife, You must support each other and strive to bear exceptional offspring to strengthen the Lin family's legacy. Mother, I understand, Lin Qinghan replied, nodding. This was, after all, her destiny. Subsequently, the woman turned her gaze towards Zhou Luo, her expression softening. Dear child, you must treat my daughter well, otherwise, not only her father, but even I shall not spare you. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level, the lower the likelihood of bearing offspring. Thus, Lin Qinghan was the sole descendant of the Lin lineage. It is no wonder that he was filled with such anger and dissatisfaction upon learning that his daughter had married a son-in-law with merely a ninth-grade spiritual root. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Luo and Lin Qinghan departed from the Grand Hall. However, before they left, Lin Qinghan's mother bestowed upon Zhou Luo some cultivation resources, hoping he would settle comfortably in the Lin family in the future. Upon exiting the hall, Lin Qinghan gently remarked, Father only wishes the best for me. You mustn't take offense. I understand. Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. He could empathize with Linda's perspective. Were he in a similar situation, compelled by family pressures to sacrifice his beloved daughter, even marrying her off to a lad with merely a ninth-grade spiritual root, he would undoubtedly harbor disdain for the suitor. That is good, she continued. There are many family rules. For instance, our branch is not permitted to enter the core areas. I will have Xiao Lan inform you of these regulations one by one. Moreover, if you encounter anyone from the main family, it is imperative to show them utmost respect. Whatever they say, you must comply. Additionally, if you face any challenges in your cultivation in the future, feel free to consult me. As they walked, Lin Qinghan diligently conveyed several important matters, anxious that Zhou Luo might inadvertently breach family protocols. Zhou Luo committed these instructions to memory. This conversation deepened his understanding of Lin Qinghan. She was a woman of cool exterior, yet warm interior. Her gentle tones seemed to serve as a comfort for her father's recent demeanor towards Zhou Luo. Before long, they arrived at a garden, the Lin family's place of inheritance. Standing at the entrance, Zhou Luo recognized familiar faces from the previous day. Although they had been deceived into becoming sons-in-law of the Lin family had not reneged on their promises. The cultivation techniques promised had not been withheld from them. Within the estate, the steward-like gentleman from the previous day reappeared. His name was Lin Fu, tasked with the training of this batch of sons-in-law. After escorting Zhou Luo to this location, Lin Qinghan took her leave. The tense and serious atmosphere compelled Zhou Luo and the other sons-in-law to remain still and silent within the garden. Lin Fu summoned his subordinates and commenced the signing of the marriage contracts with this group, a measure to prevent their escape. Though reluctant, everyone, having witnessed Lin Fu's iron-fisted authority the previous day, obediently affixed their signatures to the contracts, each receiving a personal identification badge and a cultivation manual. As Zhou Luo took hold of the tome on cultivation techniques, a shiver coursed through his body, excitement evident on his face. Although he possessed a system, its rewards merely extended his lifespan without providing any means of self-defense. After all, longevity does not equate to immortality. To cultivate and grow stronger in this world, possessing relevant techniques and manuals was indeed essential. Yet, aside from this cultivation manual, the Lin family offered no additional resources for cultivation. Lin Guanjia, was it not previously agreed that we could cultivate in the sacred vein? Someone boldly inquired. To achieve success in cultivation, one must possess the essential elements of companions, wealth, and location. While the first two have been secured, the latter two remain equally significant. Gaining access to the sacred vein is certainly within your reach. It ultimately hinges on your efforts, Lin Fu remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the crowd. For these men, known as sons-in-law, the term effort translated to procreation. According to Lin Fu, as long as conception was confirmed, one would be granted a month-long opportunity to cultivate in the sacred vein, alongside other cultivation rewards. The more one sows, the greater the rewards obtained. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion. Some who had harbored hopes for cultivation now wore expressions of despondency and despair. To enhance their cultivation, they were compelled to bear more children. Yet, procreation, without the aid of dual cultivation techniques, would impede their progress. It seemed that for the majority, the path of cultivation would remain elusive throughout their lives. Of course, Zhou Luo was an exception. With the aid of a system, his diligent efforts would yield lottery opportunities, allowing him to extend his lifespan. As for the detriment to cultivation, Being of the lowest spiritual root, the notion of advancement seemed moot. In the lengthy years ahead, success in cultivation would inevitably come. With this thought, Zhou Luo felt a surge of motivation. Chapter 4. The third Miss Lin Fu's words resonated with stark realism. For many, the mere entry into the path of cultivation, regardless of limited achievements, sufficed to bring immense satisfaction. A cultivator, however weak, stood leagues above the common folk. Thus, after a brief tumult, the crowd gradually fell into a contemplative silence. Some among them resolved in secret to bear as many children as possible within the next decade, seeking to amass greater resources for cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Fu summoned an elder from the clan to provide guidance to these sons-in-law in their cultivation endeavors. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on a mat, his gaze intently fixed upon the elder's elucidation, unwilling to let his mind wander even for a moment. At that moment, Zhou Luo was still an ordinary man, experiencing his initial foray into the knowledge of cultivation, thirsting for understanding as if it were the most precious sustenance. The other sons-in-law, equally earnest, listened attentively to the elder's teachings. However, the elder merely offered a cursory introduction to the methods of cultivation, along with a brief overview of the cultivation hierarchy. The realms of cultivation, ascending from the lowest to the highest, were qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The elder imparted only the fundamental techniques of qi refinement, which comprises 9 levels. Although the elder spoke only of the introductory stage, the subsequent comprehension of cultivation ultimately depended on the individual. Nevertheless, it unlocked the door to a new world for all present. As the elder departed alongside Lin Fu, the sons-in-law within the estate immediately ignited into fervent discussions, united by their shared plight and devoid of prior cultivation experience. They seized this opportunity to exchange perspectives and enhance their understanding. Zhou Luo, however, felt little inclination to engage. After all, he had received a promise from Lin Qinghan that he could approach her directly with any inquiries that might arise. Just as he prepared to leave, a tall man suddenly obstructed his path. Zhou Luo regarded him with a furrowed brow. He had noticed this man during the elder's teachings, as he had been observing Zhou with an unmistakable air of hostility, which puzzled him. When had he offended this individual? "Is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired. "Nothing of consequence. I am merely curious as to how a waste like you, possessing only a 9th-grade spiritual root, could be chosen to enter the ranks of the worthy," the hostile man retorted, his words laced with barbs that darkened Zhou Luo's expression. "Should I take that as a challenge to Lin Guangjia's discernment?" Zhou Luo shot back defiantly. Upon hearing the name Lin Guangjia, a flicker of alarm crossed the man's face, but he quickly regained his composure, opening his mouth as if to speak, only to emit a derisive snort before turning away. Perplexing. Zhou Luo felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, suddenly beset by this inexplicable animosity. "I am Zhang Dabin, an 8th-grade spiritual root. My hostility towards you stems from my dissatisfaction that you, a mere 9th grade, were selected while I was not," the man explained. At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly broke the tension. Zhou Luo gazed ahead and discovered that the speaker was a young man clad in a long blue robe. Before Zhou Luo could utter a word, the young man clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself, Su Chongqing. Zhou Luo reciprocated the gesture, recalling that this individual seemed to possess a 7th-grade spiritual root and had also been selected the previous day. Among this batch of betrothals, 8 individuals had been chosen to enter the esteemed ranks. Those in the esteemed ranks were to be matched with women of remarkable social standing, much like Lin Qinghan, whose parents held a certain status within the Lin family. The adage "a husband is exalted by his wife" encapsulated the privileges previously mentioned by Zhang Dabin. No wonder he harbored such resentment towards Zhou Luo. "However, individuals like him are not worth your concern," Su Chongqing reassured. Zhou Luo displayed a look of confusion. Su Chongqing elaborated, "After yesterday, we are no longer part of the same world as such individuals. Those who have become betrothed, regardless of whether they possess 9th grade or 8th grade roots, are, in truth, not significantly different from one another. Regardless of their potential for cultivation, they ultimately become mere tools for procreation, destined for a fruitless existence. Given this, our standing within the Lin family will hold considerable significance henceforth. After all, the higher one's status, the better the resources and privileges one can enjoy." According to Su Chongqing, The 8 individuals who were selected yesterday for the esteemed ranks would be matched with women from the Lin family's middle tier, thus possessing a higher status than those matched with individuals from the lower tier. Even if they were not favored by their partners, their status still remained. Therefore, from this point onward, the 8 of them would inhabit a different realm from other betrothed men. Su Chongqing informed Zhou Luo that now that they had a support system, they must learn to assess the situation and strive for greater benefits, ensuring that trivial matters do not hinder their progress. Zhou Luo reflected upon this. On his way back, he couldn't help but recall the cultivation resources that his mother-in-law had discreetly provided him. It seemed he had yet to shift his mindset and recognize the advantages surrounding him. Do you wish to perish? At that moment, a woman's voice abruptly echoed in Zhou Luo's ear. Before he could raise his head, a surge of spiritual energy struck him, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. Dazed and in pain, Zhou Luo struggled to rise. His gaze fell upon a stunning woman adorned in an opulent gown of pale moonlight hue, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. The sight of her alabaster bosom was utterly mesmerizing. She regarded Zhou Luo with an expression of indifference, a faint aura of spiritual light emanating from her. Beside her, a maid scolded him vehemently. Are you blind? Haven't you noticed the third missus here? Zhou Luo clutched his chest, his complexion paling. He had been lost in thought regarding Su Chongqing's words and had failed to notice the presence before him. It was disheartening that the other party chose to take action instead of offering a mere warning. The blatant display of a predatory social hierarchy was overwhelming for Zhou Luo, who had been shaped by a more egalitarian education in later times. Lost your voice, the haughty maid proclaimed, noticing Zhou Luo's silence. Such an attitude, were it in the past, would have surely provoked an outburst from Zhou Luo. However, times have changed. He now bears the title of a son-in-law, reduced to a mere instrument of procreation. Even if one were to strike him down, it is likely that they would bear no remorse. Recalling Lin Qinghan's earlier words, Zhou Luo lowered his head, suppressing the fury within as he murmured, I apologize, it was my oversight. Should there be a next time, those eyes need not remain intact. A chilling voice emerged from the lips of the third young lady as she brushed past Zhou Luo, departing without a second glance. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth in silence, his gaze towards the duo of master and servant growing profoundly intense. Previously, he had reveled in the emergence of the system and the attainment of cultivation methods. But this incident starkly reminded him that his elation was premature. He remained but an ant, easily crushed beneath another's heel. The pressing matter at hand was to expedite Lin Qinghan's conception to trigger the rewards. With this thought, Zhou Luo quietly resolved to remember the third young lady. Chapter 5. Cultivation of Qi. Upon returning to his courtyard, Zhou Luo encountered Lin Qinghan, who had just completed her training. What troubles you? Lin Qinghan immediately discerned that Zhou Luo was injured. Her expression shifted slightly as she hurried to stand before him, inquiring with concern. It's nothing. Zhou Luo shook his head, reluctant to elaborate. Nothing. Your internal energy is in disarray. If not addressed promptly, it could leave lasting repercussions, Lin Qinghan asserted, placing her hand on Zhou Luo's wrist and channeling a stream of pure spiritual energy into him. A gentle luminescence flickered as a soothing aura coursed through his body. Zhou Luo distinctly felt the pain in his chest alleviate considerably. However, Lin Qinghan furrowed her brow, saying, such overbearing spiritual energy. Who dares to lay hands on you? Do they not realize you are under my protection? The very thought that someone from the Lin family would so brazenly act against her own was a provocation that stirred Lin Qinghan's ire. Moreover, she could sense that the assailant's cultivation level surpassed her own. Her energy could only temporarily suppress the ailment, requiring further recuperation. In response to her inquiry, Zhou Luo suddenly recalled the words of Su Chongqing. Indeed, he was no mere son-in-law like Zhang Dabin, who had backing. In this age, relying on a woman was also a form of capability, was it not? Initially intending to dismiss the incident, Zhou Luo ultimately chose to inform Lin Qinghan of the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing his account, a look of alarm overtook Lin Qinghan's exquisite features. You mean to say the assailant is the third young lady? Her tone was laced with disbelief. The Lin family had only one third young lady, Lin Xian, the scion of the main house. Aside from the main family's daughters, who were referred to by age, the collateral branches uniformly addressed each other as young masters and young ladies. Unlike collateral members like Lin Qinghan, The daughters of the main house were not burdened with the need to sacrifice themselves for progeny. They could choose their own spouses and were entitled to enter the realm of immortals for training. Their prowess and social standing eclipsed that of Lin Qinghan. Consequently, Lin Qinghan felt a twinge of panic, fearing that this might provoke displeasure from the main house. As for her original intent to defend Zhou Luo, it was evidently no longer feasible. Fortunately, according to Zhou Luo, the assailant had made no further threats, which eased her anxiety. Do take care in the future, Lin Qinghan advised earnestly. I understand, Zhou Luo nodded. He had resolved that henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, he would not venture beyond the confines of this courtyard. Who could predict what formidable entities awaited him outside? He would rather focus on his own cultivation in solitude. Lin Qinghan's face briefly reflected guilt as she remarked, "This ordeal has caused you distress. It's nothing. I am merely a son-in-law, unworthy of causing conflict with the main house on my behalf," Zhou Luo replied with nonchalance. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. With a system in place, there will inevitably come a day when he will shed his current identity as a mere ant. As for now, Zhou Luo gazed intently at Lin Qinghan beside him, his right hand gently resting upon her fair, delicate arm, gradually wandering upwards. Lin Qinghan shivered slightly, seemingly recalling something, and her ears instantly flushed crimson. "Qinghan, shall we go to the room?" Zhou Luo's gaze softened as he regarded her, his rich voice wafting through the air like a gentle spring breeze. Lin Qinghan bit her lip, playfully reproaching him. "You're injured, yet you remain so frivolous." "Precisely because I am injured, I require comfort," Zhou Luo teased. "It's still early, I don't want to," Lin Qinghan mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, Zhou Luo suddenly took action, lifting her slender form effortlessly into his arms. "Is that so?" He smirked, striding purposefully towards the room. He was acutely aware that if Lin Qinghan genuinely wished to refuse, as a cultivator, she would not allow herself to be so easily carried away. Lin Qinghan lowered her head, remaining silent. Once the boundaries of intimacy had been crossed, it was as if a new world had been unveiled, revealing an exquisite taste of experience. Though she was but a novice, the resilience of cultivators allowed them to withstand greater trials and tribulations. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Zhou Luo once again contributed to the grand design of procreation. He shifted slightly, his gaze falling upon Lin Qinghan, who lay serenely on the bed, her visage as translucent and exquisite as white jade. Her silky black hair cascaded haphazardly beside her pillow, her beautiful eyes gently closed, breathing evenly, resembling a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Zhou Luo found himself momentarily entranced, a proud smile gracing his lips. It must be said that Lin Qinghan was the most stunning woman he had encountered across 2 lifetimes. Her beauty, akin to a pure lotus, emanated an air of sanctity and was not to be sullied. Had it been in his previous life, Zhou Luo might have never had the fortune of marrying such an ethereal beauty. The ruthless realm of cultivation, governed by strength, bore its own advantages. At least, one could acquire a spouse. Lost in thought, he boldly extended his right hand, gently caressing Lin Qinghan's face, leaning down to bestow a tender kiss upon her forehead before carefully rising from the bed. Whether it was the acquisition of cultivation techniques or the events of the day, Zhou Luo felt no fatigue. He decided to rise and head to the practice room, intending to follow the elder's guidance and attempt to cultivate. In the practice room, he settled onto a cushion and retrieved the cultivation method provided by the Lin family. With the elder's prior teachings, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The first step of cultivation was to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. For Zhou Luo, who possessed a spiritual root, this was not a daunting task. With a clear mind, he quickly perceived the wisps of spiritual energy surrounding him. The next step involved drawing the energy into his body. As he activated the technique, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began to converge around him, and Zhou Luo endeavored to guide that energy into his being. During this period, one must exercise utmost caution and diligence. A momentary lapse in focus may lead to a complete failure of one's efforts. As the strands of spiritual energy enter the body, they begin to traverse the meridians throughout. This process unfolds at a sluggish pace, often resulting in only a single thread of energy remaining in the elixir field after its journey through the body. While the energy flows, it simultaneously refines the physical form. expelling impurities within. This is the essence of marrow cleansing and bone tempering. Generally, individuals with superior spiritual roots absorb energy at a swifter rate. For instance, someone like Zhou Luo, possessing a ninth-grade spiritual root, finds that each inhalation of energy becomes exceedingly limited, resulting in a scarce amount remaining in the elixir field. However, he remains unperturbed. As long as he can procreate, time will never elude him. Even if he can only acquire a modicum of spiritual energy each time, given sufficient time, he believes he will ultimately achieve greatness. After successfully leaving a strand of energy in the elixir field, Zhou Luo felt invigorated and resolutely continued the previous actions, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into himself to shape his being. This cycle persisted without a hint of fatigue. The only lamentation was that the training room was not situated atop a spiritual vein. Otherwise, the absorption rate would have been accelerated. According to the Lin family's tradition, the birth of a child permits one to cultivate in a spiritual vein for a month. He pondered when he would finally have a child. Just then, a sudden, melodious chime resonated in his mind, followed by a mechanical announcement. Congratulations to the host for tirelessly persevering, successfully enabling the partner to conceive, and obtaining a chance for a lottery draw. Chapter 6. The making of the Poison King. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by ecstatic joy. Am I to become a father? Though he had anticipated this moment, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. For a brief moment, Zhou Luo found himself at a loss. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and fervently murmured to himself, I shall draw a prize. In the next instant, a white lottery wheel materialized before his eyes. The wheel was divided into 7 sections: techniques, methods, spiritual artifacts, spirit beasts, magical tools, elixirs, and others. To its credit, it spared him the disheartening phrase of gratitude for participation. Zhou Luo's heart swelled with joy as he promptly initiated the lottery. With a slight shift of his mind, a golden light orb suddenly emerged from one of the sections of the white wheel, and in the following moment, it began to whirl frantically within the 7 segments. A wave of tension washed over Zhou Luo. While he was certain he would receive a reward, the nature of that reward remained uncertain. The troublesome system, which he had often encountered in novels during his past life. 10 seconds later, the orb gradually slowed, and Zhou Luo fixed his gaze upon the golden light until it finally came to a complete halt. Ding! The words techniques shone vividly within the golden glow. Before Zhou Luo could fully process this, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have acquired first-level poison crafting technique. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check it promptly. As the white wheel dissipated into the void, Zhou Luo's mind shifted. He soon beheld a grid-like backpack interface. In the first column, an icon resembling a skull prominently displayed itself. The moment Zhou Luo glanced at it, information regarding the icon appeared before him. First-level poison crafting technique. Upon use, grants immediate comprehension of the fully leveled first-level poison crafting technique, along with a corresponding compendium of poisons. Poison crafting? Zhou Luo's expression tightened, revealing a complex array of emotions. As expected, the troublesome system, though tardy, had delivered. This poison crafting skill, while not entirely useless at his current stage, could hardly be deemed beneficial. Was it meant for him to poison the entire Lin family? If it were second tier or above, it might have been more feasible. At this level, it could at best eliminate practitioners at the Qi refinement stage. Should the scheme be discovered, he would likely be swiftly dealt with by the Lin family's foundation ancestor. Moreover, poisons, being detrimental to others without any self-benefit, lacked favor in other skills, and if uncovered, he could easily be branded as a sinister cultivator. For Zhou Luo, who merely wished to survive quietly, this was akin to a scalding hot potato. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that something is better than nothing, he resolved to utilize this skill. At the very least, it would provide him with a means of self-preservation and guard against others attempting to poison him. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to employ the technique. Soon, the icon in the backpack began to fade, and a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. Information pertaining to poison crafting techniques and first-level poisons. Titles such as How the Poison King is Forged, the poisons we practiced together in those years, and 1001 Ways to Kill with Poison left Zhou Luo's scalp tingling. A thought crossed his mind. Would he truly tread the path of malevolent cultivation? However, he quickly regained his composure. The art of poison making was merely a tool. The essence lay within oneself. As long as he remained steadfast in his principles, he would undoubtedly avoid straying from the righteous path. With this realization, the weight on his heart dissipated. As a plethora of knowledge regarding poison crafting surfaced, Zhou Luo was suddenly seized by an impulse to experiment with it. Yet, the gravity of the matter weighed heavily on him. Crafting poison was not akin to cultivation, requiring an array of tools that could easily draw attention. Moreover, many toxic ingredients were strictly regulated. A moment's negligence could certainly attract the Lin family's scrutiny. If discovered, his life would be in jeopardy. Nonetheless, he could not let this golden opportunity pass untested. Resolutely, Zhou Luo abandoned his cultivation pursuits and began contemplating a feasible plan. Lost in thought, he soon realized night had fallen. A series of knocks echoed from outside. It was Xiaolan, Lin Xinghan's maid. Zhou Luo opened the door, and the young girl lowered her head respectfully, saying, "Young master, the young lady requests your presence for dinner." It seemed that, due to Lin Xinghan, her attitude towards him had shifted. Understood, Zhou Luo replied with a nod. Shortly after, he arrived at the dining hall. Inside, a grand round table was set, and Lin Xinghan, adorned in a flowing white dress, sat gracefully, her expression serene and composed, exuding an aura of tranquility. Once Zhou Luo took a seat beside her, her beautiful eyes flickered momentarily as she inquired in a calm voice, "How is your cultivation progressing?" "Just at the beginning," Zhou Luo responded, though his gaze was fixed upon the table. Although only the two of them were dining, the meal was lavish, featuring an array of spirit-infused vegetables and rice, even including meat from magical beasts, all looking delectable. Furthermore, these dishes would greatly benefit their cultivation. Such was the difference of a wealthy household. "Well then, let us eat," Lin Xinghan said, refraining from further inquiries as she picked up her chopsticks to serve herself. "Wait a moment," Zhou Luo suddenly called out. Lin Xinghan's right hand paused midair, her brow slightly furrowing. "This meat is too fatty. It is not good for your health," Zhou Luo remarked, deftly placing a piece of spiritual chicken into her bowl. "Eat this, it is nutritious." Before Lin Xinghan could respond, he continued to add more dishes, saying, "And this, and that, these are all nourishing foods." Before long, her small bowl was piled high. She turned to look at Zhou Luo's serious demeanor, feeling somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Zhou Luo thoughtfully poured her a bowl of chicken soup, saying, "This is a bit hot. Be careful." Lin Xinghan's beautiful eyes flickered. She mused to herself, "Am I a practitioner in the qi refining stage, afraid of heat? What exactly is he up to?" What Lin Xinghan was unaware of was that Zhou Luo's concerns for her health stemmed purely from genuine care. After all, through the system, he had already learned of Lin Xinghan's pregnancy. Although he had been thrust into the role of a father unwillingly, Zhou Luo remained exceptionally cautious and attentive. "Is something troubling you?" Lin Xinghan finally inquired after dinner, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Oh, nothing at all. I am merely concerned about your well-being," Zhou Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Xinghan's expression shifted slightly, her heart stirred, and her previously icy demeanor began to soften. "However, there is indeed something I wish to discuss with you," Zhou Luo suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Perhaps influenced by the earlier exchange, her tone had softened considerably. "I wish to practice alchemy," Zhou Luo said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. "Indeed," he continued, contemplating using alchemy as a guise for his toxic concoctions, as the tools required for both were largely similar, thus arousing no suspicion from others. "You want to practice alchemy?" Lin Xinghan exclaimed in surprise, her brow furrowing. "Do you realize the high threshold required for such an endeavor? Without guidance, it is akin to climbing a mountain. Skills are never a burden. Besides, I find myself with ample time, so I wish to give it a try." Zhou Luo presented his premeditated response. "Is it truly so simple as merely trying?" Lin Xinghan began to speak, but abruptly recalled something, her expression cooling. "No wonder you were so attentive earlier. It was all for this purpose." "Not at all. I genuinely worry about your health," Zhou Luo protested, feeling wronged. At that moment, while he had indeed been preoccupied with serving her, Lin Xinghan clearly had no desire to hear his explanation. She rose and walked toward the door, seemingly agitated. Zhou Luo felt helpless, questioning whether his concern had been misplaced. Alas, it seemed this approach was futile. He would have to devise another plan. Just as he pondered his next steps, the maid Xiaolan entered, placing a pale blue ancient tome before him. "The young lady instructed me to give you this," she announced. Upon seeing the title Fundamentals of Alchemy emblazoned on the cover, Zhou Luo's eyes brightened with excitement. "The young lady mentioned that the other tools will be prepared for you by tomorrow," Xiaolan added. A smile spread across Zhou Luo's face. It appeared that his wife, despite her sharp tongue, possessed a heart of gold. Chapter 7. The first poison refinement. Lin Xinghan's actions took Zhou Luo by surprise. That night, as he drifted into slumber, Zhou Luo leaned close to Lin Xinghan's ear and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Xinghan shivered at his words, remaining silent, yet turning to embrace him in response. Beneath the moonlight, Zhou Luo gazed upon the beauty in his arms, pondering whether her recent conception would pose an issue. Thus, he leaned in closer. Early the next morning, Zhou Luo stepped out of the courtyard. With Lin Xinghan having promised to prepare the necessary tools for him, it was imperative that he procure some medicinal herbs as well. It wasn't long before he found himself before an impressive 5-story edifice bustling with activity. This was the Lin family's dedicated procurement venue, known as the Baohua Pavilion. Upon entering, Zhou Luo made his way directly to the 4th floor. This level housed but a single establishment, the Baikeatang, which specialized in the sale of medicinal herbs. Assessing the contents of his bag, Zhou Luo strode into the shop with a sense of confidence. Fortunately, his mother-in-law had previously provided him with some cultivation resources, granting him the courage to venture here. Otherwise, he would have faced an untimely demise akin to that of the previous emperor. The items within his bag served as currency in this realm, referred to as spirit stones, which were categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The exchange rate among these tiers was 100. The spirit stones Zhou Luo possessed were of the lower grade, commonly known as ordinary spirit stones, a prevalent form of currency. He also realized that 1 lower-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 units of currency from his past life. Once inside the shop, Zhou Luo, having a clear objective, began his selection process. His purchases were meticulously chosen, consisting solely of herbs beneficial to the body, ensuring that no one would suspect his intentions of poison refinement. After completing his selection, he placed all the herbs on the counter. Behind the counter stood an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair streaked with white. He examined the herbs before casting a glance at Zhou Luo, perplexed. "Are you planning to refine pills?" he inquired. "Just experimenting," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. The old man did not press further. After calculating the price, he instructed his assistant to package the herbs and hand them to Zhou Luo. After parting with 80 lower-grade spirit stones, Zhou Luo exited the shop. Once he had left, the old man murmured to himself, "A son-in-law wishes to refine pills? How intriguing." In truth, the moment Zhou Luo entered, the elder had discerned his identity, as the clientele on the 4th floor was predominantly familiar faces. This unfamiliar visage prompted the elder to recall the recent batch of son-in-laws the family had deceived. However, he was bewildered by the diverse range of herbs Zhou Luo had purchased, leaving even him, a seasoned alchemist, uncertain about the type of elixir Zhou Luo sought to concoct. Meanwhile, upon Zhou Luo's return, Lin Xinghan had arranged for a small room on the left side of the courtyard to be cleared and had prepared the necessary tools, including the furnace and cauldron for pill refinement. Upon entering the room, Zhou Luo discreetly placed a screen before the alchemical furnace, ensuring that, unless someone else entered, it would remain a mystery what he was engaged in. Although this modest courtyard was inhabited solely by him, Lin Xinghan, and the maid Xiaolan, it was prudent to take precautions. Once all preparations were complete, Zhou Luo stood before the furnace, brimming with excitement as he cast the necessary herbs into the cauldron. This time, he aimed to concoct a poison known as the Xieling Dan. Despite its imposing name, it was merely a potent laxative, capable of inducing relentless diarrhea within a minute of ingestion, even afflicting practitioners at the 5th level of qi cultivation. Alas, in a bid to remain inconspicuous, the herbs he procured could only yield this rudimentary poison. Moreover, due to an oversight, he was missing one ingredient, leaving Zhou Luo uncertain about the success of the concoction. As he added the herbs to the cauldron, he ignited the fire and focused intently on the furnace. When the time seemed right, he deftly manipulated the spiritual energy, utilizing the high temperature to decompose the herbs and seamlessly fuse them anew. This process was painstakingly slow and required utmost caution. Any misstep could compromise the poison's composition and efficacy. However, armed with comprehensive knowledge of first-tier poisons. This elementary concoction was effortlessly within Zhou Luo's grasp. Half an hour later, 3 crimson pills emerged from the furnace. Zhou Luo wiped the sweat from his brow and, filled with exhilaration, picked them up. The Xiaoling Dan was complete. With the poison successfully crafted, it was now time for experimentation. He had already set his sights on a target, heading straight to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his small chamber, satisfaction radiating from him. The experiment had succeeded. Although one ingredient was missing, the efficacy of the Xiaoling Dan remained unaffected, and it seemed to dissolve instantly upon contact with water. Regrettably, that meant no chicken soup for lunch today. In the days that followed, aside from his cultivation, Zhou Luo devoted himself to the art of poison crafting. Beyond the Xiaoling Dan, he concocted an array of peculiar poisons. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qinghan, noticing his diligent efforts, kindly sought out various alchemical texts for his study. A month swiftly passed. At last, Lin Qinghan's pregnancy was detected by her family. Upon receiving this news, Linda summoned Zhou Luo for an audience. Re-entering the grand hall after more than a month, Zhou Luo found Linda, who had previously worn a stern expression, now beaming with delight. "Please, have a seat." Once Zhou Luo was settled, Linda, in a jovial mood, remarked, "Excellent. I did not anticipate that you would so swiftly bring about Qinghan's pregnancy." In his lineage, he had only Lin Qinghan as a sole descendant. Although he had endeavored to sire more offspring, the challenges of conception had escalated with the elevation of his own cultivation level. After much effort with no results, hope had rested solely upon his only daughter. With Lin Qinghan's rapid pregnancy, Linda saw a glimmer of hope. It is worth noting that due to the scarcity of his lineage, he and his family have endured considerable oppression from the main household, even facing a continuous reduction in their cultivation resources. If his daughter could flourish and expand the family line, there might still be hope for his lineage to rise again. All thanks to the fortune bestowed by the Lin family. Zhou Luo humbly acknowledged this. Linda nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, my family has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. These are my personal gifts to you." With that, a servant presented the cultivation resources. Zhou Luo assessed the resources and estimated their worth to be at least 200 low-grade spirit stones. Such treatment would be unimaginable for an ordinary son-in-law. Zhou Luo increasingly recognized the truth in Su Chongxing's earlier words. Having a powerful backing makes all the difference. Subsequently, Linda offered a few more words of encouragement, essentially urging Zhou Luo to continue striving and not to disappoint his expectations. Overjoyed, Zhou Luo readily agreed and returned to his courtyard with the cultivation resources. Upon his arrival, Lin Fu, the steward, came bearing rewards from the family. Indeed, in addition to Linda's personal gifts, the family also grants corresponding rewards to these sons-in-law whenever a female family member becomes pregnant. However, what Zhou Luo was more concerned about was the opportunity to enter the spirit vein blessed land. In response, Lin Fu assured him that in 3 days, he would be able to join other sons-in-law in entering the sacred grounds for cultivation. Zhou Luo was filled with exhilaration. He had awaited this day for far too long. The 3 days swiftly passed, and on the day of departure, Zhou Luo donned a new outfit and, under Lin Qinghan's watchful gaze, left the courtyard. Chapter 8. Becoming a cultivator. The Lin family's spiritual vein, a blessed land, is situated near the core area and is composed of numerous edifices. Viewed from above, it resembles a bagua array. At the very center lies the location of the spiritual vein. To cultivate here for a single day equates to a year of ordinary practice. However, entry is strictly reserved for the main family members, with only a select few exceptionally talented individuals from the clan potentially qualifying for access. Naturally, individuals like Zhou Luo and the other consorts are unequivocally excluded. They are relegated to practicing in the outermost buildings. Although this location is far removed from the spiritual vein, the pace of cultivation is still markedly quicker than usual. Before long, Zhou Luo found himself standing before a structure named Kansas. To his surprise, he spotted 2 familiar faces, Su Chongxing and Zhang Dabin, who harbored animosity towards him. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Zhang Dabin's jovial demeanor faltered, and he unabashedly proclaimed, "Humph. It is a sheer waste for someone with the lowest tier spiritual root to train here. The opportunity should be given to someone more deserving." In the face of such derision, Zhou Luo merely smiled in silence, his gaze drifting to the burden Zhang Dabin carried on his back. The cultivation session at the spiritual vein was set to last a month, and it was evident that everyone had brought along their daily necessities, intending to stay for the duration. He pondered thoughtfully. Zhou Luo, long time no see, Su Changxing approached with a smile. Zhou Luo returned his gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed. It's been a while. Just as their greeting concluded, Lin Fu appeared amidst the gathering. With an indifferent expression, he surveyed the crowd and began to elucidate the rules of the place. In the spiritual veins blessed land, each area is predetermined, and no one is permitted to change locations arbitrarily. Lin Butler, what if both parties agree to exchange? Zhou Luo suddenly inquired from the crowd. Such a fool. Zhang Dabin scoffed internally, his face betraying a smirk. Clearly, everyone aspired to occupy a position closer to the center. Who would willingly relinquish a favorable spot? If they were in the same position, there would be no reason to exchange at all. In Zhang Dabin's eyes, Zhou Luo's question was indicative of a lack of common sense. Ahead, Lin Fu cast a glance at Zhou Luo and replied coldly, of course. Zhou Luo nodded slightly. Very well, this will allow our plans to proceed. Does anyone else have questions? Lin Fu inquired again. When no one spoke, he proceeded to announce the designated cultivation areas and rooms for the dozen or so individuals present. As expected, Zhou Luo and his companions, who had been placed in the premium category, received rooms closer to the center, while Zhang Dabin and his group were assigned to the outermost rooms. This naturally provoked their dissatisfaction, yet they were powerless to change their circumstances. Once the allocations were completed, the group entered the single-story building in an orderly fashion, traversing the array. As depicted in the diagram of the Bagua, the rooms of the building are arranged laterally, with a row of 10 training rooms separated by a corridor, extending inward toward the core area. Zhou Luo's training room is situated in the second row, fortuitously positioned directly behind Zhang Dabe. After surveying the rooms, he abruptly exited his door and made his way towards Zhang Dabe's chamber. At that moment, Zhang Dabe was retrieving his everyday items, startled by the sudden intrusion. What do you want? Upon realizing it was Zhou Luo, Zhang Dabe's expression darkened, suspecting that the latter had come to provoke him. Zhou Luo glanced around the room, his gaze lingering on a cup on the table for half a second, then smiled. I have been contemplating, and I believe you were correct. As he spoke, he subtly approached the table. What do you mean? Zhang Dabe furrowed his brow. You were right. It is a waste for me to cultivate with my 9th grade spiritual root here. How about this? I am willing to exchange rooms with you, provided you cease antagonizing me. Zhou Luo feigned submission. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dabe felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, he quickly reconsidered, feeling something was amiss. Why would I mock this guy, expecting him to want to swap rooms? He regarded Zhou Luo, who had leaned against the table, with suspicion, suddenly sneering. Huh? Are you trying to scheme against me? I assure you, I have no such intentions, Zhou Luo replied, raising his hands in an innocent gesture. Spare me the pretense. I won't fall for your tricks. Zhang Dabe replied with a self-assured demeanor, entirely unaware that as Zhou Luo made his gesture, he had discreetly tossed a small red pill into the cup. I speak the truth. Why else would I have inquired about an exchange with Butler Lin? Zhou Luo feigned seriousness. Humph, get out. I won't trade with you. Zhang Dabe responded, growing impatient and dismissing him. Suit yourself, Zhou Luo said, shaking his head slightly, feigning disappointment as he exited the room. Once Zhou Luo had left, Zhang Dabe revealed a smirk. Do you really think I'm foolish? That room undoubtedly harbors some trick. You won't outsmart me, he declared, striding to the table and taking a large gulp from the cup. Competing with me? You still have much to learn. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo returned to his training room with a smile. Initially, he had been pondering how to test the poison he had concocted on a human subject, but Zhang Dabe had conveniently appeared. Perfectly timed, he thought, now to see if this elixir works effectively on a living being. Regaining his focus, he approached the stone platform in his room, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. As he began, Zhou Luo suddenly realized that the rate of spiritual energy absorption here was at least 10 times faster than in the outside world. To cultivate for just one day here would equate to 10 days of effort elsewhere. And this was merely the second layer. He could scarcely fathom the speed in the innermost core area. No wonder everyone is eager to come to the sacred land of spirit veins for cultivation. The disparity between this realm and the outside world is simply astonishing. Unfortunately, there is only 1 month to spare. With no time to ponder, Zhou Luo swiftly focused his mind and commenced his training. In the blink of an eye, A month had passed. He had finally broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. In the training room, Zhou Luo, clad in a flowing white robe, suddenly opened his eyes, his clear gaze shimmering with a hint of joy. With the blessings of the sacred land, he had absorbed a sufficient amount of spiritual energy, completely shedding his identity as an ordinary person and becoming a cultivator. Although he was merely at the first layer of qi refinement, it invigorated Zhou Luo with ample motivation. With the system at his disposal and the promise of a prolonged lifespan, who knows how long it would take for him to become a true immortal? With this thought, Zhou Luo felt a surge of excitement. However, the mere contemplation of leaving this extraordinary cultivation haven cast a shadow over his expression. Upon returning to the outside world, he was uncertain when he would be able to advance further. He reluctantly rose, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the training room. As he passed by Zhang Dabin's room, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance inside. Yet, to his surprise, the fellow was absent, evidently having departed. He wondered about the effectiveness of the spirit-expelling pill and resolved to investigate thoroughly once he was outside. Chapter 9. Evil begets evil. Just as Zhou Luo was about to depart, he fortuitously encountered Su Chongxing. Since both of their residences were situated within the same vicinity, they decided to journey together. During their conversation, Zhou Luo learned that although Su Chongxing was also at the first layer of qi cultivation, he had already attained the great perfection stage. Each minor realm of cultivation is further divided into 4 substages: early, middle, late, and great perfection. Zhou Luo, having merely stepped into the first layer, remained in the early stage. Conversely, reaching the great perfection stage signifies that one is practically half a step into the next realm, and an advancement would not be far off. This revelation left Zhou Luo feeling a wave of envy. Indeed, the difference between a 7th grade spiritual root and a 9th grade spiritual root is conspicuous. He couldn't help but wish that Lin Qinghan would bear him a child endowed with a spiritual root. Perhaps, with the aid of the system, he could enhance his own spiritual root aptitude. After parting ways with Su Chongxing, Zhou Luo made his way back to his courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, he unexpectedly collided with a woman emerging from within. She donned a pink dress, radiant like the peach blossoms of spring. Her delicate and charming features were adorned with a sweet smile, and her crescent-shaped eyes sparked joy in the heart. Most striking were the dimples on her cheeks, adding a playful and sweet allure to her appearance. It seemed the woman was oblivious to Zhou Luo's presence, hastily approaching him as if about to collide once more. Having experienced a similar situation before, Zhou Luo reacted swiftly, sidestepping with agility. He had no desire for history to repeat itself. At that moment, the woman finally noticed him. Abruptly lifting her gaze and, after a brief pause, inquired curiously, "Are you Zhou Luo?" Her soft and gentle voice flowed like a breath of spring, soothing and melodious. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" Zhou Luo replied, his brow furrowed in confusion, wondering if she was a relative of Lin Qinghan. However, in the next instant, this enchanting beauty suddenly opened her arms and embraced him tightly, burying her head into his broad chest, exclaiming, "Husband, you have finally returned." "Husband?" Zhou Luo echoed in bewilderment, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, we shall henceforth be your wives." The woman raised her head, a smile illuminating her face as she fluttered her large eyes. Soon, through the words of this adorable girl named Lin Yi, Zhou Luo learned that Lin Qinghan had already conceived, and Linda, in his eagerness to expand the family, had arranged for him to take in all 3 of Lin Qinghan's cousins. Yes, 3. Upon hearing that Linda had assigned him 3 women, Zhou Luo was momentarily stunned. Was this an attempt to overwhelm him? However, as he pondered, a thought struck him. If he were to ensure that all 3 women became pregnant, he would not only gain 3 opportunities to draw from the lottery, but could also remain in the spiritual vein-blessed land for an additional 3 months. Was this not a warm gesture towards him? Suddenly, Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming impulse to take action with Lin Yi right then and there. Having absorbed this information, he eagerly returned to the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he spotted another woman seated within. She possessed a face as exquisite as that of a figure in a painting, delicate as a chrysanthemum, and captivatingly beautiful. Although her attire was somewhat conservative, her demeanor exuded an air of refined modesty. Upon first laying eyes on Zhou Luo, a gentle blush swept across her fair complexion, reminiscent of a blossoming peach flower, evoking a sense of endearment. "Sister, my husband has returned," Lin Yi exclaimed joyfully, clutching Zhou Luo's right arm. Indeed, came the soft reply. Has my husband returned? At that moment, a delightful feminine voice echoed through the room. Zhou Luo followed the sound and was met with the sight of a stunning woman clad in a long, azure dress, her features as picturesque as a painting. Her fair visage radiated with the luminous glow of the moon, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the stars, imparting an elegant and unique aura. Zhou Luo's heart trembled. He had not anticipated that the women sent by his father-in-law would possess such beauty, rivaling even Lin Qinghan's. Through brief conversation, Zhou Luo learned the names of the other two women. The reserved beauty was named Lin Feiying, the eldest among the three, while the pure and innocent-looking maiden was Lin Zier. The presence of three such breathtaking women left Zhou Luo with a grin that could hardly be contained. By the way, where's Qinghan? Zhou Luo suddenly inquired. Qinghan is in her room, Lin Zier replied. Is she practicing? Zhou Luo asked, puzzled. I don't know. She hasn't come out for several days, and we haven't dared to ask, Lin Yi whispered. Despite their familial ties as cousins, Lin Qinghan had been quite indifferent towards them lately, rendering them hesitant to speak up. I'll go take a look, Zhou Luo said as he rose to head towards her room. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted Lin Qinghan seated at the table. She instinctively rested her right hand on her abdomen, her expression still cool and distant. You're back? She asked, her tone merely a faint acknowledgement of his presence. Yes. Zhou Luo nodded, taking a seat beside her. Curiously, he inquired, I heard you haven't left your room for several days. What is the matter? It's nothing, Lin Qinghan replied. Since she offered no further explanation, Zhou Luo refrained from pressing the issue, simply stating, during my recent cultivation, I've encountered some perplexities. Could you assist me in resolving them? Although he had broken through to the first layer of qi training, he still faced numerous challenges in his practice and hoped to gain insights from Lin Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan glanced at him and abruptly remarked, as a son-in-law, you should focus on having children rather than fixating on cultivation. Huh. Zhou Luo was taken aback, recalling that she had once said he could consult her regarding any issues he faced in his training. Why was she now expressing such sentiments? He shrugged, pondering the complexities of a woman's heart, a riddle he could not decipher. At that moment, Lin Qinghan unexpectedly stood up. He assumed she intended to leave, but to his surprise, she walked over to the nearby bookshelf, retrieved a light blue notebook, and tossed it onto the table before him. One must resolve their own affairs. Lin Qinghan stated this and departed the room with an air of finality. Zhou Luo opened his notebook, only to discover it contained Lin Qinghan's daily cultivation notes. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he reflected on her earlier words. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Zhou Luo's mind. Could it be that this woman was feeling jealous? In the days that followed, with the aid of Lin Qinghan's cultivation notes, he found answers to many of his dilemmas, facilitating a smoother path in his practice. Moreover, he remained steadfast in his mission, sharing the same bed with the three women nearly every night. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to physical constitution, none showed any signs of conception after several days. As time passed, Lin Qinghan gradually accepted the presence of the three women. Although she remained somewhat aloof, she began to engage in conversations with them, sharing insights on their cultivation experiences. One day, Su Changxing unexpectedly came to visit. Brother Su, I did not anticipate your personal arrival. Zhou Luo welcomed him warmly. Upon seeing the three extraordinary beauties in the courtyard, Su Changxing jested. Indeed, Brother Zhou is truly fortunate. Oh, not at all, Zhou Luo replied modestly. Su Changxing's visit was merely a customary one. However, it provided Zhou Luo with the latest updates on his experimental subject. It turned out that after Zhang Dabin mistakenly ingested the Lixian pill, he soon required treatment due to relentless diarrhea. Although he was cured, he subsequently discovered, to his dismay, that he had become impotent. Naturally, this news reached the Lin family swiftly. Upon learning that further treatment would incur even greater expenses, the Lin family decisively stripped him of his status as a son-in-law, relegating him to labor in the mines. Zhou Luo was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the absence of a single ingredient would not only leave the Lixian pill's efficacy unchanged, but also introduce an unforeseen side effect. The thought of Zhang Dabin potentially facing a lifetime of impotence nearly made Zhou Luo burst into laughter. This was indeed poetic justice. Brother Zhou is truly ruthless in his dealings, Su Changxing remarked sagely after sharing the news, clearly suspecting Zhou Luo's involvement. Brother Su, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Zhou Luo hastily denied. Su Changxing merely smiled in silence. That evening, in high spirits, Zhou Luo indulged in a moment of intimacy. Just as he concluded, the system notification chimed at last. Congratulations to the host for their relentless efforts in successfully enabling their partner to conceive, granting one lottery opportunity. Chapter 10. The unintentional revelation of alchemical talent. Though the hints of conception arrived belatedly, Zhou Luo was filled with elation. He could scarcely contain his excitement as he focused his mind and activated the lottery feature. As anticipated, the familiar white wheel with 7 segments materialized in the void. His heart weighed heavily with anticipation as he hesitated to commence. He silently wished that this time fortune would not betray him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally confirmed the start. The golden orb spun rapidly among the 7 segments, causing Zhou Luo's heart to leap into his throat. After several seconds, the golden light began to decelerate and ultimately came to rest once again in the skill segment. Another one? Zhou Luo was taken aback. Soon after, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have acquired first-tier alchemical skill. The reward has been automatically deposited into your inventory. Please check it. Alchemical skill? Zhou Luo was utterly astonished, his heart racing as he gazed at the pill icon in his inventory. First-tier alchemical skill, upon use. You will directly comprehend the full mastery of first-tier alchemical techniques and the corresponding compendium of elixirs. Overjoyed by the information, Zhou Luo could hardly believe his fortune. Indeed, it was alchemy, devoid of any deceitful tricks. In that instant, he felt a profound sense of reward after hardship. Unlike the art of poison crafting, alchemical skill was among the most coveted techniques in the cultivation of myriad arts. It was ranked alongside formations, weapon forging, and talisman creation as one of the 4 supreme skills. Mastery of even one of these arts could lead to boundless prospects, garnering the favor and admiration of various noble families and sections. Though it was merely a first-tier alchemical skill, if the Lin family were to learn of it, he would likely become an esteemed guest in no time. The most crucial aspect was that he had previously feigned interest in alchemy to conceal his poison crafting endeavors. Now that he had genuinely mastered the art of alchemy, he would no longer need to use it as a pretext for clandestine activities. He could easily explain his newfound expertise in alchemy. However, he realized that he could not yet publicly display his first-tier alchemical proficiency. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion within his family and invite trouble. Calming his excitement, Zhou Luo resolved to procure a batch of medicinal herbs the following day, beginning with the creation of basic elixirs and progressing gradually thereafter. The next morning, Zhou Luo made his way directly to the General Goods Pavilion. Ascending to the 4th floor of the herbal hall, Zhou Luo, back to buy herbs again. The elderly attendant at the counter greeted him. Out of curiosity towards this son-in-law, after Zhou Luo's consecutive purchases of herbs, the old man unexpectedly struck up a conversation with him. As their dialogue unfolded, coupled with Zhou Luo's respectful demeanor, the two grew quite familiar. Indeed, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo responded. Through their conversation, Zhou Luo learned that the elder was named Lin Jishou, who had managed the herbal hall for over a century, sharing the same generation as the head of the Lin family. Naturally, Zhou Luo would not let the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with such a seasoned individual slip by. You young fellow, meddling with this daily is simply a waste, Lin Jishou remarked, shaking his head. He had already learned about Zhou Luo's solitary alchemical endeavors, and couldn't help but find it somewhat absurd. How could one possibly master such a challenging and talent-requiring art alone? If it were truly that simple, wouldn't alchemists be as common as dirt? In the eyes of Lin Jishou, an esteemed alchemist, Zhou Luo's actions were nothing short of a waste of precious materials. Thus, every time Zhou Luo came to procure supplies, Lin Jishou would express his frustration with a remark laden with disappointment. Effort yields reward, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. You stubborn lad. Why not focus on your cultivation with those resources instead? Lin Jishou scoffed. Zhou Luo refrained from further explanation and placed the selected herbs on the counter. Lin Jishou began sorting and recording them with practiced ease. Suddenly, he paused, gazing at the assortment before him, and let out a perplexed sound. He casually fiddled with the herbs and, with a look of surprise, turned to Zhou Luo. Have you truly made some progress in alchemy? As an experienced alchemist, Lin Jishou instantly recognized that the materials Zhou Luo had chosen were indeed those required for crafting the introductory pill, the pill of abstinence. Previously, Zhou Luo's selections had been a hodgepodge of various ingredients, so this focused choice piqued Lin Jishou's curiosity. Zhou Luo chose not to conceal the truth. Uncle Shou, I have indeed gained some insights lately. He understood well that the formidable art of alchemy was distinct from the craft of poison-making, which often necessitated secrecy. Therefore, he intended to let the Lin family know of his potential. Once they realized he possessed the aptitude to become an alchemist, they would likely choose to nurture his talent. Even if they opted not to, his standing would surely improve, as the gift for alchemy could be hereditary. At that moment, Lin Jishou was an ideal candidate for this revelation. He needed only to share a few details. Sure enough, upon receiving a positive affirmation, Lin Jishou sprang up from his chair, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Luo. You're not deceiving me, are you? Uncle Shou, I can't be certain of my success. I must return home to give it a try, Zhou Luo replied playfully. Indeed, you should hurry home and experiment. If you truly manage to concoct the pill of abstinence, you must inform me immediately, Lin Jishou insisted earnestly. Certainly, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo nodded with a smile. Departing the shop with his materials, behind the counter, a young man observed Zhou Luo's retreating figure, a look of disdain crossing his face. Grandpa Shou, can a mere son-in-law really achieve self-taught success in alchemy? The young man questioned skeptically. Lin Jishou did not respond to him, but instead studied the list of herbs Zhou Luo had just purchased, murmuring to himself, in such matters, failure is the norm. Success would indeed be a cause for suspicion. I am certain he will not succeed in alchemy. The young man, filled with confidence, affirmed, I am convinced he will fail. Lin Jishou remained silent. The truth would reveal itself soon enough. As dusk approached and Baichao Hall prepared to close, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Lin Jishou focused his gaze and was astonished to find it was Zhou Luo. Uncle Shou, it seems I have succeeded, Zhou Luo exclaimed joyfully as he rushed in. His excitement palpable. Have you truly concocted the fasting elixir? Lin Jishou gasped, his astonishment evident. Zhou Luo promptly produced a small wooden box, and upon opening it, a striking crimson pill was revealed within. Lin Jishou swiftly seized it, scrutinizing it closely. There seemed to be some imperfections, he remarked instinctively. Indeed, the fasting elixir bore its flaws. Zhou Luo had invested considerable effort to achieve these imperfections. After all, having mastered only the basics of alchemy, creating a novice-level elixir with such defects was no small feat yet. This very imperfection rendered it more credible. While Lin Jishou verbally acknowledged the flaws, internally, he was astounded. He had not anticipated that Zhou Luo, this son-in-law, had genuinely taught himself and produced an elixir. Although it was merely a beginner's creation and not of superior quality, accomplishing this independently was already remarkable. As an alchemist, Lin Jishou keenly recognized the latent talent for alchemy within Zhou Luo. If nurtured, it was possible that the family could gain another alchemist. Upon this realization, his gaze towards Zhou Luo grew fervent. Allow me to take this elixir, rest assured. I shall compensate you at the price of a superior fasting elixir, Lin Jishou stated earnestly. Do not worry, Uncle Shou. Consider it my contribution to the family. Zhou Luo replied, feigning generosity. Good lad, Lin Jishou said with satisfaction, then turned to the young man who stood in a daze beside him. Xiaonian, prepare spirit stones for Zhou Luo. Chapter 11. The family's attitude. The market price of the fasting pill is not particularly high, especially since it is a flawed elixir. However, Lin Jishou is willing to purchase it at a premium price. This demonstrates his appreciation for Zhou Luo's earlier remarks, which is precisely the objective Zhou Luo aimed to achieve. The transaction is swiftly concluded, and Lin Jishou earnestly advises, upon your return, practice diligently and strive for further advancement. Rest assured, Uncle Shou, I will not disappoint the family's expectations, Zhou Luo assures with a pat on his chest. You may go now, Lin Jishou gestures dismissively. Zhou Luo nods and departs. Once he leaves, Lin Yan, who had been in a state of shock, exclaims, How extraordinary, Grandpa Shou. How did this fellow manage to do it? Lin Jishou squints, his expression turning serious as he replies, Ah, little Nian, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Lin Yan is one of his many descendants, brought close due to his talent for alchemy. Nearly a decade has passed, yet he still can only concoct rudimentary pills. In stark contrast to Zhou Luo, He feels a sense of indignation. But he is merely a live-in son-in-law, possessing only a ninth-grade spiritual root. In Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Luo, lacking status, is hardly distinguishable from a servant. Lin Jishou possesses a broader perspective. He thoughtfully remarks, what of being a son-in-law? If he can bring benefits to the family, even those of lower status will receive considerable support. Grandpa Shou, are you suggesting the family intends to nurture him? Lin Yan gazes incredulously at the elder. This is not a decision for me to make, Lin Jishou replies slowly. Nevertheless, he resolves to personally visit the main family. The Lin family estate is sprawling, with the core area designated for the main household, where entry is forbidden without permission. However, due to his esteemed status, Lin Jishou faces no hindrance. He strides swiftly to a courtyard located to the east of the core area. The courtyard, modest in size and square in shape, radiates a soft spiritual aura, with several guards in protective attire stationed nearby. This is the residence of Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family. Upon seeing Lin Jishou, the guards do not obstruct him, allowing him entry. Jishou, what brings you here today? An elderly man seated on a stone bench greets him, tall and imposing. His countenance reflects the passage of time, while his eyes reveal both wisdom and depth. Though clad in simple robes, his demeanor exudes dignity and nobility. He is Lin Tianxiong, the current family head. Beside him stands a tall, graceful woman, her beauty striking. If Zhou Luo were present, he would certainly recognize her as Lin Xian, the third young mistress from that day. Lin Jishou bows respectfully and places the fasting pill on the stone table before him. Lin Tianxiong, holding a white jade cup, glances at it with curiosity and inquires, could it be that the family has produced another descendant with talent for alchemy? Lin Jishou spoke respectfully. The master has guessed correctly. However, the individual in question is not a member of the family, but rather a son-in-law. Oh, Lin Tianxiong responded with a hint of confusion, setting down his cup and picking up the elusive pill of abstinence, scrutinizing it closely. A mere son-in-law possesses such talent? Soon, Lin Jishou relayed the entire sequence of events to him. After hearing the account, a look of astonishment flickered across Lin Tianxiong's aged visage. I never imagined that a humble son-in-law could achieve self-taught success. Indeed, Master, Lin Jishou affirmed earnestly, I believe he holds significant potential for development. As a fellow alchemist, he was acutely aware of the talent that Zhou Luo had exhibited. However, before Lin Tianxiong could respond, Lin Xian, who was nearby, interjected with a furrowed brow, Grandfather Shou. It is merely a pill of abstinence. It hardly warrants the family investing resources in a son-in-law. In her perspective, the ability to concoct such a pill was unremarkable, as she too could produce them with ease. Third Miss, Zhou Luo. Lin Jishou attempted to express further thoughts, but Lin Xian interrupted him directly. Grandfather Shou, you are well aware of the family's circumstances over the years. I believe it would be unwise to expend resources on nurturing a novice alchemist, especially considering he is a son-in-law. At this, she made a pointed remark. Moreover, he is indeed a son-in-law. Lin Jishou, understanding the hint, refrained from further comment. Lin Tianxiong slightly nodded. Xian is correct. We should observe him for a while longer, at least to gauge his loyalty to the family. I understand. Lin Jishou nodded and took his leave. As he exited the courtyard, he gazed up at the azure sky, recognizing that the master's decision was understandable. Yet, reflecting on Zhou Luo's various displays, particularly his willingness to contribute the pill of abstinence for the family, led him to believe the young man was worthy of cultivation. Sighing, he resolved to assess Zhou Luo's alchemical skills. Meanwhile, back in the courtyard, Zhou Luo had immersed himself in the alchemical chamber once more. Before long, Lin Jishou arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, immediately drawing the attention of Lin Feiying and others. They exhibited signs of trepidation and hurriedly stepped out to welcome this esteemed figure. As a legitimate alchemist, Lin Jishou held a status within the family that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, naturally commanding great respect from the women present. Even the typically aloof Lin Qinghan rushed out to escort him to the main hall. I am merely here to see Zhou Luo. Where is he? Lin Jishou inquired. Returning to Grandfather Shou, he is currently in the alchemical chamber refining potions. I shall fetch him, Lin Qinghan replied respectfully. Upon hearing the mention of the alchemical chamber, Lin Jishou waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I shall go see him myself. With that, he exited the hall, guided by the women directly to the entrance of the alchemical chamber. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Zhou Luo diligently studying before the alchemical furnace. Zhou Luo, noticing him, brightened with joy. "Uncle Shou, what brings you here?" It appears that the family's regard for him is even more profound than he had anticipated. "I shall observe how you typically concoct your elixirs." Lin Jishou cast a glance around the room before approaching the alchemical furnace. The four women behind him obediently stood at the doorway, refraining from entering. "Shou Bo, I am merely experimenting," Zhou Luo replied, his demeanor somewhat bashful. Lin Jishou raised his chin slightly, signaling him to proceed with the alchemy. Zhou Luo refrained from further commentary, grasping the nearby herbs to commence the fabrication of the fasting pill. However, in an effort to conceal his proficiency, he deliberately rendered his technique somewhat juvenile and unrefined. This posed a considerable challenge to his acting skills. Fortunately, having anticipated such a scenario, Zhou Luo had engaged in extensive practice during the preceding period, thus revealing no discernible flaws. Before long, the first attempt concluded, and as expected, he met with failure. Lin Jishou made no further remarks, merely encouraging him to continue. Zhou Luo initiated the second round of alchemy, only to encounter failure once more. Lin Jishou remained composed, seemingly having foreseen this outcome. As the moment approached, during the third attempt, Zhou Luo finally succeeded in producing a fasting pill. With a countenance of delight, he presented the elixir to Lin Jishou. After a brief examination, Lin Jishou nodded slightly. "Not bad, there is improvement." The quality of this fasting pill was evidently superior to the previous one. The rapid progress made in such a short span further affirmed Lin Jishou's discerning judgment. "I owe much to the family's support," Zhou Luo humbly acknowledged. Lin Jishou regarded Zhou Luo's sincere expression, feeling a stirring within, and, with rare warmth, encouraged him. "It is commendable that you harbor such thoughts." After a moment, he unexpectedly added, "Do you aspire to be my apprentice?" Chapter 12. Becoming an apprentice. Lin Jishou's words left Zhou Luo utterly astounded. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he gazed at the elderly man before him, and then, with great excitement, he exclaimed, "Indeed, there is. To be an apprentice of Uncle Shou is a tremendous honor." Initially, he had assumed that after demonstrating his talent, his family would merely provide him with some resources for cultivation. Little did he expect that Lin Jishou, a first-tier alchemist, would offer him apprenticeship. Although he too was a first-tier alchemist, becoming an apprentice to such a distinguished figure would undoubtedly elevate his status and better prepare him for crafting first-tier elixirs in the future. This was a delightful surprise. "Tomorrow evening, after dinner, come to Shouchuan Garden," Lin Jishou instructed before turning and leaving the room. The others hurried to see him off. Once he departed, Lin Xinghan could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to Zhou Luo, asking, "What did Grandpa Shou want with you?" Lin Yi eagerly inquired, "Yes, my husband. Is it something good that such a prominent figure would come here?" Lin Feiying and Lin Zier looked at him with curious expressions. Zhou Luo then revealed his achievements in alchemy. "You truly succeeded in refining them?" Lin Xinghan's face registered a flicker of surprise, clearly taken aback. "You are amazing, my husband," Lin Yi said, gazing at him with admiration. Lin Feiying and Lin Zier remained silent, their eyes filled with tenderness as they looked at Zhou Luo. "It's merely luck," Zhou Luo humbly replied. Yet for the four women, it was far more than mere fortune. They were profoundly impressed by Zhou Luo's talent and were overjoyed at his recognition by the family. After all, Zhou Luo's elevation would inevitably enhance their own standings as well. That evening, Lin Xinghan prepared a lavish feast to reward Zhou Luo. Meanwhile, the other three women also showcased their culinary skills to bestow him with a well-deserved treat. Concurrently, other sons-in-law had heard of Lin Jishou's visit to Zhou Luo and his intention to take him on as an apprentice. Upon learning that Zhou Luo had quietly taught himself to become an alchemist, envy and jealousy ignited in their eyes. Though the family had not bestowed any tangible rewards upon him, merely being chosen as an apprentice by such a prominent figure was enough to leave these sons-in-law gnashing their teeth in frustration. Some even went to great lengths to purchase numerous alchemy books, determined to teach themselves and enact their own leap to success. The following morning, Su Chongxing paid another visit. His countenance still bore a warm smile as he entered and offered his congratulations. "It is merely luck," Zhou Luo replied modestly while seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. "I had sensed your extraordinary potential from the beginning," Su Chongxing remarked earnestly. He then subtly attempted to inquire about how Zhou Luo had managed to teach himself alchemy, hoping to uncover any secrets. However, Zhou Luo saw through this little ploy and answered in such a way that left Su Chongxing empty-handed. That evening, Zhou Luo arrived at Shouchuan Garden, where Lin Jishou resided. Filled with anticipation, there, he encountered the young man he had previously met at Baikiatang, Lin Yin. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Lin Yin's expression darkened slightly as he coldly remarked, "Grandfather Shou is waiting for you inside." Zhou Luo nodded and proceeded inward. However, as he passed by, he unexpectedly heard Lin Yin mutter, "Remember your current status. Dreaming of soaring high and transforming into a phoenix is futile." Zhou Luo paused momentarily, disregarding the comment, and continued on his way. Inside the alchemy room, Lin Jishou stood before the alchemical furnace, his demeanor tense and serious. Observing that Lin Jishou was engaged in alchemy, Zhou Luo wisely positioned himself nearby to watch silently. Lin Jishou was concocting a first-tier elixir known as the Shou Ling Dan. This elixir, once consumed, could prolong life and delay aging, ranking among the finest of first-tier elixirs. A first-tier alchemist is further classified into 4 subcategories: upper, middle, lower, and top. A lower-tier alchemist, often regarded as a novice, is a level that most promising practitioners can likely attain, merely a matter of time. This is why Lin Xian previously deemed Zhou Luo unworthy of cultivation. The intermediate tier is the most challenging to ascend. Only those at this level are recognized as true first-tier alchemists. Lin Jishou, being the only upper-tier alchemist in the Lin family, held a notably high status. Thus, becoming his apprentice is an exceedingly fortunate opportunity, not to mention the other sons-in-law. Even among the collateral branches of the Lin family, only Lin Yin possessed the qualifications for such an honor. Given the high caliber of the upper-tier elixir, even Lin Jishou had to approach the task with caution. However, Zhou Luo sensed that this attempt at alchemy was likely to fail. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a dull thud resonated from the furnace, followed by the original ingredients transforming into a charred mass, a pungent burnt odor permeating the air. The concoction had failed. Lin Jishou looked regretful but was not overly disheartened. After all, failures are commonplace with upper-tier elixirs. "You've arrived?" Lin Jishou noticed Zhou Luo and casually remarked as he moved to sit in a nearby chair. Zhou Luo, displaying keen insight, promptly poured him a cup of hot tea. A glimmer of approval flickered in Lin Jishou's eyes as he remarked, "From today onward, you shall come here every evening to assist." "Understood," Zhou Luo replied humbly. "If you have any questions, you may ask them now," Lin Jishou said, savoring his tea. Zhou Luo then produced the carefully prepared questions he had selected, covering nearly all challenges a newcomer might encounter. Lin Jishou patiently explained each one. Once their conversation reached a satisfactory conclusion, it was time for practical application. At that moment, Lin Yin also entered the room. Lin Jishou instructed both of them to attempt concocting a fasting elixir. Lin Yin was brimming with confidence, and in no time at all, he successfully crafted 4 pills. In contrast, although Zhou Luo succeeded, he managed to produce only 1. Lin Yin regarded this with disdain, oblivious to the fact that this was the culmination of nearly a decade of arduous practice on his part, while Zhou Luo had barely spent a year on his journey. Subsequently, Lin Jishou seized the opportunity to impart knowledge about alchemy to both of them. While this information held little significance for Zhou Luo, he nonetheless displayed a commendable seriousness, diligently taking notes. This instructional session persisted for several hours, during which Lin Jishou also demonstrated the crafting process of a first-tier mid-grade elixir. In the deep of night, Zhou Luo returned home, weary and exhausted. Lin Jishou's teachings felt like a torment for someone who was already a top-tier first-grade alchemist. Yet, in order to uphold the identity of an apprentice, he had to endure it. As soon as he lay down, Lin Yi nestled against him, her little head resting on his chest, flashing a sweet smile. "Husband, are you very tired?" Upon seeing her adorable and alluring face, Zhou Luo flipped over. "Tired? How could that be?" In the days that followed, Zhou Luo practiced during the day and apprenticed in Shouchuan Garden at night, all while striving diligently toward his aspirations of parenthood. His toil was more grueling than that of a typical 9-to-6 worker. However, diligence bore fruit, and through his unwavering efforts, the other 2 women also became pregnant. Chapter 13. 2 Draws. Congratulations to the host for diligently striving and successfully enabling their partner to conceive, thus earning a chance for a draw. On this day, Zhou Luo heard the long-awaited notification from the system. Filled with joy, he opened the lottery interface. The white lottery wheel hovered silently in the void, its 7 segments unchanged. By enabling 2 women to conceive simultaneously, he had garnered 2 chances to draw. Zhou Luo fixed his gaze intently on the wheel, hoping this time it might yield something of value. With contemplation, he initiated the first draw. The golden orb whirled rapidly across the wheel, passing over one segment after another. Ultimately, under Zhou Luo's watchful eyes, it came to a halt in a different sector. Congratulations to the host for receiving a charm enhancement. The reward has been automatically bestowed upon the host. What the? Zhou Luo could not help but exclaim in frustration. A charm enhancement? What kind of reward is that? He found it difficult to accept such an outcome. He never imagined that the lottery rewards from this system could be so lackluster. Although the art of poison crafting might not be in high demand, at least it had some utility. But what was a charm enhancement worth? Would it make him more handsome? As a son-in-law with 4 wives, what use did he have for charm? Zhou Luo felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, yet he found himself helpless. He gazed at his final chance to draw, internally praying, "Oh, system, please do not toy with me any further. Could you perhaps provide something of genuine worth? I toil day and night, diligently, and you cannot treat me this way." After a moment of grumbling, he initiated the second draw. The golden orb spun once more. This time, it seemed the system had heeded Zhou Luo's words, as the orb gradually slowed, landing squarely in the cultivation technique sector. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spirit gathering technique. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's inventory. Please check. Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. At last, the system had acted sensibly. He quickly glanced at his inventory, where a jade book icon had suddenly appeared. As he focused his mind, the spirit gathering technique manifested before him. Technique, spirit gathering technique. Grade, intermediate chi cultivation. Description, by practicing this technique, one can more rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while also filtering impurities to render the energy more refined. The succinct description left Zhou Luo with mixed emotions. He had expected to receive a top-tier technique, yet it turned out to be merely an auxiliary method to accelerate cultivation. Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to the charm enhancement. With this thought, a flicker of solace washed over his heart. He promptly utilized the technique. As the 2 draws concluded, Zhou Luo did not feel particularly elated. The rewards this time were undoubtedly inferior to the last. Next time, I must refresh myself before drawing again, he mused while seated on his meditation cushion. Soon after, he endeavored to practice this spirit-gathering technique. To his astonishment, the enhancement of this mid-tier cultivation method was remarkably evident. He could distinctly sense that the celestial energy he had just absorbed was double what he typically gathered, and its purity was unparalleled. Indeed, as a mid-tier technique, it far surpassed the inferior methods provided by his family. If he were to cultivate this technique in a spirit-vein-blessed land, the progress would likely accelerate even further. With this thought in mind, Zhou Luo felt a slight uplift in his spirits. As noon approached, Lin Feiying arrived at the door of the training room, gently knocking. "Husband, it's time for a meal." "Coming," Zhou Luo replied, rising to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Feiying's exquisitely perfect visage. She, in turn, noticed him as well. Their eyes met, and unexpectedly, Lin Feiying appeared momentarily stunned, her face blossoming with a visible flush the next second. "What is the matter?" Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled by her unusual demeanor. Although Lin Feiying was typically quite shy, having spent so much time together, it was curious that she blushed like a newlywed. Was she unwell? "It's nothing," Lin Feiying murmured, lowering her gaze before hastily departing. Zhou Luo found himself at a loss. In the dining room, Lin Xinghan occupied the seat of honor, flanked on her left by Lin Zier and Lin Yi. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feiying entered, her cheeks still tinged with red, and without a word, she sat down beside Lin Yi, her head bowed. "Sister, did your husband do something to you?" Lin Yi asked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Lin Feiying shivered slightly, shooting a glare at her. "What nonsense are you saying?" At that moment, Zhou Luo also appeared at the doorway. His entrance immediately captured the attention of the 3 women, and all 3 pairs of beautiful eyes turned toward him. The next instant, peculiar expressions adorned their faces. "Is there something on my face?" Zhou Luo wondered aloud, touching his cheek. Lin Yi cupped her face, beaming at him. "Husband, you look exceptionally handsome today." Lin Zier nodded in agreement. Only Lin Qinghan remained still, a flicker of anxiety betraying her inner turmoil. "Don't I look the same every day?" Zhou Luo muttered as he took a seat beside Lin Qinghan. Throughout, the three women's gazes had not wavered from him, as if they were admiring a masterpiece. What bewildered Zhou Luo even further was that during the meal, the four women frequently glanced at him, even eagerly serving dishes into his bowl with great attentiveness. While such behavior from the other three could be dismissed, the fact that Lin Qinghan, too, rarely served him a piece of meat was truly perplexing. What was going on? Zhou Luo felt somewhat dazed. However, gradually, based on Lin Yi's earlier comment, he began to piece together the puzzle. Could it be due to the enhancement of charm? Given the attitudes of these four women, it seemed entirely plausible. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo deliberately conducted a test and discovered that this indeed was the case. For instance, when he approached Lin Qinghan with inquiries regarding his cultivation, based on her usual demeanor, she would undoubtedly encourage him to seek his own understanding. However, today, to his astonishment, she actually took a seat and patiently provided him with answers. Similarly, the typically bashful Lin Feiying, who generally refrained from engaging in such activities with Zhou Luo during the day, unexpectedly did not decline today. What astonished him even more was when he visited Lin Jishou in the evening. The old man was evidently more amiable than usual, treating him with a demeanor that was entirely different from the previous days, particularly when Zhou Luo intentionally made a mistake. The old man refrained from scolding him and merely remarked, albeit with a hint of displeasure, "Do not be so careless next time." In that fleeting moment, Zhou Luo suddenly perceived that this charm enhancement was not as trivial as it seemed. At least in certain matters, it could indeed provide him with considerable convenience. Time swiftly passed, and half a month later, the three women, as expected, were detected to be with child by their families. Consequently, Linda even personally visited the courtyard. Chapter 14. The hostility of Lin Yin. The visit of Lind was somewhat unexpected for Zhou Luo. In the grand hall, Lind occupied the seat of honor, with the resources for cultivation he had brought placed beside him. This time, Zhou Luo did not remain standing. At his invitation, he took a seat at Lind's right side. "Indeed, you have not disappointed me," Lind remarked, his face alight with joy as he observed Zhou Luo. He had not anticipated that the other party would so swiftly lead to the pregnancy of the individuals he had arranged. It was worth noting that Lin Yi and her companions had been meticulously selected by him. Despite their humble origins within his lineage, they would undoubtedly prioritize the offspring of his daughter. Thus, even if the three women bore children, they would ultimately remain within his bloodline. One must admire Lin's dedication to the expansion of his lineage. Zhou Luo, in turn, had not let him down, which was why Lin had made the rare decision to visit in person. "I am grateful for the family's generosity," Zhou Luo humbly expressed. Lin nodded in satisfaction and, after exchanging a few encouraging pleasantries, revealed the second purpose of his visit. There was no rush regarding childbirth. It could be approached gradually, ensuring that cultivation would not be hindered. News of Zhou Luo's mastery in alchemy had reached Lin's ears. If the other truly could gain substantial support from the family through alchemy, Lin would certainly endorse it. Moreover, he had no immediate candidates for the protagonist and did not wish for the family to interfere, potentially diminishing his daughter's influence. Thus, he adopted a more favorable stance than before. Deep down, Zhou Luo desired to refuse. He would prefer the family to arrange more individuals, as this would grant him greater opportunities for rewards. However, such decisions were not his to make, so he did not decline. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin took his leave. Subsequently, the family's rewards followed suit. This time, the rewards were noticeably less generous. It was only natural, with so many sons-in-law. Providing substantial rewards for the birth of a single child would disrupt the family's routine distribution. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo was more concerned with the cultivation in the spiritual vein. By ensuring three women were simultaneously pregnant, he could remain within the sacred space for a full 3 months. Once Lin Fu informed him that he could proceed, he eagerly returned to the previous room to commence his cultivation. In the room, Zhou Luo seated himself on the mat and began to circulate the incantations of the gathering spirit technique. In an instant, a shimmer of spiritual light emanated from him, forming a faint barrier upon his skin, while the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge around him. The celestial energy penetrated the barrier, filtering through his skin and entering his body. With the aid of the technique, This purified spiritual energy continuously nourished him, ultimately settling within his qi after completing a full cycle. Days passed, and Zhou Luo diligently advanced his cultivation amidst the monotony of practice. Originally, he was merely at the initial stage of qi cultivation, but within the span of 3 months, aided by the spirit-gathering technique, he had ascended to the realm of great perfection, nearing the threshold of the second level. As the 3 months drew to a close, Zhou Luo departed from the spiritual vein blessed land. Upon returning home, his gaze immediately fell upon Lin Qinghan, who was visibly pregnant. Perhaps due to her impending motherhood, the chill in her demeanor had noticeably softened. This time around, Linda had arranged for him to have only one woman. Surprisingly, the chosen one was the maid, Xiaolan. As Lin Qinghan's personal attendant, Xiaolan was also a descendant of the family, yet due to the decline of her lineage, she was relegated to the status of a servant. Nevertheless, her beauty caught Linda's attention. Zhou Luo held no objections in this regard. That evening, Lin Lan sat anxiously on the bed, a myriad of complex emotions playing across her exquisite features as she reminisced about her first encounter with Zhou Luo. At that time, she had inadvertently glimpsed him in a state of undress, deeming him exceedingly rude. Little did she anticipate that she would eventually become his concubine. With a creak, the door swung open, and Zhou Luo entered the room, his eyes instantly drawn to the lovely figure on the bed. He intended to extinguish the candlelight without uttering a word, when suddenly, a figure stealthily slipped in from outside. Upon turning, he found Lin Yi curled up shyly. "What are you up to?" he asked, amused by her stealthy demeanor. Caught in the act, Lin Yi straightened up and earnestly replied, "Xiaolan lacks experience. I am here to teach her." Upon hearing this, Lin Lan's ears flushed crimson. Zhou Luo retorted with mild annoyance, "Am I not capable of teaching her myself? This is different. How about the 3 of us tonight?" Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with mischief. Zhou Luo immediately saw through her intentions, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her slightly rounded abdomen. "You haven't been back for 3 months, he remarked, as Lin Yi gazed at him innocently. "All right then," he conceded, exasperated. "Yay." Lin Yi's face lit up with joy. Thus, what should have been a night for him and Lin Lan transformed into an evening shared by 3. The following day, Zhou Luo abstained from cultivation and headed straight to Shouchuan Garden. In the alchemy room, Lin Jishou had been waiting for some time. Upon Zhou Luo's arrival, he remarked nonchalantly, "While cultivation is indeed important, we must not neglect alchemy." In his eyes, Zhou Luo, with his 9th grade spiritual root, would likely achieve little even with a lifetime of cultivation. It would be far more beneficial to devote himself entirely to alchemy. "Rest assured, Shoubo, I have also been researching medicinal pills during this time," Zhou Luo assured him. "Oh, let me see if you have made any progress," Lin Jishou replied, intrigued. He then called out, "Xiao Nian, bring the medicinal materials." "Right away, show Grandpa." Lin Yin nodded and approached the storage cabinet on the other side. Standing before it, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he surveyed the medicinal herbs, beginning to select them. Due to his status as a son-in-law, Lin Yin, a scion of the Lin family, always looked down upon his counterpart. His disdain only deepened upon learning that this son-in-law had somehow managed to become a disciple of old Master Shou. To him, a person like Zhou Luo was only worthy of bearing children for the Lin family. Now, the audacity to aspire for equality with him was nothing short of a profound insult. However, he was acutely aware of old Master Shou's admiration for Zhou Luo, which prevented him from overtly taking action against him. Yet, this did not imply that he was devoid of plans. The present moment was rife with opportunity. Just moments ago, old Master Shou had expressed dissatisfaction with this individual's progress over the past 3 months. If he were to fail in his alchemical endeavors again, it would undoubtedly incite old Master Shou's wrath. Once stripped of the old man's favor, Lin Yin had countless methods at his disposal to eliminate his rival. Contemplating this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Yin's eyes as he deliberately mixed some inferior herbs into those required for the concoction. He was convinced that if there were even the slightest flaw with these herbs, given that fellow's abilities, he would certainly fail in his alchemical attempts. Chapter 15. The first time as a father before long, Lin Yin presented the medicinal materials he had gathered. Upon receiving them, Zhou Luo immediately discerned the presence of inferior herbs among the collection. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yin, realizing the young man harbored ill intentions. Lin Yin, however, wore a congenial smile as he said, "Junior brother Zhou, please take this seriously and do not disappoint grandfather Zhou." "Rest assured, senior brother," Zhou Luo replied with a grin. "Accepting the materials. Let us begin." Lin Jishou sat composedly in his chair, calmly stating, "Commence." Zhou Luo meticulously sorted the herbs, deliberately including the inferior ones. Witnessing this, Lin Yan let out a cold chuckle. Should this fellow fail in his alchemical endeavor, he could easily whisper a few words to grandfather Zhou, ensuring that, if not expelled, Zhou Luo would undoubtedly lose the elder's trust. Once the materials were arranged, Zhou Luo steadied his breath and summoned the spiritual energy within him. As the energy circulated, a radiant aura enveloped him, and in the next moment, he directed a crimson beam into the alchemical furnace. The furnace roared to life, flames engulfing the herbs. With the aid of the blaze, the materials began to dissolve and melt, emitting a hissing sound of combustion. Zhou Luo unleashed another surge of spiritual power into the mixture. Under his command, the melted ingredients commenced their reformation and fusion. The process of fusion exemplifies the alchemist's mastery over the materials. Top-tier alchemists can seamlessly blend the herbs, fully harnessing their medicinal properties. For instance, if Lin Jishou were to concoct a pilgrimage pill, he would achieve a fusion rate of 95%. Conversely, a novice alchemist achieving a 70% fusion rate would already be considered quite successful. Should the fusion rate drop below 50%, failure in creating the pill is highly likely. The fusion rate is influenced not only by the alchemist's skill, but also by the quality of the materials used. Based on Zhou Luo's usual performance, he could attain a 60% fusion rate, but using inferior herbs would significantly diminish this figure. This was precisely why Lin Yan was confident Zhou Luo would falter. However, Zhou Luo remained unconcerned. As a first-tier top alchemist, he could achieve an 80% fusion rate even with substandard materials. Thus, under his formidable control, the herbs continued to merge and refine without any signs of failure. This development caused Lin Yan's brow to furrow. In his assessment, Zhou Luo's strength should have rendered fusion impossible. Yet, this individual appeared unaffected. Was he forcing the fusion? Contemplating this, Lin Yan's expression gradually relaxed. If he was indeed forcing the fusion, success would be unattainable. As time slowly passed, Lin Jishou sat as if in slumber, his eyes closed throughout the endeavor. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was already envisioning a promising future, while Zhou Luo seemed to be struggling somewhat. Indeed, it is a necessity not to shy away from the challenge. As a distinguished first-tier alchemist, the endeavor of concocting a mere entry-level elixir while feigning immense difficulty requires an extraordinary expenditure of mental fortitude. Under his masterful performance, the alchemical process gradually approached its final and most crucial stage, the formation of the elixir. This moment is often characterized by the highest failure rates, as it demands the total concentration of one's spirit to ensure the harmonious balance of each medicinal ingredient. Any misstep would inevitably lead to failure. A faint smile began to grace Lin Yan's lips, as though he could already envision the scene of the elixir's failure. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through his nostrils. Initially doubting his senses, Lin Yan's nostrils flared, and upon confirming the delightful scent, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed towards Zhou Luo. Beside him, Lin Jishou also opened his eyes, standing up from his chair and striding directly to the alchemical furnace. Within the furnace, accompanied by a wave of enchanting fragrance, 2 pills of fasting emerged at the bottom. Lin Jishou's spirit stirred as he swiftly caught the 2 elixirs in his palm. Upon careful examination, he found no imperfections, leaving him utterly astonished. Turning his gaze towards Zhou Luo, the admiration on his face was nearly overwhelming. "Excellent. Remarkably, you have managed to produce 2 pills of fasting in one go." This was largely thanks to his senior brother. Without his selection of the finest ingredients, such an achievement would have been unattainable. Zhou Luo then glanced at Lin Yan, who stood beside him, momentarily stunned. Lin Yan's body quivered, a look of surprise crossing his face. Had this young man truly discerned the truth? "You have truly exceeded my expectations. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a first-tier alchemist," Lin Jishou asserted with conviction. If, previously, he had merely seen the potential for Zhou Luo to ascend to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, witnessing his ability to produce 2 elixirs in such a short time solidified his belief in Zhou Luo's future success. It is worth noting that Lin Yin had once spent 3 arduous years to achieve the same feat. Lin Jishou resolved that once Zhou Luo could consistently produce 2 elixirs per batch, he must report this development to the clan leader. The distinction in treatment between an entry-level alchemist and a first-tier alchemist is indeed substantial. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo focused on mastering the art of producing 2 elixirs per batch. Naturally, this process was fraught with challenges, otherwise it would attract undue scrutiny. Soon, the day of Lin Qinghan's labor arrived. Outside the room, listening to Lin Qinghan's cries, Zhou Luo clenched and then relaxed his hands, his expression reflecting palpable tension. "My dear, Sister Qinghan will surely be fine," comforted Lin Feiying, who stood beside him, her own belly round with child. "I know. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with excitement," Zhou Luo replied candidly. In his 2 lifetimes, this was his first experience of impending fatherhood, and despite the circumstances, he felt an exhilarating thrill. He had waited a long time for this day. Even the name of the firstborn had been thoughtfully chosen. Suddenly, a clear and melodious cry of a newborn echoed, causing those outside the room to momentarily pause, their expressions filled with joy. It was at that very moment that a prompt resonated in Zhou Luo's ear. "Congratulations to the host on the birth of the first offspring, granting a 20-year lifespan enhancement. Due to this offspring possessing a 9th-grade spiritual root, the host receives 1 qualification point. Current qualification, 9th-grade spiritual root, 1/100. A series of notifications left Zhou Luo momentarily stunned. The mention of qualification points particularly exhilarated him. Indeed, if he could bear descendants endowed with spiritual roots, there was a possibility for the enhancement of his own. With no time to ponder further, he returned to reality, his gaze filled with concern as he watched the door to the room. The door swung open, revealing a woman whose face radiated delight as she cradled a tiny infant. Exclaiming loudly, "It's a boy?" Zhou Luo trembled with emotion, carefully receiving the baby. As he gazed upon the wrinkled, rosy little face, a radiant smile spread across his features. "From this day forth, I have my first child." Chapter 16. The Elixir Conference. The first-time father, Zhou Luo, was overwhelmed with emotion. Once he regained his composure, he promptly cradled the child and entered the room. Inside, Lin Qinghan, her complexion slightly pale, had her eyes tightly shut. It was only when he approached that she opened her beautiful eyes. It was a son, and he possessed a spiritual root. Zhou Luo gazed tenderly at her. And for the first time, Lin Qinghan revealed a rare smile, her voice weak as she said, "Let me take a look." Zhou Luo smiled as he placed the child beside her. Lin Qinghan turned slightly, gazing at the small infant who had yet to open his eyes, her expression gentle. "Have you thought of a name?" she softly inquired, stroking the baby's little head. "Let us call him Chang'an," Zhou Luo replied, revealing the name he had long prepared. He hoped his first son would lead a life of stability. "What a beautiful name," Lin Qinghan said, clearly fond of it, as she gently traced the bridge of the baby's nose. "From now on, you shall be called Chang'an." The infant opened his mouth slightly, as if in response, prompting Lin Qinghan to smile once more. Zhou Luo looked at the mother and child with adoration, feeling for the first time a sense of responsibility blossoming within him. In that moment, he fervently wished for greater strength, so that those dear to him could live safely and happily. Zhou Luo made a silent vow to diligently cultivate and protect each of his loved ones. The news of Lin Qinghan giving birth to a descendant with a spiritual root swiftly spread throughout the family. As one of the first to join the Lin family as a son-in-law, he was the only one to have a child with a spiritual root thus far. Naturally, this garnered significant attention from the family. To encourage the other son-in-laws, the main family even made an exception to bestow upon him a wealth of cultivation resources, inciting envy among the others. Among these resources, the most coveted was the qualification to enter the spirit vein blessed land. Typically, such rewards were only granted upon conception. Yet the family clearly aimed to promote the birth of more children with spiritual roots and thus established this new rule. Any son-in-law who produced a child with a spiritual root would be granted 3 months in the spirit vein blessed land for cultivation. This greatly motivated those eager to ascend the ranks among the son-in-laws. However, some felt that the family's arrangement was a means to bind them. Initially, the agreement was that producing 40 children with spiritual roots within 10 years would allow them to leave. The introduction of this reward seemed to delay their progress in having children. Without cultivation, They would lack status, and the potential quality of their offspring would diminish with cultivation. Their ability to have children would be hindered, and the higher their cultivation level, the lower the likelihood of viable offspring. Zhou Luo had also sensed this clearly. For example, after his previous encounter with Lin Lan, the likelihood of success had noticeably decreased. Of course, this was also due to his preoccupation with alchemy and cultivation. It was a seemingly unsolvable dilemma, unless one possessed extraordinary talent to balance both pursuits. Yet for Zhou Luo, these matters were merely trivial. As the number of children increases, so does one's lifespan, providing ample time for cultivation without the worry that procreation might hinder one's progress. A few days later, Zhou Luo returned to Shouchuan Hall for his customary instruction. I hear you have welcomed a descendant with spiritual roots into your family? Lin Jishou regarded him with a warm smile. Thanks to the family's generosity, Zhou Luo replied earnestly, having deduced that the family had refrained from vigorously nurturing him. A potential alchemist, due to a lack of trust. In Lin Jishou's presence, Zhou Luo consistently invoked the family's name. His intention was straightforward, to demonstrate his loyalty through Lin Jishou, thereby garnering greater benefits. Clearly, this tactic proved effective. Each time Lin Jishou heard Zhou Luo express such sentiments, his smile only broadened. It is commendable that you harbor such thoughts. Come, allow me to assess your current alchemical skills. Zhou Luo adeptly approached the alchemical furnace, where the materials had already been prepared. For the next 2 hours, his success rate in crafting elixirs reached an astounding 80%, with the probability of producing 2 pills in one batch soaring to 50%. This remarkable rate of progress left Lin Jishou greatly astonished. At this pace, within 3 years, Zhou Luo could ascend to an intermediate first-tier alchemist, a level of talent unmatched within the entire Lin family. Lin Jishou summoned Zhou Luo forward and said earnestly, "Your performance has greatly pleased me. I intend to take you to the Spirit Elixir Conference." The Spirit Elixir Conference? Uncle Shou, what is that? Zhou Luo had never encountered such a concept. This conference is a benefit provided by the Qingyuan sect, Lin Jishou explained slowly. It is said that the cultivation of immortality encompasses numerous arts. To expand its influence, the Qingyuan sect seeks to unearth promising young talents. Each year, under the guise of learning various arts, they encourage the Longxing families to host related gatherings to select capable individuals for admission into the sect. Among these gatherings, the events focused on the 4 great arts are particularly renowned. The Spirit Elixir Conference is one of them. Each year, the Qingyuan sect selects a handful of talented novice alchemists from the conference to join the sect for further study. Naturally, given the abundance of gifted youth in the realm of alchemy, the competition is fierce. Lin Jishou's intention in inviting Zhou Luo was not to secure him a place in the sect, but merely to expose him to the outside world. However, this statement resonated differently in Zhou Luo's ears. He pondered to himself, if he could showcase his skills at the Spirit Elixir Conference and gain admission to the Qingyuan sect, it would greatly enhance his cultivation and status. The pursuit of the immortality sects far surpassed that of the Longxing family. Although he might not become a disciple of the sect, the opportunity to learn at the Immortal Gate would be an immense stroke of fortune. In due time, you will also have the chance to observe the alchemical skills of your peers, Lin Jishou encouraged. Thank you, Uncle Shou. Zhou Luo feigned gratitude, subsequently revealing a look of distress. However, the contract stipulates that I am not permitted to leave. To prevent their escape, the family had specifically required this group of sons-in-law to sign a contract, which clearly stated their inability to depart from the Lin family. Rest assured, I shall report this to the family head, Lin Jishou replied without hesitation. Upon hearing such a response, Zhou Luo secretly rejoiced. It seemed that his efforts were finally yielding fruit. Being able to leave the Lin family represented a pivotal moment. Unfortunately, according to Lin Jishou, the upcoming Spiritual Elixir Conference would not take place for another 6 months. It would be beneficial to use this time to enhance his strength. Upon returning to the courtyard that evening, he first glanced at Lin Qinghan and Xiao Chang'an. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Luo chose to retreat to Lin Lan's room to avoid disturbing her. The following afternoon, a servant appeared at the door. The family head wishes to see me? Zhou Luo exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated Lin Jishou's efficiency. Yes, please follow me. The servant nodded in response. Chapter 17. Offspring of spiritual roots. The ancestral residence of the Lin family is situated in the heart of the core area. the most enigmatic and solemn place within the entire Lin clan. For most, aside from the main family and a few collateral relatives, the essence of the core area remains an enigma throughout their lives. From a certain perspective, the fact that Zhou Luo, as a son-in-law, could enter the core area is indeed an extraordinary feat accompanied by a servant. Zhou Luo traversed a lengthy corridor, delving deeper into the sanctum, where he encountered numerous guards, each radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Even Zhou Luo, having attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement first layer, felt an undeniable pressure. Clearly, these guards were at least of the Qi refinement second layer. Employing such formidable practitioners as guards is a testament to the Lin family's illustrious legacy. At the end of the corridor, a shimmering light emanated from a formation. As Zhou Luo passed through this array, he distinctly sensed an elusive power sweeping across his body. In that moment, the scene before him was unveiled in its entirety. He had finally arrived at the fabled core region. Here, the air was rich with spiritual energy, and ethereal lights flickered amidst the elegantly arranged structures. The atmosphere was imbued with a refreshing fragrance, evoking a profound sense of comfort. The architecture of the core area bore little difference from that of the outer precincts, save for the significantly denser spiritual energy permeating the surroundings. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. Within, the decor was simple yet exuded an ancient charm, a weighty presence enveloping the space, instilling a sense of gravity in Zhou Luo. Upon entering, he immediately spotted an elderly man seated upon an elevated throne. Though his hair was silvered, the man possessed a vigorous spirit, his sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, fixated upon Zhou Luo. In that instant, Zhou Luo felt an immense pressure. As formidable as a mountain, he quickly bowed, uttering, "Greetings, esteemed head of the family." "Rise," came the gentle yet resonant voice echoing within the hall. Zhou Luo stood, his demeanor respectful, hardly daring to breathe. This was the head of a prestigious lineage, and although the extent of his prowess remained unknown, it was evident he could effortlessly crush Zhou Luo with a mere flick of his hand. All Zhou Luo could do was submit to the authority of his words. "Zhou Luo, you have been with the Lin family for more than a year now, have you not?" Lin Tianxiong inquired languidly. "Indeed, esteemed head," Zhou Luo humbly replied. "Do you harbor any resentment towards the Lin family?" Lin Tianxiong suddenly posed. The calmness of his voice struck Zhou Luo like thunder, sending a tremor through his body. Here it came, the moment of reckoning. Zhou Luo's mind raced, his posture growing increasingly humble as he earnestly responded. "At first, I did feel some dissatisfaction. But witnessing the family's profound regard for me, my heart is now filled with gratitude. How could I dare to resent the family?" Lin Tianxiong mused, seemingly pleased with this response. "I have been observing your performance within the Lin family. To be frank, I have always held you in high regard." Internally, Zhou Luo could not help but think, does this venerable elder truly have time to observe me? Spare me the pleasantries and bestow some tangible reward instead. Despite his contemplations, he humbly responded, "I am grateful for the attention of the clan leader. Given your performance, I have decided to formally accept you as my son-in-law. What are your thoughts on this?" Lin Tianxiong finally revealed his true intention. The distinction between a son-in-law and a mere dependent is stark. The former is akin to a member of the Lin family, possessing a status comparable to that of the clan's offspring, while the latter is solely a vessel for procreation, devoid of any rights. "Thank you, clan leader." Zhou Luo smiled sincerely, having awaited this day for a considerable time. Indeed, this is a new contract. With a mere gesture, Lin Tianxiong produced a sheet of pale yellow parchment that soared from his hand, drifting gracefully into Zhou Luo's grasp. The contract explicitly stated that Zhou Luo would become the son-in-law of the Lin family. As a son-in-law, he would be exempt from the obligation of producing 40 offspring with spiritual roots within 10 years, granting him the freedom to choose his own wife and bear children, who would inherit his surname. Furthermore, he would enjoy the same privileges as Lin family members, with his monthly allowance increasing from 5 spiritual stones to 15, in addition to receiving a vial of nourishing elixir. Additionally, he would be permitted to cultivate in the spiritual veins blessed grounds for 5 days each month, with the opportunity to accumulate this time. These rights were significant. However, as the son-in-law of the Lin family, he would be obligated to produce a specified quantity of elixirs each month, adhering to strict regulations to protect the family's interests. He could not refuse any requests from the family when in need. This aspect was somewhat overbearing. After all, he was merely a novice alchemist, and the Lin family was unlikely to make excessive concessions. The privileges afforded to him were already considerable. Regarding these obligations, as long as he did not resist the family or contemplate severing ties, they were not overly burdensome. In any case, he would not leave until he achieved foundation establishment. Once that was accomplished, this modest contract would no longer bind him. After pondering, he consented to the terms of the contract. Upon witnessing Zhou Luo inscribe his name, a rare smile graced Lin Tianxiong's stern visage. From now on, the Lin family shall be your home. The news of Zhou Luo's transformation from a dependent to a son-in-law swiftly circulated throughout the circle of dependents. Those who had previously harbored envy and resentment towards him were now utterly deflated, for they understood that the disparity in their statuses would now be monumental. Consequently, several astute dependents paid him visits to express their gratitude, presenting gifts in hopes that this former comrade would offer them favor in the future. Zhou Luo, however, remained unresponsive, as he had already entered the spiritual veins blessed grounds. The visiting guests, observing the 3 pregnant women and Lin Qinghan cradling a child, could only leave their gifts behind in disappointment. Zhou Luo did not remain in the spiritual veins blessed grounds for long, as in half a month's time. Lin Yi and her sisters were also due to give birth. Before that, Lin Lan had finally conceived successfully, granting Zhou Luo yet another opportunity for a reward draw. He was momentarily disinterested in the lottery, his gaze entirely fixed upon the 3 sisters. Coincidentally, it was rather curious that these 3 sisters, perhaps due to their blood relation, all brought forth their offspring on the same day. This turn of events left Zhou Luo in a flurry of activity. Unfortunately, Lin Qinghan's reserved nature and aversion to commotion meant that only Lin Lan had been appointed as a maid in the courtyard. Ever since Lin Lan had also become a concubine, no further maids had been arranged. It was only now, as Zhou Luo took matters into his own hands, that he found himself filled with regret. At that moment, the sudden wail of a newborn echoed from the room. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 2nd offspring, earning a 10-year lifespan enhancement. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 3rd offspring, earning a 20-year lifespan enhancement. Due to this offspring possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, the host gains 1 point of qualification. Current qualification, 9th grade spiritual root, 2-100. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 4th offspring, earning a 20-year lifespan enhancement. Due to this offspring possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, the host gains 1 point of qualification. Current qualification, 9th grade spiritual root, 3-100. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 5th offspring, earning a 10-year lifespan enhancement. A series of notifications resounded. Zhou Luo stood in stunned silence. Had he truly fathered 2 more descendants with spiritual roots? Yet, this was not entirely unexpected. Both Lin Qinghan and the other 3 sisters were cultivators endowed with spiritual roots. The union of 2 cultivators, each possessing spiritual roots, naturally held a significant probability of producing offspring with such traits. Moreover, what brought Zhou Luo the most joy was the realization that with the birth of these 4 children, he had acquired an additional 60 years of life. It is worth noting that cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement typically enjoy a lifespan that exceeds that of ordinary individuals by 50 years. He had merely birthed 4 children and had achieved, if not surpassed, that milestone. Were this to be made known, it would surely incite envy and resentment among countless qi refinement cultivators. Zhou Luo also discerned that an ordinary child could only extend his life by 10 years, while a descendant with a 9th grade spiritual root could grant him a 20-year extension. What then, he pondered, would be the case for an 8th grade spiritual root offspring? Would it bestow 30, 40, or perhaps even more years? And if he were to have a 1st grade spiritual root descendant, how much would that yield? As this thought took root in his mind, Zhou Luo's emotions surged with exhilaration. This was the true path to longevity. Chapter 18. The reasons for marrying into the family this time. The 3 sisters presented Zhou Luo with 4 offspring, 3 boys and 1 girl, among whom Lin Yi gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. As the number of children increased, the task of naming them became quite a daunting endeavor. However, Zhou Luo devised his own method. He intended to employ the generational naming convention from his previous life to name his descendants. The first generation of boys would carry the character Chang from Changsheng, resulting in the names Zhou Changping Zhou Changshu, and Zhou Changro. For the girl, he chose Shi as the generational character. Lin Yi's daughter would be named Zhou Shi. This approach significantly alleviated the burden of naming. Seizing the auspicious occasion of the children's births, Zhou Luo, after washing his face, decided to activate the lottery feature of his system. He had deliberately saved a lottery opportunity from the last time Lin Lan was pregnant, which he would now utilize. The white roulette wheel remained unchanged. Yet Zhou Luo was filled with resentment, as the previous lottery had brought him unpleasant memories. This time, he merely hoped to draw something less trivial. As his mind stirred, a golden orb reappeared and began to spin rapidly. In his sight, the speed of the orb gradually diminished before finally stopping in the spirit pill section. Upon seeing this, Zhou Luo, who had initially felt tense, let out a sigh of relief. A spirit pill could not be too disappointing, after all. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a second-tier low-grade spirit pill. The reward has been automatically added to the host's backpack. Please check. As expected, this reward was markedly improved. A second-tier spirit pill was equivalent to foundation-building elixirs. Although it was only low-grade, it was quite a remarkable item for Zhou Luo, who had only reached the first level of Qi training. With this in mind, he unhesitatingly opened his backpack to inspect the details of the elixir. Explosive Spirit Pill, grade, second-tier low-grade. Effect, increases strength several times within 10 minutes. The enhancement varies according to the practitioner's realm. Note, a practitioner at the first level of Qi training will instantly gain combat power equivalent to the 7th level of Qi training. Clearly, this was a one-time use spirit pill, yet its effects were extraordinarily significant. Especially for him, it could serve as a crucial life-saving card. After all, combat capability in the Qi training realm only begins at the 5th level. Being at the 1st level, if he encountered trouble while out, he could easily find himself in dire straits. With this life-saving card in hand, he could afford to feel more at ease. For the time being, Zhou Luo stored the explosive spirit pill in his backpack. After all, the backpack had 9 slots, and he could retrieve it whenever necessary. Given that the children had just been born, he temporarily refrained from practicing in the spiritual vein blessed land. His elevated status would ensure that the time spent in the blessed land would be calculated based on actual cultivation time, preventing any wastage of time while he was absent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Luo originally intended to visit Shochuan Garden to express his gratitude to Lin Jishou. He was informed that he had entered seclusion. With no other choice, Zhou Luo returned home temporarily. What's wrong? Is Grandpa Shou not here? Lin Qinghan, holding the child, inquired upon seeing Zhou Luo's swift return. Although the family had designated caretakers for the infants, Lin Qinghan still preferred to take the child for walks each day. It seems he has entered seclusion. Zhou Luo replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan contemplated. It appears that Grandpa Shou is aware of the urgency and is striving for a breakthrough. Urgent? Zhou Luo questioned. Puzzled, Lin Qinghan then elucidated. 3 years prior, the Lin family discovered a spiritual mine to the east of Maple Leaf City. They intended to send people to occupy and exploit it, but the news leaked and was learned by the Lu family. The Lu family, also a clan of longevity, had been rivals of the Lin family for centuries. Since this spiritual mine was closer to the Lu family's jurisdiction in Qingtian City, they certainly would not miss the opportunity to seize it. This naturally provoked the Lin family's ire. Currently, most spiritual mines in the entire Huiyun nation had already been excavated, making any unclaimed mine a treasure that the Lin family would not easily relinquish. Consequently, both sides erupted into fierce conflict over this spiritual mine. Over the past 3 years, countless skirmishes had occurred between them. The Lin family suffered significant losses of their younger generation due to this mine, creating a gap in their lineage. This was why, a year ago, the Lin family had considered deceiving Zhou Luo and other unsuccessful candidates into becoming family consorts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo finally understood. According to Lin Qinghan, the Lu family had recently been stirring, and the Lin family was fully prepared for battle. This was also why Lin Jishou chose to enter seclusion at such a critical moment. As the only first-tier high-grade alchemist in the family, his breakthrough would greatly enhance the speed at which he could concoct spiritual pills. With this assurance, the Lin family could minimize their losses. After listening, Zhou Luo realized that the Lin family was not as tranquil as it appeared. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, everything must be fought for. Without contention, nothing is secured. Such circumstances are likely commonplace throughout the world. It seems that King Yuanzong may also be intentionally allowing this, as it would better stimulate the potential of various longevity clans. Although this seemed distant to Zhou Luo, he keenly sensed an opportunity. Perhaps he could seize this moment to purchase a significant quantity of materials for crafting first-tier high-grade spiritual pills. With Lin Jishou absent from Baikatang, it was likely that the other family members would be too occupied to pay attention to him. Seizing this chance, he could refine a bit more. When the spiritual pill conference arrives, he could find ways to sell them, potentially reaping substantial profits. In these times, wealth, companionship, laws, and territory are indispensable. As the foremost element, the importance of wealth is self-evident. If he did not seize this opportunity at the spiritual pill conference to showcase his first-tier peak strength, he wondered when he would have the chance again. At this moment, Zhou Luo turned and proceeded directly to the Baijiao Hall. As he had anticipated, only a few attendants were present, and even Lin Yan was absent from the premises. The attendants were merely engaged in their tasks and were unaware of what specific elixirs could be concocted from the medicinal herbs. Moreover, recognizing Zhou Luo, they did not inquire further when he placed a substantial collection of herbs upon the counter. After calculating the price, they allowed him to take them away without hesitation. Overjoyed with his acquisition, Zhou Luo was overwhelmed with excitement. For the next few days, he even suspended his cultivation, intending to utilize this time to concoct a significant quantity of high-quality elixirs. Since his status had elevated, the demeanor of several women, including Lin Qinghan, towards him had undergone a notable transformation. This change did not imply romantic affection between the genders, but rather a shift in their everyday interactions with him. Where once their treatment of Zhou Luo had been casual, it now bore a hint of respect. Thus, he found himself free from concerns of any interruptions during his practice. Until one day, Su Chongqing unexpectedly paid him a visit. Chapter 19. Familial strife. The appearance of Su Chongqing was somewhat unexpected. Yet Zhou Luo still received him in the main hall. "Brother Zhou, you are truly soaring to great heights now," Su Chongqing said with a cheerful smile as he settled into a chair. "Ultimately, these are mere external matters. I find myself envious of your cultivation at the second level of qi refinement," Zhou Luo replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not flatter me," Su Chongqing countered, but then abruptly shifted his tone, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "Today may be our last farewell. I fear we may not meet again." "What do you mean by that, Brother Su?" Zhou Luo inquired, confusion evident in his expression. "Have you not heard about the recent summons from the family for cultivators to head to the front lines?" Su Chongqing asked, astonished. Zhou Luo shook his head, explaining that he had been too preoccupied with alchemy to concern himself with external affairs. Su Chongqing sighed. "Indeed, your status is different now. It is a pity for us, the sons-in-law, who are destined to be sent to the front lines by the Lin family to face certain death." As he spoke, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Unlike most sons-in-law, Su Chongqing possessed a clear understanding of his circumstances. When he was dismissed from the Qingyuan sect, he had almost instantly chosen to join the Lin family. Even upon learning he would be a son-in-law, he felt no regret, for he understood that this was the price he must pay to continue his cultivation. To pursue the path of immortality, he believed such sacrifices were worthwhile. Thus, upon joining the family, he had diligently cultivated friendships, all in hopes of strengthening himself and elevating his abilities. Yet, in the eyes of the Lin family, he remained merely a son-in-law, and when the family was in need, they would discard him without hesitation, despite his contribution of offspring with spiritual roots. "Brother Su, are you not only at the second level of qi refinement?" Zhou Luo remarked, astonished. Typically, cultivators only acquire combat capability upon reaching the fifth level of qi refinement. A cultivator like Su Chongqing, at the second level, possesses far too little spiritual energy to be of any use in battle. Sending him to fight would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. Alas, while I may not be able to fight, I can still contribute in other ways. Moreover, the family has recently recruited another batch of sons-in-law. Su Chongqing's gaze turned profound. This statement caused Zhou Luo to furrow his brow. Was the Lin family's situation truly so perilous? As Zhou Luo contemplated this, Su Chongqing suddenly rose, kneeling before him with a thud. "I beseech you, Brother Zhou, for assistance." "What are you doing?" Zhou Luo gasped, rushing to help him up. Yet Su Chongqing stubbornly remained on the ground. "You are still a son-in-law of the Lin family, your status vastly different from ours. I implore you to intercede on our behalf. I would be eternally grateful." With that, he appeared as if he would bow his head to the ground. Zhou Luo quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother Su, what are you saying?" When Su Changsheng raised his head, his expression was bitter. "In truth, you and I are not so different. We are both of little consequence, lacking the power to advocate for ourselves." "Brother," Su Changsheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if he viewed Zhou Luo as his final lifeline. However, Zhou Luo was acutely aware that this matter was beyond his control. In such significant family affairs, it was not merely a trivial matter for Su Changsheng, a mere son-in-law. Even the family's own descendants would be dispatched to the front lines. Had he not revealed his alchemical talents and garnered the family's favor, he too would likely have been sent to the battlefield to face certain death. At such a critical juncture, merely preserving one's own safety was a stroke of immense fortune. Thus, regardless of Su Changsheng's entreaties, Zhou Luo expressed his profound helplessness. Ultimately, Su Changsheng left in a state of despair. Observing this solitary connection he had with the son-in-law, Zhou Luo shook his head slightly. He planned to retreat to the Spirit Vein Sanctuary the following day to avoid being swept up in the turmoil of war. Yet, before he could set forth, the steward, Lin Fu, sought him out. Upon encountering Lin Fu again, he noticed a stark contrast to the previous indifference. Instead, a subtle sorrow clouded his features, evidently affected by the recent events. Lin Fu's arrival sent a jolt of apprehension through Zhou Luo's heart. Fortunately, the family had not assigned him to the front lines, but rather tasked him with assisting in alchemical preparations. Upon hearing this arrangement, Zhou Luo exhaled in relief. It seemed prudent to appropriately showcase one's value. Accompanied by Lin Fu to Shochuan Garden, Zhou Luo was astonished to find an increased presence of guards. Upon arriving at the alchemical chamber, he discovered unfamiliar faces within. Through Lin Fu's introductions, he learned that these individuals were alchemists nurtured by the family, most at the beginner level, with a few at the first-tier middle grade. A cursory glance revealed approximately 8 or 9 individuals present. It appeared that the Lin family possessed substantial resources. Lin Jishou was unavailable due to seclusion, and Zhou Luo was assigned to the same area as Lin Yan. This nominal senior brother remained aloof upon seeing Zhou Luo, disregarding even his greeting. Zhou Luo remained unperturbed. After all, engaging in alchemy was preferable to facing death on the front lines. Thus, in the ensuing days, Zhou Luo's daily existence revolved around Shochuan Garden. Spending his time in the alchemical chamber, he remained oblivious to the external conflict. However, observing the increasing demands placed upon him, he surmised that the situation was not promising. According to past conventions, barring any unforeseen developments, this battle would likely persist for at least 1 or 2 months. During this period, life was relatively easy for Zhou Luo, as he was tasked solely with concocting entry-level elixirs. Additionally, with everyone engrossed in their own affairs, he was not subjected to the same scrutiny as before. Half a month later, the tide of battle finally shifted. Lin Jishou achieved a breakthrough, having been stuck at the first-tier upper grade for many years. The pressure from the family enabled him to finally take that crucial step into the first-tier pinnacle. Thus, the Lin family boasted its first top-tier alchemist. In the myriad of cultivation arts, only 4 major skills were held in the highest regard by practitioners. For these 4 disciplines often possessed the power to alter the course of battle, capable of turning the tide single-handedly. Although Lin Jishou, a first-tier master alchemist, did not harbor any fear, his presence evidently enhanced the combat prowess of the Lin family. Most notably, the number of healing elixirs concocted by Zhou Luo in a single day had significantly diminished. This indicated a reduction in the losses suffered by the Lin family on the front lines. On the 28th day of the conflict, both sides finally opted for a ceasefire. Zhou Luo and his companions felt a profound sense of relief and departed from Shochuan Garden. Upon returning home, Zhou Luo promptly nestled into Lin Qinghan's bed and fell into a deep slumber. Nearly a month of intense alchemical labor had left him utterly exhausted, and he finally had the chance to rest. When Zhou Luo awoke again, it was already the following morning. Lin Qinghan sat at the head of the bed, cradling the sleeping little Chang'an, her expression serene and gentle. "You are awake?" she inquired softly. Zhou Luo rubbed his brow and sat up. "How long have I slept?" "1 day and 1 night, Lin Qinghan replied. Zhou Luo nodded, placing a hand on his stomach. "I am hungry." Lin Qinghan smiled lightly. "Fei Ying has already prepared the meal." At her words, he immediately leaped from the bed and dashed toward the dining room. At the table, Zhou Luo consumed the spiritual food prepared by Lin Feng while listening to Lin Yi recount the events from the front lines. The conflict with the Lu family had taken a heavy toll on the Lin family. Over 50 family members had perished, and 2/3 of the sons-in-law sent to the front had also lost their lives. While the latter did not significantly impact the family, the former was a devastating blow. It was likely that the Lin family would resort to deceptive means to recruit more sons-in-law. Fortunately, Su Changsheng had returned alive, albeit with the loss of an arm. However, since this did not impede his ability to bear children, the family decided to retain him. Zhou Luo had intended to visit him after finishing his meal, but he was summoned to Shochuan Garden by Lin Jishou. Chapter 20 Arrival at Rock City. In the Grand Hall of Shochuan Garden, Lin Jishou occupied the seat of honor, flanked by the respectfully standing Lin Yan. During this period, Zhou Luo had not encountered the elder. Unlike their secluded endeavors in alchemy, Lin Jishou had remained at the forefront. After a considerable absence, Zhou Luo noticed the pronounced increase in the elder's wrinkles and the evident weariness etched upon his countenance. The relentless toiling and extensive alchemical practices had evidently taken a toll on him. Upon seeing the elder, Zhou Luo solemnly bowed, addressing him, "Uncle Shou, your efforts are truly commendable." Lin Jishou waved his hand dismissively. "Prepare yourself. In 10 days, you and Xiao Nian shall accompany me to the Spirit Pill Conference." "So soon?" Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. With nearly 2 months remaining until the conference, this felt rather premature. The location of this Spirit Pill Conference is in Rock City, and we must depart ahead of schedule, Lin Jishou elucidated. Rock City was the domain of the Li family. Being another esteemed family of longevity, the Li family usually maintained a low profile due to their geographical circumstances. Were it not for their acquisition of the hosting rights for this conference, they likely would not have garnered such attention. Given the considerable distance to Rock City, an early departure was indeed prudent. Zhou Luo refrained from further comment. Subsequently, Lin Jishou assessed Zhou Luo's alchemical prowess and discovered that the young man had made notable progress, managing to refine 3 pills in a single batch this time. Zhou Luo explained that this improvement was the result of his recent fervent practice. Indeed, pressure can be a catalyst for growth, Lin Jishou remarked without skepticism. He then turned his gaze to Lin Yan. "You too must strive diligently." "Yes, Grandfather Shou," Lin Yan replied with a bowed head. Upon leaving Shochuan Hall, Zhou Luo, who had intended to make a breakthrough before departing, hurriedly made his way to the Spirit Vein Blessed Land. Due to his altered status, he had now been assigned to the Kuan building, positioned even deeper within than before. Cultivating in this location was akin to experiencing a 20-fold enhancement compared to the outside. Zhou Luo settled onto the meditation cushion and began to circulate the gathering spirit technique. With the aid of this mid-tier qi training method, his cultivation speed accelerated significantly. Finally, on the 7th day, he transitioned from the peak of the first layer of qi training to the second layer. Zhou Luo was elated. After leaving the Spirit Vein Blessed Land and returning home, he informed Lin Qinghan of his impending departure. "Be sure to take care," Lin Qinghan said, cradling little Chang'an. Zhou Luo playfully teased the child, assuring, "Rest assured, with Uncle Shou here, all will be well." Lin Qinghan nodded before suddenly suggesting, "Why not sleep with me tonight?" "Weren't you planning to sleep with little Chang'an?" Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. He could temporarily leave the child with Aunt Jing. Lin Qinghan gazed at him earnestly, her small face serious. Zhou Luo smiled slightly. "All right, I understand." The day of their agreed departure arrived swiftly. On this day, 5 women stood at the door, watching Zhou Luo as he prepared to leave. Lin Qinghan still held little Chang'an, her serene face betraying no emotion. "Husband, while you are away, take care of yourself." She remained silent, prompting Lin Feng to remind her. Lin Yi and Lin Zier also expressed their concern. "I merely wish to broaden my horizons," Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Luo departed with his bundle. "Miss, will you not utter a few words?" Lin Lan inquired softly, her hand resting on her belly. Lin Qinghan gazed at the receding figure, remaining mute. The words that needed to be said had already been expressed over the past few nights. In Shochuan Garden, Lin Jishou was savoring tea in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhou Luo arrive, he rose and stated, "We may set off now." With that, he slightly raised his hand, and a beam of spiritual light burst forth from his sleeve, landing on the ground. Zhou Luo focused his gaze and discovered a small boat materializing out of thin air, the very flying vessel he had previously boarded. Under Lin Jisho's spiritual power, the flying boat suddenly expanded. The three of them stepped aboard. In the next moment, the vessel ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the horizon. Zhou Luo turned back to glance at the diminishing Lin family buildings, then looked at Lin Jisho, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the bow of the boat, feeling a surge of emotion. One day, he too would soar across the heavens. The flying boat departed from Maple Leaf City, heading straight for Stone City. Along the journey, Zhou Luo chose to sit cross-legged, placing the bundle between his legs. This bundle had been prepared for him by several women, and he was unaware of its contents. It was the perfect moment to take a look. The sound of the wind howled, yet it could not disturb the three within the vessel. Zhou Luo opened the bundle, revealing a lunchbox adorned with spiritual symbols. He removed the warmth-retaining talisman and opened the box, instantly greeted by a delightful aroma of food. It even caught the attention of Lin Jisho and Lin Yin, both turning to look at him simultaneously. "You brought spiritual food?" Lin Jisho exclaimed in surprise. Their journey to Stone City would inevitably take several days. Originally, the three planned to subsist on spirit-replenishing pills. However, the dry pills could not compare to the fragrant spiritual cuisine, especially at mealtime. Upon seeing the food Zhou Luo held, even Lin Jisho's eyes glimmered with interest. Lin Yin fixated on him with keen anticipation. "Uncle Shou, do sample my wife's culinary skills," Zhou Luo said, offering the lunchbox. "No need. You partake," Lin Jisho insisted, maintaining his pride and not accepting it. Zhou Luo countered, "There are just enough portions for all three of us." The lunchbox had 3 layers, clearly prepared with them in mind. Observing this, Lin Jisho said nothing further and sat cross-legged opposite Zhou Luo, casually accepting the lunchbox. He picked up a piece of the spiritual food with chopsticks, and, the next moment, a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, this spiritual food is remarkably delicious. Fei Ying's culinary skills are quite exceptional, Zhou Luo remarked with a smile. Among the 5 women, only Lin Feiying's cooking could be deemed extraordinary, producing dishes that were both delectable and aromatic. Upon receiving the lunchbox, Lin Yin ravenously began to devour the contents. "Delicious," he could not help but exclaim. "Haha, indeed having a wife makes all the difference. Little Yin, you should hasten to marry," Lin Jisho jested, a rare moment of lightheartedness. "Grandpa Shou, marrying would impede my cultivation," Lin Yin retorted. "But has Zhou Luo been hindered?" Lin Jisho countered. "That is quite different," Lin Yin scoffed, returning to his meal with fervor. After they finished dining, Zhou Luo repacked the lunchbox into his bundle. Shortly thereafter, he noticed another object, a mirror. As he gazed into it, the reflection twisted, revealing Lin Yi's sweetly smiling visage. Zhou Luo was momentarily speechless, even able to conjure her voice in his mind. Setting down the mirror, he chose not to linger and instead placed his bundle aside to meditate. Initially, he had intended to cultivate like Lin Yin. However, fearing that Lin Jisho might perceive the nuances of his cultivation method, he decided against it. Life aboard the flying vessel was monotonous, yet it compensated with its remarkable speed. 5 days later, the trio finally beheld the majestic city of Panshur. Chapter 21. A meeting of rivals. Panshur City sprawls magnificently, its towering walls resembling a colossal dragon coiling upon the earth. Surrounding the city, faint luminescent patterns, known as formation runes, can be discerned. These runes constitute a part of the city's protective array. It is precisely due to this formidable defensive formation that entry into the city is restricted to the Soul Gate. Thus, Lin Jisho maneuvered the flying vessel to descend gracefully. Their arrival inevitably drew the attention of passers-by on the ground. "Look, there lies the legendary flying vessel. Such treasures are rare. Which esteemed family has arrived? Judging by the emblem on their chests, it must be the Fengya Lin family. Truly, as expected of an illustrious family. How splendid. If only I could join them. Wasn't the Lin family recruiting recently?" A myriad of whispers arose. Guided by a member of the city's guard, Lin Jisho and his companions landed at the city gate. Upon recognizing the emblem representing the Lin family, the guard hastened to greet them. In a short while, the trio was escorted into Panshur City. Despite its remote geographical location, the city thrived with bustling activity. The intricately woven streets teemed with a throng of people. Following the guard, the 3 arrived in front of a grand tavern. This establishment boasted 10 stories, adorned with exquisite carvings and an imposing presence. The entrance bustled with activity. An endless stream of patrons. Prominently displayed above the entrance was a sign bearing the characters Tianxia. This tavern, known as Tianxia Lu, is the most renowned chain of taverns in the Huiyuan Kingdom, with its establishments spread across various cities, proudly heralded as the finest tavern in the realm. Consequently, it was aptly named Tianxia. Distinguished guests attending the Spirit Pill Conference are typically accommodated here, a tacit understanding among the various families. As they entered the tavern, a delightful aroma enveloped them, an array of exquisite delicacies coming into view, causing Lin Jishou and his companions' eyes to gleam with anticipation. After indulging in a feast of spiritual food on the first day, the subsequent days had seen them subsisting on spirit-replenishing pills, leaving their palates yearning for flavor. Upon receiving their room number, the trio swiftly ascended to the 5th floor, where they found an empty table and ordered an abundant selection of spiritual cuisine. "Oh, is that not Master Lin, a top-tier alchemist?" A mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. Turning to the source of the voice, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments, striding toward them with an air of arrogance, accompanied by several youthful companions. Zhou Luo's gaze fell upon their chests, where a striking emblem of a blue sky marked them as members of the Qingtian Lu family. To his dismay, he had unexpectedly encountered the Lin family's sworn adversaries. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhou Luo as he instinctively recalled the explosive spirit pill nestled in his backpack. Should a confrontation arise, he would be compelled to use it for self-preservation. Fortunately, the opposing party did not appear intent on hostility. They took their seats at a table across from the trio, their expressions brimming with derision as they fixated upon them. "Lu Chun, your silence does not render you mute," Lin Jishou stated bluntly. The verbal sparring between the two families naturally attracted the attention of other cultivators on the 5th floor. However, none dared to provoke these two illustrious families. "Master Lin, do temper your ire. I did not anticipate your enduring vitality, allowing you to attend the Elixir Conference," Lu Qin remarked with a faint smile. "Thanks to you, I am assured of a few more centuries of life," Lin Jishou replied coldly. "Indeed, Master Lin, you must be vigilant regarding your health. Otherwise, should you inadvertently depart, the Lin family would be devoid of an alchemist," Lu Qin observed, his gaze laced with amusement. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Jishou furrowed his brow. Yet, Lu Qin's eyes darkened. Unlike our Lu family, where the younger generation still has ample time to squander. With that, his piercing gaze swept over Zhou Luo and Lin Yin, a derisive smile forming on his lips. "Is it true that these two are the only capable representatives of the Lin family's youth?" "Our family affairs do not concern you," Lin Jishou retorted. Just then, the spiritual cuisine was served, prompting him to dismiss further conversation. In contrast, Lu Chun remained with a brooding countenance, his unwavering gaze fixed upon them. After the meal, Lin Jishou escorted them to their residence on the 10th floor. The accommodations were separated by minor formations, rendering the inner happenings imperceptible from the outside. Zhou Luo approached the designated room with the doorplate in hand. Upon seeing a device resembling a sensor on the door, it evoked memories of hotels from his past life. He placed the doorplate upon it, and in the next moment, a flash of light illuminated the entrance, which swung open to reveal a pristine room. As Zhou Luo entered, he was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy. It appeared that the formations used to isolate the rooms also absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Cultivating in this chamber promised to be far superior to practicing outside. After confirming the room, Lin Jishou summoned him and Lin Yin inside. The Elixir Conference was scheduled to commence in 13 days, during which he instructed both to refrain from venturing outside and to devote themselves to their cultivation. They nodded in agreement. Following a few more instructions, Lin Jishou allowed them to depart. Once back in his room, Zhou Luo grumbled, "No outings? What of my elixirs?" Consequently, that afternoon, Zhou Luo donned a new set of attire prepared by Lin Zier and stealthily exited his quarters. As he made his way down from the 10th floor, Zhou Luo attracted no attention. Upon emerging from the Heavens Tavern, he surveyed the bustling street and chose a direction to pursue. Earlier, he had noticed a sizable market nearby. After traversing a considerable distance, he finally discovered it. This was an open-air market, teeming with vendors energetically hawking their wares. A cacophony of sights and sounds that mirrored the mundane world. As Zhou Luo stepped in, he was immediately approached by a stall owner eager to promote their goods. After a cursory glance, he did not linger and continued on to the next stall. After spending a full hour exploring, he finally grasped the local consumption levels and confirmed that the first-tier superior elixirs he had concocted were not particularly scarce commodities. With this understanding, Zhou Luo set his sights on higher-end establishments. He possessed a substantial 21st-tier superior elixirs, all of which he intended to sell. However, he was wary of selling them at a single shop, as this could undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of those with ulterior motives. There was even a possibility that he might not be able to exit the market unscathed. Thus, Zhou Luo resolved to sell them separately and chose shops that were relatively unfamiliar with one another, ideally with an underlying animosity. During this hour, he not only observed the local consumption levels, but also inquired about the relationships between these shops, allowing him to form a tentative plan. Yet, before proceeding, he needed to leave the area. His previous actions had already drawn the attention of many, and if he were to approach a shop to sell his wares, he would certainly attract undue notice. Therefore, he decided to change his attire. Soon after, he donned a black robe, enveloping himself completely, and ventured back into the marketplace. Chapter 22. The Elixir Convention begins beneath the dark robe. Zhou Luo's starry eyes shone as he strode directly towards a shop. Inside, the proprietor was busy counting his merchandise. Upon noticing a customer enter, he greeted warmly. "What can I assist you with today, esteemed guest?" "I have something to sell," came a gravelly voice from within the robe. The proprietor's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze, but he quickly restored his genial demeanor. "Please, take a seat." He gestured for Zhou Luo to sit. Zhou Luo bypassed him and settled onto a chair inlaid with jade. As he took his seat, the owner also sat down across from him, his keen eyes scrutinizing the visitor. "May I inquire what you intend to sell?" Zhou Luo remained silent, extending his hand to reveal a jade vial placed delicately upon the table. The proprietor's eyes narrowed as he took note of the youthful hand. He picked up the vial and opened it, releasing a faint, aromatic essence that filled the air. "Good stuff," he remarked, sniffing the contents. He poured the 5 elixirs into his palm, each with distinct colors and varied effects. "These are all first-tier superior elixirs?" Although not an alchemist, the proprietor was well-versed in elixirs and recognized their worth, especially since these elixirs were commonly found in circulation. Zhou Luo nodded in affirmation. The proprietor examined the 5 elixirs meticulously before carefully returning them to the jade vial. 1 elixir for 10 spirit stones, he proposed, offering a price that was already quite generous, as market value hovered around 15 spirit stones for first-tier superior elixirs. "Agreed," Zhou Luo replied decisively. However, the proprietor then suggested, "You must have more elixirs on you, don't you?" Zhou Luo remained silent. The proprietor, maintaining his smile, assured him, "Rest assured, our prices are fair, and we guarantee your privacy." After a lengthy pause, Zhou Luo retrieved 3 additional first-tier superior elixirs and placed them on the table. The proprietor's eyes brightened as he quickly stowed them in the jade vial. "Please wait a moment." He then rose and hurried to the back of the shop. Before long, he returned, placing a bag on the table. "Please count it." Zhou Luo glanced at the spirit stones within the bag, confirmed the amount, and stood to leave. Just then, the proprietor called out, "If you have more elixirs of this quality in the future, do not hesitate to visit our shop." "Understood," Zhou Luo acknowledged before departing. Once he left, an elderly man clad in a blue robe emerged from the back. The proprietor immediately adopted a humble demeanor, respectfully inquiring, "Elder Yun, what are your thoughts?" "This young man, at the 2nd level of qi refining, has likely encountered some fortuitous opportunity," the elder replied coolly. "Should we follow him?" the proprietor asked. After a moment of contemplation, the elder responded, "It would be prudent to observe him and uncover his true origins." "Understood," the proprietor nodded. On the other side, after leaving the shop, Zhou Luo proceeded to several other establishments, adhering to his initial plan of selling the elixirs he had crafted. Ultimately, he acquired over 200 ordinary spirit stones, and after deducting costs, he still profited by 203 spirit stones. It is no wonder that alchemists rank among the foremost in the myriad arts of cultivation, drawing such admiration from many. The speed at which one can earn wealth in this craft is unparalleled by other skills. However, before he could fully enjoy nearly 200 spirit stones, he found himself compelled to part with a portion. After all, during his time with the family, he had been unable to procure first-tier premium medicinal materials. Seizing this rare opportunity to venture out, he naturally sought to acquire a batch. In comparison to first-tier superior materials, the price of these top-tier ingredients was evidently double. Yet, in pursuit of more means for self-preservation, Zhou Luo resolutely spent over 80 spirit stones to purchase a selection of exquisite materials. Given his current strength, this batch would allow him to concoct at least a dozen elixirs. Having completed this, Zhou Luo departed from the market, wholly unaware that he had drawn the attention of others. These individuals lurked in the shadows, silently following him to the Tianxia Tavern. Upon witnessing his ascent to the 10th floor, they promptly abandoned their pursuit. For it was common knowledge that only members of the Changxing family were permitted access to the 10th level. Realizing Zhou Luo hailed from the Changxing family, they decisively retreated. Back in his room, Zhou Luo placed the bag containing the medicinal materials directly into the system's backpack section. This was a newly discovered feature, allowing him to utilize the backpack as a storage space, concealing items that needed to remain undisclosed until required. After successfully selling his first-tier superior elixirs and acquiring first-tier top-notch materials, Zhou Luo remained within his room for the following days. 15 days swiftly passed. Early one morning, Lin Jishou appeared at the door, and Zhou Luo along with Lin Yin followed him out of the Tianxia Tavern. The venue for the upcoming alchemical conference was located within the Li family's premises. The trio arrived at the Grand Jade Gate of the Li family. At the entrance, cultivators meticulously scrutinized each individual entering the Li family. However, due to their affiliation with the Changxing family, they passed through without scrutiny and entered the Li family's establishment smoothly. This way, please, a courteous cultivator dressed in Li family attire guided them upon their entrance. Similar to the Lin family, the architecture of the Li family was equally magnificent. The three traversed a stone path, passing through a lengthy corridor, until they arrived before a striking black structure. This was the stronghold for the alchemical convention. Inside the building lay an expansive hall, which Zhou Luo noted was at least half the size of a football field. Within the hall, drapes fluttered gently, and rows of crimson wooden tables were arranged on either side, laden with various spiritual delicacies, while many reserved-looking cultivators sat among them. These practitioners hailed from various regions as alchemists. The original intent of the Spirit Elixir Conference is to select promising young talents from all corners of the world to study at the Immortal sect. This presents an exceptional opportunity for those from smaller factions or independent alchemists. Gaining admission to the Immortal sect would bestow upon them immense advantages. Beyond these alchemists, one can observe 5 distinct areas, each cordoned off, which serve as the residence of the 5 great families of longevity. At this moment, several individuals have already taken their seats there. Lin Jishou entered the venue with an air of pride, instantly drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Upon noticing the emblem representing the maple leaf Lin family, respectful expressions adorned the faces of all present. Sensing the reverent gazes directed at him, Zhou Luo could not help but stand a little taller. The trio made their way to the front, settling in the area designated for the Lin family. Jishou, it has been quite some time, greeted an elderly gentleman with a cupped fist salute as they took their seats. He hailed from the Qingqing Wang family, also one of the families of longevity. Lin Jishou returned the greeting, his gaze sweeping over the 5 young descendants of the Wang family, and he remarked with a smile, "It seems the Wang family is destined to shine brightly this year." "You flatter us," Jishou, the elder from the Wang family, modestly replied. Yet, it was evident that the Wang family possessed significantly greater potential among the younger generation compared to the Lin family. At that moment, another group emerged from outside, led by Lu Chun and the younger members of the Lu family. Chapter 23. The bed of the Longxing clan. With an air of arrogance, Lu Chun strode in, hands clasped behind his back, followed by 4 youthful companions whose faces bore unmistakable pride. As members of the illustrious Longxing clan, they possessed ample grounds for their hubris. Lu Chun approached the forefront without reservation, casting a sharp glance at the Lin family section, before sneering and taking his seat in the designated area for the Lu family. The Lin family, it seemed, had diminished with each passing generation. As soon as he settled, Lu Chun remarked sarcastically, "At least we are better off than the Lu family, which lacks even a first-tier top-tier alchemist." "And what of it?" Lu Chun retorted, raising his chin disdainfully. "In less than 50 years, the Lu family will still secure a place among the top 2 in the Longxing clan. As for you, At this juncture, a mocking grin spread across Lu Chen's face. I hear you've sunk so low as to resort to deceiving a son-in-law to nurture the next generation. How laughable. His words stirred a commotion among the alchemists present. While the notion of recruiting a son-in-law was not uncommon, the idea of deceiving one was indeed novel to them. Lin Jishou's aged visage darkened with fury as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Lu Chun, on the verge of erupting. Head of the family has arrived. A booming voice resonated through the hall. Everyone, without exception, rose to their feet, including Lu Chun, who displayed utmost respect. At the entrance, an elderly man donned in a brocade robe, his gaze piercing, entered with a deliberate grace. He emanated an extraordinary aura, exuding an air of superiority that was palpable in his every gesture. Upon his arrival, all present inclined slightly in a gesture of reverence. Li Shuntian, the head of the Li family, took his place at the forefront, surveying the assembly with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this year's Lingdan conference. Please, take your seats. As everyone settled in, a middle-aged man stepped into the center of attention. He was none other than Li Zihu, the host of this Lingdan conference and the eldest son of Li Shuntian. In accordance with tradition, Li Zihu commenced with an opening speech, not neglecting to pay homage to the Qingyuan sect. He then proceeded to outline the agenda for the conference. This annual Lingdan conference spans 2 days, featuring both literary and martial assessments. The specifics of the competitions are determined by the Qingyuan sect. The alchemists seated below wore expressions of utmost seriousness, as this was their singular opportunity to leap from obscurity to prominence, and they were fully committed. Zhou Luo, experiencing the Lingdan conference for the first time, listened intently as well. In contrast, the other young scions of the Longxing clan appeared relaxed, as if victory were already assured. Today marked the first day, dedicated to the literary assessments, though the competitions would commence in the afternoon. During this interval, attendees were encouraged to engage in discussions and exchanges. After all, the Lingdan conference occurs only once a year, attracting talented practitioners of alchemy, and most would not miss this chance for dialogue. Yet, the descendants of the Longxing clan remained unfazed. The Lin family had only brought 2 juniors this time, seemingly resigning themselves to forego the opportunity to study in the Immortal sect. Lu Chun gazed at Lin Jishou with a smile that barely masked his intent. The Lu and Lin families had been bitter rivals for centuries, and if an opportunity to suppress the other presented itself, neither would hesitate to seize it. In response to the taunt, Lin Jishou replied calmly, "When did the Lu family become so meddlesome? I worry that your repeated failures will cost you your dignity. Perhaps you should consider conceding." Leaning back in his chair, Lu Chun retorted, "Does having a multitude of supporters guarantee success?" Lin Jishou countered, and Lu Chun chuckled lightly. "Shall we place a bet then, wagering this magical artifact?" With a casual flick of his wrist, a silver-white sword appeared in his palm, its hilt adorned with a golden spirit stone. Zhou Luo, observing the artifact, felt a stir of intrigue. This was indeed a genuine magical tool. Although it required a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage to wield, it would fetch a handsome price if sold. The other members of the long-lived families were equally taken aback by the audacity of the Lu family to use such an artifact as a stake. Lin Jishou regarded the artifact in silence, fully aware that Lu Chen's confidence in offering it meant he believed victory was assured, thus making him hesitant to accept the challenge. Sensing his apprehension, Lu Chen confidently proposed, "Let us not engage in alchemy, but rather compete in this afternoon's literary examination. If your Lin family surpasses my Lu family, the sword shall be yours." His voice, calm yet powerful, resonated with everyone present, halting their conversations as they turned to face him in astonishment. Lin Jishou furrowed his brow. The Lu family's maneuver was a blatant show of strength. Should he decline, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Huiyun kingdom, severely damaging the Lin family's reputation. Yet, if he accepted, could the Lin family truly prevail? He glanced at Lin Yan, only to find the young man lost in thought, head bowed. Turning his gaze to Zhou Luo, he was surprised to see him looking intently at the opposing side, his expression serene. "Is the Lin family afraid?" Lu Chun pressed once more, gritting his teeth. Lin Jishou realized there was no way to evade the challenge. He retrieved a vial of elixir from his robe and placed it on the table, declaring, "Very well. I, Lin, will accept your wager." It was a vial of wind-running elixir, sufficient to exchange for that sword. The wind-running elixir, a top-tier, first-grade spirit pill, greatly benefits those with wind affinity in their cultivation, nourishing their roots and significantly enhancing their speed. Excellent. Let us have the head of the Li family as a witness. Lu Chen asserted confidently. Li Shuntian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Of course. Each year, the Lu and Lin families engaged in fierce competitions across various disciplines. But this marked the first time they staked such a significant treasure against each other, leaving many in attendance astonished. However, this was merely a prelude for everyone present. The afternoon's literary examination was of utmost importance. In the Lin family's area, Lin Jishou looked sternly at Zhou Luo and Lin Yin, his tone grave as he asked, "Do you feel prepared for the literary examination this afternoon?" "Grandpa Shou, I," Lin Yin replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Shou Bo, if we succeed, will there be a reward?" Zhou Luo inquired curiously at that moment. "If you are able to keep the Lu family beneath your feet, do you think the clan would hesitate to reward you?" Lin Jishou replied. "I understand now," Zhou Luo said, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Jishou then tossed an ancient alchemy tome to the two of them, advising, "Study diligently and do not tarnish the Lin family's reputation." In the afternoon, after the servants of the Li family cleared the spiritual dishes from the table, several highly skilled cultivators entered to ensure that no one would cheat. Once everything was in place, the written examination officially commenced. The so-called written examination was essentially a test of everyone's comprehension of alchemy. It encompassed various alchemical techniques, methods, and the materials required for specific elixirs. This theoretical knowledge was the most accurate reflection of an alchemist's foundational abilities. Zhou Luo sat before the wooden table, gazing at the special white paper that had been distributed. As his eyes fell upon it, the paper shimmered with a faint spiritual light, and questions began to manifest. After a cursory glance, he realized that these questions undoubtedly fell within the realm of a first-tier alchemist, instilling him with confidence. After all, he possessed the knowledge of all first-tier alchemists. For him, this examination was akin to an open-book test. Grasping the brush, he began to answer with utmost seriousness. Chapter 24. The first place is a son-in-law. Within the vast hall, all participants of the literary examination were diligently answering questions. Meanwhile, Lin Jishou, accompanied by a cadre of alchemists, was adhering to the established rules by supervising the younger members of other esteemed families in a cross-examination manner. Oh, this child possesses such an extensive breadth of knowledge. The elder appointed to supervise the Lin family was from the Wang family. Standing beside Zhou Luo, he observed the answers provided to a particular question, feeling a sense of astonishment within. The question pertained to the precautions that an alchemist must observe during the final step of alchemical fusion. Logically speaking, this question should be a mere formality for an alchemist, as the considerations for fusion, being the most crucial stage of alchemy, are typically memorized by every practitioner. However, the elder, being a first-tier superior alchemist, was acutely aware that this seemingly simple question concealed a pitfall. The question did not specify the tier of the alchemist in question. Generally, the precautions for fusion remained consistent across all first-tier ranks. Yet, the elder understood that for the pinnacle of first-tier spirit elixirs, one must also be mindful of the allocation of spiritual energy during the final fusion. This nuance would likely be known only to a first-tier superior alchemist. Thus, achieving full marks on this question would be nearly impossible. Yet, Zhou Luo noted this crucial consideration beneath his answer, leaving the elder from the Wang family in a state of surprise. However, upon reviewing Lin Yin's answer, the elder furrowed his brow slightly, as the latter had failed to mention this vital precaution, sparking a hint of confusion within him. As time gradually elapsed, Zhou Luo deliberately controlled his pace, even going so far as to intentionally muddle a couple of questions. When the time was nearly up, everyone submitted their papers, and he followed suit, handing in his own. The scrutiny was entrusted to 5 first-tier superior alchemists from the Chongqing family. All eyes were silently fixed on the 5 examiners, hearts racing with trepidation. Only Zhou Luo appeared at ease, casually seated, and even nibbling on some snacks laid out on the table. The grading process swiftly unfolded. The 5 examiners compiled the results of all the papers and presented them before the family head, Li Shuntian. After the submission, Lu Chun relaxedly reclined in his chair, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Jishou. He had just learned through another alchemist from the Chongqing family that his descendant, Luin, had achieved a score of 95, securing the first position among the examinees. Based on historical data from previous literary examinations, Such a score would place him among the top 5 ever recorded, instilling Lu Chun with immense confidence. Lin Jishou, examining the stack of papers belonging to the Wang family, remained unaware of Zhou Luo and Lin Yin's scores. At this moment, seeing Lu Chen's expression, a vague sense of unease began to stir within him. After comparing the 5 stacks of papers, Li Shuntian extracted the top 10 rankings. According to the regulations of the Spirit Elixir Society, only those who ranked in the top 10 of the literary examination would qualify for the martial examination the following day. After all, if the theoretical knowledge is subpar, how high can one's alchemical skills truly reach? In the 10th position, we have Wang Pingtong, with a score of 88. Soon, Li Shuntian commenced announcing the results of the top 10. The others sat upright, their eyes fixed intently on the head of the Li family. In 9th place, Zhang Engshi, with 89 points. 8th place goes to Lu Xian, who scored 90. One by one, names flowed from Li Shuntian's lips. It was evident that the alchemists entering the top 10 were predominantly scions of the Chongqing family. This was to be expected, as their training undoubtedly surpassed that of others. However, it was rather surprising that, upon reaching the 4th place, there was still no mention of any Lin family offspring. At that moment, in the Lin family S section, Lin Yin clenched his hands tightly, his head bowed, appearing quite embarrassed. Lin Jishou's aged face also revealed signs of displeasure. In 3rd place, Li Guangji, with 93 points. Before long, the rankings had reached the top 3. The 3rd position belonged to an alchemist from the Li family. This wind-soaring Dan seems destined to belong to our Lu family. Lu Chen finally spoke up, unable to contain himself. He had already learned that Lu Wen had scored 95 points. That meant he was either 1st or 2nd. As for the remaining individual, he speculated it must be a scion of the Wang or Li family. In any case, it could not possibly be one of the 2 worthless Lin family members. In response to Lu Chen's words, Lin Jishou remained silent, his expression darkening. In 2nd place, Lu Wen, with 95 points, Li Shuntian announced. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Wen would not secure the 1st position. However, it mattered little. At least, he had triumphed in his wager against the Lin family. Meanwhile, the gathering of alchemists below grew restless. Unsurprisingly, the top 9 were all descendants of the Chongqing family. With their various shortcomings, none could qualify for the Dan trial. Some alchemists shook their heads in despair, contemplating leaving the scene. Yet, others were more intrigued by who had claimed the top spot in this written examination. Particularly, the younger scions of the Chongqing family who had not been mentioned awaited eagerly. The 1st place. Li Shuntian gazed at the name on the examination paper, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Zhou Luo, with 97 points. The calm announcement resonated throughout the venue, reaching every ear. Zhou Luo, not a member of the Chongqing family? Someone exclaimed. The alchemists, previously despondent, suddenly became invigorated. This seemed to mark the first time in the history of the Lingdan Association that a non-Chongqing family alchemist had broken into the top 5. People glanced around, eager to locate the alchemist named Zhou Luo. In the front, the scions of the Chongqing family wore grim expressions. The top scorer in the written examination is a rogue cultivator? Is this not a slap in the face to their Chongqing family? Who is Zhou Luo? Li Shuntian set down the examination paper, his gaze falling to the crowd below. He too believed that Zhou Luo was a rogue cultivator. At that moment, a feeble voice resonated from nearby. Li Shuntian turned to discover that the voice emanated from the vicinity of the Lin family, specifically from a rather handsome young man beside Lin Jishou. Simultaneously, everyone else turned their gazes in that direction. How could this be? With a shocked expression, Lu Chen abruptly stood up, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Zhou Luo. Conversely, Lin Jishou, who had previously been in a foul mood, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Zhou Luo is indeed the son-in-law of the Lin family." The revelation of a Lin family son-in-law left the others in astonishment, particularly those who had secretly mocked the Lin family for their choice of a son-in-law, now visibly shaken. Li Shuntian scrutinized Zhou Luo with a complex expression. The Lin family had indeed recruited such a promising alchemical genius. It seemed the family was beginning to broaden its search for sons-in-law. "Lu Chun, do bring forth your magical artifact," Lin Jishou said, his face alight with a smile and a direct tone. After feeling stifled for so long, he finally had the opportunity to vent his frustrations. In stark contrast, Lu Chen's countenance darkened, as if an icy frost had settled upon him, resembling someone mourning a great loss. His piercing gaze was fixated on Zhou Luo, as if he intended to devour him whole. Chapter 25. The first kill. The scrutiny from cultivators of the 5th level of qi refinement weighed heavily upon Zhou Luo. Fortunately, Lin Jishou rose to stand before him. Surely, the Lu family would not go back on their word, he remarked coldly. Humph, we can afford to lose a mere magical artifact, Lu Chun retorted dismissively, tossing the treasured sword towards Lin Jishou. With a grin, Lin Jishou caught it and set it aside. This matter is far from over, Lu Chun declared sternly before sweeping away. The members of the Lu family followed suit in their departure. A pack of defeated hounds, Lin Jishou scoffed. As the literary examination concluded, the first day of the Elixir Convention drew to a close, and the accompanying alchemists departed in resignation. Li Shuntian, however, chose to retain the members of the Chongqing family for a banquet. Apart from the Lu family, the others gathered in the core area of the Li residence. Along the way, Lin Jishou looked at Zhou Luo with great satisfaction. You performed admirably. Upon our return, I shall ensure that the family rewards you handsomely. Thank you, Uncle Shou, Zhou Luo replied gratefully. Deep down, however, he yearned for that magical artifact. Yet, it was evident that such an item was beyond his current reach. During the banquet, the members of the Chongqing family first extended their congratulations to Lin Jishou on his breakthrough, then praised the Lin family for securing an excellent son-in-law. Undoubtedly, following today, other Chongqing families would begin preparations to actively recruit sons-in-law. The banquet continued into the depths of the night, after which Lin Jishou escorted Lin Yin and Zhou Luo back to the Tianxia Tavern. Upon entering their room, just as Zhou Luo was about to take a sip of water, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He scrutinized the rim of the cup, his expression grave. This water is poisoned. As a top-tier poison master of the first rank, he instantly recognized that the water had been tainted. Moreover, it was a mid-grade poison. The hypnotic powder. This toxin dissolved in water, being colorless and tasteless, could easily render a qi refinement cultivator unconscious. Had he not noticed the faint residue on the rim, he would have surely fallen victim to it. Who could have infiltrated the room to administer the poison? Zhou Luo pondered while seated. Soon, he pinpointed Lu Chun as the likely suspect. The entire 10th floor was occupied by the Chongqing family, leaving only the Lu family, who had not attended the banquet. With such capability, the adversary had opted for a non-lethal poison, merely employing the hypnotic powder, evidently aiming to reclaim that magical artifact. There was even a possibility that they intended to eliminate him in the process. After all, his actions today had provoked them, and the Lu family might indeed resort to such measures to suppress a rival. Given that his room had been tampered with, it was likely that Lin Jishou's situation was similar. Zhou Luo abruptly rose, intent on thwarting the adversary. Yet, he hesitated, realizing that to intervene would necessitate an explanation for how he had discerned the poisoning. Zhou Luo found himself entangled in a dilemma, gazing at the tightly shut door. His mind racing. Since the Lu family has employed a charm of confusion, it is evident they wish to avoid alarming other immortal families. Thus it is highly unlikely they will intervene personally. The individuals they send will undoubtedly possess limited abilities. This presents an opportunity for me to eliminate the adversary. With this thought in mind, Zhou Luo glanced at the explosive spirit pill in his backpack. The only course of action is for me to take matters into my own hands. Resolute in his decision, he exited his room and rapped upon Lin Jishou's door. However, no one answered, indicating Lin Jishou had fallen under the spell. Fortunately, for the sake of communication and instruction, Lin Jishou had provided him with a key. Upon entering the room, Zhou Luo discovered Lin Jishou sprawled across the table. He gently assisted him to the bed and then settled himself at the table, awaiting patiently. He had devised a plan. He would eliminate the assassins sent by the Lu family within Lin Jishou's quarters, thereby leading the Lu family to believe it was Lin Jishou who had acted, sparing himself from suspicion. Following the deed, he would discreetly depart. Although Lin Jishou might sense something amiss, he would likely remain silent, having suffered no losses. The anticipation of engaging in his first battle since arriving in this world sent a tremor through Zhou Luo's body. This was not fear, but exhilaration. He had envisioned this scenario countless times in his dreams, and now it was finally to be realized. As the night deepened, the silence of the darkened room invigorated Zhou Luo. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of a door creaking open. Someone had entered my room. A shiver ran through his body, and in an instant, A crimson pill appeared in his right hand. He feigned unconsciousness, resting his head on the table, with the pill conveniently positioned near his mouth, ready for consumption. Time passed slowly, and then a shadow emerged outside the room. In the next moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a figure slipped inside. Zhou Luo silently placed the explosive spirit pill into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. In the blink of an eye, he felt an immense surge of power coursing through him. The calmness of his spiritual sea was disrupted with restless energy. Soon, he sensed an overwhelming influx of spiritual essence, a formidable strength spreading throughout his being. Perhaps noticing that the occupants of the room were incapacitated, the shadow, now wielding a sharp dagger, stealthily approached Zhou Luo. Upon confirming his target, the shadow raised his right hand and plunged the dagger toward Zhou Luo's neck. At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly pivoted, a searing aura emanating from his palm. The shadow hesitated, and before he could react, a fireball erupted forth, striking him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, the shadow was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his garments ignited by the flames. Zhou Luo's gaze burned with intensity as he charged forward, his right fist glowing with a crimson light, and delivered another powerful blow to the shadow. The unfortunate assassin, having only just regained his wits, was met with a devastating punch to the face. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, even staining Zhou Luo's face. Without hesitation, he continued to strike, empowered by his spiritual energy, delivering blow after blow until the shadow's visage was rendered unrecognizable and its breath extinguished. Only then did he relax his body and sit on the ground, a sense of exhilaration coursing through him. However, in the next moment, a wave of psychological discomfort surged within him, accompanied by a nauseating sensation. He could not suppress a few dry heaves before gradually regaining his composure. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first act of taking a life, and in such a gruesome manner at that. Even with mental preparation, he still found it somewhat difficult to acclimate. After a considerable amount of time, he finally rose from the ground and employed a luminescent talisman. Utilizing the light, he swiftly tidied up the scene. As for the corpse, he chose to leave it there for the time being. While the effects of the medicine lingered, he had another task to attend to. Silently, he departed the room, making his way toward the 9th floor. The 9th floor of the Tianxiao restaurant was not open to the public, as it housed the establishment staff. The fact that the Lu family could secretly poison their water indicated the involvement of someone within the restaurant. Furthermore, to ensure absolute security, the individual who aided them must still be awake. Thus, it was time to settle the score. Chapter 26. Poisoning as the largest chain restaurant in the Fire Cloud Kingdom. The status and background of the Tianxiao restaurant far exceed what one might imagine. It is rumored that a powerful sect, akin to the Qingyuan sect and far stronger than the Chongqing family, stands behind it. This is precisely why the Chongqing family can reside here without a hint of concern for their safety. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be unlikely for the Tianxiao restaurant to conspire with the Lu family unless they were willing to forsake their reputation. Thus, it is evident that certain nefarious individuals have managed to manipulate events without the restaurant's knowledge. At this moment, Zhou Luo, having ingested the explosive spirit pill and surged to the 8th level of qi refinement, appeared on the 9th floor of the restaurant. The layout of the 9th floor differed from that of the 10th, featuring fewer rooms arranged in order of rank. Standing in the corridor, Zhou Luo noticed that only the 3rd room on the left had its lights still aglow. Dressed in the garb of an assassin, he concealed his face beneath a hood and approached the door, knocking firmly. "Who is it?" A panicked male voice echoed from within. Zhou Luo remained silent, continuing to knock. Finally, unable to contain his anxiety, the occupant opened the door slightly. Upon recognizing the familiar attire, the man frowned. "What brings you here? Has something gone awry?" Indeed, it was confirmed that an insider of the restaurant had colluded with the Lu family. Seizing the moment, Zhou Luo thrust his right hand against the door, forcefully pushing it open and swiftly entering the room. The man, caught off guard, instinctively attempted to resist. However, Zhou Luo had already slammed the door shut with his left hand, raising his right to reveal a palm glowing with spiritual energy. A surge of crimson energy erupted forth, transforming into flames that surged towards his opponent. The middle-aged man, adorned in luxurious attire, was taken aback. His first thought was that the Lu family aimed to eliminate him. As he pondered this, the flames roared towards him. With determination, he gathered his spiritual energy, unleashing a wave of pale azure force. summoning countless vines from the surrounding void to entangle the flames. The clash of fire and verdant vines produced a sizzling sound. Each room in the restaurant was enveloped in formations that shielded against spiritual detection and muffled sound, ensuring that no one was aware of the turmoil within. The Luo family was indeed shameless. Seeing that he had successfully blocked Zhou Luo's assault, the man seethed with anger. Zhou Luo, however, offered no response. Instead, he stepped forward, his right hand enveloped in crimson energy as he struck once more. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy poured forth from his dantian, amplifying his strength. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the man attempted to dodge to the side. Yet Zhou Luo was relentless, clenching his left hand. He conjured another fiery orb and hurled it instantaneously. The searing heat filled the room, the overwhelming spiritual energy causing the man's expression to shift dramatically. He cried out, "You are not Zhao Tong." "Indeed, I am not Zhao Tong." A deep voice resonated as the fiery orb descended into the fray. The man, with nowhere to escape, could only brace himself and unleash all his strength. He thrust his hands forward, and azure energy surged forth in a desperate attempt to block the impending onslaught. With a thunderous crash, flames erupted, scattering sparks in every direction. The man was hurled backward, crashing onto the bed, his complexion pale. However, Zhou Luo had no intention of pursuing further aggression, for he wished to spare the man's life. He stood there, quietly observing him. "You have conspired with the Luo family to plot against the Lin family. If this matter were to leak, your fate would be sealed." The man's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at the figure before him in disbelief, his heart quaking with fear. Could it be that this individual was a master from the Lin family? It dawned on him that the Lin family had been prepared all along. Regret flooded him in that moment. He realized that once exposed, his demise was inevitable, and he hastily pleaded, "My lord, the Luo family forced my hand. I was left with no choice." Though he possessed some influence in the taverns of this realm, he was ultimately but a minor character. Faced with the Luo family's enduring legacy, he had truly no means to refuse. Additionally, the Luo family had once extended him a favor, compelling him to take such a grave risk by providing the room numbers for 3 members of the Lin family. Zhou Luo had not come to deliver judgment upon him. His voice was cold as he stated, "The Lin family shall not pursue this matter, but you must assist me with certain tasks." The man felt a surge of relief and quickly acquiesced. At that moment, Zhou Luo abruptly produced a brown pill from his robe and tossed it into the man's embrace. "Consume it." "What?" The man's face twitched as he stared at the brown pill, hesitant to make any move. "Refusal means death," Zhou Luo said coolly. After much hesitation, the man's expression hardened, and with gritted teeth, he picked up the brown pill and swallowed it whole. This pill was known as the spirit-extinguishing pill. Zhou Luo spoke nonchalantly. "This pill is called the spirit-extinguishing pill." Upon hearing this, the man's face turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground. The spirit-extinguishing pill was a high-grade poison of the first order. If an antidote were not consumed within 24 hours, all his spiritual energy would dissipate, rendering him a worthless husk. The man understood that Zhou Luo was wary of him. He lifted his gaze to the shadowy figure and trembled. "What do you wish for me to do?" Zhou Luo tossed him another vial of pills. The man, filled with confusion, quickly caught it. "Put the contents into the Luo family's food," Zhou Luo commanded solemnly. Since the other party sought to employ poison, he too would reciprocate. The man's face was stricken with terror. "My lord, would it not cost me my life?" Alchemists were the most esteemed among the enduring families. Even the Luo family would not dare to poison Lin Jishou, for it would incite the Lin family's merciless vengeance. Now, the other party was asking him to poison the Luo family, which would undoubtedly create chaos and could even impact the entire tavern realm. "Fear not. This poison is merely a mild toxin. It will not claim lives," Zhou Luo reassured him. Upon hearing this, the man finally relaxed, surmising that the Lin family would not be so audacious as to go that far. "Moreover, the body of the assassin upstairs is yours to dispose of," Zhou Luo continued. The man nodded repeatedly, and as Zhou Luo prepared to take his leave, he quietly inquired, "My lord, what about the antidote?" "Once the task is accomplished, it shall be provided to you," Zhou Luo replied before turning to exit the chamber. As he stepped outside, he sensed the once mighty spiritual energy within him gradually dissipating. It seemed the effects of the potion were nearing their end. Fortunately, everything had been meticulously arranged. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhou Luo changed into his own attire and sat at the table, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. The effects of the medicine had finally worn off completely. Thankfully, he had navigated the evening's affairs without peril. This incident had enlightened him to the reality that the outside world was far more treacherous than he had previously imagined. With his mere cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, he was woefully unprepared. It was clear that upon returning to his family, he must devote himself to rigorous training and refrain from venturing out recklessly. With a weary mind, he approached his bed and lay down, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 27. Alchemy. The following day, Lin Jisho was abruptly awakened, springing from his bed with a vigilant gaze scanning his surroundings. The room lay in utter silence, unchanged. Furrowing his brow, Lin Jisho rose and began to investigate. The previous night, after quenching his thirst, he had felt an overwhelming haze enveloping his mind. It was then that he realized he might have been poisoned. Instinctively, he had wanted to cry out for help, but the potency of the drug had swiftly rendered him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in his current predicament. After thoroughly searching the room, he concluded that he had not misplaced any belongings nor encountered anything peculiar. How strange. He seated himself, engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated through the air. "Come in," Lin Jisho called out. The door swung open, revealing Zhou Luo with a beaming smile. "Uncle Shou, you're awake. Did anything happen last night?" Lin Jisho inquired. Zhou Luo thought to himself, "The old man has indeed sensed something amiss. It was fortunate that I arrived. Indeed, something did occur last night. Someone attempted to infiltrate your room," Zhou Luo whispered, lowering his voice. "Who possesses such audacity?" Lin Jisho's expression darkened. "I am unsure. Fortunately, I spotted him and summoned help." "Which drove the intruder away," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "Was it someone from the tavern?" Lin Jisho questioned, perplexed. "Yes," Zhou Luo affirmed. To bolster Lin Jisho's trust, he had even summoned the man from the previous night. Although the man was unaware of the Lin family's intentions, he understood that the antidote was in Zhou Luo's possession and thus cooperated in playing his part convincingly. "Rest assured, we at the Tianxia Tavern will pursue this matter to the end," the man declared solemnly. "Very well, inform me of any updates." Lin Jisho ultimately chose to believe. Zhou Luo then escorted the man out, discreetly handing him a pill. "Has the matter concerning the Lu family been resolved?" Zhou Luo inquired softly. "It has been settled. You may inform the master to rest easy," the man responded, relief evident as he grasped the antidote. The location for the Lingdan martial trials was designated at the Li family's alchemy site, where the competition would naturally revolve around alchemical prowess. Lin Jisho, accompanied by Zhou Luo and Lin Yin, proceeded directly to the Li residence. Upon arrival at the alchemy site, Lin Jisho engaged in animated conversation with other alchemists from the esteemed families, exuding an air of triumph. As the time for the competition had yet to arrive, some individuals meandered, while others pondered alchemical techniques. Just as Zhou Luo was examining whether the cauldron before him was a magical artifact, a melodious female voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a stunning beauty, adorned in a floral white dress that accentuated her slender waist and elongated legs. Her most striking feature being her eyes, radiant and sparkling like sapphires. "Who are you?" Zhou Luo inquired, bemused. He had encountered her just yesterday at the Elixir Conference, where she sat in the Wang family section, presumably as their alchemist, Wang Yue. The realization struck Zhou Luo suddenly. The fourth-place participant in the recent literary examination bore the same name, and it seemed she was indeed the enchanting lady before him. "Is there something you need?" Zhou Luo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you know the method for refining the Bai Shui Dan?" Wang Yue asked directly, her gaze fixed on him with earnest intensity. The topic had been one of the questions in yesterday's literary test, as a first-tier superior-grade elixir. While the method for crafting the Bai Shui Dan was documented, it was evidently beyond the grasp of the young practitioners present, most of whom had only recently embarked on their alchemical journeys. However, Zhou Luo's impressive score of 97 suggested he had indeed answered that challenging question correctly. Zhou Luo hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Jisho, who was engaged in lively conversation with others. Lowering his voice, he replied, "I've seen it before. It just stuck with me." "Really?" Wang Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she suddenly grasped his right hand, pulling him aside. When she confirmed they were not being observed, Her expression turned serious as she implored, "Could you possibly tell me?" Zhou Luo was taken aback. Surely, the Chongqing family would have records of the Bai Shui Dan's refinement methods. It seemed improbable that this beautiful lady, chosen by her family to participate in the Elixir Conference, would be unaware of such procedures. Perhaps sensing his doubts, a fleeting shadow of sorrow passed through her gaze as she whispered, "My family doesn't allow me to engage with this knowledge." Such a revelation left Zhou Luo astonished. The Wang family was unwilling to share the method for the Bai Shui Dan with her. As a first-tier superior grade elixir, its primary function was to heal injuries and aid in the restoration of water element spiritual roots. Clearly, there were deeper issues at play. He could not act recklessly. Provoking the formidable Wang family would undoubtedly yield dire consequences for him. "I'm sorry, but due to family reasons, I cannot disclose that information," Zhou Luo replied. Feeling a pang of difficulty, Wang Yue's lovely eyes dimmed with disappointment as she slowly lowered her head, her spirits seemingly dampened. "Since you need the Bai Shui Dan, why not purchase one?" Zhou Luo could not help but suggest. Regrettably, she offered no response, merely gazing at him intently before politely saying, "I apologize for the disturbance," and turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Luo shook his head slightly. Indeed, every family harbors its own burdensome secrets. At that moment, the family head, Li Shuntian, entered the arena. A wave of respect washed over the crowd, and Zhou Luo returned to Lin Jishou's side. "What of the Lu family?" Li Shuntian inquired, surveying the attendees with curiosity. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to answer. Li Shuntian glanced at the time before turning to a middle-aged man beside him. "The martial examination is about to commence. Zihu, please go inquire." Li Zihu acknowledged the command and departed swiftly, while the others settled into their designated areas. Before long, Li Zihu hurried back, his expression fraught with urgency. "Father, the Lu family has departed." "Departed? Have they decided against participating in this alchemical conference?" Li Shuntian furrowed his brow. According to the tavern staff, after the Lu family had breakfast, they left in haste for reasons unknown. Li Zihu spoke the truth. The others present appeared perplexed. Only Zhou Luo understood that it seemed his poison had begun to take effect. In order to justly punish the members of the Lu family, Zhou Luo had deliberately instructed a man from the Tianxia Tavern to incorporate the spiritual elixirs he had concocted into the spirit cuisine. While it posed no lethal threat, it was sufficient to incapacitate them for a time. "Well, since the Lu family would not attend, let the others compete," declared Li Shuntian. According to the customary rules of previous years, this martial examination required the selection of the final 5 individuals to enter the Qingyuan sect for study. Initially, 3 members of the Lu family were expected to place in the top 10, but with their abrupt departure, only 7 contenders remained. Shortly, the servants of the Li family arranged 7 alchemical furnaces in the center. Zhou Luo and the other 6 stood before the furnaces, awaiting the commencement. This time, the judging panel included a first-tier high-grade alchemist from the Li family, alongside other alchemists from esteemed families like Lin Jishou, who would observe from the sidelines. Lin Jishou sat in a chair, his previous air of confidence replaced by a more somber demeanor. Alchemy was not akin to solving problems. The latter might rely solely on theoretical knowledge, whereas the former required genuine skill. Lin Jishou was aware of Zhou Luo's foundational knowledge, leaving him with some uncertainty. Before the alchemical furnace, Zhou Luo wore a serious expression. If the competition was to narrow from 7 to 5, he need not reveal too much of his alchemical talent. A sudden display of exceptional skill would undoubtedly raise Lin Jishou's suspicions. "Let us begin," Li Shuntian's voice rang out abruptly. The participants moved aside to select their herbs. The martial examination imposed no restrictions on the type of elixir to be refined. One simply needed to choose what they felt most confident in. The evaluators would score based on performance. Hence, even though Zhou Luo was merely a first-tier low-grade alchemist, if he performed exceptionally well, he could still achieve a high score. This time, Zhou Luo opted not to concoct the conventional entry-level elixir, the fasting pill. Instead, he chose the more challenging grain elixir. Like the fasting pill, the grain elixir served as a sustenance substitute. However, due to its superior taste and nutritional value, it presented greater difficulty. Upon witnessing the herbs Zhou Luo selected, Lin Jishou immediately realized he intended to refine the grain elixir, and his brow furrowed in concern. Could this young man truly concoct such a potion? Chapter 28. Unseen alchemical methods. Having completed the selection of medicinal herbs, everyone returned to the alchemical furnace. The moment to commence the refinement was at hand. He placed a portion of the herbs into the furnace, circulating the spiritual energy within his body. A crimson aura descended into the chamber, and a fierce flame surged forth, dancing within the furnace. The herbs crackled beneath the intense heat, gradually dissolving. Observing the progress, Zhou Luo added the remaining herbs into the mix. Instantly, the once crimson flames shimmered with a pale blue radiance, only to subsequently return to tranquility. As time progressed, the herbs began to transform into a liquid state beneath the flames, merging with one another. Zhou Luo focused intently, feigning unfamiliarity as he executed an alchemical incantation, guiding the herbal liquid to coalesce along a specific trajectory. Under the influence of this incantation, the liquid began to merge slowly, its color shifting to a rich, earthy hue. Meanwhile, the other alchemists commenced their own refinements, each exhibiting distinct expressions. Some appeared confident and relaxed, others were meticulous and serious, while a few furrowed their brows in concentration. The woman from the Wang family displayed a mature alchemical technique, indicating her likely high score. Someone remarked, referring to Wang Yue. An elder from the Wang family chimed in, stating that Yue had been refining for many years. If she were to study at the Immortal sect, it would not be long before she achieved a breakthrough. This statement caused the expressions of the other alchemists from prominent families present to shift slightly. Given Wang Yue's age, if she were to attain first-tier high-grade prowess so swiftly, her future would be boundless. It seemed the Wang family had indeed discovered a remarkable talent. The member from the Li family was commendable as well, choosing to refine the challenging diamond pill. Additionally, the young man from the Zhang family showcased an exquisite mastery of alchemical techniques, marking him as a promising candidate. The senior alchemists present began to share their assessments. Those participating in this martial examination undoubtedly possessed considerable skill. Furthermore, the descendants of these long-established families exhibited impressive performance. Curiously, Zhou, is the technique of your Lin family's son-in-law not correct? At that moment, the elder from the Wang family posed a question, drawing the attention of the other alchemists. They had not previously noticed Zhou Luo, but now turned their gazes toward him, realizing that they had never encountered his alchemical methods before. Lin Zhou stood there, his expression somewhat grave. Could it be that this young man had not memorized the alchemical techniques? Look, he is on the verge of failure. Suddenly, someone remarked. They observed as the liquid within Zhou Luo's furnace emitted a hissing sound and even began to produce white smoke. This was clearly an indication that the herbs were on the brink of collapse due to inadequate guidance. How could Zhou Luo, who had not mastered the alchemical methods, dare to attempt the 5 grains pill? The elder from the Wang family frowned. It seemed he had overestimated his abilities, attempting to tackle a challenging pill and unwittingly stepping on his own toes. A smirk crossed the lips of the Zhang family's alchemist as he spoke, casting a glance at Lin Zhou. At this moment, Lin Zhou clenched his hands tightly, remaining silent. He understood. This young man had never successfully refined the 5 grains elixir and was undoubtedly inexperienced. A twinge of disappointment welled up within him. It seemed that the Lin family would not be able to enter the Immortal sect for training this time. However, the medicinal properties still appeared to be intact, as the alchemist from the Li family suddenly remarked. Although white smoke had begun to rise from Zhou Luo's alchemical furnace, the liquid had not yet collapsed. Rather, under Zhou Luo's guidance, it gradually calmed, producing bubbles of various sizes. What kind of alchemical technique is this? Exclaimed the Zhang family alchemist, who had previously mocked Zhou Luo, his eyes wide in disbelief. This method of alchemy was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Could there be an alternative technique for refining the 5 grains elixir? Indeed, there was. In order to produce a high-quality 5 grains elixir, Zhou Luo had intentionally employed a special refining technique, which was why the liquid emitted white smoke. This technique was likely known only to those who had mastered all first-tier alchemical knowledge. At present, his expression was grave as he once again summoned a fierce flame to descend into the furnace. The flames within the furnace surged dramatically, then quickly receded under Zhou Luo's control, while the previously boiling liquid began to coalesce under the guidance of the alchemical formula. Finally, it was time to refine the elixirs. Everyone, except Zhou Luo, had entered the final moments of their processes. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as all eyes were fixed on the actions of several individuals. Before long, the first waft of fragrant elixir emerged from Wang Yue's furnace. The Li family alchemist hurried forward and saw that the flames had vanished, revealing 5 mid-tier first-grade elixirs resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Producing 5 elixirs in one batch was already quite commendable. Simultaneously, others began to succeed in their own refinements. Over at Zhou Luo's station, the earthy-colored liquid finally began to coalesce under his manipulation, ultimately transforming into 2 elixirs resting within. Seeing only 2, Lin Jishou felt a heaviness in his heart. This outcome seemed somewhat insufficient. The Li family alchemist inspected each batch one by one, offering evaluations until he reached Zhou Luo. Upon noticing that there were only 2 elixirs, the alchemist's expression clearly shifted. The grading criteria for alchemy consisted of 3 aspects: the quantity produced in one batch, the complexity of the refining process, and the final quality of the elixirs. Each aspect was rated up to 10 points, for a total of 30 points. Zhou Luo's performance fell short on the first criterion, earning only 4 points. The Li family alchemist then produced 2 elixirs. The 5 grains elixir, ranked among the top 5 in terms of difficulty for first-grade low-tier elixirs. Successfully refining it earned 7 points, he stated slowly. Afterward, he meticulously examined the quality of the elixirs. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A premium elixir, worth a perfect 10 points." At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. Lin Jishou, overwhelmed with surprise, rushed to the alchemical furnace to closely examine the 5 grains elixir. "A perfect score? Is this truly of the finest quality?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. The alchemist from the Li family asserted with unwavering certainty, "Indeed, it is of the utmost quality. You may examine it for yourselves." With that, he handed 2 pills to the others. They eagerly passed them around, ultimately confirming the quality of the elixirs. Each pill is categorized into 4 grades: superior, intermediate, inferior, and exquisite, based on its efficacy. The majority of pills that reach the intermediate grade are already considered exceptional. Ascending beyond that is a rarity, while exquisite pills are often elusive and hard to come by. Even Lin Jishou, a top-tier first-grade alchemist, may find it challenging to produce a batch of exquisite grain pills. Thus, achieving a perfect score is indeed a commonplace occurrence. The other competitors cast peculiar glances at Zhou Luo, their expressions shifting. Could this individual truly be so formidable? Zhou Luo feigned a modest, bashful smile, as if all of this was merely a stroke of luck on his part. Chapter 29. Returning home, Zhou Luo's exceptional 5-grain pill astonished all present. Ultimately, he achieved a score of 21, securing 4th place among the 7 alchemists, and successfully earned the opportunity to study at the Qingyuan sect. Lin Jishou was elated. It had been a long time since anyone from the Lin family had obtained such a chance to learn alchemy at an immortal sect. Upon returning to the inn, he summoned Zhou Luo to his room. "Well done. Your performance was remarkable," Lin Jishou exclaimed, his aged face beaming with delight as he sat in a chair. "It is all thanks to your guidance, Uncle Shou," Zhou Luo humbly replied. "I did not teach you how to concoct such exquisite pills. Where did you learn that?" Lin Jishou inquired. Zhou Luo had anticipated this question and replied earnestly, "You allowed us to peruse ancient alchemical texts, and I stumbled upon it by chance. I never expected to succeed on my first attempt." "Truly the first time?" Lin Jishou scrutinized him closely. Zhou Luo, maintaining his composure, affirmed, "Yes, Uncle Shou. I would not dare deceive you." "Ah, what a diligent child you are. No wonder you topped the written examination. That little brat, Lin Yin, pales in comparison." Lin Jishou mused. Before Zhou Luo could respond, a jubilant Lin Jishou declared, "Come, let us dine splendidly today. Order whatever you desire." "Thank you, Uncle Shou," Zhou Luo smiled. He had heard that the finest spiritual cuisine at the inn greatly benefits cultivators. Since the opportunity had arisen, he intended for Lin Jishou to indulge generously. At the dining table, Lin Jishou ceaselessly praised Zhou Luo's talent, causing Lin Yin to squirm uncomfortably beside them. Zhou Luo was also quite pleased, continuously toasting in celebration. The only drawback was that he would have to wait 2 years before beginning his studies at the Qingshan sect. This was because not only alchemical skills were being evaluated, all disciplines were undergoing similar assessments. Thus, only after the final selections were made could one enter the Immortal sect for study. The following day, Lin Jishou granted Zhou Luo a day of leisure and gifted him 30 spirit stones, encouraging him to explore the city of Panshur. However, Zhou Luo had little desire to wander, having already sold his premium pills. Nevertheless, since he was there, he decided to take a look around. By a stroke of coincidence, he encountered Wang Yue once more on the street. This time, she was accompanied by another young man, presumably also from the Wang family. Zhou Luo, what a pleasant surprise to see you again, Wang Yue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Indeed, what a coincidence, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. At that moment, the young man from the Wang family clasped his hands and introduced himself, Wang Qinghao. Zhou Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Are you shopping for something? Wang Yue suddenly asked. Yes, Zhou Luo responded. Then let us go together, she invited unexpectedly. Zhou Luo, sensing that she still had something to discuss regarding their previous encounter, initially considered declining. Yet, the look in her eyes was unmistakably intent on conveying something. Ultimately, he acquiesced. During their leisurely stroll, while Wang Qinghao was occupied with selecting items, Wang Yue subtly approached and whispered, Are you truly not considering it? I am merely a humble son-in-law, Zhou Luo replied, somewhat helpless. As long as you tell me. I can offer an exchange, Wang Yue said, her gaze fixed on Wang Qinghao. With what? Zhou Luo contemplated, studying her thoughtfully. It appeared her spiritual roots were quite promising. One could only wonder if she might bear children of even greater potential. Information about the Immortal sect, Wang Yue stated with earnestness. At the mention of the Immortal sect, Zhou Luo's heart quivered, and his eyes glistened with yearning. Before he could respond, Wang Yue quickly added, This is my second time entering the Immortal sect for study. So I possess considerable knowledge, including matters that would be advantageous to you. This proposition was undeniably enticing. However, Zhou Luo could not simply place his trust in her. He pondered, I cannot divulge the methods of refinement, but I can trade you some by Shui Dan. Aren't you going to purchase anything, Yue? At that moment, Wang Qinghao glanced over. Wang Yue smiled. No need, you go ahead. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Qinghao went to pay, she nodded. I will require at least 20 by Shui Dan. 20? Zhou Luo's eyelids twitched. You certainly do not shy away from asking. Rest assured, that information is undoubtedly worth these pills, Wang Yue asserted confidently. Very well, it is settled. Zhou Luo ultimately acquiesced. After all, the refinement of Bai Shui Dan posed no challenge for him. If he could exchange it for benefits from the Immortal sect, it would be entirely worthwhile. Once the transaction was finalized, Zhou Luo found an excuse to depart, subsequently acquiring a substantial quantity of materials for refining Bai Shui Dan before returning to the inn. A day later, he was finally set to journey home. 7 days later, Zhou Luo beheld the magnificent city of Maple Leaf once more. As the flying boat descended, he made his way directly to his courtyard. Brother Zhou? A familiar voice called out to him. Upon turning, he recognized Su Changsheng, who now bore the mark of hardship, with one arm severed and a stubble of beard adding to his air of despondency. Brother Su, Zhou Luo greeted with a respectful gesture, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Su's amputated arm, feeling a pang of guilt. I heard you attended the Spirit Pill Conference. How did it go? Su Changsheng inquired with curiosity. It went reasonably well, Brother Su. But what of your injury? Zhou Luo hesitated to ask. Su Changsheng chuckled nonchalantly. It is of no consequence. As long as I can remain with my family, I am already content. I truly had no choice in the earlier matter, Zhou Luo explained. To his surprise, Su Changsheng patted him on the shoulder. I understand. It is all right. At least you salvaged your life. After a brief exchange, Zhou Luo hurried back to the courtyard. Upon entering, he joyfully exclaimed, I am back. Husband, you have returned. Lin Yi was the first to appear, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She hurried over and embraced Zhou Luo tightly. Husband, I missed you so much. Before long, Lin Zier and Lin Feiying appeared one after another, approaching his side. Husband, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Lin Feiying said as she turned to head towards the kitchen. Since giving birth, Lin Feiying had once again taken charge of the kitchen, seemingly harboring an inexplicable passion for culinary arts. Lin Zier gazed at him, her innocent face adorned with a touch of tenderness. Where's Qinghan? Zhou Luo noticed that Lin Qinghan was unexpectedly absent and inquired with curiosity. Sister Qinghan is cultivating in the spirit vein blessed land, Lin Yi replied in a soft voice. Aren't you going to let go? Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. Only then did Lin Yi release her hold and step aside, smiling as she asked, "Husband, do you look in the mirror every day?" At this, Zhou Luo was momentarily speechless. "Of course I do," he replied, a smile gracing his lips. In the dining room, savoring the delicacies prepared by Lin Feng once again, Zhou Luo felt a wave of nostalgia. This was far superior to any fasting elixir or grain essence he had consumed. Indeed, the enjoyment of culinary delights was an inevitable part of cultivating immortality. Through Lin Yi, he also learned that Lin Lan would soon give birth, meaning he would soon welcome his sixth child. Later that evening, as Zhou Luo prepared for sleep, Lin Yi pushed open the door with a smile in her eyes. "Husband, are you sleeping alone?" Zhou Luo responded with a gentle smile. "Come in. Then we shall enter," Lin Yi declared. "We?" Zhou Luo questioned in confusion, only to see Lin Feiying and Lin Zier following her into the room. Well then, it seemed he would be facing 3 women upon their return. Chapter 30. The transformation of identity. On the following day, Zhou Luo did not awaken until noon. The long journey of the past few days, coupled with last night's battle, had taken a toll on him. As he supported himself against the door and stepped outside, he found Lin Feiying in the courtyard, soothing the child. Upon seeing him, she revealed a bashful smile. "Husband, shall I prepare a meal for you?" "Very well, I shall hold the child," Zhou Luo replied. As he took the infant into his arms, he gazed upon the bundle with a paternal smile. Although the child lacked spiritual roots, he felt no disdain. Rather, he suddenly appreciated the simplicity of being an ordinary person, cherishing the thought of providing a happy life under his protection. Just as he was engaging with the child, Lin Yi entered with a light and cheerful step. "Husband, you are awake so soon?" she inquired, drawing nearer. "Did you expect me to sleep indefinitely?" Zhou Luo teased. "Last night, it was this little girl who caused the most commotion." Lin Yi chuckled shyly, then suddenly recalled something, saying, "Oh right. Grandpa Shou sent word that he wishes to see you once you awaken." "Grandpa Shou is looking for me." Zhou Luo realized it must pertain to the upcoming Elixir Conference. The fact that he was not directly awakened indicated an elevation in his status within the family. Thus, he decided to have a meal before heading over. At Shouchuan Garden, Lin Jishou was humming a tune while watering the flowers, his spirit notably buoyant. Lin Yan, previously in the courtyard, had been deemed unworthy to accompany him due to disappointing performance at the Elixir Conference and was now relegated to learning from other alchemists. As Zhou Luo arrived, Lin Jishou approached with a broad smile. "You've come." He surveyed Zhou Luo with satisfaction. "This year's Elixir Conference has brought honor to our Lin family because of you." "Uncle Shou," Zhou Luo humbly saluted. "Sit. I wish to discuss the family's rewards with you." Lin Jishou gestured toward a stone bench nearby. Hearing about the family rewards, Zhou Luo's expression brightened. Lin Jishou, now seated, continued, "You performed admirably this time. The family has decided to grant you an estate." "An estate?" Zhou Luo's spirit soared. The only places within the Lin family that could be termed estates were those located on the periphery of the core district, near the spiritual veins. Compared to his current residence, it was a world apart. He had not anticipated such generosity from the family. "Additionally, there are further rewards awaiting you in my chamber for you to take home later," Lin Jishou added. "Thank you, Uncle Shou," Zhou Luo replied, suppressing his excitement. It seemed the family's rewards would be substantial. "However, there is one more matter." Lin Jishou suddenly ceased his jovial demeanor, his expression turning serious. Noticing this shift, Zhou Luo straightened, listening intently. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Lin Jishou asked, his aged face bearing a solemnity that underscored his words. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement surged. "Of course. It would be my honor to become your disciple, Uncle Shou." The distinction between an apprentice and a disciple is indeed vast. The former is merely a helper, occasionally acquiring some alchemical techniques, while the latter receives the full extent of the mentor's knowledge. However, for Zhou Luo, given his current prowess, these details are somewhat trivial. What he truly values is the transformation in status that this entails. Lin Jishou is currently the sole first-tier master alchemist in the family, holding a position of great esteem. Once Zhou Luo becomes his disciple, his own status will undoubtedly rise, bringing with it a plethora of advantages. He would enjoy discounts on purchasing medicinal materials, unfettered access to the family's alchemical facilities, and an increased number of days permitted in the spiritual vein sanctum. The latent value of such opportunities is immeasurable. Thus, Zhou Luo readily agreed. Lin Jishou nodded in satisfaction. Although he is a first-tier master alchemist, he is advanced in age and unable to break through to the foundation establishment realm in this lifetime. After his passing, the family's alchemical endeavors would suffer greatly. Presently, he sees hope for the future in Zhou Luo, particularly after the latter's impressive performance at the Spiritual Pill Conference, which led him to resolve to nurture Zhou Luo diligently. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhou Luo felt as though he were in a dream. He had unexpectedly become Lin Jishou's disciple and acquired a manor adjacent to the core area. "My dear, Grandpa Shou is looking for you to bestow a reward." Isn't. As soon as he arrived, a throng of wives and concubines approached him with eager inquiries. "How do you know this?" Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. "Dabo just sent over a plethora of cultivation resources," Lin Feng interjected. The Dabo she referred to was, of course, Lin Qinghan's father, Linda. Reflecting on their first meeting, which was marked by disdain and dissatisfaction, it seemed that this father-in-law had proven to be quite adaptable, as he now sent resources to Zhou Luo's courtyard daily. Zhou Luo did not withhold the truth. He informed the women of his new status and the acquisition of the manor. Upon hearing this, the women erupted in joy and excitement, especially Lin Yi, who embraced Zhou Luo and showered him with fervent kisses, exclaiming, "I knew it. My dear husband is so remarkable. He will surely lead us to a prosperous life." In no time, news of Zhou Luo's discipleship under Lin Jishou and his acquisition of a manor spread like wildfire throughout the family. This revelation fell upon the tranquil family like a massive stone cast into still waters, creating tumultuous waves. Whether it was the sons-in-law like Su Changsheng or the collateral descendants of the Lin family, all were envious. This signified a monumental shift in Zhou Luo's identity. Merely becoming Lin Jishou's disciple was sufficient to elevate him above many of the collateral descendants. Not to mention, he had secured a manor near the core area, a locale reserved for significant family figures. The fact that a son-in-law of the Lin family was now deemed worthy of residing there implied that he could now be regarded on par with the family's prominent figures. Of course, the comparison remains largely unfounded. Yet, the journey of a mere son-in-law to his current esteemed position is indeed a source of astonishment and envy for countless individuals. In the following days, Zhou Luo continued his diligent cultivation, spending quality time at home with the children, and occasionally clandestinely extracting previously acquired medicinal herbs to refine exquisite first-tier elixirs. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and her companions busied themselves with reconnecting and reminiscing with their sisters. Naturally, their true intention was to flaunt their husband's newfound favor within the family. Having previously been overlooked in their own lineage, they now basked in Zhou Luo's elevated status, which even granted them a splendid estate, thus indulging their vanity. Such behavior, while understandable, compelled him to gently caution them against being overly ostentatious. Should they inadvertently attract resentment from others, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. At this juncture, Zhou Luo merely wished to bide his time, allowing it to bridge the gap between his strength and that of others. Indeed, prompted by his reminders, the women noticeably tempered their exuberance. However, they were not Zhou Luo and could not fully grasp his perspective. He recognized that while the current situation was manageable, the dynamics might shift once he had numerous wives and descendants, potentially implicating his own standing. Establishing a family is no simple endeavor. Enjoying the privileges of familial ties necessitates shouldering their obligations, and Zhou Luo had mentally prepared himself for this reality. Chapter 31. The sixth offspring 5 days later. The steward Lin Fu arrived to inform Zhou Luo that the estate had been prepared for their relocation, even inquiring about a suitable name for the manor. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo responded, "Let it be called Zhou Garden." Zhou Garden, a simple and straightforward designation for his estate. Once Lin Fu departed, Zhou Luo commenced the preparations for the move. Though he had only 5 women, the arrival of their child had significantly increased the household's population. Hence, the task of moving would require considerable effort. Just as he found himself in a quandary, unexpectedly, Su Changsheng appeared with a group, offering their assistance. Through Su Changsheng, Zhou Luo learned that these individuals were all part of the same cohort of sons-in-law who had entered the Lin family. However, due to previous conflicts, they had suffered substantial losses, leaving only a handful of them. Merely a dozen remained. Under Su Changsheng's leadership, they had gathered to help Zhou Luo with his relocation, with the clear hope that he would provide them protection in the future. In dire need of assistance, Zhou Luo did not refuse their offer, but promised each of them 3 pills of absence of hunger as compensation. Brother Zhou, you needn't feel obligated to do this, Su Changsheng remarked, standing beside Zhou Luo and observing the bustling activity around them with a sigh. I simply wish to avoid being indebted to anyone, Zhou Luo replied calmly. Su Changsheng understood his sentiment, but persisted. Must we truly delineate our arrangements so distinctly, Brother Zhou? Such is the nature of the world. We are but insignificant figures, Zhou Luo remarked, meeting his gaze. Su Changsheng remained silent. Zhou Luo gently patted his shoulder. Brother Su, we may consider ourselves friends. After this farewell, it may be a long time before we meet again. Take care. Take care, Su Changsheng echoed, his expression tinged with melancholy. Zhou Garden was merely a wall away from the core area of the main family. Within the estate, verdant trees flourished and the fragrant blossoms filled the air, while the intricate rockeries added to the picturesque scenery. The central main building towered over 3 stories, exuding grandeur, with exquisitely carved designs adorning its walls, lifelike in their detail. Flanking it were rows of rooms. Apart from communal areas like the kitchen, each chamber was warded by arrays to prevent prying eyes. Proximity to the spiritual vein ensured that the area was rich in spiritual energy, a veritable paradise for practitioners. It seemed the family held him in high regard this time. Lin Fu, observing Zhou Luo's settled household, proceeded to impart some important details. Given that Zhou Garden was close to the main family's core area and surrounded by significant family members, it was not a place he could afford to offend. Even though he was a disciple of Lin Jishou, he ultimately bore no Lin bloodline. Zhou Luo absorbed all this information attentively. After Lin Fu's departure, he began to assess the environment of Zhou Garden. The main building had 3 floors. The first was designated for receiving guests and conducting daily affairs. The second served as the residence for his wives and concubines, while the third was primarily reserved for a training room, an alchemical chamber, and a study. Especially in the practice room, which has been endowed with a special formation by the family to expedite the absorption of spiritual energy. Zhou Luo decided to test it out. Although the speed could not compare to that of a spirit vein-blessed land, it far exceeded the ordinary. They had just moved into their new home. Lin Lan was finally about to give birth. Fortunately, Zhou Luo did not need to involve himself directly this time. He stood quietly at the doorway, awaiting the arrival of their 6th child. With the sound of the baby's cries, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 6th descendant. You have been granted a 10-year lifespan enhancement. As anticipated, this time, no offspring with spiritual roots was born. Lin Lan gave birth to a daughter, and according to the previously established rules, he named the little infant Zhou Xia. On the very night of his daughter's birth, he received another notification. Congratulations, host. Through your tireless efforts, you have successfully facilitated the conception of your partner, earning a chance for a lottery draw. Without hesitation, he utilized this lottery opportunity that very night. On the white spinning wheel, golden orbs began to whirl rapidly. Ultimately, it landed again in the skill category. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2nd-tier poison-making skills. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check. Another poison-making skill? Zhou Luo felt a moment of exasperation. It seemed they were intent on cultivating him towards becoming a poison master. 2nd-tier poison-making skill. Upon use, you will directly comprehend the fully leveled 2nd-tier poison-making techniques, along with the corresponding compendium of poisons. After all, this was a 2nd-tier skill, capable of poisoning foundational cultivators. It would be unwise not to learn it. He decisively chose to utilize it. As the backpack icon vanished, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Zhou Luo instantly acquired a wealth of 2nd-tier poison-making knowledge. Could it be that he truly intended to poison the ancestral elder of the Lin family? He mused inwardly. Of course, this was merely a fantasy. Setting aside the question of locating the elder, given his current status, there was absolutely no need for such actions. If the Lin family were to perish, he would gain nothing from it. Time passed, and Zhou Luo had already resided in Zhou Garden for over 2 months. One day, Lin Xinghan, who had been cultivating in the blessed land, finally returned. Moreover, she brought good news. A family gathering? In the hall, Zhou Luo gazed at the still graceful Lin Xinghan, his expression one of surprise. Lin Xinghan nodded. Yes, Uncle Fu mentioned that for some unknown reason, the Lu family has abandoned their attempt to seize the spirit mine. which has now become the property of the Lin family. To celebrate this victory, the family has decided to hold a feast, both to reward the family members and to honor those who have passed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that his mere act of poisoning had compelled the Lu family to forego their claim on the spirit mine? That seemed unlikely. They had fought for it for so many years. How could they relinquish it so easily? Unable to discern the answer, Zhou Luo chose to stop overthinking. Besides informing him about the family banquet, Lin Xinghan also mentioned that they had been invited to attend this gathering. Attending the family banquet did not come as a surprise to Zhou Luo. This time, the family permitted the legitimate wife to attend, while the concubines, such as Lin Yi, were left without this opportunity. Upon Lin Xinghan's return, the previously unruly Lin Yi became considerably subdued, refraining from sneaking into the room at night. Although Lin Xinghan typically exuded a cool demeanor with little emotional expression, as the legitimate wife, she possessed a remarkable ability to manage Zhou Luo's other women. Zhou Luo indeed desired a virtuous and capable wife to oversee his family affairs. That evening, the two lay in bed, with Lin Xinghan nestled against Zhou Luo's chest, quietly listening as he recounted the events of the Spirit Elixir Conference. Upon hearing her husband's commendable performance, a faint smile graced Lin Xinghan's lips. Once, she had resented the family's decisions, yet now it appeared that everything had unfolded in the most favorable manner. However, there remains something you have yet to disclose to me. Suddenly, after Zhou Luo finished his tale, Lin Xinghan lifted her head, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was something he had not mentioned, but how had she discerned this? When you spoke of the martial arts examination the following day, your heartbeat quickened. Lin Xinghan observed intently. You can even hear heartbeats? Zhou Luo gazed incredulously at the woman nestled against his chest, meeting her penetrating gaze. All right, I have indeed concealed certain matters, Zhou Luo conceded. He then proceeded to share his encounter with Wang Yue, albeit omitting the truth, merely stating that she appreciated him, and they exchanged a few words. Lin Xinghan regarded him with evident skepticism. Then why did you not mention it? Would you not fear I might misunderstand? Zhou Luo embraced her tightly. I am not that petty, Lin Xinghan retorted. Zhou Luo merely smiled in silence. She claimed not to be petty, yet when Lin Yi and her two sisters had arrived, he had nearly turned into a jealous guardian. All right, let us sleep, Zhou Luo said, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Chapter 32. The family banquet. The family gathering is set to take place in 5 days. And during this time, the household servants are bustling with activity. Zhou Luo, in addition to his daily practice in alchemy, has taken on the delightful task of entertaining several young children. Though they are still quite small, Zhou Luo finds himself irresistibly drawn to play with them. He now comprehends why Lin Xinghan has become so gentle since becoming a mother. Indeed, children are the angels that save the world, at least during this tender phase. However, once they transition into the mischievous stage, they may become quite the handful. Thus, he intends to savor this precious opportunity. The 5 days pass swiftly. As the banquet is scheduled for the evening, Zhou Luo and Lin Xinghan set off in the afternoon. Their first stop was Linda's residence. This once critical father-in-law now beamed with warmth, showering Zhou Luo with compliments. Son-in-law, how are you enjoying your new home? Linda inquired as they strolled through the courtyard. Quite well, Zhou Luo replied with a nod. Indeed, I was right about you, Linda chuckled. Zhou Luo fell into a moment of silence, reflecting, of course. You were right about me, you never truly saw me. Linda continued to converse with enthusiasm, treating Zhou Luo as one of his own and expressing a desire to visit Zhou Garden and experience its spiritual ambience. Zhou Luo did not decline this invitation. As time drew near, the four of them decided to set off. The banquet was to be held in the core area of the family estate. After traversing a corridor, they finally entered this exclusive zone, following the directions toward the main hall. Along the way, they encountered other distant relatives, with Lindo engaging each one in lively conversation. His excitement palpable. It was a moment of reflection for him. Without his son-in-law, he might never have had the privilege to be here. Lin Xinghan and her daughter were equally intrigued by their surroundings, chatting animatedly. In contrast, Zhou Luo maintained a calm demeanor. They arrived at the main hall, which was already aglow with lights, filled with the laughter and joy of attendees. Upon entering the grand chamber, they found it spacious and adorned with tables laden with an array of spiritual delicacies. Draped curtains and celestial music filled the air, while performers danced gracefully, captivating all who beheld them. The atmosphere was vibrant, with guests exchanging toasts and greetings. As Zhou Luo stepped inside, a figure approached with a tray of spiritual wine. "So, you must be Zhou Luo. Brother Da, you have a fine son-in-law. We shall be relying on you in the future," the individual remarked. Linda laughed heartily, though the pride in his expression was nearly overwhelming. However, amidst the jovial atmosphere, a middle-aged man crossed the space, sneering with disdain. "A mere son-in-law, and only a novice alchemist at that. What right does he have to be here?" Linda's expression faltered, and upon recognizing the man's status, he could only grit his teeth in silence, for the man belonged to the main branch of the family. Lin Xinghan whispered beside Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo nodded. "Are all the members of the main family so arrogant and indifferent? First it was Lin Xin, and now another has emerged." However, when he met the family head, he did not sense such an atmosphere. Subsequently, aside from those who congratulated and admired him, Zhou Luo encountered a few who mocked him with scorn. Unsurprisingly, they were all from the main family's lineage. It seemed that everyone except the family head harbored a certain disdain for him. Was it merely because I have received the family's favor and gained abundant cultivation resources? Surely the main family members would not be so petty. This left him feeling somewhat perplexed. "Zhou Luo, do not take it to heart. This is quite normal." Linda gently patted his shoulder. "Why do they behave this way?" Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. Linda, however, refrained from explaining. Yet, observing his father-in-law's expression, Zhou Luo surmised that there might be other reasons behind it. Since the main family did not favor him, it would be wiser to keep his distance. Thus, he chose to find a corner and sit alone. After all, it seemed that Lin Xinghan and his family of 3 were managing well with socializing. It was better for him to remain low-key. "You enjoy solitude as well?" Just then, a curious voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Luo turned around to see an enchanting woman. Her long hair flowed like ink, cascading naturally over her slender shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin of vibrant green. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of lively and clear eyes sparkled, captivating those who beheld them. Clad in a simple, pale blue gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, she exuded an air of refined elegance. The woman sat there, her animated eyes surveying him. Zhou Luo momentarily lost himself in her beauty but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Indeed." He then politely introduced himself, saying, "My name is Zhou Luo." "You are Zhou Luo?" The woman paused in surprise before breaking into a gentle laugh. "I have been hearing that name quite frequently these past few days." Zhou Luo's spirits lifted. It seemed he had a fan. Such a beautiful admirer. He wondered if she possessed spiritual roots. "Lin Shi," the woman introduced herself. However, her name startled Zhou Luo. He hesitated. "Are you from the main family?" "In the Lin family." It was customary for only those of the main lineage to bear 2 character names, thus signifying their status. "Indeed," Lin Shi confirmed without denial. "You do not harbor animosity towards me?" Zhou Luo asked, puzzled. "Why would I harbor animosity towards you?" Lin Shi replied, perplexed. Zhou Luo then recounted his earlier encounters. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled lightly. "So that is how it is. I prefer to stay out of these conflicts. Thus there is no need for me to be hostile towards you." "Conflicts?" Zhou Luo seized upon the keyword. However, Lin Shi did not elaborate further. Instead, shifting the conversation to the upcoming Elixir Conference. She expressed keen interest in the event and hoped Zhou Luo would share the happenings in detail. Although the young lady of the Zhou family is not fond of commotion, she harbors an immense curiosity about the affairs of the outside world. She listened with rapt attention until her interlocutor had finished speaking. "Why did the Liu family not participate in the competition the following day?" she inquired, puzzled. "I don't know. Perhaps something occurred." "Was it not said that they had all relinquished their claim to the spirit mine?" replied Zhou Luo. "It seems to be related to the malevolent cultivators." Lin Shi murmured thoughtfully. "What?" Zhou Luo seemed to catch the mention of malevolent cultivators. However, Lin Shi quickly covered her cherry-like lips and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing." As she spoke, her gaze suddenly shifted to a particular direction, and she promptly rose, exclaiming, "Grandfather is here. Farewell." Zhou Luo followed her line of sight and discovered that Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family, had already arrived in the arena. Everyone present stood in unison, their expressions grave as they regarded the front. Zhou Luo hastily rose and made her way towards the location of Linda and the others. Chapter 33. The innate Qi had a delightful conversation with the fifth miss. Just as Zhou Luo stood beside Lin Qinghan, he heard her voice turn slightly frosty. Zhou Luo awkwardly touched his nose, realizing she was the fifth Mississippi. What did you discuss? Lin Qinghan inquired in a hushed tone. Nothing much. Just matters concerning the Spirit Pill Conference, Zhou Luo replied candidly. At that moment, Lin Tianxiong had already begun to speak. Lin Qinghan shot him a glare, choosing not to pursue the matter further. This banquet, apart from feasting and merriment, also served to reward those who had made significant contributions to the family. To Zhou Luo's astonishment, his name was conspicuously absent from the list of rewards. Reflecting on the struggles mentioned by the fifth miss, the earlier hostility from the main family toward him, and the prior request from Lin Jishou for him to acquire cultivation resources, Zhou Luo suddenly realized that he might have unwittingly become embroiled in some form of internal strife, one that was intricately linked to the main family. With this thought, he lost all desire to remain at the banquet, wishing to retreat to Zhou Garden and never emerge again, lest he become entangled in the turmoil. Regrettably, the banquet was set to continue for at least another hour. During the event, Zhou Luo could not resist inquiring again about Linda. Alas, you two have suffered an undeserved calamity, Linda lamented, holding a cup of spirit wine. What exactly is the matter? Zhou Luo's confusion deepened. Linda regarded his son-in-law, his expression wavering, revealing inner turmoil. By all accounts, he should not disclose this information. Father-in-law, Qinghan is my lawful wife, Zhou Luo asserted earnestly. His meaning was clear. He wished to convey that they were allies in the same boat, and should anything befall him, Linda would likewise be affected. Indeed, upon hearing this, the hesitation in Linda's eyes vanished as he fixed a determined gaze upon Zhou Luo. My dear son-in-law, you will soon learn the truth. All I can tell you is that this matter involves two factions within the family. Which two factions? Zhou Luo pressed for clarification. Yet Linda's response danced around the question. Currently, everyone is focused on the newly acquired spirit mine. Whoever can claim it will experience a tremendous elevation in strength and status. Thus both sides are secretly vying for dominance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo vaguely surmised that this was likely related to the family's internal conflict. But what did it have to do with him? Had he inadvertently allied himself with a faction that did not belong to the main family? Considering past events, he felt there was indeed a possibility. However, when he sought to inquire about the identity of the other faction, Linda indicated that in due time, he would come to know. He also urged him not to dwell on such matters, emphasizing that his focus should be on enhancing his strength. As for his safety, the family would certainly ensure that no harm befell him. While that was what was said, how could Zhou Luo feel at ease? After all, he had yet to fully grasp the situation. At present, he felt as though he had been swept into a swirling vortex. And the most troubling aspect was that he had no means to extricate himself. The banquet concluded, and Zhou Luo returned to Zhou Garden, burdened with heavy thoughts. Lin Qinghan, sensing his unease on the way home, inquired about the cause upon their arrival. Zhou Luo gazed at his legitimate wife, choosing not to disclose his troubles, merely assuring her that he was fine. In the days that followed, apart from attending Shouchuan Garden to listen to Lin Jishou's teachings, Zhou Luo remained within Zhou Garden. Perhaps it was due to sharing a bed with Lin Qinghan that he felt a sense of security. One day, the system finally emitted a notification. Congratulations to the host for tirelessly striving to allow their partner to conceive, earning a chance to draw from the lottery. Lin Qinghan was pregnant once more. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of insecurity, Zhou Luo hastily activated the lottery feature. As he gazed at the white spinning wheel, he fervently hoped to draw a formidable weapon, ideally something akin to an explosive essence that could significantly enhance his strength in a short span. As he observed, the lottery commenced. A golden orb materialized and began to whirl rapidly. Zhou Luo watched with anticipation as the orb gradually slowed, his heartbeat mirroring its deceleration. Ultimately, the golden orb came to rest in a different category. Different? He pondered, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. The last time he landed in a different area, he had drawn an item that merely enhanced his charm. Although it could amplify his allure, it proved utterly ineffective against those who harbored animosity towards him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring innate Qi. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check it. Innate Qi? Such a thing existed? Zhou Luo was momentarily perplexed. Innate qi typically refers to the inherent essence within a person, an innate endowment. Every individual possesses innate qi from birth, and the more robust this essence, the higher one's aptitude for cultivation, leading to greater achievements in the future. To obtain such a thing was indeed a surprise for Zhou Luo. He glanced at the swirling icon in his backpack. Innate qi, suitable for children under 3 years of age, significantly enhances the user's innate qi, thereby improving cultivation potential. Upon reading the description, Zhou Luo's expression darkened. What nonsense was this? This item could only be used for toddlers? It held no benefit for him whatsoever. In an instant, Zhou Luo felt the urge to curse the system. This pitiful system was truly out to deceive him. After having drawn a useless item last time, it had now bestowed upon him something entirely unusable. It was as if the system did not regard the host as a person at all. With a resigned countenance, Zhou Luo acknowledged the reality. Although the description of innate qi appeared promising, it bore no relevance to him. It seemed it could only be utilized for his child. He contemplated that if his child could significantly enhance their cultivation potential through this innate qi, perhaps it was not such a terrible outcome after all. Who knows? He might even find himself being protected by his offspring in the future. Ultimately, Zhou Luo had no choice but to accept this fact. The following day, he channeled the innate energy into the young Chang'an. Now, as Chang'an approached the age of 1, despite possessing only a 9th grade spiritual root, the nurturing of this primordial essence would undoubtedly enhance its potential. Just then, Lin Feiying's voice resonated from outside, calling for Zhou Luo. Upon stepping out, he beheld 4 servants transporting an alchemical furnace into the manor. Inquiring further, he learned that this was a gift from his master, Lin Jishou, intended for his alchemical endeavors. Previously, due to the matters concerning the Spirit Pill Conference, his progress in alchemy for the family had been delayed. At the beginning of this month, the family finally remembered their obligations. Henceforth, as per their requirements, he was to produce at least 20 pills of the pill of abandoning grains within this month. Zhou Luo did not hesitate to accept this responsibility. After all, it was his duty, and crafting such pills posed no challenge for him. What piqued his interest even more was that the furnace delivered appeared to be unlike any ordinary one. Once it was placed in the alchemical chamber, Zhou Luo began to examine it meticulously. To his astonishment, he discovered that this furnace was, in fact, a magical artifact. Indeed, the interior bore intricate engravings that could assist the alchemist in mastering the flames, as well as automatically regulating the internal temperature. Should he utilize it to concoct a top-tier first-grade pill, the chances of success would likely be greatly enhanced. Zhou Luo, filled with eagerness, commenced his experimentation. Chapter 34. 2 consecutive draws in the blink of an eye. 2 months had elapsed. During this time, Lin Xinghan's pregnancy became known, yet the family displayed no reaction, save for Linda, who brought gifts to offer his condolences. Then one evening, both Lin Yi and Lin Feiying found themselves with child simultaneously. Their pregnancies arrived at an opportune moment. Presently, Zhou Luo, feeling inexplicably ensnared in the family's internal strife, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of insecurity. Compounding this was the outcome of a previous lottery draw, which yielded a primordial energy that could only be utilized by future generations. He fervently wished to draw something of genuine utility. As his consciousness descended into the lottery interface, he gazed at the white spinning wheel with a serious expression, contemplating the 2 opportunities before him. Surely, he would uncover something beneficial this time. He silently recited this hope and then selected the start option. The golden orb on the wheel spun rapidly, and after a few seconds, it came to a halt in the martial arts section. A shiver of despair coursed through Zhou Luo. How could this be? It was a martial art, already in possession of the gathering spirit technique. What he least required was another martial art. Only cultivators at the 5th layer of qi refinement could manipulate spiritual energy for combat. Even if he were to acquire a martial art now, he would be unable to wield it. Such dismal luck. Could it be due to his failure to wash his face? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great Bear Body Refinement Technique. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check it. The system's notification arrived as expected, leaving Zhou Luo momentarily dazed. Body Refinement Technique? The despair that had enveloped his heart suddenly lifted, revealing a glimmer of hope. While he could not utilize the Qi refinement martial arts, this body refinement technique held some promise. Although body refiners often held a lower status and power in the cultivation world, It was evidently a superior choice before reaching the fifth layer of Qi refinement. However, body refinement was notably more time-consuming and financially demanding, leading many to prefer arduous training over the investment of time in body refinement. After all, as one advanced, Qi refinement cultivators would overwhelmingly dominate body refiners of the same realm. Upon discovering the body refinement technique, a sliver of security washed over Zhou Luo. Yet, the name struck him as rather peculiar. He turned his attention to the technique in his backpack. Technique: Great Bear Body Refinement Technique. Grade: Superior Qi Refinement. Description: Observing the techniques of the Great Bear, refine muscles, bones, and flesh through the law of the technique. Enhancing the body and, supplemented by rare materials, forging a physique as robust and formidable as that of a great bear. Below the Qi refinement realm, the body is invincible. After reading the description, Zhou Luo drew in a sharp breath. It was indeed a superior Qi refinement technique, capable of withstanding attacks from the Qi refinement realm. Should he master it, he could navigate the challenges within the Lin family without fear. Yet, what lingered in his mind was the mention of rare materials. As expected, to pursue body refinement, financial investment was indispensable. However, fortifying one's body was crucial, especially considering the need for a healthy physique to bear children. He merely hoped that the rare materials and treasures would not be too obscure. Otherwise, his efforts in learning would be in vain, a true loss. With a focused thought, he activated the technique. In the next moment, information regarding the giant bear body refinement technique flooded his mind, encompassing the intricacies of the body refinement method, the requisite rare materials, and essential precautions, among other details. After a considerable time, Zhou Luo finally absorbed all the information. With the system's assistance, mastering this superior Qi cultivation technique proved relatively straightforward. The only challenge lay in the aforementioned rare materials. Initially, he believed that he merely needed to refine his body with these treasures at critical moments. However, he evidently underestimated the resource demands of body refinement. First and foremost, he needed to use the rare materials to nurture his body until it met the requirements for the next stage. Furthermore, he would need to continuously utilize even more advanced treasures for refinement, repeating this process through 5 stages. Only upon completing all 5 stages could his physical form become invincible against cultivators below the Qi realm. For now, Zhou Luo was solely focused on completing the first stage, ensuring his body could withstand the attacks of a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. Returning his thoughts to the task at hand, he glanced once more at the lottery interface. There remained one opportunity to draw. He wondered what he might obtain this time. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo selected the lottery option. Soon, a golden orb spun before finally halting at the spirit beast section. A spirit beast? Could he possibly draw an ancient divine beast? Excitement surged within him. The items within the spirit beast category surely could not be subpar. If he were to truly summon a divine beast, he would fear nothing, capable of traversing heaven and earth without restraint. Alas, while aspirations are splendid, reality can be harsh. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's inventory. Please check. It seemed that the name did not belong to a divine beast. Moreover, judging by the name, it appeared to be of a rather low rank. With a sense of skepticism, Zhou Luo turned his attention to the white cat icon in his inventory. Spirit Beast, Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. Rank, Tier 3. Description: a demonic beast originating from the snow-capped mountains. Its white fur allows it to conceal itself well amidst the snow. In its juvenile stage, it can master illusionary abilities, and upon maturity, it can wield powerful spiritual energy to acquire additional abilities. A Tier 3 demonic beast. It seemed rather promising, Zhou Luo mused. The so-called spirit beasts, also known as demonic beasts, possess strength levels ranging from low to high. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and so forth, corresponding to the human cultivator's Qi realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, and nascent soul realm. The Snow Mountain Spirit Cat's rank of Tier 3 signifies not its starting point, but rather its potential peak. This implies that, upon reaching its zenith, it would equate to a golden core realm human cultivator. The golden core realm, it seemed, was a rarity only found within the Qingyuan sect. If properly nurtured, this creature could serve as a guardian spirit beast. However, the training period would be lengthy, especially since it was currently still a cub. According to his understanding gleaned from ancient texts, a typical demon beast requires no less than a century to reach adulthood, with more formidable creatures necessitating an even greater span of time. This merely marks the phase of maturity, as there remain subsequent stages of full maturation and peak potential. The total duration for complete development remains uncertain. Fortunately, time is a resource he possesses in abundance. For the moment, Zhou Luo refrains from summoning the Snow Mountain Spirit Beast, as he is still confined to his bed. Should he call upon it now, offering an explanation would prove challenging. He plans to seize an opportunity tomorrow to venture outside, feigning that he acquired the creature, while simultaneously seeking the heavenly materials required for the initial stage of the giant bear body refinement technique. Given his current status, his family no longer restricts his freedom, requiring only a report of his whereabouts. However, to depart from Maple Leaf City, he must secure familial consent in addition to notifying them. With his present strength, the family would certainly not permit him to leave unaccompanied. Returning to his thoughts, he gazes upward at the ceiling of his room. Overall, the outcomes of the two recent lotteries have not proven as disappointing as he had envisioned, providing a modicum of solace to his recently troubled spirit. Nonetheless, the forthcoming endeavors, whether in body refinement or the nurturing of spirit beasts, will undoubtedly demand substantial financial resources. The monthly allocation of spirit stones from his family is evidently insufficient. Fortunately, during his participation in the Spirit Pill Conference, he managed to sell a batch of elixirs, which will sustain him for a while. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. He must continue to concoct pills for profit. Chapter 35. Body Refinement. Early the next morning, Zhou Luo sought out Lin Fu to inform him of his intention to venture outside to procure some items. After a customary inquiry, Lin Fu ultimately bestowed upon him a passage token. Armed with the token, Zhou Luo exited the Lin family estate alone. Standing at the grand entrance, he gazed upon the bustling street before him and stepped forth. This was his inaugural stroll along the avenues of Maple Leaf City. In contrast to Stone City, the throngs of people here were markedly greater, enveloping the atmosphere in a vibrant bustle. Regrettably, he was constrained to merely half a day, preventing him from fully exploring this lively locale. Zhou Luo hastened to a shop that specialized in medicinal herbs, part of the Lin family's enterprises. Upon presenting his token, the proprietor promptly welcomed him with the utmost respect. Although the myriad of rare materials required for the first stage of the bear body refinement technique was extensive, they were relatively common and reasonably priced. After procuring several types of herbs, he continued his journey to other establishments. The singular advantage of shopping outside was the ability to elude the watchful eyes of his family, thus concealing his purchases. Having completed his herb acquisition, he donned a different attire to begin acquiring other items. This endeavor persisted until nearly noon, when he finally gathered all the essential rare materials. Additionally, he made a deliberate visit to a spirit beast shop. Although labeled as such, the creatures sold here were decidedly low-tier pets, lacking even the spark of intelligence. Fortunately, the shop also offered food suitable for spirit beasts. After expending 20 spirit stones, he acquired a substantial bag of the beast's customary fare. Having accomplished all this, he discreetly summoned the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. With a shimmer of ethereal light, a small white kitten nestled quietly in the palm of his hand. Its fur was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and its azure eyes sparkled like precious gems. Delicate whiskers quivered slightly, revealing a playful and cunning nature. The Snow Mountain Spirit Cat nuzzled against his palm, its diminutive form merely the size of a hand. It was hard to fathom that this tiny creature could evolve into a third-tier spirit beast. Zhou Luo placed it upon his shoulder, where the little one remained languid, its tiny paws clutching his garment, exuding a demeanor of utmost docility. "You shall henceforth be my pet," Zhou Luo declared, waving the food enticingly before it. The Snow Mountain Spirit Cat tilted its tiny head in apparent agreement before eagerly devouring the morsel. With this little companion in tow, Zhou Luo made his way back to the family estate. Soon, he returned home, and the presence of the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat aroused no suspicion among the others. They merely regarded the kitten as an ordinary pet, as not everyone possessed the skill to discern its true nature as a spirit beast, which required mastery of beast-taming arts. This realization prompted Zhou Luo to consider the potential benefits of mastering beast-taming skills, which could expedite the Snow Mountain Spirit Cat's growth. Upon returning to the family garden, he found Lin Yi engaged in playful antics with a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. When she spotted Zhou Luo returning with a petite white cat, her eyes gleamed with delight, and she quickly approached, reaching out to grasp the snow mountain spirit cat. Perhaps sensing Zhou Luo's essence, the little cat did not resist, allowing Lin Yi to gently cradle it in her hands. "What an adorable little kitten. My lord, is this one of your purchases?" Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Luo nodded. "Yes, once Xiao Pingyan and the others grow up, it will be perfect to have a pet to play with." "You are so thoughtful, my lord. But may I take care of this little creature?" Lin Yi pleaded, softly stroking the snowy mountain spirit cat's small head. "Of course," Zhou Luo replied, as he found himself momentarily preoccupied. "That's wonderful." Lin Yi beamed, cradling the snowy mountain spirit cat and heading off to play with the children. Once the matter of the snowy mountain spirit cat was settled, Zhou Luo turned his attention to body refining. He specifically set aside a room, as there were plenty of chambers in the Zhou residence. Amidst the curious gazes of the women, he procured a massive bronze cauldron and set up a fire beneath it. "Are you going to refine your body?" At the entrance, Lin Qinghan, holding little Chang'an, discerned Zhou Luo's intentions. Zhou Luo did not conceal his plans. "I wish to give it a try. Do you need my assistance?" This time, Lin Qinghan did not dissuade him, but inquired instead. "No need." Zhou Luo shook his head. He then ignited the fire, and as the water in the cauldron began to boil, he added the medicinal herbs he had previously purchased. In addition to the herbs, there were various other ingredients, such as a meter-long green snake and a fist-sized spider. Lin Qinghan observed the clear water rapidly transforming into a dark, inky substance. Furrowing her brow, pondering whether he was refining his body or concocting poison, Zhou Luo paid her no mind and retrieved a jade vial. Pouring its contents, true blood from a certain magical beast, into the cauldron, a necessary element for body refinement. Once everything was prepared, Zhou Luo turned to Lin Qinghan at the door. "Please try not to disturb me." "Understood," Lin Qinghan replied, turning to leave and shutting the door behind her. Next, Zhou Luo awaited the fire to burn out. And as the water temperature gradually lowered, he shed all his clothing, entering the bronze cauldron in the nude. The moment his skin made contact with the medicinal liquid, he inhaled sharply. The potency of the heavenly materials was overwhelming. He felt as though his very skin might split apart. Simultaneously, his body became exceedingly hot, radiating a faint glow. Thus, Zhou Luo quickly settled into a cross-legged position, hastening to circulate the giant bare body refining technique. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he endured the intense pain, channeling his internal energy according to the formula. As the technique activated, a wave of coolness surged through him, significantly alleviating his discomfort. Zhou Luo steadied his mind and commenced the first phase of body tempering. Within him, his meridians, bones, and flesh were gradually transforming under the dual stimulation of the heavenly materials and the incantation. This process continued for a full half hour. As the water temperature cooled, the medicinal effects were entirely absorbed. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, sensing that his body had undergone a transformation, though he could not quite articulate the nature of this change at that moment. Yet he was aware that this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, he would indulge in a medicinal bath every 5 days. Throughout this process, he could distinctly perceive his skin becoming increasingly taut and his body brimming with vitality. This continued for an entire month. He remained in the initial phase of body refinement, yet he sensed that his realm was on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, he temporarily ceased his physical training and opted to enter the sacred grounds of spiritual meridians for meditation. This practice extended for over a month, and he finally advanced to the mid-stage of the second layer of Qi cultivation. During this period, the snow mountain spirit cat gradually grew, from a mere palm-sized creature to one now measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length. It must be said that Lin Yi treated this spirit beast with utmost affection, essentially keeping it by her side at all times, as if it were her own child. On the third day after Zhou Luo's return, Lin Jishou requested him to visit Shochuan Garden. Chapter 36. The Master S arrangement. In the main building of Shochuan Garden, Lin Jishou was leisurely sipping tea, accompanied by an exquisite beauty with bright eyes and pearly teeth, clad in a splendid and delicate lavender gown. The young woman bore a hint of displeasure on her finely crafted features. "Grandfather, why must I marry a son-in-law?" She fixed her gaze upon Lin Jishou, her voice tinged with indignation. The lady was named Lin Siki, the granddaughter of Lin Jishou. unlike the collateral lineage of the Lin family. She was a direct descendant and the only one among the younger generation possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root. Thus, she felt entitled to voice her discontent in his presence. Siki. Zhou Luo is not merely a son-in-law. He is already a member of the Lin family. Lin Jisho set down his teacup and replied, "But what of it? How can someone with a 9th-grade spiritual root possibly be worthy of me, especially considering he has already taken so many wives?" Lin Siki retorted, "Although he possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root, his talent in alchemy is exceptional. In just 2 years, he is on the verge of becoming a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Look at your cousin. Despite being with me for so long, he has only just begun his journey." Lin Jisho continued, "In the future, Zhou Luo might very well become a 2nd-tier alchemist. Being with him would not be a disgrace for you. Do not be swayed by his current multitude of wives. They pale in comparison to you. Once you marry him, you will undoubtedly be the principal wife, so what is there to worry about?" Upon hearing that Zhou Luo might become a 2nd-tier alchemist, a flicker of surprise passed through Lin Siki's beautiful eyes. Though she was not an alchemist herself, she understood the significance of a 2nd-tier alchemist. In all the venerable families, a 2nd-tier alchemist was a coveted existence, and if he truly achieved that status, he would undoubtedly receive special attention from the family. Even in the outside world, he would be a distinguished guest wherever he went. Can he truly become a 2nd-tier alchemist? Lin Siki asked uncertainly. Lin Jisho smiled gently. "I have an eye for talent. Given sufficient time, he will surely attain that level. Otherwise, I would not have taken him on as my disciple." As he spoke, Lin Jisho recalled a previous conversation with the family head, Lin Tianxiu. At that time, the family head had wished for Zhou Luo to continue as an apprentice by his side. However, through their interactions and Zhou Luo's performance at the alchemy conference, Lin Jisho increasingly believed in Zhou Luo's boundless potential, which led him to accept him without reservations. Hearing her grandfather's unwavering conviction, Lin Siki felt her resolve waver. She understood well that despite her 6th-grade spiritual root, she would eventually need to marry. If she were to wed a 2nd-tier alchemist, it might indeed be a wise choice. Furthermore, she recognized that this was not merely her grandfather's decision, but also a matter of family arrangement. Noticing his granddaughter's silence, Lin Jisho spoke earnestly. "The reason I summoned you today is to allow you to meet him. If you find common ground, then let it be. If not, I would never impose upon you. After all, she is his most cherished granddaughter. If it were not for the head of the family's instructions, he would prefer that she devote herself to her cultivation." Lin Siki responded softly. At that moment, Zhou Luo stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he caught sight of Lin Siki and paused slightly before saluting Lin Jisho, saying, "Master, please, have a seat," Lin Jisho replied. Once Zhou Luo settled down, Lin Jisho took the opportunity to introduce his granddaughter. Hearing this, Zhou Luo examined the young lady before him. In terms of both beauty and demeanor, she was exquisite, though she did not surpass the 5th miss he had encountered previously. She could certainly hold her own among his numerous wives and concubines. "I have invited you here today so that you may become acquainted with each other. I am quite busy with alchemy, so you may converse at your leisure," he concluded, finding an excuse to allow them some private time. Zhou Luo realized that his master was likely attempting to arrange a marriage for him. That could be beneficial. After all, most of his wives were nearly pregnant, and marrying another would significantly increase the odds of conception, granting him further opportunities for rewards. When Lin Jisho departed, Zhou Luo nodded and greeted, "Miss Siki, it is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Siki did not respond, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. Truth be told, this was her first encounter with Zhou Luo. Although she had occasionally heard of him, she had little interest in this interloper. Yet, upon their meeting, she found his appearance rather pleasing, far better than she had imagined. What captivated her most were his eyes, reminiscent of stars, clear and luminous, as if they could see into one's soul. For a moment, the initial resistance she felt towards him softened, and she considered that marrying him might not be such a distasteful prospect after all. Noticing her silence, Zhou Luo pondered whether she might be an ice queen. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Siki finally spoke, directly asking, "Do you like me?" Such forthrightness took Zhou Luo by surprise. He recalled his first encounter with Lin Qinghan and wondered if all the women of the Lin family possessed such boldness. Was no preamble required? Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, "Miss Siki, your grace is unparalleled. I believe no one could possibly dislike you." At this, Lin Siki smiled faintly, clearly pleased with his answer. Her smile lightened the atmosphere, making their conversation flow more easily. Lin Siki was not inherently aloof. Her previous coldness stemmed from her biases against Zhou Luo. With a positive start, her words began to multiply. Outside the hall, Lin Jishou lingered, eavesdropping on their dialogue, a smile creeping onto his aged face. It appeared his granddaughter was quite satisfied. Through their exchange, Zhou Luo gradually learned more about his master's granddaughter. Most notably, he discovered that she possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root. Should he unite with her, perhaps they could produce offspring with even higher qualifications. Upon reaching this thought, he became increasingly attentive to Lin Siki. However, when the subject of marriage arose, Lin Siki's stance was resolutely firm. If I were to marry, I would undoubtedly assume the role of the principal wife. Moreover, I do not wish for my partner to take additional wives or concubines in the future. As he listened to this string of demands, Zhou Luo felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. If he had previously harbored expectations due to her 6th-grade spiritual root, this statement utterly extinguished all hope. The notion of not being able to take additional wives or concubines. How then could he pursue immortality? Despite the reasonableness of her conditions, they were utterly unacceptable to Zhou Luo. Thus, he smiled and said, Miss Siki is absolutely right. Someone as beautiful as you indeed deserves a devoted husband. Unlike myself, a mere mortal, I would rather hope to marry multiple wives and concubines if given the choice. Although Lin Siki's remarks were subtly directed at Zhou Luo, they remained unspoken in clarity. Therefore, Zhou Luo chose to feign ignorance and deliberately expressed his own opinion. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Lin Siki's previously radiant face fell into a cold expression. She furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Zhou Luo, and coldly inquired, What do you mean by that? Chapter 37. Family Conflict. Lin Siki was profoundly dissatisfied with Zhou Luo's words. She gazed at him, her previously accumulated fondness swiftly diminished. Zhou Luo feigned panic, saying, Miss Siki, I merely expressed my opinion. If I have offended you, I beg your pardon. Lin Siki fell into silence, pondering whether this fellow had truly grasped her intent. At that moment, Lin Jishou outside the door perceived everything clearly. He understood that Zhou Luo was rejecting her. Thus, he timely appeared at the entrance of the hall and inquired, How goes the conversation? Master, Zhou Luo rose. Lin Siki's countenance darkened. Siki, you may return for now, Lin Jishou stated, offering no further explanation, prompting Lin Siki to leave temporarily. She pursed her lips, cast a glare at Zhou Luo, and exited the hall. Once she departed, Lin Jishou resumed his seat and glanced at Zhou Luo, saying, Please, have a seat. Zhou Luo sat down respectfully. Lin Jishou's voice echoed once more. Are you dissatisfied with my granddaughter? Zhou Luo abruptly stood again, hastily denying, Master, I am not. No need for such agitation. Sit down. If you are displeased, you need not fear punishment from me. Lin Jishou waved his hand. Zhou Luo then resumed his seat, his expression filled with remorse. Master, I feel unworthy of Miss Siki. Lin Jishou savored his tea, ignoring Zhou Luo's words, and continued, Is it merely because she wishes to be the legitimate wife? As he spoke, Lin Jishou's gaze deepened, a semblance of gravity crossing his aged face as he inquired, Do you know something? What? Zhou Luo appeared bewildered. It matters not. If you do not favor her, then let it be. Focus on refining your elixirs. Lin Jishou chose not to dwell further on the topic, shifting the conversation. Yet this piqued Zhou Luo's interest. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about the family's conflicts. After deliberation, he cautiously asked, Master, are you aware of the family disputes? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jishou's movements halted. His right hand, holding the teacup, paused in midair before he slowly set it down. He sighed, Alas. All I can tell you is that this matter has been arranged by the head of the family. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Zhou Luo's heart quivered at this revelation. The head of the family intended to draw him into their fold? To be frank, this stirred something within Zhou Luo. Compared to his father-in-law, Linda, the main family appeared decidedly more secure. If he were to choose, he would indeed lean towards the main family, for he knew little of the other faction mentioned by Linda. Yet he found himself utterly unable to fulfill Lin Siki's demands. Although he could potentially deceive her to gain entry, such unethical conduct was beneath his dignity. Master, I am but a minor figure, Zhou Luo stated earnestly. A flicker of conflict crossed Lin Jishou's eyes, but ultimately he refrained from further elaboration, simply stating, "You are my disciple. I will ensure your safety. Focus on your cultivation." With these words, Zhou Luo felt a significant sense of relief. After all, his master was the only first-tier top alchemist in the family, and his words should carry considerable weight. Subsequently, the master and disciple delved into various alchemical techniques, with Lin Jisho imparting knowledge while Zhou Luo feigned attentiveness. Upon returning to Zhou Garden in the afternoon, he settled into a chair in the main hall, enveloped in silence. Lin Feng brought him a cup of spiritual tea and quietly placed it beside him. "Feng, what do you think would happen if I opposed the main house?" Zhou Luo asked abruptly. Lin Feng's body shuddered as she looked at Zhou Luo in disbelief, her expression one of terror, her voice trembling. "My lord," you observing her reaction. Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. "I was merely jesting." Only then did Lin Feng exhale in relief, cautioning, "My lord, please refrain from making such jokes in the future. It could spell trouble if the main house were to overhear." "I understand," Zhou Luo nodded. After Lin Feng departed, he sighed and murmured to himself, "Indeed, the main house is the very foundation of the Lin family." At that moment, Linda unexpectedly appeared in Zhou Garden, clad in resplendent garments, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the main hall. "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Zhou Luo rose to greet him. Linda surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I came to see. Your place is considerably better than my courtyard. If you like it, you are welcome to move in." Zhou Luo smiled. "That cannot be. It would disrupt the order," Linda replied as he took a seat at the head of the table. Before long, Lin Qinghan and others arrived at the hall. "There is no need for such formality. I merely wish to chat with my esteemed son-in-law." "You may all leave," Linda gestured. Only then did Lin Qinghan and the others depart. Zhou Luo, seated to Linda's left, inquired with curiosity, "Is there something you wish to discuss, father-in-law?" Linda nodded slightly, regarding Zhou Luo with a serious expression. "Is your master attempting to arrange a marriage for you?" Zhou Luo paused, astonished. How could the other party be aware of this morning's events? Was it possible that another faction was covertly monitoring him? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He promptly asserted, "Father-in-law, rest assured, I have already declined my master's kind offer." To this, Linda did not press further, but simply stated, "I understand you have many concerns. After returning that day, I pondered it deeply and felt compelled to share the underlying matters with you." At this, Zhou Luo sat up straight, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest attention. "Please, speak, father-in-law. Actually, it's nothing extraordinary. It is merely a struggle between the family head and the grand elder," Linda said calmly. "The Lin family is governed by the main house, with other branches providing support. Furthermore, for significant matters, the family has established an elder council. The purpose of this council is to deliberate and decide on important family affairs. Composed of 10 elders, each responsible for various key industries within the family. For instance, Zhou Luo's master, Lin Jisho, is currently the principal authority in the realm of alchemy and is referred to as the 6th elder by the younger generation of the family. However, he harbors a disdain for the title of elder, opting instead for the affectionate appellation of Grandpa Shou. The elder referred to by Linda is the head of the formation arts. Within the elder council, the family head, Lin Tianxiong, wields supreme power, followed closely by the grand elder. Each holds a distinct faction of supporters. 5 elders align with the family head, while 4 are loyal to the grand elder. The numerical superiority of the family head's faction has historically granted them a dominant position in family affairs. Yet, the situation has shifted. Zhou Luo has become Lin Jisho's disciple, a fact of great significance. Lin Jisho is a first-tier, top-level alchemist, the esteemed representative of the family in this discipline. Alas, his advanced age poses a grave concern. Despite the aid of longevity elixirs, without a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he can expect to live but 2 or 3 decades more. Upon his demise, Zhou Luo will naturally ascend as the de facto ruler of the alchemical domain. However, Zhou Luo does not belong to the family head's faction. He is allied with the grand elder through his marriage to Linda's daughter. Should Zhou Luo inherit all that Lin Jisho possesses, the family head's advantages in the elder council would vanish, potentially undermining Lin Tianxiong's position as family head. Indeed, the family head's succession can also be determined by the elder council. Initially, the family intended for the gifted Lin Yin to inherit Lin Jisho's mantle, yet unexpectedly, he has been supplanted by Zhou Luo. If left unchecked, Zhou Luo's ascension could lead to a loss of an elder's support for the family head, thereby diminishing their influence in the council. Thus, they seek to win Zhou Luo over. The appearance of Lin Siki serves as a prime example. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's intervention and Lin Jisho's leniency, it is highly plausible that today's so-called matchmaking would not have occurred, and Lin Siki would have been directly arranged to marry him, assuming the rightful position of Lin Qinghan's consort. From this perspective, Lin Jisho has acted commendably. After all, one is a disciple he deeply admires, and the other is his most cherished granddaughter. Upon realizing that the two would not unite, he refrained from coercing Zhou Luo. Chapter 38. Meeting the Grand Elder regarding the family feud, Zhou Luo finally gained a general understanding. It seemed that the conflict between the two factions had existed for quite some time, possibly even tracing back to when he was assigned to Lin Qinghan. He recalled that Linda had mentioned it was a family arrangement, likely a means of suppression from the main family. However, he had not anticipated that this oppression would inadvertently cultivate a ticking time bomb. Would the main family retaliate after his refusal? Zhou Luo posed the pivotal question. Linda responded with unwavering assurance. Rest assured, the family will not permit any harm to befall you. After all, your alchemical talent is undeniable. Nevertheless, further suppression is highly probable. Zhou Luo fell silent, aware that the main family would not easily relent. Had it not been for his master's insistence today, he might have been compelled to acquiesce. Reflecting on this, Zhou Luo felt a surge of gratitude towards Lin Jisho. By the way, esteemed father-in-law, what is the situation regarding the spirit mine? Zhou Luo inquired. Linda shook his head. I am unaware of the details, but you may inquire with the Grand Elder when the time comes. Inquire with the Grand Elder? Zhou Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Linda nodded. In due time, the Grand Elder will meet with you. His visit was indeed prompted by a letter from the Grand Elder. After their conversation, Linda took his leave. As Zhou Luo sat alone in the hall, his expression grave and contemplative, he realized that neither the family head nor the Grand Elder were individuals he could afford to offend. Refusing either side would be unwise. If given the choice, he would prefer to remain uninvolved in this conflict. However, such considerations had become irrelevant since Lin Jisho proposed to take him as a disciple. The only glimmer of hope lay in the fact that if he performed exceptionally well, his safety would be assured. It appeared that he needed to find a time to elevate himself to a first-tier intermediate alchemist. While deep in thought, Lin Qinghan entered the hall, her belly noticeably round with several months of pregnancy. Zhou Luo rose to assist her in sitting down. What did my father tell you? Lin Qinghan inquired. Nothing much. Just some routine greetings, Zhou Luo replied, opting not to burden her with the details, knowing that it would add unnecessary pressure. However, Lin Qinghan suddenly placed her warm, delicate hand on the back of Zhou Luo's left hand, capturing his attention. Her face bore an earnest expression as she gently said, I am your wife, and I wish to help share your burdens. She had witnessed his efforts, striving tirelessly in alchemy to provide a better life for them. Her heart had long been stirred by his dedication, and all she desired was to fulfill her responsibilities as his wife. Zhou Luo smiled calmly. Rest assured, I know what I must do. Yes, we will always be by your side, Lin Qinghan softly affirmed. 3 days later, a servant arrived at the Zhou garden to summon Zhou Luo to meet the Grand Elder. Having mentally prepared himself, Zhou Luo donned a flowing cerulean robe and followed the servant to the Grand Elder's estate. Remarkably, the estate was situated merely a few minutes away from the Zhou garden. Unlike the Zhou garden, this estate was adorned with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers, creating a picturesque scene where flora and architecture harmoniously intertwined. Upon entering the main hall of the estate, Zhou Luo beheld the venerable Grand Elder, distinguished by his silver hair and vigorous demeanor. Clad in a white robe commonly worn by formations masters, he held an ancient tome, savoring its profound meanings. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder, Zhou Luo said, cupping his hands in reverence. The Grand Elder set aside the tome, raised his gaze, and regarded him with kind eyes, saying, You have arrived. Please, take a seat. Obediently, Zhou Luo settled into a chair nearby, where a delicate aroma of spiritual tea wafted through the air, uplifting his spirits. This tea can alleviate mental strain. Do sample it, the Grand Elder suggested. Zhou Luo lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. In an instant, an inexplicable force surged within him, easing his previously taut nerves. as if his soul had been purified by a crystal-clear mountain spring, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of ease and clarity. "Thank you for the tea, Grand Elder," Zhou Luo expressed as he rose in gratitude. "There is no need for excessive formality. Do you have something to say?" The Grand Elder replied with a benevolent smile. He added, "Here, you need not be constrained by etiquette. Feel free to share your thoughts." Zhou Luo's face reflected a moment of inner conflict, and after a considerable pause, he earnestly stated, "Grand Elder, at present, I only wish to focus on cultivating my alchemical skills. I have not contemplated anything beyond that." This declaration implied his reluctance to engage in the ongoing familial strife. The Grand Elder smiled gently. "You are overthinking. Do a few idle words truly make you so apprehensive?" Zhou Luo fell silent. Although these were mere trifles for now, who could guarantee that the main family would not embark on further actions? As if sensing his thoughts, the Grand Elder continued, "Currently, the Lin family's alchemical prowess lags behind the other 4 prominent families of longevity. Although the 6th elder has ascended to the rank of a top-tier alchemist, he is rather aged. You, however, embody the family's hope, and thus, your focus should be on diligent training to enhance your alchemical abilities. As for the disputes, they are not your concern. I can assure you that no one will harm you. Therefore, do not let the family down." The Grand Elder's words dispelled Zhou Luo's lingering apprehensions, and the anxious emotions that had once clouded his mind vanished entirely. He had initially believed that familial conflicts were akin to royal intrigues, both driven by self-serving motives and a readiness to sacrifice others. Yet now, it appeared that they would still consider the family's interests and refrain from actions detrimental to it. With this realization, his worries dissipated. Thus, he inquired, "Grand Elder, what is the situation regarding the spiritual mind? The development of the spiritual mind requires alchemists, but I believe your master will manage it well. So there is no need for concern," remarked the Grand Elder. Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke again. "I have heard that your master intends to introduce his granddaughter to you, but you declined her offer?" Zhou Luo awkwardly rubbed his nose. "It was merely a matter of incompatible personalities." "Is that so? Coincidentally, I also have a granddaughter of marriageable age. Perhaps you two could meet," the Grand Elder said with a smile. Zhou Luo was taken aback. It seemed that the family was eager to present him with a companion. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given that they had recognized his potential and talent, the prominent figures within the family would undoubtedly wish to bring him into their fold. Zhou Luo did not harbor any aversion to this notion. He was simply concerned whether she would be akin to Lin Siki, desiring not only the position of the primary wife, but also restricting him from taking additional wives or concubines in the future. "Grand Elder, may I take some time to consider this matter?" Zhou Luo inquired. "Certainly, I trust you will make a judicious decision," the Grand Elder replied without pressing the issue. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation. During their discourse, the Grand Elder expressed that he did not necessarily wish to fracture the family. Rather, he felt that the main household was excessively dominant, dismissing many of his beneficial suggestions for the family's advancement. He believed that the main household stifled the family's development, which is why he had chosen to ally with Zhou Luo upon realizing that he could enhance his own influence. Zhou Luo remained somewhat skeptical of these assertions. His primary concern was whether he would be adversely affected. Since he would not be, he felt no need to worry about other matters. Chapter 39. The joy of family upon departing from the estate of the Grand Elder. The burdens that had long weighed upon Zhou Luo's heart were finally alleviated, and his spirits soared, rendering his steps lighter. "Father." As soon as he returned home, he beheld a little one breaking free from the embrace of a maidservant, wobbling unsteadily towards him. Having just mastered the art of walking, the child stumbled forward, nearly toppling over. Observing this, Zhou Luo swiftly moved to catch him in his arms. "Little Chang'an, you are being mischievous again." A paternal smile graced Zhou Luo's face as he looked at his eldest son. "My lord, I apologize." The maidservant approached, her expression fraught with concern. Since the arrival of more children, Zhou Luo had requested numerous attendants from the family to cater to these little ones. With ample rooms in the Zhou residence, coupled with monthly resources provided by the family and income from alchemical endeavors, the expenses were well covered. "It is of no consequence. You may leave," Zhou Luo waved dismissively. Once the maidservant departed, he turned to the child in his arms. "If you continue to be naughty, I shall not carry you anymore." Little Chang'an, with his large eyes wide open, shook his head vigorously. No. Father, you promised to play with me. Though only a little over a year old, the abundance of spiritual energy in this world allowed children to awaken their intellects earlier. Thus, while his speech was still infantile, his expressions were remarkably clear. Zhou Luo playfully pinched his tiny nose. What shall we play? Why, flying, of course. Little Chang'an mimicked an upward motion. Recently, Zhou Luo had taken the time to learn the art of object manipulation, enabling these little ones to soar through the air with the aid of various objects. After experiencing it once, little Chang'an had become enamored, pestering Zhou Luo daily to take him flying. Very well, where is your wooden horse? Zhou Luo inquired. Upon hearing this, little Chang'an lowered his head and replied with a soft voice, My brother is playing with it. Does he not have his own toys? Zhou Luo asked, puzzled. The first batch of children had now begun to walk independently, prompting Zhou Luo to create numerous toys tailored to their preferences. Little Chang'an had a wooden horse, while little Changping possessed a toy car, along with a trampoline, swings, and various other delights for children. Mother said I am the eldest brother and must take care of my younger siblings, so if my brother wants it, I will give it to him. Little Chang'an declared earnestly. Zhou Luo smiled with pride. It matters not. I shall make you another. Yay! Little Chang'an exclaimed joyfully. Cradling him, Zhou Luo sought out little Changping, who was engrossed with his wooden horse. Little Changping sat atop the horse, excitedly shouting the word charge. Meanwhile, little Changshu was busily engaged with his toy car. The two brothers were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon noticing Zhou Luo's arrival, the brothers hastily set aside their toys. Father, they reached out with their small hands, eager for an embrace. Zhou Luo, however, gently set little Chang'an down and squatted to meet the three brothers' gaze. Today, father is in high spirits. Shall I take you flying? I want to go first. Little Chang'an raised his hand eagerly. I want to go second. Little Changping insisted, unwilling to be outdone. I don't want to. The young Zhou Changshu whimpered, wiping his nose. Unlike his two elder brothers who were filled with excitement, Zhou Changshu was always the one who cried loudly during every flight. Originally, Zhou Luo had hoped to cure the little one's acrophobia, but unexpectedly, it had resulted in a profound fear of flying for the child. Zhou Luo did not press the matter further, allowing the two brothers to ride on the wooden horse. He then began to employ his telekinesis. In an instant, the wooden horse soared into the air, prompting the two brothers to squeal with delight, their little hands flailing about in sheer joy. This commotion drew the attention of several wives and concubines. Lin Yi, cradling the twin siblings, chuckled softly, Dear husband, don't forget about Changrong and Shi. Zhou Changrong blinked his big eyes, curiously watching his brothers in the sky, a mixture of anticipation and fear on his face. As for Zhou Shi, she appeared disinterested in flying. Her attention was fully captivated by the little white cat nestled in her arms. Ever since Lin Yi had taken in the Snow Mountain spirit cat, it had seemingly become Shi's beloved pet. The little girl played with it every day, treating it as her dearest friend. Lin Zier stepped forward and scooped up Zhou Changshu. The little one, thinking his mother intended to make him fly as well, immediately burst into tears, struggling wildly. No, I don't want to. This behavior elicited laughter from the gathered women. Even Lin Qinghan found it amusing. You little rascal, Lin Zier said, exasperated as she brushed the dirt off him before setting him back down. Chang'an and Changping, be careful not to move around too much, or you might fall, Lin Feiying called out, raising her head. However, the two little ones paid no heed to her warning. Witnessing such a heartwarming scene, Zhou Luo felt a softening in his heart once again. Perhaps this was what the books referred to as the joy of familial bliss. No, he mused. He did not seem to be old at all, but it mattered not. With a smile, Zhou Luo happily manipulated the wooden horse, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to protect his family. If this internal family strife were to affect his loved ones, then he could no longer evade his responsibilities. Zhou Luo thought to himself. After playing for a while, Zhou Luo gently set the two little ones down and spent some time playing with them before handing them over to a maid. Upon returning to the hall, Lin Qinghan, with her belly round, sat beside him. You seem different today compared to the other days, she remarked, referencing his previously somber demeanor in the hall. At that time, she had hoped he wouldn't feel too pressured. It's all fine now, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. That's good to hear, Lin Qinghan nodded. By the way, there is something else I need to ask you. Zhou Luo suddenly recalled something and inquired. Go ahead, Lin Qinghan said, looking at him with curiosity. If in the future you were no longer the primary wife, would you have any other thoughts? Zhou Luo asked. Why do you ask such a thing? Lin Qinghan inquired. Taken aback, Zhou Luo then proceeded to share the story of his master and the elder introducing their granddaughter to him. Upon hearing it, Lin Qinghan was greatly surprised. She was unexpectedly not concerned about the potential displacement from her position as the legitimate wife. She understood all too well that, given her current status, she was no longer worthy of Zhou Luo. Once the family patriarch decided to arrange a marriage with a legitimate heir, she had no grounds to contest it. What astonished her was that Zhou Luo was willing to discuss this matter with her. In the realm of cultivation, strength and power were revered above all, at present. Zhou Luo had no obligation to share such thoughts with her or consider her feelings. Yet, his willingness to engage her in this conversation indicated that he regarded her as an equal. This profoundly touched Lin Qinghan, bringing tears to her eyes. Observing her emotional state, Zhou Luo furrowed his brow and asked, "What is it? If you dislike this, we can abandon it." He did not share Lin Qinghan's notion of hierarchy based on strength. In his eyes, they were partners, equals, a sentiment he extended not only to Lin Qinghan, but also to Lin Yi and the other concubines. Thus, he actively sought her opinion on such significant matters. No, Lin Qinghan turned her head, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes before meeting his gaze again. With sincerity, she declared, "I do not care about being the legitimate wife. Being by your side is enough for me." Zhou Luo was deeply moved. He grasped Lin Qinghan's hand, his expression earnest. "Rest assured, I will protect you all well." "Yes," Lin Qinghan nodded emphatically. After their conversation, Zhou Luo felt reassured. He took the opportunity to share with the other concubines his thoughts on possibly marrying another woman, to which they all expressed their support. Thus, he felt even more at ease, contemplating that perhaps he could secure the elder's approval soon. However, he decided against hasty actions, choosing instead to observe the family's dynamics further. In the days that followed, he devoted himself primarily to cultivating, refining elixirs, and caring for the children. One day, while engaged in alchemy, he suddenly received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host. Through your diligent efforts, you have successfully enabled your partner to conceive, earning one lottery chance." Chapter 40. The lottery again after such a long time. Lin Zier finally conceived, a reward for her diligent efforts. However, Zhou Luo gradually realized that with the enhancement of his cultivation, the difficulty of conception had indeed increased significantly. Had it been his former self, he would likely have had over 10 children by now. There are gains and losses. One cannot neglect their cultivation. Otherwise, even if one were to acquire 5th-tier alchemical skills, a mere chi refining practitioner could easily extinguish them with a single blow. The lottery serves merely as an aid. True power lies in one's cultivation. Pausing his training, Zhou Luo once again immersed his consciousness into the lottery interface. With a subtle shift of focus, the golden orb began to spin. He gazed at the white wheel, his heart unperturbed. He had discovered that the more he desired something, the less likely it was to manifest. Perhaps adopting a more zen-like attitude would bring him unexpected fortune. After a few moments, the golden orb halted in the artifact section. As anticipated, a tranquil mindset indeed brought about good luck. If an artifact were to be drawn, it would surely not be of inferior quality. Whether it provided foundational combat power or enhanced cultivation, both were currently essential for him. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Lingxi Jade. The reward has been automatically added to your inventory. Please check." Lingxi Jade? Zhou Luo had never heard of such an artifact. He promptly glanced at his inventory and discovered an icon resembling a jade pendant. Lingxi Jade, grade, 1st tier superior. Description, crafted from the essence of a powerful beast's blood. When worn, it soothes the mind and grants immunity to a certain degree of mental attacks, significantly enhancing one's mental strength. To his astonishment, it was a 1st tier superior artifact. Zhou Luo was filled with surprise. Just the artifact he had been lacking. A few days prior, while attempting to refine a top-tier 1st-grade elixir, he had encountered mental exhaustion. Although he had already reached the status of a top-tier alchemist, facing such elite elixirs required far greater mental effort than before, causing a significant slowdown in his refining pace. With this artifact, he no longer needed to worry about such issues. He decisively opted to use it. In the next moment, Zhou Luo found himself holding a white jade pendant. As he donned it around his neck, a refreshing sensation emanated from the Lingxi Jade, coursing through his skin and into his heart, bringing him tranquility and clarity, as if he were enveloped in a serene lake. Subsequently, when Zhou Luo resumed his cultivation, he felt a marked difference from before. If his prior training had felt akin to traversing a desert, at this moment, it felt as though he were treading upon a bed of clouds, devoid of any distracting thoughts or hindrances. Truly, it was a first-tier superior artifact. As noon approached, Zhou Luo exited the training room and arrived at the first-floor hall. There, he observed Xiao Shi, accompanied by a maid, playfully engaging with the Snow Mountain spirit cat. The little white cat languidly lay on the table, appearing somewhat listless. However, little Shi was completely captivated by it, her gaze unwavering and a cheerful smile adorning her face as she occasionally danced with delight. Zhou Luo approached her without her noticing. The elder and the maid curtsied in greeting. Zhou Luo then settled beside the Snow Mountain spirit cat, gently stroking its soft fur with his right hand. Suddenly, he felt a profound stirring in his heart. The Snow Mountain spirit cat abruptly opened its eyes, confusion reflected within them. Simultaneously, little Shi, with a puzzled expression, innocently inquired, "Where's the kite, Xiaobai?" It was then that she noticed Zhou Luo and called out, "Daddy." Zhou Luo promptly scooped her up, saying, "It's time for dinner." "Oh," little Shi replied, somewhat disappointed. Zhou Luo instinctively placed a hand over the jade pendant, lost in thought. This high-grade magical artifact was indeed effective, capable of even obstructing the illusions of the Snow Mountain spirit cat. At present, the young spirit cat was gradually awakening its illusionary abilities. Had it been before, Zhou Luo would have been influenced by it. However, with the Lingxi jade, he was completely unaffected. After pondering, he carried little Shi towards the dining hall, with the Snow Mountain spirit cat obediently trailing behind its master. As the children grew, the dining table became lively. Several little ones chatted animatedly, resembling the chirping sparrows outside. Their sounds harmonious rather than disruptive, adding an air of warmth to the atmosphere. The Snow Mountain spirit cat lay quietly beside little Shi. Ever since discovering her fondness for it, Zhou Luo had instructed the cat to take good care of its little master. In truth, it had fulfilled its duty well, occasionally allowing little Shi to enter illusions and experience joy. This was permitted by Zhou Luo, as he realized that the illusions posed no harm to her. Frequent experiences would also enhance the Snow Mountain spirit cat's control over its illusions. Holding the youngest, little Xia, and observing the scene before him, Zhou Luo suddenly felt an impulse to capture this moment. Unfortunately, this world lacked cameras, and the magical artifacts that recorded images were quite costly. He could only hope to obtain one in the future. After dinner, Zhou Luo gave a few instructions before heading alone towards the spiritual veins paradise. At present, he had over 3 months without usage. With nothing pressing at the moment, he naturally intended to devote himself to cultivation. Upon returning to the spiritual veins paradise, Zhou Luo discovered that his training room had inexplicably relocated to the inner circle. The Lin family's spiritual veins paradise was arranged in a bagua formation, segmented into outer, inner, and core circles, separated by formations. The core circle was reserved for the main family and significant figures within the clan, while the outer circle was designated for less important family members and sons-in-law. The inner circle, situated between the two, typically housed the family's pillars or future hopes. Clearly, his status had risen following his conversation with the Grand Elder. Seated on the meditation mat in the room, Zhou Luo began to circulate the gathering spirit technique. As he activated the technique, he could distinctly feel the speed of spiritual energy absorption increase dramatically, multiplying by several dozen times. If I continue my cultivation at this pace, it appears that I shall soon achieve a breakthrough. With a focused mind, he commenced his profound meditation. During this period, a significant event transpired within the Lin family. The previously contested spiritual mine was suddenly besieged by an unknown force, resulting in heavy casualties among the stationed cultivators. Subsequent investigations revealed that this incident was linked to malevolent practitioners. Consequently, the Lin family fortified the defensive measures at the spiritual mine. However, the family's cultivators had already suffered considerable losses in the prior conflicts. Should they augment the defenses here, it is likely that other spiritual mines would attract the covetous gaze of opportunists. In light of this, the Council of Elders convened and unanimously decided to dispatch a substantial number of array masters to the other spiritual mines for protection. After all, The efficacy of a single array master is equivalent to that of several cultivators. Furthermore, the initial batch of sons-in-law recruited by the Lin family was assigned to various spiritual minds. The subsequent sons-in-law took their places, embodying the true essence of "You are my wife, and I shall provide for you. Do not worry." Thus, apart from Zhou Luo, all the sons-in-law who initially entered the Lin family have since departed from the clan. Chapter 41. Breakthrough in a training room within the Kuan character building of the spiritual pulse-blessed land. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His gaze was piercing, and his star-like eyes shimmered with flecks of spiritual light. After a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy, his aura gradually settled. He had finally achieved a breakthrough, he murmured to himself. After more than 3 months of diligent practice, coupled with various forms of assistance, he had successfully reached the pinnacle of the second level of Qi cultivation, mere steps away from the next realm. With his training time concluded, Zhou Luo exited the training room and returned to Zhou Garden. Upon his return, he spotted little Chang'an wielding a wooden sword with reckless abandon. Now a year and a half old, he was at that delightful age of boundless energy. This little fellow seemed to possess an innate fondness for the wooden sword, unlike his siblings who were still engrossed in the joys of toys. "Chang'an," Zhou Luo called out with a smile. Little Chang'an turned around, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing his long-absent father. He scampered over, exclaiming, "Father, you're back." As he reached Zhou Luo, he was swept into an embrace. "Did you behave while I was away?" Zhou Luo inquired. "Of course. Now that you're back, I want to fly." Little Chang'an replied, his big dark eyes sparkling. "All right, just a moment," Zhou Luo said, carrying him into the courtyard. Little Chang'an, not forgetting his wooden sword, declared, "This time, I want to stand on this." Hearing this, Zhou Luo smiled gently. This little one aspired to soar on a sword. How admirable. He affectionately ruffled Chang'an's hair before heading towards the main building. At the entrance, the Lin sisters, who were entertaining other children, engaged in light conversation. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, they all stood up with expressions of delight. "Father, father," the other little ones rushed forward, eager for Zhou Luo's embrace. He knelt down, placing little Chang'an on the ground with a chuckle. "Father, doesn't he have 3 heads and 6 arms to carry you all?" Yet, despite his jest, he gathered the little ones into his arms, affectionately patting their small heads. Lin Yi approached with the Snow Mountain spirit cat in her arms, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Husband, you're finally back." "Yes, has anything happened in Zhou Garden?" Zhou Luo asked. "Nothing much, just that Sister Qinghan is about to give birth," Lin Feng interjected. "I am aware. You all play with them first. I will go check on her," Zhou Luo replied, rising to his feet. At that moment, Zhou Chang'an tugged at his trousers, looking up with eager anticipation. "Father, remember to take me flying." "All right, I will after I check on your mother," Zhou Luo said, smiling indulgently. Ascending to the second floor, he entered Lin Qinghan's room and found her sitting by the bed, her right hand resting on her belly while her left perused an ancient tome. Upon Zhou Luo's entrance, she turned abruptly, a smile gracing her lips as she rose to approach him. However, Zhou Luo quickly stepped forward, guiding her to sit at the table, and asked, "Is it time?" "Yes," Lin Qinghan replied, leaning her head against Zhou Luo's shoulder. After several months apart, the two naturally exchanged pleasantries and expressed concern for one another. "Has anything transpired within the family during this time?" Zhou Luo inquired. As the sole daughter of Linda, Lin Qinghan possessed far greater knowledge of family affairs than her 3 sisters, particularly regarding significant matters. She proceeded to inform Zhou Luo about recent events at the spirit mine. When the conversation turned to the family's decision to dispatch array masters to other spirit mines, Zhou Luo instinctively thought of the Grand Elder, who he recalled was responsible for the family's array masters. The Lin family prided itself on its mastery of formations, and he keenly sensed that the recent incident at the spirit mine might be intertwined with internal family factional strife. However, these matters were not his concern. As it stood, the Grand Elder had not deceived him. The family had indeed ceased to apply pressure on him. It was only a tinge of melancholy that struck Zhou Luo upon realizing that the first batch of sons-in-law had all been eliminated. It was understandable. They had all been deceived into joining the Lin family. Unlike the later recruits, their unfair treatment remained unknown to the outside world, thus sparing the Lin family from any damage to its reputation. Such is the stark reality. At this juncture, Lin Qinghan suddenly mentioned, There is one more minor matter. Your friend Su Chongqing seems to have caught the attention of the family's array masters and has been accepted as a disciple. This information had been relayed to her by her father, Linda, likely with the intent of informing Zhou Luo, who had a well-known relationship with Su Chongqing. Zhou Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su possessed talent in formations. Although he had lost an arm, if he excelled in this domain, there might yet be a chance for him to restore his former self. The uncertainty of when he could return home lingered in his mind. After a brief conversation, Zhou Luo took his leave. Upon stepping outside, he noticed several children joyfully playing. Quietly departing from Zhou Garden, he resolved to procure more rare materials. Since his month-long physical refinement, he was nearing the completion of the first stage. This opportunity for advancement could not be missed. Upon arriving at the eastern gate of the family estate, the guarding cultivators, recognizing his identity, did not hinder his passage. Since that day, not only had his status in the spirit vein-'s blessed land been elevated, but he could also come and go within the Lin family without needing to report daily. However, departure from Maple Leaf City still required the family's consent, alleviating many of Zhou Luo's previous inconveniences. The streets of Maple Leaf City bustled with life, vibrant as ever. As long as the Lin family stood strong, this magnificent city would remain unchanged. Among the throngs of people, both commoners and wandering cultivators mingled. Zhou Luo first visited his usual spot to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs before heading to the market to acquire other necessities. The materials for the first stage were relatively easy to find, but as he progressed to the second stage, the required items would become increasingly rare and costly. As the circle of time approached noon, Zhou Luo made his way to the renowned Tianxia restaurant. Indeed, akin to the city of Panshi, this establishment also boasted a branch of Tianxia restaurant. Upon recognizing Zhou Luo as a practitioner of qi cultivation, the waiter courteously escorted him to the fourth floor. Dining on this level was a privilege reserved for those possessing spiritual roots, a fact that the restaurant confirmed with specialized detection instruments designed to sense the presence of such roots in others. Ascending to the fifth floor, however, was a domain exclusively for the families of longevity, other influential factions, and celestial sections. Noticing that Zhou Luo was not adorned in the Lin family garb, the waiter assumed him to be a wandering cultivator, a notion he did not mind. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he observed that the dining areas were individually partitioned, ensuring the privacy of the patrons. He casually selected a spot, settled down, and ordered a variety of spiritual delicacies. Glancing at the spiritual stones within his system's inventory, Zhou Luo resolved to sell the high-quality elixirs he had privately refined later in the afternoon, provided he could evade the watchful eyes of his family. Although he currently enjoyed unrestricted access to his clan, they would undoubtedly assign someone to shadow him, wary of any potential betrayal. Such is the nature of familial bonds. He pondered whether the one tracking him belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder or that of the family head. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden thud resonated from the adjacent area, followed by a woman's piercing scream. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow. Chapter 42. A heroic rescue. The fourth floor of the Tianxia Tavern is designated exclusively for the dining of cultivators, thus ensuring their privacy with individual small rooms. However, these chambers lack any array to muffle sound, allowing voices to be overheard. Presently, the thud of a heavy object striking the wooden floor, followed by a woman's anguished scream, reached Zhou Luo's ears with alarming clarity. Such occurrences are commonplace in a world where strength reigns supreme. Otherwise, why would there be open slave trading in the marketplace? Logically, one would expect Zhou Luo, who adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest, to remain indifferent in such a situation. Yet, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he found himself unable to stand by and witness such atrocities without taking action. It was simply in his nature. Furthermore, given that Maple Leaf City is under the jurisdiction of the Lin family, and with his standing in the family, he possessed the qualification to intervene on the fourth floor. Thus, he rose and proceeded towards the door of the adjacent room, knocking firmly. In the next moment, a burly man with a fierce countenance swung the door open, glaring at him with hostility. "What do you want?" Zhou Luo hesitated momentarily, his gaze drifting into the room. He noticed a woman lying on the bench before the table, the faint scent of blood hanging in the air. "What are you doing?" he asked in a low voice. "What is it to you?" the man retorted rudely, attempting to shut the door. However, Zhou Luo swiftly positioned his right foot against the doorframe to prevent it from closing. "You're asking for death." Enraged, the man yanked the door open with force, bellowing. His outburst roused the waiter delivering dishes, who hurried over and cautiously inquired, "Gentlemen, what seems to be the trouble?" Before the man could respond, Zhou Luo produced a token, commanding, "Make him leave." Upon seeing the token belonging to the Lin family, the waiter trembled, hurriedly bowing in deference. Inside, the man also caught sight of the token, his previously arrogant expression replaced with shock and fear. In Maple Leaf City, the Lin family holds dominion, and as a mere loose cultivator, he dared not provoke such an entity. He trembled, unable to utter a word. Noticing their inaction, Zhou Luo pondered aloud. It was then that the waiter sprang into action, forcibly pulling the man outside, his demeanor grave. "You are never to set foot here again." Finally roused from his stupor, the man gazed at Zhou Luo's retreating figure and, with a thud, knelt on the ground. "My lord, I was blind to your status." Blind to your status. He had never imagined a member of the Lin family would appear on the fourth floor. Realizing that his earlier words might have provoked the wrath of such an individual, he relinquished his pride and pleaded for mercy to save his life. "Leave." Zhou Luo dismissed him without a second thought. The man hastily crawled away from the fourth floor. Once the man had departed, the waiter cautiously asked, "My lord, would you like to move upstairs?" "No need. You may return to your duties," Zhou Luo declined. "Understood," the waiter responded respectfully before retreating. Subsequently, Zhou Luo entered the room. The young woman inside remained in a state of unconsciousness, and Zhou Luo initially intended to depart, having accomplished what he deemed necessary. However, a sudden thought of the individual covertly observing him crossed his mind. Thus, he retrieved a medicinal pill and bent down to administer it to the young woman. It was only then that he discerned her features clearly. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing a pure and charming visage, her delicate, smooth skin glistening with a subtle sheen. Her dark hair was somewhat disheveled, and curled up, she looked fragile and pitiable. Zhou Luo placed the pill into her mouth. Shortly thereafter, the young woman let out a sharp gasp, awakening from her stupor. Instinctively, she recoiled, gazing at him with palpable terror. Yet, upon recognizing his face, her expression shifted from fear to confusion. "Do not be afraid. You are safe now," Zhou Luo spoke gently. Nevertheless, the young woman remained hesitant. Huddling in the corner with her knees drawn up, her beautiful eyes filled with wariness. Zhou Luo, unhurried, recounted the events that had transpired. When she learned that he was the one who had saved her, a sense of relief washed over her. However, memories of her ordeal flooded back, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she began to weep uncontrollably, as if purging all her pent-up emotions. Zhou Luo did not intervene, but watched silently. Her cries soon attracted the attention of others, but upon realizing a member of the Lin family was inside, they discreetly retreated. After a few minutes, her sobs gradually subsided. Zhou Luo produced a white handkerchief from somewhere and handed it to her. She accepted it, wiping away her tears, and raised her gaze to her savior, her voice trembling. "Thank you. It is no trouble. It is good to let it out," Zhou Luo reassured her, then extended an invitation. "My room is next door. You must be hungry. Please, have something to eat." The young woman nodded timidly. Upon entering his room, the innkeeper had already laid out a meal. Zhou Luo asked no questions and began to eat. Seeing him partake of the food, she finally relaxed her last bit of caution and joined him with her own chopsticks. Through simple inquiries, Zhou Luo learned her name was Bai Ji Yan. As for the events that had transpired in her life, he showed little interest and refrained from asking further, for he surmised it was merely a matter of human trafficking. Had he not needed her assistance for cover, he likely would have departed long ago. During their meal, Zhou Luo candidly expressed his intentions. Upon learning that she only needed to remain alone in the room for half a day, Bai Ji Yan acquiesced. After finishing their meal, Zhou Luo informed the innkeeper of his desire for a room, preferably one that was discreet. Understanding the situation upon seeing the enchanting young woman beside him, the innkeeper swiftly arranged a room on the 8th floor. Shortly after Zhou Luo and Bai Ji Yan entered their room, a figure appeared on the 8th floor, one of the individuals assigned by his family to monitor him. A wave of envy surged within him, leading him to naturally assume that the other had captured the heart of a damsel after a heroic rescue. He then descended the stairs, intending to seize the opportunity for a meal, having tracked her for an entire day without nourishment. In the room, Zhou Luo sat quietly on a chair, patiently waiting. Bai Jian perched on the edge of the bed, her bright eyes silently gazing at Zhou Luo, lost in her thoughts. Are you hiding from someone? At last, Bai Jian shattered the tranquility. Zhou Luo replied softly. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. He approached, opening it just a crack. The previous attendant whispered, "My lord, that person has left." It turned out that when he had taken the room, he had secretly struck a deal with the attendant to keep an eye on the stalker. Unbeknownst to the attendant, that individual was also from the Lin family. He was simply aware of Zhou Luo's identity, which led him to agree without a hint of skepticism. Upon seeing the figure depart from the 8th floor, he hurried to report. Once Zhou Luo confirmed the news, he returned to the room to change his attire. Observing this scene, Bai Jian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away. Adorning himself in a long black robe, Zhou Luo instructed, "If anyone knocks looking for me, simply say, 'I am asleep.'" After saying this, he opened the door and slipped away. Leaning against the headboard, Bai Jian murmured to herself, "What a peculiar person." Chapter 43. The Trade of Elixirs. Upon exiting the room, Zhou Luo first surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one was present before he descended the stairs with a sense of relief. The Lin family's disciples were tasked with monitoring him, and it was certain that they would be dining on the 5th floor. Unlike the 4th, the 5th floor was divided into two distinct sections, one resembling the grand hall found on the 1st and 2nd floors, where the earlier conflict between the Lin and Lu families had transpired, and another comprising independent chambers fortified by arrays, offering even greater seclusion than the 4th floor. To better observe Zhou Luo, one of the watchers chose to dine in the hall. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Luo, clad in a black robe, had already departed, as he imagined his quarry was still galloping away. Upon leaving the Tianxia Tavern, Zhou Luo traversed 3 streets before arriving at the Lin family's marketplace. This was the largest market in Maple Leaf City, bustling with various trades and more prosperous than the family's internal department store. Both ordinary citizens and cultivators frequented this place to purchase or sell goods. Initially, Zhou Luo intended to sell the first-grade upper-tier elixir he possessed, but upon witnessing the vastness of the market, he recalled the first-grade premium elixirs he had previously refined, contemplating the potential for considerable profit if he could sell them here. After observing for a while, Zhou Luo ultimately selected a larger elixir shop. Inside, a bustling attendant, upon noticing Zhou Luo's arrival, greeted him with a warm smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you today?" "I come to sell," Zhou Luo replied in a low, gravelly voice. Upon hearing that Zhou Luo was selling elixirs, the attendant immediately gestured invitingly. "Please, follow me inside." Upon entering the back room, the attendant led Zhou Luo to a small chamber. "Elder Zong, there is someone here to sell elixirs," the attendant reported respectfully. "Come in," a frail voice beckoned from within. The attendant then pushed the door open. "Please, enter." Once inside, Zhou Luo found an elderly man seated at a table crafted from red pine, his expression stern as he regarded Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo recognized this elder. He had previously gathered with the family's alchemists at Shochuan Garden to concoct elixirs for the front line, and this elder was among them. He appeared to be a first-grade upper-tier alchemist, second in skill only to Lin Jishou, though his age suggested he had but a decade or so left to live. "Be seated," the elder said indifferently. Zhou Luo complied, promptly producing a vial of elixirs and presenting it to the elder. The elder took the vial, pouring its contents into his palm, revealing 10 elixirs which he scrutinized intently. After a prolonged examination, he returned the elixirs to the jade vial and stated coolly, "Indeed, these are first-grade upper-tier elixirs, yet they bear some flaws. This shop can offer you 8 spirit stones." Zhou Luo remained silent, though a cold sneer formed in his heart. The quality of these 10 elixirs was evidently upper-tier, and the elder was clearly attempting to drive down the price. Furthermore, 8 spirit stones per elixir was significantly lower than the previous offer in Stone City. Resolutely, he grasped the jade vial, making as if to rise. Upon witnessing the scene, a flicker of panic crossed the elderly man's aged visage. He hastily urged, "Wait, I can offer you 9 spirit stones." 12, Zhou Luo replied with unwavering certainty. "Impossible." The old man promptly declined. Zhou Luo remained silent, rising to leave the establishment. 10, "It cannot be more," the elder insisted, rising in pursuit. 11, "If you disagree, I shall depart at once," Zhou Luo stated lightly. The elder's expression was complex, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. Very well. In the end, Zhou Luo acquired 110 ordinary spirit stones. He had initially intended to sell a first-tier premium elixir, but ultimately relinquished the thought. Earlier, within the shop, he had sensed a vague yet formidable aura, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. It was likely a practitioner from the Lin family, designated to safeguard the establishment. His plain black robe offered no protection against the scrutiny of a powerful being. Should he have presented a first-tier premium elixir, he would have easily exposed himself. After much contemplation, Zhou Luo ultimately departed the shop with the collection of spirit stones. As he anticipated, upon his exit, a practitioner stealthily trailed behind him. Prepared for this eventuality, Zhou Luo did not linger. Upon crossing a street, he abruptly turned into an alley. The practitioner followed without hesitation. However, as soon as they rounded the corner, a thick cloud of green mist unexpectedly emerged. In the next moment, the mist was inhaled by the pursuer, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Luo cast a glance at the fallen figure before exiting the alley. Indeed, his choice had proven to be astute. Upon realizing that he possessed merely the cultivation of a second-tier Qi practitioner, the pursuer would undoubtedly have overestimated himself, failing to anticipate Zhou Luo's expertise in toxins. Fortunately, he had only sold a first-tier upper-grade elixir. Had it been a premium one, the pursuer would likely have acted immediately, leaving no opportunity for Zhou Luo to deploy his poison. It was a pity, however, that he had recently concocted first-tier upper-grade toxic mist. Upon returning to the Tianxia Tavern, the moment Zhou Luo appeared on the 8th floor, he noticed an individual lurking behind a pillar not far from his room, observing him intently. This must be the family's appointed spy. His gaze darkened as he retrieved a jade vial with a wooden cork from his robe. With a remnant of the previous toxic mist left within, he planned to employ the same ruse once more. Deliberately passing by, he deftly removed the cork with his thumb, releasing a faint green mist. The practitioner, already of low cultivation, found himself overwhelmed before he could react, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. Zhou Luo surveyed his surroundings, confirming no one had noticed, before proceeding to his room. He pushed the door open, startling Bai Jian, who had been sleeping soundly on the bed. She jolted awake, throwing off the covers, her expression shifting to one of alertness as she glanced toward the entrance. Only upon recognizing Zhou Luo did she finally exhale in relief. Upon returning to the room, Zhou Luo poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one swift motion. He then turned to his companion and remarked, "You will be able to leave shortly." The quantity of the green gas was minimal. It was likely that the individual would remain unconscious for approximately another 10 minutes. Once he awakened, he would be able to exit without raising any suspicion. At that moment, Bai Jian had already risen from the bed and approached Zhou Luo. She was clad in a jade-green skirt, her figure curvaceous and far removed from that of a mere girl. Sitting beside Zhou Luo, she inquired with a hint of melancholy, "Where can I go? The world is vast. There are countless places to explore. Where is your home?" Zhou Luo asked, seeking conversation to pass the time. "Lianyan City," Bai Jian replied. Zhou Luo had never heard of this name and was unaware of its location. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Is it far from Maple Leaf City?" "I don't know. I've never heard of this place," Bai Jian responded, a look of confusion etched upon her face. Zhou Luo felt a jolt of surprise within him. If she had never heard of such a grand city as Maple Leaf, could it be that this young girl had been abducted from a distant land? Contemplating this, Zhou Luo retrieved 2 ordinary spirit stones and placed them on the table. "Once you leave here, you can inquire with passers-by." As she gazed at the 2 spirit stones, tears welled up in Bai Jian's eyes once more. She looked up at Zhou Luo, her expression a blend of vulnerability and desperation. "Can you take me home?" Chapter 44. Be My Woman. Bai Jian's voice was melodious and sweet, coupled with her endearing and charming visage, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to refuse her. Yet, Zhou Luo shook his head and replied, "I cannot escort you home." Upon hearing this, Bai Jian could no longer contain her tears and began to sob uncontrollably. "Woe is me! If I am alone, I will surely be captured. Had I known, I would not have run away from home." Observing the young girl in such distress tugged at Zhou Luo's heartstrings. He was acutely aware that a girl of her beauty would attract the attention of many, and the prospect of returning to the distant Lianyan city alone was nearly impossible. However, he too was merely a son-in-law of the Lin family. despite his elevated status. He remained trapped within Fengye City and was powerless to assist her. Yet, having rescued her, he could not stand idly by as she plunged back into peril. After much contemplation, he proposed, "I cannot take you home at present, but if you are willing, you may accompany me for now. Should an opportunity arise, I shall assist you further." "Really?" Bai Jian lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at the man before her, her countenance alight with surprise. "However, you must agree to be my woman," Zhou Luo stated directly. Bai Jian was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to comprehend his words. She stared blankly at Zhou Luo, who stood tall and handsome, unsure of how to respond. Zhou Luo continued to explain, "Of course, it is merely a pretense. If you are unwilling, I am powerless to proceed. My family would not permit me to bring an unknown woman into their fold unless she is my own." In any case, the cultivator outside was aware of the circumstances, and afterwards, the family would likely think little of it. Assuming Zhou Luo had taken a fancy to an ordinary woman. At that moment, Bai Jian's head swirled with confusion. Initially, she believed he was proposing marriage, relieved to learn it was merely a ruse. Yet, why did she feel a twinge of disappointment? As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. "You should decide swiftly," Zhou Luo reminded her, glancing at the time. "Bai Jian looked at the earnest expression on the man's face, biting her lip. Realizing this was her only option. Ultimately, she nodded gently. "All right. Very well, there are some matters you must be aware of." Upon receiving her affirmation, Zhou Luo promptly informed her of various matters concerning the Lin family. Although she was to pretend to be his woman, she would still need to fulfill the responsibilities of a concubine in all aspects aside from sharing a room, ensuring no one detected any discrepancies. Bai Jian silently committed these instructions to memory. Outside the room, the unconscious cultivator finally regained consciousness. Rubbing his head in bewilderment, he surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly rushed to Zhou Luo's door and knocked. Zhou Luo opened the door, looking at him in confusion. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Zhou Luo still present, the man exhaled a sigh of relief and muttered an apology for the misunderstanding before hastily departing. As he watched the man's retreating figure, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, the man who had exited the 8th floor murmured to himself, perplexed about who among the oblivious individuals had dared to poison him. His immediate suspicion fell upon Zhou Luo, yet he quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that Zhou Luo would not resort to such treachery and lacked access to poison. Furthermore, given that he had been unconscious for approximately 10 minutes, and Zhou Luo remained in the room, it was improbable that any significant actions could have been taken during that interval. Thus, he ruled out Zhou Luo as a suspect. Ultimately, he conjectured that a thief had targeted him. However, upon recognizing his identity badge, the intruder had fled in fear. After descending the stairs, Zhou Luo emerged alongside Bai Jian from the Tianxia Tavern. The man silently trailed behind them once more. Arriving at the Lin family residence, the guard, noticing the presence of a woman beside Zhou Luo, immediately obstructed their entry. The family strictly prohibited members from bringing outsiders, as allowing such practice could lead to complications and the infiltration of individuals with ill intentions. However, if the individual were a relative, the family might consider exceptions, though only after a rigorous vetting process. This was precisely why Zhou Luo had suggested that Bai Jian pose as his partner. The guard escorted them to the designated inspection area, where a middle-aged man presided over the evaluations. Upon learning Zhou Luo's identity, the man greeted him with a warm smile. Zhou Luo soon realized that this individual belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder. After a brief inquiry, and upon confirming that the woman was brought by Zhou Luo, the man did not impose any difficulties. He merely cautioned that such women with spiritual roots should ideally not be brought back in the future. Since the Zhou garden was situated near a spiritual vein, an additional practitioner would further deplete the vein's resources. Although this was a mere trifling concern, it was still a family regulation. Should he wish to bring outsiders with spiritual roots into the family henceforth, he would need to provide spiritual stones. This time, no penalties were imposed, but on subsequent occasions, a fee would be required. Realizing that Bai Jian indeed possessed a spiritual root, Zhou Luo was taken aback. He seized the opportunity to inquire about the quality of her spiritual root. "You are unaware that she possesses a 6th grade spiritual root?" the inspector exclaimed, astonished. "A 6th grade spiritual root?" Zhou Luo echoed in disbelief. genuinely unaware of this remarkable fact. It was astonishing to discover that the woman he had casually rescued bore such exceptional potential. With this thought, his gaze towards Bai Jian grew fervent. He pondered whether their union would yield offspring of the same caliber. Under his intense scrutiny, Bai Jian shyly lowered her head, her right hand clutching the hem of her dress tightly. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhou Luo exchanged a few words of gratitude with the inspector before leading Bai Jian away. After their departure, the man assigned to monitor Zhou Luo entered a room and reported the events of the day to his superior. Upon understanding the intricacies of the situation, the other party naturally came to perceive Zhou Luo as a gallant hero, which subsequently captured the woman's admiration. Indeed, Zhou Luo was fortunate, prompting him to utter a remark of astonishment. After all, in this era, encountering a woman with a 6th-grade spiritual root was quite rare. As they journeyed towards the Zhou garden, Zhou Luo's gaze towards Bai Jian transformed significantly. Initially, his intentions were purely to assist her, but upon learning of her 6th-grade spiritual root, he found himself harboring other thoughts. Naturally, he would not impose upon her. Such matters could unfold gradually, especially since he was uncertain when he would be able to escort her home. Bringing Bai Jian back to the Zhou garden naturally attracted the attention of other women. However, they voiced no objections, particularly since Zhou Luo had previously engaged in conversation with them. Thus, the entire household of wives and concubines joyfully welcomed Bai Jian into their abode, and upon learning of her plight, they expressed heartfelt sympathy, showering her with warmth and care. This compassion gradually eased Bai Jian's initial apprehension, allowing her to begin integrating into this large family. Observing such a harmonious scene, Zhou Luo felt a deep sense of contentment. That very evening, as Bai Jian had just donned a loose, cream-colored outer garment and was preparing to retire for the night, the door was unexpectedly pushed open, and Zhou Luo entered the room. Chapter 45. The progeny of the Chongqing family. The sudden appearance of Zhou Luo caused Bai Jian to shiver, prompting her to hastily embrace herself, overwhelmed with anxiety. A casual glance revealed to Zhou Luo that this young lady was indeed remarkable. Even the loose outer garment could not conceal her alluring figure. He sat down with a faint smile, reassuringly saying, "I have no intention of harming you." What do you want?" Bai Jian instinctively leaned towards the edge of the bed. "To sleep," Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. "But..." Bai Jian was about to voice her concerns when Zhou Luo gently interrupted her, his gaze softening. "You should recall what I instructed earlier." He was referring to their prior conversation in the tavern, where Zhou Luo had clearly stated that aside from their separate sleeping arrangements, they were to conduct themselves as a married couple in every other respect. At this thought, Bai Jian felt her ears flush with embarrassment as she lowered her head and timidly confessed, "I am not ready yet. With so many eyes upon us, if anyone suspects, you might be expelled." Zhou Luo spoke earnestly. "That is indeed a valid concern. I cannot simply bring you home and neglect you thereafter. Such behavior would easily raise suspicions." "I understand," Bai Jian replied, her voice barely audible. She pulled back the covers, her cheeks flushed, and burrowed into the bedding. At that moment, Zhou Luo also stood up and began to loosen his attire. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jian's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Her small hands clutched the blanket tightly, her heart racing. "Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on you. If I intended to, would you truly be able to resist?" Zhou Luo said sincerely. Although he harbored a genuine desire to unite with this girl possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, he would never force her. For now, it was merely a matter of sleeping. Bai Jian remained silent, instinctively curling her body closer to the wall. Zhou Luo extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. In the obscurity, Bai Jian felt the covers being pulled back, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The next moment, she distinctly sensed a figure lying beside her. Fortunately, the individual made no further advances. After lying down, he remained still. This allowed Bai Jian's anxious heart to momentarily ease. She endeavored to distance herself, but the bed was small, and no matter how she shifted, they were merely a fist's breadth apart. This was her first experience sharing a bed with a male. Yet she considered herself fortunate, for he was not a villain. Lying flat, images of Zhou Luo's face unconsciously filled her mind. Had he not intervened, she would have surely been delivered to a powerful cultivator's estate, destined to become a mere vessel for reproduction. Reflecting on this, Bai Jian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, and her initial apprehension gradually dissipated, perhaps due to her exhaustion. It was not long before the vigilant girl slowly succumbed to slumber. The following day, Bai Jian awoke with a start, only to discover that she was tightly embracing Zhou Luo, her legs draped over him. Startled, she quickly released her grip and retreated, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Only upon realizing that Zhou Luo remained in slumber did her heart gradually find tranquility. However, as she lay beside him, rising would necessitate crossing over him, which would undoubtedly disturb his rest. Thus, Bai Jian chose to close her eyes, feigning sleep. During her moment of pretense, a hint of a smile graced Zhou Luo's lips, followed by a yawn as he rose from the bed, dressed, and exited the room. Once assured of his departure, Bai Jian opened her eyes, her thoughts drifting back to the earlier scene, overwhelming her with shame. In the subsequent days, she shared the bed with Zhou Luo, transitioning from initial discomfort to gradual acceptance. The only awkwardness stemmed from the fact that she often awoke to find herself embracing him. Fortunately, Zhou Luo tended to awaken later than she did, sparing her from the embarrassment of discovery. Simultaneously, as she interacted with the other inhabitants of the manor, Bai Jian slowly acclimated to her surroundings, even finding joy in accompanying the children, including little Chang'an, on their adventures, shedding her previous anxieties. During this time, Zhou Luo, through Master Lin Jishou, learned that Lianyun's city was, in fact, a massive metropolis as well. However, it lay to the north, significantly farther from Maple Leaf City than Panshir City. He pondered the motives of the man who had brought her here. Surely, there were closer markets for such purposes. That evening, Zhou Luo conveyed this information to Bai Jian. Upon hearing it, her demeanor darkened, and she inquired, "Could you assist me in sending a letter home?" Through their time spent together, Zhou Luo had come to understand her true identity. To his astonishment, she was of the Changxing family, having fled her home in anger only to be abducted and brought to this place. If he were to return her, perhaps he could earn a reward from her family. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Bai family and the Lin family were adversaries. More precisely, the Qingyuan sect, which backed the Lin family, was in opposition to the Qi Mang sect that supported the Bai family. If her kin were to discover her presence here, not only would the letter never be sent, but Bai Jian could also find herself in grave danger. Zhou Luo candidly shared these concerns with her. Faced with the daunting possibility of never escaping this place, Bai Jian was consumed by sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Observing her vulnerable and helpless state, Zhou Luo gently caressed her head, offering words of comfort. "If an opportunity arises for us to leave, I will find a way to help you send your letter." To his surprise, Bai Jian enveloped him in an embrace, burying her face in his chest as she murmured, "Thank you." The time they had spent together had solidified her belief that Zhou Luo was a truly good person, warming her heart and prompting her instinctive gesture of affection. Perhaps it was only in this manner that she could find a semblance of solace. In a secluded manor within Maple Leaf City, a mysterious figure cloaked in black gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, exclaiming in anger, "What a worthless fool." Had Zhou Luo been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized the individual as the formidable man from the tavern on that fateful day. Now, with the woman residing within the Lin household, what course of action should be taken? A voice emerged from the shadows. "How am I to know?" replied the enigmatic figure, his impatience palpable. To evade the scrutiny of the Bai family, he had orchestrated the abduction of Bai Jian, entrusting the task to an oblivious brute who would lead her to Maple Leaf City. However, to his dismay, this inept individual fled in fear of the Lin family. To the brute, it was merely the loss of a woman. He believed he could easily procure another to appease the situation, for the Lin family was not to be trifled with. Little did he realize the profound significance of that woman. By the time he came to this realization, it was far too late. Chapter 46. A new junior sister in the dimly lit room. A mysterious figure extended a hand and struck the nearby table in a fit of agitation. His mood was dire. For the sake of that woman, he had sacrificed immensely and planned meticulously, yet he never anticipated a blunder at the final hour. Should we abduct her from the Lin family? The shadow in the darkness continued. The mysterious figure scoffed. "Ha, that is the Longxing family. Do you truly believe it would be so simple? The plan cannot fail. I have an acquaintance within the Lin family who can gather intelligence," the other party persisted. "If the Lin family discovers her lineage to the Bai family, it would be too late." The mysterious figure replied solemnly. "Rest assured, "I shall proceed discreetly," came the response. The mysterious figure halted his movements. Drawing a circle on the table, "The master does not possess the patience to await us. We must act swiftly." Silence ensued in the darkness, for the man had already departed. The mysterious figure then rose and exited the small courtyard, leaping into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Time flew by, and before long, Bai Jian had spent over a month at Zhou Yuan. Perhaps due to that embrace on a fateful night, she had begun to harbor other feelings towards Zhou Luo, an inexplicable affection swelling within her heart. Consequently, she found herself averse to meeting his gaze, often intentionally avoiding him. In contrast to her relationship with Zhou Luo, her rapport with others flourished remarkably, particularly with the children. This lively group of little ones trailed after Bai Jian daily, affectionately calling her sister as if she were the closest person to them. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghan, who had been pregnant for quite some time, finally approached the day of her labor. Zhou Luo and a multitude of concubines awaited outside in hushed anticipation. Even Bai Jian accompanied a gaggle of children to the scene. The little ones obediently stood there, their cherubic faces brimming with anticipation for the arrival of a brother or sister. Suddenly, a clear and vibrant wail echoed from the room. Zhou Luo, cradling the Snow Mountain spirit cat, also received the system's prompt. "Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 7th offspring. You have gained a 30-year lifespan enhancement. Due to this offspring possessing an 8th grade spiritual root, the host receives 2 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th grade spiritual root, 5100. Zhou Luo's heart jolted. He had not expected the emergence of a descendant with an 8th grade spiritual root. Moreover, he had gained 2 aptitude points, one more than a 9th grade root, a delightful surprise. It was to be expected, considering that Lin Qinghan possessed a 7th grade root, while he himself had a 9th grade root. The birth of an 8th grade root, though not highly probable, was indeed feasible. It seemed fortune favored him. Contemplating this, he could not help but glance at Bai Jian beside him. If he were to unite with someone of a 6th grade root, could they possibly conceive a 7th grade root offspring? In such a case, his aptitude points might increase to 3. If fortune smiled upon him, and they bore a child with a 6th grade root, the addition to his aptitude points could be even greater. After all, that would be a middle grade spiritual root. Continuing in this manner, is it not only a matter of time before breaking through the 100-point barrier? Zhou Luo increasingly believed that marrying a wife with a high-quality spiritual root would greatly enhance his own progress. As the door swung open, the midwife joyfully presented the child. "Congratulations, it's a girl." Zhou Luo gently placed the Snow Mountain spirit cat aside and carefully cradled the little one in his arms. The other small ones eagerly gathered around, curious to see their new sister. Since she was a daughter, he decided to name her Sherwin. He had already contemplated the name. "Daddy, Daddy, we want to see our sister," chirped little Chang'an, bouncing at his feet. Zhou Luo smiled and crouched down as the other children encircled him, their eyes filled with wonder for this new addition. The other concubines also beamed with joy, showering praises upon the child. This heartwarming scene filled Bai Jian with emotion. She was inherently a soft-hearted girl, otherwise she would not so enjoy playing with the children. Observing the harmonious family atmosphere, she felt a deep envy, her thoughts drifting to her distant parents and family. In that moment, her eyes glistened with tears. Just then, a delicate and soft hand grasped hers. Bai Jian turned her head to find it was Lin Feiying. "You too shall have your own children," Lin Feiying smiled gently. She had assumed Bai Jian was saddened by her lack of offspring. Bai Jian understood the misunderstanding, but upon hearing those words, she instinctively glanced at Zhou Luo before quickly averting her gaze, her cheeks flushing. Cradling the child, Zhou Luo entered the room. "You've worked hard," he said softly, sitting by the bedside and gently stroking Lin Qinghan's slightly pale face. Lin Qinghan shook her head with a smile. The arrival of the new member once again brought liveliness to the Zhou residence. Zhou Luo temporarily set aside his cultivation and alchemy to devote his time to his family. On this day, he followed his usual routine to his master Lin Jishou's estate to study alchemy. After such a long time, he finally decided to showcase his first-tier intermediate alchemy skills to elevate his family's regard for him. Arriving at Shouchuan Garden, he navigated the familiar path through the front courtyard until he reached the main building. Unfortunately, Lin Jishou was not present, likely engrossed in his alchemical pursuits. Thus, he continued deeper into the estate, arriving at the backyard. As he entered, he spotted a graceful figure seated elegantly in a pavilion, clad in a splendid RU skirt. Her hair styled elegantly, with light makeup that could not conceal her noble aura. Zhou Luo recognized her immediately. She remained as haughty as ever, reminiscent of the time she had grievously injured him over a trivial disagreement. As he looked her way, she too noticed him, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her exquisitely indifferent face. Given that he had been detected, Zhou Luo could not ignore her presence. After all, she was Lin family's third young lady, Lin Xin. Thus, he approached her with a smile, bowing respectfully. "Third young lady. You are Zhou Luo," Lin Xin inquired coldly, fixing her gaze upon him. Evidently, she had forgotten the incident from 2 years prior and failed to recognize that the individual before her was the very one who had nearly collided with her. Indeed, Zhou Luo maintained a posture of deference. Although his status had undergone a remarkable transformation since that time, in the presence of the other party, he still felt inadequate. Moreover, as he belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder, he was even more cautious, wary of provoking the individual. After a prolonged silence, the other party refrained from further speech, and Zhou Luo dared not make any other movements, remaining silently bowed in place. Just then, Lin Jishou's voice resonated from behind. Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to the other and performed a respectful gesture. "Master." Lin Xin also rose, bowing in acknowledgement. "Oh, please sit down," Lin Jishou said as he entered the pavilion and took a seat. Zhou Luo followed suit, settling beside him. "Disciple, from this day forth, the third miss shall be my apprentice," Lin Jishou declared calmly as he took his seat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, disbelief washing over him as he lifted his gaze toward the expressionless Lin Xin before him. She had become the disciple of his master? Did this mean he now had an additional junior sister? Chapter 47. First-rank intermediate alchemist. The words of Lin Jishou left Zhou Luo utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the third young lady would actually choose to apprentice under him, becoming his junior disciple. Was she not a member of the main family? Although Lin Jishou was currently the most formidable alchemist within the clan, it seemed unlikely that she would formally enter his tutelage. It would be more appropriate for her to simply learn alongside him. After all, given her status, it would be customary for her to join the Qingyuan sect. Unless, of course, there were hidden circumstances at play. Zhou Luo unconsciously recalled the conversation he had previously had with Linda. It soon dawned on him that the main family must have been reluctant for him to inherit Lin Jishou's legacy, thus positioning the third young lady, Lin Xin, to prevent him from losing his influence. With this realization, Zhou Luo felt a sense of clarity. In truth, he did not particularly care about inheriting Lin Jishou's mantle. After all, his abilities surpassed those of his mentor, rendering the distinction between inheriting and not inheriting insignificant. As for the power dynamics behind it, that was far from his pursuit. In Zhou Luo's eyes, possessing an extended lifespan made him value being regarded as an important member of his family more than any quest for power. Indeed, power often entailed a web of deceit and various perils, an existence he wished to avoid. It was preferable to maintain the current state, where he received familial appreciation without being perceived as an adversary. Noticing Zhou Luo's distraction, Lin Jishou cleared his throat a few times. This brought Zhou Luo back to reality, prompting him to rise and clasp his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring another remarkable disciple." Lin Jishou nodded with satisfaction, gesturing for him to take a seat, and continued, "From now on, you and your junior sister should strive diligently." "Yes," they both replied in unison. "Very well, since you have met, follow me," Lin Jishou instructed as he rose and headed towards the alchemy chamber. Lin Xin stood up as well, casting a glance at Zhou Luo. He motioned for her to proceed, but she calmly replied, "Senior brother may go first." "Perhaps it should be junior sister who leads the way," Zhou Luo countered. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin regarded him with a penetrating gaze, choosing not to pursue the matter further as she walked ahead. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Jishou stood before the alchemical furnace and first glanced at Zhou Luo. "Disciple, what is your current level of proficiency?" "Master, I believe I am ready to attempt the refinement of a first-rank intermediate elixir," Zhou Luo replied. "Oh," Lin Jishou exclaimed in surprise. Beside him, Lin Xin's eyes widened with astonishment. She recalled that this young man had only just entered the field 2 years prior. How had he progressed so swiftly? Or was he perhaps deceiving them? In contrast to Lin Xian's skepticism, Lin Jishou expressed immense delight. He pointed toward the furnace and said, "Come, let me witness your skills." Zhou Luo nodded and approached a nearby storage cabinet to select his herbs. Moments later, he returned to the furnace with the chosen materials. This time, he intended to attempt the refinement of the spirit-nurturing pill, a fundamental first-rank intermediate elixir capable of providing a portion of spiritual energy to its consumer. Successfully crafting a spirit-nurturing pill would signify his emergence as a first-rank intermediate alchemist. Lin Jishou gazed at him with palpable anticipation while Lin Xian scrutinized the alchemical furnace. To be candid, she found it hard to believe that he had truly entered the realm of first-grade medium quality. After all, she had toiled for 3 years to barely touch the threshold of that level. In her estimation, Zhou Luo was bound to fail. As Zhou Luo placed the herbs into the furnace and commenced the refining process, his movements appeared rather clumsy, and he was already sweating profusely from the outset. This scene only solidified Lin Xian's conviction. Internally, she scoffed, thinking him overly ambitious. Did he truly believe that mere knowledge of the alchemical methods could enable him to concoct a spirit pill? Witnessing this, Lin Jishou's own expectations diminished significantly. The mental strain was evidently substantial. It seemed he was struggling to accomplish even the first step. However, to their astonishment, despite Zhou Luo's considerable exertion, he managed to complete the initial phase of material fusion. Though he was at his wit's end, he pressed on. As his complexion paled, Lin Xian mused, perplexed that he continued to endure. How could he possess such tenacity? Despite her confusion, she remained steadfast in her belief that he would ultimately fail. For sheer determination was insufficient. The final stages of pill formation would demand immense mental fortitude. Given his current condition, it was inconceivable that he could sustain his efforts until completion. Lin Jishou shared this sentiment. Thus his hopes for Zhou Luo had waned. As time trickled by, the liquid within the furnace, under Zhou Luo's mental guidance, coalesced into a spherical form. The next step was pill formation. Witnessing him persist until this critical juncture sparked a flicker of admiration within Lin Xian. His perseverance was commendable, albeit ultimately futile. Before the furnace, Zhou Luo's pallor deepened, and he even drew blood from biting his lips. Nevertheless, he pressed on, channeling his mental energy to merge the substances within the liquid. With a resounding boom, as the flames subsided, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, a sign that the pill had successfully formed. Lin Jishou's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurried to the furnace, where a dark green spirit pill lay quietly. He retrieved it, scrutinizing the pill with rapt attention, his expression one of disbelief. He had succeeded. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stood frozen, her exquisitely beautiful face a mask of incredulity. How could this be? How could he possibly have succeeded? She glanced at Zhou Luo, who was now exhausted on the ground, and felt a tremor of emotion at the sight of this upstart. "My dear disciple, your performance has brought me immense joy," Lin Jishou exclaimed, holding the slightly flawed spirit pill, brimming with exhilaration. Grateful for his master's guidance, Zhou Luo managed a faint smile. Yet, in his heart, he could not help but mutter, "Damn it, all my years of acting have been devoted to this performance." Very well, very well. Lin Jishou presented him with a pill to replenish his spirit, showering him with praise. Once Zhou Luo completed his alchemical endeavors, it was naturally Lin Xian's turn. However, under the influence of Zhou Luo, her mind was in disarray, and she faltered even in the crafting of a low-grade first-tier elixir. After offering her a few words of encouragement, Lin Jishou began to instruct both of them, though his focus was primarily on Zhou Luo. After all, he was now a veritable first-tier mid-grade alchemist, a pillar of strength within the family. This only intensified Lin Xian's sense of pressure. She had come here with the intention of surpassing Zhou Luo, yet he had already distanced himself beyond her reach. This greatly fueled her competitive spirit and solidified her resolve to excel beyond him. The day of instruction passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Jishou insisted that starting tomorrow, Zhou Luo must return daily for lessons. With no choice but to comply, Zhou Luo, upon exiting the Shochuan garden alongside Lin Xian, was suddenly met with her declaration, "Zhou Luo, I will surpass you." Zhou Luo paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, "Third miss, your talent is extraordinary. You shall undoubtedly go further than I." Chapter 48. The other side of Lin Xin as the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Xin, tall and exquisite in appearance, gazed intently at Zhou Luo, her clear and beautiful eyes reflecting a serious demeanor. Despite her penetrating stare, Zhou Luo maintained a respectful and humble smile. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xion's eyes, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts and turned towards the path leading to the core area. Behind her, Zhou Luo let out a long sigh of relief. It was indeed daunting to confront a proud and capricious woman of higher status. Regaining his composure, Zhou Luo returned to Zhou Garden. Within the estate, the women were taking turns caring for Lin Qinghan, who had recently given birth. Although maids were present, they preferred to tend to her personally. The scene of such sisterly affection even touched Bai Jiyan, prompting her to join in. Despite Lin Qinghan's insistence that she did not require such meticulous care, their enthusiasm was irresistible. As Zhou Luo approached the door, he noticed Lin Yi engaged in a private conversation with Lin Qinghan and quietly withdrew. Just as he stepped outside, he collided with Bai Jiyan, and they exchanged nods. Zhou Luo inquired with genuine concern, "You must be getting accustomed to this place by now." Although he had promised to escort her away, it would not be feasible in the near future. Bai Jiyan nodded gently. Zhou Luo refrained from pressing further and turned to leave. At that moment, Bai Jiyan spoke up unexpectedly. Zhou Luo turned back in confusion. With her head lowered and cheeks flushed, she whispered, "Could you sleep in my room tonight?" Recently, Zhou Luo had been preoccupied with attending to Lin Qinghan post-delivery, which had prevented him from spending the night in her quarters, leading to Bai Jiyan's insomnia. Despite the harmonious atmosphere of Zhou Garden and the kindness of those around her, the unfamiliar environment left her feeling isolated and insecure, especially after having grown accustomed to Zhou Luo's presence. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this young lady had been swayed by him. He remained silent as Bai Jiyan, her ears reddening, realized the impropriety of her request and quickly added, "Forget I said anything," before retreating into her room. Zhou Luo contemplated her words thoughtfully. That evening, he found himself in Bai Jiyan's chamber. Upon his arrival, a smile graced her lips as she modestly reclined on the bed. Zhou Luo initially assumed she was prepared to surrender herself that night. However, he soon discovered that she fell asleep shortly after, her face adorned with a serene smile, and she slept soundly. Zhou Luo was left in utter disbelief. Had he inadvertently become a sedative? Yet, with such a stunning beauty beside him, he found it torturous to remain still. Thus, he stealthily left her room and slipped into Lin Lan's bed, taking advantage of the proximity of their quarters. In the early hours of the following day, as dawn had yet to break, Zhou Luo returned to Bai Jiyan's chamber, feigning as though he had never left. Just as he reclined, Bai Jiyan suddenly enveloped him in an embrace, with one of her legs resting upon him, mere inches away from a certain intimate area. Zhou Luo couldn't help but smile wryly, relieved that he had already experienced the aftermath of such encounters. After breakfast, Zhou Luo made his way to the alchemy chamber within Shochuan Garden. To his surprise, Lin Xin was already present, diligently engaged in the process of concocting elixirs before the cauldron. As for Master Lin Jishou, he was absent from the room. Zhou Luo cautiously pushed the door open and entered, striving to avoid disturbing the third young lady. Before the cauldron, Lin Xin remained oblivious to his presence, her focus unwavering as she meticulously observed the liquid at the bottom of the cauldron, guiding it toward a harmonious fusion. Zhou Luo silently positioned himself to one side, studying her intently. Bathed in the flickering glow of the flames, Lin Xion's once haughty and aloof demeanor had softened, rendering her no different from an ordinary woman in that moment. Particularly, her intense concentration and diligence during the alchemical process, along with her meticulous attention to every subtle movement, revealed a different facet of her character to Zhou Luo. Her slender, elongated fingers danced gracefully between the liquid and the flames, her gaze fervent and singular, as if the entire world consisted solely of her and the cauldron before her. It was only when a faint fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air that Lin Xin ceased her actions. At that moment, Zhou Luo caught a glimpse of a slight smile at the corner of her lips. Upon the successful completion of her alchemical endeavor, Lin Xin became aware of Zhou Luo's presence, her expression instantly transforming to one of frostiness, reverting to her previous air of pride and indifference. "When did you arrive?" she inquired coldly. "I just got here," Zhou Luo replied. Yet Lin Xin chose not to glance at him again. extracting 7 elixirs from the cauldron. With 7 elixirs produced in one batch, it appeared she too was on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhou Luo contemplated silently. Before long, Lin Jisho entered the alchemy chamber. "You all are here quite early," he remarked, clearly taken aback. Before expressing his approval, "Diligence is commendable. The revival of our family's alchemical pursuits relies on your efforts." With that, he commenced instructing the two. Meanwhile, in a grand estate situated in the eastern core of the Zhou Garden, a most unexpected guest had made his appearance. A middle-aged man, clad in an intricately embroidered robe and adorned with a lustrous jade pendant at his waist, bore a face as chiseled as a knife. His steady and profound gaze piercing as though capable of discerning the depths of the human heart. With a smile gracing his features, he approached a remarkably poised and opulent middle-aged man, clasping his hands in greeting. "Brother Daoming, I require your assistance with this matter. What is it about that woman that warrants such efforts on your part?" The man opposite him queried, perplexed. "There is nothing particularly special about her. She was merely a client meant to be sold to me, and now that she has fallen into another's hands, it is only natural that I seek to reclaim her." The middle-aged man replied indifferently. "She is Zhou Luo's woman," the other man stated, somewhat troubled. "He is Lin Daoming, a first-tier master talisman maker, holding a respectable position within his family, and also serving as the elder. Zhou Luo is someone the elder intends to protect. If he were to act recklessly, it would undoubtedly provoke displeasure, leading to an awkward situation for himself. Moreover, his relationship with Zhou Luo is merely ordinary. To expect him to risk offending the elder for this task is simply unacceptable." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chuckled. "I only require a few more days. What will happen if the family discovers this?" Lin Daoming narrowed his eyes and inquired. "Rest assured, Brother Daoming, Zhou Luo is merely a second-tier qi practitioner, and Zhou Yuan lacks formidable cultivators. Once the matter is settled, all you need to do is provide me with some cover to avoid the spotlight. After all, she is just an outsider. I doubt the family will care, and even Zhou Luo will likely overlook it. If you are willing to assist, this vial of wood spirit elixir shall be yours." With that, the middle-aged man produced a jade vial and handed it to Lin Daoming. Lin Daoming's expression shifted, clearly intrigued. The wood spirit elixir is a first-tier superior potion, immensely beneficial for cultivators with wood-type spiritual roots, and he himself possesses such a root. 7 days. You must depart afterward," Lin Daoming stated solemnly as he tucked the jade vial into his robe. "That is only natural," the middle-aged man replied with a faint smile. Chapter 49. Disciples of the heretical sect at long last. The day's teachings came to an end, and Zhou Luoxing returned to Zhou Garden, feeling a sense of disillusionment. There was no way around it. Lin Jisho was determined to solidify his realm, eager to impart all knowledge of the first-tier intermediate level, and insisted on his constant experimentation. Yet, he already possessed this knowledge, having to feign an insatiable thirst for learning, even going so far as to perform various acts during alchemical practices to resemble a novice. This was indeed a form of torment for him. "My dear husband, you must be weary. The water is already boiling," Lin Feng announced, approaching him with freshly laundered garments. "Have all the rare herbs and treasures been prepared?" Zhou Luoxing inquired. "Yes, they have all been placed inside," Lin Feng nodded. However, just the thought of those items made her expression somewhat peculiar. After all, it was her first encounter with the notion of using scorpions and venomous snakes for bathing. Nevertheless, she wisely refrained from asking further. Upon entering the chamber, Zhou Luoxing gazed at the dark concoction, shedding his garments without hesitation, and slowly immersed himself in the copper cauldron despite the searing heat. The moment he made contact with the medicinal liquid, a sharp, fiery pain coursed through his body. However, compared to before, his capacity to endure had greatly improved. He began to chant the incantation of the giant bear body refinement technique. As the incantation flowed, a crimson glow enveloped him, and he could even faintly hear the roar of the giant bear. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his dantian began to circulate throughout his body under the guidance of the incantation. A magnificent and profound strength began to take form inside him, while the liquid in the copper cauldron continued to bubble, unleashing a torrent of intense pain from all directions. Under the influence of the potion, Zhou Luoxing felt as though his body were being torn apart. The crimson glow intensified, and with it, the pain grew more acute. He bit down hard on his lip, his face turning pale, his spirit shaken. At that moment, a gentle spiritual light emanated from the Lingxi jade at his neck, penetrating his skin and flooding into his mind, providing solace to his previously scattered thoughts, gradually easing his torment. As time progressed, Zhou Luo slowly absorbed the energy from the liquid, continuously refining his physical form. It must be said that body refinement is not a feat for the faint-hearted. It is no wonder that the majority choose to pursue the path of qi cultivation instead. The temperature of the liquid in the copper cauldron gradually cooled, and Zhou Luo, once possessing fair skin, now resembled a ruddy-skinned monkey. Nevertheless, as he continued to guide the incantation, a faint radiance shimmered upon his flushed skin, sparkling and restoring it to its normal hue. Just a couple more times should suffice, Zhou Luo thought, clenching his fists as he heard the crisp sound of his bones colliding. He stood, donned his garments, and exited the room. In addition to his daily practices of body refinement and alchemy, he remained committed to his cultivation, for it is the realm that holds the true path. Observing their husband's diligent endeavors, his numerous wives and concubines were profoundly moved, because they understood that all of Zhou Luo's efforts were dedicated to ensuring a better life for them. That evening, Zhou Luo continued to lie in Bai Zhiyan's room. Bai Zhiyan did not lie flat. Instead, she turned on her side, resting her head on her arm, quietly observing the man beside her. Suddenly, she said, "The sisters all hope you can feel less pressure." This was a message conveyed to her by the other wives and concubines. They believed that Zhou Luo's relentless drive stemmed from the weight of his burdens, and since their own aspirations were not so lofty, they wished for Bai Zhiyan to offer him some counsel. Zhou Luo stared at the ceiling, murmuring, "Actually, it's not so bad. After all, I've wasted a lot of time." He was referring to the alchemy work. Bai Zhiyan gazed at his handsome face. Her heart stirred, and she blurted out, "Marrying you should be quite blissful." At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly turned on his side, their eyes locking. "So, would you truly marry me?" he asked earnestly. "Huh?" Bai Zhiyan gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. She quickly turned away, facing away from Zhou Luo, instinctively curling up. In the darkness, it was silent, yet she could hear her heart pounding fiercely. Fortunately, Zhou Luo made no further movements. The day's experiences had left him utterly exhausted, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. After a considerable time, Bai Zhiyan turned back, realizing that Zhou Luo had already drifted off to sleep. She scrutinized him closely, her gaze lingering on his delicate features, her lips pressed together, her emotions complex. If she were to truly marry him, it seemed like a rather appealing choice, she thought to herself. Yet, she pondered, did she genuinely have feelings for him, or was it merely dependency? She could not ascertain. This uncertainty left her bewildered, and eventually, she closed her eyes in contemplation. The following day, when Bai Zhiyan awoke, Zhou Luo had already departed. She stepped out of her room to find Lin Feiying had prepared breakfast, beckoning her to join. In the kitchen, Zhou Luo was absent, likely already at the Shouchuan Hall. "Little mother, play with me." Just as she was eating, Xiao Chang'an suddenly dashed in, tugging at Bai Zhiyan's pants. His small head held high with earnestness. Bai Zhiyan smiled gently, lifting him into her embrace. "All right, have you had breakfast?" "Yes, Daddy fed me," Xiao Chang'an replied proudly. After finishing breakfast, Bai Zhiyan carried Xiao Chang into the rockery in the estate. This place had been transformed by Zhou Luo into a miniature amusement park, complete with merry-go-rounds, swings, trampolines, and more. Other children were also present. Upon seeing Bai Zhiyan, the little ones immediately swarmed around her, clamoring for her to take them to play. "All right, one at a time. Today I will introduce you to a new game." Bai Zhiyan chuckled. "Yay!" The children cheered joyfully. Just as Bai Zhiyan and Xiao Chang'an were enjoying themselves, an unexpected guest appeared outside the garden. It was the middle-aged man who had shown up at Lin Dao Ming's estate days prior. His name is Zhao Yuan, a disciple of the enigmatic figure previously encountered in a courtyard within Maple Leaf City. Both belonged to a certain nefarious sect, and it was their elder brother who orchestrated the abduction of Bai Zhiyan. The reason for bringing her to Maple Leaf City is quite evident, as their master happens to reside within the city. However, due to certain circumstances, their master has temporarily departed from Maple Leaf City. Hence, the two brothers plan to seize Bai Zhiyan before their master returns, for if their master were to discover their actions, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Zhao Yuan gazed at the expansive courtyard, his expression frigid. He understood that after today, he would no longer be able to remain in Maple Leaf City. Should the Lin family uncover any trace of his origins from the nefarious sect, escape would be impossible. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the entrance, swiftly slipping into the inner sanctum of the courtyard. With no formidable experts present in the vicinity, his presence went unnoticed, as Zhou Luo would never suspect danger lurking within his own family. Zhao Yuan advanced deeper into the courtyard, having gathered ample information about its layout in recent days. As long as he remained sufficiently cautious, he should be able to abduct his target unnoticed. Soon, he heard a cacophony of children's laughter and chatter. Stealthily, he approached, and there she was, Bai Jian, joyfully playing with the children. Chapter 50. Abducted in broad daylight within the confines of the garden. Bai Jian remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. She was engrossed in pushing a swing, her face aglow with joy. Zhao Yuan, with stealthy grace, summoned his spiritual energy and propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, arriving at the scene in the blink of an eye. The moment he made his entrance, Bai Jian noticed him, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she gasped and opened her mouth to scream. However, Zhao Yuan was swifter still. Bolstered by his spiritual power, he resembled a gentle breeze, gliding effortlessly toward her. Before she could utter a sound, his hand struck accurately at the nape of her alabaster neck, rendering her unconscious, and he swiftly withdrew with her in his arms. A group of small children stood frozen in shock, and it was only when Zhao Yuan had departed that Xiao Chang'an suddenly cried out, "Mother, the young lady has been taken." Inside the house, Lin Qinghan was recuperating when she heard Xiao Chang'an's voice. With a swift motion, she flipped over and leaped from the second floor. Just in time, she glimpsed a figure carrying Bai Jian as they dashed out of the garden. Lin Qinghan's expression turned icy as she channeled her inner spiritual energy and quickly pursued them. What is happening? Others rushed toward the children, bewildered by the unfolding events. Moments later, Lin Qinghan returned to the garden, her countenance grave as she declared, Jian has been abducted. Despite her own cultivation at the 5th level of Qi training, she was not capable of sustaining her spiritual energy for long, and given her opponent's wind element abilities and incredible speed, she had only managed to trail them for a short distance before losing them. What? Lin Yi and the others were incredulous. How could someone be so audacious as to abduct someone in broad daylight within the Lin family grounds? I will inform my husband, Lin Zier stated decisively before departing hastily. I will report this to the family. Lin Lan followed suit, leaving as well. In the courtyard, Xiao Chang'an and the others, witnessing the alarming scene of Bai Jian's abduction, became frantic and burst into tears. Lin Qinghan and the others hurried over, gathering the children in their arms to console them. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo, who had been listening to Lin Jishou's teachings, felt a wave of boredom wash over him as he silently counted the time. Just then, a servant knocked at the door. What is it? Lin Jishou inquired, his brow furrowing as the lesson was interrupted. Sir, Master Zhou's wife is looking for him, the servant replied. My wife? Zhou Luo's body tensed, and he sprang to his feet, his expression turning serious. Is something amiss? He bowed to Lin Jishou, saying, Master, I must go. Go ahead. Lin Jishou nodded, sensing something was amiss. Thus, Zhou Luo dashed out of the alchemy chamber and arrived at the entrance of Shouchuan Garden, where he immediately spotted Lin Feiying, who wore an anxious expression. Zier, what has happened at home? Zhou Luo asked impulsively. Jian has been taken. Lin Zier trembled as she spoke. What? Zhou Luo's face paled in shock. He immediately raced toward the garden, his mind racing with thoughts. The first conclusion he reached was that Bai Jian's identity had been exposed, leading to her abduction by family members. Upon reflection, a sense of unease washed over him. After all, if it were someone from the family, how could they resort to abduction? Could it be that someone had uncovered her true identity and sought to leverage it against him? Yet, Bai Jian had never left the Zhou estate. Who would possess such knowledge? Or was it a warning from the main family? Countless doubts surged within Zhou Luo, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Upon his arrival at the Zhou estate, he encountered guards clad in Lin family attire already present in the courtyard. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, dressed in a long black robe, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, with deep-set wrinkles etched across his brow. Exuding an air of authority, he was Lin Jiwei, the captain of the Lin family's guard, whose primary duty was to ensure the safety within the family. Given the gravity of the situation, his presence was indispensable. Upon noticing him, Zhou Luo clasped his hands in salute, addressing him as Lord Lin. Lin Jiwei scrutinized him, his tone frosty. Zhou Luo, what is the true origin of the woman you brought? It had been centuries since anyone had been abducted from the family, and there must be a hidden agenda. After inquiring with others at the Zhou estate, Lin Jiwei directed all suspicion towards Zhou Luo. Naturally, Zhou Luo refrained from disclosing Bai Jian's true identity, merely stating, "My lord, Jian is but a pitiable girl who was trafficked. I am unaware of her background." The tale of his heroic rescue of a damsel in distress in Maple Leaf City and subsequently marrying her was already known to several influential figures, rendering his statement plausible. Lin Jiwei's brow furrowed. The audacity of the abduction occurring in broad daylight suggested deeper machinations at play. He fixed Zhou Luo with a scrutinizing gaze. "Should I discover any concealment on your part, you are well aware of the consequences." "My lord, I truly do not know." Zhou Luo replied helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. Lin Jiwei chose not to press further, leaving behind 2 guards as he led the others in pursuit of the direction taken by the assailants. Once the captain departed, Zhou Luo hastened to the main building. Upon learning that his wives and children were safe, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was evident that the abduction was indeed aimed at Bai Jian. Could it be the very kidnappers who sought her? He suddenly recalled the burly man from before. However, judging by the man's demeanor at that time, he seemed unaware of Bai Jian's identity. Yet, given that she had been brought here, it was plausible that there were others orchestrating events from the shadows. After ensuring the safety of his wives and children, Zhou Luo proceeded directly to the alchemical chamber on the 3rd floor. He retrieved a black vial from his inventory, containing a second-tier inferior-grade poison known as bone corrosion powder. This was an exceptionally vicious toxin. Upon contact, it would erode the body. For Qi practitioners, the poison would swiftly penetrate their system, corroding bones and internal organs until they were reduced to a pool of blood. Even foundation-building cultivators would suffer significant harm if the toxin were not purged promptly. Since acquiring the second-tier poison crafting technique, he had diligently sought materials, ultimately concocting a vial of second-tier inferior poison. Initially intended as a means of self-preservation, it now appeared to be a necessity. Holding the vial, Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. In truth, he could effortlessly locate Bai Jian. The previous family feud had instilled within him a profound concern that the main family might target his relatives, prompting him to secretly concoct a poison specifically designed for tracking. This poison, devoid of any harmful effects on its own, would only react when combined with a specially formulated toxin. In his quest to safeguard his family, he had administered this tracking poison to them. Over the recent period, as Bai Jian had been preoccupied with entertaining the children, she had likely become ensnared by the fragrant allure of this toxin. At this moment, it was certain that she had not yet departed from the family estate, perhaps hiding in some obscure corner. He secured the vial of bone corrosion powder and retrieved a pre-prepared medicinal liquid from the storage cabinet before departing the alchemy chamber toward the outskirts of Zhou Garden. The 2 remaining guards immediately stepped forward, inquiring about his destination. "That is my concubine. Naturally, I must ascertain her well-being," Zhou Luo replied in a low voice. Exchanging glances, the guards refrained from further obstruction. Leaving Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo proceeded in the direction the guard team had taken. Upon reaching the location from which Lin Qinghan had lost track, he discreetly produced the medicinal liquid, utilizing spiritual energy to disperse it into the air. The originally colorless and odorless liquid, upon contact with the atmosphere, emitted a faint and enchanting fragrance, even manifesting specks of violet light. It was evident that the medicinal liquid was reacting with the toxin present on Bai Jian. Guided by this ethereal glow and alluring scent, he advanced toward a specific direction. Chapter 51. Silencing the witnesses. The incident of a family member being abducted in broad daylight soon spread around the vicinity of Zhou Yuan. Although the number of individuals who were aware of the situation was limited, the proximity of influential figures and its connection to Zhou Luo naturally caused quite a stir. Servants from various estates began to emerge, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lin Jiwei led his guard to investigate, yet no information had surfaced as of yet. At this moment, Zhou Luo had traced the clues to the entrance of Lin Daoming's estate. He gazed at the manor, his brow furrowed. Could it truly be that someone of prominence within the Lin family was behind this? Did he still need to pursue this investigation? For a fleeting moment, Zhou Luo found himself engulfed in hesitation. If it were an outsider, he would have no qualms in employing the bone corrosion powder against them. Yet, if it were indeed a figure from the Lin family, should he truly oppose them for a woman who was not yet his? Quickly, Zhou Luo's internal conflict dissipated. He turned his attention to the tightly shut gate and strode towards it without hesitation. Since the individual had been brought here by him, he felt a sense of responsibility for her. Zhou Luo knocked on the grand door of the estate. Moments later, a servant opened the door. Looking at Zhou Luo with a puzzled expression, "May I assist you?" the servant inquired. "I am Zhou Luo, here to seek an audience with your master," Zhou Luo replied. The servant paused, recognizing the family's sole son-in-law, and said, "I shall inform him." "Thank you." Zhou Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the servant returned, bowing respectfully. "My master is waiting for you inside." Upon entering the estate, Zhou Luo discreetly administered a potion. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a rich and enchanting fragrance. It appeared that Bai Jian was indeed within this manor. He followed the servant to the main hall with a composed demeanor. In the hall, Lin Daoming sat at the forefront, his voice deep and somber as he inquired, "Zhou Luo, what brings you here?" Zhou Luo inclined his body in respect and replied, "Sir, one of my concubines has been suddenly abducted. I wonder if you have seen her." At this statement, Lin Daoming's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. "Why would I know anything about it?" he retorted, visibly displeased. Maintaining a respectful posture, Zhou Luo continued, "Sir, my bond with that concubine is profound. I will spare no effort in finding her." He emphasized the phrase "spare no effort," making his determination clear, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Lin Daoming, thereby ensuring Bai Jian's safety for the time being. Lin Daoming's gaze flickered, and he remained silent. He understood that Zhou Luo had come here for a reason, likely possessing knowledge of certain matters. Just a woman, and not even one of the Lin family. "Are you truly willing to spare no effort?" Lin Daoming fixed his eyes on Zhou Luo, his stare piercing. The implication of his words was unmistakable. "Are you truly prepared to oppose me for the sake of a woman?" Zhou Luo met the piercing gaze with unwavering determination, stating, "I am but a humble individual, lacking in strength, yet I must take action." "Such as?" Lin Daoming leaned back in his chair, regarding him with a faint air of skepticism, not truly believing that the other would undertake any reckless endeavor. After all, she was merely a woman, and one who had been abducted at that. Yet Zhou Luo astounded him with his audacity. "For instance, I might seek out the family head." Upon hearing the mention of the family head, Lin Daoming's body stiffened, and he straightened in his seat, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. "What do you mean?" Zhou Luo replied, "Neither servile nor arrogant, sir. If I were to lose my beloved, I would have no choice but to seek solace elsewhere. The family head has previously expressed an interest in arranging a marriage for me, perhaps." His words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable. Should Bai Jian be lost to him, he would acquiesce to marrying a woman chosen by the family, thus indicating his alignment with their interests. Lin Daoming clenched his right hand tightly, his expression darkening. Whether Zhou Luo married the designated woman was of little consequence to him. The crux lay in the other's intentions. It was evident that Zhou Luo sought to leverage this matter as a threat against him. Should he refuse to surrender the woman, it would force Zhou Luo into opposition. If this were to reach the ears of the Grand Elder, retribution would surely follow. As he had previously stated, she was merely a woman. If Zhou Luo was unwilling to relinquish her, then he himself would have to make the sacrifice. Lin Daoming scrutinized Zhou Luo, observing the steadfast resolve etched upon his face. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately relented, saying, "I understand. I will assist you in your inquiry." "Thank you, sir," Zhou Luo responded before retreating. Once outside the main building, he exhaled a deep breath, realizing his gamble had paid off. The other party was oblivious to Bai Jian's true identity. Otherwise, he would not have conceded so readily. Casting a glance at a certain room, he departed the estate, now only needing to await the unfolding events in silence. Meanwhile, after Zhou Luo's departure, Lin Daoming rose and made his way to the room he had previously noted. Inside, Zhao Yuan wore a smile, and on the bed behind him lay none other than Bai Jian. "Release her," Lin Daoming commanded sternly upon entering. Zhao Yuan's smile faltered. Disbelief etched across his features. "What do you mean, Daoming?" Lin Daoming placed the earlier bottle of wood spirit elixir upon the table, his expression grave. "I underestimated Zhou Luo's resolve. To offend the Grand Elder for a woman is not a profitable transaction. You should consider a different woman." To him, A single woman was not worth such trouble. Yet, in Zhao Yuan's eyes, the matter was far from trivial. He frowned, insisting, "No, Daoming. I must take this woman with me." Lin Daoming mused, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. "I care not for the importance of that woman to you. Considering the resources you have provided for my cultivation, I can overlook this incident. You may leave. I will handle the subsequent matters." Zhao Yuan's expression was somewhat grim. If he did not take this woman away today, he would surely face the wrath of his master upon his return. Resolving himself, he strode towards the unconscious Bai Jian and hefted her over his shoulder. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Daoming asked coldly. "Brother Daoming, I shall take her away now, and I assure you, I will not cause you any trouble," Zhao Yuan replied, attempting to leave with Bai Jian. "Absolutely not." Lin Daoming stepped in front of him. He could not be certain that Zhou Luo would side with the main family for the sake of this woman, nor could he guarantee that she would not turn against him. In such circumstances, he preferred to err on the side of caution and hand the woman over. "Brother Daoming, this matter is of great importance to me. I hope you will not impede my efforts," Zhao Yuan stated earnestly. "This place is already under my spiritual seal." "You cannot leave," Lin Daoming declared confidently. Zhao Yuan's gaze darkened as he silently set Bai Jian down. "You are right, Brother Daoming. I shall take my leave." He appeared to relent. "Very well." Lin Daoming approached the door and opened it. At that moment, Zhao Yuan suddenly struck, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Daoming's expression changed dramatically. He quickly turned, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped him in a deep green glow, and countered with a palm strike. Bang! The two collided, producing a deafening sound. Seeking death, Lin Daoming roared, as a patterned spiritual talisman materialized between his left index and middle fingers. With a slight gesture, the talisman shot forth, transforming into a massive white tiger that let out a thunderous roar, charging directly at Zhao Yuan. Since the opponent was devoid of mercy, he could not be held accountable for his actions. Meanwhile, Lin Daoming's expression hardened as he clenched his right fist, green spiritual energy swirling around it, and unleashed a heavy blow. Being at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, his strength surpassed Zhao Yuan's by 2 realms, and he was also a talisman master. Zhao Yuan, steeling himself, had no choice but to confront him head-on. However, the disparity in their powers was overwhelming. Lin Daoming's single punch shattered Zhao Yuan's spiritual energy, inflicting severe damage. Zhao Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying across the room. Lin Daoming pressed the attack, with the situation having escalated. He had no choice but to turn the tables and clear his name. Realizing this, Zhao Yuan's face paled in horror, and he hastily summoned his spiritual power to escape. Yet, the room was teeming with talismans, and the moment he approached the window, they erupted in dazzling golden light, restraining his movements. At that instant, Lin Daoming lunged forward, showing no mercy as he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches that reverberated through the air. Chapter 52: The Sixth Woman. Regarding the events that transpired at the estate, Zhou Luo remained unaware. It was not until approximately half an hour after his return home that Lin Jiwei paid another visit, bringing with him the unconscious Bai Jian. Zhou Luo promptly instructed his numerous wives and concubines to escort her into a room. Lin Jiwei maintained his usual demeanor, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. And he fixed Zhou Luo with a piercing gaze, demanding, "What were you doing at Lin Daoming's estate?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo realized that the matter must have been resolved. He surmised that Lin Daoming would surely conceal the true purpose of his visit to the estate, and thus he fabricated a response. "My concubine was abducted, and I naturally sought to find her. I merely happened to arrive at his estate to inquire, but the other party was unaware, so I left." Zhou Luo shifted the entirety of the incident onto Lin Daoming, claiming he was merely passing through and had no knowledge of the situation. Lin Jiwei's expression was one of skepticism, yet he found himself without concrete evidence. Furthermore, the thief had perished, and Lin Daoming had asserted that he had only coincidentally discovered the thief's whereabouts before taking action, with no witnesses to contradict him. His narrative could not be disputed. Were Lin Daoming an inconsequential figure, Lin Jiwei might have opted to take him in for questioning. However, given that Lin Daoming was not only an 8th level Qi practitioner, but also a talisman master affiliated with a prominent elders faction, such an action was fraught with complications. Ultimately, Lin Jiwei chose not to pursue further inquiries and departed with his entourage. In the aftermath of the investigation, the family discovered that the thief was, in fact, a disciple of the nefarious Huan sect. Consequently, it was surmised that his intention had been to abduct Bai Jian to enhance his own cultivation, particularly as she was the sole outsider of the Lin family and possessed a 6th-grade spiritual root. The manner in which he infiltrated the family remained shrouded in mystery. Since the incident had not wrought any severe repercussions, the family opted not to delve deeper into the matter. However, sometime later, Lin Daoming was unexpectedly reassigned to the spiritual mine. Of course, these developments are merely subsequent details. In the room, Zhou Luo awaited her awakening in silence, discreetly stowing away a vial of bone corrosion powder in his backpack. Fortunately, this abduction had not been orchestrated by Lin Daoming himself, which explained his decisive intervention. It was likely that he had been manipulated, unaware of Bai Jian's true identity. Regardless, the situation had unfolded more favorably than anticipated, especially since it had not impacted him adversely. At that moment, Bai Jian's eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Zhou Luo beside her, she instinctively sprang up from the bed and embraced him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "I thought I would never see you again." Zhou Luo gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "It is all right." Yet, this only caused Bai Jian to weep even more fervently. Previously, she had awakened once, only to find herself in an unfamiliar room. Realizing she had been kidnapped, she was overwhelmed by the painful memories that resurfaced. An endless shroud of fear and despair enveloped her heart. Before she could even react, the other party forcibly administered a pill, plunging her into unconsciousness. Initially, she believed she was destined to fall into a pit of darkness once more. But upon opening her eyes, she beheld the familiar visage of Zhou Luo. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of complex emotions surged within her, overwhelming her to the point of losing control. It was as if she needed to release all her grievances and fears. Zhou Luo allowed her to weep until her cries gradually subsided. This would never happen again, he continued to reassure her. At that moment, Bai Jian suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him, her voice choked with emotion. "Zhou Luo, marry me." During her time in Zhou Garden, her bond with Zhou Luo had grown increasingly intimate, and she had gradually come to rely on this flawless man. Previously, she had been conflicted about whether her feelings for him were genuine affection. Yet at this moment, following such a tumultuous upheaval, she realized she could not bear to be apart from him. If this did not constitute love, she was at a loss as to what would. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a declaration. His gaze softened as he extended his right hand, gently wiping away her tears while asking in a calm voice, "Are you certain?" "Yes," Bai Jian affirmed with resolute eyes. Bai Jian's decision was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Given that she had expressed her heartfelt feelings, Zhou Luo could hardly refuse. When Bai Jian awoke, the disciples left behind by Lin Jiwei at Zhou Garden inquired about various matters, but yielded no results. As long as Bai Jian insisted she had been abducted to Maple Leaf City, her family would certainly find it impossible to pursue the matter further. As for dispatching someone to ascertain the truth of her words, Zhou Luo believed his family would not go to such lengths, especially considering the involvement of the significant figure Lin Daoming in this affair. Ultimately, it seemed that the situation would be resolved without further complications. That evening, in the room, Zhou Luo and Bai Jian sat side by side on the edge of the bed. "Zhou Luo, shouldn't there be a ceremony for our marriage?" Bai Jian asked timidly. "It may seem a bit abrupt at the moment, but rest assured, I will make it up to you in due time," Zhou Luo replied, taking her delicate, soft hand in his. "Then, does this mean I should start calling you husband?" Bai Jian's voice trembled with nervousness. "Of course." Zhou Luo smiled, turning to face her. The candlelight illuminated Bai Jian's exquisitely perfect face, casting a gentle blush upon her cheeks that evoked a profound instinct to protect her. "My dear, it is time for us to rest." Zhou Luo's rich voice resonated softly as he moved his left hand, extinguishing the candlelight. In the darkness, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaned in closer. "Husband," she murmured softly. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon the cozy quilt. Zhou Luo slightly opened his eyes, and before him lay a delicate, fair arm. Wrapped in her blanket, Bai Jian held onto his neck, resembling a charming little kitten, evoking affection. As with many mornings before, her legs draped over Zhou Luo's, yet this time, neither seemed to mind. Zhou Luo tenderly covered her with the blanket, leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her forehead, and softly placed her hand upon the pillow. Just as he intended to rise, Bai Jian suddenly reached out to grasp him. Zhou Luo turned back to find her shyly gazing at him, her bright, beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness as she called, "Husband." The alluring timbre of her voice stirred something deep within Zhou Luo. A smile crept onto his lips as he reclined once more. In his past life, Zhou Luo had heard that a woman is akin to a city. When the gates are flung wide open, one has only one task: to gallop forth. It was not until nearly noon that this city began to find its repose. Zhou Luo held her gently in his arms, caressing her delicate, fair face. Bai Jian seemed to revel in the sensation of his touch, squinting her eyes in lazy contentment, leaning against Zhou Luo, savoring the sweetness of love. "Husband, I wish to bear your children," she suddenly declared after a long pause. Having always adored children, now that she and Zhou Luo were together, her first thought was to have a child of their own. Zhou Luo chuckled as he affectionately patted her small head. "Then I must strive harder." At his words, Bai Jian's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face into his embrace. Chapter 53. Lin Xian's breakthrough. As noon approached, Zhou Luo finally roused himself from his slumber, while Bai Jian would likely remain in her repose until the evening. After a brief freshening up, he emerged, radiant and invigorated, into the blazing sun, making his way towards the dining hall. Within the hall, a multitude of wives and concubines were gathered, enjoying their meal with children in tow. "My husband, considering the fright that Jian experienced yesterday, must you continue to torment her?" Lin Yi remarked, her mirth barely concealed as she took her seat. "I am merely offering her comfort," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "And when shall you extend such comfort to me?" Lin Yi inquired, her eyes sparkling with laughter. At this, Lin Feiying, seated nearby, playfully nudged her with her foot. "The children are present." The little ones, with wide eyes and curious expressions, were oblivious to the implications of their conversation. Zhou Luo glanced at Lin Yi's pronounced belly and chuckled. "You should focus on nurturing your child. In a month or two, these three sisters will all be nearing their time. I wonder how many offspring with spiritual roots will be born." After partaking in their midday meal, Zhou Luo made his way to Shochuan Garden. Following his abrupt departure the previous day, he felt it necessary to inform his master of the events that had transpired, even if the latter might already be aware. Upon entering the alchemy chamber of Shochuan Garden, Zhou Luo found third Miss Lin Xian diligently and meticulously refining elixirs. Approaching Lin Jishou, he performed a respectful bow. "I am already aware of yesterday's events. It is fortunate that no grave matters have arisen," Lin Jishou remarked with a calm demeanor. To quell any potential misgivings Zhou Luo might harbor, he added, "The individual hails from the Hahuan sect and likely infiltrated stealthily." The mention of the Hahuan sect startled Zhou Luo slightly. Once renowned as a nefarious sect several centuries ago, this faction had once dominantly controlled a third of the Huiyun kingdom, establishing itself as a formidable power. Their dual cultivation techniques of yin and yang had spawned numerous golden core practitioners, and even some with yuaning strength. However, it was only through the concerted efforts of the royal family and various great sects of the Huiyun kingdom that the Hahuan sect was ultimately vanquished and faded into obscurity. Yet, like a centipede that remains alive despite its decapitation, while the Hahuan sect was no longer what it once was, its disciples still wandered the world, with rumors suggesting that they had even re-established their banner atop certain peaks. Zhou Luo had not anticipated that Bai Jian would become entangled with such a nefarious sect. It appeared that this matter was far from resolved. He silently resolved that upon his return today, he would scatter his specially concocted poison throughout Zhou Garden, to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's ordeal. After all, he had already advanced to a second-tier poison master, with proper preparation. Even the foundational ancestors of the Lin family would likely find it impossible to breach Zhou Garden. "Master, I have succeeded." At that moment, Lin Xian's voice rang out with joy. Simultaneously, a rich aroma of elixir wafted through the air. Lin Jishou's body trembled with excitement as he swiftly approached the alchemy furnace, his gaze fixed upon the smooth, lustrous spirit elixir within. He picked it up for closer inspection. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, having experienced a fleeting moment of elation, reverted to her aloof demeanor. Indeed, your progress is remarkable," Lin Jishou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Xian slightly raised her chin. her expression indifferent as she glanced at Zhou Luo beside her. She was already on the verge of becoming a mid-tier alchemist, and recently, Zhou Luo's provocations had ignited her latent potential, prompting her breakthrough. Now, having caught up with Zhou Luo, her naturally proud demeanor tasted the sweetness of victory. Zhou Luo smiled politely and remarked, "Indeed, the third miss is exceptionally gifted." Lin Jisho nodded in agreement, stating, "It seems that this year's Spirit Pill Conference will witness another rising star from the Lin family." The Spirit Pill Conference is held annually, while the opportunity to study at Qingyuan sect arises once every 2 years. The time for the next conference was swiftly approaching, and soon, the 10 outstanding individuals selected from the 2 events would head to Qingshan sect for their studies. Lin Jisho's words reminded Zhou Luo of his promise to Wang Yue. It appeared he needed to expedite the concoction of the Bai Shui Dan. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Jisho cheerfully began to impart knowledge about the mid-tier alchemist opportunity to the 2. In his eyes, both Zhou Luo and Lin Xian represented the dawn of a revival for the family's alchemical endeavors. As time passed, the day's instruction came to an end. Lin Xian and Zhou Luo exited Shou Chun Garden one after the other. At that moment, Lin Xian abruptly turned around. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon her fair, proud visage, adding an air of sanctity to her presence. With narrowed eyes, she spoke in a didactic tone. "If your ambitions are merely to marry and bear children, you shall inevitably fade into obscurity, becoming a mere stepping stone for me." Her words were blunt, laying bare her haughty disposition. Zhou Luo chuckled softly, his words laden with meaning. "Junior sister, I hope you perform admirably at this year's Spirit Pill Conference." Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. Merely being addressed as junior sister irked her, and coupled with his seemingly concerned tone, it struck her as patronizing, reminiscent of an elder instructing a younger relative. Her countenance grew cold. 2 years prior, she would have certainly erupted in fury and punished him severely. However, times had changed. He was no longer the easily manipulated son-in-law of her past. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering a word and turned away. Once she departed, Zhou Luo smirked derisively. A stepping stone? How ludicrous. Upon returning to the Zhou garden, Zhou Luo immersed himself in the alchemical chamber. Earlier, during his time in Panshur City, he had procured the necessary herbs for crafting the Bai Shui Dan, spending a significant amount of spirit stones in the process. If Wang Yue's information regarding the Immortal sect proved unworthy, he would certainly not hand over the Bai Shui Dan. Gathering the herbs, he commenced the preparation of the Bai Shui Dan. He toiled until after 9 in the evening before finally stretching his limbs and stepping out of the room. During this time, Lin Feiying had come to deliver a meal. Naturally, she could not recognize the Bai Shui Dan, assuming Zhou Luo was merely engaged in his studies, and thus departed after leaving the food. Reaching the 2nd floor, Zhou Luo stood in the corridor, gazing at the candlelit rooms. Ultimately, making his way to Bai Zhiyan's quarters. Another night of diligent labor lay ahead. In the coming days, perhaps to prevent a recurrence of previous events, the family has assigned 2 guards, both at the 5th level of Qi refinement, to Zhou Yuan. Although their abilities are rather modest, they far surpass Zhou Luo, who is merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Zhou Luo did not object to this arrangement. With the Spirit Pill Conference approaching, Lin Jisho has taken Lin Xian to the venue hosted by the Wang family in East City. Zhou Luo had initially wished to attend for observation. However, having already secured his qualification and with the family reluctant to allow him to leave, he was ultimately denied. This turn of events may prove beneficial. With Lin Jisho absent, Zhou Luo can devote his attention to the refinement of the Bai Shui Dan. In addition to the Bai Shui Dan, he has also begun preparations for the 2nd-tier poison he had previously intended to concoct. Fortunately, the Lin family lacks a poison master. So even with his acquisition of an array of peculiar materials, the family remained largely unconcerned. Nonetheless, the ingredients required for this inferior 2nd-tier poison proved somewhat elusive. After several days of effort, Zhou Luo finally managed to gather all the necessary components and successfully created a poison known as Feng Ju Fun. Once inhaled, this toxin can temporarily deprive even Foundation establishment cultivators of all their spiritual energy, while Qi refinement practitioners may find themselves permanently incapacitated. After administering the antidote to each individual in Zhou Yuan, he dispersed the Feng Ju Fun throughout every corner of the compound. This way, should anyone attempt to stealthily infiltrate, they would inevitably inhale the colorless and odorless toxin. As for those who, like Zhao Yuan before, brazenly enter, that would be a matter for the 2 guards dispatched by the family. Chapter 54. The new lottery on this particular day. Zhou Luo had just completed a batch of Bai Shui Dan when he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. Congratulations, host. Through your diligent efforts, your partner has successfully conceived, granting you a chance to participate in the lottery. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether it was Lin Lan or Bai Ji Yin who was with child. If it were the latter, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous turn of events. After all, he was eager to see what kind of spiritual root would emerge from his union with a woman possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root. Seated in a grand armchair, he savored the spiritual tea on the table as his consciousness descended into the lottery interface. A pristine white wolf floated in the air before him. He gazed at the 7 segments, contemplating where he most desired the golden orb to land. Without a doubt, it would be in the realm of skills. Although many of the myriad skills in cultivation were rather trivial, acquiring a useful one would represent a significant enhancement to his abilities. Such an improvement would directly influence his standing within the family. At this moment, what he most urgently required was for his family to recognize his worth. Only by elevating his status could he enjoy greater privileges. As for the other 6 segments, such as methods of cultivation, he had only reached the 2nd level of qi refinement and could hardly sustain the external projection of spiritual energy. The body refinement technique suited him well, but he already possessed it. Perhaps only upon breaking through to the 5th level of qi refinement would the methods truly manifest their potential. Moreover, segments like spiritual objects, spirit beasts, and magical tools, while seemingly capable of yielding formidable treasures, were not tailored to his current needs. Particularly in the case of offensive magical tools, he might not even be able to activate them, as their usage demanded a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. Among these options, only elixirs could offer assistance. However, such consumables would only be of real value if he were fortunate enough to draw a top-tier elixir capable of propelling him into the foundation establishment stage, which seemed rather improbable given the system's notorious tendency for disappointment. As for the remaining categories, Zhou Luo held no expectations whatsoever. Thus, upon careful consideration, skills appeared to be his best option. He refocused his mind and initiated the lottery. The faint golden orb began to spin rapidly, gradually slowing down over time. Zhou Luo's gaze remained fixed on the wheel until the golden orb ultimately came to rest in the skills segment, and a sense of relief washed over him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 1st-tier talisman-making skill. The reward has been automatically allocated to your backpack. Please check your inventory. Another new skill, and one of the 4 primary skills at that, talisman making. Zhou Luo was elated, astonished by his fortunate draw of a 1st-tier talisman-making skill. In the realm of cultivation, the 4 core skills, alchemical refinement, talisman making, formation crafting, and artifact forging, held tremendous significance. Mastery of any one of these skills could utterly transform one's life, paving the way for a promising future. For instance, despite only demonstrating a mid-tier 1st-level proficiency in alchemy, he had still garnered the attention of the Lin family and even resided in close proximity to a multitude of influential family patriarchs. Today, should he once again master the art of talisman crafting, the revelation would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Lin family. Nevertheless, one must proceed with caution. Much like in the early days of alchemy, to avoid arousing suspicion within the clan. Regaining his focus, he immediately turned his gaze to the backpack section. 1st-tier talisman crafting technique. Upon use, it allows one to directly comprehend the fully mastered 1st-tier talisman crafting technique, along with a comprehensive guide to talismans. After perusing the description, Zhou Luo decisively chose to utilize it. An overwhelming influx of knowledge and information surged into his mind. The intricate details of talisman crafting techniques, including the methods of inscription, manipulation of talismans, and the steps of drawing talismans, became vivid fragments of his memory, crystal clear. He could even sense a transformation within his body, one stemming from the essence of being a talisman master. Previously, he had been utterly ignorant of talismans. Even upon seeing them, he could only grasp their superficial aspects. Yet now, a mere glance allowed him to instantly comprehend the structure of talismans, enabling him to effortlessly display his skills when drawing basic talismans. It was akin to muscle memory. In addition to understanding the structure of talismans, he experienced a qualitative leap in the postures and techniques involved in talisman crafting. It felt as though he had transformed into a master talisman crafter who had diligently honed his skills for centuries. Truly, the system was remarkable, propelling him beyond those who had reached this level through hard work and innate talent. A smile tugged at Zhou Luo's lips, and he felt an impulsive desire to craft a first-tier talisman immediately. Alas, the necessary materials were lacking, compelling him to exit the alchemy chamber. Within the estate, perhaps due to her change in status, Bai Yin had genuinely integrated into Lin Yi's circle. Her yearning to return home gradually diminished, and at times, she felt that this place was her true home, far warmer than the cold, unwelcoming abode she had known. Presently, the only concern weighing on her mind was the matter of having children. Zhou Luo arrived at the playground he had constructed, observing the children playing joyfully, and joined in their merriment. For him, this was perhaps a rare moment of relaxation. However, this respite was short-lived, as someone appeared at the entrance of the Zhou garden. "The elder requests your presence," the servant announced. Surprised that the elder sought him out, Zhou Luo followed the servant to the elder's estate. Upon encountering the elder again, the latter retained his familiar, cheerful demeanor, radiating vitality. "Please, have a seat," the elder said warmly, his tone devoid of any authoritative air. Zhou Luo first bowed in respect before taking a seat. "I have clarified the matter from that day," the elder began slowly, referring to the incident involving Bai Yin's abduction. Zhou Luo's heart tightened, and he remained silent. The elder continued, "I am genuinely curious about the identity of that woman." He gazed at Zhou Luo, his calm eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the veils of the world, rendering all secrets powerless to hide. Zhou Luo met the gaze of the elder with earnestness, stating, "Elder, I truly do not know." Upon hearing this, the elder responded with a serene smile and withdrew his gaze. "Very well, I previously broached the subject of marriage with you. Have you given it any thought?" He had learned from Lin Daoming that the other party had threatened to side with the main family for the sake of a woman, which naturally piqued the elder's interest. Thus, he revisited the topic, aiming to fully integrate Zhou Luo into his faction. Zhou Luo displayed a hint of hesitation. "Your current status has elevated. One must have someone to support them," the elder remarked leisurely. Zhou Luo understood that he no longer possessed the luxury of refusal. He rose and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, elder." Satisfied, the elder nodded and casually retrieved 3 wooden boxes of varying sizes from his storage pouch. The boxes, adorned with exquisite patterns and crafted from fine spiritual wood, emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. "This shall serve as the dowry I present on behalf of my granddaughter," the elder declared, raising his right hand. A soft blue spiritual force enveloped the 3 wooden boxes, causing them to levitate gracefully and settle upon the table beside Zhou Luo. A stir of curiosity welled within him. Knowing the elder's esteemed status, the gifts he bestowed were undoubtedly of considerable worth, leaving Zhou Luo to wonder what treasures lay within. Chapter 55. The gift from the Grand Elder. "Tomorrow, I shall have Shinner come to this estate to meet you," declared the Grand Elder. Zhou Luo nodded in acquiescence. The two engaged in further conversation, primarily discussing the prospect of their union, should their affections align, with the intention of formalizing the marriage in due course. After all, she was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Unlike other women, a celebration would surely be in order. It was anticipated that a multitude of guests would arrive bearing gifts. Zhou Luo readily agreed, departing with the 3 exquisite wooden boxes. Upon returning to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo relayed this matter to his wives and concubines. Aside from Bai Yin, the others expressed no dissent. In the room, Zhou Luo grasped Bai Yin's hand earnestly, stating, "This is a family arrangement, and I am powerless to alter it." Bai Yin understood his predicament well, as she herself hailed from the Chongqing clan and was acutely aware that such significant affairs often transpired beyond one's control. Furthermore, Zhou Luo was an outsider. Nonetheless, she harbored reservations, particularly as their relationship had only recently blossomed, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "I comprehend your situation, yet I am still unhappy," Bai Yin murmured, her gaze downcast. Zhou Luo gently caressed her cheek, sincerity etched upon his face as he reassured her. "My love for you shall remain unwavering, akin to my feelings for others." Bai Yin bit her lip, embracing him without uttering a word. Zhou Luo continued to console her until her spirits lifted, after which he retreated to his own chamber. At the center of his room, upon the wooden table, lay the gift bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder. He eagerly opened the first elongated wooden box. Inside, he discovered a 3-foot-long sword, its scabbard adorned with intricate patterns, emanating a faint ethereal glow. The azure hilt was intricately carved with a phoenix reborn from flames. Additionally, Zhou Luo beheld the name of this precious sword, Crimson Phoenix. Clearly, this was a magical artifact, albeit of inferior grade. Its worth was immense. Generally, only those cultivators with substantial wealth and formidable strength could wield such artifacts, as their activation demanded an enormous expenditure of spiritual energy. Consequently, the power unleashed by an artifact could surpass all expectations, though he could not yet harness its full potential. This did not preclude his ability to do so in the future. He was taken aback by the Grand Elder's generosity, presenting him with such a remarkable artifact right from the outset. What of the other 2 items? Zhou Luo's gaze shifted to the second wooden box. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a resplendent magical robe. This robe, shimmering in hues of purple and gold, was adorned with exquisite and elaborate embroidery, and he could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it. Another inferior grade artifact. The Grand Elder seemed resolute in his intention to draw him into the fold. As Zhou Luo lifted the robe, he noticed 4 subtle patterns emblazoned upon its surface. It is precisely these 4 patterns that bestow this robe with its extraordinary effects, which encompass the attributes of size adaptability, spring-like comfort, wind transformation, and breath holding. The first attribute, size adaptability, requires no further explanation, as it allows the robe to alter its dimensions freely. The second, spring-like comfort, ensures that once donned, the wearer experiences a perpetual spring, with warmth in winter and coolness in summer, free from the constraints of temperature. As for wind transformation, it aptly signifies the ability to convert fierce gales into gentle breezes, rendering one impervious to tempestuous winds. The final attribute, breath holding, permits the concealment of one's realm, unless an opponent possesses a significantly higher level of cultivation. They can only discern one's presence through specialized probing techniques. Zhou Luo was thoroughly enamored with this robe and immediately adorned himself with it. The originally voluminous purple-gold robe swiftly contracted to fit him perfectly. He then turned his gaze to the final wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a token within. The token bore an intricate bagua design, with a prominent character for master at its center. This implied that possessing this token would grant him the privilege to cultivate directly within the core area of his family's spiritual meridian. Zhou Luo's heart trembled with astonishment. Such a significant item had been entrusted to him by the elder. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, the more valuable the gift, the greater the elder's esteem for him, and conversely, the more it would incite the main family's animosity towards him. Despite the main family remaining inactive recently, who could guarantee they would not target someone who had already taken a stand against them? With the situation as it stood, Zhou Luo found himself devoid of alternatives. On the following day, Zhou Luo arrived at the elder's courtyard at the appointed hour. The servant at the entrance had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, he led him into the estate. The elder's residence resembled a garden, with intricately carved stone pillars and murals hidden among lush trees and flowering plants. The air imbued with a delicate fragrance, and the melodious chirping of birds could be heard. Miss Jean Xian awaits you in the pavilion at the end of this path. The servant respectfully informed him. Thank you, Zhou Luo replied, proceeding along the gravel path. Before long, he turned a corner and beheld a pavilion. The ancient structure stood tall, adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, its eaves elegantly curved. Surrounding it was a vibrant green landscape, with a gentle breeze caressing his face. Within the pavilion stood a captivating figure, a breathtaking beauty. Dressed in resplendent attire, the exquisite embroidery showcased her noble demeanor, with colors that were both subdued and regal. A gossamer veil, as light as a cicada's wings, floated gently in the wind, lending her an ethereal quality. The silk ribbon cinched at her waist accentuated her slender form exquisitely. She stood there quietly, like a blossoming lotus, alluring yet untouchable. Her noble and transcendent aura set her apart from any woman Zhou Luo had ever encountered. He found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, the woman in the pavilion turned her gaze towards him. Her clear eyes sparkled like water, her brows were as delicate as smoke, and her lips resembled cherries. Her hair, akin to clouds, cascaded softly over her slender shoulders. Her beauty was reminiscent of the newly risen moon, casting a serene glow across the world, utterly breathtaking. In this moment, Zhou Luo seemed to have succumbed to his thoughts. After a considerable while, he regained his composure and approached the other person. Within the pavilion, Lin Jinxian wore a radiant smile as she gazed at the man who was to become her husband. Today, Zhou Luo donned a purple and gold ceremonial robe, exuding an air of elegance, his expression gentle and his handsome visage complemented by eyes as profound as the stars, undeniably captivating. All her inner anxieties dissipated. As Zhou Luo drew near, he complimented her, saying, "You are even more beautiful than I had imagined." Lin Jinxian responded with a faint smile. "Then might you share with me how you envision me?" "Certainly," Zhou Luo replied, seamlessly engaging in the conversation. Although Lin Jinxian was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder and belonged to the direct lineage, she possessed none of the haughty demeanor characteristic of Lin Xine. Instead, her temperament was even more gentle than he had anticipated. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, and even as they prepared to part ways, a lingering sense of unfulfilled conversation remained. "If possible, I hope you will visit Zhou Garden." Zhou Luo extended an invitation as they bid farewell. "I shall," Lin Jinxian replied with a gentle nod. Chapter 56. The family head's reaction in the main hall. Lin Jinxian sat gracefully in a round chair, her head bowed in a demeanor of utmost respect. Above her, the Grand Elder savored his tea, his expression tranquil as he inquired, "How is he?" "Grandfather, he surpasses my expectations," Lin Jinxian replied earnestly. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. "And what of his intentions?" "He wishes for me to visit his estate." Lin Jinxian recounted the earlier conversation. "Then you should go." The Grand Elder's aged face revealed a hint of satisfaction. He set down the jade teacup and remarked with profound significance, "You must always remember your responsibilities." "Yes, grandfather," Lin Jinxian replied humbly. "The family head is likely to take action soon," the Grand Elder mused as he gazed at the scenery outside the main building. A fleeting seriousness crossing his weathered features, though his calm voice resonated with an unsettling gravity. Lin Jinxian instinctively lifted her head, her clear and beautiful eyes fixed upon him, her expression one of surprise. She was aware of the underlying conflict between her grandfather and the family head, and she understood that her marriage to Zhou Luo was part of this intricate web. Presently, the family had seemingly remained inactive regarding Zhou Luo, yet now, her grandfather indicated that the family intended to act. What were they planning? The Grand Elder did not meet her gaze. His wise eyes sparkled with insight, as though he had already foreseen everything. "Tomorrow, you shall visit Zhou Garden. It would be best to finalize the marriage within 3 days." Upon returning to Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo's mind lingered on the enchanting figure of Lin Jinxian. Marrying her seemed to be a most auspicious choice. Just as he arrived, he encountered Lin Qinghan, who was taking a stroll with a child in her arms. "Welcome back. How did it go?" Lin Qinghan inquired softly, cradling little Sherwin. "Quite well," Zhou Luo approached, his gaze filled with affection for the little one. "If she were to marry here, she would undoubtedly become the primary wife." "Indeed, that is as it should be," Lin Qinghan replied without a hint of discontent, for this had been previously agreed upon. Only then did Zhou Luo lift his gaze toward her. "She will come tomorrow. You may have a good conversation then." "Very well, I will inform the others," Lin Qinghan nodded. After a brief exchange, Zhou Luo returned to the practice room on the 3rd floor of the main building. Having recently achieved the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of Qi training, he sensed a forthcoming breakthrough. He intended to re-enter the spiritual pulse sanctuary after this matter concluded, particularly now, with a token granting access to the core area. His cultivation would surely advance rapidly. As dinner approached, Zhou Luo left the practice room and descended to the ground floor. There, the women were deliberating on how to receive Lin Jinxian the following day. After all, she was a direct descendant of the Grand Elder, her status far surpassing theirs, and they could not afford to be disrespectful. "Let us keep it casual," Zhou Luo remarked nonchalantly as he entered the hall. The women rose in response. "My lord, wouldn't that be improper?" Lin Feiying couldn't help but express her concern. "Rest assured, she will not mind such things," Zhou Luo assured her, taking a seat beside Lin Qinghan. Excessive formality would only appear contrived if one instills the notion of inferiority in the hearts of others from the very beginning. It will inevitably cast a shadow over their future interactions. Zhou Luo yearned for them to coexist as sisters rather than in a hierarchical manner. His words set the tone for the matter, and the women naturally ceased their objections. At that moment, Linda, adorned in splendid attire, made a sudden appearance. Noticing everyone gathered in the hall, he smiled and remarked, "Ah, everyone is here." The group promptly bowed in respect. "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Zhou Luo welcomed him to the foremost position. "No need for formalities. I merely wish to have a chat with you," Linda replied with a gentle smile. The women, perceiving the subtle cue, gracefully retreated. Once they departed, however, the smile vanished from Linda's face, replaced by a grave expression as he turned to Zhou Luo and said, "The family intends to assign you to the spiritual mine." Zhou Luo's heart skipped a beat. "To the spiritual mine? Is it because the family is dissatisfied with my allegiance?" he asked incredulously. "Is it because I am to wed the granddaughter of the Grand Elder?" Linda's demeanor remained serious. "That is indeed part of the reason. In fact, this decision was mentioned in the Elder Council not long ago." "Why?" Zhou Luo inquired, perplexed. "Although we have seized a new spiritual mine, the Lu family has not reconciled with this outcome and has been covertly causing disruptions. The family has dispatched a considerable force to secure the site, including array masters and spiritual talisman craftsmen. Initially, you were not to be selected, but since you have recently advanced to a mid-tier first-grade alchemist, you meet the criteria for assignment to the spiritual mine. Thus, the family proposed your transfer." Linda elucidated the unfolding circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that the family had long harbored intentions against him, waiting for the opportune moment. With his recent breakthrough and his master, Lin Jishou, absent, they were eager to act. The crucial point was that the Elder Council could not veto this proposal, as most of the family's alchemists had been dispatched elsewhere, leaving him no grounds to be treated as an exception. "Father-in-law, what do you know about that spiritual mine?" Zhou Luo asked. Linda shook his head. "I am not well informed. It was the Grand Elder's messenger who conveyed this information to me." "And the timeline?" Zhou Luo pressed further. "It has yet to be determined, but no later than half a month," Linda replied. "Rest assured, you will only be at the spiritual mine for a little over a month, as you will soon be heading to Qingyuan's sect for your studies," he added reassuringly. Indeed, the time to depart for Qingyuan's sect was fast approaching, and the family would not allow him to remain at the spiritual mine indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt a slight sense of relief. "I came tonight to encourage you to prepare in advance," Linda reminded him. Zhou Luo clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, father-in-law." Linda waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Given your potential, the family will certainly place great importance on you. So there is no need to worry about safety. Focus instead on diligent cultivation." On the following day, Lin Jinxian appeared at the entrance of the Zhou Garden, where Zhou Luo had long awaited her arrival. Today, she donned a delicate yellow gown, ethereal as gossamer, its hem flowing gracefully like that of a celestial being. The fabric was adorned with exquisite floral embroidery, blooming vibrantly. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Lin Jinxian performed a slight bow. "Please, come in." Zhou Luo welcomed her with a warm smile. As they entered the garden, Lin Jinxian surveyed her surroundings and chuckled softly. "This place is quite different from what I had envisioned. Then might you share with me your imagined vision?" Zhou Luo inquired. Their previous conversation from the day before echoed in the air, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Zhou Luo accompanied Lin Jinxian as they wandered through the Zhou Garden, continuing the dialogue that had remained unfinished. The other women, exhibiting a remarkable sense of camaraderie, chose to remain in the main building rather than venture outside. Only Bai Jian was present, joyfully leading a group of little ones in play at the playground. Perhaps drawn by the sounds of laughter, Lin Jinxian made her way to the lively scene. "Are all of these children yours?" she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise at the sight of so many little ones. Chapter 57. Marrying Lin Jinxian prior to her encounter with Zhou Luo. Lin Jinxian had heard numerous tales regarding him. She learned that he was a son-in-law brought into the family through trickery, an intermediate-grade alchemist of the first tier, married to 6 wives, and had once secured the top score in a written examination at the Spirit Pill Conference, thereby earning a coveted opportunity to study at the Qingyuan sect. Her curiosity about this man was piqued. However, after meeting him and engaging in delightful conversation, Lin Jinxian found the prospect of marrying him to be quite acceptable. Yet, while she was aware of Zhou Luo's numerous wives, she was astonished to discover he had an equally large number of children. Did he not cultivate, spending his days solely focused on procreation? Lin Jinxian felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Nevertheless, she bore no aversion to this. After all, it is quite normal for a man with the potential to become a second-tier alchemist to have multiple wives. Moreover, she genuinely enjoyed spending time with children. Daddy, as soon as Zhou Luo appeared, the little ones, led by the small Chang'an, called out to him in unison, their tender voices resonating with clarity and brightness. Chang'an even abandoned his wooden horse, running towards him with outstretched arms. Zhou Luo scooped him up effortlessly. "Hello," Lin Jinxian greeted the little one with a smile. Chang'an, with his bright, wide eyes, gazed at her, his expression somewhat dazed. "Little mother, you are so beautiful." Upon hearing the term little mother, a faint blush crept onto Lin Jinxian's cheeks. She gently stroked Chang'an's head and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Zhou Chang'an," he proudly declared, lifting his chin. "That is a lovely name," Lin Jinxian chuckled softly. "Would you like to hold him?" Zhou Luo suddenly interjected. "Is that allowed?" Lin Jinxian asked, astonished that he would permit her to hold the child. "Of course," Zhou Luo replied, placing Chang'an into her embrace. As she cradled the little one, Lin Jinxian felt an unexpected flutter of anxiety in her usually calm gaze. This was her first experience holding a child, and it evoked an indescribable feeling within her. Meanwhile, Chang'an looked up at the beautiful young woman with sincerity, wondering if he would soon have little brothers or sisters. "Do not be tense. He is very obedient," Zhou Luo teased, observing Lin Jinxian's slightly stiff posture. Chang'an chimed in, "Yes, little mother, I am very obedient." The banter between father and son brought a smile to Lin Jinxian's lips, dissipating much of her unease. At that moment, Bai Jian approached. Lin Jinxian then noticed her, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. She realized that Bai Jian, in both appearance and demeanor, was in no way inferior to herself. Unconsciously, she scrutinized Bai Jian, increasingly captivated by her unique beauty. Zhou Luo seamlessly introduced the two women. Upon learning that Bai Jian was the one who had narrowly escaped abduction by a disciple of the Hahuan sect, Lin Jinxian pondered thoughtfully, realizing that it was no wonder the disciple had dared to be so audacious. After all, it was due to her striking beauty. Regarding the woman who is soon to wed Zhou Luo, Bai Jian exhibited no signs of discontent. Instead, she graciously greeted her. Through their brief conversation, both women discovered their mutual fondness for children. With this common interest, their dialogue flowed effortlessly, rendering Zhou Luo, who stood nearby, almost invisible. Zhou Luo awkwardly touched his nose, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction with the scene before him. He chose to step aside, engaging with other children in play. As Bai Jian discerned that the other woman's temperament was even more amiable than she had anticipated, she expressed her desire to introduce her to other sisters. Lin Jinxiang, of course, did not decline. Thus, the two women made their way towards the main building. Zhou Luo did not intercede. His intention in inviting her to Zhou Garden was to allow Lin Jinxiang to meet his numerous wives, facilitating their future interactions. Inside the main building, Lin Xinghan and the others were quite surprised by Lin Jinxiang's arrival. However, they soon began to converse with her in a natural manner. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Luo made his timely entrance into the hall. By that time, the other women had departed, leaving Lin Jinxiang alone. "How did it go?" Zhou Luo inquired with a smile. "Very well," Lin Jinxiang responded honestly. Initially, on her way there, she had contemplated how to approach her interactions with Zhou Luo's other women. It appeared, however, that she had overthought the matter. They were more agreeable than she had imagined. "And what do you think of me?" Zhou Luo asked next. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinxiang lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, and softly replied, "You are quite agreeable as well." With this affirmation, their subsequent conversation became considerably more straightforward, leading Zhou Luo to broach the topic of marriage. Having long prepared herself for this moment, Lin Jinxiang naturally did not refuse. At noon, Zhou Luo took her and his other wives and children out for a meal. The gathering was livelier than anticipated, perhaps due to the groundwork laid during the morning's exchanges. Lin Jinxiang's presence did not burden the others psychologically. Rather, it fostered an even more harmonious atmosphere. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo escorted Lin Jinxiang back to her home. Being a direct descendant of the Grand Elder, her family also resided in a grand estate. There, he met her parents and siblings. Both families expressed no objections to the union, and Lin Jinxiang's father declared that he would personally oversee the wedding arrangements, ensuring a grand celebration. Zhou Luo accepted this proposal with delight. The following day, Lin Jinxiang's father sent someone to Zhou Garden to commence the preparations. Meanwhile, the news of their impending marriage swiftly spread throughout the Lin family. Have you heard? Zhou Luo is to marry the Grand Elder's granddaughter. Zhou Luo, the son-in-law? Indeed. Who would have thought he was so fortunate? She is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. He is certainly fortunate, and it seems she will be his 7th wife. Is he planning to cease his cultivation? Whether or not he cultivates, I cannot say, but his wives are undeniably beautiful. Not only the members of the Lin family were discussing this matter, but also the sons-in-law summoned by the family had heard of it, immersed in a whirlwind of envy and admiration. In their eyes, Zhou Luo represented their unwavering faith. A son-in-law achieving such heights is nothing short of an exemplar for their generation. Consequently, those who were previously adrift regarding their futures became resolute in their choices, aspiring to emulate Zhou Luo. 2 days later, the wedding commenced. Given that it was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, the ceremony was conducted with great pomp and circumstance. Virtually all the young scions of the family presented gifts and well wishes. Even the host family contributed a substantial amount of monetary gifts. Zhou Luo did not meticulously count the offerings, yet the sight of the piled resources for cultivation brought an uncontainable smile to his face. At the wedding, Zhou Luo donned a splendid robe and a feathered crown, while the bride wore a resplendent red wedding dress adorned with exquisite phoenix embroidery, topped with a jeweled crown and a red veil. The couple stood at the center of the grand hall, with the bride's parents seated before them. What astonished the attendees was the Grand Elder himself delivering a speech and officiating the ceremony. It was evident to all that this was a clear indication of the Grand Elder's esteem for Zhou Luo. It was believed that, following this day, Zhou Luo's standing within the family would soar to unprecedented heights. Chapter 58. Journey to the Spirit Mine. The wedding festivities continued into the evening, with the garden adorned in vibrant decorations and guests exchanging toasts in a lively atmosphere. Aside from Su Changxing, Zhou Luo had no other friends within the family. The enthusiastic guests were primarily there due to the presence of the Grand Elder. At the table, Zhou Luo's cheeks were flushed, and he swayed as he walked, having consumed an excessive amount of spirit wine, leaving him in a state of inebriation. Lin Qinghan quietly supported him, expressing her concern. "Are you all right?" With bleary eyes, Zhou Luo gazed at the woman before him, shook his head slightly, and earnestly declared, "In the future, I will host a wedding even grander than this for you." Lin Qinghan felt a surge of emotion and helped him to sit down. "We do not care for such things. As long as you treat us well, that is sufficient," she replied softly. "Of course, you are my women," Zhou Luo said, leaning in without hesitation to kiss her. Lin Qinghan initially intended to resist, but as his warm lips met hers, she suddenly felt her body lose control. After a long moment, they finally parted. Zhou Luo bore an awkward expression, realizing that today was indeed his and Lin Jinxuan's joyous occasion, making such actions somewhat inappropriate. As the night deepened, the guests gradually departed, leaving a scene of disarray. The servants of the Zhou estate began to clean up, while the women returned to their rooms to put the little ones to bed. In the bridal chamber, Zhou Luo approached Lin Jinxian, who sat on the bed beneath her red veil. With the flicker of candlelight, he gently lifted the veil, revealing her exquisitely beautiful and captivating face. Lin Jinxian, now a newlywed, displayed a bashful demeanor, clenching her delicate fists and pursing her red lips. Feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Zhou Luo stared at her, instinctively murmuring, "You are stunning." Lin Jinxuan's mind buzzed, as if struck by a bolt, leaving her momentarily dazed. Before she could fully comprehend, Zhou Luo leaned in to kiss her. "Husband, the candle," she began, but her words were cut short as she felt the warmth of his lips against hers. The following morning, amidst the disheveled sheets, Zhou Luo awoke from his slumber to find Lin Jinxian nestled against his chest. A flutter of emotions stirred within him, prompting him to reach out and caress her silky skin. Lin Jinxian let out a soft hum, further igniting Zhou Luo's desires. He turned over, and when he awoke again, it was already midday. Having been quite exhausted, Lin Jinxian made her way to the dining room. The other women looked at her with smiles, causing Lin Jinxuan's cheeks to flush with shyness. In the days that followed, Lin Jinxian naturally assumed the role of the new mistress of the Zhou estate, replacing Lin Qinghan in her previous position. However, everything remained unchanged. Although Lin Jinxian had become Zhou Luo's official wife, She entrusted the household affairs to Lin Qinghan. There was no fiery ambition from the newly appointed mistress, nor any jealousy to contend with. The Zhou estate flourished in harmonious tranquility until the 5th day following the wedding. Tranquility was disrupted. The family's arrangements had arrived. 3 days hence, Zhou Luo would journey to the family's spiritual mine to refine elixirs. He had gleaned considerable information about the spiritual mine through Lin Jinxi's words. The mine he was destined to visit was the very one previously contested with the Changsheng Lu family. Not long ago, this spiritual mine had suffered an ambush by an evil sect, prompting the family to deploy a significant number of cultivators for its protection. Therefore, concerns regarding safety were temporarily alleviated. The internal structure of the mine was not dissimilar to that of the family, yet the disparities in status rendered the treatment of individuals vastly different. Unlike within the family, where various regulations were established to ensure fairness among those of noble birth, such constraints were absent in the remote spiritual mine, where status symbolized everything. A person of lowly rank, should they inadvertently offend someone of high status, could find themselves in grave peril. Indeed, the likelihood of fatalities within the mine was alarmingly high. Each month, various individuals mysteriously vanished, ordinary miners and even overseers from the Lin family alike. The family's decision to send Zhou Luo to such a place likely served as a subtle reprimand, as he was merely a son-in-law. Even though his status within the family was elevated, within the confines of the mine, outsiders would not be treated with such deference. Zhou Luo increasingly sensed that his forthcoming expedition to the mine would be fraught with challenges. Prior to his departure, he entered the core area of the spiritual vein's blessed land once more, seeking to cultivate. He had been diligently practicing, and after 2 consecutive days of tireless effort, he finally ascended from the 2nd to the 3rd layer of qi training. This advancement, though not visibly apparent, imbued Zhou Luo with a newfound sense of confidence. On that day, the steward, Lin Fu, visited once more. "Are you prepared?" he inquired, regarding Zhou Luo. Holding the Snow Mountain spirit cat, Zhou Luo nodded. He had packed all necessary items into his storage bag. Although the Snow Mountain spirit cat was merely at the mid-stage of the 1st tier, its ability to conjure illusions had become increasingly adept. He had previously tested it, finding that even Lin Qinghan, at the 5th layer of qi training, could be momentarily entranced. This little creature might prove useful at a critical moment, so he decided to bring it along. "Then follow me," Lin Fu replied, nodding. With that, he casually tossed a small boat, which, in a flash of ethereal light, expanded into a flying vessel. Lin Fu would escort Zhou Luo to the spiritual mine. Stepping onto the flying vessel, Zhou Luo glanced back at his wives. Their faces were etched with reluctance, particularly by Jian and Lin Jinxi, who had spent the least time with Zhou Luo and were most reliant on him. He offered them a reassuring smile and gently said, "Do not worry. Take good care of yourselves and the children while I am away. Be mindful of your health." Lin Jinxi, the principal wife, interjected. Zhou Luo nodded and leaped onto the flying vessel. Within the craft, under the watchful eyes of numerous wives and concubines, he followed Lin Fu as they departed from Zhou Garden. Soaring through the air, the vessel moved with remarkable speed. Lin Fu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression remaining indifferent. Behind him, Zhou Luo gently caressed the soft fur of the Snow Mountain spirit cat. The Grand Elder had instructed him to focus solely on alchemy during this trip to the spirit mine, advising him to disregard all other matters. At that moment, Lin Fu suddenly spoke, causing Zhou Luo to feel a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Fu belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder. "Housekeeper Lin, is there anything beyond mining at the site?" Zhou Luo inquired deliberately. Lin Fu glanced back at him, then replied with a weighty tone. "The spirit mine you are visiting is currently overseen by the master of the house." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo was taken aback. It seemed that the master family intended to suppress him thoroughly. He gazed at Lin Fu's retreating figure and asked, "Housekeeper Lin, what if they provoke me?" He needed to ascertain the extent of the master family's intentions to undermine him. "Endure," Lin Fu uttered succinctly. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes. Lin Fu continued, "You hold great significance for the family. The Grand Elder wishes for your safety. Yet, no one truly knows the master's intentions, especially with the 3rd young lady having become a disciple of Master Zhishou. No one can guarantee they won't seek to harm you. Naturally, they would not dare to act overtly. All you need to do is remain composed and avoid trouble. Once this period passes, all will be well. Chapter 59. The mind. Lin Fu's words stirred a tempest within Zhou Luo's heart. A solemn expression graced his visage as he fixated on Lin Fu's back, a heaviness settling in his chest. He had initially believed that the familial strife would spare him, assuming that even if it did impact him, it would merely amount to oppression. However, Lin Fu's succinct remarks shattered Zhou Luo's illusions. The head of the family was no philanthropist, and the patriarch he had encountered only briefly was certainly no benevolent figure. Upon recognizing that Zhou Luo might pose a threat to their power, even his potential utility for the family's advancement would not deter them from harboring murderous intent towards him. Zhou Luo comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their expedition to the spirit mine was no longer a mere act of suppression. If circumstances permitted, he might not even return alive. In that moment, he recalled why the Grand Elder had suddenly gifted him 2 magical artifacts and even presided over his wedding. It was an overture, a plea for the family not to take action against him. Yet, why would the Grand Elder acquiesce to his journey to the spirit mine? With his influence, could he not have intervened? Was he merely to stand by and watch? Unable to restrain himself, Zhou Luo inquired. Lin Fu turned, his expression indifferent as he regarded him. The Grand Elder cannot consider only your interests. Zhou Luo grasped the implication. The family must have offered something of greater value in exchange, compelling the Grand Elder to compromise. His countenance darkened, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Indeed, in the presence of a prominent family, even displaying sufficient potential rendered him inconsequential. Sensing Zhou Luo's turmoil, Lin Fu softened his tone. The Grand Elder has his people at the mine, so do not dwell on it too much. Focus on alchemy and avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhou Luo remained silent, inwardly scoffing. If the family intended to target him, merely avoiding conflict would not suffice. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself. As this realization struck him, he inadvertently tightened his grip, causing pain to the Snow Mountain spirit cat. Meow, it protested. Returning to reality, Zhou Luo fixed his gaze upon it. Little creature, it seems I cannot keep you in check after all. Though directed at the Snow Mountain spirit cat, Lin Fu understood that his words expressed dissatisfaction with the Grand Elder's decisions. Lin Fu said nothing further. The new spirit mine was situated far from Maple Leaf City, but the speed of their flying vessel was sufficient, and after half a day, they finally entered the region of the spirit mine. It was a landscape of towering mountains, spanning hundreds of miles, with ethereal spiritual light shimmering, enveloping the area and emanating a sacred aura. This was the brilliance of the formation constructed by the family. Through the spiritual array, the grand and majestic spirit mine came into view. Above the mine, the soaring shafts pierced the clouds, resembling dragons and serpents coiling together. Their inky entrances akin to dark voids that seemed to consume all, profound and unfathomable, echoing with a haunting resonance. As they approached the location of the spiritual light, the flying vessel descended to the ground. There, they encountered a newly constructed pavilion. At the entrance, a dozen stern-faced cultivators stood guard, clad in the Lin family attire, exuding an extraordinary presence. Lin Fu retrieved the family token and ascended to the interior of the attic. The attic comprised merely 2 levels. The first floor featured a spacious hall, flanked by numerous closed doors, while a counter stood prominently at its center. Approaching the counter, Lin Fu produced a scroll, handing it to the middle-aged man stationed behind it. After examining the scroll, the man called out, "Sure to." Shortly after, a stout, bald man emerged from one of the rooms, hastily making his way to the counter. "Uncle Hui, what is it?" he inquired. "A new alchemist has arrived, and you are to take charge." The man referred to as Uncle Hui replied in a grave tone. "Understood," the bald man acknowledged, then turned to Zhou Luo, extending his hand. "I am Lin Shi." Zhou Luo nodded in response and clasped the man's hand. Given that his name comprised 2 characters, it was likely that he belonged to the main family. Although he harbored no fondness for the main family at present, he understood the importance of manners. "Come, I shall take you to see the spiritual mine," Lin Shi said with a hearty smile. Zhou Luo glanced at Lin Fu, who offered a brief explanation before departing without further ado. Subsequently, he followed Lin Shi into the hall. Within the hall, a wooden door led to a mountain path, which ascended to the spiritual mine recently acquired by the family. As they traveled, Zhou Luo discerned that Lin Shi was indeed a scion of the main family, yet his demeanor was amicable and unpretentious. lacking the arrogance often associated with his lineage. He enthusiastically detailed the circumstances of the spiritual mine. The entire mine was divided into two sections. The outer area, which they had just observed, housed the family guards responsible for ensuring the mine's security, while the inner section referred to the mine itself. As the mine had only recently commenced excavation, it was arranged into 3 levels. The first level was designated for skilled family members, such as alchemists, talisman masters, and artifact craftsmen. Zhou Luo would reside on the first level for the coming month. The second level served as a storage and processing area for spiritual stones, while the third level was dedicated to the extraction of these stones. Following Lin Shi along the mountain path, Zhou Luo soon encountered a massive stone door, intricately carved with mysterious runes and patterns, emanating a soft glow. It appeared to bear the imprint of a formation, Zhou Luo mused. Before the stone door stood 7 or 8 vigilant guards, exuding a formidable presence, tasked with scrutinizing those entering and exiting. Lin Shi appeared well acquainted with the leading guard. After a brief exchange, they proceeded through the stone door. Upon entering, they found themselves in an expansive plaza, bustling with activity. Surrounding the plaza were numerous wooden rooms, filled with a cacophony of sounds, voices, the clanging of metal, and the occasional explosion. Zhou Luo's arrival drew the attention of others, several of whom observed him quietly. Whispering among themselves, Lin Shi guided him to the alchemy chamber, which, upon arrival, was found to be unoccupied. "The old man has departed, leaving you to practice alchemy alone," Lin Shi remarked. Zhou Luo surveyed the alchemy chamber. Though modest in size, it was equipped with all necessary tools, along with a bed and some personal belongings arranged in the corner. It seemed this would also serve as his dwelling moving forward. Indeed, the comforts of home were unparalleled compared to life at the mine. Beside him, Lin Shi produced a bamboo scroll, stating, "This contains the formulas for the elixirs you are to concoct. They must be completed by tomorrow evening at the latest." With that, he handed the scroll to Zhou Luo. A cursory glance revealed a daunting list of over a dozen elixirs. Although they were all introductory-level concoctions, attempting to complete them alone before the deadline would likely entail sleepless nights. He cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Shi, who appeared oblivious to his scrutiny, continuing to speak. "If you require anything, feel free to let me know. Here, take this." It was a communication talisman, specifically designed for sound transmission. Zhou Luo accepted it with a simple thank you. "No need for thanks. It is only proper. You should get to work. Call me if you need anything." Lin Shi replied with a smile before departing the room. As Zhou Luo watched him leave, a chill flickered in his eyes. It seemed the family's oppression had indeed begun. Whether Lin Shi was genuinely as benevolent as he appeared remained to be seen. Further observation was warranted. Chapter 60. The second level of the spirit mine. As Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo casually discarded the bamboo slip aside and began to tidy the room. Fortunately, the previous occupant had a penchant for cleanliness, leaving little that required thorough cleaning. After a brief organization, Zhou Luo retrieved his personal belongings to redecorate the space. The room was modest in size, with the alchemical furnace and the storage cabinet for herbs occupying a significant portion, resulting in a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Approximately half an hour later, he completed his arrangements and sank into contemplation while seated in a redwood chair. Presently, in this unfamiliar territory, he was oblivious to which individuals harbored hostility and which exhibited goodwill. It was imperative to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation at hand. Lin Shi appeared to be a potential avenue for insight. However, given his affiliation with the main family, Zhou Luo was uncertain whether he would provide a detailed account of the circumstances here. Even if he did, Zhou Luo would remain skeptical of its authenticity. If Lin Shi was not a viable option, he would need to consider others. Zhou Luo recalled the array masters residing here. Regardless of the spirit mine, array masters were indispensable, as they maintained the operation of daily formations and periodically established new defensive arrays. Since the Grand Elder controlled the family's array affairs, it was likely that the array masters here were aligned with his faction. Having come to this realization, Zhou Luo rose and exited the room. Outside, he encountered a vast plaza adorned with various buildings, making it difficult to discern which one housed the array masters. His gaze swept across the surroundings until it landed on 2 individuals nearby, clad in what appeared to be the attire of guards. He approached them. The 2, engaged in casual conversation, noticed Zhou Luo's presence and immediately ceased their chatter, straightening up to adopt a posture of authority. "Could you please direct me to the residence of the array master?" Zhou Luo inquired. One guard scrutinized him before responding in a deep voice. "What do you seek the array master for?" "I have a few inquiries to make," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "He is not present. You may relay your questions to us instead," the other guard stated coldly. Zhou Luo remained silent, moving closer to the two, ensuring that no one was watching. He discreetly produced a vial of elixir from his robe and offered it to them. The guards raised their eyebrows and exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively shifting apart to obscure Zhou Luo's actions. One guard, quick of hand, seized the vial and stated with feigned solemnity, "The array masters of the spirit mine reside on the second level. In fact, those proficient in the 4 major crafts are all assigned to the second level. However, you are an exception. The main family deliberately relocated the previous alchemist's quarters to the first level to prevent any connection between you and the Grand Elder's faction. Thus, you naturally reside in the first level." Having conveyed this information, the two guards turned and departed. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. This is an entire bottle of fasting pills, which, if sold in its entirety, would be worth at least 20 spirit stones. For this group of guards who earn merely 3 or 4 spirit stones a month, it is indeed a substantial sum. However, to his dismay, there was no further discussion after just one remark. What frustrated Zhou Luo even more was that when he attempted to ascend to the second level, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. It turned out that the regulations of the spirit mine stipulated that individuals from the first level could only proceed to the second level with a commanding order from the captain. Thus, Zhou Luo squandered a bottle of fasting pills without even catching a glimpse of the formation master. Upon returning to his quarters, he cast a deep glance at the two individuals who were laughing and chatting, firmly imprinting their appearances in his memory. Unable to access the second level, Zhou Luo had no choice but to focus on alchemy for the time being. Although the bamboo slips sent from above demanded a considerable quantity of medicinal pills to be refined, this requirement was directed towards intermediate alchemists. For someone of his caliber, a top-tier alchemist, it would not consume an excessive amount of time. After all, an intermediate alchemist could produce a maximum of 7 to 8 entry-level pills in a single batch, whereas a top-tier alchemist could yield around 20. The two levels of proficiency were not even comparable. Zhou Luo glanced at the contents of the bamboo slips and noted that the primary demand was for fasting pills, essential for sustenance, along with various healing and stamina-enhancing potions. The third level of the spirit mine primarily employed ordinary individuals, and as such, they were prone to various physical ailments. The main role of an alchemist was to ensure that these ordinary workers did not suffer casualties and to enhance their efficiency. After effortlessly completing a batch of pills, Zhou Luo proceeded to the next round of alchemy. At this pace, he estimated that he would be finished by evening. As dinner approached, Lin Shi brought the meals. Zhou Luo had initially presumed that everyone in the spirit mine relied solely on fasting pills for sustenance. To his surprise, there was actual spirit food available. The mine's provisions were not as good as those at home, so he was advised to be understanding. Lin Shi laid out the dishes one by one, not forgetting to offer comforting words. Looking at the spirit food, Zhou Luo acknowledged that while it was indeed lacking, it was certainly more palatable than medicinal pills. The Snow Mountain spirit cat, having grown hungry after half a day, leaped into Zhou Luo's embrace. Observing the little white cat, Lin Shi expressed his astonishment. "Brother Zhou, I did not expect you to bring a pet beast." When entering the spirit mine earlier, Zhou Luo had placed the Snow Mountain spirit cat in a spirit beast pouch, so Lin Shi had not seen it. "A small creature, primarily to pass the time," Zhou Luo replied, placing a piece of meat before the Snow Mountain spirit cat. "I also have a little cat at home. By the time I return, it will likely have grown into a big cat," Lin Shi remarked with a smile. He then inquired, "What is its name?" "Little Bai," Zhou Luo answered. The name was given by Xiao Xia, and he had simply adopted it. Very fitting. Although Lin Shi was speaking to Zhou Luo, his eyes remained fixated on Little Bai. It was evident that he had a genuine fondness for feline companions. Observing this, Zhou Luo decided to entrust Little Bai to him to feed. Cradling the small white cat, Lin Shi gently stroked its fur, his expression radiating sheer delight. "Your cat surpasses my own by leaps and bounds," he remarked with a tinge of envy. The yellow and white feline at his home was far too rambunctious, spending its days frolicking outdoors, only returning for meals and slumber. In stark contrast, the docile creature nestled in his arms exuded a tranquil charm. Unbeknownst to him, Taming a pet requires the expertise of a skilled trainer. Without such guidance, their wild instincts remain untamed, rendering them resistant to their owner's commands. However, the small white cat was an exception. From the moment Zhou Luo selected it, the creature obeyed him wholeheartedly, devoid of any rebellious inclination, primarily due to its compliant nature. Indeed, Zhou Luo affirmed, a well-behaved cat invariably bestows a sense of relaxation and joy. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with affection as he gazed at the feline, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Zhou Luo was taken aback to discover that such a robust man harbored a fondness for cats. In contrast, he himself preferred dogs, appreciating their unwavering loyalty and nurturing qualities, finding them less aloof than cats. What surprised Zhou Luo further was that for a full half hour, Lin Shi engaged in an animated discourse solely on the subject of felines, exhibiting neither fatigue nor boredom. Once dinner concluded, Lin Shi reluctantly set the small white cat down. At that moment, Zhou Luo inquired, do the inhabitants of the second and third floors dine on spiritual food? Impossible. Only the Lin family members are worthy of such delicacies. The rest merely subsist on spirit-replenishing pills, Lin Shi replied instinctively. Zhou Luo, pondering this revelation, provocatively asked, are the spiritual foods transported from the base of the mountain? Indeed. All provisions are meticulously managed by designated personnel. Why do you ask? Lin Shi responded, a hint of confusion in his tone. Oh, it's merely curiosity. Zhou Luo replied with a smile. Lin Shi, dismissing any further thought, tidied up the dishes and, after offering a few reminders regarding his alchemical endeavors, departed. Chapter 61. The creation of talismans. Once Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo sat in contemplation upon his chair. The sole entrance from the first level to the second was guarded by rotating sentinels, rendering any forcible breach or stealthy infiltration impossible. Access could only be granted if the overseer of the mine willingly permitted his descent. However, the individual in charge would undoubtedly discern that Zhou Luo's intent was to communicate with the elder's associates. Thus, it would be exceedingly unlikely that he would be granted entry with such ease. As Zhou Luo pondered a solution, the meal delivered by Lin Shi sparked a plan within his mind. The notion was to administer poison to the food. Should anyone succumb to poisoning, as an alchemist, he would be compelled to investigate personally, thereby providing him the opportunity to concoct a corresponding elixir. This would be his chance to enter the second level. Yet, the pressing question remained, how to poison the meal destined for the second level inhabitants. According to Lin Shi, the food was prepared by individuals from the foot of the mountain and subsequently delivered by designated personnel into the spirit mine. To introduce poison, he would need to descend the mountain. Zhou Luo's gaze drifted toward the alchemical furnace. The forthcoming delivery of elixirs would present an opportunity. After descending, he would also need to infiltrate the kitchen stealthily, a challenge that required immediate resolution. However, this task seemed relatively straightforward. Zhou Luo approached his storage pouch and retrieved several items: an ordinary rabbit hairbrush, a stack of talisman paper, and a box of spirit ink. These three objects were essential for talisman crafting. Indeed, Zhou Luo intended to forge a spirit talisman. Tomorrow, as he descended, evading the watchful eyes and ears of numerous individuals would be paramount, and talismans were of utmost importance. He recalled a specific first-tier middle-grade spirit talisman known as the Disguise Talisman. As its name suggests, upon affixing it to oneself, it could alter the user's appearance, voice, and aura, effectively transforming them into another person entirely. Of course, this transformation bore its own risks and limitations. For instance, it could not disguise one as a practitioner of the 5th level of Qi refinement or higher, and higher-tier cultivators could easily pierce through the facade. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo had already identified his target, Lin Shi, who had just stepped into the 5th level of Qi refinement. He planned to assume Lin Shi's likeness, infiltrate the lower mountain loft, and seize the opportunity to poison the food in the kitchen. Since his last acquisition of first-tier talisman crafting skills, Zhou Luo had not had the opportunity to practice. At last, the moment had arrived. He adeptly ground the ink, and the method for crafting the disguised talisman vividly materialized in his mind. In no time, the spirit ink was ready, and Zhou Luo laid the talisman paper upon the table, grasping the spirit brush to commence his drawing. While an ordinary talisman craftsman would typically engage in extensive preparations to attain a state of utmost readiness before drawing, Zhou Luo required no such rituals. now a top-tier first-level talisman craftsman. Inscribing a first-tier upper-grade talisman was a mere trifling endeavor. He dipped the brush into the ink, centered his thoughts, and summoned his internal spiritual energy, which surged through his meridians and converged in his right hand, subsequently flowing into the brush. The once tranquil talisman brush suddenly radiated a divine brilliance, the tip, dipped in spiritual ink, gleaming resplendently. Zhou Luo's gaze settled upon the blank talisman paper, and with steady hand, he began to inscribe, crafting a spiritual talisman. The moment his brush touched the paper, every movement flowed seamlessly, as if he had rehearsed this countless times before, graceful and fluid, without the slightest pause. The ink-laden tip danced dexterously across the talisman, leaving behind a faint luminescence, a grand power subtly emerging, akin to waves upon the sea, gradually infused into the depths of the blank talisman under Zhou Luo's guidance. Minutes later, the once dormant talisman emanated a layer of radiance, revealing a beautifully vivid pattern, bestowing the entire talisman with newfound strength. An intermediate-grade first-tier transformation talisman was complete. Zhou Luo exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. In his inaugural attempt at talisman crafting, he felt no sense of unfamiliarity. Aside from expending some mental energy and spiritual essence, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Zhou Luo picked up the transformation talisman, scrutinizing it closely. The talisman depicted the silhouette of a human figure. With a mere infusion of spiritual energy, it could be activated, allowing the user to adopt the appearance of another. This exemplifies the formidable power of talismans. They consume less spiritual energy while exerting greater strength. Consider the battle between Lin Daoming and Zhao Yuan. It was those incessant talismans that rendered the disciple of the Hehuan sect utterly defenseless, ultimately succumbing to the dual onslaught of talismans and spiritual energy. Continuing his endeavors, Zhou Luo set about crafting more talismans. The transformation talisman proved to be highly practical, and the surplus might even be saleable in due course. An hour later, Zhou Luo had successfully forged 5 transformation talismans, though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. It must be said, crafting talismans consumed far more spiritual essence than alchemy. After all, the latter primarily demands mental focus, while the former necessitates a continuous infusion of spiritual energy to augment the talisman's power. Stowing away the 5 talismans, Zhou Luo forwent rest, instead opting to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. During his cultivation, he was taken aback to discover that the spiritual energy here was not in the slightest inferior to that of his family's spiritual vein. It was merely slightly less potent than that of the core area. It was no surprise, considering this was a spiritual mine, the very heart of the spiritual vein. To cultivate here was akin to practicing within a spiritual sanctuary. Zhou Luo's spirit soared. It appeared that this place held its own merits. He promptly focused his mind and resumed his cultivation. The following day, despite a sleepless night, Zhou Luo felt invigorated, crediting this vitality to the pure spiritual energy within the mine. After a night of cultivation, his spiritual essence had significantly replenished, prompting him to rise and continue his alchemical pursuits. Before long, Lin Shi arrived with breakfast at his door. Residents on the first floor were not allowed to leave without prior notification, thus each individual was assigned a dedicated overseer to attend to their various needs. This arrangement allowed the inhabitants to remain in their rooms, devoted to their respective endeavors. Lin Shi's duty was to deliver meals to Zhou Luo, among other tasks. However, he found a certain joy in this work, as it allowed him to indulge in moments of delight with the cat, alleviating his boredom. "Brother Zhou, how is the progress with the elixirs?" Upon entering and setting down breakfast, Lin Shi skillfully picked up the small white cat beside him and inquired. "The number of elixirs is rather substantial. It may take a while," Zhou Luo replied with a hint of difficulty. "Substantial?" Lin Shi asked, his face a mask of confusion. Clearly, he was unaware of the implications that over 100 elixirs held for a mid-tier first-grade alchemist. Even if Zhou Luo were not a top-tier first-grade alchemist, it would be quite challenging to complete them in just one more day. Zhou Luo suspected that this predicament was orchestrated by the head of the spiritual mine. Yet he refrained from elaborating, simply stating, "I will do my best. Make sure to expedite the process. Otherwise, it would not bode well if Elder Fu were to express his displeasure," Lin Shi kindly reminded him. Chapter 62. Infiltration. Upon returning to the loft, Lin Shan promptly ascended to the second floor. The second level of the loft featured a lengthy corridor flanked by rooms of varying sizes, all inhabited by cultivators responsible for guarding the spirit mine. At the end of the corridor lay an exceptionally spacious room, which Lin Shi entered with a gentle push of the door. The interior of the room was elegantly and luxuriously furnished, adorned with precious calligraphy and exquisite murals. At the center stood a large desk, piled high with ancient tomes. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man, seemingly unremarkable, yet emanating an aura of quiet authority. His resolute visage was marked by piercing eyes, and his tall, upright figure, though clad in simplicity, exuded an indescribable pressure in his movements. Upon seeing the man, Lin Shi immediately bowed his head, showing utmost respect, afraid to exhibit any semblance of impudence. The middle-aged man set aside the ancient text in his hands and regarded Lin Shi with a calm gaze, his deep voice resonating within the room. "Is there any dissatisfaction from Zhou Luo?" A wave of confusion washed over Lin Shi. He pondered what grievances might be held. Nonetheless, he proceeded to relay the information he possessed truthfully. After listening, the fourth elder displayed a hint of curiosity, his right index finger lightly tapping the wooden desk. Seemingly deep in thought, Lin Shi kept his head bowed, refraining from any movement. After a considerable pause, the fourth elder spoke. "If he can produce the elixir tonight, the quota for tomorrow will double." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, although he was unaware of the true difficulty in concocting such elixirs. Doubling the output would yield at least over 200, equating to the production of more than 100 in a single day. Was it feasible for one individual to achieve this? The fourth elder uttered in mild perplexity, realizing his lapse in composure. Lin Shi hastily nodded in agreement and subsequently exited the room with a sense of relief. Once outside, Lin Shi wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. Will this alchemy truly not lead to one's demise? He murmured softly. Inside the room, the fourth elder glanced at a letter on the desk, signed by the family head. Lin Tianxiong. The letter contained but a single request, to test Zhou Luo's limits. Of course, while it was framed as an examination of limits, the fourth elder, belonging to the main family faction, understood it as a means to exploit Zhou Luo's potential. The main family had already resolved to abandon this outsider, blessed with the talent for alchemy. With a profound gaze, the fourth elder raised his index finger slightly, and the letter suddenly ignited in flames, reducing to ashes that drifted out the window. As noon approached, Zhou Luo had successfully completed the concoction of the required elixirs. All that remained was for Lin Shi to arrive. Reflecting on this, he absent-mindedly stroked the soft fur of Xiao nestled in his embrace, murmuring to himself, "It will soon be your time to shine." Meow, Xiao obediently called from his lap. Subsequently, Zhou Luo withdrew a pouch of powder from his bosom. This is a specially crafted poison. Once it enters the body, it induces a deep slumber lasting 5 to 6 hours, from which one cannot awaken. He applied the powder onto the soft, delicate paw of the little white creature, ensuring that when it displayed its claws, it would become tainted by the toxin. Having completed this task, he gently placed the little white cat on the ground. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Lin Shi had arrived. Zhou Luo opened the door. "You are in for a treat today. There's a feast," Lin Shi exclaimed, lifting a lunchbox with a beaming smile. Despite their brief interaction, he felt that Zhou Luo was a person well-suited for friendship, particularly since he owned a cat. The ability to nurture such a gentle feline surely indicated a kind disposition. After retrieving the specially prepared food, Lin Shi eagerly approached the little white cat lying on the floor. He reached out to scoop it up, ready to indulge in his daily ritual of petting. However, the little white cat suddenly fluffed up its fur, raised its forelimb, revealed its claws, and swiftly scratched the back of his hand before darting away to hide beneath the bed. "Ouch!" Lin Shi yelped in pain. Zhou Luo, observing the bloodied back of his hand, feigned concern and said, "Are you all right? Let me teach this little rascal a lesson." With that, he stood and strode towards the bed. Lin Shi hurriedly stopped him, saying, "It's nothing serious. Cats can be a bit temperamental. My cat is even more ferocious." It was merely a minor injury, and Lin Shi thought it unnecessary to make a fuss. At that moment, Zhou Luo awkwardly added, "My cat is a bit different. A scratch from it can lead to unconsciousness." "How could that be?" Lin Shi dismissed the notion, smiling as he replied, "It's just a little cat." Before he could finish his sentence, however, he suddenly felt the world spinning before him. Before he could muster his spiritual energy, darkness enveloped his vision and he collapsed sideways. Zhou Luo swiftly stepped forward to catch him and laid him gently on the bed. The first phase of the plan had succeeded. He gazed at Lin Shi, now in a deep slumber, and took out a disguised talisman, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into it. The energy surged into the talisman, erupting in a dazzling display of ethereal light. Zhou Luo first affixed it to Lin Shi's chest. Instantly, the light radiated, enveloping Lin Shi's entire body. After approximately 3 minutes, Zhou Luo retrieved the talisman and placed it upon his own chest. A gentle force emanated from within the talisman, coursing through his being. In an instant, the contours of Zhou Luo's face began to blur. The talisman shimmered, and his form and features transformed, ultimately resembling Lin Shi's likeness. The entire process occurred silently and effortlessly, akin to a wondrous illusion. Zhou Luo approached the mirror for a careful inspection, and upon finding no flaws, nodded in satisfaction. He then took Lin Shi's access token from his waist and walked toward the door. Before exiting, he affixed a protective talisman at the threshold. This was a low-grade first-tier talisman, akin to a lock, specifically designed to prevent intrusions. Last night, while crafting the disguised talisman, he had casually produced this talisman as well. Thus, when others attempted to enter the room, it would create the illusion that he was sleeping. Having accomplished all his tasks, Zhou Luo placed the utensils into a lunchbox and took the refined elixirs before exiting the room. Upon stepping outside, he made his way directly towards the stone gate at the entrance of the first floor. "Ah, sure, you're here so early today. Not indulging in cat petting?" At that moment, a patrolling guard noticed him and greeted him with a smile. Zhou Luo, having exhausted much of his mental energy refining pills the previous night, replied in Lin Shi's voice, "I'm resting at the moment. I'll come back later." The guard, accepting this without suspicion, did not inquire further. Upon reaching the stone gate, although the guard recognized him, he was still required to present his passage token. Zhou Luo had anticipated this and promptly retrieved the token from his waist, displaying it before the guard. Once verified, the guard permitted him to pass. As he stepped through the stone gate, Zhou Luo cast a glance at the azure sky and exhaled deeply. Finally, he had made it out. It was indeed no easy feat. With his thoughts settled, he swiftly descended the mountain path. Chapter 63. The True Battle in the Attic Beneath the Mountain. Zhou Luo once again found himself standing before the wooden door. He entered with an air of ease and was greeted by a lengthy corridor. According to his prior conversation with Lin Shi, the kitchen lay on the opposite side, necessitating a traversal through the hall. The hall itself was rather unremarkable. However, what instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhou Luo was the middle-aged man he had encountered at the counter the previous day. At that moment, he had felt an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from the man. Uncertain of the man's identity and whether he could see through Zhou Luo's disguise, he opted against entering the hall immediately. Instead, he slowed his pace, seeking confirmation of the man's presence. Fortunately, it was likely lunchtime, and the man was not visible in the room behind the counter. With this reassurance, Zhou Luo proceeded toward the hall. The hall was sparsely populated. Some individuals were resting, while others engaged in light conversation. His arrival did not garner excessive attention. Thus, Zhou Luo navigated effortlessly to the far side of the hall. His gaze fell upon a relatively larger room at the end, which he surmised was the kitchen Lin Shi had mentioned. Once assured that no one was suspicious, he strode purposefully toward the entrance. At the kitchen door, in addition to the 4 guards stationed there, several others were moving in and out, presumably delivering meals to others. The guards, upon seeing Zhou Luo with a food container, did not impede his passage. Consequently, he seamlessly entered the kitchen. Within the kitchen, flames danced in the hearth, their orange glow flickering like ethereal sprites, occasionally licking the surface of the black iron cauldron, and at other times leaping upward, casting a radiant light upon the hooks and cookware adorning the walls. The chefs, clad in coarse garments, had faces slightly flushed from the heat, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. In the large pot, boiling broth bubbled vigorously, releasing an aroma that was utterly tantalizing. The chunks of meat simmered within the broth, partially obscured, accompanied by fresh vegetables, creating a vibrant medley that whetted one's appetite. The kitchen brimmed with an array of fragrances, from the piquant notes of ginger and garlic to the sweet essence of red dates and goji berries, all harmonizing with the rich scent of meat. As Zhou Luo stepped inside, He was immediately captivated by these enticing aromas, prompting a resurgence of hunger despite having previously eaten. No wonder Lin Shi had mentioned a grand feast today. In addition to the head chef, several others were present to assist. After a brief glance around, Zhou Luo approached the area where the food containers were piled, retrieving utensils and placing them on the table, while casually observing a man washing dishes nearby. "What is for dinner tonight?" Zhou Luo inquired. The man turned to him with a sudden smile. "You're not still hoping for a grand feast this evening, are you?" "Is there not?" Zhou Luo retorted. "What are you thinking?" "The ingredients for tonight are over there," the man replied, pointing nonchalantly to a heap of ingredients in the nearby corner. Zhou Luo's eyes darkened. The pursuit had borne fruit without much effort. Feigning disappointment, he remarked, "It seems a grand feast is not in the cards." As he spoke, he edged closer to the pile of ingredients, which belonged to the attic. Moreover, the ingredients on the first and second levels are separated. The criteria for this division are quite straightforward. As the guardians of the spiritual mind, the ingredients in the attic predominantly consist of spiritual foods that replenish vitality and strengthen the body. In contrast, the ingredients on the first and second levels are more inclined towards invigorating the spirit. Additionally, since the second level accommodates the Lin family's overseers and significant figures, the variety of ingredients is somewhat more abundant. This situation works to his advantage, allowing him to execute his plan to poison them. Zhou Luo sauntered over to the second level's pantry, crouching down to sift through the offerings. "Their provisions seem superior to ours," he mused. "Can we truly compare?" The man washing dishes rolled his eyes in response. Zhou Luo shrugged nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to sprinkle the pre-prepared powder onto the food. This powder, meticulously concocted by him, would seamlessly blend into the dishes, leaving no trace for outsiders to detect. Once he completed this task, Zhou Luo rose to leave. Before departing, he engaged the dishwashing man in conversation for a while, ensuring that the food was indeed meant for dinner before he felt secure in his exit. As he stepped out of the kitchen, Zhou Luo intended to return when, suddenly, an explosive sound erupted, deafening in its intensity. In the next moment, hurried footsteps echoed around him. "The Lu family brutes are at it again," someone shouted. Zhou Luo's heart raced. It seemed the Lu family had come to wreak havoc. Without hesitation, he hastened toward the opposite side. In the hall, he witnessed a number of cultivators, their expressions furious, rushing out of the attic. Some urged Zhou Luo to join them in fending off the attackers, but he deftly deflected their requests with excuses of having more pressing matters to attend to. Upon leaving the attic, Zhou Luo dared not linger, quickening his pace up the mountainside. After all, the Lu family's invasion would undoubtedly rouse the family's formidable warriors, at which point his disguise would be at risk of being uncovered. As Zhou Luo reached the mountainside, a series of explosions reverberated behind him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he glanced back, only to see flying vessels materializing in the sky, figures leaping out to clash amidst a dazzling display of spiritual light, causing intense tremors. Is this the conflict within the realm of cultivation? Zhou Luo watched the myriad of combat techniques unfolding in the air, swallowing hard as his complexion paled. This was his first time witnessing an authentic battle. In his line of sight, cultivators were pierced by countless ice shards, ensnared and strangled by unyielding vines, and swiftly dispatched with a single stroke of a blade, their bodies severed in gruesome displays. The bloody scenes before him sent shivers through his soul, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. This was the true essence of the cultivation world, fraught with slaughter, bloodshed, and brutality. "Lin Tianfeng, will you continue to cower like a turtle?" A stern voice bellowed from one of the flying vessels above, booming like thunder. In the next instant, a figure burst forth from the attic. It was Lin Tianfeng, the fourth elder and overseer of the spiritual mind. Clad in a flowing robe, Lin Tianfeng was enveloped in a resplendent aura. He raised his right hand, and a cerulean longsword shot forth with a piercing momentum, producing a sonic boom that cleaved through the air, aimed directly at his adversary's chest. "Humph," the opponent sneered coldly, waving his right hand to unveil several spirit talismans that suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance. As these talismans were activated, they transformed into fiery orbs that surged forward with fierce velocity. The searing heat was palpable even to Zhou Luo, who was situated halfway up the mountain. His expression turned grave as he discerned that these talismans were indeed top-tier, first-grade talismans. To his astonishment, His opponent was revealed to be a master talismanist of the same caliber. Countless fireballs rained down, unleashing a terrifying force. However, Lin Tianfeng's cerulean longsword remained unaffected, slicing through the fireballs as if it were the sharpest blade in existence, effortlessly dismantling the onslaught. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Lin Tianfeng, the adversary's countenance shifted to one of stark terror. You have actually reached the 9th level of qi refinement. He hastily retreated, casting several talismans for defense in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The azure blade swept through, shattering the talismans, and the nascent spiritual barrier disintegrated into countless motes of light in an instant. With a grim expression, the opponent suddenly produced a gleaming object from his bosom and hurled it forth. The object, initially no larger than a palm, expanded dramatically upon release, transforming into a golden mountain that shielded him in the blink of an eye. The golden mountain radiated an aura of vibrant spiritual energy, its brilliance emanating a terrifying pressure. Bang! The cerulean longsword struck heavily against the golden mountain, its once formidable momentum dissipating, unable to advance even a fraction further, while the blade itself became riddled with numerous cracks. So, you have resorted to using a talismanic treasure, Lu Haoyan. Lin Tianfeng's expression grew serious as he swiftly summoned back his cerulean longsword. Chapter 64. Talisman Treasure. The talisman treasure is an item that exists in the realm between talismans and magical artifacts. It compensates for the inadequacies of talismans and the excessive spiritual energy consumption of magical artifacts, effectively sealing a portion of the artifact's power within the talisman. By expending only a minimal amount of spiritual energy, one can unleash the strength of the artifact. Admittedly, this power may only amount to 10 or 20% of the original, yet even such a fraction is profoundly terrifying, for it is only those of the Golden Core realm who possess the capability to wield magical artifacts. This meager fraction of power is more than sufficient to contend with practitioners in the qi refinement stage. However, it appears that the artifact employed by the opponent is of a relatively low grade, and their own cultivation level is not particularly high. Thus, the power they manifest is not as formidable as one might expect. Otherwise, that azure longsword would likely have shattered on the spot, potentially endangering the life of Elder C himself. Upon releasing the talisman treasure, Lu Haoyan's complexion turned pale, as though his strength had been instantaneously siphoned away. Are you frightened? He fixed his gaze on Lin Tianfeng, a smile playing upon his lips. Frightened? How many times can your talisman treasure be invoked? Lin Tianfeng steadied his mind, sheathing the longsword and standing with his hands clasped behind his back. As the talisman treasure channels a portion of the artifact's power into the talisman, its usage is indeed limited. Unless the opponent has mastery over the original artifact, enabling them to replenish its might at will, they would be reluctant to use it indiscriminately. Such a scenario, however, is improbable. Consequently, the opponent would certainly be cautious in their application. Lu Haoyan's expression grew solemn. He refrained from saying much more, simply stowing away the talisman treasure. Do not rush. This spirit mine will soon change hands. He coldly regarded his adversary, then turned to lead his clan members away. Lin Tianfeng did not issue an order to pursue, for no one could ascertain whether the opponent had laid a trap. What perplexed him further was the rationale behind the opponent revealing such a formidable weapon at this critical juncture. Logically, such artifacts should be retained as a trump card, only to be deployed in moments of dire necessity. The Lu family could not possibly be so extravagant as to utilize a one-time talisman treasure to gauge his strength. Contemplating this, Lin Tianfeng furrowed his brow. It seemed imperative to inform his family of this development. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo stood in a daze. Watching the battle in midair come to an end, his heart unsettled for an extended period. That overwhelming aura, even from a distance through the formation, was palpable. Had he found himself amidst that conflict, he would likely have perished in an instant. All the life-preserving measures at his disposal would have proven utterly futile. In that moment, Zhou Luo abruptly recognized that despite being a second-tier poison master, a first-tier alchemist, and a spiritual talisman master, not to mention possessing a pet with potential reaching the 4th tier and an array of body refinement techniques, the benefits these conferred were largely incremental. Should he encounter a situation akin to the earlier confrontation, he would be unable to deploy his methods and would be swiftly vanquished. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient cultivation. Retrieving his gaze, Zhou Luo silently made his way towards the entrance of the spirit mine. The incursion by the Lu family was merely a minor disturbance. They typically appeared once every half-month, a routine to which everyone had grown accustomed. With the Elders' formation in place, the adversary would require an immense cost to dismantle it. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Shi remained in a deep slumber. Zhou Luo produced the antidote he had prepared earlier and placed it into Lin Shi's mouth. Moments later, Lin Shi abruptly sprang from the bed, his expression one of bewilderment. "Brother Shi, you are awake," Zhou Luo exclaimed joyfully, offering him a cup of water. "What happened to me?" Lin Shi inquired anxiously. Zhou Luo feigned embarrassment, apologetically stating, "I regret to inform you that I neglected to remind you." He then attributed the events to Xiao Bai. Upon learning that Xiao Bai's scratch could induce such prolonged slumber in others, Lin Shi was taken aback. However, rather than reproaching Zhou Luo, he expressed envy. "Brother Zhou, to possess such a unique beast is indeed a tremendous fortune." Zhou Luo chuckled and shook his head. "It is merely luck, pure luck." Suddenly, Lin Shi slapped his forehead and hurriedly descended from the bed. "I've slept for so long. I am bound to be reprimanded." "Not at all. Everyone is likely occupied with sorting out the spoils." Zhou Luo seized the opportunity to recount the recent occurrences. Hearing of the Lu family's renewed invasion, Lin Shi's countenance turned anxious. If his family discovered his negligence, he would surely face punishment. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo reassured him that he had already provided an alternative explanation. "Brother Zhou, I owe you my gratitude," Lin Shi said sincerely. According to the rules of the spirit mine, fleeing in battle was a grave offense. If Zhou Luo had not covered for him, he would be in dire straits. "This was my fault. Do ensure not to slip up once you are outside," Zhou Luo cautioned. "Rest assured, Brother Zhou," Lin Shi replied affirmatively. Just as he reached the door, Zhou Luo called after him, "By the way, the elixirs have been successfully refined." With that, he produced a bag filled with jade vials. "Brother Zhou, your efficiency is truly commendable," Lin Shi remarked as he accepted the bag and exited the room. Observing Lin Shi depart, Zhou Luo retracted his smile and closed the door. The earlier battle had stirred his emotions, and with some time available, he intended to refine a few first-tier low-grade spirit talismans for experimentation, as they might yield unexpected results. After several hours of slumber, Lin Shi returned to the loft clutching the bag. "Where have you been, you rascal?" Upon entering the hall, a voice inquired, confirming the presence of the captain responsible for Lin Shi's team. In light of the enemy's incursion and the absence of team members, it was his duty to seek clarification. Recalling Zhou Luo's explanation, Lin Shi relayed it verbatim. Initially skeptical, the captain was swayed by the corroboration of others, thus choosing not to pursue the matter further. Lin Shi exhaled in relief, placing the bag on the counter. "Uncle Hui, the elixirs have been prepared." "So soon?" Lin Hui responded, astonished. He opened the bag to count the contents, discovering that the quantities were indeed accurate. Strange, did this lad perhaps produce elixirs from his own stock as well? Lin Hui muttered to himself. He was acutely aware that a first-tier alchemist could not possibly concoct such a multitude of elixirs within such a brief span of time, unless a portion of them were already in his possession. The more Lin Hui pondered, the more plausible it seemed. "Uncle Hui," Lin Shi suddenly called out to him. Lin Hui tucked away the bag and asked, "Is there anything else? Is it true that Elder Fourth stated that Zhou Luo's quota for alchemy would be doubled?" Lin Shi inquired cautiously. To be honest, he found the notion of producing 200 elixirs in 2 days utterly implausible, so he wondered if he had misheard. It was prudent to clarify. He intended to take a moment to digest the news regarding those elixirs. Unexpectedly, Lin Hui outright denied this. He produced a new bamboo scroll and handed it over, instructing that these elixirs be created by the night of the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving the scroll, Lin Shi glanced at its contents and noted that they consisted solely of healing elixirs. It appeared that the recent conflict with the Lu family had inflicted considerable losses upon their clan, necessitating urgent restoration of injuries through elixirs. "Very well," Lin Shi responded with a heartfelt smile. Ultimately, he certainly did not wish for his family to genuinely impose the task of producing 200 elixirs in 2 days upon Zhou Luo. After all, he had already come to regard him as a friend. Conventionally, as a scion of the main family, he should harbor animosity towards Zhou Luo. However, Lin Shi's status within the main family was not particularly elevated, and his understanding of affairs was limited. Furthermore, his carefree nature led him to pay little heed to such matters. Consequently, he held no prejudice against Zhou Luo. Rather, he considered him to be quite a commendable companion. Chapter 65. Finally entering the second layer during dinner, Lin Shi arrived at his room, as usual. Upon glancing at the meal, he recognized the ingredients he had seen earlier in the kitchen, which brought a sense of relief to Zhou Luo. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. This time, he had administered a first-tier medium-grade poison, which would cause the victim to become weak and lose strength unless they had reached the 7th level of Qi training, in which case they could forcibly dispel the poison using spiritual energy. Zhou Luo had calculated that this large-scale poisoning would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups. Subsequently, he could investigate the second layer under the pretense of research, conveniently allowing him to make contact with the Grand Elder's associates. Brother Zhou, why is your little cat so unpredictable? Is it in heat? Lin Shi inquired, cradling the small white cat. Earlier in the afternoon, the little creature had been quite aggressive, yet now it appeared so docile. I gave it a good scolding, Zhou Luo replied casually. Just then, a sudden sound of rushing air pierced the atmosphere, and the two men, with their keen senses, detected numerous footsteps approaching. Zhou Luo and Lin Shi exchanged glances and immediately proceeded outside. Upon opening the door, they observed a group of stern-looking guards making their way toward the entrance of the second layer. What is happening? Lin Shi asked one of the guards, pulling him aside. A large-scale poisoning incident has occurred in the second layer. It may be an invasion by malevolent cultivators, the guard responded, his expression grave. How could this be? Lin Shi exclaimed in shock. Zhou Luo remained silent, realizing that their plan had succeeded. Brother Zhou, I must go and see, Lin Shi said, handing the small white cat back to Zhou Luo before joining the throng heading toward the second layer. Zhou Luo chose not to linger and returned to his room. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, an urgent series of knocks echoed at the door. Zhou Luo opened it to find a tall, middle-aged man standing before him, accompanied by several individuals on stretchers, all suffering from poisoning. Without waiting for Zhou Luo to speak, the man forcefully entered the room and laid the poisoned individuals down beside him. Can you concoct the appropriate antidote? The middle-aged man asked with an indifferent expression and a cold voice. Zhou Luo's eyes flickered. It seemed that the family members were not foolish. To prevent him from reaching the second layer, they had brought the poisoned individuals directly to him for the antidote to be crafted. However, the more they insisted, the more determined he became to enter the second layer. I need to examine them, Zhou Luo stated, promptly inquiring about the symptoms of the afflicted. After listening to their ailments, he pretended to inspect their bodies, then expressed a troubled demeanor, saying, "This poison is unfamiliar to me. It's quite troublesome. Is the antidote not possible?" The middle-aged man frowned. An antidote must be tailored to the specific poison. In my opinion, a standard antidote will not suffice. Moreover, I cannot ascertain the cause without identifying the source of the toxin, Zhou Luo replied earnestly. It's the food, the man responded, gesturing to his subordinates to bring over a basin of leftover dishes. They had quickly determined the source of the issue. Is that so? Zhou Luo feigned surprise and meticulously examined the remnants of the meal, pondering aloud. I discerned no trace of poison. This poison was of his own concoction, seamlessly integrated into the ingredients, and after being processed by the spiritual chef, it was nearly undetectable. Zhou Luo was convinced that the others had also failed to identify any poison. The middle-aged man interjected. Everyone succumbed to the poison after the meal. Indeed, they could not definitively assert that the food had been tainted. It was mere speculation. It was also possible that something had been added to the meal, which reacted within the unique environment of the second layer, resulting in mass poisoning. Zhou Luo proposed this theory. Is there such a substance? The other man appeared dubious. I am uncertain, hence I must investigate personally. After a lengthy detour, Zhou Luo ultimately directed all evidence toward the second layer. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man displayed a flicker of inner conflict. He did not respond immediately, merely stating, "You should administer the antidote to them first." With that, he turned and exited the room, presumably to report to his superiors. Zhou Luo understood that the man would have to yield, for within the entire spiritual mind, he was the only alchemist capable of formulating an antidote. The other spiritual talismans and formation masters were incapable. Subsequently, Zhou Luo prepared several antidotes in front of the crowd. As expected, after consuming the antidotes, the individuals showed no signs of improvement. After expressing his own limitations, The middle-aged man returned with a decision from the upper echelons. He would be permitted to investigate the second layer. With his objective accomplished, Zhou Luo appeared outwardly calm, while internally he reveled in joy. In his view, the reluctance of those above to allow him access to the second layer indicated their fear of him discovering certain crucial truths that were undoubtedly of great importance to the main family. The more they resisted, the more he believed that gaining entry to the second layer could grant him the upper hand. Thus, accompanied by a group for protection, Zhou Luo ventured into the second layer. Unlike the first layer, the construction of the second layer was markedly more rudimentary, resembling a cave. The first sight to greet him was the stacks of spiritual ore, softly glowing, quietly piled to one side, forming a small mountain and emanating an eerie yet alluring aura. Behind the piles of ore, a long corridor could be faintly seen, where figures were pushing carts to transport the spiritual stones. Moreover, the rooms here lacked the orderliness of the first layer, appearing somewhat chaotic. Guards stood vigil at the entrance of each chamber. "Let us commence our investigation," the middle-aged man, named Lin Kai, who was primarily responsible for the first layer's security, remarked as he stood beside Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo raised his gaze, beginning to scrutinize the environment. Behind him, Lin Kai remained steadfastly close, evidently reluctant to allow him interaction with the locals. Following the incident, he had reacted promptly and accurately deduced that the source of the poison lay within the evening's meal. Presently, all personnel responsible for the meal in the kitchen had been summoned for questioning. His duty was to supervise Zhou Luo in the concoction of the antidote, thereby restoring normalcy to those on the second level while simultaneously preventing any contact between him and the elders. Upon realizing that Lin Kai was monitoring him, Zhou Luo requested to inspect each room. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Kai's eyes, yet he did not intervene. Upon entering the first room, Zhou Luo observed the decor, deducing that it was likely the overseer's quarters. After a cursory glance, he proceeded to the next room. He continued his exploration until he arrived at a chamber adorned with an array of formations and various spirit stones, where he halted. He gazed at the elderly man lying on the bed, feigning an investigation of the surroundings before gradually approaching him. At that moment, Lin Kai suddenly seized him. "I suspect the catalyst may lie outside. Otherwise, why would there be a collective poisoning?" he stated coldly. Feeling the strength in Lin Kai's grip, Zhou Luo understood that he was being restrained. Rather than growing anxious, he nodded in agreement, saying, "You are correct. I shall take a closer look outside." Only then did Lin Kai release him. Zhou Luo turned and exited the room. Chapter 66. The ninth elder stepping out of the room. Zhou Luo walked thoughtfully toward the pile of spirit stones. With that fellow behind him, it seemed almost impossible to engage with the Grand Elder or converse with him, unless an alternative approach could be devised. As he pondered, he soon arrived at the small hills before him. These were crude stones, untouched by any special treatment, haphazardly stacked in this manner. Behind them lay a long, dim passage leading to the third level. Individuals were hauling carts laden with rough stones upward. The laborers appeared gaunt and weary, reminiscent of the toilers Zhou had encountered in his past life. Originally, the family members were responsible for transporting these stones, but due to a collective poisoning, they had to enlist the aid of ordinary miners. Zhou Luo paused, his gaze fixed on the group, when a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps he could utilize the knowledge from his previous life to reach out to the Grand Elder's associates. Turning to Lin Kai, he expressed his uncertainty. "I cannot ascertain the cause of the illness." Lin Kai scrutinized him, his tone indifferent. "Then let us proceed." Since Zhou Luo could not resolve the issue, they would have to seek aid from the family. Yet, Zhou Luo suddenly interjected, "However, I might be able to concoct an appropriate detoxifying elixir." "How do you intend to concoct it?" Lin Kai inquired, his gaze appraising. How could one formulate a remedy without identifying the underlying cause? Meeting Lin Kai's gaze, Zhou Luo maintained his composure. Every individual possesses a unique constitution. If someone experiences alleviation of symptoms upon taking a basic detoxifying pill, I might be able to develop a targeted antidote based on their physique. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Kai's eyes. He did not fully grasp Zhou Luo's meaning. Thus, Zhou Luo carefully conveyed his knowledge regarding the immune system from his past life. The essence was simple: to ascertain if among the numerous afflicted individuals, one could identify a person resistant to the poison and subsequently tailor the elixir to their constitution. "Are you certain you're not deceiving me?" Lin Kai questioned skeptically. He had never encountered such a theory and found it somewhat implausible. This is a last resort. If you do not believe me, we shall have to turn to the family for help, Zhou Luo replied with a shrug. He was well aware that with Lin Jishou absent, it would be impossible to concoct a detoxifying elixir relying solely on the family's alchemists without a skilled poisoner present. Upon hearing this, Lin Kai fell into contemplation. Not being an alchemist himself, he harbored doubts about Zhou Luo's theory, but could not definitively conclude that he was being deliberately misleading. His duty was to prevent Zhou Luo from interacting with the formation masters here, and according to his reasoning, such actions would inevitably lead to contact. This was beyond his control. Since you are unable to proceed, you may return for now, Lin Kai stated coldly. Zhou Luo did not resist, for he knew he would soon return. Upon returning to the first level, Zhou Luo remained in his room, retrieving the bamboo slip that Lin Shi had given him, and began the process of refining the elixir. Simultaneously, Lin Kai swiftly descended the mountain and arrived at the second level of the attic, where he conveyed the earlier events to the fourth elder, Lin Tianfang. A flicker of surprise crossed the aged features of Lin Tianfang as he lightly tapped his fingers on the wooden table and remarked with composure, "The family's alchemist will arrive by morning." Evidently, Lin Tianfang harbored doubts regarding Zhou Luo and had already informed the clan. The fourth elder, how should we handle Zhou Luo? Lin Kai hesitated to inquire. Deploy someone to monitor him closely. Conduct a thorough investigation of the second level to ascertain if any clues can be uncovered, responded Lin Tianfang in a calm tone. Understood, Lin Kai acknowledged before departing. After his exit, Lin Hui entered the room. Have you uncovered the truth? Lin Tianfang reclined in his chair, his voice languid. Bowing slightly, Lin Hui responded with resignation. Fourth elder, not yet, but I suspect it is related to the Lu family. After all, the Lu family had just engaged in a fierce battle with them during the day, and the collective poisoning incident occurring that night is difficult to overlook. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lin Tianfang's murky eyes. He fixed his gaze on Lin Hui and solemnly inquired, "Are you suggesting that there are infiltrators from the Lu family within the spirit mine?" Lin Hui remained silent, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. After a prolonged moment, Lin Tianfang waved his hand. Go, continue your investigation. If there is indeed treachery afoot, deal with it ruthlessly. Yes, Lin Hui replied before leaving the room. Lin Tianfang stared at the tabletop, murmuring to himself, the Lu family, is it? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the surface, and he picked up a sheet of white paper to begin writing. Approximately several minutes later, the paper was filled with a considerable amount of text, after which Lin Tianfang placed it into a specially crafted envelope and affixed a spirit talisman upon it. This was a first-tier high-grade talisman known as a restriction talisman. Once activated, it could create a sealed space that could only be breached by those possessing a specific key or cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement or above. Due to its formidable power, it was typically employed to seal off certain areas. Yet in this instance, Lin Tianfang utilized this precious item solely to secure the letter, indicating the significance of its contents. Having completed this task, Lin Tianfang summoned a designated messenger cultivator and instructed him to hasten to the clan and deliver this letter to the family head. The messenger departed swiftly. In the realm of cultivation, medical skills are notably absent. This is primarily because the ailments that afflict cultivators can largely be remedied with elixirs. Even in cases where potions fail, cultivators skilled in other arts can often provide a solution. It can be said that alchemists have essentially supplanted the role of physicians. This explains why, upon the emergence of such a situation, Lin Kai sought Zhou Luo without delay. With Zhou Luo currently unable to assist, reliance must now be placed on the clan's other alchemists. On the morning following the collective poisoning, a flying vessel adorned with the Lin family crest descended before the attic at the mountain's base. 4 individuals disembarked, 3 of whom were clad in specialized alchemical robes, each bearing a solemn expression. Moreover, behind the trio stood an individual clad in a deep black robe, intricately embroidered with golden cloud patterns. A shadow seemed to veil his sharply defined visage, yet his eyes, akin to those of a hawk, possessed a penetrating sharpness, as if capable of perceiving all truths and unraveling every mystery. He stood with hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of authority that compelled even the 3 alchemists to display utmost respect, curbing any semblance of arrogance. This man was Lin Xianfeng, not only the 9th elder of the Lin family, but also the head of the family's law enforcement hall. As the leader of this hall, Lin Xianfeng was endowed with keen insight and a calm judgment, adept at scrutinizing details and uncovering flaws from the minutest of clues. Even when faced with intricate cases, he consistently identified the crux of the matter with remarkable swiftness, solving enigmas with ease. Thus, he commanded the family's protective forces, embodying the most substantial authority and earning profound trust from the clan. For instance, during Zhao Yuan's audacious abduction of Bai Jian, Lin Xianfeng had actively participated in the investigation, swiftly discerning the connection between the perpetrator and Lin Daoming. However, under the aegis of the Grand Elder, the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. The arrival of such a significant figure served a dual purpose: to safeguard the alchemist's well-being and to uncover the truth behind the incident. Chapter 67. Examination before the flying boat. Lin Hui personally stepped out to welcome a group of guards. Elder 9, I must trouble you this time, Lin Hui stated respectfully before Lin Xianfeng. Lin Xianfeng acknowledged, placing his hands behind his back as he walked towards the pavilion, while the other guards promptly cleared the path. 3 alchemists exchanged glances and silently followed suit. Upon entering the pavilion, Lin Xianfeng casually surveyed the surroundings before addressing Lin Hui. Summon everyone who has entered or exited the kitchen. All of them. Lin Hui could not help but exclaim. There were no fewer than dozens of individuals who frequented the kitchen daily. If he were to interrogate each one, the workload would be immense. Thus, he had only detained a few key individuals. Lin Xuanfeng's voice turned icy. Lin Hui, bowing in submission, dared not voice any dissent, while Lin Xianfeng ascended to the second floor, leaving the 3 alchemists behind. Once he reached the upper level, Lin Hui exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the trio, instructing one of his subordinates, take them to meet Lin Kai. In the second-floor room of Lin Tianfeng, Lin Xianfeng pushed the door open without hesitation. Lin Tianfeng displayed no displeasure. Instead, he greeted him with a smile. You arrived sooner than I anticipated. Given that this matter concerns the Lu family, it's best that we uncover the truth swiftly. Lin Xianfeng casually took a seat in a nearby armchair. Indeed, this is a matter of great importance. We must identify the infiltrator from the Lu family, Lin Tianfeng remarked, his expression grave. Rest assured, where there is action, there will be traces. Within a day, I shall uncover the truth, Lin Xianfeng replied confidently. Lin Tianfeng nodded. At this moment, Lin Xianfeng expressed surprise. Has Elder 4 perhaps broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement? Lin Tianfeng was taken aback. How did you know? Because that tome on your desk pertains to the ancient art of weapon forging. I previously heard that Elder 4 had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement, merely a step away from the 9th. Had he not broken through, he would likely be perusing texts on cultivation rather than this. Therefore, I surmise that Elder 4 has indeed made a breakthrough, aware that the next minor realm is still a considerable distance away, and thus finds leisure in exploring other skills. Lin Xianfeng sat there, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. Lin Tianfeng paused momentarily, then countered, what if I merely happen to wish to read it? Those on the verge of a breakthrough seldom possess the leisure to concern themselves with other matters. I dare say if you had not broken through, you would likely still be in seclusion, Lin Xianfeng replied. Lin Tianfeng burst into laughter. Huh? As expected of the head of the law enforcement hall. Your insight is indeed keen. It seems the traitor hidden within the family will soon be exposed. Meanwhile, under Lin Kai's direction, the 3 alchemists had arrived at the 2nd level of the spiritual mine. In an effort to resolve this incident, they had even brought along the family's first-grade superior detoxification pills. However, upon encountering those afflicted by poisoning, they found themselves utterly helpless. Even the detoxification pills they had brought proved ineffective. The common detoxification pill is capable of alleviating the majority of ailments caused by poisons. Yet it typically can only counteract toxins that are 2 tiers lower than itself. Only a detoxification pill specifically formulated for a certain poison might have the potential to neutralize toxins of the same grade. Thus, when faced with a first-tier medium-grade toxin, even a first-tier superior detoxification pill proves utterly ineffective. Only the presence of Lin Jishou, a top-tier alchemist of the first rank, could yield a first-tier supreme detoxification pill. Furthermore, one must ensure that the toxin present is not of a more formidable nature. Witnessing this predicament, Lin Kai promptly conveyed the theoretical framework articulated by Zhou Luo the previous day. Upon listening, Several alchemists appeared bewildered. They had not encountered such knowledge in ancient texts, yet they could not dismiss it as falsehood. Lin Kai reported this matter without delay to Lin Tianfeng. At present, Lin Jishou, participating in the Spirit Pill Conference, would not return for at least another 10 days to half a month, and it remained uncertain whether those on the second tier could endure until then. Under these circumstances, Lin Tianfeng reluctantly consented to allow Zhou Luo to conduct an experiment, specifically instructing Lin Kai to remain close to Zhou Luo at all times. At noon, Lin Kai, accompanied by 3 alchemists, paid a visit and informed Zhou Luo of the elder's decision. Zhou Luo immediately pledged his utmost efforts in the healing process, adding that the quantity of detoxification pills required for the experiment would be somewhat substantial. After all, there were no fewer than 100 individuals poisoned on the second tier, and it would take an inordinate amount of time for Zhou Luo to address this alone. Fortunately, the alchemists dispatched by the family were present, and the 3 readily offered their assistance. Thus, they retrieved alchemical furnaces and medicinal materials from their storage bags and commenced the preparation of detoxification pills alongside Zhou Luo. In the presence of outsiders, Zhou Luo had to maintain the facade of having just advanced to first-tier medium grade, consequently slowing his pace considerably. Meanwhile, Lin Hui had summoned all individuals who had entered and exited the kitchen from noon until evening into the hall, including Lin Shi. His presence was unremarkable, as he had indeed entered the kitchen at noon, hence evading suspicion. He could not help but glance towards the formidable head of the law enforcement hall, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he touched his bald head. This 9th elder was renowned for his cold-blooded decisiveness and merciless actions. He dealt ruthlessly with any violations of rules, his methods instilling fear in all. Should he discover Lin Shi's negligence, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Lin Xianfeng held a list in his hand, which noted approximate time frames and the individuals present in the kitchen during those intervals. Most of these individuals were regulars, with only a few sporadic appearances. Naturally, these individuals had already undergone stringent scrutiny, and under Lin Hui's interrogation, they had all been cleared of suspicion. Lin Xianfeng remained silent, merely observing the list intently. The crowd dared not stir. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xianfeng suddenly raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, and spoke. Those from the Lu family who were still in the kitchen or did not go to the front lines may remain. The rest may leave. Beside him, Lin Hui cast a deep glance at Lin Xianfeng, pondering whether this might be overly hasty. Before long, the others dispersed, leaving Lin Shi to reflect on the cover provided by Zhou Luo, inhaling deeply and remaining in place. Observing the remaining 20 or so individuals, Lin Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and continued, "Those in the kitchen may also depart." The group of anxious souls in the kitchen, burdened with trepidation, exhaled in relief and hastily exited. "Elder Jiao, this seems rather inappropriate," Lin Hui finally murmured. Lin Xianfeng, ignoring his remark, continued, "Since this matter pertains to the Lu family, their presence merely affords the poisoner additional time. This interval presents the optimal opportunity for the act to occur. In truth, the incursion by the Lu family was entirely fortuitous. However, Zhou Luo had not anticipated that this unexpected event would sow the seeds of a significant peril. The family had already associated the poisoning with the Lu family, and coupled with Lin Xianfeng's formidable analytical prowess, the time frame for the poisoning was sharply delineated. According to Zhou Luo's hypothesis, those on the second floor would not succumb to the poison until after dinner, even if the family discovered the tampering of the ingredients. The extensive time frame would make it exceedingly difficult to trace back to Lin Shi, let alone implicate him. Indeed, this was the case. Lin Hui's inquiries were predominantly directed at those in the kitchen, completely overlooking Lin Shi. Yet, who could have foreseen that the family would summon Lin Xianfeng, a person seasoned in investigative matters? Chapter 68. The scheme of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Lin Xuanfeng's explanation, Lin Hui felt a sudden jolt of realization. This was a possibility he had not considered. However, why were the individuals in the kitchen allowed to leave? Cautiously, Lin Hui voiced his concern. But the people in the kitchen are under serious suspicion. They should not be allowed to go, should they? He dared not provoke the ruthless leader of the law enforcement hall. If it were they, would they not have chosen to act yesterday? Lin Xuanfeng's gaze turned icy as he posed a rhetorical question. The kitchen staff had been meticulously selected and had remained in the spirit mine for an extended period. If indeed there were spies from the Lu family among them, they would undoubtedly wait for a pivotal moment to strike. Rather than opting for a seemingly inconsequential time like yesterday, Lin Hui fell silent. With the departure of the kitchen staff, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the hall. These were the ones who had not been dispatched to the front lines. Some were still engaged in delivering meals, while others had pressing matters to attend to. Lin Shi stood among the crowd, feeling a sense of unease. Lin Tianfeng's gaze fell upon several individuals as he commenced his inquiries. Though termed as questioning, it merely consisted of casual inquiries regarding their whereabouts and actions at the time. However, his formidable reputation, combined with his piercing gaze, instilled an involuntary chill in the hearts of those present. Everyone answered truthfully, yet Lin Shi's account differed slightly. He claimed that he had gone to retrieve the medicinal pills assigned by the family. Why choose this moment? Lin Tianfeng's cold gaze bore down on him. The Lu family's incursions are not uncommon. I thought this was merely a minor skirmish, Lin Shi replied quietly. He believed it was a misjudgment that would only result in a few scoldings from his family. He knew that if they discovered his negligence, he would not only face a reduction in his allowances, but also the family's disciplinary measures. Moreover, he felt no significant psychological burden, convinced that the poisoning incident had nothing to do with him. You little rascal, when is it ever a good time to fetch medicinal pills? Do you wish for your own demise? Lin Hui stepped forward and slapped him on the head, berating him soundly. Uncle Hui, I was wrong. Lin Shi lowered his head in contrition. A contemplative expression crossed Lin Xuanfeng's shadowed face as he suddenly inquired, Who is the alchemist you are responsible for? It is Zhou Luo, Lin Shi began to respond, but Lin Hui interjected. Ah, so it is him. Lin Xianfeng murmured, his gaze darkening. He was aware of Zhou Luo's association with the Grand Elder. Understood. You may all leave, Lin Xianfeng gestured dismissively. The remaining few hastily departed. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Hui and Lin Xianfeng remained in the hall. At that moment, Lin Xianfeng suddenly remarked, I have made a grave error in judgment. Lin Hui was taken aback, asking, Elder Jiao, what do you mean by that? It is possible that the poisoner is not from the Lu family. Lin Xuanfeng's words were shocking. How is that conceivable? Lin Hui exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Ignoring his reaction, Lin Xianfeng turned and ascended to the second floor, ultimately arriving at Lin Tianfeng's chamber. How did it unfold? In the chamber, Lin Tianfeng set down the ancient tome in his hands and inquired, This matter is orchestrated by the Grand Elder? With a firm closure of the door, Lin Xuanfeng's expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng sprang to his feet, his voice trembling slightly. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Lin Xianfeng took a deep breath and replied, I had been pondering why the poison employed merely sapped the victims of their strength without endangering their lives, and why it specifically targeted the second level. Is it because the second level houses the family's significant figures? Does the Lu family seek to cripple the operation of the spirit mine? Lin Tianfeng's gaze darkened. The second level is occupied by those skilled in formidable arts, such as array masters and weaponsmiths, along with the overseers, who are all core members of the main family. With the collective poisoning of the individuals on the second level, the entire spirit mine's operation has indeed come to a halt. But if that were the case, why not employ a more lethal poison? Lin Xianfeng shook his head. Are you suggesting that the poisoner intended no harm to their lives? Lin Tianfeng's pupils constricted, as if grasping the implication of the earlier statement. Lin Xianfeng nodded. If I am not mistaken, the poison was likely administered by Zhou Luo, though I am currently unaware of the methods he employed. Zhou Luo? Lin Tianfeng sat back down, his voice tinged with surprise. His rationale for poisoning is quite plausible. Lin Xuanfeng's tone turned frigid. Lin Tianfeng's aged face flickered with understanding. He seeks to infiltrate the second level to uncover its secrets? In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why the adversary was so insistent on penetrating the second level for clues. If all was indeed orchestrated by him, it would serve to prepare for his approach to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder may have detected something amiss, prompting him to delve into the secrets, Lin Xianfeng elaborated. As a central figure aligned with the main family, he is undoubtedly aware of the hidden mysteries within this spirit mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng rarely exhibited a serious demeanor. The Grand Elder's decision to compromise and allow Zhou Luo access to the spirit mine carried deeper implications. Moreover, he was aware that Zhou would enter the Qingyuan sect in a month's time, and at that juncture, he would inevitably depart from the spirit mine. Should he uncover that secret, he could very well carry it away. Contemplating this, a murderous intent surged within Lin Tianfeng's gaze. He must not be allowed to enter the second level and discover that secret. I will summon him, Lin Tianfeng declared. No, we must not act rashly and alert the snake, Lin Xianfeng interjected, his eyes cold as ice. Since this is the Grand Elder's scheme, our actions would only reinforce the adversary's belief that the spirit mind harbors secrets. At that point, we would face pressures far exceeding that posed by Zhou Luo alone. To eliminate Zhou Luo would only confirm the existence of secrets within the spirit mind. Currently, the Grand Elder's faction is ascendant. He could easily exploit the situation to force an inquiry into the spirit mind. Thus, we can only impede rather than eliminate Zhou Luo. Lin Tianfeng felt the complexity of the matter weighing heavily upon him. He spoke coldly. If everything is indeed orchestrated by the Elder, then Zhou Luo must possess the antidote. Should we wish to restore the spirit mind, we cannot hinder her. Indeed, we remain unaware of what other schemes the Elder has devised. Even Lin Xianfeng had to concede that the Elder's tactics were truly remarkable. The two prominent figures of the family sat in silence, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Lin Tianfeng decisively stated, if he discovers that secret, he must perish. If he remains oblivious, we might still strategize for the long term. Tomorrow, I shall accompany him to the second level. Lin Xianfeng mused. By nightfall, the four had successfully concocted over 80 detoxification pills. The three alchemists sat exhaustedly in their chairs, while Zhou Luo remained vibrant and full of energy. Youth is indeed a blessing, one elder remarked, observing the spirited Zhou Luo. Well, let us go. There is still much to attend to this evening, another interjected. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed elders, Zhou Luo replied with a respectful bow. The three departed, heading down the mountain to dine in the pavilion. Chapter 69. The sense of crisis of Zhou Luo in the alchemy chamber. Zhou Luo sat on a chair, casually brewing a cup of spirit tea to rejuvenate his spirits, quietly awaiting Lin Shi's arrival with dinner. However, as time passed, the expected visitor did not appear. Puzzled, Zhou Luo murmured, could something have happened? Just then, a series of knocks echoed on the door. Instantly, his doubts dissipated. He rose to open the door. To his surprise, the person standing there bore an unfamiliar face. Holding out a food container, the stranger said, "This is your dinner for today. Where is Lin Shi?" Zhou Luo inquired, scrutinizing the individual before him. "He has some matters to attend to, so I will be delivering meals for the next few days," the stranger replied. "Is there something wrong?" Zhou Luo asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Just eat for now. I will return later to clean up," the stranger nodded, offering a few more words of instruction before turning to leave. Zhou Luo reluctantly took the food container and returned to his chamber. After the stranger departed, a figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby room. It was Lin Xianfeng. His gaze was icy, and a cryptic expression flickered across his half-lit face. Back in the room, Zhou Luo resumed his seat, fixating on the exquisite food container. He retrieved the communication talisman Lin Shi had given him. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the talisman emitted a faint glow. However, after a considerable wait, it yielded no response. Could it be that Lin Shi was indeed preoccupied with some significant task, rendering him unable to receive Zhou Luo's message? Zhou Luo attempted once more, only to be met with silence. He stowed the talisman away, a wave of unease washing over him. At this critical juncture, if Lin Shi were genuinely engaged in an important mission, it would be a relief. Yet, the fear lingered that his earlier impersonation of Lin Shi to administer poison had been uncovered, resulting in the latter's imprisonment. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Lin Shi, being unaware of the scheme, would undoubtedly implicate Zhou Luo. Administering poison to a family member was a grave offense, should it be revealed. Even with the protection of the Grand Elder, Zhou Luo would likely face execution on the pretext of the main family. However, in Zhou Luo's eyes, the probability of such a scenario was minimal. Though his plan had flaws, the gap between the act of poisoning and its discovery was significant. The subtlety with which he executed it, coupled with the chaos of the Lu family's invasion, would likely lead the main family to suspect the Lu family rather than him. What he did not know was that it was precisely the Lu family's incursion that led Lin Xianfeng to inadvertently pinpoint the crucial moment of the poisoning, easily revealing Lin Shi's deception. Unbeknownst to Zhou Luo, Lin Xianfeng, with his meticulous mind, had opted to replace Lin Shi to prevent any disclosure of the day's events. During his meal, Zhou Luo remained engrossed in thoughts regarding Lin Shi. Here, he had to tread with utmost caution. Had it not been for the necessity of gaining the upper hand and acquiring information about the spirit minds, he might never have conceived of such a plan to poison. Now that it was done, he could only hope that the main family would remain oblivious to the entire affair. The meal concluded quietly amidst his myriad of thoughts. For reasons unknown, Zhou Luo found himself unable to settle his mind. He felt as though he were traversing through darkness, the uncertainty of what might transpire with each step weighing heavily upon his heart. At this moment, only by contacting Lin Shi could he find solace. Thus, he attempted once more to utilize the sound transmission talisman, yet there was still no response. Just then, a knock echoed at the door once more. Zhou Luo presumed it was someone come to collect the dishes, and he intended to seize the opportunity to inquire further. He hastily rose and opened the door. In the next moment, a tall figure cloaked in black came into view. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Luo discerned that it was a man dressed in a dark robe. His countenance shrouded in shadow. His expression was impassive, yet his piercing gaze directed at Zhou Luo emanated an immense pressure. Instinctively, Zhou Luo took a step back. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to ask you a few questions," Lin Xianfeng spoke, his voice devoid of any tremor. "And you are?" Zhou Luo inquired. Having never encountered this individual before, "I am the head of the law enforcement hall, commonly referred to as the Ninth Elder," Lin Xianfeng replied calmly. At the mention of the head of the law enforcement hall, Zhou Luo's mind momentarily blanked, rooted in place. Why had the head of the law enforcement hall come personally? Had his act of poisoning truly been uncovered, and was the other party here to take him back to the family? In that instant, Zhou Luo even contemplated fleeing. But could he really escape from a family Ninth Elder? A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfeng casually took a seat on a nearby chair, observing him with a tranquil demeanor. "Where were you during the Lu family's incursion yesterday afternoon?" he inquired. This question jolted Zhou Luo from his reverie. If this was merely an inquiry, did it imply that the main family had not yet discovered his act of poisoning? He quickly steadied himself, bowing his head respectfully. "I was in the alchemy room, Ninth Elder." "Who can vouch for you?" Lin Xianfeng pressed further. "I never left the room." "The patrolling guards should be aware of that," Zhou Luo replied, maintaining his composure. Lin Xianfeng nodded, his sharp gaze fixed upon him, before suddenly stating, "You seem somewhat anxious." Zhou Luo's respect deepened, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, "I am of lowly status, and to encounter a figure of such stature as the Ninth Elder is indeed daunting. There is no need for anxiety. The family has tasked me with investigating this matter, and it is only natural that I inquire of everyone involved," Lin Xianfeng said slowly. "Indeed, every word I speak is true. I beseech the Ninth Elder to discern my honesty," Zhou Luo asserted. Lin Xianfeng ceased further dialogue. His visit was merely to ascertain what was exceptional about this individual who had managed to slip past everyone's notice and poison in the kitchen. It appeared that the other's mental fortitude was commendable. Regrettably, he remained but a pawn in the grand scheme. Subsequently, Lin Xianfeng rose and departed without uttering another word. Once the figure had left, Zhou Luo exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Indeed, the leader of the law enforcement hall exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Although the other party maintained an outwardly composed demeanor throughout, an unmistakable sense of pressure lingered in the air. Particularly striking were those piercing eyes, which made Zhou Luo feel as though all his FAAs had been laid bare. This was the first time he had experienced such an overwhelming sensation since joining his family. What astonished Zhou Luo the most was the family's profound concern regarding this matter. They had dispatched a figure of elder status, and notably, the leader of the law enforcement hall. It was evident that they were resolute in their pursuit of the truth. Could he truly conceal his act of poisoning? The appearance of Lin Xianfeng instilled a profound sense of crisis within Zhou Luo. In that fleeting moment, he found himself regretting his impulsive decision to concoct such a devious plan. Alas, he was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of foreseeing every possible consequence. He had not anticipated the main family's unwavering determination to thwart his access to the second level. Nor could he have foreseen the gravity with which they regarded the act of poisoning, leading them to appoint an elder for the matter. Chapter 70. The experiment in the room. Zhou Luo sat in a chair, cradling Xiao Bai, his heart heavy with trepidation. His anxiety, already palpable, intensified further upon Lin Xuanfeng's arrival. Despite his efforts to transmit a message to Lin Shi, he garnered no success. Zhou Luo downed a cup of spiritual tea in a bid to calm his racing thoughts and devise a strategy. In this precarious situation, he found himself with no retreat, given that the main family had yet to strike against him. It could either be that they had not uncovered the truth behind his poisoning, or that they were wary of the great elder and thus refrained from taking action against him. Between the two possibilities, Zhou Luo leaned towards the former. In his eyes, the main family had long harbored intentions to suppress and eliminate him, and the crime of poisoning presented them with an ideal opportunity. At that juncture, even the great elder would be unable to voice any objections. If it were indeed the former scenario, there remained a glimmer of hope for reprieve. With matters reaching this point, he resolved to adhere to his previously devised plan, prioritizing an understanding of the circumstances at hand. As he pondered, 3 alchemists arrived once again, seizing the opportunity during their concoction of detoxification pills. Zhou Luo sought to glean information about the events unfolding below the mountain. However, the trio was entirely uninformed. "Could you enlighten me about the 9th elder?" Zhou Luo inquired. "How did you know the 9th elder was here?" One alchemist replied, perplexed. Zhou Luo proceeded to relay the inquiries made by the visitor. Upon hearing his account, the 3 nodded in unison, one of them remarking, "This indeed aligns with the 9th elder's character. He is meticulous and leaves no detail unexamined." Through their narration, Zhou Luo learned that the 9th elder was a figure of considerable repute within the family. His remarkable insight, composed judgment, and keen attention to detail rendered him unparalleled in solving complex cases. He possessed an uncanny ability to pinpoint the crux of intricate dilemmas, leading to their resolution. Conversely, he also harbored a sinister and ruthless side, particularly towards those who flouted family rules or transgressed the law, meting out punishment with chilling severity. Anyone daring to challenge his authority faced merciless retribution. His presence loomed like a sword suspended above one's head, a constant reminder of the potential for impending doom. Upon grasping the essence of Lin Xianfeng's character, Zhou Luo's mind was shaken. The calm he had just managed to attain was now engulfed by tumultuous waves. He had believed his act of poisoning to be so clandestine that the main family would remain oblivious. Yet, the existence of Lin Xianfeng cast doubt upon his judgment. Could such a formidable investigator truly be unaware of his treachery? Zhou Luo could not quell his rising suspicions. The disappearance of Lin Shi, coupled with Lin Xuanfeng's earlier appearance, weighed heavily on Zhou Luo's heart. Had the 9th elder already discerned traces of his wrongdoing, merely awaiting confirmation? In an instant, he felt the storm brewing, the pressure mounting beyond his capacity to bear. No, he could not allow this to happen. One must swiftly grasp the circumstances here and establish contact with the Grand Elder's associates. Perhaps this will unveil a method to break the impasse. Otherwise, if discovered, my life may very well be in jeopardy. The previously vanished sense of crisis surged back, causing Zhou Luo to inadvertently make a mistake in his operations, resulting in the waste of an entire batch of medicinal herbs. However, the 3 alchemists paid little heed to this. From their perspective, Zhou Luo had only just ascended to the rank of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, and failing in alchemy was, by all accounts, a common occurrence. As the night deepened, the 4 finally completed the refinement of 121st-tier mid-grade detoxification pills. The 3 alchemists, utterly exhausted, departed to rest. Zhou Luo sat alone on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the corner where the little white creature curled up, his right hand clutching a communication talisman. He still had not managed to reach Lin Shi. Intensifying his anxiety, the looming threat of death clouded his mind, preventing him from finding solace in sleep. With slumber eluding him, Zhou Luo resolved to meditate and cultivate. After all, the spiritual energy here was far more abundant and pure than that of his family estate. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Kai and his entourage appeared outside the dwelling. Upon stepping out, Zhou Luo was taken aback to find not only the 3 alchemists present, but also Lin Xianfeng, who unexpectedly stood among them, adopting a detached demeanor. This sight set Zhou Luo on high alert. Logically, the head of the enforcement hall should be preoccupied with an investigation. Why would he accompany them into the second layer? Given his position, he could come and go as he pleased. Was he perhaps there to surveil him? The more Zhou Luo contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He even speculated that the other party might already be aware of his poisoning actions, yet for some reason, had chosen not to act against him. Prepare to depart, Lin Kai instructed. Thus, the group made their way toward the second layer. Throughout the journey, Zhou Luo, burdened with thoughts, pondered how to resolve the predicament, yet found himself bereft of viable solutions. The immediate priority was to gather information regarding the spiritual mind. Upon returning to the second layer, the atmosphere remained heavily guarded. Those afflicted lay in the rooms, while their lives were not at risk. Their physical weakness greatly hampered their daily activities. Zhou Luo first approached the room where the overseer was stationed. The three alchemists and Lin Kai followed him inside, while Lin Xianfeng stood outside, seemingly disinclined to enter. The former were eager to observe how Zhou Luo conducted his experiments, while the latter primarily aimed to prevent any unforeseen actions. Within the room, Zhou Luo administered a detoxification pill to the overseer. Zhou Luo, where did you acquire this knowledge? One of the alchemists could not restrain himself from asking as they awaited the effects of the medicine. They had been too occupied with alchemy earlier to inquire, and now, with a moment's respite, their curiosity about this so-called theory of human immunity was piqued. Zhou Luo sat at the edge of the bed, explaining, in the past, when visiting the town for medical treatment, an elderly physician once remarked that certain minor ailments could indeed resolve themselves without medication, as the human body possesses the innate ability to address such issues. If this holds true for ordinary individuals, I believe it should apply similarly to practitioners. A few alchemists exchanged glances. Having been raised in their families and discovering their talent for alchemy, they had seldom ventured beyond their homes, thus remaining unaware of such insights. Hearing this now, they could not help but feel a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Truth be told, I am also uncertain, yet one must endeavor to experiment. Zhou Luo added. The alchemists nodded in silent agreement. The spirit of exploration is indispensable for every alchemist. Otherwise, how could the ancients have bequeathed so many formulas? In that moment, their gazes towards Zhou Luo held a hint of admiration. Regrettably, as the effects of the medicine took hold, the individual on the bed showed no signs of improvement, remaining utterly motionless. Zhou Luo rose and stepped outside, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lin Xianfeng nearby. Rather than investigating the case, he seemed to be waiting, clearly monitoring Zhou Luo. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of urgency washed over him. Chapter 71. The method to break the deadlock. The group continued their journey to the next chamber. Predictably, several cultivators who ingested the detoxifying pills showed no signs of improvement. The alchemists observing the scene wore expressions of disappointment. It appeared that the so-called theory held little merit. Poison does not yield different effects based on individual constitutions. However, Zhou Luo remained unperturbed, calmly proceeding to the next room, akin to a devoted seeker of knowledge, awaiting the emergence of a miracle. Upon reaching the elderly man's quarters, Lin Xianfeng silently followed him inside. Zhou Luo paid him no mind, approaching the bedside, retrieving a detoxifying pill, and succinctly explaining his intentions to the elder before placing the pill into his mouth, then standing still in quiet anticipation. At the entrance, Lin Xianfeng stood expressionless, his gaze deep and cold. After a few minutes, the effects of the medicine began to manifest. The elder lay there, seemingly unchanged. The three alchemists instinctively turned to leave. Just then, the elder's index finger twitched slightly. Lin Xianfeng was the first to notice, his eyes flickering momentarily. This moment was also caught by Lin Kai, who widened his eyes and instinctively exclaimed, "It's working." The three alchemists were taken aback, hastily turning back and moving closer. Their eyes fixated on the elder's right hand, where the frail finger trembled. Although the movement was slight, it was indeed a significant discovery. All those afflicted by the poison had, without exception, been rendered immobile, save for their eyes, which showed no other response. Now, the elder's finger had moved. Did this imply that Zhou Luo's theory was correct? In an instant, the alchemists exchanged glances, collectively directing their attention toward Zhou Luo. Could he truly be a genius? Zhou Luo's face was alight with surprise and delight. Wonderful. I must delve deeper into this, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, this exuberance was a facade. Although his theory was sound in his past life, who could guarantee its applicability in this world? Thus, during the concoction of the detoxifying pill, he deliberately incorporated a portion of the antidote, endowing it with the ability to suppress the poison, resulting in the scene before them. Lin Kai's expression grew complex as he glanced toward Lin Xianfeng at the doorway. The latter's gaze was lowered, seemingly indifferent to the happenings. Elder Jiao, this represents a monumental breakthrough. If we can uncover the secret behind this elder's ability to counteract the toxin, perhaps we could formulate an antidote, Zhou Luo proactively suggested to Lin Xianfeng, fully aware that he had been the one making decisions all along. According to the plan, he intended to isolate the others under the pretense of researching the elder's condition, thereby creating an opportunity for the two of them to converse privately. However, to be candid, he was uncertain whether Lin Xianfeng would truly grant him this wish. After all, if he were to discover that the one administering the poison was himself, it would certainly deter him from uncovering the secrets of the spirit mine. When questioned, Lin Xianfeng lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. He then shifted his focus to the three alchemists, stating, "Given Master Xianlong's unique constitution, I trust you can devise an appropriate antidote." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's expression darkened. It appeared that the other party had likely deduced his involvement in the poisoning, yet they remained unwilling to allow him access to the Grand Elder. But why not take direct action against him? Was it out of fear of the Grand Elder? Or perhaps a strategy to bait him? Zhou Luo pondered these questions but found no clarity. Nonetheless, he took a step back, maintaining a serene demeanor as he replied, "The Ninth Elder is correct. I shall leave the research to you, esteemed seniors." The three alchemists, intrigued by why the antidote would only affect the elderly gentleman before them, did not refuse. One alchemist placed his right hand on the gentleman's wrist, channeling spiritual energy to examine his body. However, apart from noting a reduction in toxicity, he found no other anomalies. "It seems I cannot discern anything," he admitted awkwardly. "Allow me," said another alchemist, eager to attempt his own examination. Yet he too reported no findings. The third alchemist followed suit, yielding similarly fruitless results. The three alchemists exchanged awkward glances with Zhou Luo, who remained humble and composed. Lin Kai's expression darkened. He turned to Zhou Luo, his tone icy. "Zhou Luo, can you ascertain if there is anything peculiar about his constitution?" Zhou Luo did not meet his gaze, instead addressing Lin Xianfeng with earnestness. "Ninth Elder, I require a private space to conduct my research. Perhaps I may uncover a solution." Lin Xianfeng remained impassive, while Lin Kai's countenance grew increasingly grim. He suspected that Zhou Luo must already possess a potential solution, and his request was merely a ploy to secure private time with the elderly man. This thought led him to glance at Lin Xianfeng, the head of the enforcement hall, wondering if the Ninth Elder would perceive the underlying tension. If he did, how would he respond? Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with unease as everyone awaited Lin Xuanfeng's pronouncement, yet none dared to meet his eye. After a long pause, Lin Xianfeng finally spoke. "In that case, proceed." Zhou Luo and Lin Kai were taken aback by his words, particularly Lin Kai, whose face turned ashen with disbelief as he glanced at Lin Xianfeng, only to realize his rudeness and hastily look down. Zhou Luo was equally astonished. He had anticipated opposition, never expecting such immediate consent. After delivering his statement, Lin Xianfeng walked out with an air of indifference, prompting Lin Kai to quickly follow. The other three alchemists, though eager to learn Zhou Luo's methods, obediently exited as well. When everyone had departed, Zhou Luo found himself devoid of any sense of triumph regarding his plans. He was suddenly struck by the realization that he could not fully comprehend the intentions of the other party. Just moments ago, the main family had vehemently opposed his entry into the second layer. Why then had they so readily acquiesced? Could it be that they no longer cared? As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling notion emerged within Zhou Luo's consciousness. The main family intended to silence him permanently. This was the only explanation for their earlier behavior. Moreover, should they succeed in eliminating him, they could easily employ the poison as a means to evade accountability from the elder. A wave of cold dread surged through his body, and a look of panic crept onto his previously composed visage. He had managed to maintain a semblance of calm, believing there might still be a chance for redemption, perhaps relying on the elder's connections at the spirit mine to secure his safety. Yet, if the poisoning incident were to come to light, his demise would be inevitable. His complexion paled as he glanced at the immobile figure on the bed, his mind swirling in confusion. What course of action should he pursue? Chapter 72. The Secret of the Spiritual Mine. Outside the door, Lin Xianyuan stood with composure, while Lin Kai approached him with a sense of trepidation, respectfully inquiring, "Elder Jiao, What if that young man discovers the secret? Lin Xianyuan gazed toward the distant peaks of spiritual stones, his eyes darkening ominously. Then he must be eliminated. Lin Kai's heart trembled at the gravity of the situation. No wonder Elder Jiao had permitted him to remain alone in the chamber. It was clear he had prepared for a resolution. With this thought, Lin Kai's concerns dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, inside the room, Zhou Luo's mind felt like a tangled mass, utterly devoid of a solution. Under the weight of absolute power, all strategies proved futile. Even with a stockpile of poisons, including a second-tier bone-corroding powder, his efforts were rendered meaningless. Enough of this. I must heal him first, Zhou Luo resolved as he looked at the elderly man lying on the bed. The elder had not yet taken action, perhaps out of respect for the Grand Elder. If that were the case, contacting the Grand Elder's associates might offer a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, he produced a collection of spiritual talismans, affixing them to every corner of the room. These mid-tier first-grade talismans, crafted earlier, could obscure perception and seal off the aura, preventing outsiders from probing within. With such a multitude of talismans, even someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement would struggle to discern what transpired inside the room. Having completed this task, Zhou Luo observed the softly glowing talismans before moving to the bedside. He retrieved a crimson pill and placed it into the elder's mouth. This was the genuine antidote. The moment the elder ingested it, a gentle power surged throughout his body, gradually restoring the vitality he had lost. His senses swiftly returned. The elder's right hand twitched, and a wave of familiarity washed over him. He attempted to speak. After a prolonged moment, he regained full consciousness, yet a look of conflict marred his aged visage. You should not have come. The elder's first words were not of gratitude, but of resignation as he gazed at Zhou Luo. I had some regrets before, but now I find myself with no path of retreat, Zhou Luo replied, taking a deep breath. He succinctly recounted the poisoning incident that had enabled him to enter the second tier. The elder's expression shifted to one of shock. You dared to do such a thing? Zhou Luo managed a wry smile. I believed it would go unnoticed. Indeed, he had been discreet, had the family not dispatched Lin Xianyuan. Lin Hui's investigative skills would likely have led to a resolution without incident. You have underestimated the family's regard for this spiritual mine, the elder sighed. But isn't this merely a new mine? Zhou Luo queried, perplexed. In his understanding, aside from being recently developed with an abundance of spiritual stones, what could differentiate it from other mines? Precisely because it is a new mine, it harbors secrets. The elder straightened himself, leaning against the headboard. Secrets? What secrets? Zhou Luo sat up, his expression turning serious. It seems that I must understand the reasons behind the master's previous attempts to hinder me. However, the elder suddenly inquired, do you believe you can leave the spirit mine? Zhou Luo presumed the elder was concerned for his safety and replied, in a month. I shall be departing to study at the Qingyuan sect. Hence, as long as I remain safe within this month, I will be able to leave. No wonder the Grand Elder sent you here, the elder remarked unexpectedly. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, pondering that it was not the master who had summoned him. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and continued to ask, Senior, what is the secret of the spirit mine? The elder gazed deeply at him and began to recount his tale. His name was Lin Xianlong, a first-tier high-grade formation master. After the family took control of the spirit mine, he was dispatched to maintain the operation of the formations and to construct new ones. In addition to him, there was another formation master on the second level. As a person under the Grand Elder, Lin Xianlong was acutely aware that his responsibilities extended beyond merely maintaining the formations. He was also tasked with monitoring the master family. Following the acquisition of the spirit mine, amidst various negotiations, the Grand Elder relinquished the competition for this new mine, thereby securing control over the family's other spirit mines. This is also the reason why, not long ago, numerous formation masters were sent to other spirit mines. The Grand Elder believed that the master family placed such importance on this new spirit mine because it harbored something of greater significance. Thus, Lin Xianlong's mission was to uncover the secrets of this mine. Little did he anticipate that the master family had no intention of concealing anything from him. Soon, he and another formation master were dispatched to the 4th level of the spirit mine. A 4th level? Zhou Luo exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. Hadn't Lin Shi previously stated that the spirit mine only comprised 3 levels? Indeed, the 4th level is not open to the public. Only the core personnel of the master family are permitted entry, Lin Xianlong explained. The master family brought him to the 4th level and instructed him to begin constructing defensive formations, aiming to conceal this layer and prevent others from intruding. It was only upon reaching the 4th level that Lin Xianlong comprehended the master family's unwavering desire to control this new spirit mine, for it astonishingly contained a small spiritual vein. Spiritual veins are categorized into 6 types based on size: micro, small, medium, large, and exotic. The micro veins are most suitable for individual cultivation and are the most widely distributed, with the majority being utilized by family sects as spirit mines for extraction. Following this are the small spiritual veins, which possess a more abundant and purer spiritual energy, often suitable for establishing a family. The Lin family's spiritual vein is classified as small. Progressing to medium spiritual veins, they boast even higher concentrations and purity of spiritual energy, typically monopolized by sections. It is said that the Qingyuan sect was established upon a medium spiritual vein. Larger, giant, and exotic spiritual veins are exceedingly rare, often controlled by royal families or major sections. Thus, the existence of a small spiritual vein signifies the potential for the emergence of a new, everlasting family, with its spiritual energy sufficient to propel cultivators forward at an astounding pace. Upon hearing this secret, Zhou Luo was struck with profound astonishment. No wonder he had noticed such a rapid absorption of spiritual energy during his initial stage of cultivation. At first, he presumed that all spiritual mines possessed similar attributes. However, it turned out that this particular mine was endowed with a minor spiritual vein. Why had the main family chosen not to disclose this information? Publicizing it could undoubtedly amplify the family's power. Zhou Luo couldn't help but exclaim that a newly discovered minor spiritual vein could elevate the Lin family to the pinnacle among the 5 great eternal families, potentially even birthing another foundational powerhouse. Humph, Lin Xianlong scoffed. Previously, I believed that while the main family was indeed formidable, they would ultimately consider the interests of the clan. Yet, I was mistaken. Their willingness to safeguard their own status is utterly shameless. Upon discovering this minor spiritual vein, their immediate response was to suppress the information and dispatch numerous members of the main family here to cultivate, entirely disregarding the need to share this with the clan. Zhou Luo fell into silence. It was no wonder that when he approached this spiritual mine, the Grand Elder had specifically sent Lin to caution him. It appeared that the main family had abandoned all moral boundaries in their pursuit of clan rivalry. Simultaneously, Lin Xianlong's words stirred a tempest within Zhou Luo's heart, for he now sensed that his demise was all but inevitable. Chapter 73. No room for choice. Upon arriving at this spiritual mine, Zhou Luo felt akin to an ordinary individual venturing into a dark forest, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. It was precisely this ignorance that motivated him to seek a deeper understanding of the situation, prompting him to consider entering the 2nd layer. However, his lack of knowledge rendered him unaware of how significantly the main family would prioritize the timing of the poisoning, even dispatching an elder to investigate, which ultimately led to the unearthing of the truth behind the poison. Thus, he contemplated further plans, hoping to establish contact with the elder's associates in search of a solution to his predicament. Yet, due to his complete lack of awareness, what he initially intended as a means to gather information and seek refuge unfolded into the revelation of the spiritual mind's greatest secret. Now he comprehended why. Even upon discovering his act of poisoning, the opposing party refrained from eliminating him. For them, the act of poisoning itself was not of paramount concern. Whether it was the poison from the Lu family or his own, it bore no significance. Their every reaction stemmed from a fear of exposing the spiritual vein. To protect the spiritual vein, they were even willing to confine 2 first-tier high-grade formation masters to their demise in this place. Had Zhou Luo remained unaware of the mine's secret, they might have hesitated to take lethal action against him. For, upon his demise, the elder, already suspicious of the spiritual mine, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to uncover the truth. But now it was too late. With knowledge of the mine's secret, escape was no longer an option. In a month's time, he was to journey to Qingyuan's sect, and it was certain they would eliminate him before that. Zhou Luo fell back, envisioning the scene of his own demise. No, this cannot be. At that moment, he jolted awake, sitting upright once more. He could not perish here. He possessed a system and a long lifespan. How could he succumb so pathetically? Yet, at this moment, the system proved utterly unhelpful. His mind raced as he began to devise a strategy. Do not be overly alarmed. After all, you can leave in a month and relay this matter to the elder. Lin Xianlong consoled, observing Zhou Luo's startled demeanor. Zhou Luo's expression turned bitter as he replied, Do you truly believe that, knowing this secret, I can still leave? Lin Xianlong paused, bewildered, and responded, Aren't you sent by the elder? In his view, everything was orchestrated by the elder from behind the scenes. Thus Zhou Luo surely had some safeguard. Actually, the main family arranged my presence here, Zhou Luo replied helplessly. He was uncertain whether the elder had indeed orchestrated this. But he was certain that the elder could not assist him. Lin Xianlong was even more perplexed. With a complex expression, he gazed at Zhou Luo and tentatively suggested, Perhaps I should continue to feign poisoning so that they remain unaware of our discussion. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Zhou Luo's eyes, illuminating his thoughts. Indeed, as long as the main family remained uncertain that he had learned this secret, they might hesitate to take action out of suspicion. As long as they did not act immediately. This is his opportunity. Yet, upon contemplating Lin Xuanfeng's piercing gaze, which seems to penetrate all things, Zhou Luo found himself uncertain whether the master would truly refrain from taking action. The poison, after all, must be addressed. When Lin Xianlong awakens, what if he divulges everything under Lin Xuanfeng's relentless scrutiny? He could not place his life in another's hands, even if that person was ostensibly on the same side. For when the specter of death looms, the nature of a person's heart remains an enigma. With this thought, Zhou Luo turned his gaze toward the window. There, several indistinct figures stood, none other than Lin Xianfeng and his companions. A flicker of murderous intent gradually surfaced in his eyes. If they were deceased, they would not betray him. Would they? In that moment, driven by the instinct to survive, the notion of murder surged within Zhou Luo for the very first time. Of course, his target was not Lin Xianfeng, but rather the unsuspecting Lin Xianlong. Only by eliminating the latter could he ensure that Lin Xianfeng remained uncertain about his knowledge of the spirit mind's secrets. As long as doubt lingered, he would not act before Zhou Luo could escape, thus granting him precious time. Moreover, by slaying Lin Xianlong, perhaps the master would perceive his ties to the faction of the Grand Elder as tenuous, allowing him the chance to align himself with the master's side. Truth be told, Zhou Luo's fondness for the master's faction was virtually non-existent. Yet, for the sake of survival, he felt compelled to resort to such measures. It was his sole recourse. He withdrew his gaze, and when he looked at Lin Xianlong again, his expression remained unchanged, yet a twinge of guilt stirred within him. This wretched world, he cursed silently. In a realm governed by the law of the jungle, one must either consume or be consumed. With meager strength, there was no choice but to advance passively, devoid of any alternatives. A profound sense of powerlessness consumed Zhou Luo, prompting him to take a deep breath. What do you think? Lin Xianlong inquired. Observing Zhou Luo's dazed expression, Zhou Luo turned to him, suddenly breaking into a broad smile. I believe you are absolutely right. Rest assured, the master would not dare to act against you unless he has solid proof, Lin Xianlong assured him. Indeed, for realism's sake, I must ask you to consume this as well, Zhou Luo said, producing a dark brown pill. Without hesitation, Lin Xianlong accepted the pill, scrutinizing it closely. I didn't expect this poison to be so potent. It must be a gift from the Grand Elder. After consuming the poison, Lin Xianlong instinctively reclined. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Luo was observing him with an expressionless countenance, his gaze akin to that of a mourner. As Lin Xianlong lay down, intending to share a few more words with Zhou Luo, he suddenly convulsed, his complexion shifting dramatically, followed by an overwhelming agony that coursed through his entire being. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked toward Zhou Luo, a thick haze overtaking his once vibrant gaze, spitting forth a torrent of blood. Lin Xianlong convulsed a few times before succumbing entirely. Zhou Luo remained still, watching as blood splattered across his impassive face, rendering the scene somewhat macabre. He exhaled deeply, rose to gather all the talismans, and approached the door, which he opened. Outside, Lin Kai and the others all turned their gazes towards him. Upon seeing the blood smeared across his face, their expressions shifted dramatically. What happened? Lin Kai demanded sharply. Zhou Luo, his complexion pale, replied, I am sorry, I have failed. Standing beside him, Lin Xuanfeng's shadowed eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing these words. Lin Kai, in a fit of rage, shoved him aside and stormed into the room. There, he beheld Lin Xianlong, whose eyes were wide open in death, devoid of life. He staggered backward in shock. Behind him, Lin Xianfeng and the others followed him in. Except for Lin Xianfeng, the other 3 alchemists were rendered ashen, their faces stricken with disbelief at the grim scene. It is all my fault. I did not anticipate that the elder would not endure. Zhou Luo was the last to enter, his expression tormented and his voice hoarse. Chapter 74. The game between both sides. No one anticipated that Lin Xianlong would perish within the confines of his chamber. Lin Kai abruptly turned his gaze towards Zhou Luo at the door, his countenance as frigid as ice, and coldly inquired, "What on earth transpired?" With a visage marred by grief, Zhou Luo recounted the sequence of events. Through comprehensive investigation, he discerned the unique constitution of the individual in question, leading him to attempt administering other detoxification pills he had previously concocted. To his astonishment, these antidotes reacted adversely with the poison within the victim, culminating in this tragic outcome. Unimpressed by this explanation, Lin Kai shifted his attention to Lin Xianfeng, anticipating a response from him. Yet, Lin Xianfeng appeared utterly unfazed by the situation, his shadowy countenance betraying no expression or intent to speak. In exasperation, Lin Kai declared, "You all come and take a look." The 3 alchemists were equally taken aback by the turn of events, exchanging glances. Finally, an elder alchemist stepped forward, placing his right hand upon Lin Xianlong's pulse to conduct an examination. A flicker of spiritual light appeared as a faint green aura surged into his body, enveloping him in a soft emerald glow. Minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on the elder alchemist's brow as he withdrew his hand, stating with resignation, "Indeed, there are signs of pill ingestion, and it appears he succumbed to poisoning." Zhou Luo, seated at the entrance, maintained an expression of guilt, yet within, he felt an overwhelming calm. He understood that it was impossible to discern the presence of that first-tier supreme poison solely through investigation. No one, not even Lin Jishou, could achieve such a feat. This poison was meticulously crafted by him, originally intended as a safeguard for his own life. Its potency only slightly inferior to that of bone corrosion powder. Only a second-tier alchemist or a first-tier master poisoner could potentially detect its existence. At present, the alchemist could only ascertain that the individual had died of poisoning, which inadvertently validated Zhou Luo's assertions. Lin Kai was far from satisfied with this response. His gaze darkened, and he spoke with a sharpness that cut through the air. "What do you mean by should be?" The alchemist, feeling the weight of embarrassment, admitted he could not discern more. If he was incapable, it was even less likely that the other 2 alchemists could provide any clarity. Lin Kai's expression turned ashen, his eyes fixed on Zhou Luo as he thundered, "You have killed him. According to family rules, you must face death." Zhou Luo, in a state of panic, hastily replied, "Lord Lin, this was an accident. I never anticipated such an outcome. In experiments, no one can predict the results. I am innocent. Moreover, I have grasped the principles of the poison. I assure you, I will be able to concoct an antidote. You must grant me this opportunity." His voice trembled, his face betraying the terror of impending death. Lin Kai was poised to speak, intending to seize the moment to eliminate this troublesome presence. Just then, Lin Xianfeng, who had remained silent until now, calmly interjected, "This is your final chance." Yes. Thank you, Elder Jiao, for your magnanimity. Rest assured, I will succeed," Zhou Luo exclaimed, relief washing over him as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards Lin Xianfeng, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. Elder 9, however, Lin Kai wished to articulate further, but upon encountering those cold, piercing eyes, he was rendered speechless and respectfully lowered his head. "Remove the body," Lin Xianfeng commanded before departing the room. Lin Kai's expression was exceedingly grim as he approached Zhou Luo and whispered, "I do not comprehend the tricks you are playing, but I assure you, they are utterly futile." Zhou Luo, maintaining a respectful demeanor with his head bowed, uttered not a single word. Shortly thereafter, Lin Kai summoned his subordinates to dispose of Lin Xianlong's corpse, while Zhou Luo and 3 alchemists were escorted back to their original quarters to commence the creation of detoxification pills. Meanwhile, the exterior of his dwelling was heavily guarded. As Lin Kai descended towards the pavilion at the mountain's base, he could not help but quicken his pace, stepping forward to softly inquire, "Elder 9, I fail to understand why we do not seize this opportunity to execute him." Lin Xianfeng continued walking with an air of indifference, slowly responding, "Why should we execute him? He has slain Lin Xianlong and may possess knowledge of that secret. Lin Kai lowered his voice. So why must we kill him? Lin Xianfeng retorted. Lin Kai stood bewildered, utterly unable to fathom the intentions of this enforcer. Lin Xianfeng did not elaborate further, merely issuing the command, "Preserve the body. I shall take it back to the family." Understood, Lin Kai replied. Upon reaching the pavilion at the mountain's foot, Lin Xianfeng entered Lin Tianfeng's chamber alone. What news? Lin Tianfeng, engrossed in an ancient tome, looked up at his visitor. Lin Xianlong is dead, Lin Xianfeng stated calmly. What? Lin Tianfeng's voice rose in surprise. Lin Xianfeng proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. After hearing this, Lin Tianfeng fell into deep contemplation. Was it Zhou Luo who poisoned him? He suddenly interjected. I do not know, but I believe it to be of little significance, Lin Xianfeng replied. Indeed, does he know the secret of the spirit mine? Upon posing this question, a serious expression crossed Lin Tianfeng's face, with a faint glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. I am uncertain, but I lean towards the notion that he remains unaware, Lin Xianfeng articulated. It is widely acknowledged that Lin Xianlong was aligned with the Grand Elder. Now that he is deceased, if Zhou Luo had truly defected entirely to the Grand Elder's side, it would have been improbable for him to sever his own hand at the spirit mine. Whether Zhou Luo acted with intent or inadvertently, Lin Xianlong's demise could illustrate that his allegiance was not as resolute as presumed. If his loyalty wavered, then why not attempt to win him over? After all, his alchemical talents are evident. Had he not sided with the Grand Elder, the family would not have contemplated murder. Lin Tianfeng grasped the implication but hesitated, saying, But what if he knows the secret of the spirit mine? Such a significant secret warrants a better safe than sorry approach. We still possess time to observe. Our focus should now be on the Grand Elder's stance, Lin Xianfeng replied calmly. Zhou Luo was destined to remain in the spiritual mine for nearly a month longer. Whether to sway him towards the main family or ascertain that he was unaware of the secret, ample time was at their disposal. The immediate task was to relay this matter back to the family, ensuring the Grand Elder was informed. After all, Lin Xianlong was indeed a man of the Grand Elder. With his death at the hands of Zhou Luo, doubt would inevitably arise in the Elder's mind, leading him to speculate whether Zhou Luo had already defected to the main family. Such conjecture would present them with an opportunity for recruitment. What if everything is orchestrated by the Grand Elder? Lin Tianfeng countered. The Grand Elder, known for his cunning, might have everything within his meticulous calculations. Thus, it was essential to observe the decisions he would make. A flicker of spiritual light danced in Lin Xuanfeng's profound and sharp gaze, suggesting he had already devised a subsequent plan. Consequently, Lin Tianfeng refrained from further commentary, for he held a firm belief in Lin Xuanfeng's capabilities. When it came to strategy and scheming, only the family had, and he stood a chance against the Grand Elder. Thus, they decided to put an end to the matter at this juncture. In Chapter 75, A Dual Approach, the act of killing Lin Xianlong was akin to a gamble for Zhou Luo. He was uncertain whether this would earn him the trust of the main family, ensuring they would not strike against him. This was the extent of his capabilities. At present, the priority was to resolve the timing of the poisoning incident. As for the potential repercussions regarding the poisoning of the family's formation master, Zhou Luo could not afford to dwell on that for the moment. Within the alchemy chamber, 3 alchemists observed Zhou Luo's skillful techniques with astonishment. Having spent decades at the first-tier mid-grade level, they believed they were not far from advancing to the upper grade and felt capable of matching Zhou Luo's proficiency. Yet, he seemed to have only recently entered the first-tier mid-grade realm. How was it that his methods resembled those of a seasoned master who had been refining elixirs for over a decade, so clean and precise, with an unparalleled mastery over the timing and essence of the concoctions? Furthermore, the finesse with which he melded the elixirs was beyond the capabilities of the 3 present. It was a task that demanded immense concentration. Remarkably, Zhou Luo exhibited no signs of fatigue after successfully refining the elixir. No wonder the 6th Elder had chosen him as his disciple. Such talent was indeed formidable. Zhou Luo's performance once again reshaped the 3 alchemists' perceptions of him. After successfully refining the detoxification pill, he entrusted it to Lin Kai's subordinate for administration to the poisoned individual. Seizing this moment, he elucidated the principles of the detoxification pill and the peculiarities of Lin Xianlong's condition. Why address this now? Because he had only recently crafted a plausible explanation. As he spoke, The words flowed effortlessly, a result of his prior contemplation. The three alchemists were left profoundly astonished. They had never anticipated Zhou Luo's extraordinary comprehension of alchemical matters. Truly, he was a genius in the field of alchemy. They were left entirely convinced by his prowess. At that moment, Lin Kai's subordinate returned with news. After consuming the detoxification pill, the poisoned individual had indeed returned to normalcy. Thus, three alchemists also engaged in the art of potion making. Simultaneously, two elders learned of Zhou Luo's success in concocting an antidote. What if all of this were indeed Zhou Luo's doing? Lin Tianfeng, seated in the grand chair, inquired with an air of nonchalance. To his left, Lin Xianfeng, clad in a dark robe, bore an impassive expression, responding coolly. Then he must possess considerable skills. A mere son-in-law stirring such significant waves would certainly cause even the elders to regard him with greater esteem. Yet, alas, it amounts to little more than that. With his meager cultivation, he remains beneath their notice. Take this letter and present it to the family head when the time comes. Lin Tianfeng's finger flicked, and a golden envelope gracefully ascended from the table, landing before Lin Xianfeng. Lin Xianfeng accepted it, casting a profound glance at his companion before remarking, "This appears to be our first collaboration, and it is centered around his son-in-law." His reference to collaboration pertained, of course, to their subsequent endeavors. As Lin Tianfeng was the overseer of the spiritual mind, he was tasked with observing Zhou Luo, probing to ascertain whether the latter was privy to the mind's secrets. Meanwhile, Lin Xianfeng aimed to sow discord between Zhou Luo and the Grand Elder, creating a rift between the two. A dual approach would prove most prudent. Lin Tianfeng smiled lightly. Let us not forget, he is still the Grand Elder's foremost disciple. Although Zhou Luo is an outsider, his status has never been insignificant. Both the Grand Elder and the Sixth Elder hold him in high regard, which is precisely why the family would not easily dispose of him. Were he anyone else, he might have met an untimely demise on the very first day at the spiritual mine under some obscure pretext. During dinner, the three alchemists had already departed. Zhou Luo, cradling the gentle creature Xiaobai, stroked its soft fur while contemplating his forthcoming plans. Judging by Lin Xuanfeng's earlier demeanor and the tranquility of the afternoon, it appeared his choices were indeed sound. Yet he felt as though he stood at the eye of a storm. Fortunately, during the day, Lin Xianlong had divulged certain details about the spiritual mind to him, including the distribution of guards and the internal layout of the mine. According to Lin Xianlong, there were 3 guard teams overseeing the entire facility, led by Lin Kai, Lin Hui, and Lin Shi. Lin Kai was responsible for the first and second levels. Lin Hui managed daily operations and ensured the safety of the loft, while Lin Shi was tasked with safeguarding the 3rd and 4th levels to prevent the discovery of secrets. Moreover, there existed an additional entrance to both the 2nd and 3rd levels, which explained why he had not seen anyone delivering food to the lower levels on the 1st floor. The 4th level was connected to the 3rd and had only one entrance, situated in a rather obscure location, making access exceedingly difficult. According to Lin Xianlong, should the family head wish to act against him, they would likely assign him to the 3rd level, for from that point onward, only the family's most loyal disciples could enter. It was there that a mining accident could be orchestrated, leading to his demise. Thus, as long as Zhou Luo remains in the bustling 1st level, he is unlikely to be targeted. Additionally, Lin Xianlong specifically informed him on how to contact the individuals within that realm, cautioning him that this was his only means of ensuring survival. While this information may not significantly aid Zhou Luo at present, it at least spares him from aimless wandering. Upon reflection, the intricate power struggle between the main family and the elder is exceedingly unpredictable, leading him unknowingly into a deadly trap. At that moment, Zhou Luo recalled Lin Xianlong's remark, "No wonder the elder sent you," followed by the inquiry, "You are not sent by the elder, are you?" These seemingly simple phrases altered Zhou Luo's perception of the benevolent elder. Gazing at the crimson phoenix soared beside his bed, he murmured, "Could it be that everything is orchestrated by the elder?" Yet, how could he have foreseen that he would go to such lengths to infiltrate the 2nd level? Zhou Luo found himself perplexed. However, he understood that had the elder disclosed these matters to him beforehand, his nature would have deterred him from undertaking such perilous endeavors. At this thought, Zhou Luo's eyes darkened. Perhaps the elder was fully aware of this, which is why he chose to compromise with the main family, permitting Zhou Luo's venture to the spirit mine while keeping him in the dark. Once he uncovered the secrets of the spirit mine, there would be no retreat. No wonder Lin Xianlong had divulged the specific circumstances of the spirit mine to him and urged him to make an effort to connect with the elder's associates. Perhaps, upon obtaining the secrets of the spirit mine, his survival would become a trivial matter. Zhou Luo's gaze turned icy. Initially, he had believed that the familial conflict would be relatively amicable, yet it now appeared that both sides were cunning foxes, willing to sacrifice others to achieve their ends. As the one marked for sacrifice, Zhou Luo could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Nevertheless, he recognized that this predicament was ultimately a consequence of his own inadequacy. If he possessed greater strength, how could he find himself in such a passive position? Chapter 76. The temptation. As Zhou Luo encountered more events, he increasingly recognized the significance of strength. Initially, he believed that with the long lifespan afforded by the system, he could simply bide his time until he ascended. However, it has become evident that some things cannot be obtained merely through desire. In the harsh world of cultivation, he must tread carefully, exhausting all his efforts to confront the dangers that lie ahead. The thought of this filled Zhou Luo with an overwhelming desire to distance himself from his family and seek a suitable place to establish his own lineage of longevity, where he could remain hidden until the very end. Of course, that time has not yet come. He must first acquire the means to do so. In contemplating the creation of a lineage, Zhou Luo considered the spiritual vein beneath his feet. If possible, it might serve as an excellent location. Regrettably, the journey ahead is long, and he is uncertain what unforeseen changes may arise along the way. While deep in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Rising to answer, he was greeted once more by a familiar face. Lin Shi, sporting a shaved head and holding a lunchbox, beamed at him. "I heard you concocted an antidote. It was merely luck. Where have you been?" Zhou Luo inquired after inviting him inside. According to Lin Shi, he had been dispatched to investigate a nearby location. Due to the considerable distance, the short-range sound transmission talismans were ineffective. He then recounted the events of the previous day when Lin Xianfeng conducted an inspection, confidently asserting that the latter had not detected his deception. Zhou Luo, however, refrained from revealing that it was clear to Lin Xianfeng from the outset. It appeared that Lin Xianfeng had sent Lin Shi away to avoid raising suspicion, intending to observe Zhou Luo's actions. Thus, Lin Shi had followed him all the way to Lin Xianlong's quarters. The arrival of Lin Shi at least confirmed one thing for Zhou Luo. The poisoning incident had likely passed, and now it was crucial to conceal his knowledge of the spiritual mind's secrets from the main family. "By the way, I heard you were responsible for the death of a formation master. What exactly happened?" Lin Shi cradled Xiao Bai in his arms, sitting across from him. "Alas, it was unintentional, merely an accident," Zhou Luo sighed, his expression pained. Lin Shi shook his head in response. "If the family discovers this, you might face severe consequences." "Is it that serious?" Zhou Luo feigned panic. "Who knows?" Lin Shi replied, shaking his head before leaning in to whisper, "Do you know what I discovered during my outing?" "What?" Zhou Luo asked, puzzled, as he held his bowl of food. "A new cave," Lin Shi exclaimed, his expression somewhat animated. "A cave?" Zhou Luo hesitated, setting down his bowl, contemplating whether it might be another entrance to the second layer. "Indeed, when I stood there, I felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, almost akin to the core area of our family's spiritual vein," Lin Shi said excitedly. Zhou Luo's heart raced at this revelation. Could it possibly be a second entrance to the fourth layer? "I had intended to investigate further, but the captain stopped me, declaring it a forbidden area." Lin Shi's face fell at this point, filled with regret. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Luo and inquired, "Where do you think that cave leads?" Zhou Luo shrugged, responding, "How would I know? Perhaps it was crafted by the Lu family earlier. There is certainly that possibility. How wonderful it would be to cultivate there." Lin Shi, lost in thought, suddenly set down his pet and moved his chair next to Zhou Luo. Observing this, Zhou Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He then heard Lin Shi whispering in his ear, "Why don't we go together? You think of a plan, and I will provide cover for you." Upon hearing this, a tumult of emotions surged within Zhou Luo. If it were indeed possible to cultivate near the spiritual vein, it would be immensely beneficial. To be honest, Zhou Luo felt a flicker of temptation. After all, he possessed a disguised talisman. It would not be impossible to masquerade as another guard. But wait, why did he assume I would have a plan? At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly jolted awake. He turned to Lin Shi, who was also looking at him. awaiting his response. Zhou Luo remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts. If the master had already deduced that he was the one who poisoned, he would certainly know that Zhou Luo had taken on Lin Shi's appearance. This, Lin Shi was likely unaware of. Yet, his sudden suggestion seemed as though he knew about the disguised talisman, as if he could escape. In an instant, a terrifying suspicion surfaced in Zhou Luo's mind. He was testing me. If I truly knew the secret of the 4th level, I would undoubtedly feel compelled to investigate. A chill ran down Zhou Luo's spine, and his heart trembled in fear. The master's trial had begun. He attempted to calm his racing heart and replied nonchalantly, "I don't think it's necessary. Cultivating here should be no different, and besides, I have to refine pills every day." Indeed, let it be. Lin Shi seemed to accept his reasoning and withdrew. Subsequently, Lin Shi posed more questions to Zhou Luo. Although these were merely mundane inquiries, with his heightened vigilance, Zhou Luo felt as though every word was a probe. The dinner concluded amidst this heightened tension, and once Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. He was unsure whether his suspicions were accurate, but he knew that if the master confirmed he was aware of the secret, his life would be forfeit. He dared not gamble. After leaving the room, Lin Shi, with the wooden box in hand, chose not to depart, but instead headed towards the opposite building. Inside, Lin Xianfeng sat quietly. Elder 9. Lin Shi respectfully bowed and recounted the details of the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfeng said, "You may go." Lin Shi obeyed and left. Lin Xianfeng, however, gazed at the doorway, his sharp hawk-like eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all barriers, resting upon the figure in the opposite room. Indeed, this was a test he had orchestrated. As it stood, it was uncertain whether the trial was a success or a failure, as he had not obtained the answers he sought. Did he truly remain oblivious to the secret of the spiritual, or? A contemplative expression surfaced on Lin Xuanfeng's shadowy visage before he rose and departed. This matter would henceforth be entrusted to the 4th elder. He had other familial responsibilities to attend to. The following morning, the quartet finally succeeded in concocting the required detoxifying elixir. After the individuals on the 2nd tier ingested it, they all experienced an unexpected recovery. With the poisoning incident resolved, Lin Xianfeng and his companions prepared to leave, accompanied by the lifeless body of Lin Xianlong. Although the poisoning affair had concluded, myriad challenges awaited these influential figures in the realm of power struggles. It remained uncertain what tumultuous waves would be stirred within the family upon learning of the demise of a 1st-tier superior formation master. Upon discovering Lin Xianfeng and his companion's departure, Zhou Luo did not let down his guard. Especially after Lin Shi's actions the previous night, he felt increasingly uneasy. Initially, he believed the other party to be different from the main family's members, yet it now appeared he had misjudged the situation. When faced with self-interest, all were alike. Chapter 77. Family Council upon the Flying Vessel. A certain alchemist suddenly recalled something and turned to his companions, saying, "It seems we did not retrieve the detoxification pills we crafted. Earlier, they had concocted over 100 antidotes, utilizing more than 20, leaving over 90 in Zhou Luo's possession." The other 2 alchemists exchanged glances, astonished. To think that all 90 antidotes belonged to the opposing party. If sold, they could fetch at least 100 spirit stones, if not more. Let it be, one of the alchemists remarked. With his potential, he might soon become a 2nd-tier alchemist. We shall consider this a fortunate connection. Initially, they had merely heard of Zhou Luo's talents, dismissing them with skepticism, yet witnessing his abilities firsthand had truly won their respect. In the fore, Lin Xianfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze flickering slightly upon hearing this. It appeared that this seemingly insignificant son-in-law was more intriguing than he had anticipated. If all of this were indeed his design, then his intellect and capabilities were commendable. Perhaps he could be nurtured effectively if allied. Contemplating this, he lowered his gaze upon the mountains and flora below, closing his eyes, choosing to disregard Zhou Luo for the moment, as there were far more pressing matters awaiting his attention. In the heart of the Lin family estate stood a solemn and enigmatic structure, a single-story edifice enveloped in radiant spiritual light. The walls, paved with azure bricks, were adorned with intricate patterns, through which a gentle flow of spiritual energy circulated, emanating an inexplicable aura of authority. Above the grand entrance hung a plaque forged from redwood, inscribed with the 3 characters of Council Hall. It was said that these characters were penned by the esteemed ancestor of foundational establishment, imbued with unparalleled power, causing ordinary chi practitioners to avert their gaze in fear. Within the hall, the walls were lined with portraits of the family patriarchs throughout the ages, the central figure being the venerable ancestor of the Lin family, whose expression radiated kindness and warmth. Even as merely a painting, no one dared to meet his gaze directly. Before the portrait stood a massive oval council table, hewn from a millennium-old dark jade stone, engraved with esoteric runes capable of isolating all matters, ensuring the confidentiality of discussions held upon it. On either side of the council table were 10 seats. The first 3 on both sides were adorned with gilded chairs, while the subsequent 2 were rather modestly crafted from rosewood. Directly at the front was the throne representing the family head, sculpted from spiritual wood and embellished with cloud patterns, and the red maple leaf symbolizing the Lin family, exquisite and resplendent. The backrest was further inlaid with several medium-grade spirit stones, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. At this moment, 6 individuals were already seated before the council table. According to tradition, the left side was honored, while the right side was deemed lesser in rank. Thus, the Grand Elder occupied the foremost position on the left, directly across from the second elder, who donned a cerulean robe, with the remaining elders arranged accordingly. The 6th elder, Lin Jishou, and the 4th elder, Lin Tianfang, who were still attending the Spirit Pill Conference, were absent, leaving only 7 elders present to deliberate on the matters recently conveyed from the spiritual mind. Seated in the prominent position on the left, the venerable elder leaned back in his chair, his countenance still radiating benevolence, showing no sign of emotional disturbance despite the loss of a disciple. Shortly thereafter, the family head, Lin Tianxiong, emerged from the side, his demeanor exuding an imposing aura of confidence and strength that rendered others hesitant to approach him. Behind him, the 9th elder, Lin Xianfeng, silently took his seat. This drew a deep glance from the corpulent middle-aged man across the table. Lin Tianxiong surveyed the 8 individuals present, and his authoritative voice resonated. Now that we are gathered, let us allow the 9th elder to recount the events that transpired. Except for the venerable elder, everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Tianfang. With a calm expression, Lin Tianfang began to narrate the events surrounding the spiritual mind. The reactions among the listeners varied. Some were astonished, others remained composed, while a few could not help but glance at the venerable elder. As the overseer of formations, every formation master in the family was under the elder's jurisdiction, and now that one had perished within the spiritual vein controlled by the main family, it was bound to incite a tumultuous storm. Is it confirmed that this incident was indeed orchestrated by Zhou Luo? Asked the middle-aged man beside Lin Xianfeng in a grave tone. His name was Lin Guanping, the 7th elder of the family and the head of the security hall. In contrast to Lin Xuanfeng's enforcement hall, the security hall primarily managed external affairs, ensuring the peace of Maple Leaf City and guarding against invasions. In terms of authority, it was somewhat superior to Lin Xuanfeng's. Although Lin Xianfeng meticulously recounted the events, the faction aligned with the elder could not assure its veracity. Who could say whether he was fabricating evidence to suppress them by framing Zhou Luo? After all, considering Zhou Luo's capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to slay a high-ranking first-tier formation master. In response to the inquiry, Lin Xianfeng produced a booklet from his robes. This contains Zhou Luo's statement. He then tossed the booklet onto the table. As it opened, a flicker of spiritual light illuminated the room, revealing Zhou Luo's figure within. Bathed in the glow, Zhou Luo, with a sorrowful expression, recounted the events, repeatedly emphasizing that it was all an accident and that he had not intended for it to occur. Listening to Zhou Luo's narrative, the elders aligned with the venerable elder wore solemn expressions. If Zhou Luo was indeed responsible, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed, their eyes furtively glancing towards the elder at the head of the table. The venerable elder remained unperturbed, not even glancing at the booklet. Humph. Why not simply bring him back to face punishment for the murder of an important family member? Spoke an elderly man clad in a gray robe, seated to the left of Lin Guanping. His white beard trembled as he spoke, his voice robust and filled with indignation. He was Lin Yan, the 5th elder, responsible for the family's refining endeavors, known for his fiery temperament and allegiance to the main family. 5th elder, while it is true that Zhou Luo did slay him, it was in the pursuit of saving another, interjected the 8th elder, seated diagonally across the table. Saving another? This was a high-ranking first-tier formation master, a product of the family's considerable investment of resources and effort. To perish in such an inexplicable manner, should we not impose retribution upon that son-in-law? Lin Yin declared sternly. The eighth elder ceased his discourse. Instead, the third elder spoke with a languid tone, stating that punishment was indeed warranted, but given that he had rescued others, his merits might outweigh his transgressions. Indeed, the purpose of convening all present today was to deliberate on the matter concerning Zhou Luo. The family head, Lin Tianxiong, sat at the forefront, his voice steady and resonant. After speaking, he turned to Lin Xianfeng and inquired about his perspective as the head of the law enforcement hall. Lin Xianfeng responded, stating that according to family regulations, Zhou Luo ought to pay for his offenses with his life. However, considering the circumstances and the fact that he had saved others, he believed this matter could be treated with leniency, which is why he had not brought Zhou Luo back. Upon hearing this, several elders displayed expressions of astonishment. Both factions, the family heads and the elders, found the situation somewhat incredulous. It was widely known that Zhou Luo had married the granddaughter of the elder, thus aligning him with the elder's faction, while Lin Xianfeng belonged to the main family faction. It was perplexing that he would advocate for Zhou Luo. Chapter 78. Punishment. No one anticipated that Lin Xianfeng would speak in defense of Zhou Luo. The fact that he had previously exited alongside the clan leader led some to speculate that this could be the leader's intention. Contemplating this, the assembly, initially eager to voice their opinions, fell into silence. How shall we handle this lightly? Lin Tianxiong inquired. Lin Xianfeng appeared to have already prepared his response. Speaking with a measured tone, he shall forfeit 3 years of salary, all privileges revoked for the same duration, and receive 20 lashes. The forfeiture of 3 years' salary signified that he would no longer receive any support from the family during that time. The privileges referred to included access to the spiritual vein for cultivation and discounts on purchases made during ordinary transactions. Furthermore, this implied that his family would once again have to relocate from Zhou Garden. Most significantly, the 20 lashes were no ordinary punishment. They were to be delivered with a thorny whip infused with spiritual energy. Given Zhou Luo's frail constitution, it was uncertain whether he could endure such a punishment. This penalty was neither excessively lenient nor overly harsh, especially considering the family had lost a first-tier superior formation master. The elders present remained silent, uncertain if this aligned with the clan leader's wishes. At that moment, the elder who had been silent thus far finally spoke. This matter is indeed excusable, but the punishment is excessively severe. If word of this spreads, who would dare undertake such experimental ventures in the future? His voice was calm, yet resonated with authority. Following his lead, the second elder added, I too believe this is unwarranted. After all, no one desires an accident to occur. Lin Xianfeng leaned back in his chair, his head bowed, remaining silent. The other elders aligned with the clan leader were preparing to counter, when Lin Tianxiong interjected, in that case, let the punishment be reduced to 5 years of salary forfeiture and 10 lashes. Though this seemingly prolonged the penalty, it eliminated the privilege revocation, rendering it not overly burdensome for an alchemist. Most importantly, the lashes were reduced from 20 to 10. Lin Tianxiong's words astonished the elders present. None had anticipated the clan leader would concede so swiftly. The elders affiliated with the main family exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to acquiesce. With a resolution reached, it was time for the law enforcement hall to implement the decision, and the other elders began to rise and depart. Upon exiting the council chamber, several elders hastily approached the senior elder without reservation. Elder Lin Guangping murmured, Senior elder, there is something amiss with this situation. The other elders nodded in agreement. It was evident that the main family intended to deal with this matter with leniency. However, Zhou Luo was clearly one of their own. The main family should have seized the opportunity to impose a harsh reprimand. Unless, of course, Zhou Luo had already aligned himself with the opposing faction. In response to this, the senior elder maintained a neutral expression, merely stating, Zhou Luo is a promising talent. Let us wait for his return to discuss further. Yet, before the elders could voice additional concerns, the senior elder's indifferent gaze silenced them. Leaning against the plaque at the entrance of the council chamber, Lin Xianfeng crossed his arms. His expression shadowed as he observed them. After a lengthy pause, clan leader Lin Tianxiong emerged from within. The senior elder truly possesses remarkable composure. Lin Xianfeng remarked pensively. According to his original design, once the main family spoke on Zhou Luo's behalf, it would easily arouse the suspicion of the Grand Elder regarding whether Zhou Luo had indeed aligned himself with the main family. If the poisoning and assassination of Lin Xianlong were not orchestrated by the Grand Elder, he would certainly not advocate for Zhou Luo. Yet, he did intervene, even when the main family had already begun to show favoritism towards Zhou Luo. Could it be that he truly orchestrated the entire affair? Lin Xianfeng could not yet see through it all, but the game was far from over. Even if the adversary had planned everything, he could still sow discord between the two parties. The family head, Lin Tianxiong, displayed no interest in this discourse, his expression impassive as he stated, "Tomorrow, I shall send Lin Shi and several others to pay a visit. If Zhou Luo cannot be won over, let Tian Fong show no mercy." Understood. Lin Xianfeng replied with a bow. As evening approached, Zhou Luo received the family's punishment. The outcome was somewhat unexpected, as it was rather lenient. This left him perplexed regarding the family's true stance. Based on his calculations, the main family and the Grand Elder should have been at odds over this matter, ultimately delivering a relatively severe punishment. Yet, it appeared that both sides had swiftly reached an agreement. Did the main family intend to court his allegiance? Zhou Luo found himself deep in thought. Joining the main family's faction might prove advantageous given his current predicament, and it would likely grant him access to the fourth tier. However, this would also mean a complete break with the Grand Elder's faction. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhou Luo was reluctant to take sides. His previous marriage to Lin Jinxian had been unavoidable, and maintaining a neutral stance now seemed the best path for survival. Zhou Luo, this is the elixir you are to concoct over the next couple of days. Before long, Lin Shi entered with a food container. Since the previous incident, Zhou Luo had developed a profound wariness of this seemingly familiar figure. In this place, the only person he could trust was himself. Even the individual Lin Xianlong had urged him to contact was not to be trusted. During their meal, Zhou Luo inquired about the matter of the whipping punishment. Generally, those who defied the family faced the lash, and since a specially crafted spiritual whip was employed, each strike was powerful enough to inflict severe injuries, even to cultivators. 10 lashes, though not excessive, would likely confine one to bed for at least 4 or 5 days. Zhou Luo, however, felt no concern. He had already completed the first stage of the giant bear body refinement technique, rendering his physique extraordinarily resilient. He could withstand attacks from those below the 5th level of Qi refinement. A mere 10 lashes posed little threat. The following day, a flying vessel descended before the pavilion at the base of the mountain. A group of young men and women disembarked, curiously surveying their surroundings before being led away, entering the depths of the spiritual mine through another route, leaving only a young woman behind. The young woman possessed an exquisite beauty. Her lustrous black hair elegantly styled with a jade hairpin, with tendrils of hair cascading gracefully down either side. Delicate star-shaped earrings adorned her soft pink earlobes, and beneath her finely arched willow leaf brows lay a pair of clear, vibrant eyes. She was none other than Miss Lin Shi, the 5th young lady whom Zhou Luo had encountered at the banquet. Today, she donned a flowing white gown, draped with a sheer brown veil that shimmered subtly in the sunlight. The slightly open neckline revealed her slender collarbone, while the loose sleeves fluttered gently with her movements. Reminiscent of a celestial being, Lin Shi ascended to the loft, making her way to the 2nd floor. Upon pushing open the door, she was greeted by the sight of Elder Lin Tianfong. With a respectful inclination of her body, she greeted him, 4th granduncle. Lin Tianfong, the brother of Lin Tianxiong, was addressed as such due to his position as the 4th in line, and as the granddaughter of Lin Tianxiong, Lin Shi naturally honored him with this title. Lin Tianfong regarded her with a benevolent smile, bidding her to take a seat. "There are certain matters that require your attention." "As you wish, 4th granduncle." Lin Shi replied with a courteous nod. Chapter 79. A resilient body, a new day held little distinction for Zhou Luo. Although the family's punishment had been enacted, marking the cessation of his prior poisoning ordeal, the weight of the secrets surrounding the spiritual mine and the family rivalries pressed heavily upon him, leaving him breathless and deprived of restful sleep for several days. Fortunately, as a top-tier first-level alchemist, he found solace, for under such circumstances, meeting the alchemical demands of the spiritual mine would have been daunting otherwise. The only comfort came from the fact that training here was vastly superior to that within the confines of the family. thanks to the presence of a small spiritual vein. He could distinctly sense his strength advancing rapidly. Since he was unable to leave, he resolved to quiet his mind and devote himself to rigorous practice. After all, remaining indoors all day was preferable to a sudden demise. Yet, how could one maintain tranquility when engulfed in a storm? As Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, the door was rapped upon once more. Who might arrive at this hour, well before mealtime? A sense of caution arose within him as he opened the door, revealing the ethereal visage of Lin Shi. For a moment, he was struck dumb, taken aback by her beauty. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. "Miss Five, what brings you here?" Zhou Luo instinctively inquired, only to suddenly recall Lin Xianlong's words, that the fourth level was designated for the core disciples of the main family to cultivate. Given her status as a direct descendant of the head of the family, it was likely she was here to train. But why would she seek him out specifically? Could this be a test from the main house? With that thought, Zhou Luo felt a shiver run through him, prompting a sense of wariness. "This time, I shall administer the punishment," Lin Shi said with a gentle smile. Only then did Zhou Luo remember the family's disciplinary measures. However, why was it Lin Shi who had come? Though puzzled, he respectfully bowed and replied, "I would appreciate it if Miss Five would be gentle. My grandfather sent me here, so I shall not be too harsh," Lin Shi responded, her gaze drifting towards the room. "Will you not invite me in?" Zhou Luo quickly stepped aside. "It is an honor to have you visit my humble abode." With a smile gracing her lips, Lin Shi glided into the room. Upon entering, her attention was immediately drawn to the Snow Mountain spirit cat lounging on the bed. "You even have a little cat?" Lin Shi exclaimed with delight, hastening over to scoop up the small white creature. The sleepy cat, initially startled, was poised to resist, but upon receiving Zhou Luo's command, it instantly transformed into a docile companion, allowing Lin Shi to cradle it in her arms. "What a beautiful little cat," she cooed, gently stroking its soft fur. "Out of boredom, I brought this little one along to pass the time," Zhou Luo said as he prepared a cup of spiritual tea for her. Lin Shi settled down, her gaze fixed on the small white cat, her eyes sparkling with joy. "When I was young, I too had a little cat, quite similar to this one, though unfortunately, it later went missing." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Luo's eyes. Could it be that those from the main house shared a fondness for cats? Perhaps this was fate intertwining their paths. Zhou Luo sat across from Lin Shi, gazing at her pure and graceful demeanor. "Perhaps, but that little cat is slightly larger than this one," Lin Shi replied. Zhou Luo smiled silently, while Lin Shi gently stroked the small white cat, raising her gaze to him, her clear eyes reflecting his figure. "I never expected you to be so daring to poison the elder." Her seemingly sweet voice, however, struck Zhou Luo like thunder, causing his heart to tremble. His expression turned anxious, and he sprang up abruptly, his voice quivering as he said, "Fifth miss. This was merely an accident." Lin Shi smiled indifferently. "Do not be nervous. This matter is already settled." Zhou Luo appeared relieved, yet his mind was filled with doubts. Initially, this fifth miss had claimed to dislike familial conflicts, yet it seemed she had become embroiled in them. This realization made Zhou Luo aware that the family's probing was far from over. "Regardless of whether you intended to or not, it is of little consequence," Lin Shi continued, rubbing the cat's head. "You must be aware of the secret of the spiritual mind, correct?" "What secret?" Zhou Luo asked, his expression one of confusion. Lin Shi lifted her clear gaze to him, a smile gracing her lips. "If you marry me, I shall reveal this secret." "Fifth miss you." Zhou Luo's complexion paled, astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated that this pure and elegant beauty before him would be so forthright. Was she attempting to draw me into the main family? Or was she merely testing me? Zhou Luo's mind raced. At that moment, Lin Shi covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Look at how frightened you are. I was merely teasing you." Zhou Luo managed a wry smile. "Fifth miss. You genuinely startled me. Very well, prepare for your punishment." Lin Shi shook her head slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. "Here?" Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. "What? Do you wish for everyone to witness your beaten state?" Lin Shi replied with a laugh. Zhou Luo quickly shook his head. "To the bed," Lin Shi instructed. Zhou Luo obediently approached the bedside and lay down. Lin Shi retrieved a round object and placed it on the table. Zhou Luo recognized it. Earlier, Lin Xianfeng had used it when he asked Zhou Luo to recount matters regarding Lin Xianlong. It was a device designed to record images. Subsequently, Lin Shi set down the small white cat, and produced the thorny spiritual whip intended for punishment from her storage bag. This whip, crafted from resilient thorns, was covered in sharp, tiny spikes, as lethal as swords. A regular person might perish with a single lash, and even an ordinary chi practitioner, with the aid of spiritual energy, could withstand at most a dozen strikes. Nevertheless, they would still suffer excruciating pain and injury. With the thorny whip in hand, Lin Shi approached the bed with a serious expression, her slender right hand shimmering with spiritual energy, exuding an aura reminiscent of a mischievous imp. "It begins," Lin Shi announced, raising the thorny whip and delivering a strike to Zhou Luo's back. The surface of the whip glimmered with spiritual light as it sliced through the air, producing a crisp sound. Zhou Luo stood utterly motionless, his body devoid of any shimmering, ethereal aura. With a resounding crack, the thorn whip struck his garment. Yet he remained unscathed. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You are still wearing a protective robe?" Zhou Luo turned his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It was given to me by the Grand Elder." "Take it off," Lin Shi commanded assertively, clutching the thorn whip. Reluctantly, Zhou Luo complied, shedding the robe until he was left in a simple white shirt. Lin Shi continued her onslaught, the whip descending once more. This time, the thorn whip effortlessly shredded the white shirt, crashing against Zhou Luo's broad back. Still, he emerged unscathed, not even a trace of blood marring his skin. "How is your physical body so resilient?" Lin Shi inquired, astonished. "Earlier, while at home, I had some spare time to refine my body," Zhou Luo replied candidly. Lin Shi pressed her lips together, unleashing a flurry of strikes. With each lash, the white shirt was reduced to tatters, yet Zhou Luo's lightly glowing back remained untouched. Sensing that it was sufficient, Zhou Luo ceased employing the bare refinement technique. With a resounding crack, the seventh strike landed, a surge of pain coursing through him. Devoid of the technique's aid, a faint trace of blood finally appeared on his back. However, the wound was shallow, and the pain was mild. Even without the technique, his physique remained formidable. Observing this, Lin Shi remained unfazed, continuing to administer punishment with a measured force. Meanwhile, a circular object on the table shimmered, recording the entire event. Chapter 80 Reunion with an old friend. The 10 lashes did not persist for long, and since Lin Shi did not take it seriously, they merely left a few traces of blood on Zhou Luo's back, serving as a form of compliance. Zhou Luo rose, tearing off his white shirt to reveal his upper body. After undergoing the tempering of the Great Bare Body refinement technique, Zhou Luo's physique was markedly different from that of ordinary Qi refinement practitioners, boasting distinct muscle lines and a clear outline, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shi's beautiful eyes glimmered, not betraying any embarrassment, but rather displaying a sense of admiration. "Your physique is quite impressive," she remarked with a smile. Zhou Luo shrugged, retrieving a new white shirt from the side to change into, followed by donning a purple-gold robe. During this time, the bloodstains on his back gradually healed with the assistance of spiritual energy. Lin Shi tucked away the circular object, leaving behind a sound transmission talisman. Casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Luo, "I will be staying here for a few days. I have not deceived you regarding my earlier words, so think it over carefully." With that, she turned and exited the room. Zhou Luo fastened the buttons of his robe and fixed his gaze on the sound transmission talisman resting on the table. Shaking his head slightly, it appeared that the main family had resorted to the beauty trap to win him over. The fifth young lady of the family, should he become her husband, it might prove immensely beneficial for him. Yet, the Grand Elder remained lurking in the shadows, watching with keen interest. Being undecided was quite advantageous. At least, with no clear victor emerging, he could live in relative safety, even if a decisive outcome were to arise. Showcasing a hint of alchemy talent would undoubtedly prevent the family from wishing him harm. With the punishment concluded, Zhou Luo commenced his daily meditation and cultivation, casually discarding the sound transmission talisman to the side. Upon leaving the first floor, Lin Shi arrived at the pavilion at the foot of the mountain and recounted the earlier events to Lin Tianfang. Though she abhorred family conflicts, as a direct descendant of the clan, there were certain matters she could not evade. Her declaration about Zhou Luo marrying her was indeed no falsehood. If Zhou Luo were willing, the main family would undoubtedly arrange the marriage. After all, compared to her more talented sister, aside from her elevated status, she possessed little else in terms of advantage. Even without the intention of winning over Zhou Luo, She could be used to entice other young scions of the family. After listening to Lin Shi's account, Lin Tianfeng said nothing, merely instructing her to proceed to the 4th floor for cultivation, advising her to disregard other matters. For Zhou Luo, Lin Shi's situation was merely a fleeting interlude. The ensuing days were rather tranquil. Aside from Lin Shi occasionally coming to play with the cat, no one else paid him a visit. It seemed the family's probing had also ceased. However, 7 days later, Lin Shi brought surprising news. He was moving to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was more heavily guarded and far safer than the first, especially following the previous incident, where the security force had doubled. The kitchen had even been relocated to the 2nd floor to prevent any potential poisoning. Originally, individuals like alchemists, who were prioritized by the family, were expected to reside on the 2nd floor. However, in order to prevent Zhou Luo from coming into contact with Lin Xianlong and the other formation masters upon his arrival, the main family used the excuse of relocating him to the 1st level. Now, as the family has instructed him to move to the 2nd level, it seems they are no longer concerned about his interactions with the elders people. After all, there is still a formation master on the 2nd level. Yet, Zhou Luo is acutely aware that this may be a countermeasure from the main family. Although the 2nd level is safer than the 1st, it remains firmly under the family's control. The multitude of eyes present means that no one can ascertain whether the elders people are among them, making isolation a prudent strategy, especially in light of uncertainty regarding his knowledge of any secrets. Furthermore, it allows for observation of whether he engages with the other formation master. Zhou Luo finds himself unable to refuse such circumstances. After gathering his belongings and cradling Little White, he ascends to the 2nd level. Upon entering this familiar environment, he is overwhelmed with emotion. Previously, he had meticulously devised plans to arrive here, ultimately finding himself in dire straits. To his astonishment, he is now settled in with such ease. His appearance draws the attention of others on the 2nd level, with figures stepping forward to scrutinize him. After all, his prior act of killing Lin Xianlong had stirred quite the uproar. Whether intentionally or not, everyone is curious about this son-in-law. Captain Lin Kai stands nearby, his icy gaze fixated on Zhou Luo, his expression impassive. Guided by Lin Shi, Zhou Luo locates his new quarters. This room, situated in the far northern corner of the 2nd level, is considerably larger than those on the 1st. While tidying up, Lin Shi casually mentions that he has heard the family is dispatching a new formation master. With only one formation master remaining at the spirit mine, it is only natural that they would send someone to ensure its operations continue smoothly. However, Zhou Luo can't help but ponder the family's stance regarding the elders people. Can they truly be at ease with him engaging with them? Or is this merely a trial for him? Zhou Luo remains uncertain, but he resolves to isolate himself in his room for the remaining 20 days, avoiding contact with anyone. If, when the time is up, the family still refuses to release him, he will seek a way to connect with the person Lin Xianlong had mentioned, in hopes of negotiating with the elder for his escape, or perhaps aligning himself with the main family. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of choosing sides. Perhaps during this time, other opportunities may arise. Yet, Zhou Luo, who had intended to avoid all interactions, never anticipated that 2 days later, he would encounter an old acquaintance at the spirit mine. At the entrance of his room, he watches as 2 individuals descend from the 1st level. His gaze fixated on one of them, a young man with a severed arm, his expression one of shock. How did he arrive here? Zhou Luo is taken aback to find Su Changsheng before him. Su Changsheng, in a strict sense, is Zhou Luo's first friend. Both were among the first group of sons-in-law deceived by the Lin family, forming a bond in adversity. Yet, many circumstances have rendered them powerless. Thus, Zhou Luo could only watch helplessly as Su Changsheng was dispatched to the spirit mine. Later, he learned that all the other sons-in-law from the same batch had perished. While Su Changsheng had been fortunate enough to be discovered for his innate talent in formations, becoming a disciple of a certain formation master, Zhou Luo had once contemplated the possibility of meeting him again one day, yet he never anticipated it would be in this very place. Presently, Su Changsheng still donned his azure robe, although the once youthful features of his countenance bore a hint of weariness. He followed an elderly man with a demeanor of utmost respect and humility. Zhou Luo gazed intently at the two, pondering whether this was arranged by the Grand Elder. In that moment, he decisively turned and retreated into his room. However, while he wished to hide, others had different intentions. On the afternoon of his arrival at the second level of the spirit mine, Su Changxing took the initiative to knock on Zhou Luo's door. Zhou Luo opened the door, gazing at his former friend with a bittersweet smile. "You seem rather unhappy to see me," Su Changxing remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "How could one not feel joy at the reunion of old friends?" Zhou Luo replied, offering a faint smile in return. Chapter 81. Su Changxing's choice. While Zhou Luo undoubtedly felt joy, it was overshadowed by a profound sense of apprehension. At such a critical juncture, Su Changxing's presence loomed over him like a death knell. Zhou Luo could almost envision countless pairs of eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows. However, there was little he could do. With others coming to his door, he could hardly continue to act like a timid turtle. Moreover, Su Changxing was likely oblivious to the secrets of the spirit mine. The head of the family probably wished to ascertain whether he had truly sided with the Grand Elder by facilitating this meeting. Thus, Zhou Luo welcomed Su Changxing into his abode. After they settled, Su Changxing surveyed the room and remarked with a faint smile, "Your quarters are even larger than those my master and I occupy. What brings you here?" Zhou Luo, pouring a cup of spirit tea, inquired further. He soon learned from Su Changxing that the family had specifically dispatched his master to this location, and as his disciple, he naturally had to accompany him. Was this arranged by the Grand Elder? Zhou Luo probed cautiously. "I am unaware. My master does not divulge such matters to me." Su Changxing responded with a hint of bitterness. Though he was the disciple of the other, he remained an outsider with a lowly status. Were it not for his aptitude in formations, he might have already been cast aside by the family. Zhou Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Having feared that Su Changxing was sent by the Grand Elder to uncover his secrets, especially since he was uncertain about the lingering sentiments regarding Lin Xianlong's demise. Yet, was this situation not a touch too coincidental? The two continued their conversation, sharing their respective experiences. In stark contrast to Zhou Luo's smooth sailing, Su Changxing's journey had been fraught with peril, particularly when discussing other son-in-laws, a shadow of sorrow clearly crossing his face. "What about your wife and child?" Zhou Luo inquired. "My master said that once I become a first-tier mid-grade formation master, I will be able to return home," Su Changxing replied. "That is well. Should I return to the family, I will look out for you." Zhou Luo nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Su Changxing rose and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. It is but a small matter. I too am uncertain if I can leave." Zhou Luo gestured for him to sit, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Why do you say that? Are you not to enter the Immortal sect for studies in 20 days? Su Changxing remarked, his face alight with envy. The Immortal sect, vastly more profound than the Changxing clan, would surely propel him to great heights if he could study there. Zhou Luo offered no explanation, simply stating, "The world is unpredictable." Su Changxing did not press further. After their conversation drew to a close, Su Changxing rose to take his leave. Before departing, Zhou Luo could not help but inquire about his severed arm. "Now that you are a formation master, does the family not wish to aid you in healing your injury? With sufficient spiritual energy and the right materials, it should be quite feasible to restore the arm of a qi refining practitioner." At this, Su Changxing paused, a flicker of melancholy crossing his gaze as he replied with a rueful smile, "Perhaps once I become a first-tier mid-grade master, the family will offer assistance." Upon finishing his words, he turned and departed. Zhou Luo, with a complex expression, gazed at the old friend, shook his head, and closed the door. Meanwhile, Lin Kai silently observed the scene, and after confirming that Zhou Luo had entered the house, he swiftly approached and intercepted Su Changxing. With an indifferent demeanor, he fixed his gaze upon Su, his voice frigid. "Reveal to me everything you discussed just now." Inside the room, Zhou Luo cradled the small white creature, lost in contemplation. The arrival of Su Changxing was somewhat unexpected, although he wished to regard it as mere coincidence. In such a tense atmosphere, every detail warranted caution. From their earlier conversation, it appeared that Su genuinely remained unaware of the underlying truths, leaving Zhou Luo uncertain of Su's true affiliations. Logically, as a formation master, he should be aligned with the Grand Elder. However, this was the main family's spiritual mind. Arranging for him to be placed here without the family's consent was surely impossible. Furthermore, given Su Changxing's status, it was plausible that the main family had coerced him to test Zhou Luo. For a moment, Zhou Luo found himself perplexed by the motives of these influential figures. Why must their attention be fixated upon him? Was it solely because he was a disciple of Lin Jishou, potentially destined to become an elder of the family in the future? On the other side, Su Changsheng was detailing his conversation with Zhou Luo to Lin Kai. After meticulously recording the exchange, Lin Kai permitted him to return. Exiting the house, Su Changsheng cast a glance at the rock above, his once bright eyes now veiled in a shadow of gloom. He sighed and returned to his quarters. Within, an elderly man sat cross-legged on a mat, engaged in meditation. "Master," Su Changsheng bowed respectfully. "Did you speak with that young man?" the elder inquired, his eyes opening with a grave tone. Su Changsheng shook his head. "He does not seem to trust me very much. I wish to wait a while longer before probing further." "Remember the Grand Elder's instructions," the elder replied, closing his eyes once more. Silently, Su Changsheng approached the table, observing the formation disc, and began to manipulate its design. Indeed, he and his master had been sent by the Grand Elder. The objective was to ascertain whether Zhou Luo was aware of the secret. If he was, they must find a way to extract it from him. If he was not, it was imperative to maintain contact, allowing the main family's members to witness the Grand Elder's continued trust in him. This was also the rationale behind Su Changsheng's selection for this task. Contemplating this, Su Changsheng could not help but glance at his master, who meditated with closed eyes, a strange glimmer surfacing in his own. Beyond the Grand Elder's mission, Su harbored another secret. He was, in fact, affiliated with the main family. Thanks to their assistance, he had the fortune to become a formation master and arrive here. Naturally, knowledge of such matters was exceedingly rare. Even Lin Kai was oblivious. The main family's directive for him was to test whether Zhou Luo was privy to that secret and to attempt to sow discord between him and the Grand Elder. Frankly, Su Changsheng had not anticipated Zhou Luo's significance to the family's prominent figures. In a fleeting moment, he found himself somewhat envious of the other party. However, for him, whether it be the Grand Elder or the main family, he could not afford to offend either. When the tasks assigned by both factions clashed, he would inevitably have to make a choice. Su Changsheng was not Zhou Luo. He lacked the confidence that came with unwavering support. Should he waver, he could easily be discarded by both sides. He had to make a decision, and this choice was not particularly arduous. He could only side with the main family, for they had promised that upon the completion of this matter, they would heal his severed arm. In the days that followed, Su Changsheng would frequently visit Zhou Luo. Though termed as visits, they were, in reality, subtle attempts at probing through conversation. Su Changsheng approached this exploration with utmost caution, fully aware of Zhou Luo's temperament. Any overt indication would undoubtedly be detected. Consequently, his progress was painstakingly slow, which incited the displeasure of his master. "What exactly are you doing?" his master, Lin Guangjing, exclaimed sternly within the confines of the room. Su Changsheng bowed his head in silence, too intimidated to respond. "Within 3 days, you must extract a conclusion," Lin Guangjing declared, his gaze piercing as he issued an ultimatum. Chapter 82. We are close friends. It is entirely reasonable for Lin Guangjing to be enraged. He is acutely aware of his predicament. The longer he remains in this new spiritual mine, the more elusive his chance of escape becomes. When the Grand Elder initially tasked him with this mission, he assured Lin that a means of departure would be arranged upon its completion. However, with no progress being made, the passage of time only exacerbates his anxiety. The mere thought of his old friend's fate sends a shiver down Lin Guangjing's spine. Sitting on a wooden chair, his somewhat murky eyes fixated on Su Changsheng, his expression turned ashen. "Master, I will expedite my efforts," Su Changsheng said cautiously. "Humph, should you fail, you shall never leave this place," Lin Guangjing replied sternly. Upon hearing this thinly veiled threat, Su Changsheng dared not harbor any resentment and could only respond with increased deference. Observing Su's lack of further action, Lin Guangjing commanded, "Why are you still here? Depart at once." Su Changsheng hurriedly bowed and exited. Once outside, he inhaled deeply, casting a glance towards Zhou Luo's dwelling, his face marred by conflict. Ultimately, he made his way over. "Come in," came Zhou Luo's voice from within. Su Changsheng pushed the door open and entered, finding his friend engrossed in alchemy. "I apologize for interrupting once more," he said with an apologetic tone. Zhou Luo remained silent, diligently completing the final steps of his potion crafting. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, signaling the successful creation of the elixir. Beneath the furnace lay several first-tier mid-grade pills, which he carefully stored in a jade vial before pouring a cup of spirit tea for Su Chongxing. Has your master driven you out again? Zhou Luo inquired, taking a seat. In their recent conversations, Zhou Luo had come to understand that although Su Chongxing had been taken under the wing of a formation master to preserve his life, the master possessed a fiery temper and held exceedingly strict expectations. Any slight deviation from his desires would result in scolding, treating Su more like a servant than a disciple. Zhou Luo had been astonished upon learning of this, for he believed that Su Chongxing, with his talent for formations, deserved to be nurtured by his family. However, he soon recognized that not everyone is as fortunate as his own master, nor does everyone possess extraordinary talent. Ultimately, Su Chongxing's aptitude for formations was merely slightly above average, far from that of a true genius. Moreover, his initiation as a disciple was orchestrated by the family's influence. Su Chongxing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I must have amused you, Brother Zhou." Zhou Luo gently shook his head and placed a reassuring hand on Su's shoulder. "We are the last two remaining from that initial group. There is no need for such formality between us." Hearing this, a wave of warmth surged through Su Chongxing's heart. He nodded earnestly and reflected, "In these times, finding a confidant is indeed rare. Do you truly consider me a close friend, Brother Su?" Zhou Luo asked, a hint of surprise etched on his face. Su Chongxing smiled and replied, "Certainly. From the very beginning, I sensed that you were extraordinary and worthy of deep friendship. After all, we are not so different. We are both outsiders to our families. Indeed, we are ultimately outsiders." Zhou Luo's gaze darkened slightly, intentionally emphasizing the term outsiders. Before Su Chongxing could respond, he shifted the conversation, looking earnestly at his companion and solemnly stating, "Since you, Su, are so sincere, I have a question to pose to you." Taken aback by Zhou's sudden seriousness, Su straightened his posture and inquired, "What is it, Zhou?" Zhou Luo fixed his eyes upon Su's face and asked, "What brings you here?" "Really?" Su Chongxing's expression faltered, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. He managed a strained smile and replied, "Zhou, I have always followed my master. I truly do not know why I have come here." "Is that so?" Zhou Luo retorted, his tone calm rather than angry. "In recent days, you have been visiting me frequently to chat. Although our conversations revolve around mundane matters or past events, resembling the pleasantries exchanged between friends. Do you not think you have been a tad too frequent? Su, while we share a friendship, we have not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Moreover, how could your master possibly tolerate your constant visits here?" Zhou Luo's words, though softly spoken, struck Su Chongxing like thunder. "My master believes that understanding formations requires insight. And besides, we do not have much to occupy our time," Su explained. However, Zhou Luo continued, "You must realize that this place, rich in spiritual energy, is an exceptional site for cultivation. From what I know of you, unless there is a specific purpose, you would not squander your time in such a manner." Zhou Luo's star-like eyes seemed to pierce through Su Chongxing, as if seeking to unveil all his secrets. In recent days, Zhou Luo had pondered extensively and ultimately concluded that Su was indeed harboring something amiss, though the nature of his intentions remained unclear. By broaching this topic, Zhou hoped to encourage Su to open up. Thus, after articulating his thoughts, Zhou added with a profound undertone, "Su, you must understand that we are the true outsiders." Su Chongxing's body jolted, revealing a complex array of emotions. Unable to meet Zhou Luo's gaze, he lowered his head, enveloped in silence. Zhou Luo persisted, "Su, I am aware that you must have your reasons for withholding the truth. Therefore, I shall not pressure you. However, my willingness to engage in this conversation signifies that I genuinely consider you a friend." The sincerity of Zhou's words stirred something within Su Chongxing. With a sigh, he confessed, "Zhou, I am also compelled by circumstances. I understand that we are alike, both striving for survival. Thus, I do not wish for you to divulge everything. At the very least, I would like to know which side you belong to," Zhou Luo stated. Su Chongxing pressed his lips together, his expression torn. He hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the truth to Zhou Luo. Yet, he feared that if he remained silent, he might never see Zhou again after today, which would hinder the arrangements between their factions. With that thought, Su Chongxing took a deep breath, raised his gaze towards Zhou Luo, and, as if having made a momentous decision, earnestly declared, "Zhou, everything is indeed orchestrated by the Grand Elder." Having spoken, He conveyed the matters entrusted by the Grand Elder to the other party with complete transparency. Zhou Luo sat quietly, listening intently, his gaze growing ever more profound. Indeed, there was a shadow of the Grand Elder behind his arrival at the spirit mine. At present, Su Chongqing's arrival was solely to ascertain whether he was privy to the secrets of the spirit mine. Brother Zhou, I am merely a pawn in the hands of the powerful. I hope you do not hold it against me, Su Chongqing earnestly stated as he rose. Brother Su, I can comprehend your position, Zhou Luo replied, inviting him to sit once more. After settling down, Su Chongqing shook his head, expressing, I truly did not expect you, Brother Zhou, to hold me in such high regard. Had I known earlier, I would have shared these matters with you sooner. It is not too late to discuss them now. Zhou Luo felt no anger at the other's concealment. Had he been in the same situation, he would have acted likewise. Su Chongqing nodded and leaned closer to Zhou Luo, lowering his voice. However, Brother Zhou, the Grand Elder has assured me that as long as you disclose the secret of the spirit mine, he will ensure our safe departure from here. He will not pursue the matter of that formation master's death, and at that time, we will both be prioritized for cultivation by the family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Brother Su, is there truly a secret to the spirit mine? The Grand Elder mentioned you were aware of it. Su Chongqing's expression mirrored his surprise. I am not aware, Zhou Luo replied, his face marked by helplessness. But he said that the formation master must have revealed it to you before choosing to take his own life to protect you. Su Chongqing continued. That is not the case. Zhou Luo displayed a bewildered expression, followed by a bitter confession. At that time, I was truly testing a potion for that esteemed elder. Who could have anticipated such an incident? Throughout the ordeal, that elder was incapacitated by poison and could not possibly have divulged any secrets to me. Chapter 83. The intricate scheme. Zhou Luo's words momentarily perplexed Su Chongqing, who inquired with curiosity, so, did the Grand Elder make an error? I cannot fathom the Grand Elder's thoughts, but had I known the secret of the spiritual mine, I would certainly have shared it with you, Zhou Luo replied, lifting his jade teacup to drain the spirit tea, adding with a hint of frustration, I have long desired to leave this accursed place. Su Chongqing nodded in agreement and asked, so, Brother Zhou, you were aware of the familial strife all along? Alas, I had no other choice, Zhou Luo lamented, then divulged the reasons for his involvement in the conflict. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his gaze now imbued with admiration. I had no idea your fortunes were so fortuitous, Brother Zhou. I may find myself relying on you in the future. Whether I can survive remains uncertain. Zhou Luo shrugged nonchalantly. You certainly will. At least both sides still harbor goodwill towards you, Su Chongqing instinctively reassured him. Zhou Luo's eyes darkened as he contemplated the implications. Indeed, Su Chongqing was not merely aligned with the Grand Elder, but likely had ties to the main family as well. It was possible that he stood with the main family, and his earlier mention of the secrets yielding a series of benefits was, in truth, a probe. After all, how could he be aware of the main family's goodwill towards him? Zhou Luo had long harbored doubts about this matter, and now he was merely further convinced. He feigned indifference and smiled. Brother Su, you have already made headway in the art of formations. It remains to be seen who will rely on whom. I have merely scratched the surface. The formations of the spiritual mine are maintained by my master, Su Chongqing replied, shaking his head. At this, Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes and tentatively asked, there must be numerous formations here, correct? Indeed, and they are far more exquisite than any I have encountered before. Su Chongqing responded promptly. Previously, while at another spiritual mine, he had studied its formations and even participated in their construction. However, upon arriving here, he discovered that he could not comprehend most of the formations, as they predominantly focused on shielding and isolation. Such formations are significantly more challenging to construct and control than ordinary defensive arrays. Zhou Luo seized the opportunity to inquire about various aspects of formation knowledge. Perhaps to assert his position, Su Chongqing divulged all he knew. Afterward, Zhou Luo could not help but reflect on the profound intricacies of formation arts. He recognized that mastering these techniques would render the main family powerless to prevent him from transmitting information. Had he possessed such skills earlier, he might not have risked entering the second layer, which subsequently led to a series of perilous events. The two then engaged in a discussion regarding their perspectives on the family and their individual circumstances, emphasizing the need for mutual assistance and which side to choose. What struck Zhou Luo was that, despite Su Chongqing's verbal commendations of the Grand Elder, there lingered an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in his words. This undoubtedly further substantiates Zhou Luo's conjecture. This individual is certainly aligned with the main family, contemplating how to create a rift between himself and the Grand Elder. However, these matters do not concern him. After Su Chongqing's departure, Zhou Luo cradled the small white creature in his arms, stroking its soft fur, and murmured to himself, "Indeed, the human heart is inscrutable. Every step must be taken with caution." Meanwhile, after Su Chongqing left, he did not return to his quarters, but instead sought out Lin Kai, who had been observing him from the shadows. Lin Kai had intended to question him as usual, but when Su Chongqing produced the token representing the head of the family, he was left utterly speechless. "I wish to see the fourth elder," Su Chongqing declared earnestly. Lin Kai regained his composure, refraining from further comment, and led him down a different passageway, ultimately arriving at a pavilion at the foot of the mountain. On the second floor of the pavilion, Lin Tianfang was meditating. Upon hearing Lin Kai's voice from outside, he arose and approached the table. As the door opened, Su Chongqing stood before him, visibly anxious. "What news?" Lin Tianfang inquired, casting a glance at Su Chongqing's severed arm. Su Chongqing promptly recounted his conversation with Zhou Luo in meticulous detail, including his attempts to test him. After listening, Lin Tianfang nodded in satisfaction, instructing him to continue fostering a division between Zhou Luo and the Grand Elder. Once Su Chongqing departed, Lin Kai regarded Lin Tianfang with a complex expression. "Fourth Elder, I did not anticipate that he was affiliated with the main family." He was indeed taken aback that a formation master would align with the main family, and even more so by the secrecy with which the main family sought to test Zhou Luo. Lin Tianfang narrowed his eyes. "What you did not foresee, it seems Zhou Luo also could not have anticipated." Earlier, he had instructed Lin Xianfeng to deliver a letter back, part of which requested the head of the family, Lin Tianxiong, to send Lin Shi, someone who had previously interacted with Zhou Luo, to assess whether he would align with the main family. The other part involved sending his sole confidant, Su Chongqing, to further probe whether Zhou Luo was aware of the secret of the spirit mine. Despite the main family's earlier inaction regarding Zhou Luo, they had already thoroughly investigated him, including his interpersonal relationships. With these two strategic maneuvers, Lin Tianfang believed they had gathered sufficient insight. "Are you suggesting he is unaware of the secret of the spirit mine?" Lin Kai asked in astonishment. Lin Tianfang did not confirm this, but abruptly remarked, "In just over 10 days, he will be departing." Lin Kai was perplexed by his meaning. Lin Tianfang merely gestured for him to leave. After Lin Kai's departure, Lin Tianfang sat upright in his armchair, his gaze fixed on the golden envelope on the table. Lost in contemplation, he pondered whether he should allow the other party to leave. At this juncture, regardless of whether Zhou Luo was privy to the secret of the spirit mine, his failure to disclose it to Su Chongqing earlier indicated that he might not reveal it to the Grand Elder upon his departure either. Yet, what if he had discerned the main family's scheme, and all of this was deliberate? Had this been earlier, Lin Tianfang, who believed in the adage better to kill wrongly than to let go, would not have allowed him to depart so easily. However, the circumstances had shifted considerably. His master, Lin Jishou, has returned. The family evidently underestimated Lin Jishou's affection for Zhou Luo. Upon learning of the family's punishment towards Zhou Luo, he expressed profound discontent, even demanding the revocation of the penalty. In his view, experimentation inherently carries risks. Since the family chose to allow Zhou Luo to undertake the experiment, they should have been prepared for such eventualities. Even if it resulted in the demise of a formation master, it would be deemed an unfortunate accident, and Zhou Luo, who had saved others, should not bear the burden of blame. However, he ultimately did not achieve his desires, not to mention that the punishment had already commenced. The fact that this matter was jointly decided by the other 8 elders and the family head indicated that the decision had been solidified and could not be altered. Nevertheless, Lin Jishou's actions revealed his stance to the family. Therefore, Lin Tianfang dared not act rashly against Zhou Luo, for such a course would undoubtedly sow discord with Lin Jishou. Should Lin Jishou side with the Grand Elder over this matter, it would result in irreparable losses. The family did not wish to gamble. Hence Lin Tianxiong sent a letter of this nature. In the end, he took up his pen and began to write on the blank paper. In the second layer of the spiritual mind, after departing, Su Changsheng conveyed his conclusion to Lin Guangjing, asserting that Zhou Luo was unaware of the so-called secrets of the spiritual mind. Are you certain? Lin Guangjing questioned him intently. Master, I can assure you, Su Changsheng replied, fabricating a narrative of how he had deduced this information. Upon hearing this, a trace of frustration appeared on Lin Guangjing's aged visage. He understood that if Zhou Luo remained ignorant of the secrets, they would have to continue their stay here, seeking opportunities to engage with another formation master. Understood. I shall inspect the formations on the third layer. You tidy up this place, Lin Guangjing said with a grim expression as he rose and exited the room. Behind him, Su Changsheng, with his head bowed, gazed at the pile of remnants left from their studies on formations, his eyes glimmering with determination as his fists clenched tightly. One day, he would transcend his current predicament. Subsequently, he began cleaning with one hand, and after completing that task, he diligently immersed himself in the study of formation knowledge. Chapter 84 Departure. As the day of departure draws ever closer, Zhou Luo dedicates himself to alchemical practices, spending the majority of his time in cultivation. It is undeniable that training along the spiritual veins yields remarkable results. He has now ascended to the mid-stage of the qi refining third layer. Although his strength remains modest, his progress is commendable, largely due to the assistance of the spirit gathering technique. This thought evokes a profound nostalgia for the system's lottery function. Regrettably, after nearly 20 days in this place, besides the occasional visit from Miss Lin Shi, he has not encountered another woman, which inevitably stirs memories of his family in the Zhou yard. During this period, the main house seems convinced that he remains oblivious to the secrets of the spiritual mind, leading them to cease further probing. This brings Zhou Luo a considerable sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, the main house's scrutiny has never truly waned. In the Lin family, at the Elder S estate, the amiable Grand Elder sits at the forefront of the hall, with the seventh Elder, Lin Guanping, seated to his lower left. Grand Elder, do you truly believe that Zhou Luo is ignorant of the hidden secrets of the spiritual mind? Lin Guanping inquires. Information regarding the second layer of the spiritual mind has been thoroughly sealed by the main house, rendering any investigation nearly insurmountable. This has also been the reason the Grand Elder has been unable to access the true secrets. The recent demise of Lin Xianlong has afforded him an opportunity to reinsert personnel into the second layer. Although the main house would certainly prevent them from contacting another formation master, Zhou Luo might serve as a potential breakthrough. Thus, the Grand Elder has expended considerable resources to procure a mid-grade magical artifact capable of communication. This artifact is both convenient to carry and conceal, and it can transcend the barriers of formations. Consequently, its design is rather simplistic, allowing only two different colors of light to emanate from its counterpart. According to the Grand Elder's strategy, should Zhou Luo uncover the secret, the artifact would emit a golden light. If not, it would shine red. Just yesterday, the artifact illuminated a red light, indicating that Zhou Luo had indeed not discovered anything. Presently, Lin Guanping's question is tinged with skepticism, as the main house's attitude towards Zhou Luo has been exceedingly ambiguous. Initially, they consented to lessen his punishment, subsequently rewarding their many wives and concubines under the pretense of clear rewards and penalties, claiming it was in recognition of his efforts to save others from poisoning. However, it is apparent to discerning minds that the main house is merely extending goodwill. Most notably, yesterday, the ninth elder, Lin Xianfeng, suggested that the spiritual mind is in closer proximity to the Qingyuan sect, implying that Zhou Luo could directly proceed to the sect without further interaction with others. This is a blatant attempt to isolate him. As a result, those aligned with the Grand Elder have begun to feel uneasy. In response to Lin Guanping's concerns, the Grand Elder remains composed, stating calmly, "The artifact does not lie, and if he were aware, the main house would not release him. Perhaps he has already aligned himself with them." Lin Guanping speaks with a grave tone. The Grand Elder's eyes glimmer with shrewdness as he cryptically replies, "We shall see what transpires upon his return. That may be a year from now," Lin Guanping remarks. The journey to the Qingyuan sect for study is destined to consume at least a year of time. The main family will undoubtedly not allow Zhou Luo to return home. Should they discover that Zhou Luo has learned the secret, the Grand Elder would surely insist on meeting him on the road to the sect, regardless of the immense cost involved. However, since this knowledge has yet to surface, there is nothing more to discuss. The Grand Elder shook his head. a serene smile gracing his lips. A mere year. Can they truly stir up any tempest? Time swiftly passed, and Zhou Luo stepped out of his room and exited the main door. He gazed upward at the shimmering pinnacle of rock, spreading his arms wide as he inhaled deeply. By the calendar's reckoning, these 2 days should mark the time for his departure. During this period, the main family seems to have completely overlooked him, yet he pondered whether they might intervene at such a moment. This thought left him feeling uneasy, a sentiment that lingered until Lin Kai's arrival. His face remained impassive, and his icy gaze fell upon Zhou Luo, amplifying the pressure. Zhou Luo, you may pack your belongings and leave, he stated expressionlessly. Zhou Luo was initially taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with joy. Could he truly be leaving at last? He looked at Lin Kai in astonishment, who then urged in a low voice, "Hurry and prepare." Zhou Luo turned and entered the room, beginning to gather his belongings. He was astonished that the main family would so easily grant him his freedom. The thought of reuniting with his wife and child filled him with exuberance, causing the corners of his mouth to lift. "Xiaobai, we are finally going home," he said, cradling the Snow Mountain spirit cat and placing it in his pet bag. Once everything was packed, he stepped outside. Lin Kai awaited him, and after a fleeting glance, Zhou Luo turned and walked towards the exit, following closely behind. He felt no attachment to this place. Instead, he was filled with elation at the prospect of leaving. Upon reaching the foot of the spiritual mine, Lin Kai had remained silent throughout the journey. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, he suddenly remarked, "You had better make the right choice." Zhou Luo understood his implication, but chose not to respond. Upon arriving at the pavilion at the base of the mountain, Zhou Luo initially expected the steward, Lin Fu, to greet him. However, he was taken aback when he saw who had arrived. "Master," he exclaimed, hurrying forward to pay his respects. Lin Jishou, clad in a white alchemist's robe, regarded him with a look of warm satisfaction. "Have you been well here?" he inquired with concern. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I am doing well," Zhou Luo replied, his head bowed, feeling a wave of reassurance. If his master had come to escort him, the main family would surely not impede his departure. "Indeed, I have heard you saved hundreds of our kin. Well done," Lin Jishou expressed with evident approval. "All thanks to your teachings, Master," Zhou Luo replied humbly. "If you have gathered your things, let us leave together," Lin Jishou said. Only then did Zhou Luo lift his head, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Subsequently, he followed Lin Jishou into the hall. It was only then that he noticed several young men and women seated there. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly the third Miss, Lin Xian. Today, she adorned herself in a remarkably simple yet elegant long dress of pale white, her lustrous black hair artfully tied with a white ribbon, with no other embellishments to distract. Even so, her ethereal grace and commanding stature were impossible to conceal. Standing there, she cast her gaze upon Zhou Luo. Her normally haughty demeanor softened considerably. It seemed this year's Lingdan conference had granted her the opportunity to study at the Immortal sect. Aside from Lin Xian, the other young men and women were likely the selected scions from various esteemed families. This left Zhou Luo somewhat perplexed. Did this mean he would not be returning to his family? With little time to ponder, he found himself standing before Lin Xian and bowed respectfully, addressing her as Third Mississippi. Although she was his junior, the proper etiquette had to be observed. Lin Xian acknowledged. "Let us depart." Lin Jishou led the way, and the other young men and women quickly followed suit. Upon exiting the loft, they were met with the sight of a colossal flying vessel and a dozen formidable family guards. Zhou Luo suddenly realized that he was likely to head directly to the Immortal sect for his studies. The duration of study at the Immortal sect would be no less than a year. It appeared the main family was still wary of him, preferring that he not return home to engage with the Grand Elder. Zhou Luo felt a sense of resignation. Initially, he had hoped to experience the warmth of family life. Regrettably, it seemed that all his wishes would remain unfulfilled. As he contemplated this, the others gradually boarded the enormous flying vessel. Traditionally, Lin Jishou had led the group to the Immortal sect due to his close relationship with a certain elder of the Qing Yuan sect, hoping for some favor in return. However, the family's waning alchemical prowess had rendered each of Lin Jishou's expeditions somewhat awkward, as there had been no young alchemists among the ranks. Today, at last, he could shed that burden, his smile growing more genuine. Once everyone had boarded the vessel, it slowly ascended and set forth towards the horizon, urged on by another middle-aged man. Zhou Luo could not help but glance back at the scenery behind him. Although he had only spent a month in this spiritual mine, the myriad experiences he had endured were fraught with peril, nearly costing him his life. Now, finally departing, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 85. Qing Yuan's sect. The colossal flying vessel was specifically designed by the clan for transporting cultivators, facilitating long-distance conquests and explorations. The entire craft was divided into two sections. The outermost rim was dedicated to the clan's cultivators, tasked with safeguarding the safety of all aboard, while the interior served as a gathering space for everyone. Zhou Luo casually glanced around and noted that there were likely more than 20 clan youths entering the Qing Yuan sect this time. Most were seated in meditation, eyes closed in tranquility, while a few engaged in light conversation. The spiritual mine was not too distant from the Qing Yuan sect, expected to be reached in just a few hours. Zhou Luo intended to sit down and cultivate when a young man clad in a blue robe approached with a smile, introducing himself as Lin Yueheng, a formation master. Upon hearing the title of formation master, Zhou Luo realized he was aligned with the Grand Elder's faction. Interpreting this as a gesture of goodwill, Zhou Luo politely replied, "I am Zhou Luo. I recognize you. I didn't expect you to secure first place in the literary examination at the Elixir Conference." Lin Yueheng's gaze was gentle as he responded, "It was merely luck." Zhou Luo smiled slightly. "Fortune is also a part of strength." As Lin Yueheng spoke, he produced a golden envelope from his robes, stating, "The Grand Elder asked me to deliver this to you." Upon seeing the golden envelope, Zhou Luo's pupils contracted. He glanced nearby and noticed Lin Xian watching him, along with many others. Yet Lin Yueheng maintained his smile, seemingly unperturbed. Zhou Luo felt a sense of helplessness, compelled to accept the golden envelope despite his reservations. "The Grand Elder is waiting for your return," Lin Yueheng added before stepping back. Holding the golden envelope, Zhou Luo felt exasperated. Lin Yueheng's actions seemed to deliberately place him in the spotlight, especially with the letter in hand, which felt unbearably hot, as if he wished to discard it immediately. However, under the watchful eyes of many, he had no choice but to comply. Zhou Luo decided to tear open the envelope, eager to discover the contents of the Grand Elder's message. The letter itself was quite ordinary, filled with the typical concern and encouragement from an elder to a junior, reassuring him not to worry about his wife and children. Yet, these commonplace words bore a different significance for Zhou Luo. For instance, the letter noted, "Jin Xian has managed the Zhou garden exceptionally well." This not only emphasized the status of Lin Jin Xian as the matriarch, but also subtly reminded him of the side he ought to align with. Furthermore, it mentioned that the family's punishment had been mitigated due to the Grand Elder's intervention, preventing the family from seizing Zhou garden. Each detail conveyed a clear message to Zhou Luo about the choices he should make. Zhou Luo felt quite troubled by the Grand Elder's insinuations. Initially, he believed the Grand Elder to be a kind and approachable individual, but after the events surrounding the spiritual mine, he recognized the depth of his cunning. After all, how could one who dared to oppose the main family be an ordinary person? The circumstances had not yet reached a point where he would lean towards the Grand Elder. Perhaps this journey to the Qing Yuan sect would allow him the opportunity to become a disciple of a certain Immortal, liberating him from such concerns entirely. Zhou Luo has always recalled the information regarding the Immortal sect mentioned by Wang Yue, which has become his primary motivation for this journey to the sect. After securing the letter, Zhou Luo settled into a meditative posture, just as Lin Xian unexpectedly took a seat beside him. Zhou Luo's heart skipped a beat, fearing she would inquire about the letter. Instead, Lin Xian whispered, "Lin Yueheng is cunning and treacherous. He is not one to be deeply trusted." Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback by her warning, unsure of the true intent behind the third Mrs. words, whether they were genuine counsel or an attempt to sow discord. Regrettably, after delivering her message, she closed her enchanting eyes. Gazing at her exquisite visage, Zhou Luo pondered that, given her character, she would likely disdain engaging in such machinations. Thus, it must have been a sincere warning. Yet, what could have prompted it? Zhou Luo observed that since their return from the Spirit Pill Conference, while Lin Xian maintained her aloof and proud demeanor, her tone towards him had softened slightly, and her expression was no longer perpetually stern. Did something else transpire at the conference? Zhou Luo was aware that the event was hosted by the Wang family. and that Lin Jishou and Lin Xin had taken nearly a month to return to their clan. Surely, they must have encountered some events along the way. He glanced at Lin Jishou ahead, contemplating whether to inquire further, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary and chose to close his eyes in quiet reflection. As time flowed quietly by, the Lin family's colossal flying vessel finally entered the domain of the Qingyuan sect. This marked Zhou Luo's second visit to this extraordinary place. During his initial journey, he had been in a state of bewilderment, unable to fully grasp the grandeur of the Immortal sect. Now, from a high vantage point, he beheld the remarkable splendor of the sect. Nestled within a vast expanse of undulating mountains, the Qingyuan sect was adorned with towering peaks, each home to countless disciples of the sect. At the very center stood a magnificent mountain, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, shrouded in swirling clouds and radiating ethereal light. The shimmering glow emitted a faint celestial melody, and through the mist, one could discern vague outlines of majestic structures. Standing upon the vessel, Zhou Luo gazed into the distance, captivated by the twinkling lights that danced amidst the clouds, creating a breathtaking tableau. These luminous points intertwined with the fog, resembling a grand tapestry unfurling across the peaks. Majestic and awe-inspiring, this was the principal summit of the Qingyuan sect. However, given their status, they could only approach a nearby peak, which served as the outer gate of the Qingyuan sect, the very location where Zhou Luo had once undergone his sect assessment. The vessel gently descended into this magnificent mountain range, where the rich aura of spiritual energy caused a stir among the passengers, eliciting expressions of curiosity and excitement. With a thunderous roar, the vessel finally landed before a colossal mountain gate. This grand entrance was a massive stone portal intricately carved with various mythical birds and beasts, towering several dozen meters in height and width. Each detail of the carvings was so lifelike that it seemed as though these ethereal creatures were poised to soar forth from the gate. At the pinnacle of Sherman, the grand characters Qin Yuan Zong are intricately carved. It is said that these characters were inscribed by an esteemed ancestor of the Immortal sect, a figure of such renown that even those in the Qi refinement stage dare not gaze upon them, resulting in no one daring to lift their heads. Lin Jishou, accompanied by his companions, descended from the flying vessel and approached the stone gate with utmost reverence. Before them stood several outer disciples clad in the attire of Qin Yuan's sect, their expressions marked by arrogance as they regarded the group. Among them, a young man strode forward with his head held high, inquiring imperiously, "Which family do you hail from?" "We are from the Lin family," Lin Jishou replied humbly. "Do you possess any proof?" The other party pressed further. Lin Jishou produced a token bestowed by Qin Yuan's sect and presented it. The young man cast a cursory glance at it and remarked, "Insufficient." Understanding the implication, Lin Jishou promptly retrieved a storage bag from his robe. Upon seeing the bag, the young man's demeanor softened somewhat. "Since you are indeed a disciple of the Lin family, you may enter." Chapter 86. Gathering amidst the throng. Zhou Luo observed a scene that left him quite astonished. It became apparent that the celestial sect was not dissimilar from the mortal realm. The exchanges of interest persisted, and it seemed that all had grown accustomed to this reality. After paying what one might call a toll, the haughty young man permitted the crowd to pass. Upon entering the stone gate, they beheld a vast circular plaza, constructed from jade stones that shimmered faintly under the sunlight. At its center stood a colossal golden boulder, intricately engraved with the two characters for Outer Gate, marking the very site where Zhou Luo had previously participated in the awakening ceremony. Although these characters lacked the terrifying presence of the three words inscribed on the stone gate, prolonged gazing inevitably caused a stinging sensation in one's eyes, prompting a diversion of sight. Occasionally, disciples clad in the attire of the Qin Yuan sect hurried across the plaza, eliciting envy from many onlookers. "Oh, the aura emanating from that immortal is formidable. I have only felt such a presence in my great-grandfather, yet he appears so youthful. And that celestial maiden, she is undoubtedly the most exquisite woman I have ever laid eyes upon. Look, is that a spirit beast? How adorable. Lower your voices. If we provoke them, we shall be in dire straits. If only I could also become an outer disciple of the celestial sect." These scions of noble families resembled unsophisticated townsfolk, overwhelmed with curiosity and amazement. Even Lin Xin, the proud fifth miss, stowed away her arrogance and displayed utmost respect in the presence of the outer disciples. "Zhou Luo, on the other hand, felt little awe, for with the system by his side, he was certain that one day he would regard such matters with indifference. He scanned the area, searching for Wang Yue's figure. Surrounding the circular plaza were buildings constructed from glazed tiles and white jade stones. These structures presumably served as residences for the disciples, with individuals seen entering and exiting. Lin Jishou was quite familiar with this place. After a brief glance, he made his way towards the largest building at the rear of the plaza. This edifice exuded an air of antiquity, distinct from the surrounding structures. It was entirely crafted from a purplish-red spirit wood, towering 5 meters high, with intricately carved wooden columns supporting its frame. As the group approached, a subtle, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. This unique aroma, upon inhalation, brought a sense of tranquility and relaxation to the body. Upon entering the grand entrance, they were met with a hall paved with gray-blue bricks. This hall was divided into 3 sections, other than the central bronze door. The remaining areas were separated by crimson walls, with several expressionless sect disciples stationed at the entrance. In the outermost area, a gathering of individuals engaged in idle conversation, comprising disciples from other long-lived families who had come to the celestial sect for study. Notably, the Lu family, historically at odds with the Lin family, was also present. However, it was not the previous Lu Chun, but rather an elderly man clad in gray robes. Alongside the Lu family, the Li and Zhang families were also in attendance. Yet the Wang family had yet to make an appearance. Each of these long-lived families donned their distinctive attire, adorned with their family crests, making them easily recognizable. Only individuals of esteemed lineage, such as Lin Xin and the outsider Zhou Luo, are exempt from attire requirements. Lin Zishou entered the gathering, greeting the heads of the other 2 prominent families with utmost respect. To everyone's surprise, it is indeed Master Zishou who has come to the Immortal sect this year. The middle-aged man from the Li family paid his respects with a cupped fist, revealing himself to be Li Ziyu, the son of the Li family head who presided over the last Elixir conference. Li Ziyu exhibited great deference towards this first-tier master alchemist. Meanwhile, the elder from the Zhang family merely nodded in acknowledgement, as the Zhang and Lu families share a closer bond, often intermarrying, thus displaying no overt familiarity beyond that brief gesture. In contrast, the Li family, adept at maintaining harmonious relations with various esteemed lineages, engaged in lively conversation with Lin Jishou. Master Jishou, this must be the 3rd young lady of the Lin family, Li Ziyu remarked with a smile, directing his gaze toward the striking Lin Xin. It is undeniable that Lin Xin's beauty and grace rank her among the finest in the realm of immortal families. Even in her simple attire today, she stands out among her peers. Acknowledged by the mention, Lin Xin returned a courteous bow. Li Ziyu, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "There is no need for formalities. My son Wei is quite fond of the 3rd young lady. It is unfortunate that he could not attend today, but once your studies conclude, perhaps the 2 of you might engage in a more meaningful conversation." It appeared that the eldest son of the Li family was attempting to play matchmaker. Marriages among the immortal families are rather commonplace, especially when both parties belong to direct lineages, as such unions benefit both sides. For instance, Lin Xin's mother is the daughter of a certain elder from the Wang family's collateral line, which explains the proximity of their families. Lin Xin lowered her gaze in silence. "Master Li, I fear this matter may be somewhat late," Lin Jishou interjected. "Oh, why is that?" Li Ziyu queried, puzzled. "Because Xin is already betrothed to a young man from the Wang family," Lin Jishou elucidated. This revelation struck Zhou Luo, who stood nearby, with a wave of surprise. As he cast a profound glance at Lin Xin, could her prolonged stay with the Wang family be for this reason? Upon receiving the news, Li Ziyu initially appeared taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, then I must congratulate the Lin and Wang families on their fortunate union." The setback in his matchmaking endeavor did not dampen his spirits. After all, both families have plenty of eligible heirs. If this union does not materialize, there are always others. As their conversation drew to a close, a new group entered from outside, revealing the offspring of the Wang family. Zhou Luo immediately spotted Wang Yue among the crowd. Today, she was adorned in a noticeably more opulent manner, her exquisite face graced with meticulous makeup. A golden hairpin was elegantly nestled in her coiled locks, with a few strands cascading down to her chest. Her upper attire consisted of a delicate light blue off-shoulder gown, intricately embroidered with golden threads that formed a breathtaking tableau, drawing the eyes irresistibly toward her alluring figure. The hem of her skirt was notably short, revealing a pair of elegantly long and slender legs, which were adorned with a delicate layer of gossamer-like white silk stockings. On her feet, she wore a pair of white shoes embroidered with clouds and mist, perfectly showcasing her exquisite legs. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. In contrast to Lin Xian's simple attire, Wang Yue's ensemble was undeniably extravagant, leading Zhou Luo to feel that she had not come to pursue cultivation, but rather to seek a suitor. In truth, this was precisely the case. Wang Yue's attire was entirely at the behest of her family, aiming to find a suitable husband among the young men gathered that day. Naturally, it would be even better if she could catch the eye of a disciple from the celestial sect. The elderly gentleman at the forefront of the Wang family had previously appeared at the Spirit Pill Conference. He was the family's fifth elder, named Wang Xian, who, like Lin Jishou, oversaw the family's alchemical endeavors. However, compared to the Lin family, the Wang family's alchemical industry was significantly more prosperous. Not only had Wang Xian, who was younger than Lin Jishou, already approached the threshold of a first-tier top-tier alchemist, but the Wang family also boasted more than 5 times the number of first-tier superior alchemists compared to the Lin family. Consequently, over the years, the Lin family had been striving to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Wang family to facilitate deeper collaboration between them. Chapter 87. The affairs of the Wang family. Upon the appearance of Wang Xian, he promptly led his entourage towards the vicinity of the Lin family. In contrast to the Li family, the relationship between the Lin family and the Wang family was evidently closer. Noticing their approach, Lin Jishou paused his conversation. "Brother Jishou," Wang Xian greeted with a respectful gesture. "It is quite unexpected to see you here," Lin Jishou replied with surprise. "I happened to come to visit the Immortal sect as well," Wang Xian responded with a smile. Lin Jishou then scanned the crowd, perplexed. "Isn't the 6th young master here?" The 6th young master he referred to was Wang Lang, a member of the main family's direct lineage, holding a status comparable to Lin Xian. He was also the one betrothed to Lin Xian. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian displayed an expression of exasperation. He has been spoiled and now finds studying at the Immortal sect uninteresting, so he has chosen to wander around instead. Who knows where he is now? He usually attends the Immortal sect for his studies, though it seems he derives little benefit from it, Lin Jishou offered in consolation. While the two conversed, Zhou Luo glanced towards Wang Yue, only to be taken aback as she approached him directly. "Zhou, long time no see," Wang Yue greeted with a sweet smile. Zhou Luo immediately felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. If looks could kill, he imagined he would have already met his demise. "Ahem. It has indeed been a while." He awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yue appeared ready to speak further, but Zhou Luo hastily interjected, "I have some matters to attend to. Let us talk later." With that, he made his way towards Lin Yuang, engaging in fervent conversation as if he truly had urgent business. There was little he could do. Wang Yue's attire clearly signified her intent to seek a husband, and it was unfortunate that she chose to greet him first. He had no desire to become a target for gossip. Who could predict the temperament of the other young heirs present? He certainly did not wish to acquire unwarranted enemies. Observing this scene, Wang Yue chuckled lightly, finding him rather amusing. She then made her way to where Lin Xian was situated. "Brother Zhou, do you know that lady?" Lin Yueheng inquired, intrigued by Zhou Luo's sudden appearance. "We met at the last Spiritual Pill Conference, but we are not well acquainted," Zhou Luo replied vaguely. "Is that so? Might I trouble you to introduce us?" Lin Yueheng asked with a smile. "Yueheng, you already have a harem. Why not let us have a chance?" Someone nearby jested immediately. "Indeed, Brother Zhou, please make the introduction," others chimed in. For them, marrying a beauty like Wang Yue would be a monumental fortune, potentially elevating their family's status. "I truly am not familiar with her," Zhou Luo said with a helpless shrug. The others, however, were unconvinced, exchanging knowing glances. Meanwhile, Wang Yue stood before Lin Xian. "It seems you are not well acquainted with him," Lin Xian remarked, meeting her gem-like, radiant gaze. "One must avoid any appearance of impropriety." Wang Yue replied with a gentle smile. I truly wonder what piques your interest in him," Lin Xian remarked. Lin Xian's expression bore a hint of disdain. Wang Yue smiled but refrained from speaking. Although she hailed from a collateral branch of the family, her relationship with Lin Xian the third young lady of the Lin family, was quite amicable. Their mothers were biological sisters, and the two shared a rapport that drew them closer together. "How has Aunt Fong been lately?" Lin Xin inquired in a lowered voice. Upon hearing this, a shadow of sorrow briefly flickered in Wang Yue's eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure, replying with a smile. "She is the same as ever." Lin Xin pursed her lips in consolation, saying, "As long as you become a top-tier alchemist, Aunt Fong will eventually be released." The Aunt Fong she referred to was Wang Yue's mother, Wang Fong. Wang Fong, possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, had violated family rules by engaging in an illicit relationship with an outsider, resulting in the family's severe punishment, which led to her confinement in the family's forbidden grounds to this day. Wang Yue was the offspring of this union with an ordinary man. Her father had perished due to the wrath of the Wang family, and had it not been for her own discovery of a 6th-grade spiritual root, she might have been discarded without a second thought, for her very existence symbolized the family's disgrace. It is crucial to understand that a woman with a 6th-grade spiritual root bears the responsibility of producing superior descendants for the family. The fact that Wang Fong chose to unite with a man devoid of any spiritual roots was bound to incite the family's fury. Wang Yue had been raised by Wang Xian since childhood, learning the art of alchemy under his tutelage up until now. Her evident talent in alchemy was the reason the family made an exception, allowing her monthly visits to see her mother. However, due to years of imprisonment, her once resplendent mother had become increasingly despondent, and her neglect of cultivation left her vulnerable to the corrosive fire poison of the forbidden grounds, deteriorating her health with each passing day. The family not only remained indifferent to this plight, but also forbade Wang Yue from providing her mother with the Bai Shui Dan to alleviate the fire poison. As Wang Fong, despite her 6th-grade spiritual root, had lost her value due to her lack of cultivation, had it not been for the need to placate Wang Yue, the family might have abandoned her long ago. This was the rationale behind Wang Yue's request for the Bai Shui Dan from Zhou Luo, a matter she chose not to disclose to Lin Xin, as she could not guarantee that Lin Xin would not inform the family. Should they learn of it, her mother's demise would likely be hastened. Opting for a Lin family son-in-law might prove to be a more prudent choice than aligning the two families. As everyone awaited, a group of individuals emerged from the ancient bronze gates. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, with his hands clasped behind his back. He stepped forth, his countenance exuding both authority and pride, a formidable presence radiating from him. The moment he appeared, all conversation ceased, and everyone bowed in respect. Lin Zhisho and other responsible parties approached him, adopting a humble demeanor as they spoke in unison. Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao paid them no heed. Instead, extracting a ledger for himself and addressing the assembly, "Everyone, please separate according to your respective areas of expertise." Having spoken, a dozen outer disciples emerged behind him, each taking turns to inform the assembly of the skills they were responsible for. The crowd began to move, making their way toward their designated areas. Aside from the 4 primary skills and a few mainstream techniques, the majority of the disciplines were rather trivial. Thus, it was common for a single disciple to oversee as many as a dozen skills. Before long, everyone had taken their positions. Zhou Luo and Lin Xin stood together, with Wang Yue beside Lin Xin. Anticipation filled the air as they awaited the continuation of remarks from the Elder Zhao. "Before you embark on your studies within the sect, there are certain rules you must heed," Elder Zhao stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the crowd. Subsequently, a disciple standing beside him stepped forward to commence the recitation of the regulations. The rules were few, yet among them, the most crucial dictated that all individuals were to confine their cultivation to designated areas. Any violators would face immediate expulsion. The restriction on cultivation zones was to be expected, for the celestial sect could not permit outsiders to roam freely throughout these mountains. Once the regulations were fully articulated, Elder Zhao spoke calmly. "You may now disperse." Chapter 88. The Outer Sect Alchemy Chamber. As soon as the steward Zhao spoke, more than a dozen disciples, accompanied by a throng of young men and women, advanced into the inner sanctum. Lin Zhisho and his companions, however, were not deemed worthy to enter and were left to await outside or return to their clans. Zhou Luo followed the crowd, passing through the ancient bronze doors, and beheld the scene within the central area. On either side stood a counter, where disciples clad in the attire of Qingyuan's sect sat in meditation on specially crafted spiritual platforms, their formidable auras causing a momentary daze. Directly in front of the counters was a radiant crystal, shimmering with golden light, displaying a series of golden characters. The inscriptions detailed various tasks. In the southern jungles, spirit beasts roam. Capture and return them to the sect for a reward of 5 medium-grade spirit stones. In the northern city of Longyan, a rogue cultivator from the Hahuan sect has been discovered, newly ascended to the Foundation establishment stage. Eliminate and return with proof for a reward of 10 medium-grade spirit stones. In the northwest desert, a formidable demon beast has appeared. Track its whereabouts for a reward of 1 medium-grade spirit stone. These golden inscriptions elucidated the tasks at hand, and Zhou Luo was astonished to find that all rewards were medium-grade spirit stones. Though the exchange rate between low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones is a mere 100. The rarity of medium-grade stones, which can only emerge from minor spiritual veins, renders them exceedingly precious. Most circulating in the market are low-grade stones, with medium-grade ones being a rarity. Truly, this is a celestial sect. It appears that medium-grade spirit stones are routinely traded. Moreover, Zhou Luo was particularly struck by one task offering a staggering 10 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 ordinary spirit stones, a truly daunting prospect. However, considering it was a bounty for a Foundation establishment cultivator, it seemed reasonable. This underscores the formidable foundation of the celestial sect, where even a Foundation establishment expert can be freely rewarded. And this was merely the outer sect, the most peripheral peak of the celestial sect. One could only imagine the terrifying tasks that might be assigned at the main peak. Zhou Luo dared not contemplate the possibilities. Having merely skimmed through the central area, Zhou Luo continued deeper with the crowd until they reached the innermost section. It was then that he discovered that behind the pavilion lay a seemingly endless mountain path. Previously, he had only glimpsed the flickering spiritual light behind these structures, unable to discern the scenes within. Now it was clear that a concealed formation was responsible for the obscurity. Upon arriving at this location, the disciples led the group towards the mountain path. Flanking the path were an array of exotic flowers and herbs, their fragrances wafting through the air. Additionally, there were numerous smaller paths branching off from either side of the main trail, with disciples occasionally guiding individuals down these lesser routes. At that moment, Zhou Luo realized that the area for his cultivation and study was likely situated within this very mountain. Initially, he had contemplated visiting other peaks, but it now appeared that such an endeavor was unfeasible. In the pursuit of mastering various arts, the 4 primary skills bore the greatest weight, and thus, the higher one's position, the more significant their standing. Among these, formations, alchemy, and talismans ranked foremost, with medicinal concoctions following closely behind. Zhou Luo followed the disciple of the Immortal sect as they ascended. Time seemed to blur, perhaps due to the enchanting fragrance in the air, for the group felt no fatigue. Rather, their spirits soared higher. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, Zhou Luo realized they had reached a significant elevation. When he glanced back, he beheld countless peaks shrouded in the ethereal fog, occasionally catching sight of a radiant arc traversing the sky, likely a powerful cultivator soaring through the heavens. Aside from the mist, Zhou Luo noticed various creatures amidst the shrubs lining the path: white deer, playful rabbits, and gentle sheep. These beings belonged to the realm of spirit beasts, lacking awakened intelligence. And nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they often found themselves as sustenance for cultivators. At that moment, the leading disciple of the Immortal sect abruptly turned onto a narrow side path. Zhou Luo understood that they were nearing their destination. Following the winding trail, the group of 10 felt invigorated, quickening their pace. Before long, they arrived at a sprawling estate. This is the Outer Sect's alchemy division. While you train here, do not wander off, the disciple admonished solemnly, and the 10 nodded earnestly in agreement. The disciple then led them into the estate. The estate was divided into inner and outer sections, with various structures arranged harmoniously throughout. The front courtyard featured single-story buildings adorned with glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly under the sun, reflecting golden light. The elegantly curved eaves resembled a phoenix in flight, radiating nobility and grandeur. In the center stood a 5-story pavilion, bathed in spiritual light, exuding an aura of sanctity. Beneath that resplendent glow, One could faintly discern numerous towering edifices, presumably part of the estate's rear section. Without lingering, Zhou Luo followed the disciple into the Black Pavilion. The first-floor hall was spacious and bright, supported by towering stone pillars that resembled majestic mountain peaks. The first thing to catch the eye was a massive table crafted from golden silk Namu wood at the center. Behind the table was a small room, flanked by wooden staircases leading to the second floor, their railings intricately carved with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs. Below the staircase, 2 corridors led to the rear courtyard. The disciple approached the table with reverence and cautiously called out, "Elder Lu." Moments later, a commotion arose from the small room, and the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged cultivator stretching lazily as he stepped out. He had a well-defined face, a tall and slender stature, and his eyes still carried a hint of drowsiness, as if he had just awakened. "The little ones from down the mountain have arrived so soon?" Elder Lu yawned, his voice laced with fatigue. "Yes, we asked for your guidance, Elder Lu," the disciple replied respectfully. "Understood. These days are anything but tranquil." Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively. The disciple then turned, regaining his earlier haughty demeanor, and addressed the 10 with utmost seriousness. "From now on, you must strictly obey Elder Lu's commands. Any act of defiance will result in your expulsion from the mountain." "Yes," they replied in unison. 10 individuals stood upright, not daring to voice a single dissenting opinion. After conveying his instructions, the disciple departed. The group then cast their eyes upon Elder Lu, whose appearance somewhat belied the typical image of an immortal. Familiar faces abound. It seems matters shall be simplified. Elder Lu surveyed the assembly and remarked, "Those endowed with exceptional talent can effortlessly surpass others at any given time." Thus, although the alchemy conference is held annually, the participants remain predominantly the same talented alchemists, with few newcomers emerging. Suddenly, his gaze alighted upon Zhou Luo and Lin Xing. "TSK, it appears there are indeed newcomers among us." Sensing the scrutiny, Zhou Luo promptly bowed his head, exhibiting utmost humility and respect. He then nonchalantly gestured towards Wang Yue. "You shall be responsible for enlightening them on the rules here, as you have attended a few times." "Certainly, Elder Lu," Wang Yue replied with a deep bow. "Very well, find yourself a room in the front courtyard to settle in. Unless you wish to ascend to the upper floor to study ancient texts, do not disturb me," Elder Lu stated, before turning and leisurely making his way toward a small chamber. Chapter 89. Regulations. After Elder Lu departed, the others amicably turned to leave as well, leaving only Zhou Luo and Lin Xin exchanging glances. "Let us depart," Wang Yue said with a smile, prompting the two to follow her out of the loft. The scenery in the front courtyard was rather pleasant, with verdant trees swaying gently in the breeze, vibrant flowers and grasses showcasing their most exquisite forms, and a small stream meandering through the courtyard, flowing to an unknown destination. Wang Yue led the two to a building designated for habitation. The single-story structure contained precisely 10 vacant rooms. 7 had already been claimed by others, leaving only 3 rooms on the outer side. "Choose one," Wang Yue indicated towards the 3 rooms. Without uttering a word, Lin Xin stepped forward first and opened the door to the middle room. Wang Yue glanced at Zhou Luo beside her. "I will take this one," he said, pointing to the outermost room. "Very well. Settle in and come to my room in half an hour. I shall assist you in familiarizing yourselves with this place." "Thank you," Zhou Luo nodded. "No need for gratitude. I remember our agreement." Wang Yue chuckled lightly before heading towards the remaining room. Zhou Luo remained silent, yet he echoed a thought in his heart. "I remember as well." He then proceeded to the outermost room. Upon entering, he found the space devoid of extravagant decorations, furnished solely with the essentials. A wooden bed occupied one corner of the room, and although the bedding was not silk, it was clean and neatly arranged. Despite the room changing occupants every 2 years, it had been well maintained. As a talisman master, Zhou Luo noticed several talismans affixed to the walls. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were sound-dampening talismans, specifically high-grade first-tier soundproofing talismans, imbued with abundant spiritual energy that could sustain their efficacy for several months. Seeing these top-tier talismans so carelessly adhered to the wall ignited an impulse within Zhou Luo to tear them down and take them away. However, reason reminded him that such an act would be tantamount to cutting off his own path. What puzzled Zhou Luo was watching Yuan sect, in their efforts to prevent disturbances to the room's occupant, did not simply deploy a formation as they had on the 10th floor of Tianxia Tavern? Such a method would not only save time and effort, but also conserve a significant amount of materials. This inquiry would later be posed to Wang Yue, who responded thus: "These high-grade soundproofing talismans are merely practice materials for the sect's talisman masters, who dismiss them as worthless. To discard them would be wasteful. So they are affixed in inconspicuous places." Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Luo instinctively questioned, why not sell them instead? It could yield substantial profits. Yet, he had underestimated the reality. The celestial sect did not sell first-tier talismans externally, as the profits were deemed too meager. Therefore, they were primarily utilized internally. Although the sect is filled with numerous qi refinement practitioners, the majority of them seldom venture outside, rendering the use of such spirit talismans largely irrelevant. As for the Foundation establishment experts, they disdain the use of first-tier spirit talismans altogether. This has resulted in an accumulation of countless soundproof talismans within the sect, leading to such circumstances. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Luo finally comprehended a saying from his previous life: the farmer only knows to till the fields with a hoe. Thus, he believes the emperor also cultivates, albeit with a golden hoe. Indeed, it was a testament to his limited exposure. At present, Zhou Luo meticulously arranged the items he had brought and released the long-held Snow Mountain Spirit Cat. To be honest, when he first arrived at the Qingyuan sect, he felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that someone would discover this spirit beast with fourth-tier potential. Fortunately, no one seemed to take notice along the way. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo resolved to keep Xiaobai out of sight. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some adept might discern its origin and seize it, leaving him with no recourse for complaint. Once he had tidied everything up and noted that the time was nearly right, Zhou Luo stepped out towards Wang Yue's room. The door was ajar, and inside, Lin Xian was already seated. As Zhou Luo entered the room, he was greeted by a faint floral fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. Seizing the moment, Wang Yue had changed into a simple white gown. "Please, have a seat." Her voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Regaining his composure, Zhou Luo took a seat on a chair crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, sitting upright in anticipation of her discourse. In truth, the rules here are quite few. Wang Yue offered Zhou Luo a cup of spirit tea. This estate serves as the alchemy area at the front peak of the Qingyuan sect, delineated by a black pavilion into two sections, the front yard and the backyard. Given their status, they are prohibited from entering the backyard. Each morning, the sect announces the elixirs to be refined that day, akin to daily assignments. Should anyone fail to complete their tasks by nightfall, they face penalties. The first failure incurs a 3-day deprivation of spirit food, while the second results in a 10-day suspension along with physical punishment, and so forth. By the 5th day, continued failure leads to expulsion from the sect. In addition to daily assignments, the sect conducts monthly examinations, the content of which closely mirrors that of the spirit elixirs, consisting of both written and martial assessments. The top 3 performers not only receive rewards from the sect, but also gain the privilege to access the 3rd floor of the pavilion, with the first-place winner even granted entry to the 4th floor. This black pavilion is, in fact, a repository of knowledge. Each of its 4 levels houses a plethora of ancient texts pertaining to alchemical arts, encompassing a wide range of subjects. Moreover, the higher the level, the more profound the knowledge contained within the tomes, addressing increasingly advanced realms. It is said that the 4th floor contains texts regarding 3rd-tier alchemists. While such knowledge may seem distant for those of them who are merely first-tier alchemists, having seen it is certainly preferable to ignorance. And one might even find that such insights could influence their own cultivation. It is said that there once existed a first-tier mid-grade alchemist who consistently achieved first place for 12 consecutive months. Consequently, during his year at the Immortal sect, he devoted himself to studying ancient texts on the 4th floor. On the very last day before his departure from the sect, he astonishingly ascended to the rank of a first-tier high-grade alchemist. It is noteworthy that among his peers who entered alongside him, some with a deeper understanding of alchemy had yet to make such a breakthrough, while he achieved it with remarkable ease. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. The enlightenment derived from the advanced ancient texts on the 4th floor sometimes propels one to extraordinary heights. Are we to assume that our learning here is entirely self-directed? Lin Xian inquired, her brow furrowed. Wang Yue nodded in affirmation. The essence of learning here lies in the fact that the Immortal sect permits them access to the ancient texts on the second floor concerning alchemical techniques, as well as employing rewards and penalties to enhance their skills. It is no wonder that some individuals, after participating numerous times, become reluctant to continue their studies at the sect, for the ancient texts can eventually be fully comprehended, and once that is accomplished, the assistance one can receive here diminishes significantly. Chapter 90. Trouble approaches. Zhou Luo had not anticipated that the so-called sect learning would be like this. The realization that their area was confined to the front courtyard left him with a sense of being duped. He had imagined that attending the Immortal sect would afford him the chance to garner the attention of significant figures, and perhaps even be accepted as a disciple, which would have been a tremendous gain. However, according to Wang Yue, they were essentially imprisoned within this estate, with minimal contact with the prominent figures of the Immortal sect. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhou Luo's eyes upon receiving this news. It seemed that the opportunity for sect learning was not as splendid as he had envisioned. Lin Xian, standing beside him, shared the same sentiment, yet both chose to remain silent. I understand what you are thinking, but this is ultimately beneficial for you newcomers. Moreover, if you excel in weekly assessments, you can receive rewards from your families, Wang Yue remarked. This statement sparked a glimmer of hope in both of them. What kind of rewards are typically offered? Lin Xian inquired. It depends on the situation. Magical tools, elixirs, techniques, and the like are usually included, Wang Yue replied. A grand sect such as this would certainly not offer meager rewards. Thank you for your explanation, Miss Wang, Zhou Luo said, bowing slightly. Although his relationship with Wang Yue was not particularly distant, he felt the need to maintain a facade of formality in front of others. Not at all. This is merely what Elder Lu instructed me to do, Wang Yue smiled. What kind of person is Elder Lu? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Well, one could describe him as rather laid back. He generally does not concern himself with affairs, Wang Yue answered after a moment of thought. Elder Lu primarily oversees the various matters of the front courtyard, but he is often asleep and prefers not to manage the daily trivialities. Consequently, his few disciples handle most responsibilities. Elder Lu has 5 disciples who reside in the back courtyard. Typically, the youngest of them is in charge if no significant matters arise. In addition to their group of 10, there are also several alchemists recognized by the sect who are studying at the Immortal sect. These alchemists possess abilities comparable to theirs, but have far greater potential. For them, the front courtyard is merely a temporary stop. Some may not even require a year to qualify for entry into the back courtyard. After all, true knowledge can only be acquired in the back courtyard. Wang Yue was uncertain of the exact number of people currently residing in the front courtyard, but she cautioned the two of them to avoid conflicts with the sect's internal alchemists if they encountered them. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? Lin Xian retorted. Although she had a proud disposition, she was not foolish enough to provoke the sect's members. I am merely concerned for you, Wang Yue explained. Listening to this exchange, Zhou Luo speculated that the two shared a close relationship. After a brief introduction, Wang Yue suggested that she show them around the premises. Thus, the three exited the house. The entire front courtyard was expansive, with their residence situated to the left of the black pavilion, near the entrance. Adjacent to the building where they reside lies the place where everyone collects spiritual sustenance. And behind it, a row of rooms dedicated to the art of alchemy. In addition to the alchemy chambers, there are also rooms for storing medicinal herbs and documenting the recipes for elixirs. To the right of the Black Attic is the area where the disciples of the sect, previously mentioned by Wang Yue, reside. The structures on the right bear a striking resemblance to those on the left, equipped with all the necessary amenities, and are indeed more abundant, which leads to minimal interaction between the two sides. The only point of intersection is likely the imposing Black Attic directly ahead. Returning to the Black Attic, Wang Yue addressed the two, stating, "The second floor is a communal area that you may access at any time. However, to ascend to higher levels, one must obtain permission from Elder Lu." With that, she guided them to the second floor. This level resembled a library, with various ancient texts meticulously arranged on shelves, while several figures stood or sat, engrossed in their studies of the ancient tomes. For Lin Xian, this was her inaugural visit, and curiosity danced upon her face as she abandoned her companions and ambled toward the towering shelves. Meanwhile, Wang Yue and Zhou Luo exchanged glances, the former leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "I shall visit your room tonight." Before Zhou Luo could fully process her words, she had already turned and departed, leaving behind a lingering fragrance in the air. Zhou Luo shrugged and approached the ancient texts, eager to uncover knowledge he might not possess. Yet he remained naïve. If these texts were accessible to all, how profound could their wisdom truly be? After perusing the shelves, he discovered that the tomes primarily pertained to first-tier alchemical skills, offering him no utility. Rather than squander time here, he resolved to return to his practice. As evening approached, he exited his quarters and made his way to the nearby building to procure his spiritual meal. Alas, as one who had only attained the 3rd level of qi cultivation, he was not yet capable of fasting. Only upon reaching the 5th level could he briefly abstain from sustenance. Moreover, at this stage of cultivation, the spiritual energy absorbed was insufficient to compensate for the physical toll it exacted. Upon entering the hall, he observed others seated at nearby tables, engaged in dining and conversation. To his surprise, he recognized members of the Lu family among them. The thought of the ongoing rivalry between the Lin and Lu families spurred him to hasten to the window to collect his meal for the evening, intending to make a swift exit. Stop. However, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. A voice called out to him, halting his progress. Zhou Luo could have ignored it and continued on his way, but such matters could not be evaded indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face the speaker, who was none other than Lu Wen, the individual who had participated in the literary examination alongside him and secured 2nd place. Yet, due to Zhou Luo's treachery, the Lu family had withdrawn from the competition. To his astonishment, Lu Wen had reappeared here. Is there something you need? Zhou Luo inquired. The Xian sect forbids internal conflicts. Thus, he was not concerned about any aggressive actions from his opponent. Clad in resplendent robes, Lu Wen approached him, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Did you cheat in the last literary examination? He glared at Zhou Luo, hostility evident in his gaze. Do you think that is plausible? Zhou Luo retorted. Before Lu Wen could respond, he continued. Moreover, I am merely a son-in-law of the Lin family, not a true member. The disputes among your clan should bear no relevance to me. So in the future, please ensure you direct your intimidation toward the right individuals. Lu Wen scrutinized him intently, his expression shifting slightly. After articulating these words, Zhou Luo turned to leave, only to be taken aback by the unexpected presence of Lin Xin and Wang Yue behind him. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Zhou Luo. How could she have overheard that? Lin Xin regarded him coldly, but refrained from speaking, instead proceeding to the meal collection window. Zhou Luo sighed in relief and hastily departed. Meanwhile, Lu Wen, ignored, clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted as he stared at Zhou Luo's retreating figure. Silent in his fury, upon returning to his quarters, Zhou Luo opened his dinner, discovering that the spiritual cuisine at the Xian sect was notably more lavish than that of his family. After sampling a bite, he found the flavor quite delightful. It appeared that there were indeed benefits to being at the Xian sect, at least affording him a satisfying meal. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier incident. The realization that Lin Xin had overheard his attempt to distance himself from the Lin family caused him considerable distress. Should she report this to her family, the favorable impression he had painstakingly built would be utterly ruined, potentially jeopardizing his prospects of being nurtured by them. This was untenable. He needed to clarify the matter. Zhou Luo resolved to speak with Lin Xin after finishing his meal, intending to have a candid conversation with her. Chapter 91. The misunderstanding deepens in his pursuit of being favored by the family. Zhou Luo had made considerable efforts to endear himself to Lin Jishou, which resulted in the latter's current favoritism towards him. However, if Lin Xin were to relay his earlier comments back to the family, it would not incite a cataclysmic wrath, but it would certainly sow seeds of discord. After all, an outsider who has never regarded himself as a member of the Lin family, regardless of his exceptional talent, is not worthy of the family's investment. Both the Grand Elder and the head of the family had previously sought to ally with him, solely based on his loyalty to the Lin family. Once the family determines his disloyalty, they would naturally retract all support. During dinner, Zhou Luo became increasingly convinced of the gravity of the situation. After returning the dishes, he meticulously prepared his explanation and knocked on Lin Xin's door. The soundproofing charm only muffled the noise within the room, ensuring that his knocking would be heard by Lin Xin. However, after waiting for a while, she did not open the door. Could she truly be upset? Zhou Luo sensed the urgency of the matter and realized he must clarify everything. Otherwise, his prospects within the family would be irrevocably jeopardized. Thus, he knocked again. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed as Zhou Luo called out, "Third miss." What transpired earlier was a misunderstanding, I can explain. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she remained silent behind the door. Mustering his courage, he continued. What I said was merely to avert trouble. It was not heartfelt. Without the family's support, how could I have achieved my current standing? I have always been immensely grateful to the family, and I have never considered myself anything less than a member of the Lin family. With the family's kindness towards me, how could I not regard myself as one of their own? Before he could elaborate further, the door was suddenly yanked open. Lin Xian glared at him. Are you finished? Zhou Luo, momentarily taken aback, was met with a waft of fragrant air. As he finally beheld Lin Xian, he was astonished to discover that she appeared to have just bathed. Her lustrous hair still bore droplets of water, and she was clad only in a robe that did little to conceal her alluring figure, particularly the prominent contours of her chest, which rendered him momentarily speechless. Now he understood why she had not opened the door. Quickly averting his gaze, he accidentally caught sight of her long, fair legs, glistening with droplets of water. Igniting a rush of heat within him, he hastily turned away, filled with remorse. Third miss, I had no idea you were. Bang. The door was slammed shut once more. Zhou Luo's expression turned despondent, feeling as though the situation was spiraling further out of control. Inside the room, Lin Xian sat in a chair, her long legs beneath the robe exuding temptation, while her flushed cheeks bore a stormy expression. She had always maintained the habit of bathing at home, and naturally, she continued this practice upon her arrival. However, she had not anticipated Zhou Luo's visit at such an inopportune moment. The presence of the soundproofing charm further complicated matters, preventing her from communicating from within. Originally, he believed that the persistent knocking would prompt the intruder to leave. However, to his astonishment, the individual intensified his efforts and began to explicate loudly from outside the door. This was clearly an invitation for others to mock them. Thus, Lin Xian, disregarding any semblance of embarrassment, donned a robe and opened the door, delivering a stern reprimand before shutting it again. Her enchanting gaze fell upon the wooden tub, and she promptly lost her desire to continue soaking, opting instead to dress. Outside, Zhou Luo found himself in a predicament, unable to move forward or retreat, frozen in place. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Yue opened the door. Is it truly necessary to be this anxious over a few exchanged words? She inquired with a smile, then added with a hint of intrigue. Or is this a deliberate act on your part? Zhou Luo could only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself how unjustly he was treated. Who could fathom why this third miss would forsake the cleansing talismans provided by the sect for a mere bath? Earlier, his eagerness to clarify the misunderstanding had led to this awkward situation. Faced with Wang Yue's teasing, he responded helplessly. Do you believe me when I say this was an accident? Of course I do, she replied, stepping outside the room, her expression contemplative. She is already betrothed. It would be wise for you to refrain from such antics in the future, as they may lead to misunderstandings. Zhou Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. I have no desire for such situations either. Relax, I was merely jesting, Wang Yue chuckled lightly. As the two conversed, the door swung open once more. Lin Xian emerged, now clad in a knee-length, pristine white dress, her expression frosty as she regarded them. If this was intentional, I would have your eyes gouged out. She glared at Zhou Luo, her tone laced with chill. Third miss, I assure you, it was merely an accident, Zhou Luo replied, feeling rather helpless. What were you attempting to convey earlier? Lin Xian chose not to address the previous matter and redirected her inquiry. I intended to clarify the comments I made about that fellow with the surname Lu. Zhou Luo straightened his posture, sincerity etched on his face. Oh, I see. There is no need for explanation, Lin Xian responded coldly. Well, Zhou Luo attempted to continue, but Lin Xian interrupted him. Rest assured, I am not so idle as to resort to such trivial matters to slander you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, hastily praising. The third miss is indeed magnanimous and upright. Enough with the flattery, Lin Xian interjected, then turned to Wang Yue. What brings you here? I have a matter to discuss with Zhou Luo, Wang Yue said, gently guiding him aside. Lin Xian regarded the two with a look of suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had been maneuvered to the side and called out, "Third miss, my loyalty to the Lin family is as evident as the heavens." A resounding thud was the only reply, as the door closed behind him. "Who would have guessed your audacity was this formidable?" Wang Yue remarked, stifling a laugh. "You see, this is merely a survival tactic," Zhou Luo responded with pride. "Very well, perhaps you should come inside and enlighten me," Wang Yue said, playfully pushing him into the room. Within the confines of the room, Wang Yue secured the door, yet her smile remained undiminished. Zhou Luo sat upon a chair. The words of Lin Xin having alleviated the weight that had burdened his heart. He turned to Wang Yue at the doorway and inquired, "Pray tell, what information do you possess regarding this place?" Since he had learned that his opportunities for rewards from the celestial sect were limited, Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming urgency to uncover the knowledge Wang Yue hinted at, hoping for a semblance of solace. A fleeting glimmer of something unusual crossed Wang Yue's eyes. Yet her expression remained enchanting as she took a seat opposite him, resting her right hand upon the table. "And what of your sincerity?" she asked. Zhou Luo, eschewing any further pleasantries, produced a jade vial from his robe and placed it upon the table. Wang Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she examined it closely. Upon confirming its contents were indeed the coveted by Shui Dan, her smile broadened. However, before she could secure it, Zhou Luo swiftly snatched it back, echoing her earlier words. "And what of your sincerity?" Chapter 92. The transaction. "The information I wish to convey pertains to the 4th floor of the attic," Wang Yue said softly, her gaze fixed on Zhou Luo. Upon hearing the mention of the 4th floor, Zhou Luo's eyebrows arched in intrigue. Previously, when Wang Yue had recounted the circumstances of this place, she had already informed him and Lin Xin about the 4th floor. Could there possibly be further secrets concealed within? "Do elaborate," Zhou Luo expressed his curiosity. Wang Yue inhaled deeply and stated with gravity, "The ancient texts on the 4th floor encompass not only advanced alchemical knowledge, but also various clues regarding rare materials and treasures." "Rare materials and treasures?" A contemplative expression crossed Zhou Luo's face. In this world, such resources are of paramount importance, whether it be precious herbs, millennia-old divine wood, or extraordinary ores. They wield significant influence over practitioners. During Zhou Luo's earlier endeavors in body refinement, he had utilized many rare materials, albeit of a lower grade. The value of such treasures within the celestial sect is undoubtedly immeasurable, which piqued Zhou Luo's interest. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why would the 4th floor contain these clues? "This is a method employed by the celestial sect to hone its disciples," Wang Yue elucidated. "Both the 4th and 5th floors of the attic not only house numerous ancient texts on alchemy, but also conceal various clues awaiting discovery. This approach serves not only to test the disciples' intellect and attentiveness, but also to refine their abilities while they seek out these clues, a truly dual-purpose strategy." According to Wang Yue, she had frequented the 4th floor many times, which is how she came by this information. Zhou Luo's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had previously assumed that the Black Attic was merely a library, unaware that the upper 2 floors harbored such intricacies. If he were granted access to the 4th floor for thorough study, perhaps he could unearth many clues and acquire a wealth of rare materials. However, Zhou Luo was not so easily swayed by the delightful prospect. He regarded the expectant Wang Yue and shook his head, stating, "This is insufficient. Logically, this should be common knowledge. Even if you had not disclosed it, I would have discerned it upon entering the 4th floor." Wang Yue's expression faltered, revealing a hint of distress. After a prolonged moment of internal conflict, she hesitantly responded, "This is precisely the information I intended to share." Zhou Luo was struck with incredulity and amusement. He had anticipated a significant secret, only to find this. Is this girl perhaps lacking in judgment? If this were the case, then there was no need for collaboration. Zhou Luo's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference as he rose to his feet. Was this merely a jest? Wang Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment, for the information she presented indeed fell short of significance. Yet, her initial intention was to impress Zhou Luo, a necessity that led her to this point. Nevertheless, she was not deliberately deceiving him, for she possessed something else that might truly captivate Zhou Luo's interest. As Wang Yue observed Zhou Luo approaching the door, contemplating the abandonment of the transaction, she abruptly rose, her gaze resolute and her tone unwavering. "I can offer you a superior grade magical artifact in exchange." Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo, who had intended to leave, turned in astonishment to face her. A superior-grade magical artifact? He inquired. Wang Yue nodded. Why do I find this so hard to believe? Zhou Luo hesitated but ultimately returned to his seat. If it truly was a superior-grade artifact, it might indeed be worth considering. Relieved by his return, Wang Yue spoke with reluctance. This is my family heirloom. She then removed a red cord from her snowy neck, upon which rested a white jade ring, adorned with a glimmering ruby that emitted a faint crimson glow. Hesitating, she gazed at the ring in her hand, recalling her mother's plight, and resolutely extended it towards him. This is a first-tier superior-grade magical artifact, a gift from my mother, capable of accelerating cultivation, she explained, her eyes shimmering with a hint of red as she mentioned her mother. At the revelation of its classification, Zhou Luo's interest piqued. He took the ring, examining it closely, and discovered the inner band inscribed with the characters Fire Spirit. To his surprise, this diminutive ring was of the same caliber as the Lingxi jade. However, as he was not a craftsman, he could not ascertain its authenticity. Despite his intrigue, he placed it back on the table and pushed it towards her. I am not a craftsman. Who can ascertain its legitimacy? Such a precious item in exchange for a mere bottle of green water pills seems rather unreasonable. That is not the case. You may test it, Wang Yue insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Whether it is indeed a first-tier superior-grade artifact can be determined once worn. Yet, Zhou Luo's curiosity lay elsewhere. He was far more intrigued by the fact that she was willing to part with a first-tier superior-grade artifact for a bottle of green water pills, which struck him as rather peculiar. Gazing at her intently, he asked, So, what do you truly seek the green water pills for? Wang Yue trembled at his inquiry. Meeting his starry eyes, she bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and eventually confided in him regarding her mother's situation. After sharing her story, she sank back into her seat, her spirits gradually waning. Upon learning of her circumstances, Zhou Luo realized that this small bottle of green water pills was indeed a life-saving elixir for her mother. It was no wonder she was so anxious, even willing to part with such a treasured heirloom. This revelation eased Zhou Luo's initial skepticism. After all, there was little reason for her to deceive him in this matter, especially since he could verify the truth through the third miss, or perhaps inquire further to uncover the intricacies of these past events. Indeed, even those of noble lineage found themselves ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. As he observed Wang Yue, her eyes reddened and her expression sorrowful. Zhou Luo silently retrieved the silk scarf that Lin Yi had placed into his storage bag and offered it to her. Thank you, she murmured, her voice quivering as she kept her head bowed. There is no need for thanks. This is merely a fair exchange, he replied. Having concluded his words, Zhou Luo rose and approached the door, opening it wide. If there is nothing further, then let us leave it at that. With the transaction complete, he intended to experiment with the efficacy of the artifact shortly. Observing the departing guest, Wang Yue could not help but recall the clue she had recently acquired. This transaction had instilled in her a sense of trust towards the other party, and considering her relationship with Lin Xian, collaborating with him might prove to be a splendid idea. A new plan began to emerge in her mind. Thus, Wang Yue remained seated, contemplating before stating, I possess another clue regarding the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill. Zhou Luo's expression shifted in surprise, his previous intent to experiment vanishing instantly. He cast a glance outside and promptly closed the door again. Approaching her earnestly, he inquired, which main ingredient? It pertains to the dragon blood grass, Wang Yue replied succinctly. Dragon blood grass? Zhou Luo's voice rose in surprise. Dragon blood grass is indeed one of the vital materials for concocting the Foundation Establishment pill. As a crucial elixir for transcending the 9th level of Qi refinement and entering the Foundation Establishment stage, the Foundation Establishment pill is something countless practitioners yearn for. For a cultivator aspiring to elevate their cultivation, the Foundation Establishment pill is indispensable. However, due to its classification as a second-tier elixir and the extreme scarcity of the required main ingredients, it remains a rarity in the market. Should a Foundation Establishment pill appear for sale, it would undoubtedly attract a frenzy of competition from numerous secular powers and longevity clans. There was once a longevity clan that, upon fortuitously acquiring a Foundation Establishment pill, faced frenzied targeting from other factions after the news leaked. Ultimately, the entire clan was annihilated, erased from the annals of history. The significance of the foundation establishment pill is thus evident. Although dragon blood grass may not provoke such a catastrophic outcome, it is still coveted by countless individuals. This is due to its inherent ability to enhance one's cultivation physique, and as one of the key ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, its market value has skyrocketed. Many seek to acquire it, but find it unattainable. Such a rare herb, if one could truly possess it, would confer immense value. Zhou Luo was indeed captivated. Given the system's lottery function, it was possible that he could one day draw the second-tier alchemy skill. If he could prepare the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill in advance, it would save him considerable trouble. Indeed, I can share this clue with you. But you must continue to provide me with elixirs in return. Rest assured, I will find a way to trade those elixirs for other equivalent treasures or spirit stones. Wang Yue replied earnestly as she lifted her gaze. Zhou Luo was quite intrigued by her proposition. However, he soon recalled a pressing issue. You are aware that I am a son-in-law and cannot leave my family. Furthermore, you are under the watchful eyes of your clan and likely cannot depart either. Seeking the dragon blood grass would necessitate leaving our families. A challenge that may not be difficult for others, but given our unique circumstances, cooperation in this endeavor poses a significant hurdle. We could involve Lin Xin. Wang Yue suggested impulsively. As the third miss of the Lin family, she was assuredly unimpeded in bringing along a consort. Regarding Wang Yue, not only did her mother hail from the Wang family, but she herself was on the verge of marrying into it. So one could surmise that even if she invited Wang Yue out, the Wang family would not object. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo fell into contemplation. Indeed, Lin Xin was the most suitable candidate, but would she truly acquiesce? He assessed Wang Yue and inquired, if the third miss were to learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly seek clarification and would likely not consent, would she? He referred to the issue concerning Bishui Dan. The fact that the other party preferred to approach him rather than Lin Xin suggested that Lin Xin must have disapproved of her actions. If this matter were to be exposed, would the other not intervene? Rest assured, I know what to say. She will remain oblivious to our arrangement. Wang Yue seemed to have already devised her response. In that case, I perceive no issues. With the last vestige of doubt dissipating, Zhou Luo acquiesced to her proposal. Wang Yue's expression brightened. Let us not forget our agreement. I hope to see you at next year's Ling Dan Hui. Of course, may our collaboration be fruitful. Zhou Luo instinctively extended his right hand. Wang Yue hesitated for a moment, uncertain of the gesture, yet she still reached out to grasp his hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm and reflecting on her mother's survival, the furrows of worry on Wang Yue's brow completely vanished. In Lin Xion's guest room, she sat on the bed, clutching her knees, clad in a cream-colored gauze dress that revealed her snow-white, rounded calves, pondering what the two next door might be discussing. Earlier, at the Wang family's Ling Dan Hui, she had conversed with her close friend Wang Yue about Zhou Luo. At that time, Lin Xian had regarded him with disdain and contempt. In her eyes, Zhou Luo, a mere consort, despite possessing decent alchemical talent, had no right to garner such esteem from Elder Lu, even becoming a personal disciple. As a fellow first-tier mid-grade alchemist, she firmly believed she would surpass him. After all, in recent years, she had been preoccupied with her cultivation within the sect, neglecting the refinement of her alchemical skills. Now that she had also become a disciple of Elder Lu, there was no reason she should be inferior. However, Wang Yue had informed her that this consort was not as simple as he appeared. Her reasoning was straightforward. One who could achieve first place in the written examination could not be a mediocre talent and must possess sufficient diligence and effort. To this, Lin Xian was only half convinced. She thought perhaps Zhou Luo was merely fortunate. Yet, when she participated in the written examination at the Ling Dan Hui and beheld the questions before her, she was utterly bewildered. Was it truly possible to answer all these questions correctly? Lin Xian recalled Wang Yue mentioning that Zhou Luo had scored 97 points, with only a deduction on the discussion questions. But how had he acquired knowledge of so many obscure topics? Lin Xian found herself unable to comprehend. In that moment, her perception of Zhou Luo began to shift ever so slightly. Ultimately, when a person exhibits sufficient talent and brilliance, their identity and status become relatively insignificant. Lin Xian, who had never regarded Zhou Luo with any respect, ultimately underestimated this son-in-law. However, this merely constituted a fleeting acknowledgement. It was insufficient to elevate him to an equal standing with her. Later, during a conversation with her good friend Wang Yue, she discerned that her companion seemed to harbor considerable interest in Zhou Luo. This inevitably piqued her curiosity regarding whether something had transpired between them during the Lingdan gathering. Now, with the two solitary individuals sequestered in a room, Lin Xian's curiosity reached its zenith when she suddenly heard a commotion from the adjacent room. She swiftly flung open the door. Spotting Wang Yue passing by, she seized her and pulled her into the room. "What were you two doing in there just now?" Lin Xian inquired, scrutinizing the smiling Wang Yue. "Oh, nothing much. He just had a few questions he hoped I could answer," Wang Yue replied innocently, her eyes blinking. "What questions?" Lin Xian asked, her suspicion evident. "Just trivial matters. Why are you so curious?" Wang Yue mused, appraising Lin Xian with a knowing smile. "Could it be that you harbor feelings for him?" "Humph, don't deflect the topic. I actually think it's you who likes him," Lin Xian retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Wang Yue chuckled lightly, dismissing it. "And what is your reasoning?" "You appear to be quite smitten," Lin Xian quipped sharply. "What do you mean by smitten?" "I'm simply in a good mood," Wang Yue replied, her head held high, a sweet smile gracing her delicate, fair face. The thought of her mother's survival filled her heart with joy. Lin Xian, unwilling to relent, insisted on uncovering what had transpired between the two in the room. Wang Yue, however, adeptly evaded the inquiry, leading to Lin Xian's growing frustration. Just as Lin Xian contemplated how to admonish her friend, Wang Yue lowered her voice and said, "By the way, I have something important to discuss with you." Chapter 93, The Magnificent Immortal Sect within the confines of the room. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged upon a mat, producing the fire spirit ring. Given Wang Yue's assertion that this ring could aid in cultivation, he was eager to test its efficacy. With a subtle shift of his mind, the originally modest ring expanded slightly, as such magical artifacts possessed the capability to automatically adjust their size. Once it matched the circumference of his ring finger, Zhou Luo adorned it. Upon wearing it, the ruby gem emitted a soft glow, and a warm current coursed through his skin, flooding into his meridians. The previously tranquil channels of energy suddenly stirred, as wisps of delicate spiritual essence began to infuse, manifesting vividly. Could it actually absorb energy on its own? Zhou Luo was taken aback. The fire spirit ring had the remarkable ability to autonomously draw in spiritual energy. This implied that he could continuously absorb energy at any moment. Although the rate and volume of absorption were modest, it was certainly better than none. In an instant, Zhou Luo was filled with exhilaration. Truly, as a high-quality first-tier artifact, its capabilities were impressive. Subsequently, Zhou Luo commenced the operation of the gathering spirit technique. As he enacted the technique, spiritual energy began to coalesce around him, while the fire spirit ring on his ring finger radiated a resplendent red light. The crimson luminescence enveloped the walls, transforming them as if draped in a scarlet veil, while the once white spiritual energy now bore a hue. Typically, spiritual roots are attribute-less, rendering the absorbed energy transparent and white. The colorful auras, red, green, blue, that others emit during their cultivation stem from the variations in their respective techniques. Yet, in this moment, Zhou Luo had never practiced such techniques, and yet the spiritual energy manifested in vibrant red, evidently influenced by the fire spirit ring. The fiery spiritual essence surged into his body like rivers converging, bestowing a tremendous and overwhelming force. Under this potent influence, the energy commenced its circuit through the meridians, ultimately gathering in the sea of qi within his dantian. The amount of energy collected this time was markedly greater than during the day. Wang Yue had not deceived him. This fire spirit ring indeed offered substantial benefits for cultivation. With the assistance of this first-tier high-quality spiritual treasure, he anticipated that after a year of study here, he could ascend to the fourth layer of qi refinement. After all, the density of spiritual energy in the Immortal sect far surpassed that of his family. Even the outermost peak here was comparable to the core regions of his family's blessed lands. Zhou Luo could hardly fathom the speed of cultivation if he were to train upon the central spiritual vein. Throughout the entire night of cultivation, Zhou Luo felt not the slightest trace of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, nourished by the pure spiritual essence. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength and decided to stretch his limbs. Everyone promptly emerged from their quarters. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed, penetrating the room. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback, incredulously glancing at the soundproof talisman on the wall. The previously luminescent talisman dimmed instantly, temporarily losing its efficacy. Astonishingly, it had completely disregarded the talisman's effect. This must be a formidable Foundation establishment expert. Hastily, he stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Xin, whose expression mirrored his shock, while the other 8 appeared unfazed. Upon stepping outside, Zhou Luo beheld the formidable Foundation establishment cultivator who had spoken earlier. This was a middle-aged man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura. His demeanor was tranquil, and his gaze was profound and resolute, as if he could perceive the essence of all things in the world. His comportment radiated a sense of calmness and restraint, yet he retained an air of elegance and refinement. The man's presence contrasted sharply with Zhou Luo's preconceived notions. One would expect such a terrifying figure to possess an imposing demeanor, exuding an aura of dread. However, Zhou Luo soon realized that within a sect where Golden Core disciples were abundant and Foundation establishment cultivators were commonplace, this individual's demeanor was indeed modest and unassuming, in stark contrast to the expectations one might have in a familial setting. Nevertheless, the 10 individuals present dared not display the slightest hint of disrespect. They approached him with reverence, their postures humble. The middle-aged man surveyed the group and smiled, stating, "From this day forth, you are required to collect your assignments daily. I trust you understand the consequences of failing to complete them?" This man was named Zheng Tingtao, the youngest disciple of Elder Lu and the principal overseer of the group. "Understood," the 10 replied in unison. "Excellent. Now, please approach in the order I will call your names to collect your jade slips," Zheng Tingtao announced, producing a booklet. He then began to recite a series of names. One by one, the individuals stepped forward to retrieve their assignments for the day. Zhou Luo, too, received his designated jade slip. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it inscribed with hundreds of alchemical formulas, all pertaining to first-tier elixirs. Today's task is merely to gauge your capabilities, thus you are free to select any elixir recipe you desire to refine. I expect to witness your results before sunset. Zheng Tingtao remarked nonchalantly before turning to depart. The others hastily made their way toward the alchemy room, not daring to linger. Zhou Luo followed suit. The alchemy rooms were allocated according to their respective residences, placing him adjacent to Lin Xin's chamber. Initially, Zhou Luo intended to greet the 3rd young lady, yet she completely disregarded him. Was she still harboring resentment over yesterday's incident? Zhou Luo pondered helplessly. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xin's dismissal was not due to the disturbance caused during her bath, but rather because she had failed to extract any information about their conversation from her close friend the previous night. This left her with an unsettling sense of having lost her confidant to another, naturally engendering feelings of animosity towards Zhou Luo, the instigator of her discontent. Shaking off these thoughts, Zhou Luo pushed open the door to the alchemy room, revealing a remarkably spacious area. At the center stood a magnificent purple-gold alchemical furnace, adorned with intricate cloud patterns and emanating a soft luminescence, indicating its extraordinary nature. Zhou Luo speculated that this must be a magical artifact. Unlike ordinary alchemical furnaces, a furnace of such caliber could significantly enhance the alchemical process. After all, in alchemy, the synergy of herbs, furnace, and flame is indispensable. The higher the grade of the furnace, the more potent and diverse its capabilities. It is said that some alchemical furnaces are capable of generating sentience and can autonomously concoct elixirs, requiring only minimal guidance from the alchemist. However, such furnaces exist merely in legend, and Zhou Luo is uncertain whether he will ever have the opportunity to encounter one in this lifetime. Beyond the furnace, what astonishes Zhou Luo the most is the immense cabinet directly opposite him. This cabinet is extraordinarily long, extending to the walls on either side, effectively occupying 3 walls in total. It is meticulously divided into countless sections, each labeled with detailed descriptions of the herbs contained within. To Zhou Luo's astonishment, the compartments do not hold herbs, but rather an array of small storage pouches. Indeed, they are storage pouches. He hastens towards the cabinet, and upon reaching it, casually picks up one of the pouches and opens it, only to discover that it contains several cubic meters of space filled to the brim with herbs. Zhou Luo inhales deeply. The celestial sect is exceedingly extravagant, treating first-tier herbs with such indifference, simply storing them in pouches here. An impulsive desire to seize these pouches and flee suddenly washes over him. Yet, the trust placed in such an arrangement suggests that there is little concern regarding the risk of theft. As Zhou Luo continues to explore, he realizes that the collection of herbs here is astonishingly comprehensive, far surpassing anything found outside. Although these herbs cannot be taken away, they can, in the hands of a top-tier alchemist, be transformed into countless miraculous elixirs. The former version of himself would have found it difficult to create wonders without resources now. The resources lie before him. Chapter 94. Alchemy. The visual impact brought forth by the wall of medicinal herbs is bound to astonish anyone who enters the room. Zhou Luo, seated in the Grand Master's chair, does not rush into alchemy. Instead, his gaze is drawn to the tome resting on the mahogany table beside him. The cover of the book bears the bold inscription Alchemy Log. This log is specifically intended for meticulously documenting alchemical data, which must be submitted daily to the sect for review, ensuring that no corners are cut and that personal supplies are not used to substitute for designated tasks. For Zhou Luo, the tasks assigned by the celestial sect are effortlessly manageable. At this moment, he contemplates whether to misappropriate some funds. As a first-tier master alchemist, the sight of the various herbs before him stirs an insatiable desire within him. He cannot possibly confine himself to crafting only the mid-grade elixirs mandated by the sect. Particularly, he has long harbored the ambition to concoct the first-tier supreme elixir, the spirit-gathering pill. Among first-tier elixirs, the spirit-gathering pill is renowned for its unparalleled efficacy in enhancing cultivation, and its ingredients are consistently among the most sought-after on the market. Despite his formidable alchemical prowess, Zhou Luo has been unable to procure the necessary materials until now. With the ingredients laid out before him, how could he resist temptation? Surely, if I use a little in secret, no one will notice, Zhou Luo murmurs, his gaze fixed on the cabinets lining the wall. With so many herbs here, the affluent celestial sect will likely remain oblivious to my minor usage. What theft? This is merely normal attrition. In the next moment, Zhou Luo's eyes gleam with determination as he reassures himself. After all, on the first day of alchemy, the esteemed Elder Zheng merely instructed them to freely concoct 10 types of elixirs. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to discreetly set aside a portion of the materials for the spirit-gathering pill. With this thought in mind, Zhou Luo swiftly formulates a plan. Crafting the spirit-gathering pill requires a total of 9 distinct herbs. He can prepare the requisite first-tier elixirs corresponding to each of these herbs. During the process, he could feign failure several times, thereby retaining the consumed materials. Elder Zheng would undoubtedly remain none the wiser. After all, he could never imagine that Zhou Luo's success rate with first-tier mid-grade elixirs is an unwavering 100%. Without further ado, Zhou Luo promptly retrieves the log and begins to contemplate the first-tier mid-grade elixirs associated with these 9 herbs. Fortunately, the first-tier alchemical skills bestowed by the system encompass not only a comprehensive understanding of alchemy, but also mastery over all first-tier elixirs. In no time, he identifies 9 elixirs and records them on the first page of the log. As for the 10th, he does not make a hasty choice. Instead, he inscribes the words Beast Spirit Pill. This first-tier mid-grade elixir, true to its name, is intended for consumption by spirit beasts. Previously, during his time with the family, he had intended to nurture his spirit beast, Xiaobai. However, being neither a beast tamer nor able to find the necessary materials for feeding spirit beasts, he ultimately relinquished Xiaobai to his daughter, allowing it to thrive independently. At present, Xiaobai is conveniently by my side, and since the first day of the sect does not stipulate the types of elixirs, it should be permissible for me to concoct the Beast Spirit Pill. After inscribing the final elixir, Zhou Luo set down the tome, his spirits lifted, and rose to begin the search for the necessary herbs. Before long, he had gathered all the ingredients for the first elixir, placing them upon the workstation beside the alchemical furnace. He glanced outside to ensure no one was watching before stealthily extracting a portion of the required herbs for the gathering spirit pill, discarding the remainder into the furnace. He then commenced the alchemical process. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the furnace, enveloping all the ingredients, only to dissipate in an instant. Alas, what a pity! Zhou Luo lamented as he gazed at the charred remnants in the cauldron. He then picked up the tome and recorded the results of this alchemical attempt. The first attempt at refining the firewood pill. Due to a moment of carelessness, the heat was excessive, destroying the ingredients. Failure. After documenting this, Zhou Luo made sure to preserve the evidence, placing it aside in the pile of refuse. Completing this, he repeated his previous actions, extracting the remaining herbs and continuing his alchemical pursuits. He successfully refined an elixir. Subsequently, as expected, he encountered failure once more. The second attempt at the firewood pill. During the fusion of the medicinal liquid, his consciousness wavered momentarily, causing the efficacy to dissipate. Failure. Following this, Zhou Luo meticulously recorded every detail of his alchemical endeavors in the tome. The first attempt at refining the dawn pill. A flaw in the incantation. Failure. The second attempt at the dawn pill, taking 30 minutes. Success. The first attempt at the ash pill. Insufficient spiritual energy during the refinement. Failure. The second attempt at the invigorating pill. Conflicting medicinal properties. Failure. The fifth attempt at the beast spirit pill. Top-tier quality. Success. A series of entries were recorded, and it was fortunate that this tome could automatically adjust its size. Otherwise, a single page would scarcely suffice. Observing the densely packed records of his alchemical trials, Zhou Luo felt no dismay over his numerous failures. Rather, he was in high spirits. Through this method, he had accumulated enough herbs to concoct at least 6 gathering spirit pills. However, he was cautious not to overreach, lest he draw unwanted attention. By the afternoon, Zhou Luo had successfully refined all 10 types of elixirs. Additionally, while concocting the beast spirit pill, he reserved a vial containing 30 elixirs, intending to gift them to Xiaobai later. With ample time remaining before the deadline for submission, Zhou Luo approached the door, retrieving several soundproof talismans that he had previously confiscated from the room, affixing them to the door. Fortunately, as a first-tier talisman master, he found it manageable to remove these fixed talismans. Although these soundproof talismans could not deter foundational cultivators, they provided a certain psychological comfort. Moreover, it was likely that such powerful beings would not concern themselves with a minor figure like him. Having completed these preparations, Zhou Luo returned to the furnace, ready to employ the herbs he had diligently gathered. After today, there shall be no further opportunities to procure herbs for concocting elixirs. Once the sect imposes restrictions on the types of pills permitted daily, he can no longer engage in such overt activities. Taking a deep breath, he first placed several herbs into the alchemical furnace, then raised his right hand, channeling the spiritual energy within. In an instant, a luminous white light surged from his palm and descended into the cauldron. As the white light flickered, it ignited a roaring flame, beginning to melt the herbs. Zhou Luo meticulously followed the procedure, gradually controlling the flames and sequentially adding the remaining ingredients. Within minutes, the herbs transformed under the fierce fire into a bubbling pool of golden liquid. At that moment, the engraved patterns on the furnace's inner wall suddenly radiated light, enveloping the mixture in a gentle glow, calming the previously restless liquid. Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled with realization. This furnace possessed the remarkable ability to quell volatility and stabilize the essence of the herbs. Indeed, it was a powerful artifact, though its grade remained unknown. With the furnace's assistance, Zhou Luo no longer needed to exert excessive focus on the process. He guided the elixir, allowing it to intertwine harmoniously. Amidst the collision of diverse essences, the once turbulent liquid remained unperturbed under the embrace of the soft light. Everything proceeded smoothly. Zhou Luo concentrated intently, continuing to manipulate the liquid until complete fusion was achieved. The gathering spirit pill was a top-tier first-grade elixir, and its refinement was a taxing endeavor. Even the most skilled first-grade alchemists could not guarantee absolute success. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Zhou Luo's forehead as he remained fixated on the golden liquid, wholly immersed in the task. At that moment, a gentle luminescence emanated from the spirit jade resting against his chest, a cool force flowing through his skin and into his mind. The tension that had gripped him dissipated, alleviating the fatigue born from mental exertion. With a deft grip on the alchemical formula, he manipulated the liquid fluidly. Time drifted by, and after approximately 30 minutes, a faint aroma of elixir wafted through the air. Within the hazy, gentle light, the golden liquid had coalesced into the shape of a pill. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from within the furnace. In the next moment, the soft light surged forth, a brilliant radiance revealing 6 golden pills, their smooth, rounded forms exuding a rich fragrance that tantalized the senses. The elixirs were complete. Zhou Luo withdrew his focus, breathing a sigh of relief as he leaned forward to peer into the furnace. As the brilliance faded, he beheld 6 golden pills resting quietly within, their surfaces flawless upon close inspection. Zhou Luo attempted to channel his spiritual energy to assess them and instantly sensed a formidable aura contained within. His expression brightened with joy. Of the 6 gathering spirit pills, 4 were of superior quality, while the remaining 2 were of medium quality. Such excellence was commendable. Hastily, he stored them away and removed the soundproofing talismans, preparing to return them. As fate would have it, upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Xin, who had also just emerged from the next door. It appears that the complexion of the third young lady is somewhat lacking in vitality. Chapter 95. Breakthrough. As the third miss approached, Zhou Luo bowed respectfully. Despite being her senior and possessing superior alchemical talent, he was merely an outsider, a son-in-law to the Lin family, while she was a direct descendant of the esteemed Lin clan. Hence, he had to be mindful of their social hierarchy if he were to remain within the Lin family. Lin Xin glanced at him, her curiosity piqued by what her close friend had mentioned the previous night. However, recalling Wang Yue's instructions, she refrained from inquiring about their relationship and instead asked, "How many types of elixirs have you refined?" 6, Zhou Luo replied, fabricating the truth. "Is it that many?" Lin Xion's voice rose, her face momentarily illuminated with astonishment. She had not rested a moment that day and had only managed to refine 4 types thus far. The realization that he had surpassed her by 2 types left her wondering if his talent was truly that remarkable. Zhou Luo remained silent, looking down. If she was already so surprised by 6 types, what would her reaction be if she knew he had completed all 10 and even found time to concoct 6 spirit-gathering pills? The third miss might very well lose her composure. To divert the conversation, Zhou Luo asked, "Third miss, what are your plans now? I need to catch my breath." Lin Xin replied swiftly before turning and entering the room. With a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving Zhou Luo in a state of bewilderment. Was it merely to catch her breath? He shook his head and walked toward the opposite room. Inside, the dejected Lin Xin stood before the alchemical furnace, her proud little face etched with profound dissatisfaction. After a series of failed attempts at refining elixirs, she had intended to step outside to alleviate her mood, but instead, her spirits had only sunk further. Determined to regain her composure, Lin Xin endeavored to focus her mind and continue her alchemical work, unwilling to allow her first day's efforts to go unfinished. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Luo closed the door and released Xiao Bai. Although he worried about the people from the Immortal sect discovering Xiao Bai's true identity, he reasoned that they would not be so bored as to investigate within his quarters. Xiao Bai obediently lay on Zhou Luo's lap, narrowing its eyes in pleasure as he stroked its fur. Zhou Luo produced a spirit beast pill and placed it in its mouth. Meow. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Bai's body shimmered momentarily before falling into a tranquil silence. Simultaneously, its temperature surged and spiritual energy coursed within, emanating a powerful aura. This elixir would facilitate its growth, and unlike humans, spirit beasts need not worry about the dangers of overconsumption. Zhou Luo resolved to feed Xiao Bai a spirit pill daily, for this little creature held the potential to ascend to the 3rd tier. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Bai succumbed to slumber, slowly absorbing the medicinal effects. Zhou Luo placed it gently on the bed and reaffixed the soundproof talisman to the wall. Having completed these tasks, he decided against consuming the spirit-gathering pills for the time being, intending to wait until he finished his own assignments. Thus, he left the room and returned to the alchemical chamber. With nothing to occupy his time, he picked up the record book and meticulously reviewed it from beginning to end, ensuring there were no flaws to be found. All the remaining evidence was set aside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crowd exited the alchemy room. Zheng Tingtao, adorned in a flowing azure robe, gracefully approached to assess everyone's results. Zhou Luo lowered his gaze, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing the revelation of his clandestine acquisition of herbs for his concoctions. Fortunately, there was no discernible reaction from Zheng, indicating that his secret remained undiscovered. However, Lin Xin was not as fortunate. Having only completed 8 types of elixirs, she fell short of her target. After his inspection, Zheng showed no mercy towards this lone newcomer who failed to meet expectations, stripping her of the right to dine. As for the elixirs produced by the others, they were all surrendered. Zhou Luo could not help but internally critique the sect's stinginess in this regard. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear. Although the Qingyuan sect was financially robust, the herbs used for crafting elixirs were in unlimited supply. If these elixirs were not submitted, a day or two might be manageable, but over a year, even a celestial sect would feel the pinch. Thus, submitting these elixirs was merely a means of recuperating losses. Ultimately, the sect did not profit from this endeavor. As Zheng departed, Lin Xin stood in place, lips pressed together, her face a canvas of disappointment and resentment. Wang Yue gently offered her solace. Zhou Luo, wary of invoking the ill fortune of the third miss, hastily exited the scene. Inside the room, Xiaobai remained in slumber, yet it radiated a gentle light, with its once smooth fur now subtly pulsating with spiritual energy. To prevent others from noticing the anomaly, Zhou Luo quickly placed it back into the pet pouch. He then settled into a lotus position on the cushion. Previously, due to a lack of materials, he had been unable to concoct an effective elixir for enhancing his cultivation. Now, gazing at the spirit-gathering pill in his hand, his spirits lifted as he decisively consumed one. The elixir dissolved upon entry, coursing directly into his body. Immediately, Zhou Luo activated the spirit-gathering technique, while the fire spirit ring on his left ring finger emitted a radiant crimson glow. As the technique commenced, the ambient spiritual energy began to converge towards him. Concurrently, the effects of the spirit-gathering pill surged forth, unleashing a torrent of power within him, which flowed through his meridians, cascading into his internal organs. Zhou Luo felt an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy manifesting, akin to a river breaking its dam, surging through his meridians without the need for his guidance, autonomously circulating through his system. This influx of energy also invigorated the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit-gathering technique in the fire spirit ring, resulting in an astonishing acceleration of the energy's intake into his qi. However, the downside was that his fragile meridians could not withstand such an overwhelming flow of energy, causing them to swell violently. Zhou Luo's fair skin exhibited prominent veins, previously concealed, now grotesquely visible. He let out a pained groan, feeling as if a tidal wave was crashing upon him, threatening to rupture his internal organs. The expanded qi and meridians inflicted immense suffering upon him. With a pallid complexion, Zhou Luo repeatedly channeled the spirit-gathering technique, striving to swiftly dissipate the colossal spiritual energy within him. As time passed, Zhou Luo, having endured the most excruciating moments, panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, aided by the gathering spirit technique, he managed to digest the absorbed spiritual energy without peril. To his astonishment, he effortlessly transcended his initial mid-stage cultivation level of the qi refining realm, achieving the latter stage. Zhou Luo abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving, the intense pain throughout his body still lingering. With trepidation, he glanced at the remaining gathering spirit pill, marveling at the terrifying effects brought about by the combined forces of the elixir, the technique, and the magical artifact. He had not been prepared for such a transformation. Thankfully, everything remained within the bounds of endurance, albeit the experience was undeniably unpleasant. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon those they favor. They must first endure hardships. Zhou Luo recalled an ancient saying from his past life. He looked down at his purple gold robe, noticing that his white shirt was already drenched in blood, a grim sight. Taking out a cleansing talisman, Zhou Luo rid himself of all impurities, emerging renewed. He exhaled a breath of stale air, stored the remaining gathering spirit pill, and, stretching his body, stood up from the meditation mat to brew himself a cup of spiritual tea. Cultivation demands a gradual and methodical approach, accumulating insights and power, allowing for significant breakthroughs over time. Relying solely on elixirs may yield rapid enhancements in the short term, but it can also undermine one's foundation, jeopardizing the essence of cultivation. Thus, elixirs serve merely as an auxiliary aid, not to be used excessively. As he savored the spiritual tea, Zhou Luo felt the pain in his body gradually subside. Regrettably, although the medicinal materials here were abundant, he still lacked several essential treasures required for the second phase of the bare body refinement technique. Otherwise, he could have seized this year to advance further. At present, he had completed the first phase of the bare body refinement technique, enabling his physical form to withstand attacks from cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet, this was still insufficient. After witnessing the extensive array of medicinal materials possessed by the Immortal sect, Zhou Luo felt that if he could procure all the rare materials needed for the subsequent phases of the body refinement technique, it would be a tremendous fortune. Many of these materials were scarce in the market and frequently out of stock. Unfortunately, he could not leave this place. If only he could enlist someone to venture out and acquire these materials for him. Zhou Luo pondered whether to befriend the disciples of the sect in the front courtyard. But he quickly dismissed the idea. They were disciples of the Immortal sect, while he was merely an outsider. Their status is vastly different. Should he attempt to approach them, they would likely scorn him, leaving him in an awkward position. Redirecting his thoughts, Zhou Luo resumed his cultivation. This time, his practice was less fervent than at the outset. He still needed to gradually digest the residual spiritual energy. This was a long-term endeavor. In the days that followed, everyone was required to report to the adjacent training area to collect their assignments and submit the spiritual pills they had refined before sunset. For Lin Xin, who had failed to complete her assignments on the very first day, this posed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, under Wang Yue's guidance, her alchemical endeavors gradually found their rhythm. As for the other newcomer, Zhou Luo, he felt no such pressure. He could nearly complete the tasks assigned by the Immortal sect within the span of a morning, though he lamented that he could not freely concoct elixirs as he had on the first day. Nevertheless, during the process of crafting these potions, he discreetly withheld some of the medicinal materials. Upon realizing that the Immortal sect had not detected his actions, he grew increasingly audacious. He even ceased to feign failure in his concoctions. Instead, he recorded the unsuccessful attempts in his ledger and pocketed all the materials. During this period, with the aid of the spiritual pills, Xiaobai had grown significantly since his arrival, and its abilities had improved considerably. On one occasion, when Zhou Luo tested the illusion it created, he found himself ensnared for half an hour, even with some preparation. For Zhou Luo, the days spent in alchemy were often tedious and protracted, the sole consolation being that both his pet and his own cultivation improved day by day. On this particular day, Zhou Luo finally encountered the most exhilarating event of this period. The monthly examination was approaching. Indeed, without realizing it, he had already spent a month at the Immortal sect. According to the sect's schedule, each month at the end, all members would partake in an examination, with those achieving outstanding results receiving rewards and gaining access to the 3rd and 4th levels of the library. Zhou Luo vividly remembered Wang Yue mentioning that the 4th level contained clues to various rare materials. Should he manage to explore there and uncover some significant leads, it would greatly benefit his personal growth. He was determined to secure first place in this examination. Chapter 96. A chance for redemption as the dawn's gentle light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. A group of 10 young men and women stood before the practice hall, their expressions a medley of anticipation and apprehension. They were acutely aware that the forthcoming assessment held immense significance for them, a matter of utmost importance that could not be taken lightly. Among the gathered audience were mostly elders, who had visited this place on numerous occasions, not solely for the monotonous task of alchemy, but for the rewards offered by the sect. Opportunities to ascend to the 3rd or 4th levels of the tower. The path of cultivation is inherently one of fierce competition. Without striving, one achieves nothing. It is not merely enough to compete. One must strive to emerge victorious. The participants understood all too well that to progress further along the path of cultivation, they must exert every effort to contend. The resources their families could provide were ultimately limited. Only a broader horizon and richer resources could quench their thirst for advancement. Thus, the Qingyuan sect represented their optimal choice. They aimed to distinguish themselves in the monthly examination, and even if they did not capture the attention of a certain immortal, they could at least secure various opportunities for themselves. Zheng Tingtao arrived like a gust of wind, descending into the arena clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of authority. His usually gentle gaze now bore an edge of sharpness. He scanned the 10 individuals before him, noting, "Indeed, you are the most outstanding group I have witnessed in recent years." Throughout the past month, apart from Lin Xin, who had failed to complete her assignment on the very first day, the remaining 9 had efficiently fulfilled their tasks. This indicated not only their high talent for alchemy, but also foretold a fierce competition ahead. The 10, humbled by the gravity of the occasion, bowed their heads in modesty, lowering their postures. Now, let me ascertain whether you truly possess the merit. Zhang Tingtao's calm voice resonated suddenly, and with a subtle gesture, 10 mahogany tables materialized before them, each bearing a jade booklet. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow, noting that this sect's written examination appeared to be of a higher caliber than that of the Spirit Pill Conference. An hour, commencing now. Zhang Tingtao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice imbued with a palpable sense of authority. The 10 participants almost synchronously grasped the jade booklets, opening them to reveal a radiant golden light that enveloped each holder, isolating them from one another. Zhou Luo initially felt overwhelmed by the brilliance before him and instinctively closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he beheld a magnificent golden scroll, devoid of splendid landscapes, instead adorned with pulsating characters that emerged like ethereal sprites, coalescing into a series of questions. As Zhou Luo focused on the inquiries, he realized that he need not write. A mere thought would suffice to swiftly conjure his answers. The purpose of the written examination was to select candidates for the martial assessment, and thus Zhou Luo resolved not to stand out too prominently. Much like at the previous Spirit Pill Conference, he deliberately answered some questions incorrectly. To avoid being the first to submit his work, he lingered a moment longer before tackling the final 2 major questions. When he felt it time, he chose to submit his work. The scroll before him dissipated, the golden light receding, as white radiance surged from all directions. In Zhou Luo's eyes, the scene returned to its inception, with a jade tablet quietly resting upon the table. He could not help but glance to the side, where many remained ensconced in golden light, yet some were swifter than he. Luan stood before the table, turning his head to gaze at him. Those profound eyes were laden with deep-seated animosity, and his expression bore prideful disdain. During the last alchemical examination, he had succumbed to Zhou Luo, relegating himself to second place, which had also resulted in his uncle losing a treasured sword. This humiliation had lingered in his memory. Now was the opportune moment to cleanse that shame. The corners of Luan's mouth lifted slightly. He had submitted his jade tablet before Zhou Luo, answering all the questions. There was no reason to be bested once more. Sensing the provocation, Zhou Luo remained unfazed, instead directing his gaze towards the man beside Luan. He was unfamiliar to Zhou Luo, yet his attire suggested he hailed from the Zhang family. At this moment, the 3 of them had emerged from the golden light, while the others continued their arduous struggle. Approximately 10 minutes later, the remaining participants gradually completed their answers, revealing their true forms. Just as the hour's limit approached its end, the last contestant, Lin Xian, finally extricated herself from the golden light. Her pale face indicated she had endured considerable strain. Although the jade tablet required no physical response, it exacted a significant toll on one's spiritual essence. It seemed the celestial sect sought to gauge the mental fortitude of its participants. After all, for an alchemist, spiritual awareness is paramount. The stronger the awareness, the higher the alchemical prowess. In the afternoon, the martial examination commenced. Zhang Tingtao swept his sleeve, and 10 jade tablets, along with the table, vanished entirely before he turned to depart. As he exited, the crowd collectively exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. I found this written examination rather straightforward. How about you? One remarked. I dare not say much, but I believe I should secure a spot in the top 6. This written test was more challenging than the alchemical one, covering a broader range. I lack confidence. Indeed, I scarcely recall what I wrote. Familiar faces quickly gathered, engaging in discussion about the recent examination. Wang Yue, noticing Lin Xian's demeanor, approached to offer consolation, saying, "This is merely the beginning." She was a newcomer, while the others were seasoned participants, having attended multiple times. The disparity was evident. Lin Xian understood this well, yet what she could not accept was, why did Zhou Luo, also a newcomer, appear so at ease? She turned to observe his composed visage, and this sense of imbalance intensified, plunging her into deeper doubt. Zhou Luo remained oblivious to her gaze. He simply noted that time was ample. Rather than squander it, he preferred to practice and thus made his way towards the front room. However, after only a few steps, a figure obstructed his path. It was Luan. A month prior, Luan had attempted to provoke him, only to be silenced by Zhou Luo's retort. Since then, everyone had been preoccupied with alchemy, leaving little time for such futile endeavors. Yet today felt distinctly different. During the last literary examination, I, Lu Jia, lost a magical artifact to you, Lin Jia. Today, I seek to redeem myself. I propose a contest of scores for this literary examination, with the artifact as our wager. Luwen's gaze was fixed intently on the individual before him, his expression earnest, and his eyes unabashedly revealing his fighting spirit. His actions immediately attracted the attention of others. I have no time for this. Zhou Luo was disinterested in the challenge. After all, fighting was prohibited in the front courtyard. Even if he wished to decline, the opposing party would have no recourse. Was it that he had no time? Or was he simply aware of his inevitable defeat and thus hesitated to compete against me? Luwen derisively taunted. The onlookers responded with varied expressions. Most appeared to revel in the spectacle. Only Lin Xin and Wang Yue furrowed their brows slightly, perceiving the challenger as somewhat petty. Faced with such a base provocation, Zhou Luo did not even cast a glance in his direction, striding purposefully toward the other side. Witnessing his disregard, a flicker of panic crossed Luwen's eyes. Yet he maintained a facade of mockery. It seems the Lin family is composed of cowards. Firstly, I do not represent. Zhou Luo's words were abruptly interrupted by the voice of Lin Xin. Let us compete. Chapter 97. A resounding slap on the verdant grass. Lin Xin's voice suddenly rang out, clear and resonant, drawing the attention of those nearby. The long-standing feud between the Lin and Lu families was well known, and now, as the direct descendants of both families clashed, one could only wonder what sparks would fly. Zhou Luo turned to face her, astonished. Lin Xin, her face flushed with anger, fixed her gaze upon Luwen, coldly stating, "Allow him to see the disparity between our families." Luwen merely smiled in silence. Zhou Luo, feeling helpless, stepped closer and whispered, "Third miss. I lack the means to wager against him." Of course, this was merely a pretext. Firstly, the dignity of the Lin family was of little concern to him. Secondly, in an effort to conceal his true abilities, he had deliberately erred on several questions, uncertain whether he could secure victory over Lu and Zhou Luo, lacking absolute confidence. Was unwilling to squander his time on such a trivial challenge. I shall provide it. Lin Xin's voice deepened as a flash of ethereal light appeared in her pale right hand, materializing into a 3-foot-long treasured sword. The sword gleamed silver-white, its entire blade shimmering under the sunlight, exuding a formidable aura. Golden patterns were etched upon the hilt, and a delicate pink tassel cascaded down, contributing to its imposing presence. This was a magical sword, and even the faint, sharp sword energy emanating from it revealed its extraordinary nature. Unlike Zhou Luo, the profound sense of familial honor compelled Lin Xin to disdain her adversary's mockery. Regardless of the outcome, she felt obligated to engage in battle, otherwise, news of her retreat would undoubtedly render the Lin family a subject of ridicule. Clang! Lin Xin raised her sword. Its tip pointed directly at Luwen. "This is a high-grade magical artifact. What do you possess to wager in return?" The mention of high-grade left the crowd in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the third miss of the Lin family would be so willing to stake a first-tier, high-grade magical artifact. Luwen's expression shifted dramatically. The prospect of a high-grade magical artifact as a wager was beyond his expectations. Meeting her captivating gaze, he flipped his hand, a burst of white light emerging from his palm to reveal a silver-white sword. Yet, its aura was evidently inferior to hers. "I only possess a mid-grade artifact, but I can also offer a vial of beauty elixir and 2 vials of spirit-enhancing pills," he declared with conviction. Both the beauty elixir and the spirit-enhancing pills were first-tier mid-grade medicines. If combined with the mid-grade sword, they would indeed be comparable to Lin Xin's high-grade sword. Zhou Luo, having overheard their exchange, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in dismay. He had not foreseen this wager, nor could he have anticipated such substantial stakes. Had he known, he would not have intentionally made so many mistakes. "Very well, you shall regret making this decision," Lin Xin declared, raising her chin with an indifferent expression. Her words resembled a bed in themselves, exuding confidence even more than the actual participants. "Humph, the one who should regret is you," Luwen scoffed, turning to leave. Once he departed, Lin Xin sheathed her sword, her expression turning serious as she addressed Zhou Luo. "You must secure victory, for you represent the Lin family." "Third miss, I can only say that I have already done my utmost. However, about that wager?" Zhou Luo inquired tentatively. "You have triumphed. Nature has bestowed its rewards upon you. Lin Xian graciously declared. Zhou Luo smirked, asserting with righteous conviction, "Rest assured, Miss San. I do not regard the insignificant Lu family with any seriousness." Upon hearing his words, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, reflecting that he had not seemed so resolute moments prior. After this exchange, Zhou Luo did not linger, turning promptly to retreat into the house for his cultivation. Luan's prowess is not to be underestimated. Came the soft voice of Wang Yue beside Lin Xian. She had a fair understanding of Luan, who had attended this institution for 3 consecutive years, consistently excelling in the Spirit Pill Conference, always ranking among the top 3. "Do I possess any other options?" Lin Xian retorted, only to shift her tone, gazing at that tall silhouette with a glimmer in her beautiful eyes. "I believe he should not disappoint, shall he?" Her heart, however, was uncertain. Yet, she could not allow Luan to flaunt his superiority while stepping upon the Lin family's reputation. To concede without a fight was not the character of Lin San Miss. Even in defeat, it was preferable to endure ridicule than to remain silent. It was merely a magical artifact. Though it would cause some distress, it was bearable. Still, she hoped Zhou Luo would emerge victorious. In the afternoon, Zhou Luo made his appearance once more. By this time, a number of individuals had gathered on the grassy field. Among them Luan. As soon as he arrived, another member of the Lu family intentionally raised his voice, proclaiming, "It seems our cousin is destined to acquire a superior magical artifact today. Indeed, a mere son-in-law. Does he truly believe himself capable of greatness?" Luan relished this remark, a look of condescension adorning his face. Zhou Luo remained unfazed, quietly taking his place. Indeed, he is a mere hound of the Lin family. No, even less than a dog, for a dog would at least bark, another member of the Lu family scornfully remarked, his words as harsh as they were unrestrained. Zhou Luo's gaze turned icy. Truly, the most bothersome were the incessant buzzing of flies. Just as he was about to speak, a blue streak of light cut across the sky, descending into the arena. Zheng Tingtao made his entrance once again. Instantly, Luan and the others fell silent, standing with utmost respect in their designated spots, heads bowed in extreme humility. Observing this, Zhou Luo inwardly chuckled. Zheng Tingtao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for all to assemble before surveying the crowd. He then raised his right hand, and with a gentle wave, a beam of light shot forth from his palm, crashing into the air with a thunderous boom, transforming into countless specks of light that swiftly coalesced into a luminous screen. On this screen were inscribed the names of all present, along with their respective scores. Among the crowd, Luan first cast a glance at Zhou Luo, his face radiating confidence, as if to convey, "This is merely the first step to trample you underfoot." He then leisurely lifted his gaze, directing it to the top of the luminous screen. "First place is undoubtedly mine," he thought, his eyes widening upon seeing his name at the pinnacle. Zhou Luo, 95 points. Originally wearing a smile, Luan suddenly froze, gazing incredulously at that name, instinctively rubbing his eyes. How could this be? How could he be first? This was his very first time in the sect. Why such an astonishing score? Luan felt an icy chill coursing through his body, as turbulent waves surged within his heart. He stared in utter disbelief at the words displayed on the luminous screen, unable to comprehend the reality before him. The others also witnessed the announcement, and a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, each face reflecting sheer incredulity. They regarded Zhou Luo as if he were a monster. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo himself was engulfed in confusion. This couldn't be right. He had intentionally misanswered several questions, so how could he still secure the top position? Momentarily taken aback, he then glanced towards the second place. Luan, 70 points. How could the second place only have 70 points? Zhou Luo quickly realized he had misjudged the situation. To him, the questions in this examination were no different from those in the previous alchemical competition. He assumed he could easily compare them. Unbeknownst to him, the difficulty of this sect's literary examination far surpassed that of the previous initiation trials. The scores of others barely scraped past the passing mark, while his glaring 95 points felt like a resounding slap in the face to everyone present. Zhou Luo had not anticipated such an outcome. Feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd upon him, he shrugged, somewhat helplessly. Beside him, Lin Xian also noticed the results, her excitement palpable. Although she placed last, she felt no sorrow. Instead, her smile remained undiminished. The satisfaction of triumphing over her adversaries and standing tall above them brought her immense joy. She turned her head, offering Zhou Luo a genuine smile for the first time. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. He never expected the usually proud and aloof third miss would display such warmth in his presence. Next to Lin Xian, Wang Yue also looked at him with a smile, thinking that this was indeed the Zhou Luo she knew. At that moment, Luin, who lagged a full 25 points behind, wore a grim expression. His hands clenched tightly as he ground his teeth in frustration. The confidence he once held had evaporated, replaced by a furious embarrassment. Just wait. I will ensure you are thoroughly trampled beneath my feet. Luin's heart roared with rage, wishing he could tear Zhou Luo into shreds. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Zheng Tingtao announced, in 10 minutes, the top 6 will proceed to the Great Hall for the martial examination. With that, he dismissed the luminous screen and made his way toward the building adjacent to the alchemy chamber. Chapter 98. Superior Magical Artifacts. As Zheng Tingtao departed, the previously tranquil grassland erupted in a flurry of animated discussions. Impossible. How did I only score 30? I answered so many questions. What is happening? I didn't even make it into the top 6. This examination was indeed challenging. I barely managed to secure 4th place. It was astonishing that a score of 68 could place someone in the top 3. Voices of speculation rose and fell like waves. Yet, the most incredulous of all was the score achieved by Zhou Luo. How could he alone have garnered 95 points? Under ordinary circumstances, they might have attributed his success to sheer luck. However, given the formidable difficulty of this examination, with so many scoring poorly, it was utterly astounding that he managed to achieve such a remarkable score. Was his theoretical knowledge truly so extensive? As bewilderment permeated the air, a clear, authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Luin, hand over your belongings. Lin Xian fixed her piercing gaze on the frozen figure of Luin, presenting herself before him with the poise of a victor. Flanking her were Wang Yue and Zhou Luo, exuding an imposing presence. Luin's complexion darkened. His eyes locked onto Zhou Luo's composed expression, filled with a desire to exact vengeance. The others turned their attention to the unfolding scene. In such a situation, should Luin dare to renege, the entire Lu family would be shamed for eternity. He understood that dishonoring the family name would result in severe consequences upon his return. Despite the immense value of the mid-grade magical artifact and 3 vials of elixirs, he had no choice but to relinquish them. Under the scrutiny of the 3, Luin, with great reluctance, cast aside the sword and the vials of elixirs. Don't get too smug, he managed to grit out through clenched teeth. Why shouldn't we be proud of our victory? Lin Xian retorted, lifting her chin with a disdainful expression. Even if you were given another chance, it would only result in your defeat at the hands of the Lin family. Having endured such mockery earlier, she was determined to return the favor. Upon hearing her words, Luin clenched his fists, a torrent of fury surging within him. Yet, they completely disregarded his presence. Here you go, Lin Xian said as she handed the 3 items to Zhou Luo. Thank you, third miss, Zhou Luo replied, his eyes sparkling as he accepted the items with a smile. Although he could not yet fully harness the power of the mid-grade magical artifact, it did not imply that he would always be incapable. With such a formidable artifact at his side, he felt a newfound confidence for future endeavors, particularly in his quest for dragon bloodgrass. Additionally, while the 3 vials of elixirs may not be of significant use to him personally, they could greatly benefit his wife and children. The rejuvenating elixir was not immediately needed and could be sold, but the vitality elixir, which enhances the spiritual energy of entry-level cultivators, was truly a treasure. Upon returning home, he could administer it to little Chang'an and the others. For Zhou Luo, these 3 items represented immense advantages, and he was delighted to accept them. However, this scene pierced Luin's heart deeply, leaving him in profound anguish. I wish to continue our competition. As the 3 prepared to depart, Luin's voice rose with immense excitement. The trio paused, and Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at him, inquiring, "Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Luin felt as though his heart had been pierced by a sharp blade, leaving him utterly disconcerted. His emotions surged, and taking a deep breath, he turned to Zhou Luo, declaring, "I challenge you to another duel." Previously, he had learned that this individual experienced a high failure rate in alchemy. Despite possessing extensive theoretical knowledge, he was undoubtedly inferior in practical skills. To reclaim his possessions and restore the honor of the Lu family, he had no choice but to gamble against him. Zhou Luo glanced at him, slowly responding, "Do you genuinely think I would consent? Or are you resorting to the same old tricks? It seems you have already lost your family's honor." This stinging remark elicited laughter from those around them. Initially, the opponent had declined the wager. Had it not been for Luan's mockery of the Lin family, which incited Lin Xian's fury, Zhou Luo would not have accepted the bet. Now, the Lu family had lost the right to deride the Lin family. Under these circumstances, what reason could Luan possibly have to compel Zhou Luo to engage in the contest? Luan stood frozen, his face flushed with anger as he heard the relentless laughter. "Let us depart," Zhou Luo stated, choosing to disregard him as he turned to leave. "I wager a superior-grade magical artifact." At that moment, Luan's voice rang out forcefully. Zhou Luo halted, then turned back to face him, while the others gasped in astonishment. "You possess a superior-grade artifact?" Lin Xian's gaze darkened. Initially, she had assumed he only had a mid-grade artifact and did not expect him to possess such an item. It now appeared that he was reluctant to reveal it. Naturally, Luan was unwilling to disclose it. That artifact was his sole means of survival. He could hardly bear to use it as a wager. Yet now, to provoke a challenge, he felt compelled to do so. Otherwise, for the next year, he would be unable to hold his head high before Zhou Luo, and if word reached his family, he would face severe repercussions. "Are you certain it is a superior-grade artifact?" Zhou Luo inquired. He had initially no intention of participating in this meaningless wager, having already secured victory. However, if it were indeed a superior-grade artifact, the stakes would change entirely. Before him, Luan's expression darkened as he raised his right hand. With a hum, an ethereal light burst forth, accompanied by the sudden tolling of a bell. A golden small bell materialized before the crowd. Its bronze hue was adorned with intricate carvings of mountains, trees, the sun, moon, and stars, encircled by a radiant aura that exuded an ancient and majestic presence. Every observer felt a profound aura emanating from the bell, their expressions reflecting astonishment. This was not merely a superior-grade artifact, it was among the finest of its kind. Zhou Luo too sensed the extraordinary nature of this artifact, noting that even the sword Lin Xian had previously presented paled in comparison. "I wager with you using this golden bell. Do you dare?" Luan declared, concealing the treasure. "What if you go back on your word?" Zhou Luo retorted, confidence brimming. "It can be witnessed by an immortal," Luan responded resolutely. Were it a literary contest, he might have hesitated, but in a martial trial, his opponent could not possibly surpass him. "Very well, I accept your wager," Zhou Luo agreed. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the prospect of another gamble between the two. Surprised by the abundance of spectacle to unfold that day, the two then proceeded towards the dark building. Typically, when disciples of the front courtyard clashed, Elder Lu would be summoned to witness the contest, a custom well established. Upon learning that Elder Lu would preside, Zhou Luo felt assured of victory with the golden bell. In the hall of the pavilion, Elder Lu, intrigued by the stakes of their wager, expressed his enthusiasm. Indeed, young men should possess such fervor. "I shall witness your contest," Elder Lu proclaimed, visibly pleased. "Thank you, Elder Lu," the two replied with a respectful gesture. With a witness in place, the time for competition approached. As the hour drew near, the top 6 from the literary trials made their way toward the building indicated by Zheng Tingtao, followed closely by the 4 eliminated participants, eager to witness the impending clash of prowess. Chapter 99. The martial trial. The venue for the martial trial is adjacent to the row of alchemy chambers, where individuals receive their daily assignments. Upon entering the building, one is greeted by a spacious hall. Within this grand chamber, 6 alchemical furnaces have been meticulously arranged, each separated by screens. "Select your materials," Zheng Tingtao remarked nonchalantly as he took his seat upon a throne intricately carved from white jade, noticing the arrival of the participants. The 6 individuals bowed respectfully and hastily made their way toward the nearby cabinet, which was already stocked with various medicinal herbs. With a mind set on erasing his past disgrace, Luan resolutely chose the challenging cleansing elixir from the first-tier mid-grade medicinal pills. This particular potion, renowned for its ability to transform one's physique and enhance cultivation aptitude, has always been one of the most sought-after elixirs among its grade. Yet, the difficulty of its refinement is not to be underestimated. It demands a unique alchemical technique that is notoriously difficult to master, often requiring 3 to 5 years of dedicated practice. Luan, who had embarked on his alchemical journey from a young age, devoted 4 full years to learning this intricate skill. Previously, during his time at the Immortal sect, he consistently ranked among the top competitors in the martial trials, thanks to his proficiency in refining this elixir. The others, seasoned practitioners themselves, also gravitated towards the cleansing elixir, fully aware of the advantages it would confer in terms of scoring. At this stage, they were all competing on other criteria, prompting a collective effort to select their materials. Zhou Luo was no exception. He reached out to grasp a particular herb. Suddenly, a shadow darted from beside him, and before he could react, a hand shot out and seized the herb. Turning his head, he found himself face to face with the visibly irate Luan Ha. As if you could ever refine the cleansing elixir. Luan sneered, dripping with derision. Zhou Luo arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Is your face not swollen enough? At this, Luan's expression soured, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes. Do you really think achieving first place in the written exam makes you exceptional? The final results will ultimately hinge on alchemy. In that realm, you, as a mere son-in-law, will never surpass me. Confidence is commendable. I hope you can maintain it. Zhou Luo replied coolly, then reached for another herb. In a sudden burst of movement, Luan lunged forward, gripping Zhou Luo's wrist with an iron grasp. A sharp pang shot through Zhou Luo, his expression freezing as his inner energy began to stir, threatening to erupt. Soon, you will witness the disparity between us. Luan hissed through clenched teeth, before releasing his hold and striding towards another section of materials. Zhou Luo remained rooted in place, observing the crimson mark around his wrist, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze. He slowly turned his head to etch Lu and silhouette into his memory. The group quickly selected their herbs and returned to their respective areas. Each individual wore a serious expression, their faces set with determination as they commenced the alchemical process. In contrast, Zhou Luo appeared remarkably at ease. As everyone began to introduce their medicinal ingredients, he calmly approached his designated area with the selected materials, placing them on the adjacent table without a hint of anxiety. Zheng Tingtao savored the spirit tea, his consciousness sweeping through the 6 zones, absorbing the performances of the participants. Over the past month, although he had not closely monitored their alchemical endeavors, the quality of the elixirs submitted each time provided a clear indication of their talents. Among them, 2 individuals particularly piqued his satisfaction. One was Luan, and the other was a man from the Zhang family named Zhang Sheng. As for Zhou Luo, his frequent failures had failed to capture Zheng Tingtao's attention. However, having secured first place in the written examination, Zhou Luo did earn a brief glance from him, albeit just a fleeting one. In that moment, Zheng Tingtao discerned Zhou Luo's 9th grade spiritual root. Such a lowly root presented insurmountable difficulties in progressing beyond the 5th layer of qi refinement. No matter how high one's innate talent might be, it would ultimately prove inconsequential. While an alchemist's proficiency is paramount, the longevity and comprehensive enhancement derived from one's cultivation realm serve as the essential foundation for alchemy. To advance further along the path of alchemy, one must possess a substantial cultivation base. Otherwise, aspirations remain unattainable. In Zheng Tingtao's eyes, Zhou Luo's future appeared irrevocably constrained, leaving no room for further advancement. Thus, his focus gravitated more towards Luan and Zhang Sheng. Both were no strangers to the process. Their experiences in refining the cleansing marrow pill numbered in the hundreds. Consequently, they entered a subtle competition, hastening their pace. At that moment, only 30 minutes had elapsed when both began to guide the elixir's formulation with their alchemical techniques. It is noteworthy that the others were still in the stage of merging the medicinal liquids. The alchemical process comprises 5 stages: the sequential introduction of ingredients, the extraction of medicinal properties, the merging of the elixirs, the guidance of the alchemical formula, and finally, the completion of the elixir. Luan and Zhang Sheng had reached the penultimate stage, and it was anticipated that they would complete the elixir within a matter of minutes. Suddenly, as Zheng Tingtao contemplated who might succeed first, a deep, resonant sound reached his ears. As a second-tier alchemist, he recognized this unmistakable sound as that of a completed elixir. In the next instant, a rich, aromatic fragrance wafted through the air, exquisite and refreshing. Zheng Tingtao's gaze snapped towards Zhou Luo, only to find him standing there with a tranquil demeanor, having halted his refining process. In half an hour, he had successfully concocted the cleansing marrow pill. The potent aroma naturally wafted into the nostrils of the other participants, sending a jolt through their minds at this critical moment. Luan, that was incredibly swift, Zhang Sheng thought, his eyes fixed intently on the alchemical furnace. Yet, on the other hand, Luan's countenance turned pale, a grimace distorting his features as he clenched his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The realization that someone had completed the elixir had shaken his concentration, nearly leading to a catastrophic error. Fortunately, he managed to steady his mind and continued to manipulate the medicinal liquid within the furnace, allowing it to gradually take shape. Nevertheless, doubts began to surface in his mind. Who could have possibly completed the elixir so quickly? Could it be Zhang Sheng? Or perhaps someone else? Before the alchemical furnace, Zhou Luo bowed his head, his posture respectful. Zhang Tingtao approached, his gaze fixed upon the 6 soul-cleansing pills within the cauldron, a spark of intrigue igniting within him. The pristine white pills gracefully ascended, materializing before his eyes. Of superior quality? Perhaps even exceptional? As he scrutinized the 6 soul-cleansing pills, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Among them, 3 were of medium quality, 2 were of high quality, and 1 was of exceptional quality. Could this young man's talent truly be so remarkable? He couldn't help but appraise Zhou Luo. Such efficient alchemical mastery was likely beyond even a first-tier high-grade alchemist's capabilities in a single attempt. Alas, the young man possessed only a 9th-grade spiritual root. Zhang Tingtao gently shook his head. Had the other's spiritual root been of a higher grade, he might have seriously considered accepting him as a disciple. He set down the soul-cleansing pills, a flash of brilliance emanating from him as he returned to his throne, never uttering a word to Zhou Luo throughout the encounter. Just then, shortly after his own successful alchemical transformation, Luan's excited voice suddenly erupted, followed by a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, signaling his successful pill formation. Chapter 100. The misfortunate Luan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The palpable excitement and joy he expressed caused a heavy weight to settle upon the hearts of those engaged in alchemy, amplifying their sense of pressure. On the throne, Zhang Tingtao, seemingly lost in meditation, appeared oblivious to the commotion, making no discernible movement. Luan, exhilarated by his successful concoction, gazed at the elixir within the cauldron with unbridled delight. Although he was not the first to achieve success in alchemy, he was confident that both the quantity and quality of his creations surpassed those of anyone else in attendance. As for Zhou Luo, he scoffed at the very notion of comparison. This contest was undoubtedly his to win. Shifting his focus, Luan peered through the screen towards the indistinct figure on his left, whose diligent efforts in alchemy further bolstered his confidence. Yet, he pondered who could possibly have outpaced him. After casting a cautious glance at Zhang Tingtao on the throne, he gingerly stepped away from the cauldron and directed his gaze towards the area occupied by Zhang Sheng. Among the 9 present, the only individual he regarded with caution was Zhang Sheng. Their alchemical skills were comparable, and Zhang had frequently attended the Immortal sect for further study. He was the sole contender who could potentially surpass Luan. However, to Luan's astonishment, Zhang Sheng was still in the process of forming his elixir, not yet finished. Curious, Luan followed Zhang Sheng's line of sight to 2 others on his left, who were also engrossed in their work. It was neither of them. Turning his attention further left, he noted that the only individuals on the right were Wang Yue and Zhou Luo. A quick glance revealed that they were still on the 4th step of their alchemical process, significantly lagging behind him. In an instant, Luan's body stiffened, and a terrifying thought surged through his mind. Could it possibly be that son-in-law? He could scarcely believe it, and abruptly turned to the area where the individual stood, only to find him staring blankly at the cauldron. Indeed, he was merely dazed. A chilling reality struck Luan. He staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. As disbelief washed over him, how could this be? His eyes widened, tumultuous emotions roiling within him, his complexion turning ashen. He could not accept this outcome. Why would a mere son-in-law surpass him in elixir formation? Wasn't his failure rate notoriously high during alchemical endeavors? Luan's mind was in disarray as he leaned against the screen, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo remained unaware of the turmoil surrounding him, preoccupied with reflecting on Zhang Tingtao's earlier demeanor. It was evident that the latter was pleased with him. But what did the final shake of the head imply? Was it a sign of regret? What was there to lament? Suddenly, he recalled his own 9th-grade spiritual root, leading to a moment of clarity. It seemed that Zheng believed that, despite his high alchemical talent, his ninth-grade spiritual root rendered him unworthy of cultivation. Even if one possesses merely a mediocre spiritual root, they might still be accepted as a disciple by others. If an ordinary person were to realize that they had brushed past a chance at immortality, they would likely be overwhelmed with regret and sorrow. However, Zhou Luo is different. He remains remarkably composed, devoid of any sense of loss. For him, becoming a disciple of an immortal sect is not his ultimate aspiration. Moreover, although he currently possesses a ninth-grade spiritual root, this does not dictate his future potential. As long as his descendants possess sufficient spiritual roots, his own will inevitably undergo transformation. On the other hand, Luan has gradually come to terms with the unsettling reality that a son-in-law who practices alchemy surpasses him in speed. Fortunately, the martial trial assesses more than just the pace of alchemy. Luan's expression darkens as he returns to the alchemical furnace. What does it matter if he is quick? Surely, he must have utilized a minimal amount of materials. After all, the fewer materials one employs, the quicker the alchemical process, necessitating less skill. In contrast, he has increased the quantity of each herb to enhance his speed. The downside of this approach is that it requires significantly more focus and increases the likelihood of failure. The advantage lies in the fact that his final yield will surpass that of others. Gazing at the 5 spiritual pills at the bottom of the furnace, Luan's previously tumultuous emotions settle. A cold smile creeps onto his lips. Zhou Luo's rapid alchemical pace may have resulted in only a single pill. Even if he produced more than one, the quantity would undoubtedly pale in comparison to his own. He remains confident in his victory. Soon, others begin to successfully refine their pills, and the fragrance of elixirs wafts through the grand hall. Once the final person completes their alchemical endeavor, Zheng Tingtao finally opens his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a long redwood table materializes before the 6 individuals, adorned with a glass lamp. He instructs them to place their pills in front of him. Everyone presents their respective elixirs, depositing them into the glass lamp. As Luan steps forward, he deliberately glances at those beside him, noting that they possess only 4 cleansing pills, which prompts him to stand a little taller, a smile gracing his face. However, the moment his gaze falls upon Zhou Luo's glass lamp, his smile falters, his eyes widen in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, rendering him immobile. It is not just him. Others too are astonished to see the 6 cleansing pills within that lamp. Such a quantity. Wang Yue's beautiful eyes flicker with surprise. She has heard whispers of Zhou Luo's high failure rate in alchemy and had assumed he was overly ambitious this time. Yet, from being the first to succeed to now possessing the most pills, she is left both shaken and astonished. In comparison to her astonishment, Luan's feelings could perhaps be likened to encountering a ghost. He stares fixedly at the 6 cleansing pills, unblinking, utterly unable to believe this is real. How has he accomplished this? At this moment, Luan's mind is consumed by this singular question. Ahem. At that moment, Zheng Tingtao clears his throat. Luan abruptly snaps back to reality, realizing he has been standing there, dazed, before the glass lamp. He hastily takes his leave with a bow. As he retreats, he cannot help but offer himself silent reassurances. Quantity is of little consequence. What truly matters is quality. Indeed, the quality of this individual is undoubtedly subpar. Zhou Luo, a perfect score. Boom. As this thought crossed his mind, Zheng Tingtao's voice erupted like a thunderclap in his ears, causing him to jerk his head up, his heart pierced by a sharp pang of anguish. Luan, 85 points. Zhang Sheng, 83 points. Zheng Tingtao's voice continued to resonate. However, Luan could no longer hear it. His mind was blank, his eyes vacant, standing there in a daze like a wooden post. The remaining few also wore expressions of astonishment, finding it utterly inconceivable. How could someone achieve a perfect score? They instinctively turned their gaze towards Zhou Luo, who remained composed, displaying no signs of excitement over his score, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. This elevated the others' perception of Zhou Luo to an entirely new level. This newcomer appeared to be even more formidable than they had initially imagined. Relevant rewards will be distributed daily. You may leave now. After announcing the results, Zheng Tingtao waved his hand. The crowd dared not question the results, and even Luan, despite his inability to accept this reality, could only exit the hall in a dazed state. Outside, Lin Xian had been waiting for quite some time. She had naturally heard Zheng Tingtao's earlier remarks. Thus, Upon seeing Zhou Luo emerge, her face lit up with an expression of sheer delight. "Zhou Luo, you performed splendidly," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Zhou Luo smiled and nodded, then turned to block Luan's path. "What about your belongings?" The dazed Luan looked up at him, his expression more mournful than that of one who had lost a loved one, reluctantly producing the high-grade magical artifact. Upon seeing this, Zhou Luo swiftly reached out and seized the artifact. Luan wished to intervene but lacked the courage to do so, allowing Zhou Luo to take it effortlessly, leaving him drained of his last vestiges of strength. With a thud, the beleaguered Luan finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 101. The fourth layer. Luan's moment of indiscretion went unnoticed by the others, who all flocked to Zhou Luo. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I am Zhang Sheng. Congratulations on acquiring a top-grade magical artifact. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have some inquiries regarding alchemy. May I invite you to my residence for an extensive discussion?" Voices echoed, and even Zhang Sheng, who had a relatively close relationship with the Lu family, approached to introduce himself. Clearly, upon witnessing Zhou Luo's astonishing talent in alchemy, everyone was eager to forge a connection. Although they were considered geniuses within their own families, they were painfully aware that their skills paled in comparison to the vast realm of cultivation. Achieving the status of a second-tier alchemist in this lifetime would be a tremendous stroke of luck. Thus, for them, it was crucial to befriend promising peers who might one day become allies. However, Zhou Luo was not inclined toward such interactions. Faced with the throng of admirers, he quickly excused himself, neglecting even to acknowledge Lin Xian. "Your Lin family is indeed fortunate to have such a son-in-law," Wang Yue remarked with a smile, standing beside Lin Xian as she observed the panicked Zhou Luo fleeing. With Zhou Luo's displayed talent in alchemy, ascending to the second tier was undoubtedly within reach, and there was even a possibility of attaining the upper echelon of that tier. This made him a figure of exceptional caliber among the Chongqing clan, which explained the excitement he had stirred moments earlier. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. The Lin family had always been weak in the realm of alchemy and faced much criticism. The emergence of Zhou Luo had allowed the beleaguered Lin family to bask in a moment of vindication. No wonder Elder Lu was so adamant about taking him as a disciple. His alchemical talent was truly formidable. Reflecting on this, Lin Xian recalled her grandfather's instructions. At that time, Lin Tianxiong had designated her as a disciple of Lin Jishou, specifically advising her to enhance her abilities to eventually supplant Zhou Luo and succeed Lin Jishou as the sixth elder of the family. It appeared that outright replacement was no longer feasible, but perhaps an alliance could be forged. Lin Xian resolved that upon returning to the family, she must persuade her grandfather to bring Zhou Luo into the main branch. Meanwhile, having evaded the crowd, Zhou Luo returned to his quarters, seated himself, and immediately retrieved the top-grade magical artifact. The ancient bronze bell lay quietly in his palm, emanating a soft golden glow. As he reached out to touch the bell's surface, a refreshing chill enveloped him. He extended his consciousness into the artifact, instantly perceiving a profound aura. Simultaneously, all information regarding the bell's capabilities flooded his mind. The primary function of this golden bell was to fend off adversaries. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, cultivators below the seventh layer of qi refinement would be utterly unable to disturb it, and even practitioners at the eighth or ninth layers could be staved off for an hour or two. No wonder Lu En was initially reluctant to wager it. Such formidable defensive power could serve as a life-saving trump card. Zhou Luo was filled with delight. Regrettably, he had only reached the third level of qi refinement, and his spiritual energy was insufficient. He estimated that he could only utilize the precious artifact once before being unable to continue. It was imperative to elevate his cultivation level promptly. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to possess such a remarkable treasure without the ability to employ it. In addition to the golden bell, Zhou Luo retrieved the mid-grade sword belonging to Lu En. The silver-white longsword measured a full 3 feet in length, its blade smooth and exceedingly sharp. As Zhou Luo grasped it, he delved into his consciousness, feeling a surge of piercing sword intent emerge, accompanied by a fierce aura. This sword, named Xiantian, far surpassed the Qi Feng in quality. When the time came to seek out the dragon bloodgrass, it would undoubtedly serve as a fitting companion sword. Noticing that time was passing, Zhou Luo decided to meditate and cultivate. He emerged from his quarters only when it was time for dinner, heading towards the dining hall next door. Along the way, he encountered others who, shedding their previous aloofness, greeted him warmly. Just as he was preparing to partake in his meal, Zheng Tingtao suddenly appeared before him. Zhou Luo promptly bowed in respect. "Zheng Deacon." "Oh, I was just looking for you," Zheng Tingtao remarked, tossing a token with his right hand. Zhou Luo hurriedly caught it with both hands, cradling it in his palms. "This is the token granting access to the 4th level of the scripture repository. Starting tomorrow, for the next month, you may enter," Zheng Tingtao stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo's body trembled with excitement. He could finally access the 4th level. He recalled Wang Yue mentioning that the 4th level contained clues to various rare materials, and he had long been eager to explore it. If he could discover information about something as valuable as the dragon bloodgrass, that would be splendid. "Thank you for your generous gift, Zheng Deacon." Zhou Luo expressed his gratitude earnestly. "This is what you rightfully deserve," Zheng Tingtao replied, then added curiously, "However, given your remarkable talent in alchemy, why is your failure rate still so high? After today's martial examination, I specifically reviewed your alchemy log and noted that you have never succeeded on your first attempt. Essentially, each elixir required multiple refinements to achieve success." Zhou Luo's heart sank at this revelation. Fortunately, he had already prepared a response and quickly replied, "Zheng Deacon, I have recently made progress in my alchemy skills. And given the stakes of this recent wager, I naturally exerted my utmost effort, which led to an exceptional performance." Zheng Tingtao nodded slightly. "Very well, you may go." Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. After bowing once more, he departed. Upon returning to his abode, he exhaled deeply. It appeared that due to his 9th-grade spiritual root, Zheng Tingtao was not overly concerned about him, thus sparing him from further inquiries. This was fortuitous, as it would save him from numerous complications. The following day, Zhou Luo arose early. The thought of soon venturing into the legendary 4th level of the scripture repository filled him with exhilaration. However, before that, he needed to collect his assignments for the day. Upon arriving at the collection point and receiving the list of elixirs from the disciple of the Immortal sect, Zhou Luo was taken aback. Why was he only required to refine 5 types of elixirs? He inquired, perplexed, about the reason behind this reduction. Through the clarification provided by his counterpart, he came to realize that the top 6 performers in the monthly evaluations would have their alchemical concoctions halved. The intention behind this policy was undoubtedly to afford them more time to study in the scripture repository. In response, Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "I do not wish for a reduction." For others, a halving of the alchemical production signified diminished pressure. However, for Zhou Luo, it translated to a drastic cut in the materials he could utilize, a notion he found intolerable. Yet, he was powerless to alter the situation. It was inconceivable to approach Elder Zheng and declare that he could efficiently produce 10 varieties of elixirs. Such a claim would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, especially since the Elder had already begun to harbor doubts the previous night. Resigned, he thought, let it be halved. It is still better than having nothing at all. One must not be overly greedy, lest the endeavor result in nothing but a futile chase. With this in mind, he grasped the token and proceeded to the 1st level of the scripture repository. Behind the golden Namu table on that level sat Elder Lu, eyes closed in meditation. Zhou Luo approached respectfully, softly calling out, "Elder Lu." Without opening his eyes, Lu's voice floated gently through the air. "If you are heading to the 4th level, proceed directly." Zhou Luo bowed, his heart swelling with excitement, as he ascended the steps, proclaiming, "I am on my way to the 4th level." Chapter 102. Unearthing clues. As Zhou Luo ascended the wooden staircase, he felt as though he were treading upon the pathway to success. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he continued his ascent. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor was no longer made of wood. Instead, it was crafted from a lustrous white jade. The jade shimmered with brilliance, and at the entrance, a veil of white light materialized. As Zhou Luo stepped forward, the formation on the 3rd floor immediately recognized the aura of the token nestled within his grasp, allowing him passage without any hindrance. Boom. Upon entering, Zhou Luo was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, its richness far surpassing that of the outside world. This 3rd level housed a spirit gathering array. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The spirit gathering array, a type of formation, is primarily designed to concentrate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Locations where such arrays are situated are often the most abundant in spiritual essence. For instance, the Lin family's spiritual vein is shrouded by a grand spirit-gathering array. Although this array was not particularly large, the intensity of spiritual energy indicated that its creator was undoubtedly an array master of at least the second tier. Such a master would possess the capability to bestow immense efficacy upon the array. It was no wonder that the celestial sect regarded entry into the third and fourth levels as a reward for evaluation. If one could cultivate in a place so rich in spiritual energy, the speed of their advancement would likely accelerate significantly. Not to mention the presence of various rare ancient texts here. Lost in thought, he arrived at the third level. The third floor bore little difference from the second, save for a distinct area that had been sectioned off. Within that area, several young men and women clad in the sect's attire were seated in meditation. It appeared that any disciple of the celestial sect could access this third level. Regaining his focus, Zhou Luo proceeded towards the fourth level, once again passing through the veil of white light and ascending the jade staircase. He found the spiritual energy on the fourth floor to be akin to that of the third. As he stood at the staircase's entrance, he was greeted by the sight of an enormous bookshelf towering 3 meters high. The bookshelf stood at the center, seemingly dividing the entire fourth level, laden with countless ancient tomes and jade slips. Additionally, flanking the grand bookshelf were exceedingly long tables. These tables were partitioned into numerous small areas, separated by golden namu wood, reminiscent of the cubicles found in modern offices. As he surveyed the space, some areas were devoid of occupants, while others shimmered with a faint white light, indicating that someone was seated within. Could this be the designated area for studying ancient texts? Zhou Luo couldn't help but find it rather peculiar. New arrival? At that moment, a languid voice broke the silence. Zhou Luo then noticed a small room to the left of the staircase. At the entrance of the room sat a bamboo chair, upon which reclined a middle-aged man. Clad in a white robe, he exuded an air of dignified elegance, his deep-set eyes gazing forth with an unruffled calm. Zhou Luo promptly bowed in greeting. "Elder, my name is Zhou Luo. Here, only the master is worthy of being called elder. You may refer to me as the steward." The man replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Luo's spirit was immediately stirred. It seemed that this gentleman was another disciple of Elder Lu. Lowering his head, he respectfully addressed him as deacon. "Ah, this is your first time on the fourth level. Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction." The man began to elucidate the situation on the fourth level. Through his narration, Zhou Luo learned that aside from the ancient texts on alchemy, the vast bookshelf held the jade slips that Wang Yue referred to as clues. As for the long tables, they were inscribed with formations that, once seated, would isolate the occupant from the outside world, preventing any disturbances. The man then outlined 3 rules. First, non-disciples are permitted to stay for only 8 hours a day. Second, loud talking and disputes are strictly forbidden on the fourth level. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion from the sect. Finally, non-disciples may only peruse 5 jade slips per day. Zhou Luo exhibited no sign of discontent, apart from the second rule. The other 2 merely reflected the sect's desire to limit their advantages. After concluding his explanation, the man instructed Zhou Luo to manage his time independently and informed him that the token would react as the time approached. Zhou Luo bowed once more and proceeded towards the immense bookshelf. Standing before it, Zhou Luo looked up, discovering that the jade slips containing clues were scattered haphazardly, devoid of any labels. A thought crossed his mind, opening a blind box. It sounded rather exhilarating. Filled with curiosity, Zhou Luo calmed his mind, allowing his consciousness to sweep across the area before casually selecting 5 jade slips. Cradling the slips, he turned and walked towards a row of long tables, ultimately choosing an unoccupied spot. The golden namu table was smooth and flat, devoid of any items. As he sat down, a sudden surge of white light enveloped the surroundings. Setting down the 5 jade slips, Zhou Luo eagerly retrieved one and opened it. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, momentarily blinding him. He quickly shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in a vast expanse of whiteness. A mirage? Zhou Luo recognized this scenario from his encounters with Xiao Bai and immediately grasped his current predicament. Before he could ponder further, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance appeared before him, smiling and dressed in a flowing white robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Luo intended to bow in respect, But the elder spoke first. When refining the Xian Tu Dan, after sequentially adding the required herbs, the appropriate degree of fire must be applied to perfectly extract the medicinal properties. Huh. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. Was this a question? You have 10 breaths to respond. The elder smiled gently at him. 7.5. Without time to deliberate, Zhou Luo blurted out his answer. Correct. This is your clue. The elder nodded, extending his right hand, which glowed with white light. Then, a piece of paper floated gracefully forth, landing before Zhou Luo and slowly unfurling. 800 miles east of Qingtian City lies a site of a sect's relics. Within the stone forest in the northeastern corner of the ruins, there exists a colossal stone inscribed with a great bell, concealing a superior magical artifact known as the Golden Bell. What? Zhou Luo's spirits plummeted as he read the contents of this lead. Could it be that the already discovered clues would remain here? This blind box seems as if it had never been opened. One may follow the map to discern the authenticity of the clue or concoct a furnace of Schwanta pills to verify its truth. Ignoring his expression, the elder continued speaking like a heartless NPC. Upon hearing that alchemy could be employed to validate the clue's authenticity, Zhou Luo immediately realized this was a method employed by the sect to test its disciples. It appears that among the vast number of jade slips, there must be numerous false leads. In their quest for quick discernment, everyone would likely opt for the latter choice. This way, they could enhance their mastery of alchemy through practice and also hone their spiritual awareness. However, what sent Zhou Luo into despair was that, aside from authenticity, there existed invalid information as well. Finding a genuine lead that had not been excavated by others was indeed an arduous task. Should he discern the truth? Noting Zhou Luo's hesitation, the elder smiled and inquired. No need, Zhou Luo declined. Is it necessary to verify its authenticity? After all, the golden bell still resided in his system's backpack. Following his response, in the next moment, the white light faded, and Zhou Luo found himself once more before the table. He gazed at the closed jade slips and gently shook his head. It seems that such treasures are not easily found. The journey ahead remains daunting. Chapter 103. The frustrating fourth level. The clue from the first jade slip significantly dampened Zhou Luo's initial excitement. Regaining his composure, he cast aside the slip containing the clue about the golden light bell and reached for another. Taking a deep breath, he began to examine the jade slip. A surge of white light enveloped him, illuminating his surroundings. Zhou Luo found himself once again in that ethereal, white expanse. The elderly man with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage maintained his smile, his benevolent gaze fixed upon him. Please state the order in which the herbs should be added during the refining of the Golden Yuan Dan. You have 20 breaths to respond. Yet another alchemical inquiry, this time concerning a first-tier superior elixir. If it were Wang Yue and the others, they would surely falter. It appeared that the questions were indeed randomized, disregarding the true capabilities of the jade slips user. Golden Yuan grass, sandwood root, stone heather. Zhou Luo recited the names of 8 herbs in succession. Correct. This is your clue. The elder nodded, extending his hand. A slip of paper floated from his palm, suspended in the air and gradually unfurling. At a stall adorned with the characters Shuofeng on the eastern side of the South Street Market in Maple Leaf City, there lies an unremarkable stone, within which is concealed a fire crystal. The clue is in Maple Leaf City? Zhou Luo's pupils contracted. How fortuitous. Moreover, the fire crystal was a crucial ingredient for concocting a first-tier superior fire elixir, and its market price was substantial. Securing such a high-quality material without cost would undoubtedly be advantageous. Will you discern its authenticity? The elder's voice interrupted Zhou Luo's contemplation. Indeed, this clue could be both genuine and false. To verify its truth, one could either follow the lead and visit the South Street upon returning to Maple Leaf City, or resort to alchemy. The former would require little effort, yet if the clue were false, it would be a fruitless endeavor. The latter, comparatively, seemed to be the optimal choice. After all, he had never faltered in his alchemical pursuits. Surely, he wouldn't be attempting to concoct a second-tier elixir. Absolutely, Zhou Luo replied with unwavering conviction. The elder smiled. Upon successfully refining a batch of Golden Yuan Dan, you shall discern the authenticity of the clue. With that, a radiant golden light erupted between them, and a cauldron materialized abruptly, accompanied by a small wooden table laden with the ingredients for the Golden Yuan Dan. Zhou Luo pondered this connection. It seemed that the subsequent alchemical process was intertwined with the earlier query. Fixating on the purple-gold cauldron, he approached without hesitation, seizing the materials to commence the refinement, while the elder observed with a serene smile. Approximately half an hour later, the alluring aroma of the elixir filled the air, signaling the successful completion of the golden yuan dan. With a wave of his hand, the elder caused the cauldron and materials to vanish. "The clue is false," he declared calmly. Zhou Luo's countenance darkened, a torrent of frustration surging within him. After all the arduous effort he had invested, well, perhaps it wasn't arduous, but he had certainly exerted himself. To discover that the clue was a fabrication instilled within him an urge to vent his ire. Alas, the elder offered him no opportunity to do so. As the blinding light dissipated, he returned once more to the wooden table. Immersed in reality, Zhou Luo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a profound sense of fatigue. In the next moment, the lynxy jade at his chest emitted a faint glow, infusing a refreshing sensation into his consciousness, allowing him to relax somewhat. It seemed that the process of alchemy also demanded considerable mental exertion, Zhou Luo mused as he gazed at the closed jade slip. At present, he had achieved the rank of a top-tier first-level alchemist. Yet after concocting a batch of golden yuan pills, he experienced considerable mental fatigue. If a mid-tier first-level alchemist were to undertake the same task, the impact would likely be even greater. Strangely, he had felt none of this during the illusion. No wonder the fourth level imposed a restriction of only 5 jade slips per day. Without such limits, some might indeed become entranced by the pursuit of discerning the authenticity of clues, only to find their minds shattered and utterly collapsed within the illusion. The gambling nature of such clue exploration could easily become addictive. Unfortunately, even with 2 jade slips opened, although he had obtained 1 genuine clue, he still faced setbacks. He had not anticipated that the investigation of clues would prove more challenging than expected. Once his mental state had somewhat recovered, Zhou Luo picked up the 3rd jade slip and entered the illusion once again. This time, however, he received a false clue, and his mental energy was once more depleted due to the alchemical process. Fortunately, with the assistance of the lynxy jade, he was able to recuperate swiftly. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, unwilling to concede defeat, he grasped the 4th jade slip. The outcome? Another false lead. How frustrating. Zhou Luo's complexion paled as he stared at the jade slip, exclaiming in dismay. Was the Immortal sect truly so unscrupulous as to withhold genuine information? After 3 rounds of alchemy, his mental faculties had suffered greatly, and fatigue surged over him like a tidal wave. Reluctantly, he halted his endeavors. The chair he occupied was well suited for meditation, so Zhou Luo settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his cultivation to replenish his energy. The gathering spirit technique silently activated, and the fire spirit ring radiated a crimson light. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him, seeping through his skin and into his meridians. Zhou Luo felt an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy surge through him, significantly surpassing that of the outside world. How splendid it would be to cultivate here every day. An hour later, Zhou Luo opened his eyes, noting that his energy reserves within the dantian had increased. His spirit had been rejuvenated considerably. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the final jade slip. This one must be a genuine clue, he fervently implored within himself. Alas, his luck was woefully poor. Once again, he encountered false information. Frustrated, Zhou Luo returned to reality and glanced at the time. The entire morning had slipped away. Aside from a few meager strands of spiritual energy, he had gained nothing. He vacated his seat, returning the 5 jade slips to their original place. Yet, upon their return, the jade slips emitted a flash of white light and vanished from sight. Zhou Luo's expression shifted. Would they change positions? Did this imply that he might draw them again in the future? Oh no. Previously, Zhou Luo perceived the celestial sect as immensely wealthy, but now he was struck by a different sentiment. It was utterly disheartening. Upon departing from the 4th level, he exited the scripture pavilion, gazing at the blazing sun, and suddenly realized that the 4th level was not as splendid as he had imagined. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unrealistic thoughts. He made his way to the alchemy room, intending to complete his assignments for the day. Compared to concocting elixirs in the realm of illusions, the reality was considerably more manageable. Simultaneously, as Zhou Luo engaged in alchemy, he unexpectedly discovered that his spiritual perception seemed to have heightened. The strength of one's spiritual awareness directly influences a potion maker's prowess. An alchemist endowed with formidable spiritual perception can utilize a greater quantity of herbs simultaneously, thus producing more elixirs. Conversely, those with weaker spiritual awareness are at a disadvantage. Indeed, spiritual perception serves as a crucial criterion for assessing an alchemist's level of mastery. No wonder Wang Yue had mentioned a certain potion maker who had spent nearly a year in the 4th level before emerging with a breakthrough. It was likely due to daily explorations of the unknown. Although he found little reward on the first day, fortune favored him as he would remain in the 4th level for the subsequent month. Thus, in the days that followed, he would complete his assignments in the morning and venture to the 4th level in the afternoon for further exploration and cultivation. Regrettably, luck did not seem to be on his side. Although he uncovered genuine clues, they were either challenging to obtain or easily accessible, yet of little worth, entirely unworthy of pursuit. A month swiftly passed, and the time for a new assessment arrived, marking the end of Zhou Luo's access to the 4th level. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Consequently, he once again secured 1st place for the 2nd month, causing Luan, who had hoped to redeem himself, to face yet another setback. Determined, Zhou Luo returned to the 4th level for the 2nd month, steadfastly approaching the towering bookshelf with unwavering resolve. Chapter 104. The elusive clue standing before the towering bookshelf. Zhou Luo gazed at the softly glowing jade slips and decisively selected 5 to tuck away in his robe. He paid no heed to the ancient tomes beside the slips. For last month he had attempted to delve into their contents, only to discover that the advanced texts were beyond his comprehension. The information contained within was profoundly intricate, overwhelming for his nascent mental acuity. As a first-tier alchemist, he could scarcely endure a single page before feeling the need to rest. The adage that understanding comes with repeated reading held true, yet at his current pace, completing a single tome would take him a year or two. To read it 100 times would consume a lifetime, leading Zhou Luo to resolutely abandon the endeavor. He deemed it far more prudent to refine elixirs and cultivate his mental prowess with the time he had. With 5 jade slips in hand, Zhou Luo seated himself at a Namu table and took a deep breath. A month had passed without any fruitful discoveries, and he could not believe that his fortunes would remain so dismal. With 10 months left before descending the mountain, he resolved to return each month to explore the clues contained within the jade slips, convinced that he would eventually uncover the insights he sought. As he opened the first jade slip, a burst of white light illuminated his vision, transporting Zhou Luo to a vast, ethereal expanse. There stood the familiar figure of the elderly man, his hair white, yet his visage youthful. In the final stages of refining the 100-spirit pill, if a conflict in the medicinal properties arises, what should you do? You have 50 breaths to respond. The 100-spirit pill, was that not a premier first-tier elixir? Zhou Luo's mind stirred with excitement. Last month, he had discerned a pattern. The more challenging the alchemical question, the more precious the clue, with a significantly heightened probability of it being genuine. First, you need to employ a 3.5 flame intensity for the melting process. Then infuse 3 to 4 strands of spiritual energy. With a single breath, Zhou Luo articulated the remedy, drawing upon all his first-tier alchemical knowledge. Correct. Here is your clue. A slip of paper floated from the elder's palm, unfolding before Zhou Luo. In the northern forests of the Longfeng mountain range lies a hidden relic of the Hahuan sect, within which is preserved a dual cultivation technique. A dual cultivation technique? Zhou Luo's eyes widened, fixed intently on the 4 characters inscribed. The clue to dual cultivation had emerged, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. Was this not the very practice he had long desired? The union between man and woman, while detrimental to the essence of yang, was not conducive to cultivation. Yet, as one endowed with a system, he was destined to marry multiple wives and bear children. If he could obtain a technique that facilitated both the consummation of such unions and the enhancement of his cultivation, it would be a most fortuitous gain. Alas, dual cultivation methods were exceedingly rare. He had not encountered any within the Lin family. Zhou Luo had initially harbored little hope, resigned to compensating for the depletion of his yang essence through a prolonged lifespan. Yet now, a glimmer of hope shone through the gloom. The clue to a dual cultivation technique had indeed materialized. If the clues proved to be genuine, one need not worry about the tribulations of romance any longer. Yet, the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range seems oddly familiar. Suddenly, Zhou Luo recalled that the location mentioned in Wang Yue's clue about the dragon blood grass was precisely the dragon blood mountain range. What a coincidence! It appears that he can address both matters simultaneously. Zhou Luo mused. However, he quickly regained his composure. The authenticity of the clues remains uncertain. Even if they are true, there is no assurance that they have not already been discovered. Should one discern their veracity? The elder continued. Indeed, Zhou Luo responded without hesitation. By successfully concocting 100-spirit pill, you shall ascertain the truth of the clues. In the next moment, the alchemical furnace and medicinal materials appeared before him. Zhou Luo approached and commenced the alchemical process. As a pinnacle first-tier elixir, the crafting of the 100-spirit pill evidently escalated in difficulty by several degrees. Even Zhou Luo had to exercise caution and avoid carelessness. Fortunately, after half an hour, he successfully produced a batch of 100-spirit pills. The furnace vanished, and the elder beamed at him. The clues are indeed true. Zhou Luo's pupils contracted in surprise, his face alight with joy. Splendid. The clues are genuine, and it appears the challenge is not insurmountable. He exhaled in relief, having finally unearthed a valuable lead. Now, he merely needs to personally investigate whether it has been discovered. As the white light dissipated, he returned to reality, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the jade slip. He suddenly realized that the disciples of the Immortal sect were likely uninterested in this dual cultivation method. With their superior talents, their focus is primarily on their cultivation, leaving little thought for marriage and progeny. It is only outsiders like himself who find it intriguing. Thus, the likelihood of the clues regarding this dual cultivation method being overlooked is quite high. With this thought, Zhou Luo's smile broadened. He turned his attention to the remaining 4 jade slips. Next, he would explore them all. Without hesitation, he retrieved another jade slip and entered the illusion. After a month of training, Zhou Luo's spiritual awareness had significantly enhanced. Although he could not yet compare to a second-tier alchemist, he had become unparalleled within his own realm. If he could continue honing his spirit, he might indeed reach the spiritual strength of a second-tier alchemist. Soon, Zhou Luo emerged from the illusion, having acquired a false lead. This did not dampen his spirits. Filled with excitement, he activated the 3rd jade slip. However, apart from the first slip revealing the dual cultivation method, he found no further authentic clues. Indeed, this jade slip was still rather disappointing. Yet, this was sufficient. For the first time, he joyfully departed the 4th level, feeling as if he had basked in a spring breeze. This marks a splendid beginning. As spring gives way to winter and the seasons change, the protective mountain array ensures that the valley experiences eternal spring, rendering the passage of time imperceptible. To Zhou Luo, time is the most worthless of commodities. Having 7 offspring, his lifespan has now extended by 90 years. Thus, even at the 3rd level of qi refining, he is approaching a lifespan that surpasses that of someone at the 8th level. This is despite having squandered a year of his time. More than time itself, he is concerned with the benefits he has accrued. Since the last time he discovered the dual cultivation method, Zhou Luo has grown increasingly convinced that he can unearth something valuable at the 4th level. Consequently, for the ensuing months, he has diligently secured 1st place, thereby earning the qualification to advance to the 4th level. This has left other alchemists in astonishment, as if witnessing the birth of yet another prodigious talent, prompting them to curry favor with him. Regrettably, Zhou Luo remains entirely uninterested, often appearing like a dragon whose tail is seen, but whose head is elusive, leaving many frustrated. Originally brimming with indignation, Luan has gradually lost all confidence. Once capable of securing a top 3 position, he has since plummeted out of the top 5, becoming a mere jest. As time slips away, Zhou Luo has not only acquired clues regarding the dual cultivation method at the 4th level, but has also gathered 2 significant leads applicable to himself. As for the leads that are evidently unattainable or lack meaningful significance, he has summarily dismissed them. Unbeknownst to them, a year has passed, and it is time for them to descend the mountain and return home. In the front courtyard, 10 individuals stand erect in the open space. Their expressions varied. Some appear dejected, burdened by despair. Others wear faces of reluctance, loath to depart. Yet, among them, one radiates vitality and exuberance. This is Zhou Luo alone. In contrast to the other's reluctance, he is eager to return home to his wife and children, to bask in the warmth of family life. Over the course of the year, Zhou Luo's cultivation has once again advanced, now reaching the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining. This rapid progress is primarily due to the abundant spiritual energy at the 4th level, combined with the assistance of the spirit gathering technique, the fire spirit ring, and spirit gathering pills. These multiple factors have enabled his swift advancement despite possessing only a 9th grade spiritual root. He has resolved that upon leaving, he will publicly declare himself a first-tier upper-grade alchemist. He remains acutely aware of the main family's wariness towards him. Only by exhibiting sufficient potential will they refrain from acting against him and may even treat him favorably. After all, his exemplary performance over the past year has not gone unnoticed, and it is likely that his family will harbor no suspicions. Just then, Zheng Tingtao gracefully approaches. Chapter 105. First-rank superior alchemist. Before us stood Zheng Tingtao, clad in white garments as pure as snow, eliciting respectful bows from the 10 individuals present. He cast a casual glance at them, noting that this group of young scions possessed commendable talents, particularly Zhou Luo, whose performance was remarkably outstanding. With proper guidance, he could potentially attain the realm of a 3rd-rank alchemist in the future. Alas, his spiritual root was too low. Had he possessed a 7th-grade spiritual root, Zheng Tingtao would have gladly accepted him as a disciple. However, with a 9th-grade spiritual root, it was unlikely he could ever establish a foundation. What significance could high alchemical talent hold if one could not transcend the constraints of lifespan? Retracting his gaze, Zheng Tingtao spoke calmly. Today, you shall depart from the sect. I hope that when you return, it will be to this place once more. The students had been learning at Qingyuan sect for 2 years, and during their time there, the first spiritual pill conference had concluded. To return, they would need to participate in the 2nd year's conference, a choice seldom made, as a year of study necessitated revisiting earlier knowledge. Moreover, besides alchemy, advancing their cultivation was of paramount importance. Thus, upon leaving the celestial sect, most would wait until the next opportunity to attend the spiritual pill conference, or even longer. In unison, they replied, understood. Zheng Tingtao did not attempt to retain them. Quietly, they returned to their quarters to pack their belongings. Soon, a disciple who had led them here a year prior appeared at the entrance of the estate. The 10 gathered their belongings and followed him down the mountain. On the way, Lin Xian leaned towards Zhou Luo and whispered, "Are you on the verge of a breakthrough?" She had noticed in recent days that Zhou Luo's alchemical speed had markedly increased, far exceeding what was typical for a 1st-rank intermediate alchemist. "I am already a 1st-rank superior alchemist," Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. "Really?" Lin Xian gasped, her disbelief evident as she gazed at him, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. To advance to a 1st-rank superior alchemist in just a year? His alchemical talent was extraordinary. Such rapid progress was nothing short of remarkable. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy. Zhou Luo's strength signified the Lin family's ascendance. No longer did she regard Zhou Luo as an outsider. In fact, she held a deep admiration for him. With a prodigious talent for alchemy within their family, they would no longer need to depend on others' favor. Her exclamation drew the attention of others, who stared at Zhou Luo in shock. Already a 1st-rank superior alchemist? So quickly? The Lin family is on the rise. In that moment, congratulations poured forth from the crowd. Among them, only 2 members of the Lu family wore dark expressions, remaining silent. At the hall at the foot of the mountain, Lin Jishou and several other family representatives had been waiting for some time, accompanied by numerous returning disciples. The young men and women bore smiles, clearly having reaped considerable rewards. Before long, Zhou Luo and his group emerged from the inner area. Each of them departed towards their respective families. "How has this year treated you?" Lin Jishou inquired with a smile as he gazed upon the 2. "Master, there has been some modest progress," Zhou Luo replied, bowing respectfully. "You are quite humble," Lin Xian interjected suddenly, then turned to Lin Jishou, a smile gracing her lips. "Master, Zhou Luo has already become a 1st-tier superior alchemist." "What?" Lin Jishou's smile faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Zhou Luo. His lips trembled, and his voice quivered with excitement. "Say that again." The disbelief in his voice was palpable. Lin Xian chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhou Luo then earnestly stated, "Master, I truly have attained the rank of a 1st-tier superior alchemist." Upon hearing this, Lin Jishou's expression morphed into one of sheer amazement, his eyes as round as saucers, his heart reeling from the revelation. He could never have anticipated such an extraordinary advancement during Zhou Luo's time at the Immortal sect. To achieve the status of a first-tier superior alchemist so swiftly was astonishing. Lin Jishou trembled with excitement, his aged hand coming down heavily upon Zhou Luo's shoulder. A broad smile illuminating his face, tears glistening in his eyes. Well done indeed. As an elder responsible for alchemy within the family, Lin Jishou had borne immense pressure, watching as prodigious talents emerged from other long-lived families. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never witness the rise of a new alchemical genius within his own lineage. Yet, Zhou Luo's arrival shone like a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness, rekindling hope within this despondent elder. In Zhou Luo, he perceived the potential for his family's revival, even if he was not a member of the Lin clan. Thus, he had resolutely defied opposition from the main family and accepted Zhou Luo as his sole disciple. In retrospect, his decision proved to be sagacious. Years of accumulated stress dissipated, and Lin Jishou was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Behind him, the members of the Lin family and other long-lived families were equally taken aback by the news. A young man in his 20s, already a first-tier superior alchemist, who in the secular world could rival such prowess? The Lin family had unexpectedly produced such an extraordinary talent. The Lu family, previously at odds with the Lins, wore expressions of dismay, frozen in place. Congratulations, Brother Jishou, on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Wang Xian was the first to step forward to offer his congratulations. The heads of the Li and Zhang families quickly followed suit. Recognizing in Zhou Luo the immense potential to ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist, and perceiving a harbinger of the Lin family's rise to prominence. Naturally, they sought to establish amicable relations. Even the Zhang family, closely allied with the Lu family, wore smiles and exuded cordiality. In the realm of family interests, there are neither eternal friends nor eternal foes. Young friend Zhou Luo, I have a mid-grade magical artifact here, which I present as a token of congratulations on your achievement as a first-tier superior alchemist, Wang Xian said, producing a moon-white robe. This is far more precious than the robe gifted by the Grand Elder back then. Yet, in the face of such goodwill, Zhou Luo instinctively felt the urge to decline. However, Wang Xian insisted on presenting it to him, saying, "Do not be constrained. The Lin and Wang families have always maintained a cordial relationship." After speaking, he inquired with a smile, "My family has an abundance of slender and beautiful women. I wonder if my young friend Zhou Luo has any interest in taking one as a concubine?" "Zhou Luo is the son-in-law of our Lin family," Lin Jishou interjected, his expression darkening as he spoke sternly. "This old fellow has even set his sights on the Lin family." Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Jishou, do not take offense. It is merely a matter of a concubine, a gesture of goodwill between our families." Lin Jishou's countenance soured further, and he fell silent. Zhou Luo couldn't help but glance at Wang Yue. If circumstances allowed, she would indeed be a commendable choice. Yet, it was clear that the Wang family would not easily relinquish such a talent in alchemy. "Elder Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but I already have several concubines at home. I am truly unable to take on more," Zhou Luo replied sincerely. Not at all. You are always welcome to visit my Wang family," Wang Xian said with a smile. "My young friend Zhou Luo, I also possess a medium-grade magical artifact." At that moment, the Li and Zhang families chimed in. With offerings being made, Zhou Luo could not allow such generosity to go unacknowledged and graciously accepted their goodwill. As for the Lu family, thoughts of vengeance against him had already begun to brew. "Let us depart and return home," Lin Jishou called out cheerfully, leading the Lin family disciples out of the Grand Hall. Chapter 106. The transformation of the Lin family outside the Immortal sect. The colossal flying vessel of the Lin family gradually emerged, with Lin Jishou leading the clan's younger generation aboard. As the vessel ignited its engines and began its journey towards the Lin family estate, Zhou Luo took a seat beside Lin Jishou and commenced recounting the events that transpired at the Immortal sect. Upon hearing that Zhou Luo had triumphed over Lu in the first monthly assessment and had seized 2 magical artifacts from him, Lin Jishou's smile widened. Unable to conceal his delight, the Lu family, having been so arrogant for an extended period, would no longer be able to hold their head high in the realm of alchemy before the Lin family. The rest of the clan members also beamed with joy, for the Lu family had previously taken great pleasure in belittling them in the field of alchemy. Zhou Luo's actions had avenged their grievances. filling them with elation and altering their perception of this son-in-law. They recognized that after today, Zhou Luo's familial status would likely ascend dramatically, and he stood an excellent chance of becoming the new sixth elder upon the return of the former elder to the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, Zhou Luo recounted his consistent first-place achievements and his entry into the fourth tier. However, he refrained from disclosing the specific details of the fourth tier to the assembly. It was said that the spiritual energy at this level was significantly more abundant and greatly beneficial for alchemy. It was precisely for this reason that he had successfully advanced to the first rank of high-quality alchemy. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Achieving first place for 12 consecutive months was an extraordinary feat, leaving them feeling inadequate and filled with admiration for Zhou Luo. Such talent was indeed formidable. Indeed, the future of the Lin family's alchemy endeavors now rests upon your shoulders, Lin Zhisho declared, his face radiating joy. The crowd was taken aback. Even Lin Xian's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Was this a direct appointment? They exchanged glances, realizing it appeared that Zhou Luo was destined to become the next sixth elder. Sensing the ardent gazes directed at him, Zhou Luo quickly responded, "Master, you flatter me." Lin Zhisho smiled and chose not to elaborate further. As time passed, the outlines of Maple Leaf City came into view from the flying vessel. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light traversed the sky, revealing a cultivator clad in Lin family attire, who swiftly approached and appeared before the crowd. The family has issued a decree. All individuals must disembark and walk into Maple Leaf City to undergo inspection, the man announced, prompting a ripple of commotion among the passengers. Confusion spread as they rose to their feet. Do I also have to? Lin Zhisho stepped forward from the throng, his expression cold. Upon seeing him, the man immediately bowed, visibly embarrassed, and said, "My apologies, sixth elder. This is the family's command, and it must be adhered to by all." His words sparked a flurry of discussion among those aboard the vessel. What is happening? Why are we unable to enter the city directly? An inspection? Are they concerned that someone might infiltrate the city? Has the Lu family launched an attack? The crowd exchanged anxious remarks, their expressions betraying their unease. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhisho finally spoke, "Understood. Please forgive me, sixth elder." The man bowed and departed from the scene. As Lin Zhisho gazed upon the colossal city, a frown creased his brow as he maneuvered the flying vessel towards the immense city gates. Before long, the vessel touched down. Immediately, a group of cultivators clad in the attire of the Lin family approached. "You may disembark," Lin Zhisho said with a calm demeanor. The group obediently descended to the ground, where they were escorted by the guards to undergo scrutiny. Zhou Luo followed the throng into the city, his expression somewhat grave. He speculated whether the main family harbored lingering doubts about him, prompting such measures. Fortunately, during the examination, he encountered no hindrances or special treatment, smoothly entering the city alongside the others. Did the main family not impede his passage? Were they not concerned that he might divulge the secrets of the spiritual mind to the Grand Elderess allies? The streets of Maple Leaf City remained bustling and vibrant, thronged with people. However, Zhou Luo was astonished to observe a conspicuous increase in the number of patrolling guards. He had not noticed such a multitude during his earlier departure. Clearly, significant events were afoot. Before long, they arrived at the family estate's entrance. Unsurprisingly, the number of guards stationed there had doubled compared to usual. Lin Zhisho led them inside, where they faced yet another round of scrutiny. What on earth has transpired? Lin Zhisho inquired, his gaze fixed on the inspecting cultivator. Apologies. Sixth elder, we are also unaware. It is merely a directive from the family, the cultivator replied candidly. A grave expression settled upon Lin Zhisho's aged visage. After escorting the group back, he instructed Zhou Luo, "You should return first. I must consult with the main family." "Understood," Zhou Luo replied, and in the next moment, Lin Zhisho transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. As for Lin Xian, she cast a deep glance at Zhou Luo, seemingly awakening to some realization, and hurriedly departed as well. Zhou Luo was enveloped by a sense of impending storm, as if dark clouds loomed overhead. Bidding farewell to those he wished to befriend within the family, he quickened his pace towards Zhou Garden. Within the family estate, numerous guards were likewise on patrol. Meanwhile, the usually leisurely servants moved hurriedly, their expressions laden with worry. Zhou Luo sensed a chilling atmosphere pervading the entire family. Before long, he stood before the familiar manor. The servant tasked with guarding the entrance was initially taken aback upon seeing him, but quickly bowed in respect. "Master, has something significant occurred at home?" he asked, his demeanor serious. "Rest assured, Master, all is well in Zhou Garden," the servant replied. Hearing this, Zhou Luo's unease dissipated considerably. He exhaled in relief and stepped into Zhou Garden. "I have returned." Upon entering the estate, he announced with unmistakable vigor. In the next instant, several figures rushed out from the main building. Lin Jinxian and the other wives appeared before him, their faces alight with joy. "Husband," the women exclaimed, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement, especially by Jian, who held little Shirwan in her arms, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as if she might weep at any moment. "A year has passed, and you have all become even more beautiful." Zhou Luo smiled, embracing each of the ladies, stirring their hearts with delight. "Father, father!" At that moment, little Chang'an led a group of younger siblings running towards him from behind. A year later, little Chang'an was now over 2 years old, and the other children had grown significantly as well. Zhou Luo, with a beaming smile, squatted down and gathered them all into his arms. Thankfully, there weren't too many children yet. In the future, this would no longer be possible. "Father, you have finally returned," little Chang'an exclaimed, squeezing his way through the throng of siblings. Zhou Luo playfully nudged him with his nose, asking, "Did you miss me?" "Yes, I missed you very much, father," little Chang'an replied earnestly. Me too, the other little ones chimed in, pushing and jostling for attention. All right, Zhou Luo laughed heartily, reveling in the joy of fatherhood. After playing with the little ones for a while, Zhou Luo turned his gaze towards his wives and concubines. Over the course of the year, they had shed some of their youthful naivety, gaining a more mature charm. Zhou Luo led them to the main hall, intending to share stories of his experiences during his time away from home. Chapter 107: Conversations and Changes in the Grand Hall of the Zhou Residence. Zhou Luo and Lin Jinxian occupied the foremost seats, while the other 6 concubines sat on either side, eagerly listening. As they absorbed the unfolding narratives, the emotions of the gathered women shifted in tandem with the events described. For instance, Zhou Luo recounted the harrowing incident where an experiment with a detoxifying elixir resulted in the death of a formation master, leading to repercussions from his family. Although the women had heard whispers of this event, hearing it directly from the protagonist rendered it all the more poignant. The gravity of the situation intensified, especially when it came to the punishment by flogging that he was to endure. "My husband is serving the family and should not be subjected to such penalties," Lin Yi remarked, her face etched with concern. In her eyes, Zhou Luo had sacrificed one to save hundreds, protecting the family's interests, and thus deserved commendation rather than chastisement. The notion that he had saved lives only to face punishment filled her with dissatisfaction. "It's of little consequence." "That 5th miss was not overly harsh," Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. Lin Jinxuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she softly remarked, "You have endured much, dear husband. I believe that 5th miss is also a person of reason." Her words bore an undercurrent of inquiry. As the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, Lin Jinxuan's focus diverged from that of Lin Yi. She was more interested in understanding her husband's thoughts regarding 5th Mississippi. Zhou Luo discerned her intent and smiled lightly. There must always be an explanation, otherwise it would chill the family's hearts. "Since that day, I have not seen her again." "And what transpired thereafter? How is the Immortal sect?" Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. The mention of the Immortal sect conjured images of radiant light and soaring celestial cranes, with its disciples untouched by worldly affairs, a veritable realm of immortals. "It is indeed a genuine paradise," Lin Feiying chimed in with a light laugh. The women had only encountered descriptions of the Immortal sect in ancient texts, leading them to envision it as a realm of transcendence beyond the mundane. In response to their enthusiasm, Zhou Luo found himself recalling the disciple who had demanded a toll when they first entered the sect. "It's not quite so exaggerated. It merely possesses a bit more spiritual energy and a higher caliber of practitioners," Zhou Luo replied with a faint smile. "Impossible. You must be jesting, dear husband," Lin Yi replied, clearly skeptical. Zhou Luo chose not to elaborate further and continued narrating his experiences upon entering the Immortal sect. As he shared his account, the women began to form a general understanding of life within the sect, their faces alight with longing. "How wonderful it would be if I could witness the scenery of the Immortal sect in this lifetime," Bai Jian softly expressed, voicing the thoughts of the group. The mundane world invariably yearned for the immortal sect, which, in their eyes, represented the most splendid and idyllic place on earth. While this perception held some truth, to Zhou Luo, the immortal sect was merely a larger family, not so different from the secular world. The same needs for sustenance and rest persisted. Alongside the complexities of human relationships, Sister Jian, your innate talents are exceptional. Perhaps with a noble lineage, you may indeed have a chance, Lin Feng teased. Among those present, only Bai Jian and Lin Jinxian possessed mid-grade spirit roots of the 6th rank, making them the most likely candidates to bear outstanding offspring. While they would not dare jest with Lin Jinxian, teasing Bai Jian was perfectly acceptable. This remark instantly elicited a chorus of laughter from the group. Bai Jian's face flushed suddenly, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. Observing this, Zhou Luo smiled and decisively stated, "It is merely the scenery of the immortal sect. I shall take you all to see it in the future." "Husband, we are quite serious about this," Lin Jinxian remarked, glancing at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The others nodded in agreement. "Of course," Zhou Luo replied. He then proceeded to recount his experiences in the outer sect's alchemy practice. Upon hearing how he had brought disgrace to the Lu family and lost 2 magical artifacts, the women expressed their admiration for their husband's formidable abilities, revealing a newfound reverence for him. Even the usually aloof Lin Qinghan cast several glances his way, particularly when Zhou Luo mentioned that he had already become a first-tier high-grade alchemist. The ladies were utterly astonished, their delicate, fair faces illuminating with admiration and respect. Except for Lin Jinxian and Bai Jian, they had always been overlooked within their families, aspiring only to bear a worthy heir. For a mother's status is often determined by her son. It was only after Zhou Luo showcased his alchemical talent and the family relocated to Zhou Garden that they realized they could also elevate their status through their husband's success. Now that Zhou Luo had attained the level of a first-tier high-grade alchemist, it signified that their family would focus on nurturing him, promising a brighter future for them all. This realization filled the wives and concubines with a sweet sense of joy after hardship. Particularly, the 3 sisters, Lin Feng and her siblings, had reddened eyes, their admiration for Zhou Luo evident. "Indeed, my husband is extraordinary. We sisters shall enjoy a life of blessings," Lin Jinxian said with a gentle smile. The others nodded in deep agreement. As they chatted, the night unknowingly enveloped them. Zhou Luo led his wives and concubines to the dining hall for a meal, while the 7 children were cradled in their mother's arms, gazing attentively at Zhou Luo. "Father, where is Xiaobai?" asked Zhou Shi, leaning on her mother's arm. Only then did Zhou Luo remember that Xiaobai was still in the pet pouch. He quickly retrieved it. Meow. The all-white creature leaped into little Shi's embrace, allowing her to cuddle it. "Xiaobai has grown so much," Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment as she beheld the little creature. After a year of Zhou Luo's care, Xiaobai had officially entered its juvenile stage, significantly enhancing its ability to create illusions. With all the good food and drink at the Immortal sect, how could it not grow? Zhou Luo replied with a gentle smile. Ordinarily, it would take quite some time for Xiaobai to reach this stage, but with the daily assistance of spirit beast pills and other elixirs, its growth cycle had been expedited. The warm and joyful dinner concluded, and Zhou Luo stepped into the front courtyard, gazing up at the twinkling stars. Lin Qinghan quietly appeared beside him, looking up at the starry sky and remarking, "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight." Zhou Luo paused for a moment and instinctively responded, "Is the breeze gentle as well?" Lin Qinghan's expression shifted in surprise, and she curiously asked, "Did you come up with that yourself?" "Well, sort of," Zhou Luo replied. "At least in this world, it is an original thought." I really like that phrase." Lin Qinghan responded softly, leaning gently against his arm. Zhou Luo instinctively wrapped her in his embrace. Beneath the moonlight, the two nestled together in silence, with only the gentle breeze whispering the tender sentiments they shared. "How is everything at home?" Zhou Luo inquired softly. "There have been some incidents." Lin Qinghan understood that he was not inquiring about the well-being of Zhou Garden, so she began to recount the events that had transpired within the family over the past year. Not long ago, a considerable number of disciples from the Hahuan sect appeared in Maple Leaf City, creating chaos under the pretense of seeking vengeance. The atmosphere turned tense and foreboding. Lin Guangping, the 7th elder responsible for maintaining order in the city, led his subordinates to apprehend these troublemakers. However, a critical misstep allowed the Hahuan sect to execute their ambush, resulting in serious injuries that ultimately led to his demise a few days later. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the Lin family. As the head of the enforcement hall, Lin Xianfeng temporarily assumed the role of the head of the public security hall, launching a vigorous campaign to eliminate the remnants of the Hahuan sect within the city. At long last, peace was restored to Maple Leaf City. Yet, the repercussions of the elder's death were far from over. The public security hall could not remain leaderless for even a day, prompting the family to convene an elder meeting to elect a new elder. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder fell into seclusion, hindering the family's efforts to hold the meeting and delaying the election of a new elder. Consequently, Lin Xianfeng found himself temporarily overseeing two halls. Chapter 108. Ongoing battles. Zhou Luo had not anticipated the magnitude of the events unfolding in Maple Leaf City. He recalled that it was the disciples of the Hahuan sect who had initially abducted Bai Jian, yet fortunately, this incident had not affected her. As for the matter concerning the seventh elder, according to Lin Qinghan's account, he was aligned with the Grand Elder. With the latter's demise, it signified a significant loss of support for the Grand Elder's faction, particularly as this ally was responsible for the city's defense and commanded the most cultivators. If the main family seized this opportunity to replace him with one of their own, the Grand Elder's faction would be entirely powerless. Was the Grand Elder's seclusion a ruse to buy time? Zhou Luo pondered silently. Perhaps the Grand Elder was already scouting for new candidates. Yet, at present, with Lin Xianfeng, the ninth elder, unifying the two major forces within the family, times were likely to be challenging for the Grand Elder's faction. It was no wonder the main family was unconcerned about the potential leak regarding the spirit mine's secret. On one hand, it was due to the Grand Elder's seclusion, and on the other, they appeared indifferent. Following this incident, the family's primary combat forces were firmly under the control of the main family. The suppressed Grand Elder's faction, even if privy to this secret, would be powerless to act. Zhou Luo even speculated conspiratorially whether the Hahuan sect's emergence was part of the main family's scheme. Of course, such matters did not pique his interest. The question of who held power over the Lin family was irrelevant to him. It was likely that news of his ascension to the rank of a first-tier high-grade alchemist had already spread throughout the family. When the time came, he would be met with preferential treatment, nothing less. Whomever it may be, they would not overlook his worth, but instead would seek to entice him with various benefits. Gently caressing Lin Qinghan's delicate arm, Zhou Luo remarked, "I suspect that esteemed father-in-law will come looking for me soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghan quivered slightly. Her voice soft as she replied, "My father does not represent me. Haha, do not be anxious. Whether it be Jin Xian or you, these matters should not involve you at all. You are my women. All you need to do is safeguard our home. As for other affairs, I have it well in hand." Zhou Luo lowered his gaze, tenderly admiring the exquisite woman in his embrace. After more than a year apart, this once aloof beauty now exuded a touch of warmth and charm, while her previous indifference had waned. Before she could respond, he leaned in to kiss her. The moonlight was perfect, a splendid moment for companionship. As the two indulged in their intimacy, not far away, beneath a tree, Lin Jinxian stood quietly, her expression gentle. Her beautiful eyes slightly reddened, motionless. Her cultivation level surpassed that of all present, rendering her undetectable. In her mind, the words Zhou Luo had uttered echoed vividly. "These matters should not involve you. You are my women. I have it well in hand." These brief phrases struck a chord deep within Lin Jinxian's heart. Zhou Luo remained unaware of the immense pressure she bore as a direct descendant of the Grand Elder's faction, now in decline. She feared that Zhou Garden would face oppression, that the main family would turn against her, that her direct relatives might be held accountable, and most importantly, she dreaded the return of Zhou Luo, which could lead to a division between them. Yet now, this man seemed genuinely indifferent to the family struggles. His only concern was for his loved ones, for her. This realization stirred Lin Jinxuan's heart, providing a semblance of solace to her suppressed emotions. Indeed, she was not merely her grandfather's granddaughter or her father's daughter. She was also Zhou Luo's legitimate wife, the mistress of Zhou Garden. She was not an outsider. In a fleeting moment, Lin Jinxian found herself envying Lin Qinghan, who was entangled with Zhou Luo, for she had earned his trust, while she herself remained under suspicion. A shadow of melancholy crossed her gaze as she turned and retreated to her room in the main building. As night deepened, Lin Jinxian lay on her bed, staring at the canopy above, contemplating how to navigate the relationship between Zhou Luo and her grandfather. At that moment, a faint sound of a door creaking open reached her ears. Startled, Lin Jinxian sensed a familiar figure approaching. Soon, Zhou Luo appeared beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. "You have worked hard this year." His voice, gentle and magnetic, resonated in her ears, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. No. Well. Before she could express her apologies, Zhou Luo silenced her with a warm kiss. The following morning, Lin Jinxian nestled against Zhou Luo's chest, her soft voice breaking the silence. "Husband, if something were to happen to my grandfather and the others, what should I do?" Zhou Luo held her close, his long fingers caressing her hair as he replied calmly, "Everyone must take responsibility for their choices. You are mine, and I will not stand idly by." Lin Jinxian, partially understanding, looked up at his perfect jawline and continued, "Husband, do you not trust me?" Zhou Luo paused, gazing down at the beauty in his arms, and chuckled softly. "How could that be? Last night, I was merely concerned about the impact it might have on you. You are my legitimate wife. If I do not trust you, whom should I trust?" He added, "Xinghan mentioned that you have been maintaining this household throughout the year, so you have done exceptionally well, and there should be no burden on your conscience." His gentle and profound words once again touched her heart, causing her to shyly respond, "Husband, it is still early. Why don't we?" By the time Zhou Luo rose from the bed, noon was approaching. He exited the room and descended to the first floor. In the hall, Lin Xinghan was engaged in conversation with Bai Jian. Upon noticing his arrival, Lin Xinghan offered a slight smile, while Bai Jian regarded him with a look of resentment. "You have returned, yet why did you not visit my room last night?" she thought, feeling cast aside in favor of the new. Unfazed by her sentiments, Zhou Luo simply took a seat beside her. "Husband, the main family has sent word asking you to come by this afternoon," Lin Xinghan informed him. "A servant delivered the message this morning." Upon hearing that Zhou Luo was still asleep, the other party decisively rescheduled their meeting for the afternoon. "Understood," Zhou Luo nodded. At this moment, Lin Xinghan suddenly chuckled. "You've been gone for quite a while. Sister Jian has been thinking of you." "Not at all." Bai Jian's cheeks flushed slightly, reluctant to admit it. Observing her bashful demeanor, Zhou Luo unexpectedly reached out and grasped her delicate, fair hand, leaning closer with a piercing gaze. "Do you miss me?" Bai Jian turned her head away. "Not at all." "Is that so?" Zhou Luo released her hand. In response, Bai Jian, indignant, turned back and shot him a fierce glare, boldly extending her right hand to grasp his. "I knew you would bully me." Witnessing this scene, Lin Xinghan's smile broadened, teasingly remarking, "There's still some time before lunch." Perfect timing. Zhou Luo suddenly stood up, lifting Bai Jian into his arms. "What are you doing?" Bai Jian's face turned flustered, a rosy hue blooming upon her cheeks. Naturally, indulging in the activities that a couple ought to partake in, Zhou Luo stated as he carried her toward the second floor. Behind them, Lin Xinghan shook her head with a smile, only to be struck by a sudden thought, her own cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "My husband possesses remarkable stamina," she murmured to herself. Later, during lunch, a content Bai Jian descended the stairs with a smile. After a considerable time, Zhou Luo finally appeared, supporting his waist. Engaging in such continuous endeavors was truly exhausting. It seemed he needed to promptly seek out a method for dual cultivation. Shortly after the meal, a servant from the main household visited once more, bowing respectfully. "Young master, please accompany me." Chapter 109. Marrying the fifth young lady? Due to the emergence of the Hehuan sect, the number of guards in the core area had noticeably increased. Each cultivator, with a serious demeanor and an upright posture, exuded a formidable aura, resembling dormant beasts, intently observing every passerby. However, when their gaze fell upon Zhou Luo, the sharpness diminished and was replaced by a hint of respect. Clearly, news of his ascension to a first-tier high-grade alchemist had spread. As the youngest high-grade alchemist in the family's history, Zhou Luo, despite being an outsider, garnered the respect due to such an accomplishment. After all, no one wished to offend a future second-tier alchemist. Indeed, many believed that as long as Zhou Luo continued to develop steadily, he would undoubtedly reach the status of a second-tier alchemist, a position equivalent to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. For the Lin family, a second-tier alchemist was even more crucial than a Foundation establishment cultivator. This was because second-tier alchemists were directly linked to Foundation establishment pills, implying that with ample time, there would be a continuous influx of Foundation establishment cultivators. Hence, the members of the Lin family maintained a profound respect for him. Crossing the formation, Zhou Luo entered the core area. Following the path paved with blue bricks eastward, he soon arrived at a familiar courtyard, the residence of the family head, Lin Tianxiong. He reminisced about his last visit, which had been during the signing of a contract with the family. Since then, Lin Tianxiong had not summoned him again, not even when he aligned himself with the Elder S faction. Upon entering the courtyard, he made his way to the main hall. Zhou Luo maintained a calm expression and an unassuming demeanor as he stepped inside. At the forefront of the hall, Lin Tianxiong sat upon a golden throne adorned with gemstones, dressed in resplendent robes, and wore a welcoming smile. Family head, Zhou Luo inclined his body in a respectful greeting. There is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat, Lin Tianxiong replied warmly. The once indifferent elder now exuded no air of authority, but regarded him like a benevolent elder. Zhou Luo moved to the side and settled into a grand chair. Shortly thereafter, a servant emerged from behind, bearing an assortment of spiritual fruits and preparing a cup of spiritual tea for him. Thank you for your kindness, family head, Zhou Luo expressed with another bow. Lin Tianxiong's smile widened as he scrutinized Zhou Luo with evident satisfaction. Initially, upon learning of Zhou Luo's status as a first-tier high-grade alchemist, he had been taken aback for quite some time, almost rushing to the Zhou estate to verify the truth. Once he regained his composure, he felt immense joy, as he perceived signs of the family's resurgence in Zhou Luo. His first decision was to ensure that Zhou Luo remained with them, regardless of the cost. Now, witnessing Zhou Luo's humility and courtesy filled him with great contentment. You did not tarnish the Lin family's reputation at the Immortal sect, and you effectively suppressed the Lu family. Well done, Lin Tianxiong praised. It was my duty, Zhou Luo replied modestly. Lin Tianxiong nodded slightly. Your disposition has always been commendable. I have always held high hopes for you. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Luo could not help but smirk inwardly. His counterpart indeed held a high regard for him, almost eagerly anticipating his demise within the spirit mine. Merit demands reward. This storage ring is my gift to you, Lin Tianxiong said, slightly raising his hand. A beam of white light cleaved through the air, and an ancient silver ring descended beside him. Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. It was, in fact, a storage ring. Compared to a storage pouch, the ring was far more convenient to carry and boasted a more expansive internal space. Typically, only prominent figures within a family would possess such an item. It seemed the head of the family was quite generous. Yet, the rank of this storage ring remained a mystery. Thank you, family head, Zhou Luo expressed his gratitude, picking it up and extending a strand of spiritual awareness. Instantly, a vast expanse unfolded before him. Within this space lay an array of cultivation resources, elixirs, techniques, spirit stones, and even rare treasures of heaven and earth, all remarkably abundant. Even having prepared himself, Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback by the sheer wealth of resources. This is what you rightfully deserve, Lin Tianxiong stated calmly. To be honest, presenting such a substantial reward all at once did cause him a twinge of discomfort. However, to win over Zhou Luo, the prospective second-tier alchemist, he had to make a significant investment. Zhou Luo thanked him once more, and Lin Tianxiong offered encouragement, hoping he would continue to strive for excellence. I have heard you have met my granddaughter a few times. What are your impressions of her? Lin Tianxiong suddenly inquired. Zhou Luo's mind sharpened. The fifth miss? Among the family's direct lineage, only Lin Xin and Lin Shi had interacted with him. The former was already engaged to a scion of the Wang family. Thus the latter must be the one referred to. The fifth miss possesses a gentle nature, graceful and dignified. During my family's disciplinary actions, I owe her a debt of gratitude for her mercy, Zhou Luo replied earnestly. In that case, would you be willing to take her as your wife? Lin Tianxiong asked with a smile. Here it came. Zhou Luo had anticipated that the sudden shift in conversation towards Lin Shi was for this very purpose. Truthfully, he held a favorable view of Lin Shi. Furthermore, her spiritual root was likely commendable, which would yield better offspring. However, should he agree, he would inevitably face the dilemma of determining who would be the principal wife. There could only be one. Presently, if Lin Shi were to marry him, she would undoubtedly be the primary wife. What then of Lin Jinxian? She had been arranged by the elder, and although she was currently in seclusion, how would her faction react? Of course, these concerns were secondary. Zhou Luo's greatest apprehension lay in the potential rivalry between Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian, which could disrupt the harmony of the household. The most detestable conflict within a family is that of a harem vying for favor. Thus, when selecting a partner, he prioritized their character and their attitude towards his other wives. He envisioned the establishment of a long-lasting Zhou family, should the harem descend into chaos. All efforts would be in vain. Upon the throne, Lin Tianxiong observed his silence without pressing him further, merely stating, "This matter is merely my suggestion. There is no need for you to rush into a decision. Coincidentally, Shi-er is in the backyard. You may converse with her first. It would be beneficial to understand each other's thoughts." Zhou Luo rose and bowed, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, clan leader." In the square pavilion of the backyard, Lin Shi sat gracefully upon a stone bench. Today, she adorned herself in a gown of delicate azure silk, her snow-white skin partially revealed. Her hair elegantly styled into a cloud-like bun, adorned with a white jade hairpin, exuding an air of refined elegance. As she gazed at the young man approaching from a distance, her beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart fluttering. After more than a year apart, he retained the visage of her memories, still handsome and composed. Even as a first-tier alchemist of high caliber, no trace of arrogance marred his expression, embodying the demeanor of a gentle and courteous gentleman. It has been a long time. Zhou Luo, clad in a moon-white robe, entered the pavilion with a smile. The fifth young lady still possessed the grace of an orchid, her elegance transcending the ordinary. Particularly, her eyes, like clear water, shone bright and profound. With a gentle smile, she stated directly, "I never anticipated I would find myself in an arranged marriage with you." Reunited with an acquaintance, Zhou Luo felt at ease, sitting directly across from her. He remarked, "Neither did I. So, are you here to inquire about my thoughts on this matter?" Lin Shi regarded him with a warm smile. Recognizing the futility of such inquiries, Zhou Luo understood that in matters like this, both parties had limited options. "Oh, then what would you like to ask?" Lin Shi's beautiful eyes glimmered with surprise, followed by a charming smile. "You know, I have no desire to engage in any conflict. I merely wish to live a peaceful life within my family." Zhou Luo met her luminous gaze earnestly. Lin Shi found him intriguing. Initially, she had assumed that upon returning home, he would unhesitatingly align himself with the main family, agreeing to the marriage. It now appeared that they had all underestimated him. Perhaps he genuinely sought a tranquil existence. Lin Shi pondered for a moment, then inquired with a smile, "Are you concerned that I will disrupt your serene life? I understand you are not in control of your own fate, but I hope to minimize the turmoil in my own life, allowing me to focus more on alchemy." Zhou Luo gazed deeply into her eyes. Their gazes locked, and time seemed to pause at that moment. Zhou Luo appeared grave, while Lin Shi maintained her smile. After a long silence, Lin Shi chuckled softly, "I understand. Let me meet your legitimate wife tomorrow. Some matters must be discussed openly." Lin Shi's perceptiveness surprised Zhou Luo. This stunning beauty, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, seemed able to see through all his thoughts, accurately identifying every crucial point. Certain conversations indeed required clarity. If Lin Shi could comprehend him, Zhou Luo would not mind marrying her. "Very well, but I cannot guarantee that she will be willing to meet you," Zhou Luo replied. "I trust your judgment." Lin Shi smiled warmly. Without waiting for Zhou Luo to speak, she propped her chin on her hands resting on the stone table, blinking her bright, large eyes. Having concluded their serious discussion, it was time to delve into personal matters. "Allow me to get to know you better." Zhou Luo's lips curled into a smile. "I too am eager to become acquainted with you." Chapter 110. The arrival of the father-in-law. Their conversation stretched over several hours. During this time, Lin Shi extended an invitation for a leisurely stroll. As they ambled through the picturesque courtyard, they engaged in their first formal dialogue. They reminisced about their initial encounter, discussed the repercussions from the spirit mine incident, and delved into their respective pasts. Compared to Zhou Luo, Lin Shi's life appeared to be far more vibrant, resulting in her dominating the conversation. It seemed she had not had such an exchange in a long time. And once she began, the words flowed effortlessly. Zhou Luo walked alongside her, attentively listening to her stories, absorbing her joys and sorrows. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the landscape, Zhou Luo turned his gaze. A ray of warm light broke through the clouds, settling softly upon their shoulders, enveloping them in a gentle glow. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, the soft radiance illuminating her delicate, fair features. It was as if this woman harbored a multitude of secrets within her heart. Lin, she gazed upward, her eyes sparkling with light, as the sunset's glow reflected in her pupils, seemingly igniting her inner world. Suddenly, she turned to Zhou Luo, her smile uniquely enchanting. Zhou Luo, thank you. This is the first time I've spoken with someone for so long, and it brings me great joy. No need for thanks, Zhou Luo replied, pausing with a smile. See you tomorrow. Lin, she waved cheerfully, and Zhou Luo nodded before taking his leave. As he walked away, reflecting on their morning together, Zhou Luo found himself viewing the fifth miss in a new light. Perhaps marrying her would not be such an unfavorable fate after all, he mused. Upon returning home, he sought out Lin Jinxian to share the earlier events. That sounds good, Lin Jinxian replied, accepting without hesitation, though a shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes. Zhou Luo comforted her, saying, I will not allow you to suffer. Lin Jinxian responded with a soft acknowledgement. After addressing this matter, Zhou Luo finally retreated to his own room. This space was designated for his possessions, adorned with soundproof talismans he had crafted to deter prying eyes. At present, the room was cluttered with various items, gifts from prominent family members. Upon learning of his ascension to the status of a high-ranking alchemist, countless visitors had come bearing offerings. Had he not been at the family head's side, he would surely have been overwhelmed. Not having encountered him, these guests left their gifts before departing. Zhou Luo, naturally, welcomed each offering. Approaching the table, he retrieved a storage ring, extracting the rewards bestowed by his family. It must be said, the family had been exceptionally generous this time. The spirit stones alone numbered nearly 100, while spirit rice, spirit fruits, and other daily provisions were innumerable. Additionally, there were several lower-tier magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and spirit talismans. Although he had no immediate use for them, he recognized their potential for trade. Among the various treasures, what captivated Zhou Luo the most was a collection of rare materials. To his astonishment, he discovered that among them were the very components required for the second stage of the Great Bear Body refining technique. These materials were precisely what the Immortal sect lacked. He was quite taken aback that his family had generously bestowed them upon him, as if he had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Effortlessly acquiring such a boon, he first entrusted the spiritual rice and other provisions to the kitchen, then turned his attention to the magical artifacts and elixirs, contemplating selling them at a later time. This thought caused Zhou Luo to reflect. Indeed, the Zhou garden was in dire need of a steward. Otherwise, managing everything personally would become quite burdensome. However, it was imperative to find someone trustworthy, lest he inadvertently expose himself. The first person that came to his mind was Su Changsheng, who was currently at the spirit mine. Yet, given that the master no longer cared about the secret of the spirit mine being exposed, it seemed feasible to summon him back. Although Su was not particularly loyal to him, he was an astute individual. A clever person would assess the situation wisely, and once he realized that aligning with Zhou Luo could lead to a promising future, betrayal would be unlikely. This matter was not urgent. While tidying up, Zhou Luo recalled the materials he had brought back from the Immortal sect. These materials were significant, constituting an important fortune. Subsequently, he retrieved the ascending spirit pill he had obtained from Luan and handed it to Lin Qinghan. Even though the young Chang'an, now merely 3 years old, possessed only a 9th-grade spiritual root, early cultivation was vital. As long as a solid foundation was laid from a young age, there was still hope for successful foundation establishment in the future. Moreover, who could say whether the system rewards contained any bonuses for spiritual roots? After dinner, as Zhou Luo was idly contemplating alchemy and talisman crafting, Linda came to pay a visit. Gazing at the main building in the center of Zhou Garden, Linda was beset by mixed emotions. He recalled the disdain he had felt upon first meeting Zhou Luo, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Who could have imagined that a mere son-in-law with a 9th-grade spiritual root would one day ascend to the status of a first-tier high-grade alchemist? Zhou Luo's earlier accomplishments had already astonished him, but his return from the Immortal sect had profoundly shaken him. The thought of Zhou Luo inevitably advancing to become a second-tier alchemist and a prominent figure within the family filled Linda with regret. Why had he not treated him better from the outset? Had he known, he would have sought to cultivate a closer relationship. perhaps allowing his own lineage to share in the ensuing fortune and rise once more. Taking a deep breath to steady his turbulent thoughts, he stepped towards the main building. Upon entering the grand hall, he found Zhou Luo seated in a grand chair. "Esteemed son-in-law, I have heard that you have become a high-grade alchemist. Congratulations are in order," Linda said with a smile, his tone laced with a trace of respectful deference. Zhou Luo offered a calm smile in response. "You honor me, father-in-law. Please, have a seat." Linda sat down with utmost respect. "Might I inquire as to the reason for your visit, father-in-law?" Zhou Luo asked with curiosity. "Dear son-in-law, there is not much to discuss, but it has been a while since we last met, and I felt it was only proper to pay a visit." Linda spoke as he retrieved an artifact from his bosom. "Since my son-in-law has successfully advanced, it is only fitting for a father-in-law to present some gifts." Upon seeing the artifact, Zhou Luo hurriedly declined. "Father-in-law, this is far too generous. I have already received ample gifts." "Oh no, it is merely a trifling token. You must accept it," Linda insisted with unwavering resolve. This was a crucial opportunity to foster a good relationship with his son-in-law, and he was reluctant to let it slip away. Reluctantly, Zhou Luo accepted the artifact. Linda then continued to extol his promising future, expressing regret for his earlier misjudgment. His intentions were clear. He sought to ingratiate himself, fearing Zhou Luo might harbor grievances regarding past events. Zhou Luo, however, felt no animosity towards him. After all, if he were in Linda's position, he would undoubtedly feel dissatisfied if his only daughter were to marry someone with merely a ninth-grade spiritual root. Moreover, his late mother-in-law had covertly provided him with some cultivation resources. Zhou Luo chose to let bygones be bygones. Upon hearing this, Linda breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, my son-in-law, there is one more matter," Linda suddenly interjected. "Is it true that the second elder wishes to see me?" Zhou Luo seemed to discern Linda's thoughts, countering with a question. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Linda's face as he nodded. "The second elder wishes to meet you tomorrow." Indeed, it was inevitable that the faction of the first elder would react upon learning of his return as a top-tier alchemist, particularly since he had visited the clan leader today. Some matters are simply unavoidable, and he could not escape what was destined to come. "I understand," Zhou Luo replied with a nod, not refusing the invitation. The second elder, currently overseeing matters for the first elder, warranted his attention. Linda, visibly relieved, exchanged pleasantries with him for a while before taking his leave. Once Linda departed, Zhou Luo settled into a chair, contemplating the purpose behind the second elder's summons. Chapter 111. The long-awaited lottery. The situation of the Lin family has become increasingly clear. Although the Grand Elder chose to seclude himself to delay the decision regarding the selection of the seventh elder, the longer the Order of Public Security remains under Lin Xuanfeng's control, the deeper the main family's influence will permeate. In due course, even if the newly appointed seventh elder hails from the Grand Elder's faction, it will prove to be of no significance. It is reasonable to assume that the Grand Elder has come to this realization as well. Yet, why does he still opt for seclusion as a means of evasion? Zhou Luo could not fathom this for the time being. At this stage, his primary concern was self-preservation. He had undergone a transformation, and regardless of which faction sought to win him over, they were too late to consider any form of suppression. Even positioned at the center of the storm, he remained untouched. As he pondered, Bai Jian entered the hall. This evening, she donned a gown of moonlit white, with gossamer fabric draped over her shoulders, her delicate and fair skin subtly revealed. Taking a seat beside him, her exquisite features bore a hint of shyness as she softly inquired, "Husband, where will you sleep tonight?" Zhou Luo chuckled lightly, surprised that this timid girl, usually so bashful, could be so audacious regarding this matter. Yet, Bai Jian was, after all, of the sixth rank in spiritual roots. If she could indeed bear a child of medium spiritual roots, it would be immensely beneficial for him. "Where do you wish for me to sleep?" Zhou Luo countered with a smile. Bai Jian's cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered, her fair hands clutching the hem of her gown. Her thoughts wandering. Ever since she had experienced the intimacy of their union, it felt as though she had unlocked a new world, becoming increasingly dependent on Zhou Luo. Most importantly, she longed to bear a child for him. Having always adored children, she frequently played with her sister's little ones, and watching those obedient and understanding youngsters. She yearned for a child that belonged solely to her and Zhou Luo. Previously, due to Zhou Luo's distant travels, this desire had remained unfulfilled. Now that he had finally responded, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As she indulged in her daydreams, Zhou Luo had quietly approached her. He leaned down, gazing at the bashful beauty, and gently lifted her into his arms. Bai Jian nestled against his broad chest, her beautiful eyes shimmering, her heart aflutter. Once again, they spent a night in silence. In the depths of the night, Zhou Luo cradled Bai Jian, who curled up like a kitten in his embrace. His right hand roaming over her skin, as delicate as jade. His thoughts drifted. He pondered what spiritual root the fifth miss possessed. Logically, it should not be weaker than Lin Jinxuan's. If she were genuinely willing to coexist harmoniously with the women around him, it would bode well for him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Through tireless efforts, you have successfully caused your partner to conceive, thus earning a chance at a lottery draw. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification chimed abruptly. Zhou Luo's body jolted, nearly awakening the slumbering Bai Jian. At last, the pregnancy had been confirmed. He felt an immense surge of excitement within. Ever since marrying Bai Jian, he had eagerly anticipated the offspring that would emerge from their union. Unfortunately, there had been no developments for quite some time. After such a prolonged wait, he had finally received the news he had been longing for. He eagerly immersed himself in thought, his consciousness once again arriving before the lottery wheel. The pristine white wool floated silently in the air, its 7 segments unchanged. He wondered what fortune the night would bestow. It seemed that luck had never been on his side, particularly during his studies at the Immortal sect. He had invested an entire year, only to uncover a few useful clues, uncertain whether others had already seized the advantage. This time, he felt no confidence in the lottery. If he were to express his desires, it would undoubtedly be for means to enhance his combat prowess. After all, he was soon to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition with Lin Xian and Wang Yue, and thus needed to elevate his strength. The lottery commenced. A golden orb materialized, rapidly spinning upon the wheel. Zhou Luo's heart raced in tandem. Please let it not be a trivial reward, he silently prayed. Moments later, the golden orb began to slow visibly, ultimately landing in the domain of skills. Yet again, it was a skill. It must be one of the 4 paramount skills, Zhou Luo fervently hoped. In his view, among the myriad arts of cultivation, only the 4 cardinal skills held true significance. Ideally, it would be the second-tier alchemy skill, allowing him to concoct foundation-building pills in advance. Congratulations, host has obtained first-tier formation skill. The reward has been automatically dispatched to the host's backpack. Please check. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed softly. Zhou Luo first felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was one of the 4 crucial skills. Yet, a wave of discontent soon followed. How could it be the formation skill? Among the 4 major arts of cultivation, formation, alchemy, weapon crafting, and talismans, formation, though ranked at the top, bore a significant drawback. Unlike the other 3, it was not as convenient and required far more resources. Lower-tier formations were immobile, necessitating prior setup in a designated area, primarily serving a defensive auxiliary role. After all, enemies would not foolishly enter the formation. Most often, they would wait for the formation's energy to deplete. In genuine peril during an outing, formations proved less practical than the other 3 skills. Moreover, the resources required to set up a formation were exceedingly extensive. He recalled a conversation with Su Changsheng, who had mentioned that a formation master, to set up a formation, first needed a formation diagram, followed by formation materials, and then a location abundant in spiritual energy to sustain the formation's operation. Of course, if one had an ample supply of spirit stones, that would also suffice. Additionally, it required immense mental fortitude, as well as a formation disc, brushes, knives, and other tools for engraving the formation. At his current stage, he truly lacked the energy to prepare all these. Even if he managed to gather them, he had no place to experiment. Formations, unlike pills, would inevitably attract attention when established, and should his family discover it, he would find himself in a difficult position to explain. Overall, among the 4 cardinal skills, the formation skill was the least necessary for him at this time. The formation, being of paramount importance, undoubtedly possesses formidable strength. Once properly arranged, it can even enable one to transcend levels in combat. In due time, I might arrange a small gathering formation within the Zhou Garden, thereby eliminating the need to journey to the spiritual veins for cultivation. Regardless, this lottery draw has proven to be quite satisfactory. Zhou Luo focused his consciousness on the formation icon within his backpack. First-tier formation technique. Upon use, one can directly comprehend the fully mastered first-tier formation technique, along with the corresponding compendium of formations. He chose to activate it without hesitation. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded his mind, revealing various intricate and refined methods of arrangement. Simultaneously, his body was influenced by this influx, reminiscent of the time he acquired alchemical skills. Memories of formations were deeply ingrained within him. Most astonishingly, he now possessed comprehensive knowledge of all first-tier formations. This enabled him to discern the structural intricacies and line formations at a glance when encountering them. It was beyond his wildest dreams that he would one day become a formation master. Suddenly, Zhou Luo thought of Su Chongqing, as he had previously intended for him to serve as the steward of the Zhou Garden. Now, however, he entertained a different notion. Perhaps he could utilize him as a decoy to experiment with some low-tier formations. Chapter 112. The Grand Elder's Foundation Establishment. On the following morning, sunlight cascaded gently through the air. Zhou Luo stepped out of his room and fortuitously encountered Lin Yi, who leaned against the door opposite. Clad in a cream silk nightgown that revealed expanses of her fair skin and a captivating figure. With a hint of grievance, she remarked, "My lord only thinks of Sister Jian, showing no concern for us." "Not at all," Zhou Luo replied with a smile, drawing her into his embrace. "It is a matter that requires patience. Thus, tonight, my lord shall reside with me." Lin Yi tilted her head, her expression brimming with anticipation. "Very well. Let us go have breakfast." Zhou Luo leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth, porcelain forehead. After breakfast, indeed, the elder from the Lin family arrived at Zhou Garden. "Young Master Zhou, may I inquire if you are available at this moment?" The elderly man, dressed modestly, asked respectfully. "Let us proceed," Zhou Luo replied succinctly, following the elder towards the estate of the second elder. Compared to the core area of the main residence, the second elder's abode was situated in the northeast corner of Zhou Garden, not far from the main house. Therefore, it was not long before he beheld the expansive estate. The manor, constructed from azure bricks, was adorned with numerous spirit talismans, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. These were basic warning talismans, typically employed to deter intrusions. The crafting of such talismans is not particularly arduous, and the materials required are quite simple, making it unsurprising that the family could afford to display them so lavishly. Lin Guangshuan, the second elder of the Lin family, was responsible for the family's talisman crafting, overseeing the allocation of all spirit talismans. His power and status second only to the elder. Since the elder entered seclusion, he had assumed the role of the faction's leader. And he was also a biological brother to the deceased seventh elder. Zhou Luo followed the servant into the manor. Upon entering, a spacious courtyard unfolded before him, with the ground paved in flagstones, flanked by vibrant flowers and greenery swaying in the breeze. At the center of the courtyard stood a square, ancient well, surrounded by pots of blooming flowers that exuded a subtle fragrance. An ancient camphor tree towered in one corner of the courtyard, its lush branches and leaves shimmering with a hint of spiritual light. As they ventured deeper into the courtyard, an elegant and rustic hall came into view. Upon opening the hall's doors, a faint scent of wood wafted through the air. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Luo noticed an elderly man seated in a grand redwood armchair. The man's face bore the marks of age, and an air of formidable authority emanated from him, particularly from his narrowed eyes, which were sharp and profound, reminiscent of a keen blade. In contrast to the elder's serene demeanor, Zhou Luo felt a heavy sense of oppression from this man. It seemed as though this oppressive aura was innate to him, exerting influence even without conscious effort. Second elder, Zhou Luo greeted with a respectful bow. Please take a seat," Lin Guangshuan responded casually. Despite Zhou Luo's current status as a high-grade alchemist, with the potential to ascend to a second-tier alchemist in the future, the elder still exhibited a degree of coldness. This was not due to any dissatisfaction with Zhou Luo. It is simply his innate temperament. Which side do you truly align with? Just as Zhou Luo pondered how the other would articulate his thoughts, a voice imbued with authority resounded, its unambiguous content causing Zhou Luo to tremble. He glanced upwards, surprise etched upon his face. "I prefer forthrightness and detest hypocrisy. Speak plainly and truthfully," Lin Guangshuan stated, his aged visage betraying no emotion. His straightforward nature could not abide the duplicity of others. Thus, upon witnessing the true nature of the main family, he unhesitatingly chose to align himself with the Grand Elder. However, he still lacked the necessary experience in strategizing for conflict, leaving him to observe as Lin Xianfeng presided over the security hall and watched the main family suppress their faction. For Lin Guangshuan, these matters were not of paramount importance. He firmly believed that when one possesses sufficient strength, all schemes and intrigues become irrelevant. Hence, his objective was to rally all formidable forces within the family. Clearly, Zhou Luo was the first step. Feeling the penetrating gaze, Zhou Luo contemplated before responding candidly. Grand Elder, I am not on either side. Lin Guangshuan's eyes darkened as he scrutinized him. The fence-sitters will only meet a more tragic fate. Indeed, that referred to those without strength who waver. However, if one possesses power, it cannot be deemed fence-sitting, Zhou Luo retorted with composure. His statement was unequivocal. He was entirely an independent third party, capable of negotiating with either faction or remaining an observer. Should both sides attempt to coerce him, they must be prepared to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Lin Guangshuan suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, no wonder the Grand Elder holds you in such high regard. You possess a certain intrigue. Yet he reined in his mirth, his tone laden with significance. Do you truly remain neutral? Grand Elder, I am rather pragmatic and prioritize benefits, Zhou Luo replied with a smile. Though he wished to avoid conflict, should one side demonstrate a clear advantage, he would not hesitate to align himself for his own stability. For instance, at present, the main family evidently held dominion over the clan. I beg your pardon, but a man of honor cannot languish beneath others for long. Grand Elder, I have my aspirations. I am determined to marry the 5th Mississippi. It is only natural to be driven by self-interest. Lin Guangshuan remained unfazed. However, I must caution you. The Grand Elder's retreat at this critical juncture is not to extricate himself from this conflict. His demeanor was calm, yet his words bore immense implications. Zhou Luo's heart sank. Not an evasion? Could it be? A dreadful suspicion surged within him. Recently, the Grand Elder had procured a batch of foundational materials. Lin Guangshuan left his thought unspoken. Yet those words stirred tumultuous waves within Zhou Luo's mind. Foundational materials? The Grand Elder intends to establish a foundation? He was utterly astounded, completely unprepared for the events to unfold in such a manner. Should the Grand Elder truly succeed in establishing his foundation, it would undoubtedly herald a transformation within the Lin family. Observing Lin Guangshuan's confident and composed demeanor, Zhou Luo inhaled deeply. Having drifted through life, lamenting the absence of a worthy sovereign, he mused that if the Grand Elder were not to forsake him, then marrying the 5th Miss was not imperative. It was a jest, of course. So long as the Grand Elder successfully established his foundation, the main family, despite wielding control over all martial prowess, would find itself at a crossroads. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Lin family's foundational ancestor had not been seen for over a century, leaving their fate shrouded in uncertainty. Once it became known that the Grand Elder had successfully established his foundation, it was inevitable that many would choose to align themselves with him. The advantages accumulated by the main family would swiftly dissipate. Lin Guangshuan's words compelled Zhou Luo to deliberate with utmost seriousness. Nevertheless, his intention to wed Lin Xin remained steadfast, for the main family was currently in a position of power. As for the future, who could predict? After all, he represented the Lin family's destiny, and regardless of the outcome, it was highly improbable that either side would act against him. It appeared that the Grand Elder's breakthrough was indeed a momentous occasion for the Lin family. Zhou Luo sincerely extended his heartfelt congratulations. Thus, you must ponder your decisions carefully. After Lin Guangshuan concluded his remarks, he refrained from further discourse and simply permitted him to depart. Chapter 113 Farewell to Lin Xianfeng stepping out of the 2nd Elder's estate. Zhou Luo tilted his head towards the azure sky. The sun blazed brightly, and white clouds floated lazily. How can the weather change so abruptly? He mused, then set off towards home. At that moment, the once clear sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds gathering, and thunder rumbled. Rain was imminent. Zhou Luo paused, chuckling softly as he shook his head and continued onward. Soon, raindrops began to patter down, striking the white barrier above the Lin family residence, creating a crisp sound. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo overheard the guards mention that the 5th Miss had arrived. Learning that Lin Shi had entered Zhou Garden to meet Lin Jinxian alone, he felt a sense of foreboding. Would these two, given their differing allegiances, come to blows? He hastened into Zhou Garden, making his way to the main hall. However, upon reaching the threshold, he was taken aback. Inside the hall, two stunningly beautiful women were engaged in lively conversation, none other than Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian. It appeared they had been chatting for quite some time. "My dear husband, you have returned," Lin Jinxian exclaimed, rising to greet him as she noticed Zhou Luo at the door. "You too?" Zhou Luo stepped into the hall, his gaze shifting between the two women. The anticipated scene of conflict had not materialized. They seemed to be getting along splendidly. "We have come to an understanding, haven't we, Sister Jinxian?" Lin Shi said with a gentle smile, her voice soft. Lin Jinxian nodded in agreement. "Sister Shi, your disposition is even more agreeable than I had imagined. We find much common ground." Hearing this, Zhou Luo's expression turned skeptical. "And who do you intend to designate as the principal wife?" Before Lin Shi could respond, Lin Jinxian interjected, "Naturally, it will be Sister Shi, as she belongs to the main family." Zhou Luo was astonished. It seemed the two had reached a consensus. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the need to devise a way to decline the main family's goodwill. "What of the others?" Zhou Luo inquired, referring to Lin Qinghan and the others. "They have no objections," Lin Jinxian replied softly. With that reassurance, Zhou Luo looked at Lin Shi earnestly. "Then I kindly request the fifth miss to convey this to the head of the family." "What shall I say?" Lin Shi asked playfully, her eyes sparkling. "Naturally, it pertains to our marriage," Zhou Luo answered. "Why must I be the one to speak? It is you who is to marry me. Should you not be the one to propose?" Lin Shi smiled enchantingly, a glint of mischief in her bright eyes. Zhou Luo felt a twinge of rudeness, and, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I was indeed presumptuous." Lin Shi then rose and approached him, her laughter light. "I shall await your return." Turning to Lin Jinxian, she added, "Sister Jinxian, until we meet again in a few days." "Very well," Lin Jinxian nodded. Once Lin Shi departed, Zhou Luo could not help but express his curiosity. "How did you two bond so well? Did something transpire?" With a gentle expression, Lin Jinxian reflected, "In truth, Sister Shi possesses a wonderful temperament. I had misjudged her previously. She confided in me that should she marry into the Zhou family, she would no longer be regarded as the fifth miss of the Lin family, and thus hoped I would harbor no animosity. Despite her usual reclusiveness and the fear she instills in others, she felt at ease here, engaging in conversation with us. I sensed that although her marriage was arranged, should she become the mistress of the Zhou estate, she would not neglect us, her sisters." I was surprised that Lin Shi inspired such sentiments in Lin Jinxian. As for Lin Shi's character, Zhou Luo had always held a favorable impression. Since she managed to persuade Lin Jinxian, he had no objections. "However, my dear husband, she truly possesses the gift of conversation," Lin Jinxian remarked with a smile. They had scarcely settled when Lin Jinxian was eager to recount her entire life story. It was primarily she who spoke, and Zhou Luo resonated with this notion. Replying with a gentle smile that perhaps accustomed to solitude, she now sought the lively atmosphere of the Zhou estate. "Well then, when do you plan to propose, my husband?" Lin Jinxian inquired. "A proposal necessitates the presence of elders and requires proper preparation. I shall speak with my master about it," Zhou Luo replied, hurrying towards Shouchuan Garden. Along the way, several individuals greeted him, a stark contrast to the indifference he once encountered before his elevation to a high-ranking alchemist, which had completely altered their demeanor. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lin Xianfeng. Clad in a black robe, he exuded an air of authority, his hawk-like eyes fixed upon Zhou Luo, his chiseled face devoid of expression. The ninth elder of the family retained his formidable presence, distinct from that of the second elder. The latter embodied a crushing force of power and status, while Lin Xuanfeng's oppressive aura emanated from his cold and brooding demeanor. Being scrutinized by him felt akin to being targeted by a venomous snake, sending chills down one's spine. Ninth elder, Zhou Luo promptly bowed in greeting. Lin Xianfeng approached slowly, his gaze unwavering. Upon reaching him, he spoke. "You have surprised me. In my plans, I did not intend to allow you, who might uncover the secrets of the spiritual mind, to return home. Yet, I did not anticipate your swift ascension to a high-ranking alchemist." Lin Xianfeng understood the implications of such youthfulness in a high-ranking alchemist. Consequently, he abandoned his previous intentions toward Zhou Luo, discarding some of the plans he had made. It was all thanks to the assistance of the Immortal sect, Zhou Luo expressed sincerely. Ultimately, it depends on your own talent, Lin Xianfeng replied. His shadowy countenance serene as he assessed Zhou Luo, a flicker of unusual light glimmering in his eyes. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Zhou Luo inquired, "May I ask what matter the ninth elder wishes to discuss with me?" "It is nothing. I was merely contemplating whether Lin Xianlong's demise was truly an accident," Lin Xianfeng remarked with significant undertones. Zhou Luo felt a weight in his heart. Before he could respond, the other continued, "Perhaps I am overly cautious. There is no need for excessive thought. You are now the future of the family. Strive diligently. Do you not have matters to attend to? You should go." A barrage of words fell upon him, and Zhou Luo grasped the essence of his message, choosing not to elaborate further and instead took his leave. Behind him, Lin Xianfeng continued to scrutinize him. The question of whether Lin Xianlong's death was accidental did not concern him. Rather, he was intrigued by the possibility that if these events were the machinations of Zhou Luo alone, he would need to reassess this son-in-law of the family. A wise individual who remains silent is often biding their time. He suspected this son-in-law possessed intelligence. If so, he must have ulterior motives. However, during this period, from what he gathered, the individual had yet to clearly align himself with any side. What could his intentions be? Lin Xianfeng found himself unable to fathom this for the moment. Yet, he suddenly perceived this son-in-law as quite fascinating and resolved to engage with him more thoroughly in the future. Meanwhile, it was not until he turned the corner that Zhou Luo exhaled a breath of relief, easing his mind. In the presence of Lin Xianfeng, he felt akin to a hunted creature. The oppressive weight pressing upon his chest had almost rendered him breathless. Particularly that cryptic remark of his, which evidently hinted at deeper thoughts. Indeed, he was a perilous individual, and it would be wise to limit their interactions henceforth, Zhou Luo mused inwardly. Chapter 114. The marriage proposal at Shaoqinting. Lin Jishou was currently instructing Lin Xing in the art of alchemy. Ever since her return from the Immortal sect, the third young lady seemed to have developed a profound interest in this craft. Upon her arrival, she dedicated several days to earnest and humble learning. Lin Jishou could genuinely empathize with her enthusiasm, for he understood her character well. Her diligent efforts were merely a response to witnessing her senior brother's swift ascension to a high-grade alchemist, igniting a sense of rivalry within her. Nevertheless, Lin Jishou was quite pleased with Lin Xing's talent, particularly after her significant progress during her studies at the Immortal sect. Increase the heat. If you continue at this reduced level, not only will the herbs fail to meld, but their properties will also dissipate, Lin Jishou admonished with a serious expression. Lin Xing remained silent, simply intensifying the flame. At that moment, Zhou Luo entered the alchemy chamber. Upon seeing his beloved disciple, Lin Jishou's face brightened with joy. "Disciple, have you encountered difficulties in your alchemy?" "No, master. I have come to discuss a matter with you," Zhou Luo replied. "Oh, what is it?" Lin Jishou inquired, puzzled. Hearing this, Zhou Luo glanced at Lin Xing, who was engrossed in her work, and lowered his voice. "It concerns my marriage to the fifth young lady." Boom. As soon as he spoke, a sudden, dull thud echoed through the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of something burning. Lin Jishou frowned, turning to Lin Xing. "I instructed you to increase the heat. Why did you raise it to such an extent?" Lin Xing lowered her head, biting her lip. I shall start over." She sighed. Lin Jishou then turned back to Zhou Luo. "I have heard about your marriage proposal. What are your thoughts on it?" "I came to seek your assistance in proposing," Zhou Luo said with a gentle smile. "A proposal, indeed. We shall go at once," Lin Jishou exclaimed, his aged face beaming with delight. "Master, please do not rush. Let me prepare. We shall go tomorrow morning," Zhou Luo suggested. Since it was a formal proposal, certain customs, such as the betrothal gifts, were essential. "Very well, I shall take care of the betrothal gifts. You need not worry about them," Lin Jishou reassured him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Although Zhou Luo was merely his disciple, Lin Jishou regarded his exceptional students as akin to his own children. Now that his child was preparing to propose, how could he not feel joy? A small betrothal gift was hardly a concern for him. "Master, this is not appropriate," Zhou Luo attempted to refuse, yet Lin Jishou was resolute. No matter how many times Zhou Luo declined, it proved fruitless. Ultimately, he could not withstand Lin Jishou's insistence and reluctantly accepted. After departing from Shochuan Garden, Zhou Luo returned home to find a gathering of wives and concubines awaiting him. "Beloved, when will you marry?" Lin Yi was the first to speak, her face alight with anticipation. Her eagerness was not solely for the marriage, but rather for the evening that lay ahead. "Tomorrow, I shall visit the family to propose, and we shall discuss the date thereafter," remarked Zhou Luo. Upon hearing this, the wives and concubines were filled with joy, for they had previously interacted with Lin Shi and had accepted her. However, Zhou Luo noticed a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickering across their otherwise joyful faces. Despite their outward expressions of happiness, an undeniable sense of inner disappointment lingered. He understood that, except for Lin Jinxian, none of the others had experienced a formal wedding upon their arrival. Even though they were aware that their circumstances were the cause, a tinge of sorrow was inescapable. "Let us indulge in a grand feast tonight," Zhou Luo suddenly proclaimed. "My lord, what grand feast?" Lin Jinxian inquired, her face alight with curiosity, echoed by the others. "Of course, a seafood banquet," Zhou Luo replied with a grin. The so-called seafood feast was, in fact, a lavish spread composed of the flesh of aquatic beasts, including azure phosphor shrimp, snow spirit crabs, and primordial spirit abalone, among others. These creatures, having thrived in the seas, boasted rich, succulent flesh imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Consuming them would provide a substantial boost to one's health. However, due to the formidable nature of these sea beasts and the considerable distance of Maple Leaf City from the coast, their meat was exceedingly costly in the marketplace. Typically, only the prominent families, such as the Lin clan, possessed the means to afford such luxuries. At the last banquet, the family had laid out a seafood feast that had drawn many young scions from various families, eager to partake. Upon hearing of the seafood banquet, the ladies' eyes sparkled, and their faces illuminated with delight. "My lord, might this be too extravagant?" Lin Jinxian whispered. As the current matriarch of Zhou Garden, she instinctively considered the cost-effectiveness of such indulgence. "Let us celebrate my recent elevation to a high-grade alchemist," Zhou Luo stated generously. The rewards from the family, combined with gifts from various individuals, had filled his coffers to overflowing. A rare indulgence was hardly a matter of concern. "Splendid. I know the department store has it. I've been longing for it since the last time. I shall go procure it," Lin Yi volunteered. The other ladies also beamed with joy as evening descended. When the opulent and sumptuous seafood banquet was laid before them, both the women and the children were taken aback in astonishment. "Wow, this crab is enormous. Larger than my hand," exclaimed little Chang'an, standing on a chair and gesturing animatedly. This elicited a chorus of laughter from the gathered company. After the grand seafood feast concluded, having savored a dozen or so delicacies akin to oysters from a previous life, Zhou Luo entered Lin Yi's chamber. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Jinxian knocked at the door, saying, "My lord, Elder Lu has arrived." Zhou Luo hurriedly arose, surprised by the eagerness of his master, as if he were arranging a marriage for his own grandson. Upon reaching the hall, he found Lin Jishou sipping tea. "Disciple, are you prepared? We should depart at once," he remarked, rising to his feet. "Master, you are too hasty. I have only just awakened. Shall we not have breakfast first?" Zhou Luo, clad in nothing but a robe, saw Lin Jishou's impatience and conceded to the suggestion. After breakfast, Zhou Luo donned a moonlight-hued robe and tied her hair up, walking briskly alongside Lin Jishou toward the core area. At the entrance of this precinct, the guards, upon seeing the two, not only refrained from hindrance, but also offered a respectful salute. They proceeded to the patriarch's courtyard. Inside the main hall of the courtyard, Lin Tianxiong sat majestically at the top. Today, he was clad in a purple-gold python robe, his grizzled hair meticulously arranged, his tall and imposing figure exuding an air of authority, with broad shoulders and a spine as straight as a pine. His composed visage bore deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and tightly sealed lips, emanating an aura of formidable dignity. Patriarch Lin Jishou and Zhou Luo entered one after the other, both bowing respectfully. "So early today?" Lin Tianxiong spoke in a calm voice, slowly articulating his words. "Patriarch, the marriage of the younger generation is a significant matter. As an elder, I inevitably feel a sense of urgency," Lin Jishou replied with a light chuckle. Lin Tianxiong's gaze deepened. What seemed like ordinary words to others bore a different significance in his ears. Clearly, the elder before him had resolved to appoint Zhou Luo as the next sixth elder after his passing, hence the assumption of the elder's role. This was not an issue, considering that she was merely in her 20s and already a high-tier alchemist, destined to ascend to the second rank. However, if she chose to ally with the faction of the Great Elder, would that not imply that Lin Jisho would also side with them? Yesterday, after her interaction with the second elder, she had decisively agreed to this marriage, which inevitably led him to ponder further. Chapter 115 Request. In this present moment, the head of the family has temporarily seized control over the entire clan. Even the return of the Grand Elder cannot alter the prevailing situation. However, in such circumstances, should any other elders choose to align themselves with the opposition, the originally advantageous position of the family will undoubtedly face new challenges. This is something Lin Tianxiong cannot permit. Particularly after his conversation with Lin Shi last night, he sensed that his granddaughter was reluctant to engage in the strife, which would affect Zhou Luo's decisions. This realization heightened his sense of vigilance. Thus, when Lin Jisho spoke, he found himself compelled to contemplate further. I have already dispatched someone to summon Shir's parents. Please, take a seat, Lin Tianxiong intoned with a steady voice. Lin Jisho and Zhou Luo settled into the redwood armchairs on the right side. Sixth Elder, how has Xiner performed under your guidance? As soon as they sat down, Lin Tianxiong's voice resonated once more. Head of the family, the third young lady is diligent and possesses considerable talent, Lin Jisho replied candidly. Lin Tianxiong nodded slightly, reflecting, Xiner is indeed gifted. Had she not neglected her alchemical studies in favor of cultivation these past years, her performance would likely have been even more remarkable. This opportunity at the Immortal sect has greatly benefited the third young lady, and I foresee her achieving great heights in the future, Lin Jisho remarked earnestly. Lin Tianxiong had observed Lin Xine's progress with keen interest, particularly since her return from the Immortal sect, where her accomplishments had brought him great satisfaction. If nurtured properly, she could undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the family. Do you believe Xiner could become a second-tier alchemist? Lin Tianxiong inquired meaningfully. Both Lin Jisho and Zhou Luo felt a sudden tension. The former understood this as a reminder from the head of the family, urging him not to alter his stance due to Zhou Luo. The latter, on the other hand, felt perplexed as their conversation had seamlessly transitioned from a marriage proposal to familial strife. Zhou Luo found little interest in the dialogue between the two elders, yet it was evident that the head of the family was indeed cautious. Head of the family, I am uncertain. After all, I myself am not yet a second-tier alchemist. Lin Jisho replied with a resigned smile, deftly steering the conversation away from the topic. At that moment, a middle-aged couple clad in resplendent garments entered the room. The man, with a ruddy complexion and a rotund figure, exuded an air of affluence, while the woman, poised and elegant, possessed a beauty that radiated the allure of mature femininity. Father, they greeted with a respectful bow. The man was Lin Tianxiong's eldest son, Lin Zhe, Lin Shi's father, and also the 10th elder responsible for managing the family's logistics. Upon his appearance, Zhou Luo stood to reciprocate the gesture, addressing him, 10th elder. Lin Zhe regarded him with a smile, appraising him from head to toe. My esteemed son-in-law is indeed a paragon of talent. He had naturally heard of Zhou Luo's ascension to a top-tier alchemist, and the thought of his daughter marrying a future second-tier alchemist filled him with delight. Once everyone was seated, Lin Jisho finally spoke, 10th elder. We have gathered today to discuss the matter of the marriage. With that, he gracefully waved his sleeve, and a radiant light emanated forth. Upon the once desolate ground, an array of items suddenly appeared, elixirs, spirit stones, magical artifacts, and more, a veritable treasure trove. This is a token of engagement from my disciple. I kindly ask Elder 10 to accept it, Lin Jisho said with a beaming smile. To uphold his disciple's reputation, he had specially unearthed treasures he had cherished for years. Originally, he intended these gifts for his own eldest grandson, but out of affection for his disciple Zhou Luo, he generously presented them instead. Seeing such a heartfelt offering, Lin Zhe smiled broadly. Elder 6, you are too kind. Although he said this, he subtly gestured with his right hand, gathering the items into his possession, thus signifying acceptance. Subsequently, both parties commenced discussions regarding the upcoming nuptials in the presence of Lin Tianxiong, while the wedding involved Zhou Luo and Lin Shi. Such matters were typically managed by the elders of both families. Zhou Luo sat quietly, listening intently, occasionally sharing his thoughts. Ultimately, their wedding was scheduled for 5 days hence. As for the specific arrangements, Lin Zhe, the future father-in-law, assured that he would handle everything, alleviating Zhou Luo's concerns. As the elder responsible for logistics, he would ensure the event was conducted with great splendor, which certainly eased Zhou Luo's mind. As noon approached, Lin Jishou intended to take his leave, but Lin Tianxiong insisted they stay for a meal. The two did not decline. At the dining table, when Zhou Luo beheld the azure phosphorescent shrimp and the snow spirit crab among the delicacies, his pupils constricted. It seemed he had been under the watchful eye of the family head all along. However, the extent of this surveillance remained a mystery for now. He realized he needed to quickly set up some protective formations in Zhou Garden to prevent unwarranted probing. "Grandfather, this feast is rather lavish today," Lin Shi remarked, sitting beside Lin Tianxiong, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. "When it comes to family ties, one must naturally make it grander," Lin Tianxiong replied. Family head. As more people from Zhou Garden are expected to arrive, may I request a selection for a steward? Zhou Luo inquired respectfully at the table. Just a steward? Let Zaire arrange it for you, Lin Tianxiong replied nonchalantly. Lin Zai added, "Rest assured, my esteemed son-in-law, I will find you an exceptionally capable steward." Family head, Elder 10. "I have already determined the steward's candidate," Zhou Luo said, his expression somewhat troubled. Having the main family arrange for a steward would mean losing all semblance of privacy. "Oh, who is it?" Lin Tianxiong asked, puzzled. "It is a former friend of mine, Su Changsheng," Zhou Luo said, looking earnestly at Lin Tianxiong. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Tianxiong's face, as he seemed unable to recall such a person. After a moment, he recollected the individual's identity. Wasn't he the pawn he had initially placed within the faction of the Grand Elder? Previously, to test Zhou Luo, he had deliberately assigned him to the new spirit mine. It seemed that Zhou Luo had indeed placed his trust in him, or he would not have chosen him as the steward. Given the circumstances, Lin Tianxiong had no reason to decline. He casually replied, "Very well, I shall send someone to bring him back." "Thank you, Patriarch." Zhou Luo rose to pay his respects. "There is no need for such formality." Lin Tianxiong waved his hand dismissively. After lunch, Zhou Luo followed Lin Jizhou as they departed. Upon exiting the core area, Lin Jizhou suddenly remarked, "The Patriarch is evidently concerned for you." Zhou Luo halted in his tracks and turned to face him. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Lin Jizhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. Once he confirmed they were alone, he spoke. "Tell me, which side do you truly wish to align with?" This question had long lingered in Lin Jizhou's mind, yet he had refrained from voicing it due to a sense of guilt. It was he who had initially drawn Zhou Luo into the tempest of family conflict, and thus he hesitated to interfere with his disciples' choices. However, now that the main house was gaining power, he felt compelled to consider his disciples' position. "Master, I stand with neither side. Regardless of who prevails or falters, I shall remain unaffected, will I not?" Zhou Luo smiled as he gazed at him. A trace of relief graced Lin Jizhou's aged face. "It is commendable that you hold such a perspective." Chapter 116. Su Changxing's confession upon returning to the Zhou Garden. The numerous wives and concubines learned that the wedding between him and the fifth miss would take place in 5 days, prompting them to commence preparations. Despite Elder Lin Zai's assurance of overseeing the arrangements, the interior of the Zhou Garden required meticulous adornment to avoid embarrassment in front of the guests. They busied themselves with decorations, while Zhou Luo retrieved the materials he had acquired from the Immortal sect and the treasures awarded by the family, entering his chamber and sealing it with the isolation talisman he had crafted. Inside the room stood a large bronze cauldron filled with clear water, which shimmered with ripples. Zhou Luo affixed several heating talismans to the cauldron's exterior, initiating the process of warming the water. The greatest advantage of becoming a talisman master is the convenience it brings to daily life. For instance, one can use cleansing talismans while bathing, heating talismans for hot water, and isolation talismans to prevent prying eyes. These are all low-level talismans, easy to forge. However, for safety's sake, he preferred to use them in secrecy. As the talismans emitted a faint spiritual glow, the water within the cauldron gradually began to boil. Zhou Luo then added the materials, casting them into the concoction. Under the intense heat, the ingredients reacted violently, transforming the once clear water into a thick, murky medicinal liquid that released a pungent aroma. The Great Bear Body Refinement Technique comprises 5 stages. Upon completing the first stage, one can withstand the physical attacks of practitioners at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and below. The subsequent 4 stages correspond to the strength of those at the 6th to 9th layers of qi refinement. Naturally, this endurance has its limits, yet it ensures that he would not be swiftly annihilated by higher-tier cultivators. As time flowed, the acrid scent intensified in the air. The medicinal liquid bubbled vigorously, its properties unleashed in the heat, creating a potent aura that resonated within. Zhou Luo shed his garments and immersed himself into the cauldron. The moment his fair skin made contact with the liquid, a searing sensation surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he fully submerged. In an instant, waves of ferocious power penetrated his skin, invading his organs. A violent pain erupted, as if a wild beast were tearing at his flesh. The excruciating agony rendering him momentarily dazed. Fortunately, during his time at the Immortal sect, his spirit had been greatly tempered, preventing him from losing consciousness. Zhou Luo quickly urged the Great Bear Body Refinement Technique into motion. As the technique activated, spiritual energy surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and flooding his entire being. Simultaneously, the fierce medicinal properties continued to assault his flesh. The scalding temperature felt like countless blades slicing through him. His crimson skin oozed blood, and the agonizing pain crashed over him like relentless waves. Zhou Luo focused his mind, harnessing the strength granted by the refinement technique to alleviate the torment, striving to endure within such a terrifyingly potent medicinal concoction. As time passed slowly, his complexion turned pale, devoid of color, and he clenched his teeth tightly, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. The refinement of the physical body is the most formidable trial for the human spirit. The excruciating pain, akin to being cut 1,000 times, causes countless cultivators to falter. Only those of great willpower can endure. Once they persevere, with their robust physiques, body-refining practitioners often surpass qi practitioners of the same realm, and even engage in battles beyond their level. Time became nebulous as Zhou Luo, enveloped in pain, could think only of the guiding techniques of the Great Bear Body Refinement method. It was not until the spiritual talisman lost its efficacy and the scorching medicinal liquid gradually cooled that Zhou Luo's pain slowly subsided. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, a radiant aura emanating from his entire being, as a surging physical strength flickered beneath his skin, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce, filling him with an unending source of power. His fists clenched tightly, the sound of his meridians crackling resonated in the air. His once fair skin had transformed into a healthy wheat hue, every inch smooth and infused with vitality. With a few more refinements, he would step into the 2nd stage. Yet, this bodily refinement is not something that an ordinary person can endure. Rising from the copper cauldron, Zhou Luo donned his garments and exited the room. Outside, the servants busied themselves cleaning the Zhou garden, while a few little ones, led by Xiao Chang'an, scampered about in pursuit of a maid. To care for this group of children, the Zhou garden now employed over a dozen maids, along with other servants and guards, totaling at least 30 individuals. Their daily expenses would inevitably fall upon him. Fortunately, he had recently received numerous gifts. Although he could not yet be deemed wealthy, he possessed several hundred ordinary spirit stones. This did not even account for the medicinal herbs he had acquired from the Immortal sect. Father, I want to fly." As he pondered, Xiao Chang'an spotted him and rushed over, hugging his leg with a sweet, childlike voice. Zhou Luo crouched down, a smile gracing his face as he lifted the child into his arms. After dinner, Zhou Luo was visited by an old friend, Su Changxing. He was surprised by the host's efficiency. Within just half a day, they had brought him here. It had been a year since they last met, and Su Changxing still donned his white robe, his face bearing the marks of time. "Brother Su, it has been a long time," Zhou Luo greeted warmly with a smile. Too kind, too kind." Su Changxing quickly shook his head, his demeanor respectful. On the way home, he had already learned of his friend's ascension to a high-tier alchemist. The thought that this confidant, with whom he had shared his innermost thoughts, had achieved such heights left him astounded and at a loss for words. He understood that from this point onward, their identities and statuses would undergo a dramatic transformation. Seeing Su Changxing in such a humbled state, Zhou Luo chuckled, "Brother Su, there is no need for such formality between us." Su Changxing's eyes glistened with tears as he spoke with a choked voice. "Brother Zhou, if it weren't for you, I do not know how long I would have remained in the mines. Thank you." He bowed deeply, sincerity etched on his face. Zhou Luo helped him up, saying, "Are we not friends?" There is no need for such formalities. Upon hearing the term friend, Su Chongqing felt as though his heart had been struck with great force. From now on, you shall serve as the steward of Zhou Garden, and you may bring your wife and children to reside here as well, Zhou Luo continued. Although Su Chongqing was aware that he was to take on the role of steward, hearing such words from Zhou Luo stirred profound emotions within him. With a bitter expression, he asked, Brother Zhou, do you truly place such trust in me? One should not doubt those they employ. If I have chosen you, Brother Su, it is because my trust in you is unwavering, Zhou Luo responded with sincerity. Su Chongqing's eyes widened as he absorbed the earnestness of Zhou Luo's words, and an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he fell to his knees with a thud, weeping profusely. Brother Zhou, I have betrayed your trust. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. In truth, I am not merely a follower of the Grand Elder. I am a man of the Master. I had deceived you earlier. Su Chongqing, kneeling on the ground, was filled with remorse and self-reproach. Zhou Luo had already surmised this fact. What surprised him was the other's willingness to confess. Noticing Zhou Luo's lack of response, Su Chongqing continued to recount how he had been assigned by the Master and subsequently arrived at the spiritual mine, detailing everything with utmost sincerity and continual remorse. Brother Zhou, I genuinely did not expect you to trust me so deeply. I, Su Chongqing, vow from this day forth to remain utterly loyal to you. Chapter 117. Combat Techniques Under the Cloak of Night. Su Chongqing's resolute words took Zhou Luo by surprise. He assisted him to his feet and spoke gently. Brother Su, I did not anticipate you would take such a stand. Su Chongqing lowered his head, a look of shame crossing his face. It was your sincerity, Brother Zhou, that awakened my realization. I comprehend. After all, we are merely sons-in-law of the Lin family. Zhou Luo lightly patted his shoulder, expressing his sentiments. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, from this moment forth, I am yours to command. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. Su Chongqing declared with determination. The unfounded trust bestowed upon him moved him deeply, especially considering the shallowness of their acquaintance and the fact that Zhou was willing to assist him in returning home. In this world, virtuous individuals are exceedingly rare. Driven by self-interest, to be treated with genuine kindness is a precious rarity. Su Chongqing felt compelled to honor this trust. He silently vowed that he would never betray this bond, even at the cost of his life. Brother Su, do you speak truly? Zhou Luo inquired, his expression momentarily startled. Indeed, I cannot betray your trust, Brother Zhou, Su Chongqing affirmed emphatically. Gazing into those earnest eyes, Zhou Luo recognized that Su's words were heartfelt. Yet, he understood that mere verbal promises were insufficient. In the face of death, such assurances are but hollow declarations. Human nature is frail and cannot withstand the trials of adversity. Therefore, Zhou Luo deliberately posed a difficult question. Brother Su, it is not that I distrust you, but you are aware of the escalating family conflicts. My position is precarious, and I am unaware of how many covet my secret. Should anyone uncover what lies beneath, it could lead to my utter destruction. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Zhou Luo. Brother Zhou, is it truly that severe? Zhou Luo nodded earnestly. Thus, I must ensure absolute certainty. Su Chongqing fell silent, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Such secrets, entwined with life and death, would not be disclosed even by himself. Moreover, he had previously deceived Zhou. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Zhou solemnly. Brother Zhou, tell me what I must do to earn your trust. Zhou Luo's gaze flickered with understanding that they were nearing a resolution. He then retrieved a crimson pill from his bosom. How about this? I possess a first-tier supreme poison. Although it is indeed toxic, as long as you can consume the antidote monthly, it will pose no harm to your body. Should you agree to ingest it, I will undoubtedly place my complete trust in you. Of course, you may choose not to take it, in which case I will have no choice but to seek a new steward. Zhou Luo's words reverberated in Su Chongqing's ears, sending a tremor through his heart. He gazed at the red pill with a complex expression. Once ingested, his life would be entirely at the mercy of the other. Furthermore, being a first-tier supreme poison, even the family head might find it insurmountable to remedy. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Luo, realizing that this first-tier supreme poison was intricately connected to the so-called secret. To accept or to refuse, Su Chongqing found himself ensnared in turmoil. Zhou Luo remained patient, silently awaiting his response. After a considerable time, reflecting on the other's long-standing attitude towards him and the trust just demonstrated, Su Changxing finally resolved to take a bold step. Gritting his teeth, he declared with unwavering conviction, "Brother Zhou, I am willing to ingest this poison." Without hesitation, he seized the pill and swallowed it whole. Zhou Luo was quite pleased. He smiled and said, "Brother Su, you have made the wisest choice. I assure you, within a year, I will restore your severed arm." "Really?" Su Changxing exclaimed, his joy palpable. "Indeed," Zhou Luo continued, "I also have some secrets to share with you. Let us converse indoors." Zhou Luo's expression turned serious. Inside the room, he revealed to Su Changxing that he was a formation master. Upon hearing this revelation, Su Changxing was utterly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Brother Zhou, how is it possible that you have become a formation master, a high-grade alchemist, and yet also skilled in crafting formations? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar in the outside world." While the cultivation realm is not devoid of individuals adept in 2 or even 3 disciplines, these skills are often rather trivial, such as spirit planting and beast taming, or spirit appraisal and mineral exploration. However, the mastery of any 2 among the 4 major arts is something Su Changxing had never encountered, not even in the ancient texts he had perused. Could this truly signify a prodigious talent? Gazing at Zhou Luo, he felt a tumult of emotions, grappling with a significant disillusionment. To speak of it at length, "I do not wish for my family to learn of this news just yet," Zhou Luo stated earnestly, his demeanor solemn. Su Changxing felt a surge of respect. Understanding why Zhou Luo had entrusted this secret to him, he needed Su to serve as a cover, for the practice of formations, unlike other skills, would undoubtedly attract attention. "I understand," Su Changxing replied with grave sincerity, while also harboring curiosity about whether Zhou Luo had recently embarked on the path of formations or had already established himself as a formation master. "From this day forth, the Zhou Garden will be entrusted to you," Zhou Luo reassured him. He then proceeded to relay several important matters. It was not until the hour of the pig that Su Changxing left the room, his mind in a daze, overwhelmed by the impact of Zhou Luo's secret. Noticing that it was getting late, Zhou Luo stepped out, observing the brightly lit rooms on the 2nd floor, where his wives and concubines awaited him. It seemed he would have to distribute his attention more evenly in the future. With a wry smile, he made his way toward Lin Feiying's chamber. Such matters required a fair and equitable approach. As he pushed the door open, the candle flames in the other rooms flickered and extinguished simultaneously. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Through your relentless efforts, you have successfully caused your partner to conceive, earning a chance to draw a prize." Fresh from battle, Zhou Luo intended to rest when a notification chimed in his ear. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Had his success rate been so high recently? It seemed he must double his efforts. He refocused his thoughts and entered the lottery page. It was time to draw. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to proceed with the draw. The golden orb began to spin rapidly, ultimately settling in the area designated for techniques under Zhou Luo's gaze. To his dismay, it was indeed a technique. A fleeting sense of disappointment washed over him. Among the 7 areas, the one he least desired to encounter was a technique. For cultivators below the 5th layer of qi refinement, the amount of spiritual energy they could harness was quite limited. Even if they practiced a technique, they could not unleash its full potential. Furthermore, combat techniques generally demanded a significant investment of time for mastery. Given such time, it would be far more pragmatic to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to elevate one's realm. Consequently, most cultivators below the 5th layer of qi refinement would refrain from pursuing combat techniques, at most perusing those that could aid their cultivation. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 5 elements sword technique. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check it." The system's voice resonated once more. Zhou Luo's spirit stirred. To his surprise, it was a sword technique. If it was indeed a sword technique, it could be worth learning. He happened to have several swords at his disposal, particularly the Xiantian sword, which had been lost to Lewin. He glanced at the sword icon in his backpack. Chapter 118. Arranging the Formation, Technique, 5 Elements Sword Art, Grade, Supreme Qi Refinement. Description: a technique created by a certain nascent soul powerhouse. After cultivation, one can harness the power of the 5 elements, selecting the appropriate attack method based on the enemy's spiritual attribute. A supreme sword technique. Zhou Luo was astounded. It was indeed a pinnacle technique within the qi refinement realm. Techniques are classified not only by rank, but also into 4 tiers: upper, middle, lower, and supreme. The higher the tier, the more terrifying the explosive power of the technique. If this supreme technique could truly be cultivated successfully, it would likely enable him to engage in battles beyond his current level. Coincidentally, he was on a quest to seek dual cultivation methods and dragon bloodgrass. With this sword technique at his disposal, Zhou Luo felt a newfound sense of confidence. Without hesitation, he chose to utilize it. In an instant, all information regarding this technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Zhou Luo gained a fresh understanding of this upper-grade sword art. As a technique devised by a nascent soul expert, the most distinguishing feature of the 5-element sword art is its attack methods and effects, which are closely tied to the principles of the interdependence and opposition among the 5 elements. Typically, a cultivator's spiritual energy is attributeless. It only acquires an attribute after practicing a technique. For instance, Lin Xinghan practiced a lower-grade technique named Deepwater Sword Art, which endowed her spiritual energy with a water attribute. The attribute of one's spiritual energy aligns with the type of technique one practices. However, the 5-element sword art allows the practitioner to possess spiritual energy with all 5 attributes simultaneously. This capability enables one to counter the different spiritual attributes of enemies, maximizing damage effectiveness. Truly, it is a supreme sword technique. Alongside acquiring the information about the sword technique, Zhou Luo also completely mastered it, which took him by surprise. He had initially thought that this sword technique would require self-training, much like the body refinement technique. It seems he had overestimated the situation. If it did not require the expenditure of time for cultivation, then drawing this technique was not a misfortune but rather an immense blessing. The slight disappointment in Zhou Luo's heart vanished, replaced by boundless joy. The only regret was that he was currently only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, unable to even activate the most basic skill of the sword technique. The 5-element sword art comprises 5 skills, corresponding to the 5th layer through the 9th layer of qi refinement. These skills are Golden Rainbow Piercing the Sun, Green Vine Entwining, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, Blazing Flames Incinerating the Sky, and Earth-Shattering Collapse. It seems he must quickly elevate his realm and break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Zhou Luo formulated a plan in his mind. The following day, Zhou Luo introduced Su Chongxing to his wives and concubines, while Su Chongxing also moved his family into Zhou Garden. Given the spaciousness of the place and the abundance of rooms, it was a perfect arrangement. The little ones from Shaochang'an were delighted to welcome a new companion. Simultaneously, the individuals sent by Elder Tin arrived at Zhou Garden, preparing for the wedding that was to take place in 4 days. During this time, however, Zhou Luo pulled Su Chongxing, who was acting as the steward, into an empty room. "You wish to arrange a spirit gathering formation?" Su Chongxing opened his eyes wide, his mouth agape. Incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed at the individual before him. It was merely a small-scale spirit gathering array, as Zhou Luo had explained. Spirit gathering arrays vary in size. The larger the array, the greater the strength required to establish it. The one situated within the family's spiritual vein, a place of great fortune, was arranged by a top-tier first-level array master. As for the array of the celestial sect, Zhou Luo estimated that its creator was at least of 2nd tier. Although it was just a minor spirit gathering array, it nonetheless left Su Chongxing utterly astounded. The arrangement of such an array was far from the simplicity one might imagine. It necessitated intricate planning of the array disk and precise calculations regarding the placement of the foundational elements, thus testing the capabilities of the array master significantly. Furthermore, this was at least a mid-grade array. Initially, he had presumed his counterpart to be a novice, yet it now appeared that they had long been acquainted with the intricacies of array formation, possessing skills that were at least mid-grade or higher. A master of at least mid-grade arrays, coupled with a high-grade alchemist, Su Chongxing found himself frozen in place, rendered speechless by this overwhelming revelation. Indeed, a genius is a genius. He was merely an ordinary person with a stroke of good fortune. A wave of bitterness washed over Su Chongxing's heart. "What should I do?" he inquired. "You need not do anything, but if anyone asks, you shall claim credit for the arrangement," Zhou Luo instructed. "But this is a mid-grade array," Su Chongxing replied, his face reflecting embarrassment. He was merely an entry-level array master. How could he possibly have arranged a spirit-gathering array? From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as a mid-grade array master. I will guide you on your swift ascent, Zhou Luo assured him. After all, Su Changsheng had been practicing array formation for a year or two, and even if he publicly declared himself a mid-grade array master, his family would harbor no suspicions. This notion sparked a glimmer of hope in Su Changsheng's eyes. If he could receive tutelage from a mid-grade or higher alchemist, it would indeed be a fortunate opportunity. I understand, Su Changsheng nodded earnestly. Do you have your array disc and tools? Zhou Luo turned to him. Su Changsheng promptly retrieved a collection of tools from his storage pouch. Among them, the array disc stood out as the most crucial instrument for array formation. To establish a complete array, one must first deduce and arrange the elements on the disc based on the surrounding environment. Due to his circumstances, Su Changsheng's array disc was an ordinary square box, its edges smooth and adorned only in black and white hues. Zhou Luo infused the disc with spiritual energy, and the immersed black and white colors sprang to life, erupting into two beams of light. The beams intertwined in midair, bursting forth with a resounding explosion, transforming into countless specks of light that scattered in all directions. Under the guidance of his consciousness, the points of light coalesced once more, forming a black and white screen. Zhou Luo released his consciousness, descending upon the engraved array spirit pen, skillfully maneuvering it to inscribe the array upon the luminous canvas. Behind him, Su Changsheng held his breath, fixated intently on the mesmerizing black and white screen. Zhou Luo executed the formation diagram with remarkable speed, completing a third of it in the blink of an eye. Su Changsheng felt a surge of astonishment within him. Such rapidity was astonishing, and the calm demeanor of his opponent suggested that he was entirely unfazed. It is well known that crafting a formation diagram is the most mentally taxing endeavor. How could his spiritual awareness be so formidable? Su Changsheng sensed a profound disparity between them. After 50 breaths, the spirit-gathering formation was successfully drawn. Zhou Luo retrieved the materials necessary for the formation and placed them within the formation disc. Suddenly, a deep rumbling emanated from within the disc, and the projected black light screen began to quiver continuously. He infused more of his spiritual awareness, harnessing the power of the disc to commence the refinement of the material's essence. What terrifying spiritual awareness! Su Changsheng marveled inwardly. Remarkably, Zhou Luo was able to refine the materials solely by his own means. Even his master required tools to accomplish such a feat. This revelation elevated Zhou Luo's standing in Su Changsheng's eyes yet again. A quarter of an hour later, the essence of the materials was fully absorbed into the formation disc, and the lines upon the black and white light screen grew increasingly distinct. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Luo produced the spirit stones he had meticulously prepared, utilizing them as the foundation for the formation, casting them onto the luminous screen. The slightly glowing spirit stones, upon contact with the radiant light, erupted into a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire light screen to tremble once more. Zhou Luo steadied his mind, maintaining the stability of the screen. Once the spirit stones were entirely absorbed, a complete spirit-gathering formation manifested upon the screen. The next step was to place this formation within the empty room. He took a deep breath and gradually detached the formation from the disc. At that moment, his spiritual awareness was undergoing a frenetic drain. This step was the most critical in the arrangement of the formation, demanding an exceptionally high level of spiritual awareness. Fortunately, Zhou Luo's awareness had been tempered, so he bore the strain with relative ease. With a resounding crash, the formation descended, enveloping the entire room. The formation was complete. Chapter 119. Winning Hearts in the Vacant Room. Everything remained unchanged. The spirit-gathering array had been concealed in a subtle location. To discern its presence, one would need to deduce and practice the array's principles to locate its foundation. Only by dismantling the array's foundation could the entire formation be disrupted. Naturally, if one's strength were sufficiently formidable, one could breach the array from within or escape from it, albeit at a significant cost to one's spiritual energy. Let us give it a try, Zhou Luo said, casting a glance at the still-dazed Su Changsheng. Ah, very well. Su Changsheng suddenly snapped back to reality, hastening to the central position, sitting cross-legged, and began to channel his cultivation technique. His current practice was still the fundamental method provided by his family. As he activated the technique, his body emitted a faint glow, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce. Simultaneously, ripples formed in the air, and a mysterious power reverberated within, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Outside the house, the spiritual energy, which dwelled within the heavens and the earth, began to converge towards him, a torrent of power flooding into the room. Su Changsheng was astonished to discover that the surrounding spiritual energy was more than double what it had been previously. This was the effect of the spirit gathering array. And this was merely a small array. If it were a larger formation, the rate of spiritual energy absorption would be exponentially greater. This also elucidated why loose cultivators struggled to make progress throughout their lives. The spiritual energy in the external world was exceedingly sparse, having been predominantly harnessed by the major powers through their formations. Unless one possessed profound fortune and extraordinary destiny, a solitary cultivator would find it nearly impossible to achieve prominence in their lifetime. Brother Zhou, this speed of cultivation has doubled, Su Changsheng exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. Logically, as Zhou Yuan's steward, he should refer to him as master. However, Zhou Luo indicated that he need not adhere to such formalities. Thus, Su Changsheng retained his previous address. Please arrange to partition this empty room into several independent areas, Zhou Luo instructed. Understood, I will make the arrangements immediately, Su Changsheng replied, swiftly departing. Before long, Zhou Luo summoned his numerous wives to this chamber. Except for Lin Lan, all of them were cultivators. With this new space, their cultivation speed would see remarkable enhancement. It was unfortunate that, in order to conceal his own strength, he could only establish such a modest spirit-gathering array, which could not yet compare to a true spiritual vein or blessed land. When the time was ripe, he intended to create a larger array. His wives, upon learning that Zhou Luo had instructed Su Changsheng to set up a spirit array, were filled with joy and eagerly sought to experience it themselves. Upon discovering that the influx of spiritual energy here indeed exceeded their usual intake, their excitement soared. After completing these arrangements, Zhou Luo departed Zhou Yuan and made his way to the general goods building. On the second floor, he walked directly to a shop that specialized in selling array tools. Since he planned to set up formations, he could not rely solely on Su Changsheng's instruments. He intended to procure some of his own. Upon entering the shop, the manager, upon recognizing his visage, was taken aback, promptly stepping forward. Master Zhou, what can I assist you in purchasing today? Inquired the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire. He approached with utmost reverence, lowering his posture and bowing deeply. Zhou Luo had become a prominent figure within the family, the subject of daily discussions. With admiration for the young master alchemist abounding, the esteemed status of a top-tier alchemist within the family warranted such deference from the proprietor. I intend to purchase a set of formation tools for the household steward. Zhou Luo once again invoked Su Changsheng as his excuse. Master Zhou is indeed benevolent and generous. It is truly fortunate to have you as a steward, the proprietor remarked with an envious expression. Upon entering the shop, he retrieved a set of formation tools. Master Zhou, this set is valued at 20 spirit stones and can be utilized approximately 40 times. The formation disc is forged from volcanic black iron, while this spirit pen is crafted from a century-old spirit wood. Additionally, this spirit pestle, when activated, can release a significant amount of energy. The proprietor meticulously introduced the entire set of formation tools to Zhou Luo. It must be said that the consumption associated with practicing formations far exceeds that of alchemy. The materials for a top-tier first-grade elixir amount to merely a handful of spirit stones. These formation tools not only cost 20 spirit stones, but are also consumables. Is there nothing better? Zhou Luo mused, feeling that the 40 uses were simply too scant. If I am to buy, then I shall procure the finest. This statement left the proprietor momentarily stunned, pondering Zhou Luo's remarkable generosity. Initially, he had thought that since it was for the household steward, a modest offering would suffice. So he had presented a mid-range tool. To his surprise, Zhou Luo seemed unimpressed. He hurriedly returned to fetch another set of formation tools. Master Zhou, this set is priced at 50 spirit stones and can be utilized around 100 times, the proprietor offered. Yet, Zhou Luo remained dissatisfied. Bring forth the best you have in your shop. Then this set, valued at 100 spirit stones, can be employed approximately 200 times. Finally, the proprietor produced the most expensive formation tools available. Zhou Luo gazed upon them. The formation disc was crafted from white jade. adorned with an intricate bagua diagram and exquisite engravings. The spirit pen was a translucent crystal pen, accompanied by a pestle, flags, and stones, all evidently superior to the previous two sets. You truly get what you pay for. Zhou Luo, now satisfied, produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to the proprietor. After acquiring this set of formation tools, he also decided to purchase the 50 spirit stone set. Having noticed that Su Chongqing's tools were already showing signs of wear, he figured it would be prudent to provide him with a new set for his upcoming arrangements. Having concluded these purchases, he ventured towards other shops, not for the purpose of buying, but rather to sell. After a year at the Immortal sect, he had amassed a considerable collection of medicinal materials, along with monthly rewards for his cultivation achievements. These rewards were diverse and abundant, far exceeding his needs. After bestowing some upon his wives and concubines, he resolved to sell the remainder. After a flurry of activity, he spent 150 spirit stones but earned 210 spirit stones in return. Upon completing his procurement, he returned to Zhou Garden. Upon his arrival, Su Chongqing was already organizing his subordinates to renovate the training room. "Here, take this," Zhou Luo said, producing a set of formation tools worth 50 spirit stones and placing them into Su Chongqing's hands. Su Chongqing's expression shifted, surprise evident in his gaze. "This set of tools is far too inferior. You should utilize this instead," Zhou Luo stated calmly. "This, Brother Zhou, I cannot accept this," Su Chongqing replied, feeling the extraordinary quality of the tools as a formation master, recognizing that they far surpassed his own. "You are now under my command. If I say you shall take it, then take it. Be diligent in completing this task," Zhou Luo remarked, offering no further explanation. He turned and departed, indifferent to Su Chongqing's reaction. Though he had ensured the other's loyalty through poison, he preferred genuine allegiance over compliance born from fear. Thus, a blend of kindness and authority was most effective. Behind him, Su Chongqing was indeed moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. In the subsequent days, Zhou Luo devoted himself to contemplating formations and spirit runes while also engaging in playful activities with the children. As the wedding approached, he found it challenging to focus on his cultivation. Once the nuptials were concluded, he intended to retreat to the core area of the spirit vein for a period of seclusion. After all, his family had granted him access to the core area, allowing him to enter at any time. A few days later, the long-awaited wedding ceremony with Lin Shi was finally set to commence. Chapter 120. The wedding. On this day, the sky was clear, devoid of clouds, and the sun bathed the world in its golden light, as if the heavens themselves were rejoicing in anticipation of the impending nuptials. The estate was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an atmosphere of jubilance. At the entrance, red lanterns hung high, their golden double happiness characters shimmering brightly. Upon entering the manor, one was greeted by an abundance of flowers and delicate ribbons, the air suffused with a subtle fragrance of blossoms and the refreshing scent of verdant foliage. Guests gathered from all directions, resplendent in their finery, their faces alight with smiles. Among them were primarily members of the Lin family, with a few representatives from the other three prominent families of longevity also in attendance. Indeed, upon hearing of Zhou Luo's marriage, all the long-lived families, except the Lu family, sent emissaries to convey their congratulations and gifts. They understood well that at Zhou Luo's tender age, he had already attained the status of a high-quality alchemist, and in the future, he was destined to become a second-tier alchemist. The significance of a second-tier alchemist far surpassed that of a foundational cultivator, and they might very well find themselves relying on him for foundational elixirs in the future. Thus, fostering good relations was imperative, prompting them to present substantial gifts. In the open space of the estate, tables were arranged, laden with spiritual wines, teas, and various delicacies. The arriving guests took their seats, engaging in warm exchanges, while those closer to Lin Xian gathered in the main building, enthusiastically conversing with her and her companions. This wedding surpassed the previous one in grandeur. Virtually every family member capable of attending was present, and those who could not were still eager to convey their blessings. As the melodious strains of music filled the air, the bride gradually entered the sight of the assembly, clad in a resplendent wedding gown that shimmered with ethereal light, crowned by a phoenix tiara and adorned with exquisite makeup. She was a vision of beauty. Lin Shi captivated the attention of all, her tall figure complemented by a flawless complexion and graceful stature. reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, eliciting cheers from the guests. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance to the main hall, upon which Lin Shi, accompanied by her father Lin Zhe, gracefully approached the grand entrance. There stood Zhou Luo, dressed in sumptuous attire, his tall figure radiating charm, a smile gracing his handsome face. As she approached, he extended his right hand to take hers, and together, amidst a throng of well-wishers, they entered the hall. Inside, the lavish decorations mirrored the grandeur of the occasion. Family head Lin Tianxiong occupied the left seat, his typically stern visage softened by a rare smile. Lin Zhe and his wife, as the parents of the bride, occupied the right side. With the words of an elegantly dressed lady, the ceremony commenced in earnest. In a spirited and joyous atmosphere, Zhou Luo and Lin Shi began their vows. Applause and cheers erupted, as heartfelt blessings poured forth from all present. As they were led to the bridal chamber, an exuberant voice announced the transition. Lin Shi was escorted to the second floor, while Zhou Luo remained behind to receive guests. Enthusiastic guests took turns approaching him with toasts, and Zhou Luo, albeit reluctantly, was compelled to partake in each drink. The spirits contained within these libations were potent, and despite his attempts to dissipate their effects with his own energy, he could hardly withstand the continuous flow of toasts. As the situation began to escalate, Zhou Luo hurriedly sought a pretext to retreat to a secluded area and gather his thoughts. "Congratulations," a cool voice suddenly resonated nearby. Zhou Luo, his complexion flushed, turned to find Lin Xin standing there. "What brings you here?" he inquired, perplexed. "I happened to pass by," Lin Xin replied, her hair elegantly styled, observing him with calmness. "I thought you might possess a detoxifying pill." How did I overlook that?" Zhou Luo paused, realizing he had indeed forgotten about it. Lin Xin offered no further commentary, but instead asked, "When do you plan to venture out in search of the dragon blood herb?" "Perhaps once I reach the 5th level of qi refinement," Zhou Luo mused, massaging his temples. "Without attaining that level, one cannot hope to survive in the harsh realm of cultivation." Lin Xin gazed deeply at him, then produced a white pill from her robe and tossed it to him. "Take it. I would prefer not to have my sister spend the night alone." Without hesitation, Zhou Luo swallowed the detoxifying pill, feeling his previously foggy mind begin to clear. "Do you have any more?" He intended to ask for another, but she had already vanished. The wedding festivities continued well into the night. Once the guests departed, Su Changsheng began instructing his servants to tidy up. Zhou Luo, still feeling somewhat dazed, ascended to the second floor of the main building and opened the door to Lin Shi's room. The chamber was adorned with celebratory decorations, long red candles flickering on the table, accompanied by 4 dishes symbolizing fertility. The candlelight danced, casting shadows on the bed, where a figure clad in a phoenix crown and bridal gown lay. Zhou Luo staggered towards her, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he gently lifted the red veil. A flawless, fair face came into view. Lin Shi, wearing a bashful smile, gazed at him with bright, tender eyes. Under the candlelight, her exquisitely delicate features left Zhou Luo momentarily entranced. "You are breathtaking," he could not help but exclaim. A blush crept across Lin Shi's porcelain cheeks as she prepared to speak, but Zhou Luo leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A warm sensation radiated from their kiss, leaving Lin Shi's mind in a daze, her gaze gradually becoming hazy. In the next moment, Zhou Luo swept her into his arms, lifting the crimson quilt. The sound of candles, Lin Shi's voice was drowned out. Under the moonlight, the city gates stood wide open, and someone was galloping away on horseback. In the early morning, a beam of soft light filtered through the window, casting a luminous circle on the floor. Within this circle lay a pink belly band embroidered with lotus flowers. A faint fragrance filled the room, where Lin Shi nestled in Zhou Luo's embrace, her hair tousled, and traces of tears still visible at the corners of her eyes. Beneath the crimson quilt, one of her jade-like legs rested on Zhou Luo, who held her close, feeling as though he had experienced a beautiful yet painful dream. Zhou Luo was the first to awaken. He looked down at his wife in his arms, his right hand wandering restlessly over her smooth, delicate skin. As if sensing something, Lin Shi's eyelashes fluttered, and her body shifted slightly. This motion reignited Zhou Luo's primal instincts. He cast aside the covers and turned over. It wasn't until noon that the tumultuous encounter reached its conclusion. Lin Shi gazed at the man beside her with a look of indignation. "You just know how to bully me." Not at all, Zhou Luo replied. His eyes filled with affection as he gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. No wonder you have so many children. Reflecting on the recent events, Lin Shi couldn't help but exclaim, So, are you going to have children with me? Zhou Luo spoke softly. Given that you possess a 5th-grade spiritual root, any child born to us would surely be exceptional. I won't, Lin Shi pouted, turning her back to him. You bad man. It was evident he still desired more. Zhou Luo embraced her from behind, his rich voice softly resonating in her ear. Don't you adore children? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's body trembled slightly, and she fell silent, biting her lip. But you can't keep doing this just for the sake of having children every day, she replied in a voice as delicate as a whisper. Ha. Of course, now get up. It's time for a meal, Zhou Luo chuckled. I'll lie here a bit longer, it hurts. Lin Shi buried her head in the covers, her voice muffled. Although she was a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, she still felt pain in such matters for reasons unknown. Zhou Luo said nothing further and quietly pressed a kiss upon her snow-white shoulder. There was no remedy for it. Due to his physical conditioning, his body was now significantly stronger than before, which explained her reaction. After these moments, he rose and departed. Chapter 121. The astonishment of Su Changsheng as he descended the stairs. A gathering of wives and concubines was seated at the dining table with their children. Husband, you drank so much last night, and yet still played around with Sister Shi, Lin Yi remarked with a playful smile. You certainly have a sharp tongue, Zhou Luo retorted, casting a playful glare at him, which elicited laughter from the other women. After lunch, Zhou Luo sought out Su Changsheng, intending to establish some defensive formations in the Zhou garden to deter any potential intruders. This time, he refrained from executing the task himself, instead allowing Su Changsheng to take the lead. During the setup, he seized the opportunity to provide some explanations and guidance. Possessing a mastery of all first-tier formation knowledge, his instruction to a novice formation master was effortless. With just a few words, he illuminated Su Changsheng's understanding, resolving many of his confusions. This revelation astonished Su Changsheng. As his own master, a superior formation master, had never offered such detailed instruction, nor had he encountered many of the small techniques Zhou Luo shared. Over the next few days, Zhou Luo spent his days guiding Su Changsheng and caring for the children, while at night, he shared a bed with Lin Shi. Time flew by, and with the assistance of Lin Jinxian and Lin Qinghan, Lin Shi quickly adapted to the daily management of the Zhou garden, gradually embodying the qualities of a matriarch. Simultaneously, under Zhou Luo's tutelage, Su Changsheng made remarkable progress and even showed signs of a breakthrough. Additionally, the training room equipped with a spirit-gathering formation was successfully constructed. Once most matters were arranged, Zhou Luo undertook another round of physical tempering, estimating that with just a couple more sessions, he would advance to the second stage. Subsequently, he retreated to the spiritual veins blessed land to enter a period of seclusion for cultivation. Half a year later, Zhou Luo emerged from the core area of the spiritual veins blessed land. With the aid of the spirit gathering technique, the fire spirit ring, and spirit gathering pills, he successfully broke through to the late stage of the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, this seclusion had depleted all the spirit-gathering pills he had previously accumulated in the Immortal sect. Had he possessed more, he could have advanced even further. Now familiar with the taste of success, Zhou Luo's emergence from seclusion was driven by a quest for materials to create more spirit-gathering pills. Only with these pills could he accelerate his cultivation speed and achieve results with half the effort. After all, both the dragon blood grass and the method of dual cultivation faced the risk of being claimed by others first. He needed to swiftly reach the 5th level of Qi refinement. Only by breaking through could he wield the 5 elements sword technique, activate the golden light bell, and possess means of self-defense when venturing outside. Upon returning to Zhou garden, Zhou Luo was immediately approached by a flustered Su Changsheng. Brother Zhou, I have broken through, he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Congratulations, Zhou Luo replied with a gentle smile. Su Changsheng's breakthrough would enable him to conceal himself more effectively. I owe it all to your guidance. Su Changsheng expressed his deep gratitude. It was indeed Zhou Luo's teachings that had allowed Su Changsheng to touch the threshold of the mid-tier formation master. Without his guidance, I would not have made such rapid progress. I must continue to strive, Zhou Luo encouraged. Su Changsheng nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his face as he said, Brother Zhou, I have set up some defensive formations in the Zhou garden. Come and take a look. These formations were learned after he advanced to the mid-level of the first rank. Naturally, he wished to showcase his abilities before Zhou Luo to demonstrate his worth, especially since Zhou had generously invested in tools for him and provided meticulous instruction. Zhou Luo did not refuse and followed him to the eastern corner of the wall, where a grove of peach blossoms thrived. Su Chongxing's formation was concealed amidst the blossoms. "Behold, brother Zhou," he declared confidently, extending his spiritual sense. In an instant, the peach trees swayed, petals danced in the wind, and fell to the ground. The once clear scene seemed to be veiled in a layer of mist, becoming somewhat indistinct. "This peach blossom mist formation took me 2 months to master," Su Chongxing boasted. It was an illusionary formation. When someone intruded, they would be enveloped by the blossoms, obscuring their spiritual sense and trapping them in a hazy dreamscape. "Indeed," Zhou Luo nodded, then gazed toward the southern edge of the peach grove, puzzled. "Why does your formation not encompass the entire grove?" Upon hearing this, Su Chongxing's expression turned awkward, and he chuckled wryly. "As expected of brother Zhou, you discerned it at a glance. Because I have just recently entered the mid-level, my spiritual sense is not yet sufficiently robust, preventing me from perfectly arranging the formation, which has resulted in some flaws. These imperfections are minor and generally difficult to detect, yet you spotted them instantly, which astonished me. If your spiritual sense is lacking, you might consider reducing a few steps when drawing the formation diagram." Zhou Luo began to articulate his understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Chongxing straightened his posture, attentively absorbing Zhou Luo's teachings. When Zhou Luo shared his techniques, Su Chongxing was filled with reverence, his face a canvas of astonishment. "It can be approached this way?" He realized from Zhou Luo that there was indeed a technique to reduce the steps in the drawing process, leaving him utterly amazed. After an enlightening discussion, Su Chongxing gained invaluable insights and was profoundly impacted. "Su brother?" Zhou Luo called out, noticing Su Chongxing's dazed expression. Su Chongxing snapped back to reality, a bitter smile on his face as he hoarsely replied, "Brother Zhou, your understanding of formations far surpasses mine. I have merely been fortunate." Zhou Luo shook his head with a smile. "Brother, please do not diminish my spirits. I feel your comprehension of formations exceeds that of my master." Su Chongxing lamented, tears almost welling in his eyes. "Is this truly a matter of luck? Surely, it reflects one's innate talent. The more you downplay your abilities, the more disheartened I feel." Zhou Luo replied, equally helpless. For this was indeed a matter of fortune. He had merely been lucky to acquire the skills of formation crafting, which had nothing to do with his own efforts. All right, perhaps it has a slight connection. After all, the opportunity for a lottery is earned through one's relentless efforts. Without further ado, Zhou Luo made his way towards the main building, disregarding Qin Chongxing. In the hall, Bai Jian was engaged in lively conversation with a group of elder sisters. Among the 8 women, she was the youngest, and thus, she was often indulged by the others. Moreover, now that she was 6 months pregnant, her status was even more elevated. "Husband." Upon Zhou Luo's arrival, the wives and concubines immediately rose to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, he cast a glance at Lin Feiying. Like Bai Jian, she too was 6 months pregnant and currently resting in bed with her eyes closed. Satisfied that those around him had been in good health over the past 6 months, he prepared to venture out to procure materials for the gathering spirit pill. Just as he was about to step outside, Xiao Bai suddenly leaped out and pounced towards him. Zhou Luo reached out to catch it, cradling it in his arms. After daily consumption of medicinal pills, Xiao Bai had experienced rapid growth. In the 6 months he had been absent, it had grown significantly, although still in its juvenile phase. Its strength had noticeably increased. This little creature lifted its head, its large eyes fixed on him, while it affectionately rubbed against him. "Do you wish to go out as well?" Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. Upon receiving confirmation, he embraced it and proceeded towards the exit. Chapter 122. The Spirit Plant Master at the entrance of the family estate. Zhou Luo presented his token and exited with ease. The streets of Maple Leaf City were still patrolled by the Lin family guards, yet the oppressive atmosphere that had prevailed 6 months prior had dissipated. Passers-by no longer hurried along, and children could be seen playfully darting through the thoroughfares. Zhou Luo made his way to the largest marketplace in Maple Leaf City, intent on sourcing materials for the spirit-gathering pill. Much like his previous endeavors at the Immortal sect, he sought to conceal his intentions from his family regarding the concoction of this premier elixir. To achieve this, He deliberately procured materials for other lesser pills as well, ensuring that his family would perceive his activities as merely crafting mid-tier elixirs. In comparison to the family's general store, the marketplace offered a far more comprehensive array of materials. Additionally, since the cultivators here hailed from various regions, it was not uncommon to stumble upon rare ingredients. However, even in this expansive marketplace, three essential components for the spirit-gathering pill were conspicuously absent. The rarity and value of these particular ingredients surpassed that of ordinary herbs, making their procurement quite the challenge. After a thorough search of the market, Zhou Luo regrettably found nothing of relevance. He reluctantly departed, heading towards the family's auction house. Upon learning of Zhou Luo's presence, the auctioneer, a jovial middle-aged man with a round face and a distinct mustache, hurried out to greet him. "Master Zhou, are you here to auction some elixirs?" he inquired with a beaming smile. Zhou Luo shook his head. "Do you possess these three ingredients?" He produced a scroll detailing the required materials for the spirit-gathering pill. The round-faced man glanced at it thoughtfully. "I have two of them, and I can procure the third, though it will require some time." Relieved to hear this, Zhou Luo asked, "How long will it take?" 3 days. "I am confident I can find it," the man replied assuredly. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Zhou Luo said, preparing to take his leave. Just then, a soft meow emanated from his arms, as the little white creature fixed its clear eyes on a passerby. The individual was holding a closed box adorned with a talisman. "What is inside that?" Zhou Luo inquired. "It is an item for auction," the round-faced man explained, gesturing for the passerby to halt. "Of course, if Master Zhou is interested, I could arrange a private sale." "Let me see," Zhou Luo responded, turning his gaze toward the box. The round-faced man peeled away the talisman and opened the box, revealing a pristine white spirit fruit. The fruit gleamed with a smooth surface, exuding a chilling aura accompanied by a subtle fragrance. This snow-heart fruit had been harvested from a century-old spirit tree. If consumed by a spirit beast, it could significantly enhance its mental prowess. The round-faced man squinted, his gaze landing on the little white creature. He instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. Zhou Luo pondered this revelation. The ability of the little white creature to create illusions hinged on its mental strength, making this fruit an invaluable boon for it. If its power were to rise once more, it could accompany him on future excursions. After all, this was his inaugural expedition. Unlike his previous experiences at the Immortal sect or during the Spirit Pill Conference, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. "What is the price?" Zhou Luo inquired. 40 spirit stones," the round-faced man stated. The price was acceptable. Zhou Luo nodded and took out the spirit stones, simultaneously purchasing the other 2 types of elixirs. 3 days later, he would return for the remaining herbs. Cradling the small white creature, Zhou Luo departed from the auction house. Upon concluding his procurement, Zhou Luo returned to the Zhou estate. Unable to refine the gathering spirit pill, he instead retrieved the precious materials he had prepared in advance, continuing to temper his physique. After a 6-month interval, he once again embarked on the second phase of the giant bear body refinement technique. The sensation of pain had markedly diminished. This time, the tempering process surpassed the first, and his physical strength was steadily augmenting. Once the tempering concluded, Zhou Luo estimated that after another round, he would complete the second phase of body refinement. At that point, he would no longer need to fear the assaults of practitioners at the 6th level of qi condensation. He intended to reach the 5th level of qi condensation before advancing his physique to withstand attacks from practitioners at the 7th level. However, the rare materials required for this third phase were indeed difficult to procure. He would have to devise a strategy when the time came. For the next 3 days, he refrained from cultivation, instead focusing on procreation. If he could secure some life-saving rewards before venturing out, it would be most fortuitous. The outside world was far more unpredictable than the confines of his family. He could not bear the thought of meeting a bitter end despite his long lifespan. Efforts seldom go unrewarded. On the evening of the 3rd day, following an intense battle with Lin Jinxian, Zhou Luo heard the long-awaited notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for tirelessly striving, successfully allowing your partner to conceive, and earning a chance to draw a prize. Zhou Luo eagerly opened the lottery interface. Hoping for something splendid, he silently prayed. The golden orb spun rapidly beneath his expectant gaze, ultimately coming to a stop in the skill category. Surely, they are not going to make me gather all 4 major skills, Zhou Luo thought, a shiver running through him. However, it seemed that the forging skill did not significantly enhance combat power. It was rather lucrative for generating income. After all, a low-tier magical artifact could fetch dozens of spirit stones on the market. Among the 4 major skills, forging was undoubtedly the most profitable. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the first-tier spirit planting skill. The reward has been automatically placed in the host's backpack. Please check. What? Zhou Luo's expression darkened. How could it be the spirit planting skill? This was far less desirable than the forging skill. To put it bluntly, a spirit planter is akin to a farmer. Its function is straightforward: to cultivate various plants, including crops, medicinal herbs, and trees. It is a profession imbued with the essence of daily life. Due to its lack of combat capability, it is a rather redundant skill. Within the Lin family alone, there were not merely hundreds, but at least 70 to 80 individuals possessing this skill. Zhou Luo never anticipated such misfortune on this day. Would he have to become a cheerful little farmer from now on? Yet, he had no time to tend to such matters. With this idle time, it would be more prudent to practice alchemy, rune crafting, and formations. Zhou Luo, filled with resignation, glanced at the herbal icon in his backpack. First-level spiritual plant technique. Upon use, it grants immediate comprehension of the first-level maxed-out spiritual plant technique, as well as the corresponding compendium of spiritual plants. After perusing the description, he ultimately decided to employ this technique. After all, possessing an abundance of skills is preferable to having none at all. Soon, a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation techniques flooded his mind, encompassing various herbs, spiritual woods, and more. All this information seamlessly transformed into his skill set. To Zhou Luo's astonishment, he discovered comprehensive details about the dragon blood herb. He realized that there were numerous precautions to consider when harvesting this particular herb. As he absorbed this information, he felt a profound sense of wonder. In that moment, he felt a surge of gratitude for acquiring the spiritual plant technique. Otherwise, had he recklessly attempted to collect the dragon blood herb, he might have compromised its medicinal properties, leading to a disastrous failure. Chapter 123. Suspicion. The emergence of spiritual plant techniques initially seemed utterly futile to Zhou Luo. However, as an abundance of knowledge became ingrained in his memory, he began to recognize his own narrow perspective. For instance, the meticulous instructions regarding the harvesting of dragon's blood grass explicitly stated the necessity of surrounding the area with spirit stones to prevent the dissipation of spiritual energy. Furthermore, one must skillfully manipulate this energy to delicately separate the roots from the soil, thereby avoiding any rupture of the delicate root system. Should any roots break, the medicinal properties of the entire dragon's blood grass would be significantly diminished. Moreover, after harvesting, it is imperative to immediately place the grass in a sealed space rich in spiritual energy to ensure prolonged preservation. Prior to acquiring this information, neither he nor Wang Yue had ever contemplated the myriad complexities surrounding such a seemingly insignificant plant. No wonder it is so rare, being a primary ingredient in foundation-building pills. He was grateful to have obtained this knowledge in advance. Otherwise, even if he discovered dragon's blood grass, he likely would have been unable to bring it back. In that moment, Zhou Luo profoundly understood that while these seemingly trivial techniques might not serve him directly, the knowledge they imparted was invaluable. Indeed, there are no weak techniques in this world, only weak practitioners. Contemplating this realization, the disappointment that once lingered in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an eagerness to uncover the knowledge that other techniques might offer. On the 3rd day, after having breakfast, Zhou Luo resolved to visit the auction house in the city. "Where are Shi and Xiaobai?" he gently inquired, squatting down to speak to his daughter and sister. "Daddy, Xiaobai is still sleeping," little Shi replied, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Still sleeping?" Zhou Luo murmured. Ever since he had given the snow heart fruit to Xiaobai, it had remained in a deep slumber. Now, on the 3rd day, he tenderly patted Shi's head. "You two play. Daddy is going out." "Be careful, Daddy," Shi obediently nodded, waving her small hand in farewell. Zhou Luo then stood up and took a glance at Xiaobai. He was not a beast tamer and was uncertain of its current condition, but seeing no apparent abnormalities, he felt reassured enough to leave. Exiting the Lin residence, he gazed up at the azure sky. Since his status had elevated, his family no longer curtailed his freedom. However, he still needed to report if he intended to leave Maple Leaf City. Upon arriving at the auction house, the round-faced middle-aged man had been waiting for quite some time. "Master Zhou, you have arrived." he greeted with a beaming smile, standing respectfully before him. Although he was the head of the auction house, his status paled in comparison to that of Zhou Luo, a distinguished alchemist. "Bosson, do you have what I requested?" Zhou Luo inquired. Manager Lin nodded enthusiastically. "Master Zhou, everything has been arranged. Please follow me." With that, he led Zhou Luo to the storage area of the auction house and instructed his assistant to bring forth a wooden box. Upon opening the wooden box, Zhou Luo discovered the final principal ingredient of the spirit-gathering pill. Satisfied, he nodded and produced a spirit stone, saying, "Boss Lin, this is for you." Lin An's face lit up with joy as he eagerly responded, "Master Zhou, should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall endeavor to procure it for you." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Luo mentioned several rare herbs and materials, all essential for the third stage of the bare body refinement technique, which were virtually non-existent in the market. Upon hearing this, Lin An's smile faltered, and he awkwardly admitted, "Master Zhou, I can assist you with the first few items, but I am utterly powerless to acquire the last one, the earth-shattering bear gallbladder." "Oh, why is that?" Zhou Luo inquired, perplexed. The earth-shattering bear gallbladder was among the most crucial materials for the third stage. If it could not be found in Maple Leaf City, he was at a loss for where to seek it. Even the weakest of the earth-shattering bears possessed strength comparable to a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Not to mention that they often appeared in formidable packs, rendering hunting them unfeasible. Lin appeared quite troubled by this reality. The earth-shattering bears, in their formidable groups, posed a significant challenge for ordinary practitioners. Encountering them could easily spell doom if one did not flee swiftly. Only a sect as powerful as the Qingyuan sect might possess the capability to hunt them. Zhou Luo grasped the implication. It seemed that achieving the third stage of the body refinement technique before venturing out was unattainable, leaving him with a sense of regret. "Once you obtain the other materials, please send someone to deliver them to Zhou Garden," Zhou Luo instructed. The materials for body refinement were distinct from those for alchemy and did not require discretion. Even if the family became aware, it would not pose any issues. "Understood," Lin replied promptly. After Zhou Luo departed, Lin An's smile vanished as he respectfully approached another room. Upon entering, he encountered a man clad in black robes, his countenance shadowed and eyes sharp, Lin Xianfeng. Seated comfortably, he was savoring spirit tea. "Hall Master, these are the materials he wishes to procure," Lin said, bowing slightly as he presented the names of the materials. Lin Xianfeng cast a casual glance at the list and asked indifferently, "Can you discern which body refinement technique these materials correspond to?" While Lin Xianfeng was well aware of Zhou Luo's endeavors in body refinement, he was unaware of the origins of this technique. Ever since the incident at the spirit mine, he had taken a keen interest in this family-in-law. Particularly intriguing was Zhou Luo's consistent ability to navigate various predicaments unscathed, which he found quite remarkable. The astute ninth elder perceived a certain quality in Zhou Luo, a cautious, decisive, and intelligent trait akin to his own, like a Trax-like. Known for his somber demeanor, Lin Xianfeng found himself curious about this individual for the first time, eager to uncover his true intentions. In response to the Hall Master, "I must humbly confess my limited knowledge. I cannot ascertain what body refinement technique these materials belong to. However, these principal ingredients are exceedingly precious," suggesting they pertain to at least a superior body refinement technique. Lin replied cautiously. As the head of the auction house, Lin An's insights far surpass the ordinary. Yet, if he is unable to discern its true nature, then the body refining technique must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Lin Xianfeng lightly tilted his chin, uttering, "Go ahead." Once Lin departed, he lifted the spiritual tea from the table and drained it in one gulp, his piercing, sinister eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. What could he be afraid of? He murmured to himself. Typically, body refining techniques, which are primarily defensive in nature, are utilized for personal protection. Such methods are often adopted by cultivators who are acutely aware of their inability to progress in Qi cultivation and find themselves in precarious situations, seeking to enhance their strength and guard against potential threats. Yet, why would Zhou Luo, a high-ranking alchemist, who resides within the safety of his family and under their protection, choose to practice such a laborious and thankless technique? Surely, he would be better off refining his alchemical skills or training in the core regions. This only deepened Lin Xuanfeng's curiosity. In his eyes, The other's fervent desire to temper his flesh suggested a looming crisis he was preparing for. But what kind of crisis could it be? Suddenly, Lin Xianfeng recalled his earlier meeting with the second elder, and his gaze darkened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. "I had thought you were a clever man," he remarked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 124. The Choice. Zhou Yuan, after retrieving the materials, ascended to the third floor alone. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, he first employed a spiritual talisman to isolate the space from the outside world. Then began the process of refining the gathering spirit pill with the materials he had gathered. It must be said that the ingredients for the gathering spirit pill were indeed difficult to procure, with the materials currently at his disposal. He estimated he could produce no more than 5 or 6 pills, assuming a perfect success rate. Although Zhou Luo possessed comprehensive knowledge of first-tier alchemy, even crafting a top-tier pill did not guarantee absolute success. Standing before the alchemical furnace, he wore a serious expression as he placed some of the herbs into the furnace and began to channel spiritual energy for the melting process. Meanwhile, Su Changsheng was in deep meditation when suddenly a warmth surged in his chest. He abruptly awoke and retrieved a spiritual talisman from his bosom, on which appeared 8 striking characters. A quarter of an hour later, a summons from Weiyang Manor jolted Su Changsheng's mind, revealing an array of complex emotions on his face. He returned the talisman to his chest and rose to head outside. Upon stepping out, he cast a deep glance at the main building. The sunlight cascaded down, bathing the 3-story structure in a golden hue, causing it to shimmer radiantly. Standing beneath the shade of a tree, a myriad of conflicts flashed in Su Changsheng's eyes. He inhaled deeply and stepped forward into the sunlight, though the heat offered him no warmth. "I need to procure some items." He resolutely made his way towards Weiyang Manor. The manor was situated to the west, near the core area, in stark contrast to Zhou Yuan's location. Compared to the bustling east, the west was relatively tranquil, even under the scorching sun. Su Changsheng felt the temperature drop as he walked along the cobblestone path. Before long, he arrived at Weiyang Manor. This was an unremarkable residence, starkly different from the opulent estates he had passed. Its simplicity even raised doubts as to whether it truly belonged there. Yet, Su Changsheng understood that no one dared to underestimate this place, for it was the residence of Elder Lin Xianfeng. This cold-hearted and ruthless head of the law enforcement hall was a figure that instilled fear in all the clan's disciples. Before his keen, hawk-like gaze, all secrets would be laid bare, and any clan member who fell under his scrutiny would face the harshest of consequences. His presence was so formidable that it rendered some disciples more terrified of him than of wicked cultivators. For while wicked cultivators merely took lives, he inflicted torment upon the living. Those who had been subjected to his personal interrogation invariably bore deep psychological scars. No one knew the extent of his methods. They only understood that one must never fall into the hands of this elder. Otherwise, the suffering would be worse than death. Su Changsheng had limited knowledge of this elder, yet he had heard whispers of his notorious reputation. For instance, it was said that during an interrogation of a clan disciple who had violated family rules, just a few words from him had driven the individual to madness. While investigating a significant case, he discovered that it was related to a member of his family, promptly apprehending him and imprisoning him within the family dungeon. That night, the dungeon echoed only with anguished cries. In the minds of many, the ninth elder, with his somber countenance, was perceived as a person of ruthless methods, cruel and malevolent. Su Changsheng recalled the first time he encountered this individual, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of those dark, brooding eyes, sending a tremor through his spirit. Suddenly, the grand door creaked open, and a servant bowed his head, stating, "The master has been waiting for you." Su Changsheng regained his composure and followed the servant into the estate. Contrary to the anticipated ominous atmosphere associated with Lin Xuanfeng's ruthless nature, the residence exuded a serene comfort. The begonia trees in the courtyard swayed gently under the sunlight, releasing a delightful fragrance, complemented by an array of vibrant flowers and greenery that invigorated the surroundings. He was led to a secluded courtyard, where a grove of peach blossoms flourished, filling the air with their rich aroma and creating an atmosphere of tranquility. "The master awaits you inside," the servant announced before departing. Su Changsheng, feeling a surge of anxiety, walked along the narrow path into the peach blossom grove. As a formation master, He sensed the concealed, grand formation hidden within the grove, though it remained imperceptible to him. Before long, he encountered Lin Xianfeng amidst the peach trees. Clad in a black robe, Lin sat calmly on a stone bench, his sharp gaze fixed upon Su Changsheng, his lips barely parting to utter, "You are quite slow." Su Changsheng's body trembled. Unable to meet his gaze, he lowered his head and replied with utmost respect, "Ninth Elder, I was delayed by certain matters." Lin Xianfeng paid little heed to these excuses. Instead, he casually inquired, "How goes the task I assigned you?" Su Changsheng bit his lip, his complexion pale. His eyes fixed firmly on the ground as he feigned composure. "Ninth Elder, I have gained his trust. And for what purpose does he cultivate his body?" Lin Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. "I apologize, Ninth Elder, but I have yet to ascertain that," Su Changsheng responded, his voice tinged with trepidation. Lin Xuanfeng's expression remained unchanged as he picked up a cup of spiritual tea, savoring a sip. "Then, enlighten me on what you do know." With his head bowed, Su Changsheng clenched his teeth tightly, grappling with immense inner turmoil. Indeed, before entering the Zhou garden, Lin Xianfeng had previously sought him out, intending for him to surveil the individual, recording any anomalies. Subsequently, the heartfelt connection and trust established with Zhou Luo had shaken his resolve, compounded by the latter's gestures of goodwill, such as purchasing formation tools and imparting knowledge of formations. Caught between the trust of a dear friend and the pressure of authority, he found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to choose. "Ninth Elder, there are merely trivial matters. Zhou Luo has shown no peculiar behavior." Ultimately, Su Changsheng made his choice. "Oh." A glimmer of interest flickered in Lin Xuanfeng's eyes as he appraised his counterpart, continuing, "Su Changsheng, you must recognize that all you possess is bestowed by your family. I shall never forget the profound kindness and grace of my family." Su Changsheng bent nearly to a right angle, responding, "Then why do you deceive me?" Lin Xuanfeng's voice rose, and the previously tranquil surroundings were suddenly swept by a fierce wind, the howling gusts causing the peach tree leaves to rustle. Su Changsheng trembled, collapsing to the ground as he repeatedly bowed his head, exclaiming, "Ninth Elder, I swear I have not deceived you." The sound of his fervent bows echoed incessantly, showing no sign of cessation. He understood that only through such humility could he assuage the other's suspicions. The brief struggle allowed Su Changsheng to discern the depths of his own heart. In the course of a lifetime, one must hold steadfast to certain convictions. His resolute belief was to honor the trust placed in him. Lin Xianfeng observed him in silence, and only after Su Changsheng's forehead was bloody did he coolly declare, "Begone." Su Changsheng promptly rose and fled in haste. Watching the disheveled figure retreat, Lin Xuanfeng's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of vexation crossing his features. Upon exiting the Weiyang Manor, Su Changsheng released a long sigh of relief, gazing up at the azure sky with a smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation. By the time Su Changsheng returned to the Zhou garden, Zhou Luo, having completed the refining of the spirit-gathering pill, had already departed. Chapter 125. A year of cultivation 4 months later. In the core area of the Lin family's spiritual vein-blessed land, Zhou Luo awoke from his meditation. Originally, he had successfully concocted 5 spirit-gathering pills, but now only 2 remained. He found himself on the brink of achieving the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. And with a bit more practice, a complete breakthrough was imminent. However, at present, Bai Jian was about to give birth, and he felt compelled to visit her. This was his first union with a cultivator possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, and he was filled with immense anticipation for the child soon to arrive. Exiting the core area, he returned to Zhou Garden, where tranquility had prevailed during his absence. 3 days later, accompanied by the sound of a newborn's cry, Zhou Luo welcomed his 8th child. Congratulations to the host on the birth of the 8th offspring, earning a 50-year lifespan bonus. Due to this child possessing a 6th-grade spiritual root, the host gains 15 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th-grade spiritual root, 2100. In that instant, a notification chimed in Zhou Luo's ears. His body stiffened, and an exuberant smile spread across his face. A 6th-grade spiritual root. He had indeed fathered a child with a medium-grade spiritual root. Zhou Luo's heart surged with joy, and the prospect of the 50-year lifespan bonus further astonished him. A 6th-grade spiritual root equated to an additional 50 years of life, such a remarkable enhancement. Having already added 90 years to his lifespan, This new addition would extend it to 140 years. Zhou Luo was suddenly enveloped by a sensation of boundless longevity. At this rate, he felt that achieving immortality was no longer a mere aspiration but a certainty. Beyond the delight brought by the lifespan bonus, his attention shifted to the aptitude points. Initially, he had presumed that a 9th grade route would yield just 1 point, while an 8th grade one would grant 2, following a predictable pattern. However, it became abundantly clear that he had miscalculated. The bonus from a medium-grade spiritual root had astonishingly reached 15 points. What would it be like for a high-grade spiritual root? Would it propel him to a complete transformation of his own spiritual root? This thought ignited a fervor within Zhou Luo. It appeared that he needed to father more offspring with high-grade spiritual roots to expedite his own enhancement. The birth of a descendant with a 6th-grade spiritual root invigorated him immensely. He couldn't help but think of Lin Jinxian, who was also pregnant. Would she too bring forth another child with a 6th-grade spiritual root? At that moment, Lin Shi interrupted his musings. "Husband, shouldn't you check on Sister Jian?" Regaining his focus at the sight of Lin Shi's beaming smile, Zhou Luo hurriedly entered the room. "Congratulations, sir, it's a boy," the midwife announced with a cheerful grin. Zhou Luo held no bias regarding the gender of his child and quickly approached by Jian's bedside. Though her complexion appeared somewhat pale from childbirth, it could not mask the joy radiating from her. "Husband, we have a child now," she said, offering a faint smile. Among the women, Bai Jian had always possessed a deep affection for children, cherishing the hope of having one of her own. At last, her wishes have been fulfilled, and her heart swells with joy. Zhou Luo tenderly caresses her face and gently remarks, "From now on, this little bundle of joy shall be named Chang Huan. May he always find happiness." "Indeed, that sounds perfect." Bai Jian tilts her head, gazing lovingly at the small infant by the bedside, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. On the 3rd day following her childbirth, Lin Feiying also welcomed a baby girl into the world. "Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 9th offspring, granting you a decade of lifespan enhancement. Due to the absence of spiritual roots in this child, the host is unable to acquire qualification points. Regrettably, this child lacks spiritual roots." Zhou Luo names her Shiqin. The Zhou family joyfully embraces the arrival of 2 new lives, and Zhou Luo, rather than hastily returning to his cultivation, finds himself invigorated by the prospect of a 6th-grade spiritual root descendant and eagerly immerses himself back into the fray. Alas, perhaps due to Lin Shi's higher realm, his vigorous endeavors yield little response. Instead, an encounter with the enchanting sisters Lin Yi and Lin Zier grants them yet another 2 chances for a draw. "Congratulations, host, for your relentless efforts have successfully led your partner to conceive, earning you 1 draw opportunity." "Congratulations, host, for your relentless efforts have successfully led your partner to conceive, earning you another draw opportunity." Reclining on the bed, Zhou Luo is captivated by the consecutive notifications echoing in his ears, lost in the memory of his gallant demeanor. To his astonishment, he has struck luck twice. The prospect of 2 draws fills him with immense anticipation. Since his last acquisition of spiritual plant techniques, he has developed a newfound appreciation for this lottery function. What seems like a troublesome draw has proven to be beneficial, albeit to varying degrees. Anything is preferable to a mere thank you for your patronage. With a tranquil mindset, Zhou Luo casts aside his worries about potentially drawing something trivial. System, initiate the draw. With a silent incantation, he chooses to activate the wheel directly. The golden orb begins to whirl at a rapid pace, gradually slowing until, under Zhou Luo's watchful gaze, it halts in an unfamiliar sector. Upon seeing this area, Zhou Luo's heart skips a beat, though his mindset has steadied. The sight of this sector stirs a twinge of anxiety within him. After all, this section does not conform to the 6 designated types. Who knows what rewards may lie therein? With a heart full of trepidation, Zhou Luo awaits the system's announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 year of cultivation. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's backpack. Please check your inventory." By the heavens! The mechanical announcement prompts Zhou Luo to exclaim in astonishment. He stares incredulously at the white lottery wheel, a tempest of emotions surging within him. To think he could receive cultivation. Zhou Luo nearly leaps from his bed in excitement. This outcome had completely eluded his expectations. Who would have thought that this eclectic assortment of sectors could yield such a reward? The The sensation of gaining an entire year of cultivation out of thin air is simply exhilarating. He was even greedily imagining the possibility of drawing 100 years of cultivation. Zhou Luo's heart raced as he gazed at his backpack, and without a moment's hesitation, he utilized the cultivation from the past 6 months. In an instant, he felt an unnamed power surge into his body, followed by a tremor in his dantian, as a rich aura of spiritual energy materialized seemingly out of nowhere. The already loosened boundaries of his realm were entirely liberated at that moment, and boundless spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. He experienced an immediate breakthrough from the late stage of the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the consummate realm, and his cultivation continued to ascend. Although he had not yet reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he was in a far superior position compared to those who had just attained the consummate realm. This was akin to possessing a year's worth of cultivation. Zhou Luo, lying on the bed, suddenly felt the exhilarating sensation of leveling up while reclining. Unfortunately, this cultivation was randomly generated. Otherwise, he would have no need to engage in any other endeavors, simply lying in bed each day to achieve progress. Moreover, the cultivation he gained over the past year was derived from his own 9th grade spiritual root and should not be considered enhanced by external factors. Otherwise, given his current cultivation speed, breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement within a year would be quite feasible. Nonetheless, this unexpected gain in cultivation filled him with elation. He then turned his gaze once more to the white spinning wheel. With one remaining chance to draw, what treasures would be bestowed upon him? Chapter 126. The elixir gathering approaches, the lottery begins. The white wheel of fortune gleamed with 7 radiant sections. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo opted to spin again. The golden orb whirled anew, ultimately coming to rest in the section designated for spiritual items. Upon seeing this segment, Zhou Luo felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed that among the 7 sections, this was the only one he had yet to draw from. The term spiritual items referred to rare natural treasures, encompassing all kinds of materials, be it for alchemy, forging, or the crafting of formations, as well as naturally occurring items imbued with unique properties. This section likely contained a diverse array of materials, since the outcome was unpredictable. Yet, one certainty remained. No matter the material drawn, it would undoubtedly prove useful. Thus, Zhou Luo found himself filled with anticipation for this segment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the earth-splitting bear gallbladder. The reward has been automatically added to the host's inventory. Please check it. In an instant, the system notification chimed. The moment the words earth-splitting bear gallbladder appeared, Zhou Luo was overwhelmed with excitement. Was this not precisely the material he sought for physical enhancement? His heart soared with joy. What a stroke of fortune to draw such a coveted item. It appeared that his luck today was indeed extraordinary. First, he had received a double reward, then an unexpected year of cultivation, and now, the very material he required for his physical refinement. With this ingredient, he could proceed to the 3rd stage of the giant bear body refinement technique. Zhou Luo was elated. Initially, he had thought it would be nearly impossible to draw the specific materials he desired from such a vast selection. Consequently, he often resorted to purchasing materials himself. However, he had not anticipated that with sufficient luck, he could indeed acquire some precious items. The thrill of 2 successful draws left Zhou Luo brimming with excitement. He eagerly roused the 2 women beside him to share in this joyous occasion. 3 days later, Lin delivered the body refinement materials he had procured to Zhou Garden. Upon receiving the materials, Zhou Luo hurried to the room where he typically undertook his bodily refinement practices. The system had been generous, providing him with 3 earth-splitting bear gallbladders, allowing him to refine his body at least 6 times according to the requirements of the giant bear body refinement technique. He extracted 1 gallbladder, dividing it into 2 portions using his spiritual energy. One was returned to his storage ring, while the other was placed on a nearby table. He meticulously poured the materials into the bronze cauldron and affixed a spiritual talisman. Moments later, the potion began to bubble, revealing a murky crimson hue reminiscent of blood. Quite unsettling indeed. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Luo immersed himself in the concoction. In an instant, the potion commenced its effects, and his skin felt as if it were being seared by a blazing flame, producing a hissing sound as wisps of white smoke rose. He hurriedly activated the incantation for the 3rd stage of the body refinement technique, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to safeguard his internal organs. Under the fierce potency of the potion, Zhou Luo's wheat-colored skin began to darken, resembling charred coal, accompanied by a pungent, burnt odor. The sensation was akin to being plunged into molten lava. The endless flames not only scorched his flesh, but also consumed his very essence. Fortunately, through the tempering endured in the initial 2 stages, his body had become sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the onslaught of the 3rd stage elixir. The agony brought on by the burning surged within him, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, seized half of the cracked bear gall from the table, and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, he faintly heard a roar akin to that of a great bear emanating from within him. The bear gall erupted with a golden radiance, and a colossal bear's phantom surged toward his dantians, exploding upon contact and transforming into countless specks of light. These motes dispersed, clinging to various parts of his body. The once raging inferno within him diminished in intensity under the influence of the light points. Yet, for Zhou Luo, such a transformation brought immense suffering. He endured the excruciating pain, channeling his inner energy to suppress the wild forces at play. After half an hour, Zhou Luo abruptly opened his eyes, which shimmered like stars, revealing a glimmer of delight. With a decisive movement, he stood up, and the charred remnants of his skin vanished, revealing smooth, sun-kissed flesh. His muscles bulged with palpable strength. Although the 3rd stage of tempering was not yet complete, Zhou Luo felt confident in his ability to withstand the assaults of a practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refining. He dressed swiftly and exited his chamber. Coincidentally, he spotted Lin Qinghan instructing Xiao Chang'an in his training. Now nearing 4 years of age, under the influence of innate energy, Zhou Chang'an was progressing more swiftly than his siblings in his cultivation. As a mother, Lin Qinghan also hoped he would cultivate early to achieve greater heights in the future. After all, with only a 9th grade spiritual root, if he did not begin his training from a young age, he might never surpass the 5th layer of qi refining in his lifetime. Zhou Luo concurred with this sentiment, yet suddenly, a different thought crossed his mind. Xiao Chang'an, come here to Daddy, he beckoned, squatting down. Lin Qinghan glanced at him, but said nothing, allowing her son to approach on his own. Daddy, Zhou Chang'an called out, trotting over. Upon reaching him, Zhou Luo scooped him up and headed outside. Xiao Chang'an assumed his father intended to take him for a playful outing, only to be brought directly to the training room. Upon realizing this, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of resistance. For days, his mother had been instructing him in his training. Yet, being naturally lively and energetic, how could he endure the monotony of sitting in meditation? Initially relieved to see his father, he was disheartened to discover that he was still to engage in cultivation. Daddy, can we not practice? Xiao Chang'an looked up at Zhou Luo, pouting, his face a portrait of grievance. No, Daddy is going to teach you a new cultivation technique, Zhou Luo replied, gently tapping his nose. He intended to impart the gathering spirit technique to Xiao Chang'an, which was superior to the family's teachings and would undoubtedly become an essential practice for their lineage in the future. Now was the perfect opportunity for Xiao Chang'an to put it into practice. Oh, all right then. Young Chang'an lowered his head, displaying a lack of enthusiasm. If you obediently cultivate, I shall bestow upon you a new toy, Zhou Luo remarked upon observing his demeanor. Really? Young Chang'an's eyes brightened momentarily as he lifted his gaze. Of course, but you must promise your father not to disclose the cultivation techniques to anyone, Zhou Luo insisted. Not even mother? Young Chang'an inquired with great curiosity. No, not even her. Zhou Luo replied with a serious tone. The gathering spirit technique is far too precious, should others become aware of it, and it reaches the ears of the clan. It would undoubtedly invite various troubles. Although the women in the household mean him no harm, there remains a possibility of information leaking to the family, as they are, after all, members of the Lin family and naturally consider the clan's welfare. Just like the last time when the news of the seafood feast reached the clan head. How did he find out? Surely it was one of the women around him who relayed the information. Such human tendencies are impossible to prevent or alter. Hence Zhou Luo must diligently strive to keep these secrets from their ears. Young Chang'an, though still young, was astute enough to grasp his father's intent. Thus, he readily agreed, vowing to divulge nothing to anyone. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo took it upon himself to oversee young Chang'an's cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months slipped by. The annual Elixir Conference was finally set to take place at the Lin family estate. Numerous cultivators had already arrived from all corners, including disciples from other esteemed longevity families. Chapter 127. A reunion at Shochuan Garden. Are you truly not planning to attend? Lin Jishou inquired, gazing at Zhou Luo before him. This year's Spirit Pill Conference was to be held at the Lin family estate, and the family had intended to showcase their prowess by having Zhou Luo participate. Unfortunately, circumstances had diverged from their expectations, as he did not intend to enter the Immortal sect for study. It was not just him. Even Lin Xin had declined to partake in the Spirit Pill Conference, citing her recent return from the Immortal sect and the need to solidify her cultivation base. Should both of them abstain, it seemed likely that the Lin family would have no representatives entering the Immortal sect this year. Master, I wish only to concentrate on alchemy and enhancing my cultivation, Zhou Luo declared earnestly while seated in the circular chair. Very well, do as you wish, Lin Jishou replied, offering little further commentary. After all, Zhou Luo's innate talent was evident. Even if the Lin family had no one entering the Immortal sect, other families would not dare to mock them. Upon exiting the hall, Zhou Luo turned and made his way towards the alchemy chamber. Inside, Lin Xin was fully engrossed in her alchemical work. After a year of dedicated study, her skills in alchemy had significantly improved. Yet she remained far from achieving the rank of a superior alchemist. The path of alchemy placed utmost importance on the strength of one's spiritual consciousness. To ascend to the rank of superior, one must first meet the requisite level of spiritual awareness. Typically, individuals would hone this ability through repeated practice in alchemy. Of course, one could also enhance their spiritual consciousness as Zhou Luo had done by entering the fourth level of the Immortal sect's illusion. Regrettably, such illusions could only be conjured by powerful beings, a feat unattainable given the Lin family's current resources. Thus, Lin Xin had no choice but to strengthen her spiritual consciousness through daily alchemical endeavors. In addition to spiritual awareness, mastery of alchemical techniques and control over spiritual energy were also vital standards by which an alchemist was measured. The journey of alchemy was indeed arduous and demanding. It required not only exceptional talent, but also unwavering dedication. A somewhat gifted novice needed to undergo countless hours of practice under expert guidance to become a lower-tier alchemist. Transitioning from a mid-tier to a superior tier would demand even more time, let alone the leap from superior to exceptional. Take Lin Jishou, for instance. He devoted the majority of his life, persevering until his twilight years, to finally cross that threshold. Some individuals might spend their entire lives, investing immeasurable time, energy, finances, and resources, yet still fail to progress further. In contrast to them, Zhou Luo, endowed with a system, was evidently more fortunate. He quietly entered the room, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Lin Xin's alchemical work. What is it? Lin Xin asked, her expression devoid of exuberance as she turned to face him after completing her pill. Has Miss Wang arrived? Zhou Luo inquired, recalling the transaction that awaited him. He was curious what Wang Yue would offer in exchange for the vial of Bai Shui Dan. Upon hearing the name Wang Yue, Lin Xin's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue as she replied nonchalantly, "She is at the Tianxia Tavern." It was clear that the two had already met. As for why she had not been permitted entry into the Lin family estate, it seemed likely that the Wang family was obstructing her. Would it be possible for you, Miss Lin, to invite her into the house? Zhou Luo asked tentatively. Are you going to discuss the matter of the dragon blood herb with her? Lin Xin inquired with a hint of confusion, as she remained unaware of their clandestine dealings for other reasons. Zhou Luo nodded, concealing his intentions. This is indeed a significant matter. After a moment of silence, Lin Xin responded, I understand. Please come by my place this afternoon. Very well, Zhou Luo acknowledged, preparing to take his leave. Just as he was about to exit, a thought seemed to strike him. He paused, turned back, and remarked, Third miss, your control is still too strong, which negatively affects the quality. Lin Xin stiffened slightly, her expression darkening. She gazed at the flawed elixirs on the table, pursing her lips as she resumed her alchemical work. Upon leaving Shochuan Garden, Zhou Luo returned home. Father, I can sense the spiritual energy. The moment he arrived, little Chang'an joyfully sprinted towards him, brimming with pride. So soon? Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. Little Chang'an had only been cultivating for 2 months and had already perceived the existence of spiritual energy. a feat accomplished much faster than the average individual, likely due to his innate potential. However, sensing it quickly was not sufficient. With only a ninth-grade spiritual root, little Chang'an would absorb the energy slowly. Yet, he was still young. Utilizing the gathering spirit technique, there was a chance he could reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement before adulthood. The Qi refinement realm is divided into 3 stages, upper, middle, and lower, corresponding to 3 minor realms. Attaining the 4th level of Qi refinement by adulthood would already place him above many peers. However, the resources, time, and energy required for this endeavor were not trivial. The average person would struggle to afford such cultivation, let alone nurture a child with a 9th-grade spiritual root. Only someone like Zhou Luo, who possessed multiple skills and was not lacking in wealth, would be so generous. His rationale was quite simple. Since he had the capability, he would cultivate. Once he established his own family, it would be these descendants who would sustain it. Seizing the moment while little Chang'an had just sensed the spiritual energy, Zhou Luo began his instruction. In the afternoon, after estimating the time, Zhou Luo rose and made his way towards the main residence of the core area. Upon reaching the guards at the core area, he explained his purpose, and they, seemingly having received prior instructions, did not impede his passage. As he navigated through the intricately arranged buildings, a figure stealthily emerged, silently trailing behind him. Zhou Luo remained completely oblivious to this presence. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of an opulent estate. This was the estate of Elder Lin Zhe, where he had visited when he married Lin Xian. The guard at the gate recognized this esteemed son-in-law and allowed him entry without hesitation. The estate was vast, with buildings arranged in a grid-like pattern. Upon entering, a maid respectfully approached him. "Fifth young master, please follow me." Zhou Luo glanced around the surroundings and followed her deeper into the estate. Meanwhile, outside the estate, the figure that had been following him appeared in the shadows, seemingly blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. His sharp, shadowy eyes gazed towards the entrance. Standing immobile as if he were a statue, a series of knocks echoed on the door. Lin Xian opened it. "Miss San." Zhou Luo greeted with a smile and a bow. "Please, come in." Lin Xian stepped aside, and once he entered, she instructed the maid. "Stand guard here and do not allow anyone to disturb us." "Yes, miss." The maid obediently retreated to the side. Inside the room, Zhou Luo encountered Wang Yue once more. Today, she was resplendently adorned, reminiscent of her appearance at the Xian sect. She donned an exquisite golden lace mini-dress that revealed her fair, slender legs, which were enveloped in delicate, gossamer black stockings. Paired with her embroidered white shoes adorned with cloud motifs, she rendered it impossible to divert one's gaze. Her beautifully sculpted face bore a hint of sweetness, and her eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. "Miss Wang, it has been a while," Zhou Luo greeted her. Wang Yue smiled warmly and turned to Lin Xian, asking, "Shiner, could I speak with him privately for a moment?" Lin Xian furrowed her brow, casting a doubtful glance at the two. "What are you concealing from me?" she inquired. "Shiner, I promise to tell you later. Could you please step outside for a bit?" Wang Yue implored with a pleading look. Though Lin Xian was perplexed, she ultimately decided to grant them an opportunity for private discourse. Chapter 128. The wind's disappearance. After Lin Xian departed, Zhou Luo, for the sake of caution, took out a spirit talisman and affixed it to the window to prevent eavesdropping. "You are truly meticulous," Wang Yue observed, resting her chin on her right hand, her beautiful eyes glimmering as they regarded him. From their very first encounter, she had discerned his careful nature. Subsequent interactions only reinforced her impression that this man would not act unless he possessed absolute certainty and substantial gain. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, one could easily succumb without awareness. Seated opposite her, Zhou Luo spoke earnestly. In a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, he, as a mere Qi refining practitioner, felt like prey in a monstrous ecosystem. To survive, one must lay low. After all, he had a lifespan ample enough to sustain him. If he could not overpower others, he at least could outlast them. Wang Yue smiled lightly, then produced a jade slip, sliding it across the table towards him. "I propose an exchange for this movement technique. What is its rank?" Zhou Luo inquired, eyeing the jade slip. "Upper grade Qi refining," she replied candidly. Zhou Luo's eyes brightened. An upper grade technique was indeed appealing. He took the slip and opened it, revealing 4 characters inscribed: "Wind's disappearance." The jade slip radiated a brilliant light, and a small figure appeared, demonstrating the entire technique. Zhou Luo closed the slip and retrieved a vial of azure water pills from his robe. There are 30 inside, sufficient to sustain us until our next meeting. Wang Yue's face lit up with delight as she hastily placed the vial into her storage pouch. Raising her beautiful eyes, she asked, "When shall we convene for the spirit pills?" Approximately around then, Zhou Luo nodded. Having gained a year's worth of cultivation, he estimated that he would break through to the 5th layer of qi refining within another year. Wang Yue expressed mild astonishment upon hearing this. Given that he intended to venture out, achieving the 5th layer was indeed necessary. However, she recalled that he had been at the 4th layer before departing the Immortal sect. Such rapid progress? Wasn't Lin Xian saying you possessed a 9th grade spirit root? All the better, but what if someone discovers the dragon blood grass? Wang Yue inquired. If they find it, so be it. There are always other leads, Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. Her eyes gleamed with intrigue as she scrutinized him, a smile curling at her lips. You must have uncovered many clues at the 4th layer. Care to share? Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow and countered. What will you offer in exchange? Wang Yue's smile faltered, her embarrassment palpable. Wouldn't having an extra person increase our chances? She replied somewhat hesitantly. If I require your assistance, I will certainly inform you. Please invite the 3rd miss to join us. Zhou Luo chose not to pursue the topic further. Indeed, he had discovered numerous clues at the 4th layer, though some remained unverified for the time being. Before long, Lin Xian entered the room, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. Miss San, we have decided to depart in a year and will not participate in the next Lingdan conference. Zhou Luo stated earnestly. As you wish, Lin Xian replied, her curiosity more piqued by the secretive exchange between the two. However, with Wang Yue remaining tight-lipped, Zhou Luo was unlikely to divulge anything. At present, he intended to return to study the advanced qi training technique. In that case, I shall take my leave, he said, not lingering longer than necessary. After obtaining what he desired, he exited, mindful that this was the chamber of Miss San, where prolonged presence might arouse suspicion. Once he departed, Lin Xian could not restrain her curiosity. What did you two discuss? Wang Yue replied with a gentle smile, do not rush. I will explain everything to you in due time. Outside the estate, a figure waited patiently. Upon Zhou Luo's reappearance, retracing his steps, the figure chose not to follow but continued to observe. Finally, when he saw members of the Wang family exiting the estate, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Zhou Luo, what are your true intentions? Lin Xianfeng murmured in the shadows. Ever since Zhou Luo procured materials for body refinement, he had dispatched someone to keep watch over him. Thus, when Zhou Luo entered the core area, he was promptly informed. Unfortunately, this was the residence of Elder Ten, protected by formations that prevented his infiltration. Nonetheless, he had gleaned a hint of something amiss. At this critical juncture, Zhou Luo's encounter with the Wang family members surely concealed some secrets. While Lin Xianfeng remained uncertain of their plans, his interest was undeniably piqued. Observing Wang Yue depart, he silently followed her. Meanwhile, back at Zhou Yuan, Zhou Luo promptly retrieved the technique for the body movement. This was a wind attribute technique. Opening the jade slip, a small figure appeared once more and began to demonstrate. Zhou Luo observed intently, eager to familiarize himself with the technique's incantations. As an advanced qi training method, mastering it would require considerable time and effort, unlike the rewards from a lottery that could be easily grasped. Such mastery could only be attained through diligent practice. It was an unavoidable truth. One cannot expect every lottery draw to yield desired results. Certain things, once readily obtained, need not squander further lottery opportunities, for each chance is hard-earned. Days later, the Lingdan conference convened as scheduled. Members of the 5 great immortal families and numerous independent cultivators began vying for positions in the Immortal sect. Surprisingly, the Lu family also made an appearance. Seemingly unconcerned about any potential retaliation from their sworn enemies, the Lin family. This was primarily due to the influence of the Immortal sect. The Lingdan conference was organized by the Immortal sect, and any aggression from the Lin family towards the Lu family at this juncture would invite severe repercussions from the sect. Thus, the Lin family not only refrained from taking action against the Lu family, but also had to ensure their safety. For this Lingdan conference, the Lin family sent Lin Yan, who had previously accompanied Lin Jishou, before Zhou Luo's emergence. Lin Yan had always been nurtured by Lin Jishou as a disciple at his side. Unfortunately, Lin Jishou later took a liking to the more talented Zhou Luo. As for Lin Yan, he possessed talent of his own and, through years of diligent effort, had achieved the rank of a mid-tier alchemist. This year's Spirit Pill Conference, being the second of its kind, saw less fierce competition. However, Lin Yan still failed to secure a position among the top 5. What astonished everyone the most was that the top 5 were not all claimed by the Longshan clan. Instead, an 18-year-old young alchemist made an appearance on the list. It had been decades since a candidate from outside the Longshan clan had entered the ranks of the Immortal sect. The emergence of this young alchemist immediately captured everyone's attention. The 5 prominent Longshan families hastily extended olive branches, hoping to recruit him into their lineage. Ultimately, the young alchemist chose to join the Lin family, much to the dismay of the other 4 Longshan clans. With Lin Jia already boasting a prodigy like Zhou Luo, the addition of this promising talent raised concerns about the Lin family's potential to overshadow the other 4 clans in the realm of alchemy. This incited a palpable sense of crisis among the 4 Longshan families. Chapter 129. Harmony. Zhou Luo remained oblivious to the affairs of the Ling Dan society. For the past few days, he had been engrossed in the study of windless steps and the refinement of his physical form. Although he had yet to attain the 5th level of Qi training, he could still delve into the initial phases of the technique. The 5th level serves as a pivotal threshold primarily due to the transformation of the Qi Si and Dantian. Prior to reaching the 5th level, the Qi Si and Dantian could only accommodate a volume akin to that of a volleyball, thereby limiting the individual's reservoir of spiritual energy. In everyday circumstances, this was sufficient for concocting elixirs and setting up formations. However, the consumption of spiritual energy during combat is exceedingly daunting, and most cultivators below the 5th level find it challenging to sustain prolonged battles, often exhausting themselves after merely a few strikes. This explains why many practitioners below the 5th level are reluctant to pursue combat techniques. In a strict sense, windless steps is not a combat technique, but rather a method of movement. Unlike the 5-element sword technique, which he could still practice despite being at the 4th level of Qi training, Zhou Luo felt invigorated after completing another session of body refinement. He was brimming with energy, and if he continued at this pace, he would achieve the 3rd stage of physical refinement after 3 or 4 more sessions. As he stepped outside, Lin Lan approached him with a look of concern, presenting him with a cup of spiritual tea. Once a maidservant to Lin Qinghan, she had become Zhou Luo's consort due to Linda's arrangements and had borne him a daughter. Typically, her presence was subtle, though she held the status of a concubine. Her demeanor remained unchanged from her days as a servant. "My husband, I heard that body refinement is quite arduous, is it not?" Lin Lan inquired curiously. "With gains come losses," Zhou Luo replied, lifting the tea and savoring it, a wave of warmth flooding his body, filling him with comfort. "But my husband, you are already an alchemist. Do you still need to refine your body?" Lin Lan's expression reflected her confusion. Zhou Luo smiled lightly. "A myriad of skills is never a burden. I practice to be prepared for any eventuality." "Ah, I see," Lin Lan pondered thoughtfully. "Come, let us have our meal." Zhou Luo took her hand, guiding her downstairs. In the dining hall, everyone had mostly gathered. A few little ones were fixated on the sumptuous feast laid out before them, their eyes wide with anticipation. Had they not been restrained by their mother, they would have likely pounced upon the food. Little Chang'an stood obediently on his chair, and upon seeing Zhou Luo, his face lit up with joy. "Daddy's here. Daddy, Daddy." The other children chimed in unison, their voices as lively as sparrows outside, creating a delightful cacophony. Zhou Luo settled between Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian, chuckling. "You need not wait for me. I am so hungry that I could drool just from the sight of the food." The mention of his name caused Zhou Changshu to panic, hastily wiping away the drool from his mouth with his tiny hands. "You little rascal," Lin Zier scolded playfully, pulling out a handkerchief. The others erupted into laughter. "My husband, eat this, it is nourishing." On Zhou Luo's left, Lin Shi smiled as she picked up a piece of spiritual beast meat and placed it in his bowl. "Sister Shi, you still want to nourish my husband? Have you given any thought to our feelings as sisters?" Lin Yi held Xiao Shi in her arms, her eyes sparkling with laughter. This remark elicited another round of chuckles. "Be careful, Yi. If you continue to be so cheeky, your husband might just discipline you," Lin Shi teased playfully, feigning a threat. Lin Yi tilted her head, her gaze flirtatious as she asked, "O husband, how do you intend to discipline me?" Zhou Luo smiled warmly at her and replied, "Why don't you take a guess?" Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Lin Yi quickly recoiled. "The children are present. Let us eat," Lin Jinxian interjected, sitting upright. Though she was 6 months pregnant, she still commanded the same authority as before. As she spoke, Lin Yi dared not utter another word and promptly picked up her bowl. The lively dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. Under the night sky, Zhou Luo strolled with Lin Shi through the estate. "This place is even more comfortable than I imagined," Lin Shi said, leaning against his arm. Having been here for a year, her fondness for conversation made her acutely aware of the warm hospitality and harmonious interactions among everyone, all of whom had delightful personalities. Zhou Luo chuckled and then inquired, "Has the family head put any pressure on you?" Leaning against him, Lin Shi smiled gently. "Are you referring to my grandfather asking me to send messages? You always seem to know my thoughts." Zhou Luo laughed lightly, choosing to be candid. "Rest assured, it's merely trivial matters. I understand you have your own ideas. I want to interfere or hinder you. The moment I wed you, I was destined to be tied to you, so whatever you choose to do, I will support you." Under the moonlight, Lin Shi gazed at him with a sweet smile and bright eyes full of affection. Zhou Luo paused, turned to face her, and said earnestly, "Everything I do is for this family." With that, he leaned down to kiss her. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, and the breeze is gentle. Bathed in the soft lunar glow, the entwined couple became a breathtaking tableau. Later that evening, Zhou Luo led Lin Shi back to the main hall. Inside, little Chang'an and a few other children were gathered around Xiaobai, each perched on chairs, their heads held high, eyes glazed with wonder, grinning foolishly, and some even dancing with delight. Xiaobai had grown to a length of 40 centimeters, lazily sprawled across the table, emanating a soft white glow. Beneath that radiant light, waves of power flowed through the air, filling the children's minds with immersive illusions. Since consuming the snow heart fruit, Xiaobai's ability to manipulate illusions had markedly improved, making its enchanting displays a staple after-meal activity for the children. Various whimsical and delightful scenes unfolded before their eyes, bringing them immense joy. Zhou Luo chose not to awaken the children, knowing that the illusions would neither harm them nor hinder their spiritual development. He took Lin Shi upstairs. 3 months later, Lin Shi successfully conceived. Congratulations to the host for their relentless efforts, successfully enabling their partner to conceive and earning a chance to draw a lottery. Once again, the opportunity for a draw has arisen. Zhou Luo embarks on a new round of the lottery. Accompanied by a swiftly moving golden orb, it eventually settles in another area. Once again, it is a different space. Previously, in this very region, he had drawn a year of cultivation. What shall it be this time? Could it possibly be a decade's worth of cultivation? Zhou Luo's anticipation swells with such thoughts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring innate qi. The reward has been automatically deposited into the host's inventory. Please check it. To his astonishment, it is indeed innate qi. Zhou Luo's spirit is momentarily shaken. This substance could be perfectly suited for Xiao Changhuan. After all, given that Zhou Changhuan possesses a 6th-grade spiritual root, the addition of innate qi would undoubtedly elevate future achievements, potentially leading to the foundational establishment. Although this reward holds little significance for himself, Zhou Luo remains thoroughly satisfied. Tomorrow, he will bestow this innate qi upon Xiao Changhuan. Chapter 130. A new disciple joins. The following day, Zhou Luo carried the little Zhou Changhuan into his room. The tiny infant, now just over 2 months old, gazed at him with a pair of curious, wide eyes, neither crying nor fussing. Zhou Luo utilized the innate energy he had drawn the previous night. A pure and mysterious force entered the body of the young Changhuan, emanating a brilliant white light. As the white light flickered, Zhou Luo distinctly sensed an inexplicable aura emerging within the child, quietly resting in his energy Si and Dantian, imperceptible without a careful examination. At this moment, this strand of innate energy held little significance for Changhuan. It would only become meaningful once he officially commenced his cultivation, allowing him to comprehend and harness this power. Much like Zhou Chang'an, he could utilize this innate energy to enhance his perception of spiritual essence, among other abilities. Having accomplished this, he returned to the room, gently placing the child beside Bai Jian's bed. "My dear, where have you taken our child?" Bai Jian inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much, just gifted him something precious," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. Upon leaving the room, He intended to continue his cultivation in the spiritual vein, with 4 wives currently expecting, and a full 10 months remaining until their agreed departure. He needed to hasten his advancement to the 5th level of qi cultivation for self-preservation. However, just as he stepped outside, he received a summons from his master. In Shochuan Hall, Lin Jisho sat at the head of the hall, his expression beaming with delight. Clad in a white alchemist's robe, recently, his spirits had soared due to the acquisition of a remarkably gifted disciple. Contemplating this disciple's performance at the alchemy conference, alongside that of his own eldest disciple's formidable talent, Lin Jisho envisioned the Lin family standing at the pinnacle of the 5 great immortal clans a century hence. Before long, Zhou Luo entered the hall. As he stepped inside, he noticed a young man seated humbly to the lower right of Lin Jisho. The youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, his clear gaze cast downward in a posture of utmost humility. Dressed in a light blue alchemist's robe, Master, Zhou Luo greeted Lin Jisho with a respectful nod. Seeing his beloved disciple, Lin Jisho cheerfully remarked, "Qingshu, why do you not greet your elder brother?" At these words, the youth promptly rose, bowing deeply and clasping his hands in reverence. "Elder brother." Zhou Luo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. When did Master take on another disciple? "My child, this is my newly accepted disciple, named Song Qingshu. You two should become well acquainted," Lin Jisho slowly explained. Song Qingshu. Zhou Luo suddenly found the name somewhat familiar. Was this not a renowned character from a novel in his previous life? Hearing this name, he experienced a surreal sense of fiction bleeding into reality. Shortly thereafter, he learned through Lin Jisho that this youth, Song Qingshu, was a loose cultivator who, by sheer coincidence, had stumbled upon an ancient alchemical text. Embarking on the path of alchemy, remarkably gifted, he had self-studied to successfully enter the realm of alchemy, ultimately being fortunate enough to be discovered by an elder of a celestial sect who imparted further alchemical knowledge to him. Regarding the decision not to accept him as a disciple, it was solely due to the inferior quality of his spiritual root, which was classified as the lowest grade, the 9th tier. Subsequently, Song Qingshu utilized the ancient texts left by that elder to attend this year's Elixir Conference, successfully securing an opportunity to study within the Immortal sect. His remarkable talent naturally attracted the attention of the 5 prominent families of longevity, ultimately leading Song Qingshu to choose to join the Lin family. Such a promising alchemical prodigy was naturally taken under the wing of Lin Jisho. During this time, Zhou Luo remained at the estate, unaware of these developments. Once he became acquainted with the context, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you have already met your senior brothers, Qingshu, please continue with your alchemy," Lin Jisho gestured. "Yes, master." Song Qingshu replied with a bow before taking his leave. Once he departed, Lin Jisho turned his attention back to Zhou Luo. "Disciple, I summoned you today to inform you that in due time, I will be taking Qingshu and other members of the family to study at the Qingyuan sect. With the conclusion of this Elixir Conference, the time to pursue studies at the Immortal sect has arrived." Unsurprisingly, Lin Jisho was the preferred candidate for this journey. "Master, please be cautious on your way." Zhou Luo expressed concern from his seat in the round chair. Lin Jisho smiled faintly. "What is there to be cautious about? Is there anyone bold enough to act against the Lin family? Instead, it is you who must exercise caution in these recent times." Zhou Luo looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lin Jisho's expression turned serious. "Recently, the shadow of the Hahuan sect has resurfaced in Maple Leaf City, likely seeking revenge against our Lin family. Over a year ago, remnants of the Hahuan sect wreaked havoc in Maple Leaf City, resulting in the death of Elder Lin Guanping. It was only under Lin Xuanfeng's leadership that they were finally expelled. However, just days ago, several women in the city went missing. After a thorough investigation by Lin Xianfeng, it became evident that the Hahuan sect was involved. The once dormant Hahuan sect is re-emerging, clearly intent on avenging past grievances. Hence, all important members of the family have been forbidden from going out to prevent falling victim to their malicious schemes." Lin Jisho summoned Zhou Luo to caution him against venturing outside. "Master, I plan to enter seclusion for a breakthrough during this period, so you need not worry." Zhou Luo replied honestly. As long as the Lin family stands strong, residing in the core area of the spiritual vein, he would remain unaffected. "You are aiming for another breakthrough?" Lin Jisho expressed his astonishment. He recalled that his disciple had only a 9th tier spiritual root when he left the Immortal sect. Zhou Luo was merely at the 4th level of qi cultivation. How could he have progressed so rapidly? Such speed rivaled that of cultivators with mid-tier spiritual roots. Master. Not yet. I am simply putting in the effort, Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. Lin Jishou paid little heed to this, merely advising, cultivation is indeed commendable, but do not neglect alchemy. One must not indulge oneself for the sake of beauty. He had heard that Zhou Luo's concubine was again with child. Matters of intimacy inherently disrupt the balance of yin and yang, and prolonged indulgence would be detrimental to cultivation. Zhou Luo embodies the hope of the Lin family's alchemical endeavors. As his mentor, Lin Jishou can only strive to caution him against becoming overly engrossed in his pursuits. Zhou Luo comprehends his intent and can only nod in agreement. When the time comes for my departure, I will be unable to look after you. Take this spirit talisman. Lin Jishou extended his right hand, and a glimmer of spiritual light flickered before a yellow talisman materialized, hovering in the air. With a gentle gesture, he sent the talisman to rest upon Zhou Luo's desk. This talisman, known as the Xian Tu talisman, upon activation, conjures a domain of mystical earth light, impervious even to cultivators at the 8th level of qi refinement. Lin Jishou elucidated. As a first-tier talisman master, Zhou Luo requires no further explanation regarding the talisman's function. In truth, he had intended to craft a few of these first-tier, top-grade talismans for his personal use. Regrettably, the materials required for such talismans are exceedingly rare and expensive, which is why he had not pursued them thus far. To his astonishment, his mentor has chosen to bestow upon him a premier talisman. Master, this is far too precious. Zhou Luo began to protest. Spare your words. Simply accept it, Lin Jishou interjected decisively. Reluctantly, Zhou Luo accepted the gift, rising to perform a solemn bow. Thank you, Master, for your generosity. This expression was heartfelt. If one were to consider who treated him best within the entire Lin family, it would undeniably be Lin Jishou, his mentor. Ever since their paths crossed through alchemy, this mentor has shown him a unique favoritism. Whether it was overcoming numerous obstacles to accept him as a disciple, the resolute stance taken upon learning of his expedition to the spirit mine, or now, the gifting of a premier talisman, all have deeply moved Zhou Luo. Go now, but do not neglect your cultivation, Lin Jishou remarked. Having conveyed all necessary instructions as he raised his hand, Zhou Luo bowed once more before departing the hall. Chapter 131. The schemes of the Hahuan sect in a modest dwelling nestled within an alley on the southern street of Maple Leaf City. An emaciated old man sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, his frail form emanating a faint glimmer as he immersed himself in meditation. Beside him, on a simple bed, lay a strikingly beautiful woman. Suddenly, a gentle knocking echoed from the door. Enter, the old man replied indifferently, his murky eyes fluttering open. A middle-aged man clad in black respectfully stepped into the room, bowing deeply as he spoke. Master, everything is proceeding according to plan. Indeed, the old man responded curtly, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, have you gathered all the necessary information? Master, we have successfully ascertained the route they will take to the Immortal sect. The middle-aged man replied, his head bowed in humble submission. Good. A glimmer of malevolence flickered across the old man's aged visage as he smirked. It is time for the Lin family to witness the consequences of provoking the Hahuan sect. The old man, known as Lu Fuchen, hailed from the Hahuan sect and possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. He was one of the elders of the sect and also the master of Zhao Yuan. It was under his guidance that certain disciples of the Hahuan sect had once sought to seize control of Maple Leaf City and eradicate the Lin family. Unfortunately, centuries had passed, and the foundational strength of these long-lived families had far surpassed those days. Although the Hahuan sect had once basked in the glory of the Immortal sect, their decline had resulted in a significant loss of power, leading to their expulsion from the city by the Lin family. In addition to the Lin family, Lu Fuchen had previously attempted to invade the Lu family in Qingtian City, only to suffer a similar defeat. This was why, during the last Spiritual Pill Conference, the Lu family not only withdrew from the event, but also relinquished their bid for the newly discovered spiritual mine. Lu Fuchen had initially hoped to target the Lin family, perceiving them as an easy mark, yet fate had dealt him another setback. Among the 5 great long-lived families, the Lin family was the weakest. If they could not overcome even them, the Hahuan sect's aspirations of restoring its former glory would be rendered impossible. After a year of silence, the undeterred Lu Fuchen resolved to take action once more. The middle-aged man, sensing the murderous intent, cast his gaze downward, a bitter expression crossing his face. He could empathize with his master's desire to rejuvenate the sect, yet he pondered the repercussions of their arrogance if it attracted the ire of the Immortal sect. They were no longer the Hahuan sect of old. Even he, a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, could serve as an elder, highlighting the current frailty of their sect. Master, what if this incites the Qingyuan sect? The middle-aged man could not refrain from asking. Humph. What can a mere Qingyuan sect do? Lu Fuchen scoffed dismissively. Despite his bravado, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them and the Qingyuan sect, which prompted him to add, our target is the women of the Lin family. Only by acquiring a sufficient number of women with spiritual roots can our sect continue to flourish. By then, even if the Qingyuan sect discovers our actions, we will have long since fled, leaving them powerless. Furthermore, with the Lin family suffering a significant loss of their clan members, they will undoubtedly be unable to sustain their hold over this city a century from now, at which point it shall fall into the hands of the Hahuan sect. The more they spoke, the more excited Lu Fuchen became, as if he could already envision the revival of the Hahuan sect under his command. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man finally felt at ease. Yes, go prepare quickly. When the time comes and you are in the city, be sure to exercise caution and do not let that Lin Xianfeng catch wind of it. Lu Fuchen waved his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man bowed and took his leave. Subsequently, Lu Fuchen turned his gaze toward the woman who lay asleep on the bed, his expression one of disdain. This woman was an ordinary person, and to him, who practiced the art of yin-yang cultivation, she offered little enhancement to his strength. If he could capture all the women of Lin who possessed spiritual roots, then his hopes of foundation establishment would be within reach. Upon returning from Shochuan Hall, Zhou Luo informed his numerous wives and concubines about the affairs of the Hahuan sect and urged them to refrain from venturing outside during this period. At the same time, he remained apprehensive about the possibility of the incident involving Bai Jian being abducted happening again. Therefore, he subsequently collaborated with Su Changxing to set up several mid-grade defensive formations. Upon witnessing formations that had only appeared in ancient tomes, Su Changxing's gaze toward Zhou Luo shifted in surprise. He never anticipated that his counterpart was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed such a vast repertoire of knowledge, even being familiar with the layout of such obscure formations. In an instant, he was once again struck with awe, igniting a desire to seek mentorship. He felt an overwhelming urge to inquire where Zhou Luo had acquired such knowledge. However, knowing the gravity of the matter, he refrained from asking directly, as discovery could lead to calamity rather than fortune. Thus, Su Changxing remained silent, humbly seeking guidance on other matters during this time. When the moment felt right, Zhou Luo proceeded to the core region of the spiritual vein-blessed land. On the 10th day of his entry into the core area, Lin Jishou, accompanied by the selected disciples of his family, steered the immense flying vessel toward the Immortal sect. To prevent any ambush from the Hahuan sect along the way, the family had deliberately assigned a substantial number of personnel to this vessel, even bringing along an elder. After all, the young disciples aboard represented the family's hopes, and no mishap could be tolerated. Aboard the flying vessel, Lin Jishou was engaged in conversation with Elder Lin Guangming. The Hahuan sect truly is a resilient entity, like a centipede that does not die easily, Lin Guangming remarked with distaste as he gazed at the scenery ahead. There is no denying that although their cultivation methods violate the natural order, they provide rapid advancements, naturally attracting many, Lin Jishou replied, shaking his head slightly. Master, please have some tea. At that moment, Song Qingshu brought forth 2 cups of spiritual tea. Observing this newly accepted disciple, Lin Jishou smiled as he accepted the tea. Ultimately, they are merely a pack of rats in the gutters. After a century, my Lin family will flourish, and they will be powerless. Lin Guangming echoed, indeed. Whether it be the third miss, Zhou Luo, or Qingshu, they all represent the hopes of our family's resurgence. After saying this, he took the spiritual tea and sipped it lightly. Quite good. Elder, I believe you are mistaken, suddenly interjected the respectfully postured Song Qingshu. Oh, how so? Lin Guangming gazed at him with a gentle smile. The events of a century hence are uncertain, thus I believe it prudent to exercise caution. Song Qingshu lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with intensity, and earnestly replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Guangming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. You are right. One must not take things for granted, for that can lead to missteps. Qingshu, one must not be disrespectful to Elder 8. Lin Jishou interjected solemnly from the side. Song Qingshu quickly lowered his head. I apologize, Elder 8. No harm done. No harm done. Such thoughts are essential for the enduring prosperity of our Lin family. Lin Guangming remarked nonchalantly. Suddenly, at that moment, a series of piercing sounds shattered the air. Dozens of crystalline, razor-sharp blades materialized mid-air, their ferocity palpable, hurtling towards the individuals aboard the flying vessel. Enemy attack. Someone shouted urgently. Chapter 132. The crisis of the Lin family. No one anticipated that the journey to the Immortal sect for study would be marred by an attack. When dozens of luminous blades descended upon them, many were caught off guard. However, Lin Jishou and Lin Guangming reacted swiftly. They simultaneously unleashed their powers, channeling spiritual energy into the defense mechanism of their flying vessel. Instantly, the immense craft radiated a brilliant light, forming a protective barrier. The blades collided against the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds, yet the vessel remained utterly unscathed. Ahead, a piercing shriek echoed as a colossal bird swooped down, carrying none other than Lu Fuchen and several disciples from the Hahuan sect. Additionally, other flying vessels rose from the ground, encircling them completely. Upon recognizing their adversaries, Lin Guangming's expression shifted, and he said with a fierce tone, Lu Fuchen, you truly never give up. Lu Fuchen stood hunched, hands clasped behind his back, and coldly retorted, You Lin family have slain so many of my disciples. Surely, it is permissible for me to reclaim a few in return. At this declaration, the young men and women aboard the vessel, unaccustomed to such a tense situation, displayed signs of panic. You think you can? Lin Jishou responded boldly, unperturbed. With the defense array of this giant vessel in place, he felt no trepidation regarding the impending siege. Of course, it is not solely reliant on me, Lu Fuchen said, revealing a sinister smile. Boom. In the next instant, a resounding crash erupted from within the vessel. All eyes turned towards the source of the noise, and they were astonished to see that the defense mechanism had been destroyed. As the brilliance faded, the pale visage of Song Qingshu came into view, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the two elders. Elder 8, I warned you to be cautious. The two elders were struck with terror, and Lin Jishou's fury reached a boiling point. You are one of the Hahuan sect? Song Qingshu remained silent, but suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, escalating from the initial 3rd level of Qi training to the 6th level in an instant. A wave of white spiritual energy emanated from him as he charged outward. Stop him, Lin Guangming shouted. The guards aboard the vessel immediately sprang into action, attempting to obstruct his advance. Meanwhile, with the protective shield now gone, the other Hahuan sect disciples surged forward, attacking the group. Lin Jishou and Lin Guangming intended to pursue Song Qingshu, but Lu Fuchen had already taken action. He extended his hand, unleashing a crimson light that cleaved through the skies, infused with terrifying force, aimed directly at the group of young disciples. The two had no choice but to turn and defend against the assault. Yet, as they mobilized their spiritual energy, a momentary stagnation occurred, causing their expressions to change dramatically. The spiritual tea was tainted. Indeed, Song Qingshu had poisoned their spiritual tea. To avoid detection, the poison was subtle and minimal, merely sufficient to hinder the flow of their spiritual energy. But that was already enough. Without hesitation, Lin Jishou crushed a yellow talisman. It was a family communication talisman. Once shattered, the family would instantly be made aware of their impending crisis. Simultaneously, Lin Guangming lunged towards the crimson light, forcibly channeling his energy to conjure a cerulean water column. A torrent of water cascaded heavily upon the crimson radiance, shattering it into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Fuchen remained unperturbed, laughing heartily. Do you seek assistance? I fear that the Lin family is too preoccupied with their own troubles at this moment. What do you mean by that? Lin Jishou demanded sharply. Nothing of consequence, merely that your esteemed disciple has been poisoned, Lu Fuchen replied. Lin Jishou's expression hardened, realization dawning that he had unwittingly invited disaster into his midst. At that moment, Lu Fuchen charged forward, a formidable presence at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. capable of unleashing tremendous force with a mere gesture. Seeking death, Lin Zhisho bellowed, his aura surging violently. Lu Fuchen's complexion shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Lin Zhisho to possess such a cultivation level, as it was absent from his intelligence reports. Lin Guangming, upon sensing Lin Zhisho's 9th-level Qi aura, felt a flicker of hope. It seemed that the situation might still turn in their favor. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Hehuan sect sprang into action, and the guards aboard the flying vessel began to channel their spiritual energy to confront the adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The two factions clashed fiercely. Fortunately, the number of guards accompanying them to the Immortal sect surpassed that of the Hehuan sect. Otherwise, without a defensive formation, they would have been no match for their opponents. On the other side, despite Lin Zhisho's 9th-level cultivation, he had evidently only recently broken through and, being poisoned, was no match for Lu Fuchen. Thus, Lin Guangming was compelled to join him in the battle. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family, just as Lin Zhisho and his companions departed, a grave incident erupted within the family. Several cultivators were afflicted with severe vomiting and weakness, displaying symptoms of poisoning. Initially, this was a minor issue, not widely disseminated. However, as time passed, an increasing number of family members exhibited similar ailments, prompting the family to realize something was amiss. Lin Xianfeng took it upon himself to investigate, ultimately discovering that all items within the family's goods building had been poisoned, particularly the food supplies, which bore multiple toxins. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the family, igniting widespread panic. After all, the goods from the building were circulated among every family member, implying that everyone could potentially be poisoned. Most alarmingly, the family's alchemists found themselves powerless against these toxins. They could only use detoxification pills to temporarily suppress the effects, but could not completely neutralize the poison. In the family patriarch's courtyard, Lin Tianxiong sat upon the throne in the grand hall, radiating authority as he gazed down at Lin Xianfeng. "What is the status?" he inquired. "We have not ascertained the full details, but it is undoubtedly the work of the Hehuan sect," Lin Xianfeng stated with unwavering certainty. "And what of it?" "I require a solution," he replied sternly. Knowing that the Hehuan sect was behind the poison was inconsequential. The immediate priority was to concoct detoxification pills swiftly, otherwise, the situation would only escalate. "I have already dispatched a message to the 6th elder," Lin Xianfeng informed him. No sooner had he spoken than a streak of light pierced the air, landing outside the grand hall, and a figure swiftly entered. It was none other than the 10th elder, Lin Zhe. He is the head of the family's logistics, and with such a significant incident occurring, he cannot escape responsibility. "Father, we have received a distress signal from the 6th elder," Lin Zhe said anxiously. Lin Tianxiong abruptly rose, his voice stern. "What? Such a ruthless scheme," Lin Xianfeng quietly remarked. Then looked up at Lin Tianxiong. "Patriarch, I will take the guards to provide assistance. Since this poisoning incident transpired within the family, the guards residing outside have fortunately been spared the calamity. But what if this is a ploy to draw us out?" Lin Tianxiong replied coldly. "Although the poison is not fatal, it has compromised the family's defensive strength. If the sect of harmonious affection were to launch a surprise attack now, it would be exceedingly difficult to fend them off without the guards. Moreover, as soon as the poisoning incident came to light, numerous disturbances caused by the sect of harmonious affection erupted within the city. Were it not for the guards maintaining order, the city would have descended into chaos long ago. This is precisely the design of Lu Fuchen. He aims to ensnare the Lin family in a dilemma. Under such circumstances, should the Lin family dare to send out personnel, the city would undoubtedly suffer plunder by other disciples of the sect. There is even the concern that they might target the Lin family directly. In the face of the family's safety, Lin Tianxiong could not afford to gamble. Yet at this moment, Lin Xianfeng spoke with grave seriousness. "Patriarch, whether the 6th elder and the 8th elder live or die is of little consequence. But do not forget that there are other young members of the family aboard the airship. They represent the hope of our Lin family. Even if the sect of harmonious affection chooses to invade at this juncture, safeguarding them is of utmost importance. If the Lin family were to perish, as long as these hopes remain, we can rise again. Furthermore, we still possess the guardian array. The sect of harmonious affection cannot breach it in the short term. As for Maple Leaf City, we can no longer afford to concern ourselves with it." His words resonated with conviction, carrying an undeniable tone. Lin Tianxiong furrowed his brows deeply. After a prolonged silence, he ultimately made a decision, addressing Lin Zhe, activate the Guardian Array. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianfeng understood immediately and transformed into a streak of light, departing the Grand Hall. Ordinarily, flying at high altitudes is strictly prohibited within the family, as it is deemed disrespectful. However, at this moment, no one had the luxury to adhere to such rules. Everyone was confined indoors, awaiting the family's next command. The instant Lin Xianfeng departed, countless beams of light shot up from all directions of the Lin family, ultimately converging to form a luminous protective dome enveloping the entirety of the family estate. Chapter 133. Detoxification in Maple Leaf City. The once bustling streets have now descended into chaos. Lu Fuchen's disciple, a middle-aged man, stands atop a certain building, observing the Lin family's cultivators attempting to maintain order below, with a cold smile etched upon his face. Let us see how you choose this time, he muses. In the residence of the public security hall, Lin Xianfeng immediately summoned all the team leaders of the hall. Upon learning that they were to depart from Maple Leaf City, a commotion ensued among the team leaders. Hall Master, if we leave now, the city will undoubtedly fall prey to invaders, one questioned. Presently, disciples of the Hehuan sect have appeared throughout Maple Leaf City, with even some family shops being affected. If they were to abandon the city at this critical juncture, the Lin family would suffer tremendous losses. I am the Hall Master, Lin Xianfeng replied, his expression dark and voice icy as he glared at the speaker. The others exchanged glances, uncertain. Lin Fei, you will remain with 2 teams. The rest of you, gather your people. Before they could voice further objections, Lin Xianfeng had already produced 3 flying boats and cast them onto the ground. Observing the flying boats and the ominous gaze of their leader, the group dared not hesitate and promptly descended. Meanwhile, within the family, Lin Tianxiong convened a council of elders. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, only 5 elders were present. Do you have any solutions? Lin Tianxiong scanned the 5 men, inquiring solemnly. The nature of this poison is exceedingly peculiar. Since our family's alchemists are unable to concoct an antidote, we find ourselves at an impasse, the 3rd elder lamented. Lacking a poison master, the family could not discern the properties of the toxin and could only rely on antidotes for relief. Should the antidote fail, they would be left without recourse. Lin Tianxiong furrowed his brow, his countenance cold and silent. Patriarch, I have suddenly thought of someone, Lin Guangshuan spoke up. Who? Lin Tianxiong asked immediately. Zhou Luo. Lin Guangshuan leaned back against his chair, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this name, the others present displayed expressions of confusion. Lin Guangshuan continued. The symptoms of this poisoning seem reminiscent of the previous incident at the spirit mine. Perhaps he possesses a solution. The others exchanged glances, their hearts uncertain. After all, if even the family's alchemists were at a loss, could he truly resolve the issue? Having finished his statement, Lin Guangshuan fell silent, leaving the decision in Lin Tianxiong's hands. Zaire, make the arrangements. If he truly has a solution, provide him with your full assistance, Lin Tianxiong finally declared. Understood. Lin Zhe promptly replied, rising to leave. In the core area of the spiritual vein, Zhou Luo, having just consumed a gathering spirit pill, was seated in meditation. Zhou Luo, the 10th elder is seeking you, a voice called from outside the training room. Seeking me? Zhou Luo pondered, intrigued. Given that they had come to find him during his seclusion, it must be of great significance. He stood and exited the training room. Lin Zhe had been waiting outside the building. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, his face broke into a broad smile as he hurried forward. Son-in-law, you have finally emerged. Come with me. Esteemed father-in-law, where are we headed? Zhou Luo inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. To procure an antidote, we shall discuss it en route. Lin Zhe replied, pulling him along. The mere mention of an antidote sent a shiver down Zhou Luo's spine, a chill creeping along his back. Had his identity as a poison master been uncovered? Fortunately, through Lin Zhe's elucidation, he grasped the gravity of circumstances surrounding his family. Esteemed father-in-law, I must first visit Zhou Garden, Zhou Luo declared promptly. Having learned the details, he was deeply concerned for the wives and concubines residing there. Given the widespread nature of the poison's dissemination, Lin Zhe initially intended for him to attend to the critically afflicted cultivators. Yet upon witnessing Zhou Luo's resolute demeanor, he hesitated momentarily before conceding. Very well, I shall accompany you. Before long, the two arrived at Zhou Garden. As anticipated, signs of poisoning were evident within, particularly affecting Lin Lan and several children, whose ordinary constitutions rendered the symptoms especially pronounced. Chaos reigned throughout Zhou Garden, with no apparent solutions in sight. "Master Zhou, you have finally arrived," Su Chongxing greeted, initially intending to use a familiar address, but quickly altering his words upon noticing Lin Zai's esteemed presence. "I am aware of the situation. I shall take a look," Zhou Luo replied succinctly, proceeding directly to the main building. Inside, several women were in a flurry, cradling pale-faced children, their expressions fraught with anxiety and concern. Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Lin Jinxian, possessing slightly higher cultivation levels, were continuously channeling spiritual energy in an attempt to alleviate the children's distress. If the poison had afflicted them, it might have been bearable. However, the frail constitutions of the children rendered them particularly vulnerable. Even if the toxin was not lethal, the resulting symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea were torturous enough. The mothers, filled with sorrow, had reddened eyes as they ceaselessly comforted their children, their hearts racing with fear of any misfortune. Upon Zhou Luo's arrival, the women simultaneously rose, their faces alight with surprise. In that moment, they seemed to glimpse a ray of hope amidst the darkness, their previously despairing expressions transforming into ones of joy. "Let me take a look," Zhou Luo said, hastening to the side of little Chang'an, channeling his spiritual energy. The others, their faces etched with anxiety, fixated their gazes upon him, silently praying for his success. Before long, Zhou Luo discerned the source of the poison. It was a high-grade toxin, similar in nature to the one he encountered beneath the spirit mine, albeit with differing effects. Having identified the poison, Zhou Luo exhaled in relief, gently caressing little Chang'an's pale visage. "Dear Chang'an, fear not. Father will heal you." Fortunately, the toxin's potency was not severe, and the duration of exposure had been brief. Otherwise, these children might have faced dire peril. Little Chang'an weakly responded. After entrusting little Chang'an to Lin Xinghan, Zhou Luo turned to Lin Zai, saying, "Esteemed father-in-law, this poison appears to be quite similar to the last." "That is splendid news. Can we concoct an antidote?" Lin Zai exclaimed, visibly elated. "I must conduct further research," Zhou Luo replied, feigning difficulty. If an antidote were to be concocted in an instant, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Given that this poison does not pose a lethal threat, a slight delay should be manageable. "Very well, I shall take you to see others," Lin Zai declared decisively. In light of the gravity of the situation, his anxiety surpassed that of anyone else, as he was solely focused on resolving the matter swiftly. "My esteemed father-in-law, please conduct your research here. I must ensure the safety of my wife and children," Zhou Luo stated. "Of course, as long as you have a direction, I will immediately make arrangements. Whatever you require. Do not hesitate to express it," Lin Zai readily concurred. If he could successfully produce the antidote, even if Zhou Luo insisted on concocting it within the Master's chambers, it was likely that his father would remain silent. "All right, esteemed father-in-law, please procure these medicinal herbs for me." Zhou Luo listed several types of herbs. These were all necessary for the previous concoction, and even if disclosed, the family would not harbor doubts. Lin Zai diligently noted the herbs and promptly made the necessary arrangements. Once he departed, Zhou Luo turned to his wife and children. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." His words allowed the women to relax, their previously tense spirits finally finding solace. Chapter 134. Breaking the impasse. Half an hour later, Lin Zai summoned all the alchemists of the family to the courtyard, bringing with them a plethora of medicinal herbs. "How is it, my esteemed son-in-law?" he inquired as he entered the main building, observing Zhou Luo feigning a study of toxins. "Esteemed father-in-law, it will take approximately another half hour," Zhou Luo replied deliberately. "Very well, do expedite the process. The city has descended into chaos." Lin Zai exhaled a sigh of relief. Ever since Lin Xianfeng had reassigned most of the guards from the Order of Public Safety, leaving only 2 small squads behind, they proved utterly incapable of curbing the rampant assaults by the disciples of the Hahuan sect. In just half an hour, many family enterprises had already suffered. Smaller establishments were plundered entirely, while larger ones, such as the auction house, still had family guards defending them, though their endurance was waning. Outside the main building, the other alchemists were engaged in fervent discussion. "Do you think Zhou Luo can truly succeed in his research?" one questioned. "I have my doubts. The toxicity is exceedingly peculiar. I believe he is capable. I noticed his extraordinary talent in this regard back at the spirit mine. Are you suggesting he possesses a talent for poison crafting? Given that alchemy and poison crafting are closely related, and with our family lacking a single poison master, we find ourselves severely constrained when facing poison. I think he is worth nurturing. The opinions among the alchemists varied greatly. As Lindsay emerged, they immediately fell silent. Elder 10, what is the status? An elderly man stepped forward to inquire. It will take another half hour. Prepare yourselves. Once he completes his research, we will commence the refining process immediately, Lindsay instructed. Meanwhile, Lin Jishou and his company, having been ambushed, were in dire straits. The suddenness of the attack, compounded by the presence of an insider, had led to substantial losses. Several family cultivators fell in battle, while the remainder fought desperately. At this moment, the battleground had shifted from the air to the ground. The massive flying vessel, besieged by the disciples of the Huan sect, was on the verge of collapse, losing power. The young heirs of the family aboard the vessel huddled in the center, trembling in fear. Most were at a cultivation level below the 5th layer of qi refining, and even those with some combat prowess had never witnessed such a scene, lacking the courage to fight back. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Huan sect exuded a spirit of valor, dominating the skies. In the air, Lu Fuqin was locked in fierce combat with Lin Jishou and Lin Guangming. He laughed maniacally, his sword dancing like a dragon, exquisite and relentless, forcing the two to retreat continuously. Stop fighting like trapped beasts, he proclaimed with an air of confidence etched on his aged face. The two remained silent, unleashing their spiritual energy with abandon. They understood well that if the young heirs aboard the vessel were captured, the Lin family would endure a devastating blow, one from which they might not recover for a century. The only solace for Lin Jishou was that Zhou Luo and Lin Xin had not accompanied them. On the ground, Lin family cultivators continued to fall. Originally, a score of guards had been reduced to a mere third, yet they could not retreat, compelled to resist with their lives. Now, their sole hope rests upon the prompt arrival of reinforcements from the Lin family. Within less than half an hour, Zhou Luo proclaimed that he had discerned the crux of the matter, prompting the alchemists to commence their work. His assertion left the gathered practitioners of alchemy astounded, leading them to inquire about the principles behind the detoxification elixir and the reasoning he had uncovered. Zhou Luo had already prepared his explanation. Once he had elucidated the fundamentals, Lindsay urged them to expedite the alchemical process. Currently, it was estimated that at least 600 individuals within the Lin family had been poisoned, and the assembled group of over a dozen alchemists each needed to concoct a minimum of 60 pills. Fortunately, the antidote was of medium grade. Had it been of superior quality, the workload would have escalated considerably. A quarter of an hour later, the first batch of antidotes was successfully produced. Zhou Luo immediately administered the elixirs to his wife and children, yielding immediate results that filled everyone with joy. Lindsay hurriedly distributed the remaining antidotes to the family's cultivators for consumption. It was imperative to restore the family's combat capabilities swiftly. In Maple Leaf City, the once bustling streets lay in ruins. The commoners and cultivators cowered in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. Only the disciples of the Huan sect rampaged through the streets. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood before the Lin family auction house, his expression stern as he gazed at the subtly glowing magical array. This man was Wang Tong, the eldest disciple of Lu Fuqin and the senior brother of Zhao Yuan. Once a distant relative of the Wang family, he had fortuitously caught Lu Fuqin's attention and was accepted as a disciple. Utilizing the Huan sect's techniques, he had ascended to the 7th level of qi cultivation. Time is of the essence, Wang Tong stated gravely. Rest assured, this array can sustain itself for no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a disciple beside him remarked. A cup of tea is not a brief duration. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes, Wang Tong replied. Has the Lin family not activated their protective array? There is no way for them to provide assistance, the other man chuckled. Once the family's protective array is activated, it will isolate the inside from the outside, rendering those within unable to escape. The last invasion by the Huan sect resulted in Elder Lin Guangping being encircled and grievously injured for this very reason. Presently, with the Lin family in a state of alarm, believing the Huan sect is launching a large-scale invasion, they activated the protective array at the earliest opportunity. Little did they know, it was merely a handful of disciples wreaking havoc. They will soon come to realize this, Wang Tong continued. They are creating a great commotion to instill fear in the Lin family, crafting an illusion of a full-scale assault. However, such ruses cannot remain concealed for long. Once the Lin family becomes aware, there will be no possibility of retreat. Not good, Mr. Wang. At that moment, an anxious voice interrupted. A flying shuttle streaked through the sky, from which a visibly panicked man leapt down. The Lin family has deactivated the protective array, he exclaimed in terror. Wang Tong's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen so swiftly? According to my calculations, the Lin family should not have detected it so quickly. The last time they launched a large-scale invasion of Maple Leaf City, it took the opposing side a considerable part of the day to deactivate the formation. I am uncertain. Yet a substantial number of guards are rushing forth towards this location, the individual replied. A substantial number of guards? Have they already concocted the antidote pills? Wang Tong furrowed his brows, gazing at the dimming formation, his expression a blend of conflict and concern. This auction house is one of the Lin family's most significant enterprises. If it can be seized, an abundance of cultivation resources could be acquired. Life is paramount. We must depart, Wang Tong resolved, clenching his teeth. This act of pillaging is merely secondary. The priority lies with my master. Simultaneously, as an increasing number of antidote pills were produced, the Lin family's internal affairs, which had been on the verge of paralysis, began to function once more. Those family cultivators who were the first to consume the antidote pills gradually regained their combat prowess. Concurrently, the family elders began to realize that this time, the Hahuan sect was likely executing a feigned attack. After the formation was dismantled, there had been no significant appearance of Hahuan sect disciples, and even no formidable practitioners at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi training. The remaining elders, no longer willing to bide their time, stepped forth from the family estate. Upon sensing the Lin family's movements, the disciples of the Hahuan sect dispersed in a panic, fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 135. The longevity pill in the afternoon of the second day. As Zhou Luo and a group of alchemists completed the crafting of all the antidotes, fatigue began to weigh upon him after their relentless efforts. During this time, sporadic news trickled in. The previously chaotic Maple Leaf City gradually returned to order following the restoration of the family cultivators. The disciples of the Hahuan sect, who had instigated the turmoil, fled in panic, yet a third of them were ultimately captured. The extent of the losses was still being computed, but it was expected to be significant. Fortunately, the family's key enterprises suffered only minor damage, remaining within acceptable limits. The sole concern weighing on Zhou Luo's mind was his master, Lin Jishou. According to Lin Zhe, the primary target of the Hahuan sect had been the family's young disciples endowed with spiritual roots. Thus, his master and the others were likely to be prioritized in the assault. The family had dispatched reinforcements, yet no word had returned thus far. Lin Zhe assured him not to fret, for the airship was equipped with a superior array, which would afford considerable defense even amidst siege. Zhou Luo nodded in agreement. In such dire circumstances, there was little he could do but wait. That evening, news regarding his master finally arrived, and the situation was graver than Zhou Luo had anticipated. He hurried to Shochuan Garden, where the family's significant figures had gathered. The patriarch, Lin Tianxiong, along with several elders, was in a room tending to his injuries. Zhou Luo was unable to enter and could only wait outside. Master is gravely wounded, Lin Xian stated gravely beside him. Wasn't there a superior array? Zhou Luo furrowed his brow. Lin Xian's expression hardened, and she replied coldly, Song Qingshu is one of them, a member of the Hahuan sect. These words struck Zhou Luo like a bolt. That individual was affiliated with the Hahuan sect? It was no wonder the family faced such a widespread poisoning incident. They had been infiltrated. In a bid to exact revenge on the Lin family, the Hahuan sect had invested heavily to send Song Qingshu into the Spirit Pill Conference, where he had distinguished himself and garnered the attention of the prominent longevity clans, subsequently infiltrating the Lin family to await the opportune moment to strike. This scheme was indeed terrifying. Remarkably, the Lin family had believed they had struck a remarkable bargain, failing to perceive the deeper implications. In hindsight, how could a rogue cultivator, devoid of substantial backing, succeed in the literary examination and ascend to such heights? Unless one were an exceptional talent like Zhou Luo. Furthermore, Song Qingshu had successfully ensnared the Lin family in a predicament. Had it not been for Lin Xuanfeng's astute decision-making, it was likely that Lin Jishou and the others would not have returned. With a creak, the door opened, and Lin Tianxiong and the others emerged with solemn expressions. Patriarch, how is my master? Zhou Luo inquired anxiously. Not well, Lin Tianxiong replied gravely. If it weren't for Elder Jiu shielding him from a sword strike at the last moment, he might not have made it back. Although he has survived, as you know, he is quite elderly, and his life force was already waning. This ordeal has exacerbated his condition, and it is feared he may not endure much longer. He lies in a coma, and we do not know how long it will take for him to awaken. Lin Tianxiong spoke with great tact, yet it was an undeniable and grim reality. At the very least, he was in a better condition than the seventh elder, who was on the brink of fatal injury. May I go and see him? Zhou Luo inquired, his voice laden with gravity. Lin Tianxiong nodded. Go ahead. You have saved our entire clan this time, and I will ensure that a reward reaches your estate. With such a monumental achievement, a reward was indeed inevitable. After saying this, he and the others quietly departed. Zhou Luo, momentarily preoccupied, entered the room alone. On the bed lay Lin Jishou, his complexion ashen, the gaunt visage now etched with numerous wrinkles, his eyes tightly shut. Zhou Luo silently seated himself beside him, extending a hand to rest upon his wrist. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed under his guidance into Lin Jishou's body. As Lin Tianxiong had indicated, Lin Jishou was far too aged. His bodily functions were in decline. This recent battle had taken a toll on him, compromising his foundation, and the injuries sustained could not be mended in a short span. However, with the infusion of energy from several elders and the assistance of some healing elixirs, his wounds were manageable. The crux of the matter was that, following this battle, his lifespan might be reduced to less than 6 months. Observing his master, who had cared for him as his own child, Zhou Luo felt a weight in his heart. He could not bear to witness the demise of someone so dear before his very eyes. Moreover, he had yet to firmly establish his standing within the family. If Lin Jishou were to pass, it would only bring him further turmoil. Foremost among his concerns was the issue of allegiance regarding the newly appointed sixth elder. Undoubtedly, the main family and the first elder's faction would fiercely contest him. It seemed he would need to concoct a longevity pill, Zhou Luo contemplated. The longevity pill was a first-tier premium elixir, not particularly troublesome to refine, though the materials required were exceedingly rare. Most importantly, the method of its concoction was exclusive to the Immortal sect. After all, such a pill, capable of directly extending one's lifespan, was strictly regulated and seldom circulated. Families renowned for longevity could at most concoct elixirs that merely maintained health and enhanced bodily functions. The prospect of obtaining a longevity pill was utterly impossible. In Lin Jishou's condition, only the longevity pill could grant him more time. Yet, Zhou Luo currently lacked the necessary materials and would need to procure them. However, given that Maple Leaf City had recently endured a ravaging attack, it was unlikely that he would find what he sought in the near future. He would have to wait for a while. Stepping out of the room, he found Lin Xian waiting outside, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as she gazed at Zhou Luo. Without hesitation, she asked, if master were to pass, what would you do? Zhou Luo did not respond, merely stating, let us wait until master awakens. 3 days later, due to Lin Xuanfeng's timely intervention during the previous assault, Lu Fuchan and his associates were caught off guard and suffered significant losses. It would likely be some time before they dare to show their faces in Maple Leaf City again. Consequently, the situation in Maple Leaf City had eased, allowing Zhou Luo to venture outside once more. Despite enduring yet another raid, the opulence of Maple Leaf City, the largest metropolis within 1,000 miles, remains undiminished. Zhou Luo first ventured to the market to procure some essential materials. As for the remaining primary herbs, he opted to head to the auction house. To avoid raising suspicion, much like his previous visit to the Qingyuan sect, he deliberately included additional materials for the concoction of other elixirs. Master Zhou, you should be able to acquire these materials at the market, correct? Linen inquired somewhat awkwardly, pondering that this auction house was not merely a marketplace, but rather a venue for the sale of rare commodities. While a few of the herbs may be acceptable, it was perplexing to witness such commonplace materials being featured. Is that not permissible? Zhou Luo retorted, intentionally articulating the names of these materials, not merely for casual mention, but primarily to convey a message to his family, a notification of his intention to refine high-quality elixirs. Of course, it is entirely feasible, Lennon responded. wary of offending this prominent figure within the family, eager to curry favor. Master Zhou, I assure you that I will gather these materials within 3 days. Very well. Please deliver them to Zhou Garden in 3 days. Zhou Luo nodded and took his leave. As expected, once he departed, Lin promptly relayed this information to Lin Xianfeng. At present, Lin Xianfeng was preoccupied and indifferent to such matters. Upon learning that it was merely alchemy Zhou Luo was pursuing, he paid little heed. Chapter 136. Lin Jishou awakens during the 3-day wait for the medicinal materials. Zhou Luo visited Lin Jishou daily. Thanks to the treatments provided by the clan elders and various healing elixirs, his injuries were gradually mending, yet he remained unresponsive. According to the clan leader, even if he were to awaken, he would likely have no more than 6 months to live. This grim prognosis has stirred the once calm family, igniting underlying currents of ambition. Both the main house and the faction of the Grand Elder are contemplating how to position themselves for the succession of the 6th Elder after Lin Jishou's passing. Presently, Zhou Luo stands as the most suitable candidate for this position, primarily due to his relatively low cultivation level and insufficient age and experience, rendering him easily manipulated by both factions. Despite any dissent within the family, his innate talent and potential would undoubtedly elevate him to the role of 6th Elder. Consequently, emissaries from both sides have come to test the waters. In response, Zhou Luo resolutely sequestered himself, claiming that his master's grave injury had left him in a state of profound sorrow, rendering him unable to eat or drink. His actions left others with no recourse. 3 days later, Lin delivered all the materials to Zhou Yuan as agreed. This batch of materials cost Zhou Luo nearly 100 spirit stones, the most expensive of which were the primary ingredients for the longevity elixir. Fortunately, the recent rewards from the clan's cultivation endeavors had replenished his resources significantly. With the materials in hand, Zhou Luo proceeded directly to the alchemy room on the 3rd floor. Standing before the alchemical furnace, he felt an increasing urgency to concoct the longevity elixir. In just a few days, both of his esteemed fathers-in-law, Lin Zhe and Linda, had sought him out almost daily, subtly probing his thoughts regarding the succession of the elder position. Besides them, various high-ranking individuals had also visited under the pretense of courtesy, including several alchemists. This was merely during his master's unconsciousness. Should his master pass away suddenly, the situation would likely escalate, forcing him to choose sides. If he were at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, ascending to the position of 6th Elder and wielding significant power within the family could be advantageous. Yet, as he currently stood at the 4th layer, he risked becoming a mere pawn in the machinations of these influential figures. He yearned to avoid a life of being coerced and devoid of autonomy. Thus, he must find a way to extend his master's life. This endeavor was not solely to repay the kindness he had received, but also to ensure his own continued growth in a stable environment. Zhou Luo placed a portion of the materials into the furnace, channeling his spiritual energy to ignite the flames. The fierce fire flickered within the cauldron, beginning to extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. Given the nature of the elixir he was crafting, he dared not be careless. With unwavering focus, he controlled the flames and meticulously refined the ingredients. Once the initial stage was complete, he retrieved the remaining materials and, recalling the alchemical method from memory, added them sequentially. The alchemical process consists of 5 critical steps: the sequential addition of ingredients, the extraction of medicinal properties, the amalgamation of the elixirs, the guidance of the alchemical formula, and, finally, the formation of the elixir. Each step is paramount. Any lapse could compromise the quality of the final product. Until the final few main herbs were placed into the alchemical furnace, Zhou Luo's consciousness surged, meticulously extracting the essence of all the medicinal properties. As the procedure neared completion, the entire contents of the furnace had transformed into a swirling mass of golden elixir, shimmering and bubbling incessantly. Though it appeared as merely a liquid, the diverse properties of the various herbs within were clashing violently. At such a critical juncture, the alchemist's consciousness must guide the amalgamation of the liquid. Thus, the strength of one's consciousness is a pivotal criterion in assessing an alchemist's proficiency. Zhou Luo's consciousness was inherently robust, and with the refinement of the 4th layer, he deftly navigated these intricate steps. Once the elixir merged, the guiding principle of alchemical formulas came into play. The foundational techniques of alchemy remain unchanged. The method for crafting the longevity elixir was exclusively controlled by the celestial sect, rendering knowledge of its components futile for replication. Zhou Luo's lips moved slightly as he wielded the alchemical formula to manipulate the spiritual energy, releasing a substantial amount of consciousness to direct the golden liquid toward its final fusion. Approximately half an hour later, a rich fragrance of elixir wafted through the air. He had successfully concocted the longevity elixir. Pale and weary, he relaxed his mind, hardly pausing to assess the quality of the elixir before collapsing into a round chair. This endeavor had drained him considerably, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. The spirit jade nestled in his chest emitted a faint glow, infusing him with a refreshing sensation, yet his spirit remained somewhat listless. Just a single batch of elixir had never before caused such a reaction. Could it be due to the recent crafting of detoxifying pills? Yet that seemed implausible, as detoxifying pills were merely mid-grade and required little mental exertion. This was not the principal cause. Was it perhaps the result of an increased frequency of intimate encounters? Zhou Luo pondered aloud. In recent days, he had been rather unoccupied, striving to draw more rewards before venturing out, thus laboring diligently each night. Ultimately, he failed to secure any rewards, yet his vitality waned first. Fortunately, he had been refining his physique. Without such enhancements, he might have been utterly depleted. Indeed, matters of intimacy can disrupt the balance of yin and yang, and without the method of dual cultivation, such frequency would be unwise. It was no wonder his success rate had diminished. He decided to take a brief respite, planning to enter seclusion for cultivation once his master awakened. After a short rest, he rose to gaze into the furnace. Within lay 3 golden longevity elixirs, which, due to their ingredients, could only extend life by 3 to 5 years. Zhou Luo intended to offer one to his master, while the remaining 2 were unnecessary for him, as his own lifespan had already been augmented to 140 years. The additional 2 or 3 years felt like a waste. He resolved to sell them during his upcoming outing, allowing him to recoup his losses. 4 days later, Lin Jishou finally awoke. Zhou Luo hurriedly made his way to Shochuan Garden, longevity elixirs in hand. Except for him, the other elders of the family had gathered here. A group of individuals assembled in the room, each harboring their own thoughts. Elder 6, this is the innate snow lotus I procured from our ancestral land, which will greatly benefit your injuries. Lin Tianxiong spoke first. He presented a pure white, shimmering snow lotus beside Lin Jishou. The head of the family is truly considerate. Lin Jishou expressed weakly, filled with gratitude. You have made such a tremendous contribution to the family. It is I who should be thanking you, Lin Tianxiong replied gently. It was rare to see this usually imposing head of the family displaying such a benevolent demeanor. Simultaneously, Elder 2 also produced a spiritual item beneficial for healing and voiced similar sentiments. The other elders stepped forward in succession, presenting their prepared offerings. Zhou Luo silently observed from the crowd. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your concern, but I am well aware of my own condition. These items will be wasted on me. Please, take them back. Lin Jishou reclined on the bed, persistently declining. The crowd stirred with concern. Indeed, Elder 6 could hardly endure much longer. Master, I too possess an item for you, Zhou Luo suddenly interjected. The senior members turned their gazes toward him. Zhou Luo stood there with a respectful demeanor. Disciple, how could I possibly accept your offering? Lin Jishou outright rejected. In light of this betrayal, he increasingly recognized the worth of Zhou Luo, his loyal disciple. He had previously contemplated whether to pass on his position to an outsider upon his return to the Tao. Now, he no longer harbored such worries. Master, this item will be of great benefit to you. It is something you will surely need, Zhou Luo insisted. The other senior members displayed expressions of skepticism, wondering what remarkable item this young lad could possibly offer. Chapter 137. Rising Prestige in the Chambers of the Shochuan Hall. The room was filled with esteemed elders of the family. The presence of Zhou Luo here was a tacit approval from these prominent figures, as they hoped to leverage this opportunity for Lin Jishou to finally bestow the position of elder upon him. This would allow them to manipulate him to their advantage. At this moment, Zhou Luo stood humbly at the back, insisting that his master must accept this gift. Lin Jishou was perplexed, pondering whether what Zhou Luo presented could surpass the innate snow lotus bestowed by the ancestral land. It is known that the innate snow lotus is a unique spiritual plant with remarkable efficacy in healing and enhancing one's physique. Nevertheless, Out of respect for his disciples' heartfelt intentions, Lin Jishou gestured, "Let me see it." Zhou Luo bowed and stepped forward, presenting a wooden box with both hands. The surrounding elders turned their gazes toward him, curious about the source of his confidence. Lin Jishou extended his aged right hand to receive the box and opened it. Instantly, a golden light flashed, and a rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted through the air. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes fixated on the golden pill within the box, Shuyuan pill. In that moment, the elders present inhaled sharply, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Lin Jishou, too, stood frozen, staring at the golden pill in a daze. "Master, I know your lifespan is dwindling. This Shuyuan pill is something I stumbled upon. Please accept it." Zhou Luo spoke slowly. Although the method of crafting the Shuyuan pill was controlled by the Immortal sect, it still circulated in the market, as disciples of the sect would sell it each year. After all, even medicinal pills that extend life come with their own risks. No one would rely solely on such pills for longevity. Any surplus Shuyuan pills would naturally find their way into the secular world. However, due to their extreme rarity and value, the market price had skyrocketed. Zhou Luo's claim of a serendipitous acquisition might raise some suspicion, but most would simply regard it as a stroke of good fortune, rather than suspecting that he had crafted it himself. After a prolonged silence, Lin Jishou finally regained his composure, his murky eyes sparkling with fervor as he gazed at the golden pill. He was certain that this was indeed a genuine Shuyuan pill. Years ago, he had consumed one, and acquiring another had since proven nearly impossible in the marketplace. Lin Jishou turned his gaze towards Zhou Luo, but before he could finish, Zhou Luo interjected, "Master, I am still young and do not require the Shuyuan pill at this time. It is more suited for you." Zhou Luo's face bore sincerity, and his gaze was earnest. This statement sent ripples of shock among the other elders, who exchanged glances. They too possessed Shuyuan pills, but the prospect of relinquishing such a precious artifact was utterly inconceivable. This exquisite pill that could extend one's lifespan was invaluable, beyond mere gold, and could never be freely given to another. They still hoped to rely on the longevity pills in their possession to extend their lives a few more years, hoping to succeed in their foundational cultivation. Humans are inherently selfish, particularly in the face of death. Thus, when they witnessed Zhou Luo selflessly offering his longevity pill, they were profoundly shaken. This was especially true for Lin Jishou, who fully understood the rarity of such a treasure. Upon seeing Zhou Luo's utterly sincere gaze, the elder felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Trembling, he closed the wooden box with his right hand, grasped Zhou Luo's hand, and with tears in his eyes exclaimed, "I have acquired a truly remarkable disciple." The other elders, regaining their composure, expressed their admiration for Zhou Luo's noble spirit. In that moment, the perception of this son-in-law shifted among them. While humans are often selfish, they are also emotional beings. When they observe acts that illuminate the brilliance of humanity from an outsider's perspective, they cannot help but be moved, naturally leading to admiration for the individuals involved. Ultimately, Lin Jishou accepted the longevity pill, and no one pursued the matter of how Zhou Luo had obtained it, for it was deemed inconsequential. Subsequently, Lin Tianxiong presented him with additional cultivation rewards. Though modest, it was a gesture of goodwill. Soon, word of this incident spread throughout the entire family. Upon learning that Zhou Luo had contributed a longevity pill for the sake of the sixth elder, many were left in awe, expressing their respect for his selflessness. Even those from the Lin family who had previously been indifferent began to admire him fervently. However, Zhou Luo remained unconcerned, for he had commenced his cultivation in the core area of the spirit vein-blessed land. With only 11 months remaining until the agreed-upon time, he intended to achieve a complete breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement during this period. Meanwhile, news of the Lin family's troubles reached the Qingyuan sect, inciting great ire among its members. Typically, they would disregard attacks on the Chongqing family by disciples of the Hehuan sect, but this time, the attack coincided with the period when everyone was away at the Immortal sect for learning. This was perceived as a blatant provocation by the Qingyuan sect. Consequently, the sect dispatched numerous outer disciples to search for the culprits, aiming to eradicate them entirely. In no time, the entire Qingyuan domain was rife with alarm, and countless nefarious cultivators flying the Hehuan sect's banner faced reckoning, forcing them to flee to other territories. For months later, while in seclusion, Zhou Luo was greeted by a series of notification sounds. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your 10th offspring, receiving an additional 50 years of lifespan. Due to this offspring possessing a 6th grade spiritual root, the host gains 15 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th grade spiritual root, 35,100. A cascade of notifications thrilled Zhou Luo. He had not anticipated the arrival of another child with a 6th grade spiritual root. This time, Zhou Luo chose not to exit his seclusion, for he was at a crucial juncture in his breakthrough, estimating that within 4 months, he would reach the 5th level of qi refinement. As for the child's name, he had already settled on one. If it is a boy, he shall be named Zhou Chang'e. If a girl, Zhou Shiyao. This marks the arrival of his 10th child. Excluding the year spent in the Xian sect for studies, he has devoted over 4 years to fatherhood, averaging at least 2 children per year. Though this pace is not particularly rapid, yet, as the number of children increases, the initial joy of becoming a father has gradually faded, leaving him somewhat indifferent towards the newborns. Only the rewards from the system elicit a flicker of excitement within him. It is no wonder that ancient emperors could so callously eliminate their own offspring, devoid of any familial affection. Zhou Luo increasingly comprehends this sentiment. Moreover, with the growing number of children, there naturally arises a distinction in treatment. Those endowed with spiritual roots and those without will inevitably forge divergent paths ahead. This is an inexorable trend, one Zhou Luo cannot alter. His sole recourse is to strive to maintain harmony within his household. As for the management of the family, he trusts that his numerous wives and concubines will handle it adeptly. Casting aside such thoughts, Zhou Luo consumed the final spirit-gathering pill and continued his cultivation. Chapter 138. The 5th layer of qi refinement. Time flies, and it has been over 3 months since Zhou Luo welcomed his 10th child. His sisters, Lin Yi and Lin Zier, have each given birth to a child as well. However, both infants lack spiritual roots, resulting in a mere 20 years of lifespan. Zhou Luo has gradually come to terms with this, understanding that such matters cannot be forced. Moreover, his own lifespan has been enhanced to 200 years, approaching that of a foundational cultivator, alleviating any concerns about the depletion of his life force. The current focus remains on enhancing the quality of spiritual roots. Thus, his attention will be directed toward Lin Shi, Lin Jinxian, and Bai Zian. Although this may seem somewhat biased, he has no choice. The entanglements of romantic affairs hinder cultivation, making it impossible to attend to every aspect equally. Until he acquires the method of dual cultivation, he must make sacrifices. After 8 months of seclusion, Zhou Luo has approached the threshold of the 5th layer. Continuing his arduous training would yield diminishing returns, so he decided to return to the Zhou garden, intending to continue his endeavors in procreation. After all, conception allows for a lottery, and childbirth can enhance lifespan and improve the quality of spiritual roots. The more children, the greater the blessings. This is his primary pursuit. Were it not for the limitations of his body, he would not have spent the past 8 months away from the spiritual veins' blessed ground. Upon his return to the Zhou garden, he found that his eldest child, Zhou Chang'e, was already 5 years old. With the assistance of the spirit-gathering technique and innate qi, he has successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming a novice qi refinement practitioner. However, with only a 9th grade spiritual root, his progress remains painfully slow. The quality of one's spiritual root determines the achievements of a lifetime. Even Zhou Luo, with the aid of system rewards and various enhancements like spirit-gathering pills and fire spirit rings, has only recently touched the threshold of the 5th layer after over 5 years. Were a practitioner with a mid-grade spiritual root in his place, they would have likely already entered the 5th layer and be striving for the 6th. Zhou Luo was not overly disheartened by this. After all, with a long lifespan, he could outlast those with greater talent through perseverance. Back in the Zhou garden, he first provided guidance to the young ones in their cultivation. Aside from Zhou Chang'e, the children with spiritual roots, Shiwen, Shi, and Changshu, have already begun their training. He imparted the spirit-gathering technique to these 3 youngsters, instructing them to keep it confidential. The children nodded in agreement. During his seclusion, his master, Lin Zhisho, has rejuvenated after consuming longevity pills, no longer needing to worry about lifespan for the time being. Unfortunately, the effects of the pills are limited, and due to his prior injuries, he could only expect to live another 3 to 5 years. Upon learning of Zhou Luo's emergence from seclusion, the elderly man, still recovering from illness, personally visited the Zhou garden. Upon seeing Zhou Luo's numerous children and wives, he earnestly advised him not to indulge excessively in romantic pursuits, but to concentrate on cultivation and alchemy, lest he squander such remarkable talent. Zhou Luo readily agreed, then promptly immersed himself once more in his endeavors of procreation. Simultaneously, he learned some news from Lin Jishou. Children born into families lacking spiritual roots must be sent into the secular world upon reaching the age of 10. To the immortal sects, the long-lived families represent the mundane realm, while to these families, the world outside their lineage signifies the secular domain. Take Maple Leaf City, for instance, along with other nearby small towns. As these children possess no spiritual roots, they are incapable of cultivating immortality in this lifetime. Remaining within the family would only subject them to menial tasks, rather than allowing them to become mere servants. It is preferable to release them into the secular world to forge their own paths. Given the Lin family's esteemed reputation in the surrounding towns, they can at least ensure these children lead lives free from want, perhaps even making a name for themselves in the martial world. This realization weighed heavily on Zhou Luo, as it was difficult to accept that his own flesh and blood would be departing at such a tender age. He recalled a saying, to accept the ordinariness of one's parents, to embrace one's own mediocrity, and to acknowledge the simplicity of one's children. While he might still salvage the first two, the last was entirely beyond his control. Perhaps it was for the best. Without the ability to cultivate, the pressure within the family could be immense. Better to venture into the secular world and enjoy the life of a prosperous gentleman, ultimately leading a peaceful existence. Furthermore, by allowing these children to gain experience in the secular realm beforehand, when the time comes for him to establish a family of his own, these offspring might assist him in his endeavors. After all, a long-lived family cannot solely focus on cultivation. It must also manage enterprises to provide a continuous flow of wealth. On the 10th day after returning to Zhou Garden, while meditating in the training chamber, Zhou Luo suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, a powerful spirit force erupting from his core. The once volleyball-sized energy sea within him expanded dramatically, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him in a radiant glow. He had finally reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. After 5 years of arduous training, he had achieved this significant milestone. Attaining the 5th level signifies a pivotal transformation for a Qi refinement practitioner. From this moment onward, he could effortlessly engage in the cultivation of combat techniques and utilize spiritual energy in prolonged battles, truly becoming a part of the realm of immortals. Although he belonged to the lowest echelon, it was nonetheless an auspicious beginning. Zhou Luo opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling like the stars, filled with elation and vigor. Among practitioners with 9th-grade spiritual roots, his speed of cultivation was already remarkable, rivaling that of those with mid-grade roots. This was largely due to the various enhancements he had received. In fact, he had expended a considerable amount of spiritual stones for his cultivation. Fortunately, the rewards he had garnered were ample. Otherwise, he would have struggled to sustain his progress. Rising slowly, the moon-white robe gifted by Wang Xian shimmered brilliantly, as if celebrating his breakthrough. Standing before the copper mirror, he beheld his tall figure and distinctly handsome features, a serene smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he exuded an air of unshakable composure and tranquility, enhanced by the resplendent moon-white robe, which lent him an aura of nobility. Truly, having attained the 5th level of Qi refinement, he felt that his very essence had transformed. Having attained the 5th level of Qi training, it is now time to complete the 3rd stage of the Great Bear Body refinement technique. He stepped out of his chamber, and upon seeing him, his numerous wives and concubines sensed an indescribable transformation within him that drew them closer. Even the servants of the Zhou estate inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity towards him. Unbeknownst to Zhou Luo, at the moment of his breakthrough, the previously acquired reward for enhancing affinity was also subtly undergoing changes. Though these changes were not overtly apparent, they were certainly present. He mistakenly attributed this transformation to the effects of his advancement. Upon reaching the exterior of the main building, he encountered Su Chongxing. "Brother Zhou, what is your current realm?" Su Chongxing inquired, scrutinizing Zhou Luo. He perceived a shift in his aura, yet could not discern his true level of cultivation. 5th level of Qi training, Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly. At this revelation, Su Chongxing was utterly astounded, gazing at him in disbelief. You have truly reached the 5th level of Qi training? Good heavens! As a cultivator with a 7th grade spiritual root, he had toiled for over 5 years to merely reach the mid-stage of the 4th level of Qi training. Yet, Zhou Luo had already attained the 5th level. Wasn't he supposed to possess a 9th grade spiritual root? For a moment, Su Chongxing's mind was in turmoil, struggling to accept this reality. Indeed, Zhou Luo nodded, leaving with an air of indifference. Su Chongxing, meanwhile, stood rooted in place, as if struck by lightning, his thoughts tumultuous and unable to settle. Chapter 139. The Art of Alchemy and Profiting. Having just made a breakthrough, Zhou Luo did not pause. Swiftly making his way to the chamber where he typically practiced body refinement, retrieving the materials he had meticulously prepared in advance. He estimated that he was nearing the completion of the 3rd stage of his physical enhancement, projecting that with just 2 more sessions, he would achieve his goal. At that point, combined with the formidable strength of his body, the 5 elements sword technique, and the wind shadow technique, he would ensure his safety during his ventures outside. An hour later, having concluded his body refinement, Zhou Luo emerged from his room. Brother Zhou, the materials you requested have arrived. Su Chongxing reappeared. Ever since he learned that Zhou Luo had ascended to the 5th layer of Qi training, the complexity in Su's gaze had deepened. In his eyes, Zhou Luo's journey to this point, despite possessing a 9th grade spiritual root, was worthy of both respect and admiration. Yet, simultaneously, it was this very 9th grade spiritual root that had severed Su's own path to immortality. Su Chongxing pondered the thought that had his friend possessed a medium-grade spiritual root, coupled with his innate talents for alchemy and formations, along with an extraordinary cultivation speed, he would undoubtedly achieve immeasurable greatness in the future. Alas, fate had already sealed his destiny, relegating him to the status of a mere vassal to another's family. Oblivious to Su's expression, Zhou Luo pressed on, clutching his storage bag and heading directly to the alchemy room on the 3rd floor of the main building. Inside the alchemy chamber, he beheld a veritable mountain of materials, a smile gracing his lips. During his time at home, he had specifically enlisted Lin An's assistance in gathering the ingredients for longevity pills. Although Lin An was only aware that Zhou intended to concoct pills, he assumed, upon seeing the diverse array of materials, that they were merely for high-grade elixirs, and thus paid little mind. After witnessing the family's reaction to the longevity pill he had crafted for Lin Jishou, Zhou Luo realized that this rare elixir could potentially bring him substantial wealth. However, preoccupied with his breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi training, he had temporarily shelved this endeavor. Upon emerging from his seclusion, it had remained at the forefront of his thoughts. On the very first day back at Zhou Garden, he had sent a message to Lin An, requesting his assistance in gathering materials. It must be noted that the ingredients for the longevity pill, particularly the 2 primary herbs, were indeed challenging to procure. It took quite some time for Lin An to assemble them. This forthcoming excursion represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhou Luo. He did not intend to merely search for clues. After all, should someone else have already seized the opportunity, his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he resolved to spend the remaining months crafting a greater quantity of elixirs and spirit talismans, which he could later sell for a handsome profit. Among the various elixirs, the longevity pill undoubtedly stood as the most precious, and thus it became his primary focus for refinement. Regrettably, the materials he had gathered would likely yield only a single vial containing approximately 20 pills, indicating that he would need to source additional ingredients for the journey ahead. 5 days later, Zhou Luo successfully exhausted all the materials, ultimately producing 25 longevity pills, bringing his total to 27 when combined with the 2 remaining from before. Currently, the market price for a longevity pill had surged to 500 spirit stones each. What, one might ask, is the significance of 500 spirit stones? In the secluded city of Maple Leaf, even a modest dwelling is valued at over 400 spirit stones. The price of a first-grade elixir could purchase a house, perhaps only achievable with the longevity elixir. Based on this valuation, after deducting the cost of materials, he stands to earn at least 13,000 spirit stones, a staggering profit. It is understandable, for this is an elixir that directly extends one's lifespan. In the realm of cultivation, longevity is the ultimate pursuit for countless practitioners, who tirelessly strive to achieve it. With ample lifespan, one can continually break through and progress, ultimately attaining immortality, particularly for those on the brink of a breakthrough. An additional 3 to 5 years of lifespan could translate into hundreds of years. Thus, the significance of longevity is self-evident. The longevity elixir has, at times, been the most sought-after potion in the market, existing at a price yet often unavailable. The Qingyuan sect limits the quantity of longevity elixirs released into the secular world each year, apart from a portion allocated to the 5 great families of longevity. Most circulating in the market is intercepted by private individuals, with only a scant few available for public trade. Were it not for the Qingyuan sect's stringent controls and prohibition on the dissemination of alchemical methods, such elixirs would not have escalated to such exorbitant prices. They likely had not anticipated that Zhou Luo would uncover the method of crafting them. Currently, this batch of longevity elixirs cannot be revealed, especially not sold within Maple Leaf City, lest traces be discovered. Zhou Luo plans to devise a method to sell them once he is outside. After completing the crafting of the longevity elixirs, Zhou Luo felt no hint of fatigue. Indeed, moderation bears its rewards. With renewed vigor, Zhou Luo proceeded to inscribe a batch of high-quality spirit talismans. As for the superior talismans, he intended to reserve them for his personal use. In the ensuing days, he inscribed 10 high-quality spirit talismans and crafted several elixirs. Originally, he intended to continue, but the materials required for both alchemy and talisman crafting proved excessively costly. He found himself in a precarious financial situation. Continuing further would jeopardize not only the crafting of his talismans and elixirs, but also the upkeep of Zhou Garden itself. One evening, spurred by inspiration, Zhou Luo ventured alone to an open space in the backyard. In his hand, he held the mid-grade magical artifact, the Xiantian sword, which he had won from Luan at the sect. The silver-white longsword shimmered under the moonlight, its smooth, lustrous blade reflecting Zhou Luo's starry eyes. His spirit stirred as a powerful surge of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians and into his palm, infusing the sword. With a clang, the Xiantian sword radiated a brilliant white light, emitting a melodious sword cry. Now that he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, it was time to test the prowess of the first skill of the 5 elements sword technique, the golden rainbow piercing the sun. As a gift from the system, Zhou Luo could wield this sword technique without needing to comprehend or practice it. Previously, his swordsmanship had been merely superficial due to the lack of spiritual energy, but now, having ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement, he could distinctly sense the connection he established with the magical artifact. Under the moonlight, Zhou Luo, clad in a moon-white robe, stood resolutely with his sword, his gaze piercing and resolute. A radiant aura enveloped him, and a tremendous surge of spiritual energy surged forth like a mighty river. The Xiantian sword in his hand gleamed with an increasingly brilliant sharpness. He slightly parted his lips, fixating on a robust tree not far away, and swung his sword. The moment the Xiantian sword was lifted, a golden light emerged upon its surface, imbuing him with a rich essence of golden spiritual energy. A golden rainbow pierced the heavens. Accompanied by Zhou Luo's movements, the Xiantian sword emitted a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the night sky with its resplendent glow, carrying with it an astonishing force. A colossal golden arc traversed the void, hurtling towards the tree under his precise control. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying might of the sword erupted, the golden arc crashing down upon the tree, producing a sound that reverberated across the land, unleashing a powerful shockwave in all directions. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual lights flickered, and the formation activated, isolating the residual energy. As the golden light dissipated, the once towering tree, standing over 2 meters high, was reduced to mere splinters. Zhou Luo's expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback by the sheer power of the golden rainbow. However, after executing this technique, he felt a third of the spiritual energy in his dantian had been depleted. This was after the dantian had been fortified. Had he been at the 4th level of Qi cultivation, he would likely have been unable to unleash even a single strike. Chapter 140. Talisman. The following day, as Zhou Luo descended the stairs, Su Chang'an hurriedly approached him. "Zhou, something is amiss. It seems that a thief has infiltrated Zhou Garden." He spoke with grave concern. "How could that be?" Zhou Luo exclaimed, his face paling in shock. How could he be unaware of an intruder? What could their intentions be? Were they sent by the family, or perhaps by someone from the Hehuan sect? Countless questions surged through his mind. It was known that the entire Zhou Garden was protected by a formation, If someone could slip in unnoticed, it would indeed be alarming. A sense of crisis washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. Su Chang'an lowered his voice, his expression serious. I am uncertain how the intruder gained entry, but the large tree in the backyard has vanished without a trace. I had the servants search for any other items, but nothing else is missing, only that tree. Do you think it was some kind of treasure, coveted and uprooted by someone? Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo paused, instantly recalling the wood shavings scattered about from the previous night, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ahem, that was of no concern, it was my doing. Su Chang'an looked perplexed, pondering why his friend would go to such lengths to uproot a tree. Was it merely a matter of personal distaste? However, since it was not a theft, he refrained from further inquiry. Zhou Luo had not anticipated the situation would become so awkward, having assumed a genuine theft had occurred. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. After breakfast, Zhou Luo visited the general store. Following the recent poisoning incident that had befallen the family, the security at the store had doubled, and a supervisory group was established specifically to ensure the safety of food. His purpose for visiting was not to purchase goods, but rather to sell off unwanted magical artifacts. Otherwise, he would find himself short of funds when venturing out. He could not solely rely on Lin Xian and Wang Yue. After successfully acquiring a sum of spirit stones, he returned to Zhou Garden and commenced his practice of the wind shadow technique. Before advancing to the 5th level of qi cultivation, he had been diligently studying this technique, and now he was finally able to harness its full power. A month later, through Zhou Luo's relentless efforts, Bai Jian found herself pregnant once more. Congratulations to the host for their unwavering dedication, resulting in their partner's conception, earning a chance to draw a lottery. At last, the opportunity to draw a lottery had arrived. He entered the lottery interface with great anticipation. The white wheel floated consistently in the void, its 7 segments unchanged. He hoped for something remarkable. As he gazed at the familiar wheel, a blend of anxiety and expectation crossed his face. The time to embark on their agreed-upon journey was rapidly approaching. It would be splendid if he could draw something to enhance his combat prowess before then. He fervently hoped it would not be some innate energy that merely bestowed benefits upon future generations. That would truly be a pitiful outcome. Silently praying, Zhou Luo focused his mind. It was time to commence the draw. In the next moment, a golden orb of light appeared, beginning to spin upon the white wheel. Under the watchful gaze of Zhou Luo, the golden light gradually descended, eventually settling in another area. Another? A sense of panic surged within him. Could it be that what one fears most truly comes to pass? Is it indeed the innate qi? No, please. Congratulations. Host has acquired the talisman treasure, Ice Spear. The reward has been automatically issued to the host's backpack. Please check. A talisman treasure? Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback by the notification sound. Then his heart surged with exhilaration. It was not innate qi, but a talisman treasure. Goodness, this was indeed a talisman treasure. He had taken the time to study talisman treasures, and during his previous visit to the spirit mine, he had witnessed a powerful member of the Lu family demonstrating the prowess of such treasures. As an item that lies between talismans and magical artifacts, its power is undoubtedly immense. Even the most ordinary talisman treasure can dominate during the qi refinement stage. The most formidable aspect is that even with his cultivation at the 5th layer of qi refinement, he could still activate this treasure. Zhou Luo never anticipated he would draw such a remarkable item. With this talisman treasure in hand, as long as he did not provoke a foundation-building expert during his outing, he could walk with confidence. Upon acquiring this talisman treasure, Zhou Luo felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. He eagerly looked towards the talisman icon in his backpack. Talisman treasure, Ice Spear. Description: the Ice Fairy has sealed the power of the mid-grade magical artifact, Ice Spear, within the talisman, refining it into a treasure. Upon use, it can summon a domain of ice, within which enemies are assailed by icy energy, possessing 30% of the Ice Spear's might. Note: after 3 uses, the talisman treasure requires re-energizing. Only those at the foundation building stage can unleash its full potential. Qi refinement cultivators can only wield a fraction of its power. Essentially, talisman treasures are talismans that, through formidable means, encapsulate a portion of the power from magical artifacts or spells within the talisman, allowing one to activate it. The Ice Spear is crafted based on a mid-grade magical artifact. Magical artifacts are entities that only cultivators beyond the core formation stage are qualified to wield. Zhou Luo had only encountered related descriptions in ancient family texts. Given his current cultivation level, it was uncertain when he would ever come into contact with a magical artifact. Although talisman treasures, forged with magical artifacts as conduits and talismans as the foundation, do not match the original in power. Even a mere 30% is sufficient to crush qi refinement cultivators. As for those at the foundation building stage, Zhou Luo had yet to test it and could not ascertain whether they could withstand it. The only lamentable aspect is that this talisman treasure can only be used 3 times. After 3 uses, it will deplete its energy and become a useless item unless he finds the ice fairy mentioned in the description to assist in reforging another talisman treasure. As it stands, he is completely unqualified to approach her. Thus, these 3 uses appear to be exceedingly precious. Furthermore, the fact that a qi refinement cultivator can only unleash a portion of its might adds to Zhou Luo's discomfort. With his 5th layer of qi refinement, even consuming temporary enhancement pills would barely allow him to activate this talisman treasure once. In due time, the self, devoid of spirit, would become vulnerable to the whims of others. Zhou Luo had initially contemplated wielding this talisman to sweep across the world. However, it now appeared that this artifact could only serve as a last resort for survival, one that should remain concealed until the direst of circumstances arose. Otherwise, should his adversaries eliminate him, he would merely become a prize for others. After perusing the entire introduction of the ice spear, Zhou Luo's enthusiasm diminished significantly. It was evident that he must continue to enhance his strength, ideally waiting until he reached the foundation establishment stage before utilizing this talisman, so as to fully unleash its potential. Regaining his composure, Zhou Luo succumbed to slumber. In the ensuing days, he remained industrious. Seizing the opportunity presented by the spirit stones acquired from selling treasures, he embarked on procuring a fresh batch of materials, intending to concoct superior elixirs for profit. The cycle of purchasing materials, refining pills, selling them, and then buying more materials continued unabated. Necessity dictated that without financial means, one struggled to make any progress. Yet, his frequent transactions caught the attention of Lin Xianfeng. Ever since the earlier confrontation with Lu Fuchen, Lin Xianfeng had been recuperating and attending to family matters. Now, with leisure time on his hands, his gaze unconsciously shifted toward Zhou Luo. He had heard of how Zhou Luo had once again saved the family by concocting detoxification pills, and selflessly presented a longevity pill for his master. While ordinary individuals would commend such deeds with accolades, Lin Xianfeng found these occurrences worthy of deeper contemplation. Chapter 141 Departure from the family. Lin Xianfeng believed he understood Zhou Luo well. Thus, he couldn't fathom that Zhou would genuinely act so selflessly as to present a longevity pill. Such a pill was a treasure sought after by countless qi refining practitioners, and even prominent figures like Lin Zhishou could not procure one from their clan. Lin Xianfeng was certain that Zhou Luo was fully aware of the pill's immense value. If that were the case, then Zhou must have ulterior motives. What could they be? Lin Xianfeng was momentarily perplexed. However, recent news indicated that Zhou was concocting a significant quantity of medicinal pills for sale, which implied a pressing need for funds. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't expend so much time on alchemy. But why was he in such dire financial straits? Lin Xianfeng dismissed the notion that mere body refining materials could deplete Zhou's resources. With the rewards from both the family and the celestial sect, along with the substantial gifts received during weddings, Zhou should possess considerable wealth. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Lin Xianfeng. He intended to leave the family. Indeed, only by departing could it explain his financial predicament. This thought led Lin Xianfeng to recall the Wang family's offspring he had encountered at Linzai Manor. No wonder the third miss expressed a desire to travel in the mortal realm. Lin Xianfeng pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the 3 of them had some scheme in mind. The family would certainly not permit Zhou Luo to leave easily, but with the endorsement of third Miss Lin Xian, the situation would be different. This piqued Lin Xuanfeng's interest. He refrained from alarming Zhou and continued to quietly await the validation of his suspicions. A month later, Lin Shi, who had been pregnant for 10 months, finally reached the day of delivery. Zhou Luo stood at the door, eagerly anticipating the birth of his 13th child, hoping for another with a 6th-grade spiritual root. A moment later, the clear wail of an infant echoed from within. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in his ears. "Congratulations, host. The 13th offspring has been born, granting a 70-year lifespan bonus. Due to this child possessing a 4th-grade spiritual root, the host receives 25 aptitude points. Current aptitude, 9th-grade spiritual root, 6100. What? A 4th-grade spiritual root? Zhou Luo nearly gasped in astonishment. He could hardly believe that he, with a 9th-grade spiritual root, and Lin Shi, who possessed a 5th-grade spiritual root, could produce a descendant with a 4th-grade spiritual root. Could it be a genetic mutation? Zhou Luo was astounded, his heart swelling with joy. Gazing at the progress bar, which had surpassed the halfway mark in aptitude points, he could almost envision an 8th-grade spiritual root beckoning to him. Creak. The door swung open, and the midwife, a middle-aged woman, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master Zhou. It's a boy with a 4th-grade spiritual root." Upon hearing this, the women gathered at the door erupted in delight. Zhou Luo, beaming with a smile, quickly made his way into the room. Just after giving birth, Lin Shi appeared pale. Her head tilted as she gazed lovingly at the infant by the bedside, her eyes sparkling with the joy of newfound motherhood. "Xiao, you've worked hard," Zhou Luo said, gently clasping her delicate, fair hand. Lin Shi smiled and shook her head. "Look how adorable this little one is." Hearing this, Zhou Luo turned his attention to the baby boy, who, freshly born, still bore wrinkled skin and was wailing loudly, as if announcing his arrival to the world. He lifted the baby with tenderness, gazing affectionately at this child endowed with a 6th-grade spiritual root. "From now on, you shall be called Changlo." The tiny infant paid no heed, continuing to cry as if to proclaim his existence. Zhou Luo chuckled, setting the baby down, and offered Lin Shi some words of encouragement regarding her health. In the afternoon, Lin Xian, Zhou Luo's sister-in-law, made a rare visit to Zhou Garden, bearing gifts to welcome her sister's child. Though ostensibly a visit, she harbored ulterior motives. In the main hall, Lin Xian sat on the left side, looking at Zhou Luo and asked, "Are you prepared for the next 2 months?" Zhou Luo chuckled lightly. "I am indeed ready, though I am curious as to how the third miss plans to facilitate my departure. Given his current status, would the family truly allow him to leave? I have already sought my father's permission to venture into the secular world for some practical experience. You will accompany me, and we shall find a way to sneak away." Lin Xian replied. A month prior, she had broached the subject with her father, who had not objected. However, Lin Xian had merely suggested a visit to a small town to inspect the family's estates, with the hope of breaking through to a higher-grade alchemist with Zhou Luo's assistance. Indeed, she had purposely claimed to have brushed against the threshold of a superior alchemist, intending to relax and seek a breakthrough opportunity during this journey. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong dared not oppose, reasoning that within the family's jurisdiction, there would likely be no issues. Moreover, gaining experience through travel was beneficial for personal growth and broadening one's horizons, something many clans and even immortal sects encouraged among their disciples. Ultimately, Lin Tianxiong acquiesced, albeit with the stipulation that an elder would accompany them. Lin Xian planned to devise a means of discreetly escaping once they reached their destination, confident that the family would be powerless to intervene due to the distance. "And what of Miss Wang?" Zhou Luo inquired. Given the Wang family's stringent control over Wang Yue, would they truly permit her to leave so easily? Lin Xian replied confidently. "I have already communicated with the head of the Wang family. We will go to fetch her." While the Wang family was reluctant to allow Wang Yue to venture out alone, they might consider it permissible under Lin Xian's supervision. As she was aware of Wang Yue's mother's circumstances and the family's desire to prevent her from obtaining the Bai Shui Dan. This is precisely why Wang Yue had refrained from disclosing the transaction with Zhou Luo to her companion. She was acutely aware that her dear sister, for the sake of her safety, would never allow her to bring the Bihui Dan home. With all arrangements in place, Zhou Luo chose not to elaborate further, merely inquiring, "When shall we depart?" Before the Spirit Pill Conference, Lin Xian responded. This upcoming conference would be hosted by the Lu family, and Wang Yue's master, Wang Xian, would also be in attendance. This elder of the Wang family posed the greatest obstacle to their plans. Even if the head of the Wang family consented, he would likely devise ways to impede their efforts. Thus, it was crucial to select the timing judiciously. After concluding their discussions, Lin Xian took her leave. In the days that followed, Zhou Luo devoted himself to practicing the wind shadow technique and to the crafting of spiritual talismans and alchemical pills. He even discreetly acquired a substantial amount of array materials through Su Changshan. Once I depart, you must ensure the proper management of the Zhou garden, Zhou Luo stated earnestly, gazing at Su Chongqing in the hall of the main building. Rest assured, my brother Zhou, your kindness shall remain etched in my memory. I will not allow any loss to befall the Zhou garden, Su Chongqing replied solemnly. Zhou Luo nodded slightly and produced 2 vials of elixirs. I cannot predict when I shall return from this journey. This vial contains a potion to suppress the poison within you, sufficient to last for 2 years. The other vial is an antidote. Should a recurrence of the previous incident occur, it can be administered to my wife and children. Remember, this antidote is exclusively for them, and it must remain a closely guarded secret. If anyone inquires, you must divulge no information. This antidote is of the highest quality, capable of resolving nearly all toxins. Should it be discovered, it would pose a significant dilemma for me. Hence, I have entrusted this antidote to Su Chongqing rather than Lin Shi, ensuring that it remains concealed from the family. Sitting upright, Su Chongqing met Zhou Luo's gaze with unwavering determination. Do not worry, brother Zhou. I understand what must be done. Although he was uncertain why the antidote was treated with such gravity, he resolved to keep the matter confidential. 2 months later, just prior to the agreed-upon departure, Zhou Luo successfully advanced his physical refinement to the 3rd stage of the giant bear body refinement technique. Chapter 142. The core area of the Lin family in Qingcheng. After informing his wives of his impending journey, he proceeded as agreed to Lin Zhe's estate, where Lin Xian had long awaited his arrival. Dressed in a simple light blue short skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs, her exquisite features bore a hint of anticipation. Despite her status as the 3rd young lady of the Lin family, this was her inaugural venture away from home, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Beside her, the family head, Lin Tianxiong, stood with an air of authority, hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Luo bowed respectfully, addressing him as family head. Indeed, during this excursion, one must exercise utmost caution and never let one's guard down, Lin Tianxiong instructed. To speak candidly, he harbored reservations about Zhou Luo's departure. The world outside was fraught with peril, and any misstep could spell disaster for their family. Yet, he understood that a fledgling eagle must learn to soar. Remaining in the comfort of familiarity would yield no benefits to one's cultivation, and this experience would undoubtedly bolster their sense of belonging to the family. Thus, he ultimately consented to their expedition. Rest assured, we shall proceed with the utmost prudence, Zhou Luo replied with reverence. Lin Tianxiong chose not to elaborate further, merely gesturing for someone to approach. A middle-aged man clad in white emerged, possessing a square face, prominent brows, and a commanding presence. Let Lin Dong accompany you on this journey, Lin Tianxiong stated calmly. Lin Dong, the captain of the family's law enforcement hall, was a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a distinguished member of the family's middle generation. I apologize for any inconvenience, Captain Lin, Zhou Luo said, clasping his hands in salutation. Such formalities are unnecessary. It is my duty, Lin Dong replied in a deep voice, his keen eyes assessing Zhou Luo. On this expedition, he was not only tasked with their protection but also with monitoring Zhou Luo, intent on uncovering the secrets that lay within him. This was indeed a plan orchestrated by Lin Xianfeng. After a brief exchange, the trio mounted their 3 spirit steeds and made their way out of the family estate. The Wang family in Qingcheng was still some distance from Maple Leaf City, and the family could not afford to provide the precious flying vessel for their journey, necessitating the use of these steeds. These spirit steeds, meticulously cultivated by the family, were capable of enduring long distances with remarkable speed. As they rode towards the city's outskirts, Lin Xianfeng quietly appeared, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon them, his shadowy visage betraying no emotion. Master, a diminutive figure respectfully approached him. Go, Lin Xianfeng replied indifferently. To uncover the secrets harbored by Zhou Luo, Lin Xianfeng had devised a meticulous plan. Not only had he appointed Lin Dong as the overt overseer, but he had also summoned an operative from the security hall, responsible for intelligence gathering, to discreetly follow their movements. Although this subordinate was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, his expertise in stealth would likely render him undetectable. The small man accepted his orders and departed. Lin Xianfeng stood still, a smile gracing his lips. Zhou Luo, I am most curious to see how you will respond. The realm of cultivation was vast and boundless, encompassing 7 great kingdoms and countless hidden sects across the continent. Among them, The Huiyun Kingdom lay in the southern region, divided into 5 states. Each state governed 9 prefectures, and each prefecture held dominion over 5 grand cities. Beneath these grand cities, various smaller towns and villages thrived. The Lin family resided in the Qingyuan prefecture, overseen by the Qingyuan sect. In Qingyuan prefecture, there were 5 major cities: Maple Leaf, Panshi, Qingtian, Qingcheng, and Longming. The land was expansive, seemingly without end. A qi refining cultivator might spend their entire life without venturing beyond a single prefecture. Upon exiting the city, Zhou Luo and his companions mounted their spiritual steeds and galloped southward. The Wang family of Qingcheng was situated to the south of Maple Leaf City, a distance of several thousand miles separating the two. Their destination, Jiang City, lay to the west, not far from the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range mentioned in their clues. The road was smooth and level, with the occasional cultivator passing by, their expressions wary. As dusk approached, the 3 found it prudent to rest in the wilderness. Lin Dong produced a spiritual talisman, gently squeezing it, which suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. This illuminating talisman could brighten several meters and last for hours, an essential item for outdoor excursions. Zhou Luo leaned against the sole large tree, gazing up at the twinkling starlit sky, his mind tranquil. In the darkness, occasional rogue cultivators emerged, stealthily observing them. However, upon spotting the maple leaf emblem representing the Lin family on their attire, they fled in terror. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was roasting beast meat over a fire, while Lin Xian quietly sat beside Zhou Luo. She too gazed at the bright moon, her eyelashes fluttering as she suddenly inquired, "What do you think of Yu Wei?" Zhou Luo paused, then replied with a smile, "Miss Wang is truly a wonderful person." "Is that all?" Lin Xian countered. "Ahem, she is also quite beautiful," Zhou Luo stated honestly, uncertain of Lin Xian's intent. At that moment, Lin Xian, hugging her knees, turned her head and asked, "Do you know that Yu Wei likes you?" "What?" Zhou Luo exclaimed in surprise. Lin Dong, who was roasting meat, also flickered his gaze. "Third miss, you cannot be serious." "How could that be?" Zhou Luo sighed, realizing the improbability of such a situation. He represented the future of the Lin family, and Wang Yue was equally a key focus for the Wang family. Neither side would permit their members to intertwine. Such a connection would be a grave loss. However, Lin Xian seemed unfazed by the implications of her words. With sincerity, she said, "Precisely because it is impossible, I hope that in the days to come, you can create beautiful memories together." "Beautiful memories?" Zhou Luo's expression turned awkward. He wondered what kind of deception Wang Yue had spun to lure him out. "Ahem, third miss, I am aware." To maintain the facade for Wang Yue, Zhou Luo felt compelled to play along. Before long, the beast meat was perfectly roasted. As Lin Dong handed the beast meat to Zhou Luo, he cast a deep glance at him and lowered his voice, saying, "If you can bring back the woman from the Wang family, the clan leader will be most pleased." A dark line appeared on Zhou Luo's forehead, unsure of how to respond. After dinner, Lin Dong offered to keep watch, assuring them they could rest peacefully. Lin Xian, however, was carefree, promptly falling asleep against a tree trunk. Zhou Luo, disinclined to entrust his life to others, kept his eyes closed but did not fully succumb to slumber. The night passed uneventfully. The trio continued their journey towards Qingqing. According to Lin Dong's estimation, it would take them at least 20 days to reach their destination. During this period, Zhou Luo remained diligent, further solidifying his own cultivation. Lin Xian, on the other hand, exhibited great curiosity towards the novel world around them, frequently pausing to admire the breathtaking scenery. Along the way, they inevitably encountered fierce birds and wild beasts, and even some audacious cultivators who dared to attack them. Yet, all were effortlessly dealt with by Lin Dong. Ultimately, on the evening of the 23rd day since departing from Maple Leaf City, they successfully arrived at Qingqing. Chapter 143. The Wang family's enticement under the cloak of night. The majestic city of Qingqing sprawls like a colossal beast resting upon the earth. Within its bounds, the streets gleam brightly, resembling daylight, while an array of buildings, homes, and shops flourish with vibrancy. The thoroughfares are bustling with the ebb and flow of people, interwoven like threads, punctuated by the lively calls of street vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon recognizing the identities of the three, the city guards immediately offered a respectful salute. "Please follow me," they said. Guided by the captain of the guard, the trio made their way towards the Wang family estate. Much like the Lin family, the Wang family occupies a central position within this grand city. Countless structures are interconnected, sprawling expansively like a city within a city. At the family's grand entrance, a prominent plaque bearing the characters Wang family stands out, its bold, powerful script shimmering with a faint glow. It is said that this plaque was personally inscribed by the Wang family's venerable ancestor, containing profound truths. Those who gaze upon it for too long may feel a piercing pain in their eyes. At the entrance, a middle-aged man dressed in resplendent attire greeted them with a warm smile. "Third Miss, I did not expect you to arrive so soon." Upon seeing the three, he stepped forward with great cordiality. "Uncle Li," Lin Xian bowed respectfully. The man was Wang Li, the third son of the Wang family patriarch, and the father of Wang Lang, who is to become Lin Xian's future father-in-law. This relationship arises because Wang Lang is to marry into the Lin family rather than the other way around. Thus, in a certain sense, addressing Wang Li as father-in-law is not entirely inappropriate. Wang Li, being the family's steward, personally came to greet them, which was a significant show of respect. "There is no need for such formality. We shall soon be one family," Wang Li said with a hearty laugh as he helped Lin Xian to her feet. His gaze then turned to Zhou Luo. "You must be Zhou Luo," he remarked. "Lord Wang," Zhou Luo replied with a cupped fist salute. "Do not be so formal. You may call me Uncle Li, just as the third miss does." The smile on Wang Li's face widened upon seeing Zhou Luo, completely devoid of the airs of a prominent figure. He then ushered the three into the estate. Upon their arrival, the presence of the trio immediately captured the attention of the family's younger members. This group had long heard of Zhou Luo's impending visit and were filled with curiosity about the young alchemist of exceptional caliber. At that moment, the men and women gathered in the corridor stared intently at Zhou Luo, engaging in hushed discussions. "So this is Zhou Luo? He is remarkably young. I heard he is just over 20. At this rate, he is bound to become a second-tier alchemist in the future. How enviable. What is there to envy? I hear he possesses merely a 9th-grade spiritual root. Without a powerful foundation, it is uncertain whether he can attain the status of a second-tier alchemist. Indeed, it is a pity. Nonetheless, his talent is astonishing. I wonder if he has a wife or concubines. I wish to marry him." Countless whispers clearly reached the ears of the three. Zhou Luo was taken aback by his notoriety within the Wang family, yet it appeared that many held reservations about him. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The towering trees in the forest are inevitably subjected to the winds. Maintaining a low profile is not a negative trait. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave." Wang Li's stern voice resonated, his expression grave. The young scions of various families quickly retreated. Once they had departed, Wang Li donned a smile and addressed Zhou Luo, saying, "Your reputation within the Wang family is quite substantial, which may inadvertently attract scrutiny. I hope you can forgive this." Zhou Luo gently shook his head, replying, "It is of no concern, Lord Wang." "That is reassuring," Wang Li continued, guiding the three of them to a manor situated in the core area. "The journey from the Wang and Lin families is long. I trust you are weary. Please rest here tonight. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." Wang Li informed the trio. "We are grateful for your hospitality, Uncle Li." Lin Xian expressed her thanks. "Come, allow me to show you to your rooms." Wang Li maintained his genial demeanor as he led them to the second floor of the main building. On the second floor, there were 3 spacious and well-lit rooms. Lin Xian and Lin Dong exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to let Zhou Luo choose the middle room, while Lin Dong took the one near the stair railing, and Lin Xian opted for the innermost room. Observing this, Wang Li's gaze deepened slightly, yet his smile remained intact. "Very well. Each room is equipped with a communication talisman. Should you require anything, you may summon the servants here directly. I shall return to see you tomorrow." After delivering his instructions, he departed. Once he was gone, Lin Dong pulled Lin Xian aside and whispered, "Please be vigilant tonight, 3rd Mississippi. Although I reside next door, it is prudent to advise you." He was concerned that the Wang family might covertly approach Zhou Luo, given the impressive talents Zhou Luo had displayed, which made him a coveted figure in the eyes of other illustrious families. Even though he was currently the son-in-law of the Lin family, who could guarantee that he would remain with them? He bore no blood ties to the Lin family, making him an enticing target for the Wang family, who would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity to draw him in. The alliance between the Wang and Lin families was indisputable, Yet such bonds appeared fragile when confronted with familial interests. Lin Dong was uncertain of the Wang family's precise intentions, but he instinctively sensed that they would take action. He even contemplated staying awake throughout the night, choosing to leave the Wang residence before making any decisions. Lin Xian understood his thoughts and nodded subtly. At that moment, Zhou Luo had entered his room, and the first sight that greeted him was a spacious and bright expanse. The towering wooden beams supported an expansive ceiling, and the intricately carved patterns between the beams cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. The walls surrounding him were smooth and white, reflecting the soft light that streamed in through the windows. Several exquisite carpets were casually scattered across the floor, while the neatly arranged furniture exuded an air of antiquity. In the center of the room stood a large bed adorned with an embroidered quilt. A faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air, uplifting the spirit. Zhou Luo settled into a round chair and poured himself a cup of spiritual tea. After more than 20 days of travel, he indeed felt mentally fatigued. He intended to finish his cup of tea before taking a well-deserved rest. Next door, Lin Xian sat gracefully in a round chair, attuned to the sounds coming from outside the room. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. She rose and opened the door to find a demure maid standing before her. With her head bowed, she softly announced, "Miss San, Miss Wang Yue wishes to see you." Upon hearing that it was Wang Yue who sought her presence, Lin Xian furrowed her brow slightly and asked, "What is it about?" The maid replied respectfully. Miss Yue did not elaborate, but she mentioned that it is of great importance. Lin Xian glanced at Lin Dong's room, noting that the lights were still ablaze, indicating he had not yet retired for the night. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, "I understand." With that, she exited her room but chose not to follow the maid. Instead, she knocked on Zhou Luo's door. Zhou Luo opened it, a look of confusion on his face. Lin Xian fixed her gaze upon him, her expression earnest as she said, "No one but me should answer the door." Zhou Luo, taken aback by her words, soon realized that she was concerned about any potential connection with the Wang family. Smiling, he replied, "I understand." Lin Xian said nothing further and turned to leave. Zhou Luo closed the door behind her, chuckling softly to himself. Am I truly so easily swayed? Chapter 144. The art of seduction. Zhou Luo was acutely aware of Lin Xian's concerns, or rather, the apprehensions harbored by the Lin family. However, regardless of the tactics employed by the Wang family, he had no intention of aligning himself with their schemes. Setting aside the fact that his wife and child remained in the Lin household, he had painstakingly established a foothold there. To uproot himself and start anew elsewhere was an untenable prospect. Upon returning to his chair, Zhou Luo was about to extinguish the candlelight and retire for the night when the door was suddenly flung open. Could it be that the third young lady still harbored doubts? With a furrowed brow, he lifted his gaze toward the entrance, only to behold a captivating woman clad in delicate pink gauze, her alluring figure accentuating her ample curves and revealing swathes of pristine skin. She fixed her sultry gaze upon Zhou Luo, her enchanting smile accompanied by a graceful curtsy. "Young Master Zhou, I present my respects." Zhou Luo's expression darkened. "By the heavens, third young lady, I assure you, I did not open the door willingly. It was unbidden." He was taken aback by the Wang family's audacity to employ the art of seduction to ensnare him, and he found himself unable to refuse their advances. At that moment, the enchanting woman sauntered closer, her slender waist swaying gracefully, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, undeniably enticing. Zhou Luo had managed to maintain his composure, but as the intoxicating scent permeated his senses, he felt a disorienting wave wash over him, igniting an inexplicable heat within, an unnamed desire surging forth. Just then, the Lingxi jade at his chest began to glow, a rush of coolness flooding his being, quelling the rising flames of temptation while gradually restoring his clarity of mind. The seductive fragrance. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow and quickly composed himself, focusing intently. As a skilled poison maker, he swiftly discerned that the enchanting aroma emanating from the woman was laced with something peculiar. More precisely, it was the combination of her alluring scent and the room's natural fragrance that rendered it suspicious. This bewitching aroma was so insidious that, prior to this revelation, it had blended seamlessly with the ordinary scents, leaving him unsuspecting. Thankfully, the Lingxi jade had roused him from this enchantment. Otherwise, he might have fallen prey to her charms. "You seem unwell, young Master Zhou," the woman inquired, her beautiful features etched with concern. Her captivating gaze was undeniably endearing, evoking an instinctive desire to cherish her. With a stern countenance, Zhou Luo replied, "I request that you leave." Had her tactics been merely those of a common seductress, he might have entertained a more cordial dismissal. Yet, the fact that she dared to employ such beguiling fragrances against him was a blatant affront to his dignity. The woman's smile faltered, and she opened her mouth to speak once more. But Zhou Luo's resolute tone cut her off. "I do not wish to resort to violence." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression soured, and she could only turn away in frustration. Once she had departed, Zhou Luo seized the Ling tea from the table and downed it in one gulp. It seemed the Wang family posed an even greater threat than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the woman descended to the adjoining hall where Wang Li was sipping tea. This stratagem of seduction was entirely his design. To prevent any disturbances, he had purposely rendered Lin Dong unconscious. As for Lin Xian, he certainly could not entertain the thought of using such underhanded tactics against his prospective daughter-in-law. Thus, Wang Yue was compelled to intervene, temporarily leading her away from the room. Recollecting his thoughts, Wang Li gazed upward with a smile, pondering that by this time, his counterpart had likely succumbed to the embrace of slumber. At that moment, he was suddenly enveloped by a delicate fragrance. Wang Li diverted his gaze, only to find that the woman he had arranged had unexpectedly returned, causing his expression to darken. "Why have you emerged?" "The eighth elder shows no interest in me," the woman replied, her face etched with grievance. Wang Li furrowed his brow, perplexed. "That cannot be," he mused. He had inquired thoroughly. Zhou Luo was notoriously captivated by beauty, having taken 7 wives and concubines despite not being a son-in-law, and fathered numerous children. How could such a man resist the allure of physical charm? Moreover, he had specifically tasked the family's poison master to concoct a unique aphrodisiac. Logically, he should have been utterly defenseless against temptation. "Explain the situation in detail," Wang Li commanded, his voice low. The woman had no choice but to recount the events in full. After listening intently, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that he simply did not favor this type of woman? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. As for Zhou Luo's disinterest in women, Wang Li found that notion utterly unbelievable. What family could bear to be so indifferent to women while fathering numerous offspring? With this thought in mind, he resolutely dismissed the woman and summoned his servants, intending to arrange for women from the Wang family to entice Zhou Luo. After all, the Wang family had an abundance of ordinary women, each possessing a diverse array of types and appearances. He refused to believe he could not capture Zhou Luo's interest. At the Mingyue Tower, Lin Xian sat in the hall, her expression as frigid as ice, enveloped in silence. At the main seat, the strikingly beautiful Wang Yue bore a hint of remorse upon her brow. "You deceived me into coming here solely to win over Zhou Luo?" Lin Xian questioned coldly. The maidservant, representing Wang Yue, had been stalling since bringing her to the Mingyue Tower. By the time Lin Xian realized the situation, it had been quite some time since she had left Zhou Luo's side. She understood all too well that Wang Yue's motives were centered around Zhou Luo. Sensing the accusatory tone, Wang Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied softly, "I am not in a position to refuse." Though she was a prodigy in alchemy within her family, her status was regrettably lowly. Coupled with her mother's circumstances, her family had always harbored distrust towards her. This time, the family had instructed her to delay Lin Xian, leaving her with no grounds for refusal. "Do you not harbor feelings for him? Why does the Wang family not permit you to seduce him?" Lin Xian retorted angrily. While she could empathize with Wang Yue, it did not mean she could accept such deceit, especially from a close friend. "I am truly sorry. The family has promised me that if I ensure you stay here for the night, I will be allowed to see my mother just once before I depart." Wang Yue expressed with genuine regret. The family mandated that she could only see her mother once every 3 months. Now, as she prepared for her journey, she naturally wished to catch a final glimpse of her before leaving. As for Zhou Luo, she felt little psychological pressure. After all, the family was only trying to win him over and would not take any drastic actions against him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she fell into silent contemplation. Initially, she believed that with Lin Dong present, everything would be fine. However, it now appeared that the other party had likely been ensnared as well. "Rest assured, you must have faith in Zhou Luo," Wang Yue encouraged with a smile. Lin Xian shot her a glare, I truly do not understand where your confidence stems from. Are you unaware that he has numerous wives and concubines? The tale of Zhou Luo marrying and taking concubines, resulting in a plethora of offspring over the past 5 years, was a favorite topic of gossip within the Lin family. Everyone knew that this family's son-in-law was not only exceptionally talented in alchemy, but also had a penchant for women and procreation. Thus, Lin Xian did not believe he could withstand the allure of beauty. Wang Yue, chuckling silently, shifted the topic. How do you plan to evade the Lin family's watchful eyes? I have my own arrangements, Lin Xian replied calmly. In the room arranged by the Wang family, Zhou Luo gazed awkwardly at the adorable little girl standing at the door, feeling a profound sense of despair. Could you kindly inform Elder Wang that I truly do not wish for any of this? He lamented. In the brief span of half an hour, at least 10 women had already been sent to his room, each with distinct figures, appearances, and personalities. Were it not for the necessity of being polite under someone else's roof, he would have felt a strong urge to overturn the table in frustration. Young Master Zhou, could you tell me what type of woman you prefer? The girl asked with a bright smile. Looking at her unwavering insistence, Zhou Luo, with a pained expression, replied, Can I say I prefer men? Really? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Luo quickly realized she might have taken him seriously and hurriedly clarified, No, 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 you misunderstood. You truly need not go to such lengths. Yet, the girl paid him no heed and dashed out of the room. Observing the door that had just closed, Zhou Luo gritted his teeth and decisively stood up, retrieving a spiritual talisman to affix to the door. Since reasoning was futile, he had to be a bit more forceful. Surely, he could not allow a large man to burst in later. Soon, a young man with red lips, white teeth, and a fair, delicate complexion appeared outside the door. He took a deep breath and was about to push the door open, only to find it locked, leading him to knock instead. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Luo's gaze fell upon the figure outside the door, utterly speechless. It seemed the other party had indeed sought a man. He could only pretend he had heard nothing. After some time of knocking and realizing he truly could not enter, the young man quietly departed. Zhou Luo let out a long sigh of relief, seated himself in a round chair, and mused, Finally, I can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Chapter 145. Lin Xian's Reluctance Under a Sparse Moonlit Sky. Wang Li observed his subordinates returning empty-handed, shaking his head slightly. Enough, you may leave, he gestured dismissively. Once they had withdrawn, a contemplative expression settled upon his face. The pursuit of immortality hinges upon wealth, companionship, laws, and territory. The latter two, represented by the Wang family and the Lin family, both esteemed clans of longevity, posed no competition. Thus, he chose to focus his efforts on the former two. With companionship unattainable, he resolved to pursue wealth instead. For now, he decided to conclude the evening's endeavors. Rising from his seat in the side hall, he made his way towards the master's courtyard beneath the cloak of night. The following morning, Zhou Luo, having enjoyed a restful slumber, was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks on his door. Surely they have not given up yet? He mused, gazing at the delicate silhouette at the entrance, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. It appeared that a clear dialogue was imperative to resolve this matter. Resolute, he arose, retrieved a spiritual talisman, and opened the door. To his surprise, Lin Xian's porcelain visage greeted him, her bright eyes scrutinizing him with a hint of suspicion. What transpired last night? She inquired. Zhou Luo offered no explanation, merely opening the door wider and turning to prepare for his morning routine. Lin Xian stood at the threshold, her brow slightly furrowed as she contemplated whether to step inside. Would it be awkward if she encountered something undesirable? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she inhaled deeply and entered the room. Unfortunately, she found no unpleasant surprises on the large bed. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, accompanied by an unexpected sense of astonishment. She turned her gaze towards his broad silhouette, her beautiful eyes reflecting depth. Had he truly resisted the allure of beauty? Or had he forged some unspoken agreement with the Wang family? Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Luo, freshly washed, turned around and curiously asked, Miss San, do you suspect I am involved in some transaction with the Wang family? Lin Xian's expression shifted, and she retorted defiantly, Why would I care about such matters? Zhou Luo fixed his gaze upon her, remaining silent. It is time for breakfast, she declared, turning to exit the room. Zhou Luo could only smile wryly, shaking his head. Indeed, Trust between individuals seemed to be utterly absent. Was he truly the type of person to betray his own family? In the dining hall on the first floor, Zhou Luo arrived to find an array of rare spiritual delicacies laid out before him. Lin Xian sat at the head of the table, motionless, while Lin Dong wore a sullen expression, evidently in a foul mood. He had intended to forego sleep the previous night, yet the Wang family had resorted to devious tactics, employing a mesmerizing fragrance upon him. The unfortunate reality was that he found himself unable to voice his grievances. This was their territory, and since he had not sustained any injuries, he could do little if they chose to deny the incident. Fortunately, the earlier reassurance from Miss San that Zhou Luo had not been swayed by the Wang family allowed him to relax. Otherwise, had Zhou Luo truly been taken by the Wang family, he would likely have faced severe repercussions. Without acknowledging either of them, Zhou Luo took his seat and commenced his meal. These foods are not only immensely beneficial to the body, but also replenish one's vitality. They must not be squandered. Lin Xian gazed deeply at her companion, refraining from commenting on the lack of decorum. After more than 20 days of companionship, the relationship among the three had evolved towards a more egalitarian nature, with the rigid hierarchies of their families largely forgotten, leading to a casual disregard for formalities. After breakfast, Wang Li cheerfully arrived at the estate once more. "Uncle Li, Yue should be ready by now," Lin Xian inquired directly, wishing to avoid any unnecessary delays. Wang Li chuckled lightly. There's no rush regarding the external training. Coincidentally, my son has returned, and the third young lady can engage in conversation with him. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Wang Lang has returned. Initially, the family arranged her betrothal to Wang Lang to bolster the influence of the main house. After all, Wang Lang was also of direct lineage, and according to their agreement, he was to marry into the Lin family, in exchange for which the Lin family would provide substantial resources for cultivation. Lin Xian had always felt indifferent towards this betrothal, even after spending some time with him at the Wang family estate. Her sole impression was that they belonged to different worlds. She had consented primarily because her grandfather, Lin Tianxiong, hoped to leverage Wang Lang's influence to displace Zhou Luo as the next sixth elder. However, no one anticipated that Zhou Luo would subsequently break through to become a high-grade alchemist, rendering the succession of the sixth elder nearly a foregone conclusion. Consequently, the betrothal began to seem rather pointless. Previously, Lin Xian had discussed this matter with Lin Tianxiong, expressing her desire to annul the engagement. Yet, as this was the outcome of negotiations between two families, a cancellation without just cause would jeopardize their relationship. Lin Tianxiong insisted that the engagement must proceed. Lin Xian had initially resigned herself to this fate, but upon hearing of Wang Lang's return, her unwillingness sparked a desire to have a serious discussion with him. If he were also amenable to canceling the engagement, perhaps there was still room for negotiation. "Uncle Li, I shall go meet him," Lin Xian declared. "Very well. I shall have someone escort you immediately," Wang Li replied with a beaming smile. After Lin Xian departed, Wang Li turned to Zhou Luo, his expression still jovial. "Young Master Zhou, Yue holds you in high regard. I believe you two have much to discuss." Zhou Luo's gaze flickered slightly. Surely, he could not be contemplating marrying Wang Yue to himself? That seemed implausible. Given Wang Yue's talent in alchemy, the Wang family would never easily relinquish her. While the Wang family's motives remained unclear, it was indeed necessary for him to meet her. He still possessed a vial of Baishui Dan that he had refined at home. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to trade it. "Elder Wang, I do have matters to discuss with her," Zhou Luo replied with a smile. This statement caused Lin Dong, who stood nearby, to change color. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Luo, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. "Very well, I shall have someone show you the way." Wang Li's smile widened even further. In his view, this was Zhou Luo signaling an opportunity for alliance. Lin Dong intended to intervene, but his attempts were deftly dismissed by Wang Li. Ultimately, he found himself helpless, resigned to sitting aside in indignation, watching as the other party departed. At Mingyue Tower, Wang Yue, adorned in a flowing white gown, occupied the main seat, her demeanor radiant and engaging as she regarded him. "I thought you would not come," she remarked. Zhou Luo surveyed the surroundings, maintaining his composure, and replied, "Wasn't it agreed upon?" His reference to the agreement encompassed not only their previous outing, but also the matter of the Baishui Dan transaction. Wang Yue understood his implication and continued to smile. "I believe we should be able to depart tomorrow." aware of unseen eyes scrutinizing them. She had no intention of conducting the trade at that moment. Zhou Luo grasped her unspoken thoughts and thus began to engage her in other discussions, primarily revolving around alchemy. Once their conversation reached a comfortable juncture, Wang Yue inquired, "Have you considered severing your ties with the Lin family?" "Miss Wang, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Luo feigned alarm, visibly flustered. Wang Yue responded with a calm smile, producing a storage pouch that she placed before him on the table, empowered by spiritual energy. "As long as you are willing, all of this can be yours." Zhou Luo gazed at the contents of the pouch, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Li stood discreetly in a less noticeable position, silently observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 146. Breaking off engagement. The storage bag contained a myriad of cultivation resources, and Zhou Luo estimated that its worth was nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Such extravagance astonished him, prompting him to gaze up at the other party. Wang Yue maintained her smile, patiently awaiting his response. "Miss Wang, I, Zhou Luo, am not one to be swayed so easily," Zhou Luo declared firmly, clutching the storage bag. Upon joining, the monthly tribute amounts to 100 spirit stones, Wang Yue stated calmly. Truth be told, she had been shocked for quite some time when she first heard the conditions set forth by her family, as they were on par with the treatment afforded to family elders. Zhou Luo was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated such generous terms from the Wang family. For an ordinary individual, such an offer might compel them to relinquish everything. However, Zhou Luo was different. He could not abandon all that he had within the Lin family to join a foreign clan, only to start anew and waste precious time. Thus, he remained resolute. "Miss Wang, please do not bring this up again. Are you certain you will not reconsider?" Just then, Wang Li could no longer contain himself and stepped out from the shadows. Both Wang Yue and Zhou Luo rose simultaneously, with Zhou Luo clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Elder Wang, I am aware of the Wang family's generosity towards me, yet I must decline this proposal." Wang Li regarded him with a look of regret, but did not press the matter, only smiling as he said, "No need to worry." He then took his seat at the head of the table and inquired, "So, did you have someone in mind last night?" "Elder Wang." Zhou Luo's expression grew troubled. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Do not be concerned. I merely wish to befriend you." Since he could not win him over through persuasion, he planned to cultivate a relationship through familial ties, which might yield benefits for the Wang family in the future. Hearing this, Zhou Luo let out a sigh of relief. However, at this stage, he still had certain expectations regarding a concubine. He certainly could not marry someone who would create chaos in the Zhou courtyard. Moreover, he desired a partner with commendable spiritual roots. The women from last night, having been allocated for such purposes by the family, were evidently not valued. "Elder Wang, I do not have such intentions at the moment," Zhou Luo replied. Setting aside the earlier reasons, he felt overwhelmed by the prospect of managing 8 wives. Adding more would likely leave him in despair. Thus, he ultimately chose to decline, deciding to revisit the matter once he discovered a method for dual cultivation. "Young Zhou, have you perhaps misunderstood my intentions?" Wang Li persisted. Logically, if the other party were indeed enamored by beauty, he should not refuse such an opportunity. Zhou Luo hastily clarified, "Elder Wang, I understand your thoughts, but I am genuinely unable to comply." Standing nearby, Wang Yue felt her cheeks flush upon hearing this, covering her face as she chuckled softly. "Very well. Since you are so determined, I shall not press the issue," Wang Li stated, producing a token from his robes and gently placing it beside Zhou Luo. "I beg your pardon for the events of last night. The Wang family holds you in high esteem, and should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may wholly rely on this token to seek assistance from our kin. Even if one were to refuse the overtures of our clan, Wang Li would still extend a modicum of goodwill." As Zhou Luo gazed at the medallion embossed with the family crest, he did not decline, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Father, you are indeed here." At this moment, a vibrant voice unexpectedly resonated from outside. A young man clad in a black robe, intricately embroidered with golden threads at the collar and cuffs, strode in with purpose. His features were sharply defined, his nose elegantly aquiline, and his long hair casually tied back, with strands dancing in the air as he moved, exuding a sense of wild abandon. Zhou Luo observed the tall figure, sensing a certain resemblance in demeanor to Elder Lu of the Qingyuan sect, seated at the head of the table. Wang Li's expression darkened upon the arrival of the young man. "What brings you here?" He inquired with a stern countenance. I have come to annul our engagement, the young man declared as he entered the hall, a faint smile gracing his lips. How dare you speak such nonsense? Wang Li erupted, slamming his hand upon the table, his gaze fierce as thunder. Zhou Luo's heart raced, astonished that this young man dared to address his father in such a manner. In the hierarchy of the Chongqing family, such audacity was indeed rare. Moreover, the mention of an annulment led Zhou Luo to ponder whether this was none other than Wang Lang, the fiancé of the 3rd Mississippi. He first heard this name upon entering the Qingyuan sect when Wang Xian expressed his disappointment that Wang Lang had forsaken the opportunity to study in the Immortal sect. That moment had left an indelible mark on Zhou Luo's memory. Father, this engagement was never sanctioned by me, and now that the Lin family is also unwilling, why can we not dissolve it? Wang Lang met Wang Li's furious gaze with remarkable composure, showing no sign of weakness despite the familial bond. You wretched child, I shall strike you down. Wang Li seethed, his spiritual energy flaring as he prepared to unleash his wrath. Uncle Li, wait. Outside, Lin Xian hurriedly approached, her expression unusually anxious. Earlier, she had broached her thoughts with trepidation. Initially, she believed that should he refuse, she would have to resign herself to fate. To her surprise, upon her proposal, he had been elated and had readily agreed, disregarding all caution, and was intent on informing his father, resulting in the current turmoil. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Wang Li's demeanor softened somewhat as he suppressed his anger. Third Miss, do not heed this wretch's nonsensical words, he implored. At this juncture, Lin Xian, the reluctant, mustered her courage and replied, Uncle Li, I share the same sentiment as he. What? Wang Li exclaimed, taken aback. What does the 3rd Miss mean? Lin Xian clutched her skirt, biting her lip in silence, unable to articulate her thoughts. Father, I concur, after all. Boom. Before Wang Lang could finish his words, Wang Li suddenly struck with a palm. Golden spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him with a terrifying might that crashed heavily upon Wang Lang. He was sent flying like a cannonball, ejected from the hall, and fell to the ground, unconscious. Zhou Luo's body trembled. Indeed, such rebellious behavior in the Chongqing family is akin to courting death. Someone, confine this wretch to the forbidden grounds, and do not allow him to escape. Wang Li, now standing, declared with unrestrained fury. Had the offender not been his own son, his strike would have annihilated the little beast. Immediately, servants rushed to carry him away for treatment. In the hall, the other 3 individuals lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Wang Li, his anger somewhat abated, recognized his own loss of composure. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his tranquility. I apologize for the spectacle, he said as he returned to his seat with calmness. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Xian, 3rd Miss. Could you enlighten me on the reason for the annulment of the engagement? Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, her heart in turmoil. She realized that given his demeanor, an explanation was imperative to resolve this matter. She steeled herself, raising her head, and with a firm resolve declared, Uncle Li, the truth is, I have someone I hold dear. Chapter 147. Assist me in 3 matters. Lin Xian's words were earth-shattering, leaving the 3 individuals in the hall utterly astounded, particularly Wang Li. His expression was grave, and his eyes were darkened with an unsettling intensity. 3rd Miss, do you comprehend the implications of what you just said? He inquired in a low voice. If Lin Xian were to withdraw from the engagement due to her affection for another, it would incur significant damage to the Lin family's prestige. Furthermore, the Wang family could easily exploit this situation to demand compensation from the Lin family. Lin Xian was undoubtedly aware of such ramifications. Initially, she had resigned herself to fate. However, upon discovering that Wang Lang harbored no feelings for her, her heart began to waver. Could a union between 2 individuals devoid of mutual affection truly be a source of happiness? Lin Xian felt a surge of discontent. With her standing, status, and innate talents, she ought not to be reduced to such a predicament. Thus, she lifted her gaze to meet Wang Li's imposing eyes and declared, Uncle Li, you heard it as well. Wang Lang does not consent to this marriage. He will agree, Wang Li replied with an irrefutable tone. Can a wayward son truly defy the heavens? Lin Xian retorted with determination. Why should my Lin family accept someone indifferent to me into our ranks? Given the circumstances, she felt compelled to adopt a more resolute stance. This was essential to maintain her family's dignity before the Wang family and perhaps even eliminate the notion of compensation. Wang Li's eyes flickered. As an elder of the Wang family and a leading figure within the clan, his status was unparalleled. Ordinarily, he could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. Yet, the other party displayed no fear of his authority. Are you certain this reflects the will of the head of the Lin family? Wang Li countered. If this were merely Lin Xian's personal sentiment, it would be straightforward to resolve. However, if it were indeed the Lin family's collective intent, caution was warranted, especially since the Wang family had some culpability as well. I'm uncertain, but I believe my grandfather would agree to let me choose someone I truly care for, Lin Xian replied candidly. In truth, Lin Tianxiong wished for her to accept her fate. If Wang Lang genuinely adored her, then acquiescence would have been acceptable. Yet, if neither harbored affection, what purpose did their union serve? Are you suggesting that your grandfather would forsake familial interests for your sake? Wang Li gazed down at her, exuding a subtle yet formidable presence. His earlier affability had evaporated, and he now embodied the gravitas of a family elder. The union between the Wang and Lin families was driven by familial interests. How could two mere juniors possibly sway the family's collective will? Lin Xian understood this truth profoundly. In this scenario, only by presenting her grandfather with a vision of greater family benefits might he be persuaded to acquiesce to her wishes. At that moment, a particular individual crossed her mind. She suddenly turned her gaze to the silent Zhou Luo nearby, originally intending to remain discreet and diminish her presence. Zhou Luo felt the weight of Lin Xian's gaze and trembled slightly. Please, third miss, do not look at me, she stammered. If the person I like is him? Lin Xian blurted out. The three individuals present were taken aback, particularly Wang Li, whose expression was one of incredulity, his previously commanding demeanor dissipating entirely. If the individual of interest truly was Zhou Luo, then Lin's family head would undoubtedly opt for him over Wang Lang. After all, he was a prospective second-tier alchemist, and it would not be unreasonable to win him over with various offerings. Third miss, are you certain this is true? To my knowledge, Zhou Xianzi has already wed your sister. Wang Li persisted, unwilling to yield. I am aware, but that does not pose an issue, Lin Xian replied calmly. In that moment, she finally grasped the crux of the predicament, allowing her previously anxious mind to settle. Yet, Zhou Luo, standing nearby, felt a sense of despair. Who have I offended? How did I become a shield? The only solace he found was that this situation seemingly bore no adverse consequences for him. Surely, the Wang family would not harbor resentment over such a trivial matter. Wang Li remained silent for a considerable time before he chose to abandon the topic, stating simply, I will arrange for my father to communicate with the head of the Lin family regarding this matter. With that, he departed. In the hall, Zhou Luo was the first to break the silence. Third miss, this seems excessive. Lin Xian, her expression filled with regret, lowered her stance and said, Zhou Luo, please, consider it a favor. But the truth cannot be concealed, Zhou Luo responded. Such matters could not remain hidden for long, even if the family had acquiesced to her choice. What would happen upon returning home? Did Lin Xian truly intend to be with him? I will write to my grandfather, and once the marriage is rescinded, you merely need to firmly refuse me, Lin Xian suggested, somewhat naively. Her logic was simple. She would be away from home for an extended period, and by having the family annul the engagement, she could later have Zhou Luo express his disinterest. Surely, her family would have no recourse then, and for the sake of their reputation, they would not pursue an alliance with the Wang family again. Wasn't that the perfect resolution? Third miss, have you given no thought to my position? Zhou Luo exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. Did she not realize how effortlessly one could refuse such an arrangement? He was not an elder. It was not as simple as saying no. Lin Xian recognized her lack of prudence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, I will make it up to you. This isn't merely a matter of compensation, Zhou Luo quickly retorted, then amended his statement. Well, compensation is certainly necessary. But you must guarantee that I can refuse without facing repercussions. Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wang Yue, who had been observing the exchange with amusement, finally spoke up. In my opinion, Exa, why not simply marry Zhou Luo? That would resolve everything perfectly. Wang Yue, what are you saying? Lin Xian glared at her. She then turned to Zhou Luo and said, I cannot guarantee that. Zhou Luo's expression grew slightly somber as he shrugged. In that case, I shall have to explain to Elder Wang. He certainly wouldn't indulge in such a thankless task without reason. With that, he turned to stride towards the exit. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly grasped his arm. Zhou Luo glanced back to find her biting her lip, visibly torn. What is it? He inquired. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xian resolutely made a significant decision, speaking earnestly. If it comes to it, I would indeed marry you. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. Marry him for real? Was that even an option? Yet, it seemed she, like Lin Shi, possessed fifth-grade spiritual roots, making such a union conceivable. However, her temperament would require some adjustment. We could pretend to be together, ensuring that we do not interfere with each other's lives. Lin Xian elaborated. This was the best solution she could conceive. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow. A marriage of convenience? Is that truly a concept even in the cultivation realm? If that were the case, it might indeed be advantageous. Not only could he gain more influence within his family, but he also need not worry about Lin Xian affecting Zhou Yuan. The only concern would be the elder's stance. Fortunately, before he assumed the position of the sixth elder, there was still room for negotiation. This was a favor he could extend. He ceased his departure, which relieved Lin Xian. At that moment, Zhou Luo unexpectedly extended his right hand. Lin Xian looked at him, puzzled. What about compensation? Zhou Luo inquired. Lin Xian's face darkened. She thought to herself, having made such a grand sacrifice, could he truly still demand compensation? Yet, despite her internal conflict, she reluctantly offered him a portion of her accumulated cultivation resources from the past years. Zhou Luo surveyed the substantial offerings with satisfaction as he stored them in his spatial ring, then continued, in addition, you must assist me with 3 tasks. What tasks? Lin Xian's brow furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. Zhou Luo questioned, confused. What are they? Lin Xian responded, her annoyance apparent. I haven't yet decided, but I assure you they will not be detrimental. If you agree, I will assist you, Zhou Luo spoke earnestly. Lin Xian realized she had no right to refuse and acquiesced. I agree. Zhou Luo nodded, then produced a talisman. What is this? Lin Xian asked, bewildered. A recording talisman. I must retain evidence to prevent any future reneging on your part, Zhou Luo explained. Lin Xian's expression turned grim as she realized how thoroughly he had prepared. Ultimately, she relented and narrated the entire situation on the talisman, emphasizing that all actions were her own. Chapter 148, Jiang City with Matters Resolved. Zhou Luo offered comforting words. Of course, if I could refuse this marriage proposal, then the 3 tasks would no longer be necessary. Lin Xian remained silent. Her mood darkened as she departed to compose a letter to the family head. Observing the unfolding events, Wang Yue finally spoke again. You are even more cautious than I had anticipated. Were you not so careful, you would not have the privilege of meeting me. Zhou Luo waved his hand dismissively and followed her out. The fact that he had acquired a substantial amount of cultivation resources without any expenditure brought him great joy. As for how Lin Xian would communicate with her family, he was indifferent. Regardless of the outcome, he would not suffer any loss. Besides, those 3 tasks might prove beneficial to him at a crucial moment, given Lin Xian's status. In the afternoon, Wang Li reappeared, accompanied by a steward. Perhaps due to the events of the morning, his previous jovial demeanor had vanished, replaced by an air of coldness. It just so happens that the family is dispatching someone to Jiang City. You may accompany them, Wang Li stated. Indeed, the Wang family remained cautious regarding Wang Yue. Even with Lin Xian present, they still arranged for someone to monitor their journey. No one commented further on the matter. The following morning, a group of 5 rode spiritedly toward Jiang City on their spiritual steeds. Jiang City lay some distance from Qingqing. Along the way, with the sudden addition of the Wang family members, Lin Xian felt compelled to maintain a close relationship with Zhou Luo to prevent her deceit from being uncovered. She abandoned her previous haughty demeanor, adopting a more approachable attitude. Zhou Luo, on the other hand, relished this lifestyle of being catered to with water when thirsty and food when hungry. Half a month later, they finally beheld Jiang City. This mundane city appeared significantly smaller than Maple Leaf City, yet the thoroughfare was bustling with activity. Upon reaching the city gates, 2 Lin family cultivators stood guard, scrutinizing the throngs of passers-by. Due to Jiang City's proximity to the Qingyuan sect, it, despite its modest size, was frequented by numerous cultivators, including proud disciples of the Qingyuan sect, even if they were merely outer disciples. In such a place, their presence commanded respect. Upon recognizing the arrival of the family's third young lady, the Lin family cultivators immediately displayed signs of anxiety and escorted them into the city with utmost reverence. Jiang City served as a border between the mundane world and the realm of cultivation, thus teeming with ordinary people. As they walked along the streets, Zhou Luo frequently glanced at the shops lining the road, noting that although this city was not as grand as Maple Leaf City, it was well equipped with various establishments related to cultivation, as well as numerous entertainment venues. The passing pedestrians, upon noticing Lin family cultivators leading the group, cast curious glances. Zhou Luo and the two young women, being strikingly handsome and beautiful, drew the attention of the ordinary folk, who could not help but steal glances at them. In the midst of a bustling crowd, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance stood quietly by the roadside, observing 5 individuals as they passed by. A flicker of unusual light glimmered in the depths of his eyes. How could members of the Wang family be here? He pondered silently. Among the 5, he recognized the elderly man who appeared to be in charge, having seen him in his own family. This middle-aged man was none other than Wang Tong, who had previously wreaked havoc in Maple Leaf City. Since the last time he led the remaining disciples of the Hahuan sect to narrowly escape the pursuit of a Lin family elder, he had faced relentless hunting from the Qingyuan sect. Ultimately, the remaining disciples suffered significant losses, forcing them to flee to the Longfeng mountain range. Wang Tong, however, accompanied his injured master, Lu Fuchen, to Jiang City. Adhering to the principle of hiding in plain sight, they concealed themselves in this small town, relatively close to the Qingyuan sect, momentarily evading disaster without being discovered. At that moment, Wang Tong's gaze remained fixated on the 5 individuals. Aside from the Wang family steward, he had not seen the others before, but he was certain they were descendants of the Chongqing family. Particularly, the 2 stunning beauties stirred a dry sensation in his lips and ignited a surge of wicked desire within him. If he could abduct them, perhaps his master's condition might improve. With this thought, he quietly departed, vanishing into the alleyway. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Lin family cultivator, the 5 arrived at an expansive estate. At the entrance, individuals had been waiting for some time. An elderly man clad in luxurious garments stood there, accompanied by a group of cultivators dressed in Lin family attire. Upon recognizing the arrivals, the elderly man hastily bowed. "3rd Mississippi." The others also lowered themselves, displaying utmost respect. Lin Xian responded, leading the way into the estate, with Zhou Luo and the others following closely behind. As for the elderly man from the Wang family, he took his leave and headed toward the Wang family's establishment. Inside the estate, the pavilions were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, each building adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations. The elder guided Lin Xian to the largest main building. As the highest-ranking individual present, Lin Xian naturally took her place at the head of the table. Zhou Luo and Wang Yue sat to her left, while Lin Dong occupied the right side. The elder stood in the center of the hall, his head bowed, hesitant to overstep his bounds. "Lin Bo, please take a seat," Lin Xian said kindly. Perhaps due to the events that had transpired along the way, her previous arrogance had dissipated entirely, and a touch of gentleness graced her once indifferent face. No longer keeping others at arm's length, the Lin Bo she referred to was the elder before her, named Lin San, who was the primary authority in Jiang City, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Hearing her words, Lin San approached the right side and seated himself, then began to explain the situation regarding Jiang City to the 4 present. The Lin family governed the entire city, overseeing all significant industries, while external cultivators and ordinary people were permitted only to operate everyday shops. According to the family's directives, the immediate task for Lin Xian and Zhou Luo was to familiarize themselves with the family's enterprises and comprehend their operations. After all, as the exemplary representatives of the Lin family's younger generation, they are destined to become the backbone of their clan and must therefore familiarize themselves with these matters. Furthermore, during their leisure time, they may engage in outdoor explorations with the cultivators residing in the city. The nearest location to Jiang City is the Longfeng mountain range, an expansive territory of considerable magnitude, comparable to the entirety of the Qingyuan sect. This area was originally one of the founding sites of the Hahuan sect. Consequently, this immense mountain range is rich in various celestial treasures and earthly materials. For centuries, countless cultivators have ventured into the mountains in search of these treasures. However, the Longfeng mountain range is far more perilous than one might imagine. The presence of ferocious demonic beasts and malevolent cultivators poses a constant threat, making every individual who enters the mountains tread with utmost caution. Despite these dangers, a significant number of cultivators perish each year, including disciples from the Qingyuan sect. The sect does not hold anyone accountable for these tragedies, for without the threat of death, how can a cultivator transcend their limits? Thus, the Qingyuan sect has publicly declared that they will not intervene in the fates of those who fall within the Longfeng mountain range. In the absence of regulations, malevolence will inevitably flourish. This has contributed to the increasing peril of the Longxue mountain range. To this day, the Longfeng mountain range remains one of the most chaotic regions within the Qingyuan domain. Lin Sen cautioned them to confine their activities to the periphery and to refrain from risking deeper explorations. In the depths of the Longfeng mountain range, no mercy will be shown simply because one is a scion of an esteemed family. Chapter 149. The Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range. The circumstances surrounding the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain Range were beyond the expectations of Zhou Luo and his companions. Having never ventured outside before, their knowledge was limited to mere glances at maps back home. Who could have anticipated that this mountain range, nestled close to the Qingyuan sect, would harbor such peril? Ultimately, it was the negligence of the Qingyuan sect that led to this situation. Fortunately, the clues they sought were located at the periphery. Otherwise, even with the dual cultivation methods at hand, Zhou Luo would have unhesitatingly turned back. He was not one to jeopardize his life for a few leads. After gaining a general understanding of Jiangcheng, under Lin San's arrangement, the group proceeded to the third floor of the main building to rest. The exhausting long journey had taken a severe toll on their spirits, leaving them all quite fatigued. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard within a certain alley of Jiangcheng, Wang Tong quietly entered after confirming that he was not being followed, making his way to a room deep within. Inside, Lu Fuchen sat cross-legged, attempting to mend his injuries. However, the severity of his wounds was such that he could not afford to brazenly seize women for cultivation, resulting in a painfully slow recovery. Wang Tong bowed respectfully before Lu Fuchen, meticulously relaying all the information he had gathered. The third young lady of the Lin family. Lu Fuchen exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Lin family would send someone so significant to Jiangcheng. His current injuries were a direct consequence of the Lin family's actions. If he could eliminate these two individuals from the Lin family, it would deliver a tremendous blow to them, providing an excellent opportunity for revenge. With this thought, Lu Fuchen was eager to take action. After all, the most formidable individual from the Lin family in Jiangcheng had only attained the 7th level of qi training, making them no match for him. However, he quickly regained his composure. The Lin family had evidently entrusted such an important descendant, Lin Xin, to venture out, which surely meant that they had dispatched someone to protect her. Furthermore, the Lin family's key enterprises were safeguarded by protective formations. If he acted recklessly, not only would he alert his enemies, but he might also reveal his own presence. Monitor them closely and seize the opportunity to shatter the communication talisman. Lu Fuchen commanded sharply. As you wish, Wang Tong replied before departing. Half a month later, at the Lin family's alchemy workshop, Zhou Luo was instructing 2 apprentices in the art of potion making. At that moment, Lin Xin and Wang Yue appeared at the workshop, since becoming acquainted with the family business. Lin Xin, the ethereal and refined third young lady, had adopted a decisively assertive demeanor. Today, she donned a white dress adorned with a vividly blossoming peony, paired with a light blue pleated skirt that accentuated her fair and delicate legs. We can head to the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range now, Lin Xin whispered to Zhou Luo, pulling him aside. The passage of half a month had convinced the family that their intentions were purely for self-cultivation. Thus, when Lin Xin proposed their journey to the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, neither Lin San nor Lin Dong voiced any objections. At last, Zhou Luo was able to depart from Jiang City, his face adorned with a smile and his heart brimming with exhilaration. During this period, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the alchemical market of Jiang City. Despite the multitude of cultivators entering and exiting, their purchasing power was rather disheartening. Most were merely seeking healing elixirs, leaving Zhou Luo greatly disappointed. He had initially envisioned selling a batch of longevity pills in Jiang City, but it seemed that even if sales were possible, it would only amount to a few. Fortunately, He learned from Lin San that there existed a marketplace on the outskirts of the Longfeng mountain range, where treasures unearthed from the mountains were sold, promising a clientele with higher spending power. In the afternoon, within the estate, Lin San stood respectfully with a group of distinguished cultivators awaiting in the outer courtyard. The Longfeng mountain range was nothing like Jiang City, and the statuses of Lin Xian and Zhou Luo were of paramount importance. Hence, they had to exercise utmost caution. Consequently, the Lin family had mobilized the entirety of Jiang City's protective forces for this expedition, including 4 formidable cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement, alongside 10 at the 6th level, with the remainder being cultivators at the 5th level. Third miss, everything is prepared, Lin Sen said with a bow as Lin Xian emerged. Lin Bo, there's no need to be so formal, Lin Xian replied with a touch of exasperation. The presence of so many guards was beyond her expectations. Had it been solely Lin Dong, they might have had a chance to slip away unnoticed. However, with so many watchful eyes, it would be quite a challenge to depart discreetly. Third miss, your esteemed status must not be compromised, Lin San replied earnestly. Besides Lin Xian, there was also Zhou Luo to consider. Together, they represented the future of the Lin family. Lin San felt it justified to mobilize all of Jiang City's Lin family cultivators for their protection. Seeing Lin San's resolute stance, Lin Xian refrained from further protest, deciding to adapt to circumstances as they unfolded. Thus, the group set forth in grand style aboard the flying vessel, departing towards the outskirts of the city. This scene was keenly observed by Wang Tong, whose face lit up with surprise as he clenched his fists. The awaited moment had finally arrived. The following day, a flying vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the Maple Leaf Clan soared above the Longfeng mountain range. From the aerial vantage, the vast expanse of the mountain range stretched infinitely, adorned with towering peaks that pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist. A keen observer could only glimpse the outermost portions, as the depths remained obscured from view. Once the revered site of the Hehuan sect, its size was comparable to that of the Qingyuan sect. It was also rumored to harbor a fragmented medium-sized spiritual vein, which, despite being severed, still brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, drawing countless wandering cultivators. For this outing, Lin San chose not to venture into the chaotic marketplace, instead opting to explore the outermost regions first. After all, with Lin Xian and Zhou Luo's unique identities, a prudent approach was essential. The flying vessel descended into a dense thicket. As this area constituted the fringe of the Longfeng mountain range, it was seldom frequented by explorers. Miss San, this place is rife with demonic beasts. I implore you to exercise utmost caution, Lin Sen advised Lin Xian. Beside them, Zhou Luo shook his head slightly, contemplating the presence of so many formidable individuals. Even in the face of a tide of demonic beasts, they could surely emerge unscathed. What kind of training was this? He mused. This sentiment echoed Lin Xian's thoughts as well. However, despite her status as the third young lady of the family, she found herself lacking the authority to refuse in the presence of these elders, especially when their intentions were for her well-being. Thus, over the next 2 days, the group engaged in hunting demonic beasts within the outermost region. Yet, due to geographical circumstances, the more valuable beasts had already been claimed by other cultivators, leaving behind only ordinary creatures, akin to mere wild animals. One evening, the party settled by a small creek. Under Lin San's instructions, one of the cultivators took out a formation plate and began to set up a defensive array. Meanwhile, the others produced illuminating spirit talismans. Miss San, there is little left in this area that warrants further training. We can return tomorrow, Lin San said respectfully, revealing his evident concern for any unforeseen mishaps. Lin Xian felt a wave of helplessness. If they returned just like this, who knew when the next opportunity to venture out would arise? It was time to prepare for the execution of her plan and break free from their protection. Just as she was about to voice her intentions to initiate the first step of her scheme. Whoosh! At that very moment, a beam of sword light surged forth from the darkness, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, hurtling toward the one who was setting up the formation. Chapter 150. The ambush. The attack from the darkness was abrupt, swift, and overwhelmingly powerful. The array master had not yet registered the danger when a blade pierced his throat, ending his life in an instant. The onlookers were struck with horror. Defend! Lin San bellowed. He had not anticipated the audacity of the cultivators from the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, daring to strike despite their numbers. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 3 practitioners, all at the 7th level of Qi refinement, simultaneously unleashed their defenses, casting several water barriers and golden auras to protect Lin Xin and Zhou Luo. The other cultivators brandished their magical artifacts, aiming towards the opposite bank of the stream, preparing for the next assault. Yet, just as the group's attention was fixated on the adversary across the water, a chilling whistle echoed from the darkness behind them. Blazing flames surged forth, raining down like cannonballs, carrying an ominous force. In an instant, fireballs the size of lanterns hurled towards them, illuminating the sky with their terrifying presence. The family cultivators hastily executed their defensive techniques. However, the attack was too sudden, and the sheer number of flames was overwhelming. Despite their quick reactions, several were struck by the fireballs. Although the flames were not lethal, they destabilized the previously secure formation. Zhou Luo gripped the Xuantian sword tightly, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. As he noticed a fireball hurtling towards the pale-faced Wang Yue, he stepped forward, the sound of rushing wind enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, he seized Wang Yue's arm and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blazing projectile. The fireball crashed violently to the ground, exploding and leaving a charred crater in its wake. Wang Yue's heart raced, her breath uneven. Though she possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Qi refinement, she was ultimately an alchemist, unaccustomed to battle. Therefore, when the barrage of fireballs descended, she momentarily lost her focus. Had it not been for Zhou Luo's timely intervention, she would have surely been injured. "Thank you," Wang Yue said, regaining her composure with gratitude. Zhou Luo did not respond, merely furrowing his brow as he retreated behind the others. "Everyone advance," a voice commanded from the darkness. Instantly, dozens of disciples from the He Huan sect surged forth, wielding magical artifacts with an intimidating presence. Lin San and the others gazed in astonishment at the figures emerging from the shadows. "The He Huan sect," a cultivator exclaimed in disbelief. The enemies that emerged from the darkness were clad in the unmistakable garb of the He Huan sect. These rats of the underbelly, who usually preferred to hide in the shadows, donned their sect's attire only during a grand offensive, seeking to assert their dominance. Upon seeing the He Huan sect's insignia, Lin San's expression turned icy with fury. Throughout their journey, he had remained vigilant, anxious about attracting the attention of other cultivators from the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range. Now, with the prospect of bringing the 3rd miss back tomorrow, the stakes had escalated dramatically. Unexpectedly, the disciples of the He Huan sect emerged at this moment. A truly unforeseen turn of events. "This night, your demise is inevitable." In the shrouded darkness, Wang Tong appeared, wielding a verdant sword, radiating an ethereal glow that captivated the gaze of all. The lethal strike that had just been executed was indeed his handiwork. Lin San let out a cold laugh. "A mere 7th level Qi practitioner, do you truly believe you can turn the tide?" With that, he summoned a golden broadsword, his spiritual energy surging forth as he traversed the water towards Wang Tong. As he lunged at his opponent, he did not forget to invoke his incantations. An icy chill emanated from the golden blade, a terrifying frost enveloping its entirety. With a sweeping motion, the frost-laden air cleaved through the sky, aiming directly at Wang Tong. Wang Tong responded with a serene smile, unleashing his sword. The fierce sword light surged forth like a rainbow, charging towards the icy breath. A thunderous clash ensued as the two forces collided, unleashing an astonishing might. Simultaneously, other cultivators from the Lin family launched their assaults against the He Huan sect disciples lurking in the shadows. Only Lin Dong and the remaining 2 7th-level practitioners refrained from engaging. Their duty was to protect Lin Xin and Zhou Luo. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not abandon their posts. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the darkness. Before the gathered crowd, a crimson beam of malevolence struck out, the horrifying force cleaving a 5th-level Qi practitioner in two. In the obscurity, a burly man, his face twisted in a malevolent grin, brandished a blood-red blade, gazing down upon the onlookers with disdain. Lin Dong's expression darkened. Another 7th-level powerhouse. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, who instantly understood and rushed towards the imposing figure. At this juncture, sensing something amiss, Lin Dong abruptly turned to face the opposite bank of the stream. Beside Lin San, who was isolated in his assault against Wang Tong, several 6th-level practitioners appeared. "Retreat." Lin Dong bellowed, brandishing his silvery spear. Retreat? Wang Tong chuckled lightly, shifting his stance to block Lin San's escape. His formidable strength, coupled with his sinister practice of yin and yang manipulation, along with his exquisite swordsmanship, had already placed Lin San at a disadvantage. Now, with reinforcements arriving, Lin San's life hung in the balance. Lin Dong's countenance grew grave as he tightened his grip on the silver spear. He could not stand idly by while Lin San faced encirclement. The situation would only worsen. Thus, he leaped into the fray, joining the battle with the force of a thunderous storm to alleviate Lin San's burden. As the conflict escalated, casualties mounted on both sides. Lin Xian and Wang Yue paled, their spirits shaken. They had never witnessed such a blood-soaked spectacle. Despite their considerable strength, facing reality proved to be overwhelming. In contrast, Zhou Luo maintained a calm demeanor, surveying the surrounding environment. Under the night sky, though visibility was hindered, all present were cultivators, thus able to perceive their surroundings. Currently, the Lin family, possessing 4 7th-level practitioners, appeared to hold the advantage. However, since the Hahuan sect chose to ambush them here, it is improbable that they came unprepared. There may well be other contingencies in play. Thus, one must not be careless. As he pondered, a sudden column of water shot forth from the stream, and simultaneously, a slender figure burst forth from the depths, wielding a short blade aimed directly at Lin Xian. The assailant, a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was caught off guard due to the unexpectedness of the attack and his adeptness at camouflage. Yet, Zhou Luo had anticipated such a scenario. The moment he sensed an anomaly in the waters, he activated his wind shadow technique. Seeing the attacker lunge towards Lin Xian, he decisively produced a fireball talisman and hurled it towards the assailant. As the mid-grade spiritual talisman was released, it surged forth with astonishing speed under Zhou Luo's command, landing precisely before the adversary. With a thunderous explosion, an immense blaze erupted, startling the assailant, who hastily raised his artifact to defend himself. However, the fireball talisman inflicted considerable damage. Accompanied by the fiery detonation, scorch marks appeared on the attacker's body, significantly hindering his movements and affording the 7th-level Qi practitioner a moment to react. With a swift motion, the latter unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, delivering a decisive blow that extinguished the assailant's life force. Concurrently, from across the stream, a sudden flash of silver light erupted. Lin Dong, armed with a spear, wore an expression of terror as he was violently propelled backward by a fearsome force. He quickly regained his footing, his face ashen, and shouted in alarm, "Retreat." Chapter 151. The hidden card. Lin Dong's voice trembled with a hint of terror, leaving the Lin clan cultivators, who had previously held the upper hand, in a state of bewilderment. However, in the next moment, a dazzling beam of spiritual light erupted from across the stream, soaring towards the heavens before crashing down with immense force. It descended upon the crowd like a colossal pillar supporting the sky. With a clenched jaw, Lin Dong gripped his silver spear, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as he positioned his weapon defensively, simultaneously shattering a defensive talisman. In an instant, the radiant beam penetrated his defenses, obliterating the talisman along with it. Lin Dong was violently slammed into the water, sending a cascade of splashes into the air. The Qi refining 7th-layer cultivator who was protecting Lin Xian and Zhou Luo felt a surge of alarm. He chose not to withstand the onslaught of the beam and intended to retreat with Lin Xian and the others. To his dismay, he discovered that Zhou Luo had inexplicably appeared a mile away. With no other option, he hastily led Lin Xian and Wang Yue to safety. The terrifying beam struck down with a thunderous roar, creating a gaping crater in the once even ground. The shockwave sent the Lin clan's fighting cultivators flying, their expressions etched with astonishment. From across the stream emerged an elderly man clad in black robes. His entire being seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness, emanating a chilling aura that unsettled the minds of those present. 9th-layer Qi refining. Every Lin clan cultivator felt the oppressive force of this high-level power. Lin San, who had been entangled in combat with Wang Tong, quickly retreated as well. The sudden appearance of Lu Fuchen, a formidable 9th-layer cultivator, cast the Lin family, who should have had the advantage, into a position of peril. They all fell back, encircling Lin Xian and the others, struggling to withstand the pressure as they fixated on the elder across the stream. A hint of derision crossed Lu Fuchen's aged face, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With that, he waved his hand carelessly. A blade of black and white light sliced through the air, and as it crossed the stream, it fragmented into countless shards, descending upon the crowd like torrential rain. Each shard carried with it a terrifying might, and in the blink of an eye, several fifth-layer chi refining cultivators met their demise. The others hastily summoned their formidable abilities to fend off the onslaught. Yet, against the techniques of a ninth-layer cultivator, even the simplest of moves required them to exert their utmost effort. In such dire circumstances, Zhou Luo silently activated his wind shadow technique, poised to flee at any moment. Die! At that moment, Lin Dong, who had been flung away by the beam, surged forth once more. Flames erupted from his spear, his eyes burning crimson, and he charged towards his adversary with a fierce countenance. A torrent of spiritual energy enveloped him, coalescing into a formidable force. His aura began to swell dramatically. Interesting, Lu Fuchen remarked with a calm smile. The opponent had likely consumed a potion that temporarily enhanced his strength. However, a seventh-layer chi refining cultivator, even with the aid of such a potion, would barely reach the eighth layer. In Lu Fuchen's eyes, that was still insufficient. Lu Fuchen gently raised his right hand, and from his palm, a surge of black and white spiritual energy manifested. Before Lin Dong could approach, he subtly lifted his hand, and that black and white energy shot forth like a ferocious beast, unleashing immense power. The air trembled with a resounding boom as the black and white energy exploded. The tremendous force sending Lin Dong, who had just consumed a medicinal pill, hurtling backwards once more. Lin Sen swiftly intervened, catching him. However, after enduring consecutive blows, Lin Dong's skin was torn, blood gushing forth, leaving him gravely injured. He retrieved a healing pill, administering it to Lin Dong, while channeling spiritual energy to temporarily suppress his injuries. "Why are you still standing there? Charge!" Wang Tong shouted from across the creek. The other disciples of the Hahuan sect surged forward once more, their spirits rekindled, abandoning their previous despondency. Wang Tong also led his group through the air from the creek side. In an instant, the chaos of battle erupted anew. Opposite the creek, Lu Fuchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the twitching of his facial muscles. Since his last injury, he had yet to fully recover. Although he had reached the threshold of Foundation establishment, prolonged combat was ill-advised. They were already ensnared, and there was no need to risk exacerbating his injuries. Contemplating this, Lu Fuchen's gaze fell upon Lin Xian amidst the crowd, revealing a glimmer of avarice. It was rumored that this third young lady of the Lin family possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of chi refinement. If he could fully extract her strength, his own wounds would heal rapidly. Lu Fuchen refrained from striking again, allowing Lin San and the others a moment's respite. Yet, with Lin Dong incapacitated, the situation grew increasingly precarious, particularly with a 9th-layer chi refinement expert lurking nearby, casting a formidable shadow over them. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Luo chose not to retreat behind his companions. Instead, amidst the turmoil, he began to maneuver outward. The emergence of the 9th-layer chi refinement expert had not been part of his plan, although the opponent had thus far refrained from attacking for reasons unknown. Should he choose to engage, the Lin family would likely face total annihilation. To maximize his chances of escape, Zhou Luo deliberately selected a position near the dense forest. Just as Zhou Luo had anticipated, seeing his subordinates fail to gain the upper hand, Lu Fuchen was compelled to strike once more. He summoned forth the black and white spiritual energy again, which coalesced into countless blades of light, descending upon the battlefield with terrifying force, claiming the lives of several cultivators in an instant. Concurrently, Wang Tong, wielding his formidable swordsmanship, severely injured a 7th-layer chi refinement expert. The situation grew increasingly dire. Lin San's expression darkened, his hands clenched tightly as he fixed a steely gaze upon Lu Fuchen across the creek. Originally, he had brought over 30 cultivators, but now only a third remained, with nearly all 5th-layer chi refinement practitioners annihilated. If this continued, they would all perish here. With this thought, he unhesitatingly produced a talisman, emblazoned with a golden hoop design. This was no ordinary talisman, but a talisman treasure. As the leader of Zhang City, he was capable of defending the fortress with his cultivation at the 7th layer of chi refinement, all thanks to this talisman. This talisman, inscribed with the power of a low-grade magical artifact, could only unleash a third of its potential given his strength. Observing the throng of disciples from the Hahuan sect approaching, he resolutely cast the talisman into the fray. Instantly, the talisman radiated with brilliant spiritual light, and a golden hoop burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. The Hahuan sect disciples, embroiled in battle, immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. On the opposite bank, Lu Fuchen's expression turned pale with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the adversary would wield a talisman. With a thunderous roar, the golden hoop, enveloped in spiritual energy and radiating golden light, made the cultivators in the arena feel as if they were burdened by a colossal mountain, rendering them immobile. A sense of impending doom flooded the hearts of the Hahuan sect disciples. Lin San, his face ashen, poured all his spiritual energy into the talisman. The golden hoop descended with earth-shattering force. With a resounding explosion that shook the very mountains, powerful cultivators like Wang Tong hastily fled, while those weaker disciples of the Hahuan sect were directly struck down by the force emanating from the golden hoop. Seizing this opportunity, the exhausted Lin San urgently called upon the others to hasten their retreat with Lin Xin. As for Wang Yue, belonging to the Wang family, they were all preoccupied with their own survival, leaving no time to attend to her. In a moment, all the remaining Lin family cultivators hurriedly dashed towards safety. Lu Fuchen intended to pursue them, but the events unfolded too swiftly, and the talisman's might was too fearsome. By the time he regained his senses, the adversaries had vanished into the night. After them, he bellowed. The Hahuan sect disciples, having narrowly escaped disaster, quickly set off in pursuit of the fleeing figures. Meanwhile, several gazes fell upon the abandoned Wang Yue. Chapter 152. Escape. Wang Yue never anticipated that she would be forsaken. She stood there, momentarily dazed and unmoving. Why was she still standing there in disbelief? At that instant, a familiar voice resounded beside her. In the next moment, she felt herself grasped by a warm hand. Concentrate on your energy, the voice echoed once more. Instinctively, Wang Yue began to channel her spiritual energy, and soon her light frame was lifted by the other, propelling her into the dense, dark forest. Chase them, Wang Tong shouted upon witnessing this scene. The remaining disciples of the Hahuan sect promptly adjusted their formations and pursued the two. In the shadows, Zhou Luo, utilizing the elusive power of Wind's Veil, continuously altered his direction, moving swiftly like a gentle breeze. He had intended to flee sooner, deliberately distancing himself from the Lin family during the battle. Little did he expect that they still possessed a hidden talisman as a trump card, preventing him from retreating with Lin San and the others in a timely manner. When he finally prepared to leave, he was startled to find Wang Yue still frozen in place. To be frank, given Zhou Luo's usual demeanor, there was no need for him to take such a risk to save her. However, just as he had once rescued Bai Jian at the Tianxia Tavern, he found himself unable to turn a blind eye to her plight. If he possessed the capability to assist her, why would he stand idly by as she faced a dire fate? It was in his nature. He could not be heartless or indifferent. Thus, without hesitation, he extended his hand to rescue her. Of course, if it came down to a choice between their lives, he would not play the martyr. Such matters required only a clear conscience. Under the night sky, Wang Yue gradually regained her senses. A faint blue spiritual aura enveloped her, rendering her as light as a swallow, allowing Zhou Luo to carry her forward with greater ease. As she beheld his sharply defined, handsome profile, her beautiful eyes glimmered with gratitude. Had he not acted swiftly, she would have undoubtedly fallen into the clutches of the Hahuan sect disciples. A fate worse than death would have awaited her. She pressed her lips together, striving to maintain her lightness, ensuring she caused him no hindrance. As an alchemist, despite her cultivation at the 5th level of Qi, she had spent most of her time either refining pills or meditating, resulting in a lack of practice in many techniques. For instance, she regretted not having adequately trained in Wind's Veil before this outing. Behind them, several powerful presences approached rapidly. Leading the charge was Wang Tong, who, like a nimble monkey, traversed the branches with golden spiritual energy enveloping his form, closing in on them. Although Zhou Luo was swift, Wang Tong, being a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of Qi and adept in a particular movement technique, soon found himself directly behind them. I see where you think you're going, Wang Tong declared, raising his right hand, light shimmering from his palm as a silver sword materialized in his grasp. He thrust forward, unleashing a beam of sword light that shot forth like a thunderbolt, howling with formidable power. The unyielding Zhou Luo only heard the swift sound of something slicing through the air behind him. He did not turn his body, but merely retrieved a talisman from his storage ring, tossing it backward. Under the impetus of spiritual energy, the talisman suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light, coalescing into a cerulean water curtain. This was a high-grade talisman he had crafted, though devoid of lethal force. It sufficed to impede his foes. The water curtain rippled, standing like a wall in midair. The sword light crashed into the curtain, and the originally sharp momentum was immediately enveloped by countless vaporous droplets, visibly slowing until it was ultimately extinguished by the curtain. Moments later, Wang Tong had arrived. He cast a glance at the cerulean curtain, his internal spiritual energy surging forth as he deftly swung his sword, the keen blade instantaneously severing the water curtain. Just as he prepared to pursue once more, Zhou Luo threw out several more talismans, each radiating spiritual light, releasing various attacks to hinder him. As a talisman master, Zhou Luo had come well prepared for this encounter, and now was the opportune moment to deploy his arsenal. Wang Tong was unable to evade these talismans, having to continuously slash them apart. However, his speed consequently diminished, increasing the distance between him and his target. Damn it, he cursed. At this moment, other disciples of the Hahuan sect had also arrived. Numerous flying projectiles sliced through the sky, whistling past. Eldest brother, we are here to assist you. They simultaneously sprang into action, clearing obstacles for Wang Tong to enable him to continue his pursuit. With the aid of his fellow disciples, Wang Tong's speed surged once more. Meanwhile, Lin San, pale-faced, summoned a flying boat, ushering everyone aboard and activating the defensive formation as they swiftly retreated towards Jiangqing. Behind them, dozens of figures pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of attacks. These strikes struck the golden barrier, emitting crackling sounds. The formation of the flying boat held reasonably firm, granting them a moment to breathe. Simultaneously, the remaining capable cultivators retaliated against their pursuing enemies. Lin Bo, I must go rescue Yue. Lin Xian, regaining her senses, realized her dear sister had been left behind and spoke urgently. Third miss, do not act recklessly. That is a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. We must return to Jiangqing immediately, Lin San replied seriously. In such dire circumstances, the protection of vital family members took precedence. As for the Wang family disciple, to put it bluntly, what concern was it of the Lin family? Even if the Wang family pursued the matter later and learned the truth, they would surely have little to say, considering it involved a practitioner of the 9th level of qi refinement. In truth, Lin San had had the opportunity to rescue Wang Yue at that moment, but he ultimately chose to abandon her. On one hand, the situation was urgent. On the other, there was a desire to diminish the strength of the Wang family. Despite the apparent camaraderie between the Lin and Wang families, all friendships become insignificant in the face of familial interests. It is no wonder that he could so ruthlessly abandon the other party. He even contemplated using Wang Yue to buy them a little more time. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian fell silent, acutely aware of their veracity. Even if they were to return, confronting a formidable adversary at the 9th level of qi refinement would yield no viable solutions. Lin San's strength had waned to the point where he could no longer summon the power of that talisman. Zhou Luo was also absent. At this moment, a wounded practitioner at the 7th level of qi refinement spoke gravely. At that time, the situation was dire. I could not locate him. And he must have left long ago. Lin San, with a feeble aura, added, when I departed, I specifically searched for Zhou Luo. Unfortunately, I could not find him, which led me to reluctantly take Lin Xian along. Should we wait for him? The other inquired. No, we must hasten back to Jiang City. Lin San firmly declined. If he truly escaped, he will find a way to return to Jiang City. Currently, although we are uncertain why Lu Fuchen has not pursued us, merely dealing with these pursuing adversaries is already quite challenging. Our utmost priority must be to return to Jiang City. Otherwise, if we are delayed until Lu Fuchen intervenes, our entire force may face annihilation, plunging Jiang City into chaos and turmoil. Chapter 153. My long-standing admiration for the Hahuan sect under the sparse moonlight. Amidst the peaks of the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, Zhou Luo was hastily dragging Wang Yue along in a frantic escape. Despite the assistance of spiritual talismans, the relentless pursuers clung to them like stubborn burrs, refusing to be shaken off. Ultimately, it was his insufficient cultivation that hindered his ability to fully harness the power of Wind Walk. "Why not just let me go?" Wang Yue declared resolutely beside him. She understood that if this continued, they would eventually be overtaken once their spiritual energy was depleted. Given the circumstances, she felt it might be more prudent to stay behind, buying Zhou Luo some time, even though the thought of death was repugnant to her. However, if her survival meant dragging him down with her, she could not remain ungrateful to the one who had rescued her with good intentions. There was little in this world that she cherished. Rather than witnessing her mother suffer at the hands of their family, it would be better to depart from this realm together. "It hasn't come to that yet," Zhou Luo replied, frowning. If they were truly at the brink of life and death, he would undoubtedly abandon her without hesitation to save himself. Yet, if both could survive, why must they resort to such a tragic separation? He had always detested such dramatic scenarios in his past life. In the darkness, Zhou Luo utilized his formidable spiritual sense to constantly survey their surroundings. He was not merely fleeing. He was keenly observing the situation around them. At last, he spotted a narrow gorge, flanked by steep stone walls and towering peaks that pierced the clouds, leaving only a slender passage for a single person to traverse. "That's it," he exclaimed, eyes fixed on the narrow opening, and without hesitation, he pulled Wang Yue forward. "You go first." As they approached the narrow gap, Zhou Luo gestured for her to pass through. Wang Yue initially intended to offer to hold the rear, but seeing the seriousness in his expression, she decisively plunged into the opening. As she entered, Zhou Luo turned to face the swiftly advancing spiritual light, a smirk playing on his lips. "You enjoy the chase, do you?" He then produced 2 spiritual talismans, affixing one to each side of the stone walls. After completing this, he swiftly slipped into the crevice. Moments later, Wang Tong followed closely behind. He regarded the 2 figures navigating the narrow passage with a disdainful sneer, walking to their doom. With that, he charged forth, sword in hand, intent on eliminating them. However, as he reached the entrance, the 2 talismans erupted with blinding white light. The brilliance illuminated the night sky, enveloping Wang Tong within its radiance. Before he could react, a multitude of sharp blades whistled through the air from all directions, piercing the atmosphere with fierce momentum. His expression darkened as he swiftly swung his sword to sever the oncoming onslaught. Yet, in the next instant, more blades manifested, continuing their relentless assault. Unless he swiftly evades to the side, he must endure these assaults to enter that narrow passage. Cursed be it. Wang Tong's expression darkened as he brandished his sword once more. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo had kept pace with Wang Yue, having expended 2 high-grade spirit talismans to finally detain their pursuer. After departing from the narrow passage, Zhou Luo grasped Wang Yue's hand, continuing to flee deeper into the Longfeng mountain range. Only when the ominous presence behind them dissipated did he exhale a sigh of relief. "Thank you for saving me." Leaning against a grand tree, Wang Yue gazed at him with sincere eyes, brimming with gratitude. Zhou Luo took a moment to regulate his breath before extending his right hand. It was not without reason. Wang Yue paused, hastily retrieving a sword from her storage pouch, her voice tinged with anxiety. "This is the most valuable item I possess. A medium-grade magical weapon. Would you like to take it for now?" Upon seeing the sword, Zhou Luo displayed a look of disdain. "If I take this, what will you do when we encounter danger again? Let us leave it as a debt for now." Wang Yue silently stowed the sword away, her beautiful eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him. It occurred to her that he was indeed a man driven by profit, yet his ambition was remarkably upright. He did not exploit others' vulnerabilities and was trustworthy. Clearly, her decision to choose him as her trading partner was the most prudent choice. After a brief exchange, Zhou Luo produced a formation plate, beginning to arrange a concealment array around them. This way, others would be unable to detect their presence. However, just as he retrieved the formation plate, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon them. Zhou Luo's countenance turned pale, and he instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, the intensity of the aura was overwhelming, locking onto his figure almost instantaneously. Even in the darkness, Zhou Luo could feel the formidable presence approaching. He halted in place, a grave expression settling on his face as he gazed ahead. Out stepped Lu Fuchen, his demeanor calm, with murky eyes gleaming with a piercing light, his expression indifferent. Upon witnessing the ninth-layer Qi practitioner making a move, Wang Yue bit her lip, clutching the sword, and dashed out, intending to buy Zhou Luo time to escape. However, Lu Fuchen merely cast a glance her way, nonchalantly waving his sleeve. A stream of black and white light shot toward her in an instant. Wang Yue was no match for it, being hurled away and losing consciousness upon impact. This was still Lu Fuchen's restrained effort, as he could have effortlessly dispatched her in an instant. Zhou Luo's heart sank. The ninth-layer Qi practitioner was indeed terrifying. "You are Zhou Luo?" Lu Fuchen then turned his attention toward him. "I am not. You have mistaken the wrong person," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. "Humph. Do you truly believe I would not recognize you?" Lu Fuchen scoffed coldly. He was well acquainted with the intelligence surrounding Zhou Luo, especially the remarkable alchemical talent he had displayed at such a young age, which could incite envy among many cultivators. Unfortunately, he possessed only a ninth-grade spiritual root. "Actually, I have no ties to the Lin family. I am merely a son-in-law." Witnessing this, Zhou Luo wore an expression of innocence. He was well aware of the matters concerning the Hahuan sect and the Lin family. Thus he hastily distanced himself from the situation. Lu Fuchen stood beneath the moonlight, gazing at him, and spoke languidly. "If that is the case, would you be inclined to join my Hahuan sect? The sect is currently in dire need of revitalization, and if we could recruit such a gifted disciple, it would greatly accelerate our growth once you evolve into a second-tier alchemist. When you are capable of concocting foundation establishment pills, the sect would flourish and attract more cultivators. Should you fail to reach that point, it matters not. After all, our sect possesses methods to absorb yin and supplement yang, and becoming a furnace for others would still be quite beneficial. Indeed, I have long admired the Hahuan sect. You see, I have always wished to join your ranks. Otherwise, I would not have taken so many wives and fathered so many children," Zhou Luo replied without hesitation, his demeanor earnest and his gaze profoundly sincere. His genuine words brought satisfaction to Lu Fuchen, who nodded slightly. "Excellent. Then I shall accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, esteemed sir. Should I then pay my respects to my master?" Zhou Luo inquired, puzzled. "Certainly. You shall be my apprentice," Lu Fuchen declared, lifting his chin with authority. "Splendid." Zhou Luo beamed, approaching with a smile. "Master, is there anything your disciple can assist with?" "Bring that woman here and take her away," Lu Fuchen commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm and collected. At that moment, Zhou Luo had already reached his side. As the words fell, a glint of ferocity suddenly ignited in his eyes, and with a flicker of light from the storage ring on his left hand, dozens of high-grade spirit talismans were activated, bursting forth with radiance. From these talismans, a surge of power erupted, transforming into enormous fireballs, water masses, and flying stones, hurling towards the adversary. Simultaneously, his internal spiritual energy erupted, a refreshing breeze swirling around him as he rapidly retreated. Upon reaching Wang Yue's side, he swiftly lifted her and fled into the depths. Chapter 154. The enigmatic Earth Spirit Talisman. As Zhou Luo retreated, the talismans erupted with a thunderous explosion, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged towards Lu Fuchen. Lu Fuchen's expression shifted, surprised that his adversary dared to employ such underhanded tactics before him. Beneath a tempest of spiritual brilliance, colossal fireballs and torrents of water descended, manifesting a terrifying might. Lu Fuchen swiftly waved his sleeve, and a swirling blend of black and white spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a radiant mirror of light. The surface of the mirror gleamed with an unparalleled smoothness, with only the undulating strands of black and white spiritual energy visible. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from the talismans rained down, striking the black and white mirror with earth-shattering sound. The residual force was so potent that it severed trees in the vicinity, while the mirror itself began to show faint cracks. Behind the mirror, Lu Fuchen's aged visage was illuminated by a sinister aura of murderous intent. With a resounding crack, the mirror shattered, unleashing a tempest of flames intermingled with surging vapor and various slicing winds. In that moment, Lu Fuchen had vanished from his original position. The dreadful onslaught ultimately struck the ground, creating a vast crater. As the brilliance faded, the figures of Zhou Luo and Wang Yue had completely disappeared. Lu Fuchen's countenance darkened. A gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him forth like a streak of light. "You wretched creature, I shall obliterate you," he roared. extending his right hand as another blade of black and white spiritual energy materialized, cleaving towards the front. The razor-sharp blade surged forth, and wherever it passed, trees splintered and flowers were scattered, with countless wood chips spiraling into the air. Under Lu Fuchen's command, the blade moved with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance to the fleeing Zhou Luo. Sensing the menacing force approaching from behind, Zhou Luo hastily unleashed several talismans once more. The talismans floated in the air, radiating brilliant light and releasing formidable power. Boom! The succession of explosions behind him extinguished the blade's momentum entirely. Yet, in the very next instant, another black and white blade lunged forth, its might even more fearsome. Zhou Luo glanced at his storage ring. The talismans he had prepared were nearly exhausted, leaving only 3 premium talismans. As he beheld the blade racing towards him, he hesitated not a moment, producing one talisman and casting it behind him. The talisman emitted a muffled thrum in the air, then manifested a mystical yellowish glow. Where the light shone, an immense earthen wall emerged from nothingness, adorned with intricate patterns. It stood resolutely in the air, its solid surface imbued with an indomitable strength. This was the enigmatic earth talisman gifted to him by Lin Jishou, who had feared he might fall prey to an assault by the Hehuan sect. Bathed in the luminescence of the enigmatic earth spirit, the wall shimmered with resplendent brilliance. Boom! The black and white blade collided against it, creating a deafening roar. Yet, the earthen wall remained unscathed, merely bearing a white mark. At that moment, Lu Fuchen had already charged forward, his gaze fixated upon the wall, eyes filled with malevolence. With a flick of his right hand, a blue flag materialized in his grasp. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully channeled a vast amount of spiritual energy into the blue flag. In an instant, a cerulean beam of light surged skyward from the flagpole, illuminating the heavens. Above the beam, vaporous wisps emerged, resembling the undulating breath of waves. He swung the azure flag, and a colossal aqua pillar descended upon the earthen wall enveloped in mystical earth light, akin to a cannonball striking its target. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the residual force swept forth, causing nearby trees to splinter. The surface of the earthen wall became riddled with numerous cracks, ultimately succumbing to the clash of elemental forces. It could not withstand the overwhelming momentum of its adversary and shattered completely. Lu Fuchen's complexion paled slightly as he darted through the debris, moving with the speed of light. Ahead, Zhou Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement could be so terrifying. A premium spirit talisman had only withstood the onslaught for a mere few breaths. Let us see what else you have. Lu Fuchen advanced with the wind at his back, his garments billowing, his velocity astonishing. In this precarious situation, Zhou Luo understood that mere evasion would serve no purpose. He could only turn to face his opponent. Placing Wang Yue gently on the ground, his right hand gripping the Xiantian's sword, which began to emanate a rich luster. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within him began to coalesce, flowing through his meridians and gathering in the palm of his right hand, infusing the sword's blade. The originally silver blade burst forth with a golden radiance. A torrent of formidable and terrifying might surged forth in an instant. Golden rainbow piercing the sun. He swung the sword, unleashing a column of golden light that soared skyward and exploded. Countless golden rays cascaded down, enveloping the surroundings in a brilliant hue. Lu Fuchen narrowed his eyes. What manner of technique is this? Within the realm of golden light, the Xiantian sword lunged forward, its tip concentrating golden brilliance into the form of a resplendent golden sun. Zhou Luo's gaze was resolute as he channeled his spiritual energy. The golden sun was propelled forth, colliding fiercely with his rival. The endless golden light in the night sky was dazzlingly radiant. Yet Lu Fuchen remained undaunted, for he sensed no overwhelming power emanating from the golden sun. His opponent's realm was too low, and the released aura was insufficient to instill fear. Calmly, he waved the blue short flag, as cerulean spiritual energy transformed into a torrential river, surging forth with the intent to extinguish the golden sun. Zhou Luo was acutely aware that this sword move would not harm his foe. It was merely a ruse to divert attention. As the golden sun burst forth, he had already retrieved another premium spirit talisman from his storage ring. This talisman depicted a certain beast, resembling a rabbit with elongated ears. measuring just over a foot in length. This exquisite spirit talisman had cost him a significant price to create, and now was the perfect moment to employ it. As the torrential river rushed toward the golden sun, Zhou Luo flicked his finger, dispatching the talisman. A primal roar erupted in an instant. The talisman ignited, turning to ash, and a beast with golden fur emerged. This creature boasted antlers atop its head, yet its visage bore some resemblance to a dog, with oversized eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light. Lu Fuchen had not anticipated that his opponent possessed yet another premium spirit talisman. By the time he registered this, the beast was already charging toward him. It wielded its razor-sharp claws, casting a sanguine glow that sliced through the sky, violently tearing apart the river beneath. Surging forth to launch an assault on its adversary, Lu Fuchen retreated repeatedly, simultaneously gathering spiritual energy to unleash a more formidable strike. Seizing this moment, Zhou Luo propelled himself to the left with Wang Yue in his arms. The ethereal shadow of the beast conjured by the spiritual talisman could not endure for long. They had no choice but to flee. After expending 2 premium spiritual talismans, Zhou Luo momentarily secured a respite. He consumed a stamina-restoring elixir and charged deeper into the mountains. Behind him, the reverberating sound of explosions echoed intermittently. In such dire circumstances, mere flight would never suffice to escape the clutches of their pursuers, for the formidable perception of a 9th-level Qi practitioner was overwhelmingly potent. This was precisely why, even after evading their enemies, they could still be tracked. At this juncture, it was imperative to locate a place to establish a concealment array. Soon, he discovered a secluded valley. Descending with Wang Yue and swiftly retrieving the formation plate to commence his operation. Chapter 155. Taking the initiative in the valley, Zhou Luo, with the formation disc in hand, unleashed his consciousness to swiftly explore the terrain and gather the formation. Behind him, Wang Yue remained in a deep slumber. To ensure utmost caution, he had deliberately administered a sleeping poison to her, a precaution to safeguard his secrets. He intended to allow her to awaken only after Lu Fuchen had departed. The hexagram on the white jade formation disc glimmered and then suddenly erupted, enveloping the surrounding terrain, ultimately forming a luminous curtain before Zhou Luo. Gazing at the curtain, he deftly manipulated his spirit pen to begin sketching the formation diagram. The diagram was completed in short order, after which Zhou Luo placed various formation materials into the white jade disc, using spirit stones as the foundation. Moments later, a concealed formation had been established. Exhausted, Zhou Luo collapsed onto the ground. The lynxy jade at his neck emitted a faint glow, alleviating his fatigue. Instead of meditating to recuperate, he fixed his gaze intently on the now quiet forest beyond the valley. The battle had concluded, and Lu Fuchen would soon come charging in. He harbored doubts as to whether this superior formation could truly evade the scrutiny of Lu's consciousness. Before long, Lu Fuchen stepped onto a blue flag and surged forth from the darkness. His expression was grim as he expanded his consciousness to survey the surroundings. His formidable awareness swept through the area, yet failed to detect Zhou Luo's presence. Strange, where could he have gone? Lu Fuchen murmured to himself. Having dispatched the beast in merely 30 breaths, it was inconceivable that Zhou Luo could have escaped his perceptive reach, unless he possessed some treasure that granted invisibility. With this thought, Lu's gaze fell upon the valley below. Within the formation, Zhou Luo held his breath, focusing intently, daring not to make a single movement. Ultimately, Lu merely cast a glance and then turned to leave in another direction, vanishing into the darkness. Observing this, Zhou Luo did not relax. He continued to suppress his presence, remaining utterly still. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fuchen emerged from the shadows, his brow furrowed. Indeed, he had not departed but was waiting in the dark. Although the formation concealed Zhou Luo's aura, Lu Fuchen sensed that he was still nearby, and thus resolved to remain and wait. Let us see how long you can endure, he thought, standing atop a tree and scanning the vicinity. Regardless of the methods employed by his adversaries, they could not maintain their concealment indefinitely. He possessed the patience to wait. Zhou Luo had not anticipated that this old fellow would linger nearby. The spirit stones sustaining the formation would last only about a day. If Lu Fuchen continued to remain, he would have to devise alternative strategies. An hour later, Wang Tong and others arrived. "Master, they have escaped," Wang Tong reported respectfully, his voice trembling. He referred to Lin San and the others. Lu Fuchen sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, responding nonchalantly, "Forget about them. Have the other disciples seal off a 10-mile radius and conduct a search. Once the whereabouts of those two individuals are discovered, report immediately." Lin Sen had anticipated the escape. Had it not been for his physical injuries, he would have pursued them directly. However, given the potential risks involved, should he be detected by the Qingyuan sect at such a moment, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily let them go. Yet, he was resolute in not abandoning Zhou Luo and the woman from the Wang family. This interval would serve as an opportunity for him to recuperate. Wang Tong received the command and departed. Subsequently, other disciples of the Hahuan sect began searching the area, including the valley. However, even Lu Fuchen was unable to locate them. And naturally, the disciples would find nothing. Yet, if this continued, the spiritual energy within the spirit stones would inevitably deplete. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged beside Wang Yue, also beginning to regulate his breath while contemplating strategies. In Jiang City, as dawn broke, Lin San and his group appeared in the skies aboard their flying vessel. Upon sighting the familiar city, the passengers expressed their relief after surviving the ordeal. Only Lin Xin wore a worried expression, lost in thought. Lin San had brought over 40 cultivators to the Longfeng mountain range. Among them, nearly all of the 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivators had perished, leaving only a scant few. The 6th-layer cultivators had dwindled from 10 to 4. As for the 7th layer, Lin Dong had sustained serious injuries but managed to escape with his life. Lin San, having exhausted his spiritual energy, was rendered combat ineffective. Of the remaining two, one still possessed fighting capability, while the other had been grievously injured by Wang Tong and remained behind. It was likely that he had already fallen into the hands of the Hahuan sect. Upon returning to the Lin family's estate in Jiang City, Lin Sen immediately activated the protective formation. Lin Feng, seek help from the family at once. In the main hall, Lin Sen spoke gravely to the only remaining 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Following this battle, the Lin family's defensive forces in Jiang City had suffered significant losses. If assistance was not sought promptly, they would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, particularly the Lu family, who had long coveted this city. The Qingyuan sect encouraged conflict among the longevity clans, provided it did not interfere with their annual collection of resources from these factions. Should the Lu family become aware of the situation in Jiang City, they would undoubtedly seize the city without hesitation. Preparations must be made without delay. Lin Feng nodded and withdrew. At that moment, Lin Xin entered. Lin Sen hurriedly rose to greet her. "3rd Mississippi Lin Bo, please take a seat." Lin Xin gestured for him to sit. "I sincerely apologize for the matter concerning Miss Yue." Lin Sen expressed regret. Lin Xin pursed her lips and simply stated, "Once the family sends reinforcements, we will search again." "Rest assured, the family will certainly arrange for an elder to come," Lin San replied. "Yes, I must trouble you with matters concerning the city. It must not fall into chaos," Lin Xin said coldly. "You need not worry, as long as I am alive. Jiang City will remain orderly," Lin Sen assured confidently. Longfeng Mountain Range. The news of the battle that transpired at the fringes last night has swiftly circulated among the practitioners. This conflict was of a grander scale than any before, naturally capturing the attention of many cultivators. However, upon noticing the presence of disciples from the Hahuan sect, they all tacitly chose to withdraw. In the Longfeng Mountain Range, this group, bearing the banner of the Hahuan sect, represents an immensely powerful force. Although the Qingyuan sect had previously attempted to eradicate them, like a centipede that, despite being crushed, continues to writhe, these individuals, having taken refuge in the Longfeng Mountain Range, have proven difficult for the Qingyuan sect to deal with. The vast and perilous terrain here requires an enormous expenditure of time and energy to search for them. Nevertheless, it is likely that news of this will soon reach the Qingyuan sect, a fact that Lu Fuchen is well aware of. Thus, after a fruitless night of exploration, he personally commenced the search. Should he fail to locate them before the Qingyuan sect arrives, he would have no choice but to abandon the endeavor. Hidden within the concealment array, Zhou Luo contemplated these matters. Yet, as he observed the waning spirit stones, he realized that they would not sustain him until the Qingyuan sect's arrival. At this juncture, he must take the initiative to seek a glimmer of hope. Casting his gaze upon the group of Hahuan sect disciples, a flicker of determination crossed Zhou Luo's eyes. Chapter 156. Murder as noon approached. The spiritual stones within the formation began to dim. Zhou Luo gazed at the unconscious Wang Yue and knelt beside her to administer an antidote. In half an hour, she would awaken. By then, the power of the formation would nearly be depleted. He had devised a plan. Once he exited the formation, he would lead the group away. After all, he possessed other means of self-preservation and was unlikely to perish at their hands. Whether she could ultimately escape would depend on fate. May fortune favor us both. Zhou Luo murmured gently before rising slowly. He cast his gaze towards the disciples of the Hahuan sect who were searching in the vicinity, his expression resolute. Some matters must be faced eventually. After a brief wait, he noticed that there were no others near the valley. A gust of fresh wind surged through him as his spiritual energy began to circulate. Seizing the moment, he stealthily withdrew from the formation. For the time being, he remained undetected. However, Lu Fuchen's keen sense would soon perceive his presence. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo stepped forward, a tempest swirling beneath his feet as he dashed into the nearby thicket. Moments later, Lu Fuchen sensed an unfamiliar aura. He turned his gaze towards a certain direction and barked, "He is over there." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tong promptly produced a sound transmission talisman, relaying the intruder's location to all disciples. Surround him. In the next instant, startled birds fled the thicket as several nearby disciples of the Hahuan sect charged towards Zhou Luo. "Come on, just in time for a test of my blade." Zhou Luo roared, advancing with his sword drawn. The Xiantian sword in his hand radiated a blinding golden light under the enhancement of his spiritual energy. A golden rainbow pierced through the sky. An endless cascade of golden brilliance surged forth, and an overwhelming sword intent, under Zhou Luo's command, descended upon a disciple of the Hahuan sect like a tempest. The disciple froze momentarily, confronted by a grand spectacle that transported him to a world of gold. Suddenly, a massive golden sun appeared, hurtling towards him. The chi-refining fifth-layer cultivator snapped back to reality, hastily brandishing his magical artifact as crimson spiritual energy enveloped him. Empowered by this energy, he swung his large blade with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of flames. Yet the golden sun approached relentlessly, bearing an overpowering force that effortlessly shattered the flames. The disciple's face blanched in terror as he attempted to flee. However, Zhou Luo swung his sword once more, a beam of sword light cleaving through the air, precisely cutting across his neck. With a splatter of blood, the head fell to the ground. The other Hahuan sect disciples arriving at the scene were struck with horror, rushing forward to defend against the threat. Zhou Luo maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes fixed on the direction from which Lu Fuchen and the others were advancing. With his spiritual energy surging and the wind howling around him, he dashed eastward like a specter. Along the way, some Hahuan disciples attempted to obstruct his path. Mastering the 5 elements sword technique, Zhou Luo's sword intense soared as he utilized his agility, continuously unleashing waves of sword light. The radiant sword light rampaged through the air, leaving a trail of shattered trees and swirling dust in its wake. Although he could not wield the latter 4 skills of the 5 elements sword technique, the essence of the sword intent inherent in the technique was firmly under his command. Even a single ordinary strike was imbued with pure sword intent, unleashing myriad beams of sword light with a mere swing. The disciples of the Hahuan sect, who were of comparable strength, found themselves utterly unable to resist his every move. In the blink of an eye, several Hahuan disciples lay lifeless on the desolate ground. However, this served to buy precious time for those behind him. A clear and resonant clang of swords echoed through the mountains as Wang Tong's silhouette sliced through the sky, his treasured sword emanating a brilliant arc directed straight at Zhou Luo's head. This was an attack from a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refining, executed with astonishing speed. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened slightly, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he retrieved a pill and swallowed it, feeling his aura surge dramatically. Following this, he too swung his sword. The golden rainbow pierced the heavens. The 5 elements sword technique was activated, and golden light illuminated the world. A torrent of sword energy erupted fiercely from the Xiantian sword, appearing ferocious and imposing under the augmentation of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, the 2 streams of sword energy collided, generating a powerful shockwave. Trees around them splintered with a resounding crack, sending countless wood chips scattering in all directions. Wang Tong's expression shifted. "Let us see how long your pill can sustain you." With that, He leaped onto a branch and soared towards Zhou Luo like a hawk in pursuit of its prey. I may lack many things, but I have an abundance of pills, Zhou Luo declared, hastily stuffing a handful of pills into his mouth. In an instant, spiritual energy surged from within him like a river breaching its dam, flooding his entire being, while a vibrant glow enveloped his skin. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tong's lips twitched in disbelief. Was this man not afraid of exploding from such reckless consumption of pills? Zhou Luo, however, harbored no such fears. As a skilled alchemist, he was well versed in the effects of each pill and knew precisely how to maximize their potential. Though it appeared he was consuming them haphazardly, in truth, his body was absorbing them perfectly without any adverse effects. Zhou Luo swung his sword once more. This time, the sword energy was undeniably more terrifying than before, bursting forth with a might akin to that of a thick barrel. Wang Tong positioned his sword before him, channeling his spiritual energy as a deep yellow aura enveloped the blade. He resolutely countered, his sword light sweeping outward with formidable power. With another thunderous crash, their sword energies clashed once more, unleashing a tremendous wave of force. Wang Tong intended to continue his assault, but at that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly produced a spiritual talisman. Before Wang Tong could react, the talisman shot forth, blooming in the air with resplendent spiritual light. From within this luminescence, countless vines emerged from the void, rushing towards Wang Tong to ensnare him. The thick, glistening vines slithered forth with the swiftness of venomous serpents. Wang Tong swung his sword to sever them. Clang! His treasured sword struck, leaving only a shallow wound. His face paled in shock. Is the power of this talisman truly so terrifying? Even my superior sword cannot cut through it? This was an inevitable realization. As this was Zhou Luo's final exquisite talisman, countless vines had ensnared Wang Tong. He transformed his form continuously, yet the space around him was relentlessly constricting. He could only exert every ounce of his strength to sever the encroaching vines. While the spiritual energy within him rapidly dwindled, Zhou Luo observed coldly. His target was not the opponent. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose. The terrifying pressure from the previous night descended once more. A strand of consciousness settled upon him. Zhou Luo gritted his teeth, tightening his focus. He too unleashed his consciousness. The two strands of consciousness collided in the void. Lu Fuchen hesitated. He had intended to directly lock onto his opponent's consciousness. Yet the other's presence was astonishingly formidable, leaving no room for even a moment's pause. It was noteworthy that he was at the 9th level of Qi training, while the opponent was merely at the 5th level. Indeed, Zhou Luo was only at the 5th level of Qi training, but he was also an alchemist, a formation master, and a talisman master. Mastery in these three arts necessitated a potent consciousness. Furthermore, he had undergone refinement at the 4th level of Qingyuan's sect. It could be said that he had never feared anyone in terms of consciousness. Escaping from the grasp of the opponent's consciousness, Zhou Luo did not flee. Rather than retreating, he had another matter to attend to. Fixating on the gradually materializing Lu Fuchen, a murderous intent surfaced upon his visage. How could he justify the expenditure of these talismans and medicinal pills without eliminating a formidable opponent at the 9th level of Qi training? Chapter 157. The might of the talismans. Lu Fuchen stood poised in midair, his foot pressing against the azure banner as he gazed intently at Zhou Luo. His murky eyes glimmering with a spark of brilliance, completely disregarding Wang Tong, who was ensnared nearby. I once thought you to be a man of intellect. Lu Fuchen's voice, tinged with a gravelly timbre, echoed through the air. Zhou Luo's gaze burned fiercely as he gripped the Xiantian sword, retorting sharply. It is precisely because I possess wisdom that I refuse to sink to your level of depravity. Humph, my Hahuan sect is a reputable and orthodox lineage. How dare you insult us? Lu Fuchen replied indifferently. The ancient Hahuan sect, known for its dual cultivation path emphasizing the harmony of yin and yang, indeed held the status of a prestigious sect. However, far too many had exploited the sect's name to engage in nefarious practices such as siphoning yin to replenish yang, and vice versa, leading to a drastic decline in the reputation of this once glorious ancient order. Those who still proclaimed to be disciples of the Hahuan sect within the cultivation world were predominantly a collection of malevolent factions, reminiscent of the Hahuan sect that had wreaked havoc in Huiyun Kingdom centuries ago. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Luo could not suppress a cold laugh. If you truly are a reputable sect, then why not release me? Such foolishness. Surrender willingly and assist my Hahuan sect in alchemy, and I may spare your life." Lu Fuchen retorted coldly. Zhou Luo harbored no faith in the words of these wicked sects. For those branded as such typically engaged in heinous acts and possessed no semblance of credibility. With a firm grip on the Xiantian sword, Zhou Luo scanned his surroundings. More disciples of the Hahuan sect were converging upon this location, effectively sealing off his escape route. Zhou Luo welcomed their approach, eager to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. As Lu Fuchen noticed Zhou Luo's intent to resist, he ceased to hold back any longer. An explosive release of spiritual energy surged from his body, enveloping the area in an overwhelming aura of pressure. The power of his 9th-level qi refining was laid bare in that moment. In a bid for a swift resolution, Lu Fuchen, undeterred by the risk of exacerbating his injuries, sought to subdue his opponent with utmost urgency. Zhou Luo felt a profound heaviness descend upon him, akin to being crushed by a mountain. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a radiance from his skin, intricate patterns of dark gold appearing across his taut muscles, bracing against the oppressive force. Having reached the 3rd stage of body refinement, while he could not entirely negate Lu Fuchen's pressure, he at least would not remain immobilized like a mere puppet. In the next instant, he unsheathed his sword and thrust it forth, a cascade of golden lights surging forth, accompanied by a formidable presence. Time was of the essence. He needed to buy himself a moment longer. Before the golden pillar of light, Lu Fuchen scoffed derisively. This technique indeed possesses merit, but alas, the practitioner's spiritual energy is too meager to unleash its full potential. With his mind sharpened, he propelled the azure banner beneath him, radiating a brilliant blue light that transformed into a colossal wave, instantaneously suppressing the golden brilliance. Simultaneously, Lu Fuchen moved, extending his right hand as it transformed into a streak of luminous energy, rushing forth to seize Zhou Luo. Swift as the wind, with a swift motion, Zhou Luo found himself enveloped by a tempest, his body shifting sideways as a small vial materialized in his right hand. As Lu Fuchen approached within mere feet, he did not hesitate to hurl the vial into the air. The palm-sized container shattered violently, releasing a billowing gray mist that spread across the area. Propelled by the howling winds, Lu Fuchen was taken aback to discover that upon contact with the gray fog, his flow of spiritual energy encountered an unexpected obstruction. Poisonous mist. A chill ran down his spine as he quickly summoned his protective golden light. At that moment, Zhou Luo had already retreated 3 miles away. Rather than fleeing further, he unleashed his sword once more, a torrent of sword light radiating with relentless ferocity towards his opponent. Lu Fuchen's brow furrowed deeply, his aged visage betraying a flicker of anger. He had not anticipated that a mere 5th-tier qi practitioner possessed such an array of tactics. The realization that he had exerted considerable effort without capturing his foe was a profound humiliation. Ignoring his wounds, he formed several incantations, his inner spiritual energy surging forth in a tumultuous roar. Black and white energies intertwined, coalescing into a fearsome beam of light that surged towards Zhou Luo. As it tore through the landscape, trees shattered and soil erupted. Zhou Luo summoned the winds beneath his feet, dodging to the side. Yet, the beam's speed was astonishing, its power terrifyingly immense. Although he barely evaded it, the residual force sent him hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Luo hastily steadied himself, his face paling as his moon-white robe was shredded by the energy blades, revealing his pristine skin beneath. Had it not been for his formidable physique, the mere aftershock of that beam could have inflicted severe injury. Truly, a 9th-tier qi master was beyond his capacity to contend with. Leaning against a great tree, he noticed other disciples of the Hahuan sect had arrived, their intent clear. Lu Fuchen had locked onto him with his spiritual sense, advancing forward like a white comet. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. His left hand summoned a glimmering light from his storage ring, while his right hand concealed the Xiantian sword, instead producing a talisman. As the talisman materialized, his robe billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, emanating an astonishing aura. The golden talisman radiated brilliance, adorned with the image of a snow-white weapon. Upon seeing the talisman, Lu Fuchen's pupils constricted, astonishment etched across his face. A talisman treasure. His heart raced as shock overtook his previously calm demeanor. In an instant, he pivoted and retreated, but it was too late. Zhou Luo infused all his spiritual energy into the talisman, unleashing a bone-chilling cold that rapidly enveloped the surrounding greenery in frosty tendrils, spreading an inexorable chill in all directions. The arriving disciples of the Hahuan sect widened their eyes in terror, their faces betraying their fear. They hastily activated their protective golden light, but to no avail. The frigid aura seemed capable of penetrating all that existed, freezing everything in its path. Just as they contemplated fleeing, their bodies suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, frost enveloped his entire body, immobilizing him in place. Even Lu Fuchen felt his body sink, the spiritual energy within his meridians stalling and failing to circulate fully. A sense of impending death permeating through him. He was struck with horror, desperately channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to break free from the chilling aura of frost. Yet, it was already too late. The instant the talisman was activated, a 30-mile radius was encased in ice, forming a realm of glacial dominion. All living beings, save for Zhou Luo, who wielded the talisman, were frozen in place. Lu Fuchen was overwhelmed with dread, his heart heavy with despair. In that moment, he felt as though the heavens had forsaken him. How could a mere cultivator of the fifth layer possess such a talisman? Such artifacts were beyond his own reach. Moreover, this talisman was evidently more formidable than the one previously wielded by the Lin family. Why did you not reveal this talisman from the outset? Had you done so earlier, would I have needed to guard you for so long? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Endless regret surged within Lu Fuchen. He wished to plead for mercy, but within the icy realm, he could only widen his eyes, rendered utterly powerless. This was the terrifying power of a magical artifact. A smile graced Zhou Luo's lips as he exerted all his strength to push the talisman's power to its utmost limits. Boom! An inexhaustible torrent of icy energy erupted forth, sweeping outwards in all directions. Chapter 158. Annihilation. Wherever the frost reached, all was frozen. The disciples of the Hahuan sect had turned into ice sculptures, their blood and spiritual energy completely encased in ice. Lu Fuchen, who had previously hovered in the air, crashed down with a resounding thud, shattering into countless fragments. A formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement was ultimately reduced to a heap of ice debris. The power of the talisman vanished. Zhou Luo felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his internal spiritual energy drained, his complexion pale as he collapsed onto the ground. He retrieved a medicinal pill and hastily consumed it. Yet, in the face of his depleted Qi Si and Dantian, replenishing his spiritual energy seemed an uncertain endeavor. Leaning against a tree trunk, he surveyed the frost-laden trees, flowers, and ground surrounding him and entered a meditative state to restore his energy. Fortunately, the Hahuan sect had previously barred other practitioners from entering this area to prevent disturbances. Given the current upheaval, while it might arouse their suspicions, it was unlikely anyone would arrive imminently. After approximately 15 minutes, Zhou Luo's spiritual energy began to recover somewhat. Struggling to his feet, the Lingxi jade at his chest emanated a gentle glow, soothing his mind. The frost on the Hahuan sect disciples had melted away, leaving their rigid bodies lifeless on the ground. Zhou Luo let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed, this talisman was beyond his ability to wield. The activation of it had nearly cost him his life. He stowed the talisman away, breathing heavily as he approached the nearest Lu Fuchen. By now, the latter had transformed into a pool of flesh and blood. Is this the formidable power of the talisman? Zhou Luo's heart trembled. To render a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner utterly defenseless, if it were to confront a Foundation establishment expert, it could surely unleash its full might. The critical point was that he had activated it while still at the 5th level of Qi refinement. If he were to elevate his cultivation further, even a great Foundation establishment cultivator might find themselves in a fierce battle with him. The only regret was that the talisman now had only 2 uses remaining. Had it not been for the sudden assault by the Hahuan sect members, catching him unprepared, he would have certainly refrained from utilizing this talisman, as he possessed other means at his disposal. For instance, that second-tier low-grade poison. Regaining his focus, aside from the gruesome remains scattered about, he also spotted a blue short flag, the opponent's magical artifact. He gathered it all into his storage ring. Additionally, Zhou Luo discovered a gleaming ring, which turned out to be a storage ring. As storage rings cannot contain other storage rings, he placed this one into the system's backpack, which had 9 compartments. He then swiftly approached the corpses of the other Hahuan sect disciples, extracting storage bags from the mangled flesh. He utilized a cleaning spell to purify them before consigning them to his storage ring. Having completed these tasks, he set off toward the valley where Wang Yue was located. He had scarcely departed when his consciousness detected the approach of over a dozen unfamiliar presences hastening in that direction. Evidently, the members of the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range. Those daring souls who tread upon the precipice of danger could no longer contain their curiosity, eager to seize any opportunity that might present itself. Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Phew, I am grateful I did not procrastinate any further and promptly activated the talisman. Otherwise, had I delayed, I would have been left vulnerable, ripe for the taking by this predatory group. It must be said, the realm of cultivation is indeed fraught with peril. Had I not possessed an arsenal of skills, I might have already met my demise. It appears that prudence is paramount for the future. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Zhou Luo was engulfed in a sense of dread. In the world of cultivation, lacking strength renders one oblivious to the manner of their demise. The fortuitous circumstance of being deceived into the Lin family may not have been entirely unfortunate. At least, I can rest assured regarding my safety. Determined, he resolved that once this excursion concluded and he acquired the materials for foundational elixirs, he would not venture outside again until he had successfully established his foundation. Thereafter, he would devote himself to a tranquil life of marriage and fatherhood, indulging in the joys of cultivation. What a splendid prospect! Subsequently, Zhou Luo deliberately concealed his presence, taking a quarter of an hour to reach a secluded valley. However, to his dismay, Wang Yue had vanished. He was left in the dark as to whether she had departed or had been abducted in the chaos. After much contemplation, he decided to relinquish his worries. He had done all he could. As for his next steps, there was no urgency to depart. He would take advantage of the distraction posed by Lu Fuchen and his companions. He retrieved some spirit stones, replenishing energy into the concealed formation. Previously, due to Lu Fuchen and their relentless search nearby, he could not risk changing the spirit stones without being discovered. Thus, he had to take the initiative. Now, having replaced the spirit stones, the formation was once again activated. Zhou Luo produced several spirit stones and consumed multiple pills, settling into meditation to recover. After a considerable duration, the once luminous spirit stones dimmed, their energy entirely absorbed by Zhou Luo. Spirit stones are inherently meant for cultivation, which is why they possess monetary value within the realm of cultivation. However, for most cultivators, utilizing spirit stones directly for practice is deemed excessively wasteful. Acquiring cultivation resources is often more economical. After absorbing several spirit stones, Zhou Luo's internal energy had merely returned to 10%. Unfortunately, the extensive use of the talisman had completely drained him. Unless one cultivates directly upon a spiritual vein, restoring one's full vitality requires continuous reliance on spirit stones. Zhou Luo felt no regret, continuing to utilize the spirit stones to regain his strength. Meanwhile, the group of arriving cultivators was taken aback by the sight of the gruesome scene strewn with flesh and blood. Goodness, which foundational master passed through here? The Hahuan sect seems to have fallen into a streak of misfortune, one cultivator exclaimed in shock. The others, who had come to scavenge, were equally disturbed, pondering the sheer ill fate that had befallen the Hahuan sect. Their discontent deepened upon realizing that everything of value had been stripped away, as if the scene bore no trace of their presence. With a sense of frustration, they departed the area. Soon, the news of the annihilation of the disciples of the Hahuan sect spread rapidly throughout the Longfeng mountain range. Speculation abounded regarding the identity of the assailant, with the majority attributing it to the foundation-building cultivators of the Qingyuan sect. Although the latter had claimed they would not interfere in the affairs of the Longfeng mountain range, it was conceivable that they might eliminate any individuals they discovered to harbor enmity toward them. Previously, a disciple of the Qingyuan sect had brazenly roamed the market, soaring through the skies on a sword, only to be struck down by a foundation-building cultivator. Although the Qingyuan sect had no intention of pursuing the matter further, just 5 days later, the assailant was found dead in the wilderness under mysterious circumstances. Everyone understood that it was the Qingyuan sect's doing, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, for their fists were indeed formidable. As night fell, the mountains, once bustling with activity during the day, became eerily silent. This area was already on the outskirts, lacking in worthwhile exploration. With the treasures of the Hahuan sect disciples thoroughly plundered, there was little interest in lingering any longer. In the moonlit valley, Zhou Luo opened his eyes, his entire being pulsating with spiritual energy. After expending dozens of spirit stones, he finally returned to his peak form. There was no alternative. To recover in a short span of time, the expenditure of spirit stones was indispensable. Now, it was time to begin tallying the gains. Chapter 159. Harvest. Zhou Luo sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, eagerly retrieving Lu Fuchen's storage ring from his backpack, filled with hope for valuable treasures. He mused silently. Having exhausted all his talismans and consumed an unimaginable quantity of elixirs and spirit stones in his quest to vanquish his foe, if he could not replenish his resources, the thought alone would drive him to despair. Extending his consciousness, he began to probe the contents of the storage ring. A dazzling array of items greeted his gaze, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He first discovered over 80 ordinary spirit stones, alongside 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Truly, this individual, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, possessed a wealth of spirit stones. The mere presence of these 10 medium-grade stones was sufficient to offset the depletion of his talismans. Yet, this was far from adequate, considering the losses incurred from elixirs and magical artifacts. Zhou Luo continued his exploration. In addition to a blue short flag artifact used by Lu Fuchen, he unearthed several flying swords, 3 broadswords, and a number of other magical implements. The aura emanating from these artifacts was rather modest, likely no more than medium-grade at best. The abundance of artifacts left Zhou Luo perplexed. Was this individual a weapons dealer? After all, who in their right mind would carry such a plethora of magical devices? If they were talismans or elixirs, it would be more understandable, but typically, one would only need a few artifacts for personal protection. Beyond the artifacts, Zhou Luo also discovered a collection of elixirs, most of which were medium-grade, including those for replenishing spiritual energy and enhancing combat prowess. Regrettably, he had perished before he could make use of them under the pressure of magical artifacts. In addition to the medium-grade elixirs, he stumbled upon 5 bottles of high-grade elixirs and 1 bottle of a supreme-grade elixir, an astonishing spirit-gathering pill. Zhou Luo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the supreme-grade elixir. It was a remarkable boon for breaking through in cultivation. It seemed that Lu Fuchen had intended to consume it during his foundation establishment, but now it belonged to Zhou Luo. With this spirit-gathering pill in hand, he might even achieve the 6th level of Qi refinement before returning home. The appearance of this trove of elixirs had already ensured Zhou Luo's full recovery. His heart swelled with joy as he surveyed the remaining items. Aside from the spirit-gathering pill, the old fellow possessed 15 medium-grade talismans, 5 high-grade talismans, and 1 supreme-grade talisman named the Vajra Pestle. Although this talisman bore the name of an artifact, it was not a true treasure. Generally, talismans require the aid of magical tools for their creation, and this Vajra Pestle could at best be classified as a high-grade artifact, its destructive capacity nowhere near that of a true treasure. It was likely that Lu Fuchen deemed these talismans insignificant, which fortuitously allowed Zhou Luo to reap a considerable fortune. The only regret was the absence of any formations among the items. However, Zhou Luo did find several ancient texts and jade slips on artifact refinement. Upon discovering these, Zhou Luo realized that his opponent was indeed a craftsman of magical implements. No wonder the storage ring contained such an abundance of artifacts. He eagerly collected all these ancient texts, as he had yet to master the art of artifact refinement, one of the 4 essential skills of cultivation. Although one might rely on the system's lottery, it is also beneficial to engage in self-study during one's leisure time. Who knows? One might find oneself making progress someday. In addition to this, Zhou Luo stumbled upon a treasure trove of rare materials. Most of these items are used for weapon forging, yet among them, Zhou Luo discovered a particularly significant gem, the heavenly spirit fruit. Zhou Luo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Isn't this one of the 3 principal ingredients for concocting the Foundation Establishment Pill? The formulation of the Foundation Establishment Pill requires 3 primary ingredients and 31 auxiliary herbs. The 3 principal ingredients are dragon bloodgrass, heavenly spirit fruit, and jade spirit mushroom. These 3 essential ingredients have always been exceedingly scarce in the market. Many cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement struggle to break through precisely due to the absence of these primary ingredients. After all, the 31 auxiliary herbs are readily available for purchase, but these 3 main ingredients are too rare and cannot be cultivated, making them difficult to acquire. It seems that Lu Fuchan was also in search of the Foundation establishment pill, hence his pursuit of this particular primary ingredient, with the heavenly spirit fruit in hand. If Zhou Luo can also locate dragon bloodgrass, he would only need to find the final ingredient, the jade spirit mushroom, to complete the recipe for the Foundation establishment pill. Zhou Luo's spirits soared at the thought. Although he is currently at the 5th level of qi refinement, he believes that a breakthrough is inevitable. If he can gather all the necessary ingredients before his breakthrough, he will ascend to the 2nd tier of alchemy and step into the Foundation establishment realm. What a tremendous value! Just the discovery of this heavenly spirit fruit makes all previous expenditures seem worthwhile. Regaining his focus, Zhou Luo continued his exploration and found several manuals, all concerning the practices of yin and yang absorption. These dubious techniques were not what Zhou Luo sought. While such practices pose little harm to oneself, they tend to drain the life force of the practitioner's partner. Zhou Luo is pursuing a path that fosters progeny, rather than extracting energy from a dual cultivation partner to gain strength. What he desires is the righteous method of dual cultivation that promotes mutual benefit during intimate encounters, preserving his own vital energy while enhancing his partner's cultivation as well. However, Zhou Luo did not destroy these manuals, for they also contained valuable insights on how to enhance combat power and restore vital essence. This issue had troubled him for quite some time, and now he finally had a solution. Stowing away the manuals, Zhou Luo turned his gaze to the final item in his storage ring. It was a piece of parchment, radiating a faint glow, obscuring the text inscribed upon it. Even when Zhou Luo extended his spiritual sense, it proved futile. It was as if an inexplicable force shielded the entire letter. Though uncertain of its nature, he instinctively felt it was extraordinary. Without hesitation, he tucked it away. Zhou Luo had nearly completed his exploration of Lu Fuchan's storage ring, resulting in an abundance of treasures. In high spirits, he shifted his attention to the storage bags of the other disciples of the Hahuan sect. Compared to Lu Fuchan, the possessions of this group were evidently lacking. Whether in terms of pills or talismans, they were all of a much lower tier. Zhou Luo estimated that a total of over 20 storage bags would amount to merely 15 mid-grade spirit stones. The only solace for Zhou Luo was the storage bag belonging to Wang Tong. This fellow, ensnared by those vines, had not managed to escape the icy domain of the frost spear. Within his storage bag, Zhou Luo unearthed a trove of valuable items, including a superior-grade sword and a premium robe. The moon-white robe previously gifted by Wang Xian had already been rendered useless, so Zhou Luo promptly donned the elegant cerulean robe of superior quality. As for the superior-grade sword, he planned to sell it all at the market in due course. Indeed, this fortunate escape presented Zhou Luo with a unique opportunity. He did not intend to return directly to Jiang City. Instead, he resolved to head to the market in the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain range to dispose of the spoils, while simultaneously continuing his solitary quest for the dragon blood herb and the methods of dual cultivation. His earlier companionship with Wang Yue and Lin Xian was primarily due to his lack of a reason to leave the Lin family, for he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Even though the two women were somewhat more accomplished in their cultivation, they did not suffice as reliable allies. Now, freed from the burden of companionship, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Just as Zhou Luo was placing everything into his storage ring and preparing to depart, a sudden stir of intuition prompted him to glance towards the dense thicket to the east. There, he spotted a slender figure emerging, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Zhou Luo instantly recognized the attire of the Lin family's security hall adorning the individual. In an instant, his gaze hardened, and a chill crept over him. What was someone from the security hall doing here? Chapter 160. Dragon and Phoenix Square. The appearance of the members from the public security hall took Zhou Luo by surprise. He gazed at them with a grave expression. Could it be that Lin Xianfeng orchestrated this? Had they witnessed his earlier actions? If they had, and the news were to be relayed back to the Lin family, his standing within the Lin clan would be irreparably damaged. In that moment, an overwhelming murderous intent flickered across Zhou Luo's face. Gripping the Xiantian sword tightly, his gaze fixated on the individual before him. Noticing that the person remained oblivious, he stepped forward, the wind howling as he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards his target. The individual, caught off guard by the sudden ambush, instinctively attempted to flee as the sword's brilliance shimmered. Golden light pierced the heavens. In the next instant, a dazzling radiance erupted, a terrifying sword intent sweeping forth and obstructing his path. Zhou Luo charged forward, his speed astonishing. As the identity of the assailant became clear, the man's face drained of color. "Zhou Luo, what do you intend to do?" he shouted in alarm. Yet, Zhou Luo paid no heed, swinging his sword with reckless abandon, the blade's light like a tempest, aimed directly at the man's chest. The man hastily evaded, but it was too late. The blade's light sliced through his left shoulder, blood gushing forth and leaving a deep gash. The slender man turned pale, his internal energy in disarray. Clang! Zhou Luo's sword shattered the protective spiritual light surrounding him, the tip pressing against his throat, poised to pierce through with a slight advance. "Who are you?" The slender man, pinned by the Xiantian sword, dared not resist. His voice trembled as he replied, "I am Lin Ping, a member of the Public Security Hall. Why are you here?" Zhou Luo demanded sharply. Lin Ping initially hesitated to answer, but upon seeing the murderous intent in Zhou Luo's eyes, he reluctantly confessed, "I was sent by Elder Jiao." Earlier, after Zhou Luo and his companions departed from Maple Leaf City, Lin Xianfeng had not only dispatched Lin Dong to monitor him overtly, but had also secretly sent Lin Ping, a family member skilled in concealment. However, despite his talent for stealth, Lin Ping's strength was merely at the 5th level of qi cultivation. Consequently, when Lin San and the others were ambushed by disciples of the Hahuan sect, he could do nothing but watch silently. It was only after Lin San utilized a talisman to escape that he followed suit. Later, he discovered that Zhou Luo was absent from the flying vessel. Lin Ping's duty was to surveil Zhou Luo, and now that the latter was missing, he had no choice but to search for him, at least to ascertain whether he was alive or dead. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Fuchen would seal off the entire area, with no means to enter. He could only wait in the shadows. It was not until Lu Fuchen and his companions had perished that he dared to step into the region. He had hoped, in a last-ditch effort, to find Zhou Luo, and to his astonishment, he had indeed encountered him in person. Upon learning that Lin Ping was unaware of his triumph over Lu Fuchen and the others, Zhou Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Zhou Luo, it was all orchestrated by Elder Jiao. I had no choice," Lin Ping said with a look of resignation. "Is that so?" Zhou Luo nodded, his expression softening slightly. Lin Ping too felt a sense of relief, the tension in his face dissipating. In the blink of an eye, the glimmer of a sword flashed, and his head fell to the ground with a thud. Zhou Luo maintained a calm demeanor, his face as cold as ice. No matter the circumstances, he would not let his adversary escape. Subsequently, he bent down to retrieve the storage pouch from Lin Ping and departed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xianfeng had secretly dispatched individuals to trail him, a fact he had not anticipated. It now appeared that Elder Nine was quite invested in his affairs. Upon returning home, he realized he must exercise greater caution. Any sign of his intentions being discovered would lead to trouble. Truly, a formidable opponent lay before him. As Zhou Luo contemplated, he extracted the map concerning the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range from Lu Fuchen and made his way toward the market. 2 days later, atop a mountain peak, Zhou Luo encountered the soul market within the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, known as the Dragon and Phoenix Market. Nestled among towering peaks, the market was ensconced within a cluster of mountains, obscured from view. Even from a distance, one could only glimpse the outer fringes, while the depths remained shrouded in mystery. Zhou Luo donned a mask, an exquisite artifact capable of altering one's appearance without arousing suspicion. Even a foundational cultivator, if not scrutinizing closely, would fail to discern any anomaly. It was this very mask that had allowed Wang Tong to traverse Jiang City with ease. With the mask in place, Zhou Luo's features swiftly transformed, morphing from a strikingly handsome young man into an unremarkable, ordinary cultivator. He advanced toward the market. As the former foundational site of the Hahuan sect, the expanse of the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range was comparable to the Qingyuan sect. Rumors spoke of a fragmented medium-sized spiritual vein within, still rich in spiritual energy despite its severance, making it a coveted haven for countless wandering cultivators. As he approached the market, the number of cultivators swelled. In the air, some rode spiritual beasts, others navigated with magical artifacts, and still others piloted flying boats. On the ground, numerous spirit steeds transported goods, and the atmosphere was thick with the essence of cultivation. Observing these scenes, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Had he not failed to be selected as a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, and had he not been compelled to marry into the Lin family, he too might have arrived in such a place to cultivate as a wandering practitioner. Moments later, Zhou Luo arrived at the entrance of the Dragon and Phoenix Market, where the previously airborne cultivators had obediently descended to the ground. The entire market was enveloped by mountains, prohibiting flight within. Entry was permitted solely through the main gate. Of course, for those daring enough, it was not impossible to directly pilot a flying vessel into the market. However, the chaotic nature of the Dragon and Phoenix Market, rumored to harbor foundational cultivators in seclusion, meant that provoking significant figures could lead to dire consequences. There was a tale of an outer disciple from the Qingyuan sect who, emboldened by his identity, had recklessly soared through the market on a sword, only to incite the wrath of a foundational powerhouse, who swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke of light. Although that foundational elder faced repercussions afterward, the incident served as a cautionary tale for many. At the entrance, throngs of people flowed like a river. Zhou Luo made his solitary entrance, immediately perceiving several gazes directed towards him. A number of cultivators cast covetous looks his way, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity for plunder. Within the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can act with impunity even in broad daylight. Naturally, the marketplace offers a relatively safer haven. After all, it serves as a venue for transactions, and no one desires to provoke chaos in such a place. Even if disturbances arise, they are swiftly quelled by the collective response of others. Zhou Luo followed the crowd into the bustling marketplace. The architecture of the area varied in height and was haphazardly arranged, creating a sense of disorder. Numerous types of shops stood side by side, adding to the chaotic ambience. The streets were alive with a throng of people, all hurriedly going about their business. Rather than immediately seeking to dispose of his ill-gotten gains, Zhou Luo opted to visit a shop that specialized in information, aiming to gather intelligence about the local situation. In the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, information is exceedingly valuable, particularly regarding the whereabouts of rare materials and treasures. Of course, the veracity of such information may vary, and discerning the truth falls upon the individual. The shopkeeper, a portly middle-aged man with a round face, greeted Zhou Luo with a warm smile upon his entrance. "Dear guest, what information do you seek?" Chapter 161. The Jade Pool Pavilion. "I seek intelligence on Longfengfang City," Zhou Luo stated calmly. "2 spirit stones." The round-faced shopkeeper replied with a smile. Zhou Luo's gaze darkened. The value of such information amounted to 2 spirit stones, a sum that equaled his expenditure at home for several days. Furthermore, this intelligence was not particularly rare. He was taken aback by the exorbitant price. "It's too expensive," he said solemnly. "At this price, of course, you could conduct your own investigation. However, I must caution you. If by chance you enter the territory of a certain powerful individual and provoke their wrath, the consequences could be dire." The shopkeeper responded with a knowing look. Zhou Luo understood that such a scenario was highly plausible. After all, he had profited considerably from the group from the Hahuan sect. Resolutely, he produced 2 spirit stones and presented them to the shopkeeper. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the round-faced shopkeeper beamed with delight, swiftly accepting them and handing over a jade slip. Accepting the slip, Zhou Luo placed another spirit stone on the counter. "Where is the most suitable place to sell items?" The shopkeeper's smile remained intact as he quickly took the spirit stone, responding nonchalantly, "Baoling Studio." After acquiring the information, Zhou Luo did not linger and promptly exited the shop. He then arrived at the front of the Tianxiao restaurant. Indeed, even the Longfeng mountain range boasted the presence of the Tianxiao restaurant. It was unclear which faction managed this establishment, allowing it to expand its operations so widely. Nevertheless, it was reassuring. The reputation of the Tianxiao restaurant was relatively respectable, ensuring it did not resemble a black market establishment. However, the Tianxiao restaurant only had 5 floors. The first 2 floors served as dining areas. The 3rd floor housed the restaurant's personnel, while the upper 2 floors were reserved for guests. Typically, guests occupied the 4th floor, with only esteemed patrons granted access to the 5th. The criteria for becoming a distinguished guest at the Tianxiao restaurant depended on one's financial resources. As long as one possessed sufficient wealth, the restaurant even offered security services. This was indeed a distinctive feature of the chaotic Longfeng mountain range. To be on the safe side, the affluent Zhou Luo, after expending 1 medium-grade spirit stone, successfully attained the status of a distinguished guest at the restaurant. "Esteemed guest," Here is your token. Wherever you may be, as long as there is a Tianxiao restaurant, you can enjoy the services reserved for our distinguished guests. Smiled a lady clad in the restaurant's attire. Zhou Luo accepted the token inscribed with the characters for Tianxiao, inquiring, "What distinguished guest services do you offer?" "The guest rooms at the restaurant will be open to you, and all expenditures within the establishment will enjoy a 20% discount. Should you require it, we can provide special services at an additional cost. Furthermore, while you are within the restaurant, we can offer protection." Listening to the lady's introduction, Zhou Luo suddenly felt that the expenditure of that medium-grade spirit stone was quite worthwhile, especially considering that the Tianxiao restaurant could provide protection, given its reputation. He believed that in times of crisis, seeking refuge here would render any adversaries powerless. Coincidentally, he intended to sell longevity pills here, which would also prevent others from coveting them. Zhou Luo was quite pleased as he followed the other party to a room on the 5th floor. "If you have any needs, you may contact us through the token," the lady said with a courteous smile. "Understood," Zhou Luo nodded. He then entered the spacious and bright room, which was indeed a place only accessible to esteemed guests. It was equipped not only with spiritual talismans that concealed one's aura, but also with a jade platform specifically for cultivation and a small gathering spirit array. Zhou Luo took a seat and brewed himself a cup of spiritual tea. He then took out the jade slip he had acquired and unfurled it. A soft glow flickered on the slip as information regarding the dragon and phoenix market gradually emerged. The entire market was divided into 5 areas: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and the central zone. The central area served as the transaction hub of the market, where the renowned Baoling studio, mentioned by the round-faced shopkeeper, was located. Moreover, according to the information, there seemed to be a connection to the Qingyuan sect behind Baoling studio. It was no surprise, as the proprietors of shops in such a location were certainly not ordinary individuals. The eastern and western regions were residential areas for cultivators, with the eastern environment being significantly better than that of the west, and patrolling cultivators providing dedicated security. Consequently, the housing prices in the eastern area were a staggering 5 times higher than those in the west. In such a place, safety was always paramount. The southern and northern regions were designated for commerce and entertainment, housing inns, shops, and taverns. At that moment, Zhou Luo found himself in the Tianxia Tavern situated in the southern district of the market. As he perused the dazzling introductions, he realized that the Dragon and Phoenix market was far more prosperous than he had imagined. This was indeed advantageous, as a high consumption level would ensure that he could sell all his longevity pills. After familiarizing himself with the information, Zhou Luo departed from the Tianxia Tavern. Upon reaching the central area of the market, he chose not to head to Baoling Studio, but rather to the adjacent street market. After all, the items he possessed were obtained from members of the Hehuan sect, and if the Qingyuan sect behind Baoling Studio were to discover this, any attempt at explanation would be futile. For the sake of prudence, it was wiser to gradually dispose of his goods in such a small venue. Although this might attract attention, in a place like this, people were likely accustomed to peculiarities. Even if he were followed, he could always retreat to the Tianxia Tavern, leaving his pursuers with no means to act. The central area of the market was bustling with cultivators, full of life and activity. As Zhou Luo strolled down the street, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a white jade pavilion adorned with the inscription, Yaoqi Pavilion. He recalled that the jade slip mentioned this was a place for matchmaking, selling maidservants, and providing wives and concubines. In other circumstances, this might not have piqued Zhou Luo's interest, but this venue was distinct. He pondered whether they would offer women with medium or even high-quality spiritual roots. After all, his primary objective was to marry, take concubines, and bear children. Everything else was mere trifles. Perhaps noticing his pause, a woman of enchanting figure and radiant smile approached with a serpentine grace. "Dear guest, are you in search of a concubine or perhaps a handmaiden?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with a pool of spring water. Regaining his composure, Zhou Luo shook his head in refusal, stating, "I merely wish to browse." "Since you are merely browsing, it is imperative that you step inside," the woman replied, her lovely eyes twinkling. "Our Yaoqi Pavilion offers not only human maidens, but also those of the demon race." Upon hearing the phrase demon race, Zhou Luo's interest peaked, and vivid images of various beast-eared maidens, such as cat girls, fox girls, and snake princesses, involuntarily danced in his mind. If such beings truly existed, he felt compelled to take a look. This was not out of mere lust, but rather a curiosity to discern whether an interaction with demon race maidens might influence the system's rewards. Indeed, that was his intention. Zhou Luo resolved to explore this matter before departing from the marketplace. Chapter 162. The transaction upon departing from the entrance of the Yaoqi Pavilion. Zhou Luo finally arrived at the bustling trading market. Though referred to as a market, it resembled a lively gathering of individuals fervently hawking their wares, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of sales pitches, infusing the atmosphere with a distinctly mundane vibrancy. Much like his experience in the city of Panchur, Zhou Luo first wandered through the entirety of the market before selecting several shops, ultimately stepping into the first one. "Good sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase?" A young man greeted him with palpable enthusiasm as Zhou Luo crossed the threshold. A brief glance revealed that the young man was devoid of any discernible spiritual energy. This was not entirely surprising. While this place was a hub for cultivators, it also harbored descendants of immortal practitioners, some of whom possessed spiritual roots, while others were indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. "I have goods to sell," Zhou Luo replied in a low tone. The young man paused momentarily before promptly gesturing for him to enter further. "Please, right this way." Following the young man to the back, Zhou Luo was received by an elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire. "Might I inquire what items you wish to sell?" The elder inquired with a warm smile. Zhou Luo did not engage in idle chatter. He directly handed over Lu Fuchen's storage ring. Upon seeing the ring, the elder's eyes narrowed with intrigue. If a storage ring were to be sold, it was likely that its contents belonged to another. However, the elder was unfazed, for in the Longfeng mountain range, the act of seizing goods through violence was a common occurrence, and his shop frequently dealt in such items. Taking the storage ring, the elder surveyed its contents. A plethora of items lay within, including spiritual pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. Zhou Luo retained only a few essential items, intending to sell the remainder. After a considerable pause, the elder finally returned his gaze and offered his price, 10 medium-grade spirit stones. This offer fell well within Zhou Luo's acceptable range, and he nodded in agreement. "Very well." The transaction was swiftly concluded. The elder, a man of promptness, produced 10 medium-grade spirit stones and presented them to Zhou Luo, kindly adding, "Should you possess any other items, feel free to bring them to me for trade. I assure you of fair prices." "Certainly," Zhou Luo replied before turning to make his way to the next shop. Half an hour later, Zhou Luo had successfully sold all unnecessary items, amassing a total of 28 medium-grade spirit stones. Truly, the marketplace of the Longfeng mountain range boasted a consumption level far superior to that of Jiang City. Counting his newfound wealth, Zhou Luo discovered he now possessed 37 medium-grade spirit stones, along with over 800 ordinary spirit stones. In terms of riches alone, he had outstripped countless qi refinement cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, law, and territory are paramount, with wealth reigning supreme. With the acquisition of such abundant resources, Zhou Luo felt a sense of elation wash over him. It was no wonder that the cultivation world was rife with incidents of murder and plunder. After 5 years spent within the Lin family, he had barely managed to earn 700 or 800 spirit stones through alchemy. How could that compare to the simplicity and expediency of obtaining treasure through violence? Yet, Zhou Luo did not envision himself treading that perilous path in the future. On one hand, it is due to moral considerations. On the other hand, the risks associated with such matters are exceedingly high and do not align with his usual modus operandi. With a system at his disposal, he need not take risks like those who resort to robbery. All he requires is to take a wife, keep concubines, and father children. After concluding his business transactions, Zhou Luo did not depart immediately. Instead, he expended 5 mid-grade spirit stones to procure a substantial array of high-grade materials, all designated for talisman crafting and alchemy. During his recent confrontation with Lu Fuchen, he had exhausted all his exceptional spirit talismans and elixirs. Henceforth, he must seek methods for dual cultivation and dragon blood grass, necessitating further preparations. This battle also elucidated for Zhou Luo that with his current cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, without additional advanced spirit talismans and elixirs, he would likely become easy prey for others. As for the ordinary spirit talismans and elixirs, they could suffice, but he would require more than just the bare minimum. Once he had gathered a plethora of materials, Zhou Luo finally exited the trading market. The moment he stepped out, he keenly sensed that someone was tailing him. This he had anticipated, thus he felt no concern. He made his way to the Tianxiao restaurant, presenting his VIP token as he ascended to the 5th floor. The envious cultivators behind him, witnessing this scene, were left with no choice but to withdraw. Some lingered outside, discontent, hoping to await his next emergence. Zhou Luo would undoubtedly reappear, but whether he would bear the same visage as before remained uncertain. Upon returning to his chamber, he summoned a beautiful staff member from the restaurant with his token. "Could you prepare a Dan furnace for me?" he inquired. "Of course, esteemed sir," she replied with a smile and a nod. The privileges of being a VIP were indeed numerous. Soon, the restaurant presented him with a furnace of average grade. Zhou Luo adjusted his attire and commenced the processes of alchemy and talisman crafting. In Jiang City, under the arrangements of Lin San, the entire city has entered a state of martial law. Many have sensed the peculiarities surrounding the Lin family. However, due to the lockdown of the Lin estate, they could gather no information. Yet, a few have begun to stir restlessly, having noticed a marked decrease in the city's defensive forces, with many locations guarded only by cultivators at the 3rd and 4th levels of qi refinement. For those adversaries, this is a clear signal. It is not uncommon for the longevity clans to engage in the conquest of territories, and some ambitious factions may even conspire to seize cities. As the benefits derived from a city are considerable, a city serves as a foundation upon which a power can expand and a family can thrive and prosper. The Lin family had expended great resources to capture Jiang City, which had attracted the covetous eyes of many. Now that an opportunity has finally presented itself, they are not likely to let it slip away. At Longfengfeng Market and Tianxiao Restaurant, Zhou Luo has not ventured outside for 5 days, dedicating himself entirely to alchemy and talisman crafting. The creation of these exceptional spirit talismans and elixirs is profoundly taxing on one's mental faculties. Only upon completing his endeavors did he finally feel a profound sense of security. With these exquisite elixirs and talismans in hand, his safety in the Dragon and Phoenix Mountain range was at least assured. After completing his preparations, he retrieved a concealment talisman and affixed it to himself. The advantage of this high-grade talisman was that it rendered his cultivation realm undetectable, albeit only to those at the qi refinement stage. Subsequently, he employed a disguised talisman to alter his appearance before exiting the Heavenly Tavern. Inside the tavern, the waiting cultivators remained vigilant, oblivious to the fact that Zhou Luo had already departed and was making his way towards the center of the market. In the central area of the market, the only establishments capable of acquiring such an abundance of longevity elixirs were the Jinyuan Tower and the Baoling Studio. It was rumored that a foundational cultivator controlled the Jinyuan Tower, although no one knew their true identity. Nonetheless, it stood as the sole rival to the Baoling Studio in terms of commerce. As Zhou Luo arrived at the heart of the marketplace, he beheld a 3-story pavilion constructed of white jade, intricately carved and radiating a soft luminescence, with the words Jinyuan Tower elegantly inscribed on the plaque above. Adjacent to it was another 3-story edifice, entirely fashioned from obsidian spiritual wood, adorned with depictions of rare and extraordinary beasts, exuding a grand aura. This was the Baoling Studio. The 2 pavilions were particularly prominent in this locale, with a steady stream of cultivators entering and exiting. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Luo ultimately opted for the Jinyuan Tower. The reasoning was simple. Since the longevity elixirs were under the jurisdiction of the Qingyuan sect, it would be unwise to venture into their territory for sales. He couldn't risk being apprehended before even making a transaction. Chapter 163. The person in charge of Jinyuan Building. Before Jinyuan Building, Zhou Luo deliberately adorned himself with several talismans to avoid revealing any flaws. He joined the throng and entered the grand hall on the 1st floor. Inside, shelves lined with an array of items displayed intricate runes, each secured by enchantments. At every individual counter stood a beautiful attendant, their exquisite features devoid of any spiritual energy. They were merely ordinary mortals. Nevertheless, no one dared to pilfer from Jinyuan Building, for it was well known that in Longfengfeng City, aside from the esteemed Baoling Studio backed by the Qingyuan sect, the deeply rooted Jinyuan Building was equally formidable. Once, a desperate rogue cultivator, upon seeing so many ordinary individuals in the hall, harbored malicious thoughts and attempted to snatch an item from one of the counters. Yet, he had scarcely fled a mile when a radiant beam pierced through his chest, leaving him irrevocably dead. Those who witnessed this spectacle were left in awe of the power behind that beam, which emanated from a formidable foundation-building cultivator. From that moment on, the presence of a foundation-building master at Jinyuan Building became common knowledge. Such an event alone might merely instill a sense of caution. However, Jinyuan Building audaciously dared to contend with Baoling Studio for a spiritual artifact, which astonished onlookers. It is worth noting that although Baoling Studio was supported by a foundation-building cultivator, they were backed by a celestial sect like the Qingyuan sect. Even so, Jinyuan Building showed no signs of retreat and ultimately secured the artifact. Remarkably, Baoling Studio did not respond at all afterward. To witness a celestial sect maintain silence after losing a treasure to another, it speaks volumes of Jinyuan Building's profound influence. Following this incident, the populace of Longfengfang City truly began to regard these two trading centers as equals. It can be said that if one cannot procure an item from either of these establishments, it is unlikely to be found elsewhere. As Zhou Luo stepped into the hall, a strikingly attractive woman with an alluring figure approached him. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what you require?" she asked, winking at him with a hint of seduction. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow, pondering how his ordinary appearance could elicit such allure. Had he been seen through? "I come to sell something," he declared decisively, without further contemplation. Upon hearing his intention to sell, the attendant retained her smile and gently replied, "Are you familiar with the rules of Jinyuan Building? Any items for sale must possess significant value. After all, a grand establishment like this holds little interest in mundane items." "Indeed," Zhou Luo acknowledged, fully aware of the regulations. "Then please, lead me to the second floor." The attendant swayed her curvaceous figure as she guided him to the side. Zhou Luo followed silently. The second floor of Jinyuan Building featured a spacious, well-lit room, its doors wide open, revealing rows of circular chairs. Flanking the chairs were several intimate private booths. Before him lay a platform, evidently designated for the auction of various items. The enchanting receptionist guided him to an adjacent chamber. Upon entering, he discovered a counter reminiscent of a pawn shop. The counter loomed high, and behind it sat an elderly man clad in a gray robe, dozing off. "Manager's son," the receptionist gently called out. The old man yawned and leaned forward, inquiring, "What do you wish to sell?" "Longevity pills," Zhou Luo replied, meeting the gaze of those profound eyes with a calm demeanor. At the mention of this, a flicker of surprise crossed manager's son's aged face, his eyes suddenly sparkling with alertness. The previous lethargy evaporated, replaced by a palpable gravity. He gestured to the beautiful attendant, instructing her to wait outside. Once the door was closed, manager's son redirected his attention to Zhou Luo. "How many do you possess?" he asked. 25, Zhou Luo responded. Upon arriving at Longfengfang Market, he had intended to seek out materials to concoct more longevity pills, only to discover the absence of a crucial primary ingredient unique to the Qingyuan sect. Fortunately, he had procured some from the sect previously, otherwise, he would have been unable to forge any. Thus, he retained 2 of the originally 27 pills as a precaution. Upon hearing this quantity, manager's son's pupils narrowed, and he inquired gravely, "Are you a pharmacist of the Qingyuan sect?" The method of crafting longevity pills, along with one of its primary ingredients, was exclusive to the sect, and given the quantity Zhou Luo possessed, it was highly probable that he was connected to them. "No." Zhou Luo's response took the old man by surprise. Yet, with his vast experience and formidable perception, he discerned no deceit in the young man's words, prompting a slight smile. Well, it seems that true talent emerges from youth." Manager's son refrained from pressing further, and after a moment of admiration, he stated directly, "If the quality is satisfactory, I can offer 500 spirit stones." 500 spirit stones. This was already an impressive offer. Zhou Luo had initially estimated a value closer to 400. However, recalling the expansive haul he had just seen, he surmised that these longevity pills would likely fetch a higher price at auction. This consideration was of no concern to him. Receiving 500 spirit stones was more than sufficient. One must not succumb to greed. In such circumstances, a straightforward transaction was most desirable. "Agreed," Zhou Luo replied, producing a jade vial. Upon seeing the vial, manager's son's eyes lit up, and he swiftly took it, employing his spiritual sense to examine its contents. Confirming that it contained longevity pills, he withdrew his gaze and said, "You may take a seat, while I fetch someone to verify the quality. Should it prove satisfactory, the price might even rise. Zhou Luo did not refuse. With the esteemed reputation of Jinyuan Tower, he held no fears of manager's son absconding with the pills. Thus, he settled into a nearby armchair, waiting in quiet anticipation. Behind the counter, manager's son moved with remarkable speed, vanishing from sight and entering a deeper chamber. The interior is replete with numerous chambers, each adorned with jade plaques intricately engraved with the names of various crafts. Steward's son rapped upon the door of the alchemical chamber. "Enter," a resonant voice beckoned from within. Steward's son respectfully pushed the door ajar, revealing a middle-aged man seated inside. The man possessed an imposing countenance, his features sharply defined, and his eyes, deep and fathomless like the ocean, betrayed no discernible emotion. "Elder Qi," Steward's son bowed in greeting. The man before him was named Qi Chuan, the overseer of Jinyuan Tower and a second-tier master alchemist. "Steward's son, what elixir are we acquiring this time?" Qi Chuan inquired in a gentle tone. "To answer, Elder Qi, it is the longevity pill. You may inspect its quality," Steward's son replied with utmost reverence, presenting a jade vial before him. Upon hearing the term longevity pill, Qi Chuan's gaze flickered momentarily. He pondered whether disciples from the Qingyuan sect had come to negotiate, yet wondered why they had not chosen the adjacent bowling studio instead. After casting a cursory glance at the jade vial and confirming it to be the longevity pill, he slowly resumed the conversation. "What is the background of the other party?" "Elder Qi, I am uncertain. However, they claimed not to be from the Qingyuan sect," Steward's son reported candidly. "Not from the Qingyuan sect?" Qi Chuan's brow furrowed. The primary ingredient of the longevity pill was unique to the Qingyuan sect. If they were not affiliated, how could they possess the requisite materials? Could it be that they had discovered that particular ingredient? Suddenly, Qi Chuan rose. "I shall go and investigate." Chapter 164. The Crimson Spike Sect Outside. Zhou Luo was savoring the spiritual tea brought by a beautiful hostess. Suddenly, he spotted manager's son entering with a middle-aged man, prompting him to rise immediately. As he stood, he felt a profound spiritual presence settle upon him, causing a sudden heaviness in his heart. He glanced at the imposing middle-aged man, whose eyes, deep as the ocean, emanated an oppressive aura akin to a weighty mountain. Even without a palpable release of pressure, Zhou Luo felt his body stiffen and his spiritual energy stagnate. A foundational cultivator. In that instant, a terrifying conjecture arose in Zhou Luo's mind. He had never anticipated that merely selling longevity pills would attract such attention. When those indifferent eyes swept over him, he felt as though he was thoroughly scrutinized. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to remain composed. Qi Chuan approached with his hands clasped behind his back, passing through the small door next to the counter to stand before him. Although they were of similar height, Zhou Luo felt insignificantly small in the presence of his counterpart. "Did you concoct those longevity pills?" Qi Chuan inquired. "My lord, this seems unrelated to our transaction," Zhou Luo replied, reluctant to reveal his true circumstances. Qi Chuan's gaze darkened, taken aback by Zhou Luo's wariness. However, he brushed it aside, his rich voice resonating slowly. "May I speak with you?" "That is acceptable, but payment must be made first," Zhou Luo stated directly. Regardless of the situation, securing the payment was paramount. Should the other party turn hostile, he could devise a means of escape. "Haha, manager's son, calculate 600 spirit stones for him." Qi Chuan laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned about the extra 100 spirit stones. This declaration brought a bright smile to Zhou Luo's face. Yet, he quickly reminded himself to remain calm. The generosity displayed by Qi Chuan surely indicated ulterior motives. He would need to navigate the forthcoming interactions with care. Manager's son produced a storage bag and handed it over. Inside are 150 medium-grade spirit stones. "Please take a look." Upon receiving the storage bag, Zhou Luo's heart raced. 150 medium-grade spirit stones. The profit from selling longevity pills was more astonishing than that from robbery. In that moment, he yearned to concoct dozens more. With such wealth, his future would be secure. Alas, this opportunity would soon slip away after this encounter. Qingyuan sect would undoubtedly sense the anomaly, making it impossible to procure materials from the Immortal sect again. "Come with me," Qi Chuan remarked, noticing Zhou Luo's astonishment. He then turned and walked inside. Considering the other's generosity, Zhou Luo felt reassured, deciding to follow suit. Upon entering a room marked with the characters for medicinal pills, Qi Chuan took his seat at the head, while Zhou Luo settled in the lower left position. Do you possess any more longevity pills? Qi Chuan probed tentatively. In his estimation, since Zhou Luo could produce such a quantity at once, it was highly probable that he had more to offer. If so, this indicates that he possesses the unique primary medicine of the Qingyuan sect. My lord, I have exhausted all of my longevity pills. Zhou Luo chose not to speak the truth. If he had admitted to possessing more, it would undoubtedly draw the other party's attention. You may simply call me Elder Qi. Qi Chuan wore a congenial expression, lightly tapping his finger on the armrest, and with a smile, he declared, I hail from the Qimao sect. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo was taken aback. After rescuing Bai Jian, he had specifically sought information about the Bai family and later discovered that they were a longevity family under the Qimao sect. The Qimao prefecture, where the Qimao sect is located, borders the Qingyuan prefecture, and they are fierce rivals. It was surprising that the other party would open a store within the territory of the Qingyuan sect. No wonder they could compete with the neighboring Baoling studio. Qi Chuan gazed at him with a knowing smile, as if he had anticipated Zhou Luo's reaction. Such secrets were known to very few. Although the Longfeng mountain range is affiliated with the Qingyuan sect, it also borders Qimao prefecture, with parts of it even belonging to Qimao prefecture. Thus, the Qimao sect's presence in the Longfeng mountain range compelled the Qingyuan sect to turn a blind eye. His intention in revealing this information was to make Zhou Luo aware of the strength of the Jinyuan Tower, facilitating their subsequent conversation. I did not expect you to be an elder of the Immortal sect. I am remiss. Zhou Luo responded with utmost courtesy, rising to clasp his hands. Qi Chuan gestured for him to sit down. Since you are not a disciple of the Qingyuan sect, might I inquire if there is potential for cooperation with my Qimao sect? Elder Qi, what kind of cooperation do you propose? Zhou Luo inquired. A look of confusion upon his face, speculating whether the other party wished for him to concoct longevity pills. Reveal to me the location of the primary medicine, and I shall offer you a satisfactory price, Qi Chuan stated calmly. He was convinced that Zhou Luo had discovered the growing site of the primary medicine in the Longfeng mountain range, which enabled him to produce such a large quantity of longevity pills. As a first-tier pill that prolongs life, the longevity pill had always been under the control of the Qingyuan sect. Although the Qimao sect was aware of the production methods, they lacked the primary medicine, forcing them to expend greater resources to create a second-tier longevity pill. If the growing site of the primary medicine was indeed found in the Longfeng mountain range, it would save the sect a considerable amount of cultivation resources, marking a significant achievement. Reporting this to the sect would undoubtedly result in substantial rewards. With a bit of maneuvering, he might even gain entry into the inner sect as an elder. The distinction between an elder of the inner sect and that of the outer sect is vast. Qi Chuan had ventured into the chaotic Longfeng mountain range precisely to accumulate enough merit to qualify for entry into the inner sect. Now, this opportunity had arisen, and he was determined to seize it. Zhou Luo's face displayed embarrassment upon hearing this. He was unaware of the location of the primary medicine, having obtained it by chance from the Qingyuan sect. Thus, he helplessly replied, Elder Qi, I too acquired the primary medicine unexpectedly. In this situation, he could only wish he knew the location of the primary medicine's growth site, as this would not only allow him to profit further, but also alleviate the other party's suspicions. Qi Chuan's smile faltered for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. In a gentle tone, he reassured, rest assured, no one will be privy to our transaction. He was convinced that Zhou Luo was aware of the location where the key medicinal herb thrived. His current words were merely a ruse. However, Zhou Luo truly did not possess that knowledge. Yet, he could not disclose that he had obtained it from the Qingyuan sect, for if the other party were to investigate further, they would easily uncover his true identity. Thus, he could only reply, Elder Qi, you are mistaken. I indeed stumbled upon that crucial herb by chance. Had I known its whereabouts, I would have certainly informed you by now. Qi Chuan narrowed his eyes. He discerned that the other party was merely a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement. It was perplexing that someone of such modest standing would choose to refuse him upon learning his identity. Could it be that he had someone backing him? The more Qi Chuan contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. In light of this, it appeared essential to locate Zhou Luo first. Regaining his train of thought, he smiled and said, what a pity. However, I hope you will consider my proposal. Should you come to a decision, you are welcome to visit me at Jinyuan Tower. Zhou Luo rose and bowed respectfully. Elder Qi, I sincerely apologize. The other seemed to be fervently desirous of that medicinal herb, which instilled a sense of unease within him. Chi chuckled and shook his head. Business is business. If we can negotiate, then let us. If not, we may yet forge a friendship. Manager's son, please escort this young friend back. Outside the room, Manager's son entered with a bow, guiding Zhou Luo away. Once they departed, Chi Chuan's smile vanished, his expression turning icy, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his profound gaze. Chapter 165. Departure. Zhou Luo's words were met with skepticism from Chi Chuan. In his eyes, it was evident that the other party knew the location of the main medicinal herb, yet chose to withhold this information for reasons unknown, whether personal or related to the influential figures behind him. Chi Chuan was resolute in his desire to obtain that herb. It represented his best opportunity to enter the inner sect, a chance he could not afford to squander. Had it not been for the reputation of Zhenyuan Tower and his apprehension regarding the individual behind Zhou Luo and the Qingyuan sect, he might have seized the moment to capture him. As he watched Zhou Luo depart, a cold expression settled on Chi Chuan's face. He crushed a communication talisman with a gentle grip. Moments later, a figure emerged within the room, cloaked in darkness, standing in the shadows, almost undetectable to the untrained eye. Follow that individual and ascertain the identity of the person behind him, Chi Chuan commanded. The figure offered no reply, silently vanishing into thin air. Chi Chuan's gaze darkened, revealing a murderous intent. To uncover the truth behind Zhou Luo, he did not hesitate to utilize the shadowy resources of Zhenyuan Tower. If the mystery remained unresolved, he would have no choice but to personally apprehend Zhou Luo for interrogation. Naturally, such actions could not transpire within the marketplace, especially under the watchful eyes of the Qingyuan sect. With this thought in mind, Chi Chuan retrieved a sheet of golden stationery, intending to report the matter to his sect. It would be ideal to request the dispatch of a Foundation establishment cultivator skilled in soul searching, ensuring he could effortlessly extract all pertinent information from Zhou Luo. Upon leaving Zhenyuan Tower, Zhou Luo wasted no time and hastened toward Tianxia Tavern. Although their earlier conversation appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of tension surged beneath the surface. Zhou Luo sensed that his counterpart would not simply let the matter rest. The willingness to divulge information indicated a determination to recruit or absorb him. Now that he had declined, it was unlikely that the other party would allow him to remain an uncertain variable. Moreover, the evident yearning for the main medicinal herb made it clear that Zhou Luo had thwarted their ambitions, and he would inevitably face repercussions. The reason for the initial hesitance to act may have been rooted in some form of caution. Regardless of the nature of this caution, Zhou Luo resolved to return to Tianxia Tavern without delay. Given the tavern's reputation, it was unlikely that any overt action would be taken against him. In retrospect, he had underestimated the significance of the lifespan pill. What had begun as a simple transaction had inadvertently drawn him into a far greater entanglement. Zhou Luo felt a stroke of ill fortune wash over him. As the saying goes, when faced with an army, one must defend. When confronted with water, one must build a dam. The immediate priority was to return swiftly. As he made his way to Tianxia Tavern, he remained blissfully unaware of the figure shadowing him from the depths of darkness, as though it were a second shadow. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Luo successfully returned to his room, letting out a sigh of relief. However, he knew he needed to prepare further. Despite the successful transaction, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. At present, although he possesses numerous hidden cards, should he encounter a formidable foe at the Foundation establishment stage, they would likely prove ineffective. Indeed, after meeting Elder Qi of the Foundation establishment today, he has included the Elder among those he must remain vigilant against. He cannot gamble on the assumption that the Elder will refrain from taking action personally. Therefore, before his next outing, he must ensure he is thoroughly prepared. Fortunately, with the protection offered by the Tianxia Tavern, he need not flee just yet to contend with a Foundation establishment expert. Aside from that particular talisman and the bone-corroding powder, other options yield minimal results. Among the 4 primary techniques of cultivation, only formations can truly impact a Foundation establishment practitioner. This is due to the fact that medicinal pills primarily bolster one's own abilities, while spirit talismans, despite their convenience, can be easily dispelled in the presence of such formidable opponents. Only formations, though requiring time for arrangement, can unleash formidable power once established. This is why formations hold a preeminent position among the four great techniques. Zhou Luo does not entertain the notion of relying on a formation to eliminate his opponent, for such a feat is beyond his reach. Instead, he envisions setting up a confinement formation, which would allow him to employ other methods. In terms of functionality, formations can be categorized into 6 major types: offensive, defensive, cultivation, restriction, spatial, and confinement formations. The most frequently utilized are the offensive and defensive varieties. For his upcoming excursion, Zhou Luo has prepared materials exclusively for these 2 types, as they can exert several times more strength against adversaries of the same tier. However, they are rendered ineffective against overwhelmingly powerful foes. For instance, a first-tier supreme formation, when activated by Zhou Luo, a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, could withstand assaults from 7th or even 8th-layer practitioners. Yet, should he face someone like Lu Fuchen, a 9th-layer cultivator, the latter could easily disregard his attacks and dismantle his defenses. This explains why, when confronted by such an opponent previously, he opted not to set up other formations and instead sought refuge. Against adversaries of this caliber, only confinement formations can yield satisfactory results. While these formations lack robust offensive or defensive capabilities, they excel at momentarily restraining the opponent, granting the formation's creator ample time. Had he possessed the materials for a confinement formation back then, he would have needed no talismans. The bone-corroding powder alone would have sufficed to deal with the adversary. Presently, should he truly encounter a foundation establishment expert, it is imperative that he prepares materials for confinement formations. Even if he cannot defeat the opponent, buying time for escape is still a viable option. Zhou Luo gazed pensively at the VIP token of the Tianxia Tavern, then inscribed a list of materials on a jade slip before summoning a beautiful attendant from the tavern. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" The attendant inquired politely. "Could you procure some materials for me?" Zhou Luo requested. He had resolved to remain in the tavern for the next few days to avoid drawing attention while also preparing additional strategies. Once the opportune moment arises, he would seek a chance to slip away discreetly. Such utterances may well avert a brewing storm. Indeed, it is possible. The other party did not refuse. It became a matter of concern. Zhou Luo handed the jade slip to the individual and prepaid 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Later that evening, a beautiful attendant knocked on his door, bearing a storage bag. Zhou Luo accepted the bag, once more expressing his gratitude, and presented her with 20 ordinary spirit stones. These stones served not only as a token of gratitude, but primarily aimed to enhance her goodwill, facilitating his subsequent acquisition of information about the outside world. After returning to his chamber, he meticulously examined the materials, ensuring no foreign substances were present before feeling at ease. For the next 3 days, Zhou Luo remained in his room, devising an escape plan. During this period, Jinyuan Tower was unusually quiet. However, the stillness only signified an underlying unease. It was improbable that his adversaries had remained idle. They were likely lying in wait just outside the tavern. He needed to depart stealthily and establish a reliable route. The path must not only facilitate the arrangement of his formations, but also remain in proximity to the dragon blood grass and the dual cultivation methods, allowing for swift action and a prompt return to Jiang City. Zhou Luo had not anticipated that the foes he encountered during this outing would be increasingly formidable. After reaffirming his escape route, he took a deep breath, retrieved the disguise talisman and concealment talismans, affixing them to himself. Donning a mask, he left the tavern, fully equipped for the journey ahead. Chapter 166 Shadows in the Dark. Zhou Luo emerged from the Tianxia Tavern, donning a new visage. His countenance was tranquil, and his steps were light, resembling an ordinary traveler preparing to depart after a brief stay. Coupled with his unremarkable features, he blended seamlessly into the crowd, drawing little attention. As he traversed the street, Zhou Luo made his way toward the entrance of the market. The thoroughfare bustled with people, all engrossed in their own affairs, oblivious to his presence. The journey of merely 15 minutes stretched out interminably in Zhou Luo's perception. His senses remained acutely attuned, vigilant for any anomalies in his surroundings. Upon reaching the entrance, his hands instinctively clenched, his expression darkening as he set foot on the ground outside. Inwardly, he contemplated the possible assaults he might face and the strategies he could employ in response. However, as he stepped outside the market, an unexpected calm enveloped him. Nothing seemed amiss. Bewildered, He glanced back at the ceaselessly thronging entrance, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Had his pursuers truly failed to notice him? Or was it that the individuals from Jinyuan Tower were indifferent to the primary ingredient of the Shiyuanden? With uncertainty gnawing at him, Zhou Luo did not hesitate. He turned towards the escape route he had devised, maintaining a pace neither too fast nor too slow, akin to the majority of cultivators. The dragon blood grass was situated in the northwestern sector of the market. According to Wang Yue's description, the Qingyuan sect had only provided a vague outline. It was said that the dragon blood grass thrived within a verdant valley, shrouded by an array formed by the long-defunct Hehuan sect, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary folk. Zhou Luo surmised that this locale had likely been discovered by a foundational elder of the Qingyuan sect, who, perhaps in a bid to test the disciples of their sect, chose not to dismantle the array. After all, to the esteemed figures of the immortal sects, the dragon blood grass, regarded as a treasure by qi refining cultivators, was merely an inconsequential item. He continued on his path towards the northwest, gradually quickening his pace as he distanced himself from the market. Along the way, he encountered other cultivators who seemed wary, unable to discern his true realm, and subsequently retreated at a distance. After traversing 10 miles and crossing a mountain peak, Zhou Luo still found no signs of pursuit. Yet, the unease within him remained unabated. This cannot be, Zhou Luo mused. Recalling the interest exhibited by Elder Qi at that time, it was evident that he coveted the Shiyuanden. Was it truly that my disguise was so flawless? The moment this thought surfaced, Zhou Luo forcefully dispelled it. In the perilous world of cultivation, unwarranted confidence could lead one into dire straits. He had navigated his life on a knife's edge. To stumble now would be profoundly unjust. Regardless, if someone were indeed tracking him, they would surely reveal themselves. Zhou Luo contemplated silently. With that, a gust of wind surged around him, and his internal spiritual energy surged forth as he abruptly accelerated towards the northwest. His speed swelled dramatically, rendering him a fleeting shadow darting through the trees. In a shaded grove, a figure gradually materialized, gazing at the retreating silhouette with glimmering eyes. He was the shadow dispatched by the Qichuan. Observing his target moving farther away, he was uncertain whether he had been detected. Nonetheless, he could not afford to lose sight of him. Thus, he decisively channeled his spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of light and pursuit. This act, however, revealed his presence. Ahead, sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy approaching from behind, Zhou Luo's pupils constricted. Indeed, the individuals from Jinyuan Tower had been covertly tailing him. Had he not abruptly accelerated, forcing his pursuer to do the same, he might have remained oblivious to their presence. The thought of being shadowed without any discernible flaw on their part sent a shudder through Zhou Luo. Fortunately, he had not naively assumed he was untracked. Otherwise, maintaining his usual pace would have resulted in being closely followed. Fortunately, the aura of his pursuer was not as terrifying as Lu Fuchen's. Yet it was not to be underestimated. Identifying the person trailing him was merely the first step. The real challenge lay ahead. Zhou Luo narrowed his eyes, retrieving several acceleration talismans and affixing them to himself, enhancing his speed several-fold. The one pursuing him was taken aback. As a shadow from Jinyuan Tower, he excelled in stealth and tracking, thus outpacing the average individual. Yet, astonishingly, his quarry managed to maintain a considerable distance, indicating that his agility was indeed remarkable. Contemplating this, the shadow's right palm emanated a swirl of dark green light. He thrust his hand forward, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a long rainbow, hurtling through the void towards Zhou Luo's back. The onslaught was fierce, imbued with a terrifying force that sent tremors through the air. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhou Luo hastily tossed a premium talisman backward. In an instant, as the talisman soared into the air, it erupted with blinding golden light, revealing a resplendent Vajra pestle. Imbued with tremendous power, aimed directly at the approaching rainbow. This was the exceptional talisman he had acquired from Lu Fuchen. The Vajra pestle's might was awe-inspiring, scattering dust and shattering nearby trees in its wake. With a resounding boom, the Vajra pestle pierced through the rainbow, charging toward the shadow. Humph! The shadow scoffed coldly, extending his left hand as the attack drew near. His bloodless left hand radiated a brilliant white light, adorned with a mystical yellow spiritual energy. As the Vajra pestle approached, He clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful blow, sending ripples of spiritual energy that shattered the incoming assault. One strike obliterated a premium talisman. Though the talisman's power diminished upon shattering the rainbow, it remained formidable. It became evident that his opponent was at least an 8th-layer Qi practitioner, perhaps even having entered the 9th layer. Zhou Luo pondered silently. At that moment, he needed to create distance between himself and the shadow, then devise a strategy to set a trap to ensnare his pursuer, thus truly freeing himself from the threat. Moreover, he could not afford to delay for too long. The foundational strongman might already be en route to this location. Upon this realization, he gritted his teeth and consumed several elixirs, causing a surge of spiritual energy within him that erupted forth like arrows released from a bow. Swiftly. It was imperative to be swift. The opponent's speed was not to be underestimated. Despite Zhou Luo's utmost efforts to accelerate, he could only barely maintain a distance that was steadily diminishing. He could not afford to hold back. With unwavering resolve, Zhou Luo produced 2 exquisite spirit talismans and discarded them behind him. In the sky, the talismans erupted into 2 radiant beams of crimson and white light. A colossal fireball and a frigid snowball surged forth simultaneously, each emanating a formidable aura. The contrasting elements of the talismans did not diminish their power. Instead, each bore terrifying might as they hurtled towards one another. The shadow's face contorted in surprise. He had not anticipated that his adversary possessed 3 superior talismans. Quickly regaining his composure, he summoned a black longsword and swung it, unleashing several sword lights aimed at the massive entity. With a resounding crash, the sword lights wreaked havoc, generating a fierce sword chi that collided with the fireball and snowball. Unleashing a cataclysmic explosion, flames erupted in dozens, mingling with a tempest of swirling snowflakes. The shadow's form became apparent, revealing a torn section of his attire, appearing somewhat disheveled. His gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the increasingly indistinct figure ahead, resolutely pursuing once more. Chapter 167. The 6 Harmonies Formation in the Depths of the Forest. Zhou Luo moved with the swiftness of the wind, seizing the precious moments he had gained to swiftly produce a formation plate and begin arranging the formation. The formation he sought to establish was known as the 6 Harmonies Formation, a type designed to ensnare adversaries. This was a first-tier, upper-grade formation, notoriously intricate to set up. However, once successfully deployed, it could even momentarily trap a foundation-building cultivator. Uncertain of his opponent's exact prowess, Zhou Luo opted without hesitation for this formation as a precaution. Standing amidst the trees, he calmed his mind and directed his consciousness onto the formation plate. The yin-yang symbol engraved on the white jade plate began to rotate slowly, emanating glimmers of light that scattered into the surroundings. The primary step in establishing a formation is to isolate the designated area and then sketch the formation diagram upon it. The dense radiance danced with the wind, adhering to the towering trees and blooming with resplendent brilliance. The luminosity shimmered, and under Zhou Luo's mental control, it quickly coalesced. Typically, a formation master would require at least 20 breaths to complete this step, as a larger area necessitates the manipulation of more luminous points, and consolidating them again consumes even more time. Unless one's consciousness is sufficiently powerful to instantaneously retrieve the dispersed points of light, this task becomes exceedingly laborious. Thus, for a formation master, the strength of their consciousness is a vital measure of their skill in arrangement. Zhou Luo's consciousness far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Owing to his mastery of 3 profound cultivation techniques and the tempering he underwent within the celestial sect. Consequently, he managed to gather all the luminous points in just 5 breaths. As the points coalesced, they transformed midair into a vast luminescent curtain. Upon this curtain appeared a radiant regional map, perfectly encompassing a substantial area centered around Zhou Luo. Observing this, Zhou Luo took a deep breath, allowing his expansive consciousness to surge from his sea of awareness and flow into his spiritual pen. Next came the time to sketch the formation diagram. The term 6 harmonies refers to the interplay of the upper and lower realms along with the 4 cardinal directions. By harnessing omnidirectional forces, a colossal force field is created to ensnare foes within the formation. It is said that this adversarial confinement formation originates from ancient times and is now only found in sects like the Qingyuan sect. Being well-versed in all first-tier formation diagrams, Zhou Luo possessed profound knowledge of this particular formation. The crystalline spiritual pen, under the guidance of his consciousness, darted swiftly, sketching out each formation line with precision. Meanwhile, the shadow from the Jinyuan Tower had already breached the power of the spiritual talisman and was hastening towards him. His consciousness expanded, detecting a rich fluctuation of spiritual energy within the vast woods, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that threaded through the trees, heading straight for this location. Zhou Luo was wholly engrossed in the formation plate. Under the command of his formidable consciousness, the formation diagram gradually took shape. Subtle beams of light interwove, causing waves of potent spiritual energy to ripple, stirring the winds around him. Simultaneously, he retrieved the materials necessary for the formation's setup. Establishing the 6 harmonies formation required the strength of various rare treasures. Relying solely on spirit stones would likely only suffice to withstand an attack from a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. In anticipation of these events, Zhou Luo was well prepared. The moment the formation diagram was completed, he decisively placed the materials into it. He simultaneously produced a jade-crafted formation hammer and commenced the meticulous grinding of the materials. With the aid of this hammer, he could fully extract the latent power within the components. As the essence of these materials was ground and infused into the formation disk, pure and profound energies surged forth, enveloping the luminous screen above. The soft glow suddenly erupted into a dazzling radiance, as if the form diagram had come to life, becoming resplendent and magnificent. The infused diagram emanated a formidable aura. Zhou Luo then cast the spirit stones, which served as the foundation of the formation, into the disk. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the originally brilliant diagram burst forth with overwhelming power, akin to a mighty tsunami, unleashing tremendous might. At that moment, a shadow approached swiftly. Zhou Luo observed the adversary preparing their own formation, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. His internal spiritual energy erupted, propelling him forward like an arrow. The formation was now in its final stage. All that remained was to detach the diagram from the luminous screen, envelop this area, and insert the energy-providing flags to achieve success. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Zhou Luo disregarded the incoming attack and immersed himself entirely in the formation process. Although the formation had yet to materialize, the shadow could evidently sense the terrifying aura emanating from the luminous screen. Should the adversary succeed in their formation, a counterattack could indeed be imminent. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, the shadow raised his right hand, and a dagger materialized in his palm. The dagger, entirely obsidian, was adorned with intricate golden patterns and exuded a potent scent of blood. He thrust it forward, and the black dagger pierced through the air, hurtling towards Zhou Luo. A fierce intent surged forth, compelling Zhou Luo to grit his teeth. He diverted a fragment of his focus, retrieving a talisman from his storage ring and casting it anew. Upon sighting the talisman, the shadow's pupils constricted, as he sensed the same dreadful aura emanating from it as before. A top-tier spiritual talisman. How could this individual possess so many of such exceptional talismans? Top-tier talismans have always been rare in the market, primarily due to the substantial materials required for their creation, not to mention the scarcity of first-tier top-tier talisman masters. Even he possessed merely 3 top-tier talismans, all related to stealth and concealment. Where could there be such a multitude of battle talismans? Battle talismans were notoriously more challenging to refine than auxiliary ones. The talisman erupted in mid-air, radiating blinding light and producing a thunderous roar. Bolts of lightning surged forth, crashing heavily upon the black dagger. With a resounding boom, the dagger quivered slightly, its might significantly diminished. Following this, additional bolts of lightning manifested, relentlessly bombarding the dagger. With each successive strike, the black dagger ultimately lost its potency, forcing the shadow to retract it forcibly. Observing Zhou Luo motionless on the ground, the shadow's gaze deepened, and his speed surged once more. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him, extending his right hand to seize the opponent. At that very moment, Zhou Luo suddenly shifted his body and darted to the side. Simultaneously, the formation diagram crashed down, enveloping the entire area. The shadow was taken aback, contemplating retreat. However, with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Zhou Luo began to manipulate the formation. Boom! In the next instant, an overwhelming force of gravity surged in from all directions, akin to mountains crashing down. The shadow immediately felt an oppressive weight upon his body, his spiritual energy stagnating as if he were burdened by countless mountains. He forcibly circulated his spiritual energy to resist the gravitational pull of the formation. His piercing gaze fixed coldly on Zhou Luo ahead. Seeking death, he roared, finally unleashing his full strength. The aura of a 9th-level Qi practitioner surged forth like a mighty river, imposing and grand. Zhou Luo gripped the formation flag tightly, continuously infusing it with spiritual energy. The surrounding trees emanated a rich spiritual radiance, and the power of the 6 harmonies formation rapidly intensified. In the face of the tidal wave of gravitational pressure, the shadow struggled to move, summoning forth a black dagger. The dagger radiated a chilling sheen, illuminating the shadow's pale, bloodless visage. Zhou Luo stepped forward, his movements as graceful as a swallow, starkly contrasting with his opponent. Golden rays pierced the heavens. The Xiantian sword was swung with great force, its golden light illuminating the world, encompassing all. A golden sun erupted from the sword's tip, rolling forth. The shadow bore a cold smile under his command. The black dagger shot forth, razor-sharp. Crack! The golden sun shattered in response. Chapter 168. The Art of Water Escape Within the Depths of the Forest. The shadow effortlessly neutralized Zhou Luo's assault. The formidable power of the 9th level of Qi refinement was indeed terrifying. Even with the assistance of the 6 harmonies array, Zhou Luo, possessing only the 5th level of Qi refinement, could not muster sufficient strength to vanquish his opponent. Observing this, he maintained an unruffled demeanor as the obsidian dagger lunged towards him. He summoned another magical artifact, a small golden bell. The moment it manifested, a resonant chime echoed through the air. In the next instant, the bell enlarged dramatically, radiating with golden light, emanating a heavy aura that shielded Zhou Luo. This was the exquisite golden bell, a high-grade artifact he had acquired from Lu and during his time at the Qingyuan sect. With a resounding thud, the black dagger struck the golden bell, producing a dull sound. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, this golden bell was impervious to any cultivator below the 7th level of Qi refinement. Even attacks from those at the 8th or 9th levels could be repelled for a duration of 1 to 2 hours. The black dagger, being a magical artifact, was utterly incapable of causing any disruption. Witnessing this scene, the shadow's face twitched in disbelief. This individual boasted an astonishing array of hidden trump cards, superior spirit talismans, high-grade artifacts, and an enigmatic enemy confinement formation. It was no wonder that a mere 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator dared to brazenly sell longevity pills. In that instant, the shadow regretted his impulsive decision to engage. At that moment, Zhou Luo's right hand produced a jade vial. The golden rainbow was merely a feigned assault, intended to close the distance. The true lethal strike lay within the jade vial. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly advanced, scattering the deep brown powder contained within the vial towards his adversary. Under the oppressive gravity of the 6 harmonies array, the shadow could only watch helplessly as the powder danced through the air, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Biting his lip in desperation, he struggled to maneuver his body in an attempt to evade the powder. Yet, Zhou Luo's speed was insurmountable. The deep brown powder descended gracefully, and despite his efforts to dodge, some of it still settled upon his garments. Although it was but a trace, it rapidly corroded his high-grade robe, leaving a gaping wound in his skin. The shadow's face paled in horror, unaware of the nature of this substance, and hastily summoned his protective golden light. But it was already too late. The moment the deep brown powder made contact with his body, it sealed his fate. He could distinctly feel that no matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, he could not halt the venom from infiltrating his being. The poison clung to him like a festering sore, utterly unremovable. As the specter of death enveloped him, the shadow's earlier composure evaporated. He hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. "Save me, please. I can release you. No, I can offer you everything I possess." His voice trembled. "No? Please." The poison had already begun to erode his bones and internal organs. He yearned to speak further, but the opportunity had slipped away. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground, transforming into a pool of blood. Zhou Luo observed coldly, remaining unmoved. The method he had employed was the bone-corrosive powder, an exceedingly vicious poison that, upon contact, would erode the body. For a Qi refining practitioner, the poison would swiftly invade their system, corroding not only bones but also internal organs, ultimately resulting in a gruesome demise. Even for a Foundation establishment cultivator, failure to expunge the venom promptly would lead to significant harm. Indeed, this second-tier inferior poison was terrifying. Alas, the materials required for its concoction were exceedingly difficult to procure. Initially, he had intended to refine 1 or 2 more second-tier poisons in the Dragon Phoenix market to ensure a greater advantage against Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he discovered that the necessary materials were utterly absent from the market. It was to be expected, as poisons were inherently the tools of malevolent cultivators. The higher the tier of the poison, the less likely one would find merchants willing to sell the components. He had been fortunate to obtain some materials in Maple Leaf City, which enabled him to create this vial of bone-corrosive powder. Now, having dispatched a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator, he had used more than half of it, leaving only enough for 1 more application. With a formation flag in hand, Zhou Luo approached the pool of flesh and blood. From within, he retrieved a storage bag, using a cleansing spell to eradicate the blood before stowing it away and swiftly departing. An hour later, Zhou Luo appeared atop another mountain. For the sake of caution, he had deliberately set up a concealment formation to avoid detection. Sitting beneath a tree, he produced the storage bag and extended his consciousness to probe its contents. At first glance, he spotted a token representing the Jinyuan Tower. He quickly extracted it and tossed it into his backpack. Who could say whether Elder Qi might trace him via this token? After all, the individual hailed from the Qihong sect, perhaps possessing methods unknown to him. For safety's sake, it was wiser to keep such items within the system backpack. After all, there were 9 compartments available, and he could always find an opportunity to dispose of it later. Aside from the token, the storage bag contained 5 medium-grade spirit stones and over 200 ordinary spirit stones. In terms of talismans, there were only a few high-grade concealment talismans and a couple of useful disguising talismans. The rest were of little value. The pills and magical artifacts were scarce, not even comparable to those of Lu Fuchen. He placed all of these items into his storage ring. Zhou Luo then discovered a jade slip. Upon opening it, he found it contained a high-tier Qi refining technique known as the water-walking secret method. Upon successful cultivation, it would allow the practitioner to meld with water, rendering them undetectable to foes, while also enabling them to use water to deflect attacks. It was, without a doubt, an excellent method for water evasion. Yet, as he surveyed the towering mountains around him, he couldn't help but ponder. Would such a technique truly be applicable in this setting? Nevertheless, he realized that this was a high-tier Qi refining technique. He resolved to dedicate time to its practice. After all, possessing multiple skills could only be advantageous. Moreover, he intends to wait a while longer to confirm that he is not being followed before proceeding to the location of the dragon blood grass. Not long after the shadow's demise, Qi Chuan, accompanied by a cloaked Taoist, appeared at the scene. He gazed at the pool of blood on the ground, his brow furrowed. It seemed that his adversary had intervened. Qi Chuan surveyed his surroundings and detected a faint aura of formation. The opponent not only possessed the ability to concoct elixirs, but could also arrange formations, suggesting that there might be more than one individual involved. Could it be that this was all a scheme orchestrated by the Qingyuan sect? However, Qi Chuan swiftly dismissed that notion. If it were the Qingyuan sect, they would not resort to such measures. What, then, was the true origin of this foe? Senior brother, what should we do next? Inquired the cloaked Taoist. I was indeed careless. We can only wait for him to reveal himself again. Qi Chuan replied with a composed countenance. He had initially believed that a shadow adept at tracking, especially one at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, would surely suffice. Yet, he had underestimated the opponent's mastery of stealth. Are we truly going to let him go? The cloaked Taoist expressed his discontent. The one who perished was a disciple of the Chimang sect. To him, this is no different from provocation. Qi Chuan's gaze turned icy. Of course, this is far from over. I will instruct my disciples to search diligently. I have already memorized the essence of his aura, and no matter how he disguises himself, it shall be of no consequence. This is also why the shadow was able to locate Zhou Luo when he departed from the Tianxia Tavern with such precision. Once he reappears, he will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Chapter 169. The array in the valley regarding Qi Chuan's methods. Zhou Luo remained oblivious. Instinctively, he sought to act with caution. Thus, after 3 days of waiting, he continued his journey towards the location of the dragon blood grass. Throughout his trek, he exercised utmost vigilance, striving to evade detection. Yet, ultimately, he could not escape the attention of others. Fortunately, the individuals who approached were merely cultivators at the 5th and 6th levels of chi refinement. With the aid of the 5 elements sword technique and the wind shadow technique, he managed to navigate the situation without incident. Nevertheless, this indicated the true chaos of the Longfeng mountain range. A day later, Zhou Luo beheld the mountain peak marked by his clues. It was a majestic and towering peak, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a colossal sword thrusting into the sea of clouds. He stepped onto his flying shuttle, soaring toward the heart of the mountain. This shuttle had been seized from Wang Tong. Although he had only reached the 5th level of chi refinement, he could still activate it for short distances without issue. The shuttle landed steadily upon the ground, and Zhou Luo stowed it away, casting a sweeping glance around him. Lush green trees thrived in the area, enveloped in thick fog that obscured visibility. He released his spiritual sense, beginning his search for the valley mentioned in the clues. The mountain was immense, and from time to time, he spotted cultivators hunting demonic beasts or seeking treasures. Zhou Luo carefully avoided them, continuing his search. After several hours, he finally discovered the valley. Nestled between 2 low hills, the valley was not elevated but was shrouded in dense mist, concealing the interior. To Zhou Luo's surprise, he noticed a gathering of cultivators on the flat ground before the valley. Had the clues already been uncovered? A frown creased his brow. If that were the case, his journey might very well be in vain. Nonetheless, having come this far, Zhou Luo resolved to take a closer look. The moment he stepped onto the flat ground, numerous wary gazes fell upon him. Zhou Luo remained unfazed and approached the valley's entrance. "You'd best not enter," a somewhat gruff voice warned beside him. He turned to see a robust man clad in a white long robe, his square face framed by thick brows and large eyes. In his hand, he wielded a gleaming silver blade, his fierce gaze locked onto Zhou Luo. "Why?" Zhou Luo inquired. "There are individuals inside breaking the array. Do you think I would allow you to disturb them?" The man replied in a deep tone. Upon hearing the term breaking the array, Zhou Luo redirected his gaze toward the veil of mist before the valley. Beneath that mist lay indeed a formidable protective array of the highest caliber. The people outside had chosen to wait rather than enter, likely intending to proceed once others had completed the array's dissolution. It seemed the dragon blood grass had yet to be discovered, which brought a sigh of relief to Zhou Luo. Given this, he could not afford to wait for others to succeed in breaking the array. Thus, he stepped forward, intending to enter the mist and dismantle the formation. Clang! At that moment, a sharp sound of a blade echoed, and a streak of light rushed toward him. Zhou Luo's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded the attack. "Do you wish for death?" The burly man, wielding a large blade, exhibited a menacing aura. Simultaneously, the others behind him cast malicious glances in his direction. Zhou Luo's gaze deepened, and the Shantian sword silently materialized in his hand. This group of individuals generally possessed only the strength of the 5th or 6th layer of chi refinement. In a genuine confrontation, his chances of victory were substantial. However, it was unnecessary to squander time engaging in conflict with them. It would suffice to wait until they truly breached the formation before entering, as none of them posed a threat to him. Thus, he refrained from responding and quietly moved aside, waiting alongside them. Observing this, the others withdrew their gazes. Moments later, at the entrance of the valley, mist swirled as 2 figures emerged in a rather disheveled state. Clad in exquisite garments, their noble heritage was immediately apparent. What captured Zhou Luo's attention was the family crest emblazoned upon their chests, the Lu family. He did not anticipate encountering members of the Lu family in this location. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. The clue to the dragon blood herb was situated on the 4th floor of the pavilion, and prior to Zhou Luo's arrival, other scions of the long-lived families had undoubtedly come into contact with it. Yet, it appeared that the adversaries had not yet deciphered this particular array. Upon noticing the addition of unfamiliar faces, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the eyes of the 2 young men. Subsequently, the slightly older of the 2, wearing a smile, suggested, "This formation is indeed rather profound. Why not join us in entering?" The cultivators present exchanged glances, but remained motionless. "You cannot breach the formation yourselves. Do you intend for us to meet the same fate as that group ahead?" The burly man who had earlier confronted Zhou Luo called out. Previously, a cultivator had attempted to venture into the valley for reconnaissance, only to vanish without a trace. In truth, this locale had already been discovered by numerous cultivators within the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range. After all, countless practitioners roamed the periphery daily, although the valley was concealed. It was inevitable that some would find it. However, the formation concealed beneath the mist had thwarted their progress. In the Dragon and Phoenix mountain range, array masters were a rare commodity. Most had been absorbed by the Immortal sects or the prominent long-lived families, leaving only those of mediocre skill scattered outside. Such individuals would not dare to risk venturing into this perilous area. Thus, faced with such a formidable array, the cultivators had no recourse but to attempt a forceful breach. Yet, this formation was formidable indeed, and countless cultivators had returned in defeat. Over time, interest in the valley had waned. Now, with the appearance of 2 array masters from the long-lived families, the opportunity was not to be missed. The Lu family member, questioned, maintained his smile, and continued, "I, Lu Ming, assure you, in the name of the long-lived family, that the dangers of this formation have been significantly mitigated under our guidance. Our sole task now is to withstand the formation's onslaught, locate the array's foundation, and dismantle it. However, our capabilities are limited, which is why we invite everyone to assist." Lu Ming's words caused the expressions of the crowd to shift, their interest piqued. If what he claims is indeed true, perhaps today we shall breach this formation and gain entry into the valley's depths. Among the crowd, only Zhou Luo maintained a serene demeanor. As a fellow array master, he understood well that the formation's power showed no signs of waning, indicating that the other party was indeed lying. "Are you certain?" inquired the burly man, his face etched with skepticism. "Of course, we all seek the treasures within the valley, and naturally, we hope to enter together. Had we lacked confidence in breaking the array, we would have departed long ago," Lu Ming replied earnestly. He and the man beside him were both proficient array masters. Since uncovering clues about the dragon blood herb 5 years prior, they had journeyed to the Longfeng mountain range annually, using the guise of training to attempt to dismantle the formation. However, the intricacies of this array were profound. Only after days of exploration had they finally discerned some insights. Now, they merely required others to assist in their experiments, and perhaps they could indeed pass through the formation. The treasures rumored to lie within the valley had everyone brimming with anticipation. Although doubts lingered, upon hearing this, they chose to enter together. After all, whether they entered alone or as a group would not change the outcome, and having 2 array masters might improve their chances. In that moment, all the cultivators present gravitated towards them, expressing their desire to enter as one. Observing this, Zhou Luo silently joined the throng. Regardless of the schemes the Lu family might employ, he was determined to enter the valley. Should the others manage to gain entry before him, it would be a regrettable loss. Thus, it was wiser to proceed together. Should any misfortune arise, his understanding of arrays would allow him to retreat unscathed. As the crowd convened, Lu Ming wore a broad smile and turned once more toward the valley. "Remember to keep pace with me." Chapter 170, Scheming Within the Valley. A dense mist enveloped the surroundings, limiting visibility to a mere 7 feet ahead, while one's spiritual sense could not penetrate the veil of white fog. Zhou Luo blended with the crowd, maintaining a calm demeanor as he surveyed the area. The other cultivators clutched their magical artifacts tightly, their expressions grave, as they felt a palpable sense of danger. "Esteemed colleagues, this area can be considered a safe zone. However, we must remain vigilant against potential attacks lurking within the mist. Do not lag behind. We have identified a relatively secure path. If we can navigate it successfully, we will reach the valley without incident." Lu Ming's voice resonated from the front, prompting the group to draw closer to him. Zhou Luo also unsheathed his Xiantian sword, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Generally speaking, a magical formation is designed with a singular function. Yet, an accomplished formation master may enhance it to incorporate multiple functionalities, thereby creating a more comprehensive array. The versatility of a formation serves as a crucial criterion for evaluating a formation master's prowess. Typically, a second-tier formation master can manage 2 functions simultaneously, while a third tier can handle 3. To encompass all functions, one must be at least a 6th-tier master. This particular formation appears to have been established by a second-tier formation master, exhibiting greater potency than others of the same rank. Even Zhou Luo would require some time to breach it, for it is not merely an exceptional formation, but 2 intertwined formations. No wonder it has remained unbroken for so long. It seems the dragon blood grass is likely still hidden within the valley. Yet, one wonders if other rare treasures lie beyond this grand array. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air as dozens of objects darted through the mist with astonishing speed. The group reacted instinctively, summoning their magical artifacts and directing their gazes toward the source of the noise. In the next moment, a multitude of icy blades, imbued with a chilling frost, surged toward them, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Zhou Luo discreetly retreated behind the others. The rest immediately countered, unleashing a variety of techniques that erupted in dazzling spiritual light, painting a vibrant scene amidst the fog. Lu Ming and his companion observed coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Luo, their eyes flickering with intrigue. "Why do you not take action, fellow cultivator?" Lu Ming inquired, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhou Luo, who stood behind the group. The others turned to him as well, their expressions tinged with displeasure. Is it so easy to simply wish to enter the valley without contributing? The burly man who had previously approached Zhou Luo, brandishing a large blade, challenged sternly. "Then why do you not take action?" Zhou Luo replied with a tranquil gaze, turning the question back to them. "We are formation masters, naturally. We have more pressing matters at hand," another member of the Lu family interjected. "Yet, I too am a formation master, and thus, I see no necessity to act." Zhou Luo shrugged nonchalantly. At this remark, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment, particularly the burly man, whose eyes now scrutinized Zhou Luo with renewed intensity. Others displayed hesitation. Yet only Lu Ming's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light before he approached with a broad smile. "I had no idea, esteemed friend, that you are a formation master. My apologies for the oversight." If the other truly was a formation master, he might indeed play a vital role in the forthcoming dismantling of the formation. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate this alliance. Zhou Luo waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely of middling skill, not worthy of comparison to you." Lu Ming's smile widened as he introduced himself. "I am Lu Ming, and this is my younger brother, Lu Chou. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend?" A mere middling formation master, he thought, could easily be manipulated. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could be made to shoulder the blame. "I am Su Changsheng," Zhou Luo replied earnestly. Upon hearing the surname Su, Lu Ming's expression grew solemn. If he were not from the Changsheng clan, that would simplify matters considerably. Yet, confirmation of his identity was still required. He might yet be a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Lu Ming clasped his hands in salute. "Might I ask where Brother Su has received his teachings?" "I am but a solitary cultivator," Zhou Luo replied candidly. Upon learning that the other was a solitary cultivator, Lu Ming felt relieved. It seemed he was indeed not a disciple of the Qingyuan sect. Otherwise, given the temperament of those individuals, he would have surely attempted to put on a fade. Since Brother Su is a formation master, it appears there has been a misunderstanding, Lu Ming said with a cheerful demeanor. The other cultivators, witnessing this exchange, harbored discontent but remained silent. In this context, the value of a formation master far outweighed their own. "Brother Su, what insights do you possess regarding this formation?" Lu Ming inquired once more. "I am merely a middling formation master, and would not dare claim any profound understanding. I shall rely on your expertise," Zhou Luo feigned humility. "You are too modest. Brother Su, the realm of formations is inherently complex. We shall explore it together," Lu Ming reassured him, even as he began to devise a scheme for how to make this fellow take the fall. "Enough of this. Let us proceed," the burly man interjected, his patience waning. Lu Ming remained unperturbed and addressed Zhou Luo. "I kindly ask you to join us." Zhou Luo did not refuse, and the three of them ventured deeper into the misty expanse. Before long, they encountered an attack once more. Zhou Luo remained still, leaving everything to the cultivators behind them. As the burly man had stated, one must pay a price to gain something. This was their due. Finally, when they arrived at a region where the mist began to thin, Lu Ming, still smiling, transmitted a message to Zhou Luo. "Brother Su, we have previously explored this area. Directly ahead lies a dead end, while there are two alternative paths. Which do you think we should take?" This path was one Lu Ming and his companions had painstakingly navigated, having already explored the region ahead and successfully located a formation foundation. After dismantling the foundation, the formation itself remained unaffected. They concluded that other locations likely contained similar foundations. Thus, they initially intended to venture left or right, yet were met with a ferocious assault. With their combined strength, they were insufficient to pass through. This compelled them to gather others to forge a path and ascertain the existence of a formation's foundation. Zhou Luo's gaze flickered. It seemed the adversary intended for him to shoulder the blame. Unlike the two, as a master of formations, he required no exploration. His formidable spiritual sense had already acquainted him with the situation at hand. He was acutely aware that both paths were fraught with peril, and given the capabilities of this group, should he refrain from intervening, they would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Regardless of whether they ultimately discovered the formation's foundation as the guide, he would inevitably bear the weight of the other's expectations. Thus, Zhou Luo feigned humility, stating, "My humble rank renders me unfit to make decisions." Lu Ming continued to reassure him through sound transmission, saying, "Do not worry. We have studied this formation for quite some time. Sometimes, it takes an outsider to inspire us. Just speak your mind." Zhou Luo inwardly scoffed, thinking, "I trust you not at all, you cunning old man." The pretext of seeking inspiration was merely a ruse to obscure the truth, intending to make it seem as though he was making the decisions and thus bear the blame. In light of this predicament, Zhou Luo deliberately ceased his private communications and proclaimed loudly, "Brother Lu is correct. I believe we should proceed left. What do you think?" The adversary had not anticipated Zhou Luo's assertiveness. While Lu Ming maintained a cheerful facade, inwardly, he was cursing his fate. If the rumors were to spread, he could have manipulated the situation covertly. Now, all eyes were upon them. Regardless of the decision made, any misfortune would surely see blame directed at him. For he was a high-ranking formation master, while the others were mere mid-tier practitioners. Faced with such circumstances, Lu Ming had no choice but to grit his teeth and decisively declare, "Let us try the left path."